Chapter 1. A misunderstanding at the start, mistaking Bibi Dong for my sister. On the shores of the East Sea, in a serene mountain village, a five-story villa stands out remarkably. In the study of the villa, Tian placed down the letter in his hand, a look of concern and complexity etched on his face. Today, he received news that his sister, who serves as a maid in the Spirit Hall's main city, would be returning home. How should I persuade her to stay? Tian sighed. In truth, he is a transmigrator. 3 years ago, he arrived in the Douluo continent, orphaned and relying solely on his sister for companionship. However, the timing of his arrival was less than ideal. By now, the Shrek's 7 monsters had already established their strength, and the demise of the Spirit Hall was not far off. As a devoted fan of Bibi Dong, he had contemplated aligning with the Spirit Hall to defeat the Shrek's 7 monsters and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet, upon truly traversing to the Douluo continent, he came to understand where the fundamental cause of the Spirit Hall's downfall lay. It was not due to the Spirit Hall's lack of strength, nor was it because of Tang San's overwhelming prowess. Rather, the chaos in the Douluo continent was in essence orchestrated by the gods behind the scenes. More precisely, it was instigated by the god of Shura and the sea god, vying for the belief power of the Douluo continent against the angel god and the Rakshasa god. Even in the absence of the formidable Tang San, there would inevitably be others like Zhang San and Li San appearing to inherit the will of the two gods, leading to the Spirit Hall's demise. It was an inescapable deadlock. Understanding this, Tian carefully weighed his options and chose to remain an outsider, prioritizing self-preservation above all else. Since 3 years ago, he had begun preparing for the impending turmoil. In this small corner of the East Sea, he spread trade to amass wealth and endeavored to win hearts through acts of kindness. Utilizing memories from his past life, he manufactured technological weaponry under the guise of defending against pirate and soul beast attacks, recruiting and training an army. In reality, Tian harbored no grand ambitions. His actions were merely aimed at ensuring his own safety amidst the forthcoming chaos. Additionally, he sought to safeguard his sister from the disturbances of the world as a means of repaying her nurturing grace. Beyond that, if fate allowed him to find a beautiful wife and raise a son and daughter to live a stable life, it would suffice as his ideal existence. However, Tian had not fully inherited the memories of his previous self, possessing no recollection of his sister's appearance or emotions. Thus, how to navigate his sister's imminent return home became a formidable challenge before him. According to the letter, his sister would likely arrive within the next couple of days. I wonder how she will feel upon returning home to find our former thatched cottage transformed into a grand villa? And how should I explain this? Tian stared blankly at a golden needle in his hand. This needle was his martial soul, known as the Tai Divine Needle. It was a top-tier healing martial soul that had never before appeared in the Douluo continent, perhaps linked to Tian's past life as a traditional Chinese medicine student. With the emergence of the Tai Divine Needle, it could cure all ailments. It was precisely because of this miraculous martial soul that Tian earned his first pot of gold. Over the past 3 years, leveraging that initial fortune, he expanded his business empire and became the greatest hidden wealthy individual along the East Sea. I feel as though I have appeared out of nowhere, just like this Tai Divine Needle, which might inevitably arouse my sister's suspicions, Tian lamented. Nevertheless, she is my only family in this life. I cannot conceal the truth from her. I shall speak candidly when the time comes, he resolved. On the rural path of the East Sea, dressed in short stockings and sporting a head of golden short hair, Hulaina quietly gazed ahead at Bibi Dong. Rarely did Bibi Dong forego her grand attire, today donning a fitted long dress that accentuated her flawless figure. Hulaina sighed inwardly, while everyone envied her teacher Bibi Dong's high status and power. Who could truly fathom the burden she bore? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had to oversee various intricate matters, often embroiled in political machinations with the conservative elders, a task fraught with immense pressure. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had been continuously expanding its recruitment of soul masters, expending countless resources. Various military equipment was also being procured in preparation for potential military expansion, incurring exorbitant costs. The financial strain on the spirit hall had reached unprecedented levels, all of which Bibi Dong was left to shoulder and resolve alone. Due to her relentless toil, Bibi Dong often suffered from severe headaches and insomnia at night. In the eyes of the world, she remained the unparalleled, enigmatic pope. Yet, only Hulaina understood that her teacher was but a mortal capable of fatigue and vulnerability. To alleviate her teacher's stress, Hulaina had persuaded Bibi Dong multiple times before she finally agreed to take a brief holiday in the picturesque East Sea. Upon arriving at the East Sea, Hulaina was pleasantly surprised to discover a certain Tian, a renowned physician with remarkable medical skills. Given her teacher's chronic headaches, she wondered if he might be able to offer a remedy. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Hulaina encouraged her teacher to visit Tian incognito. The East Sea, being close to the ocean, often experienced rainy weather. After a rain, the village roads were notoriously muddy, likely leaving one covered in filth. However, as they walked along the path, Hulaina noticed something peculiar. Her shoes remained spotless, untouched by even a trace of mud. The country road was not as bumpy as she had imagined. Instead, it was covered with a remarkably sturdy stone. Even the roads of the Spirit Hall's main city could not compare. "Teacher, look at this road," Hulaina remarked. Bibi Dong also noticed the cement path, squinting her eyes in contemplation. Just then, a farmer passing by with a bundle of rice chuckled, "You two beauties must be outsiders, right?" This road was all free of charge by young Master Yi. In these 10 miles and 8 villages, who doesn't know that young Master Yi is a great benefactor? "Is it Yi Tian?" Hulaina asked earnestly. "Indeed, young Master Yi is quite remarkable." The farmer gave a thumbs up, beaming as he continued on his way. Hulaina's bright eyes turned to Bibi Dong, pondering, "Teacher, it seems this Yi Tian is extraordinary." Bibi Dong gazed ahead, a smile gracing her lips. "He truly is an interesting fellow." As the two continued their conversation, half an hour later, a luxurious 5-story villa came into view. "This must be the residence of the famed physician," Hulaina exclaimed, her bright eyes curving into crescents as she pointed at the opulent villa. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and stepped forward to knock on the door. Inside the villa, Yi Tian, who had been waiting, heard the commotion and a smile appeared on his face as he slowly opened the door. His only family in this life, his sister, had finally returned. Upon opening the door, Yi Tian's clear gaze fell upon the two individuals before him. Standing, there was a girl with fair skin, lavender curls, and lavender eyes, clad in a fitted long dress. Behind her stood a golden-haired girl, seemingly of similar age to him. It was evident that the girl with lavender curls was his sister, while the other was likely a companion accompanying her home. Faced with his sister, who had not returned in 3 years, Yi Tian had been troubled about how to begin. Yet, upon seeing her nearly perfect visage, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. With his own handsome features, it was clear that his sister was also exceptionally beautiful. Such was the shared trait of their family. "Sister, I just saw your letter. I thought the journey from the Spirit Hall's main city to the EC would take a long time, and yet you arrived so punctually, even bringing back a lovely friend." Yi Tian beamed with a smile. The terms sister and friend caught Bibi Dong and Hulaina off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. However, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were astute individuals. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, they quickly comprehended that they had been mistaken for one another. "Sister, I heard that you've been working late at the Spear Hall, which has caused you headaches. Come in quickly, and I shall give you 2 acupuncture treatments to ensure you feel revitalized," Yi Tian said, his gaze fixed on Bibi Dong's lavender pupils. Then he turned to Hulaina and observed, "It seems this sister also has some hidden ailment. Do you often feel disarray in your soul power and pain in your dantian? This is due to improper cultivation. Hurry inside, and I shall give you 2 needles as well. I assure you, they will cure your affliction." Having spoken, he invited the 2 women inside, leading the way as he continued, "It is fortunate that you have returned from the Spirit Hall, for it is hardly a good place. Although it appears immensely powerful, in truth, it is like a rabbit's tail, not long-lasting. In the next 3 years, chaos will undoubtedly engulf this world. Hope Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall are on the brink of annihilation. Should you remain, you may find yourselves embroiled in the turmoil. It is for the best that you have returned. Hiding in the East Sea, I shall protect you both, and that is the safest course of action. I shall feel at ease." At these words, both Bibi Dong and Huliena froze in astonishment, exchanging glances that stirred great waves of emotion within them. Chapter 2. The Greatest Enemy of the Spirit Hall. You have lived in the territory of the Spirit Hall since childhood, benefiting from its grace. Do you truly believe the Spirit Hall acts tyrannically and deserves to be annihilated from the continent? As Huliena spoke, a chill glinted in her eyes. Though the Spirit Hall was the foremost power on the continent, wielding immense influence, its jurisdiction was limited. Until the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires were eliminated, the oppression and exploitation of the nobility over the commoners would not cease. Thus, the Spirit Hall aimed to unify the continent by eradicating the nobility. Despite the increasing murmurs and rumors about the Spirit Hall in recent years, such slanders could not shake its resolve to unite the continent. The Spirit Hall acted justly and sat upright. All was done in defiance of the nobility's oppression. Everything is for a brighter tomorrow for Douluo continent. But what is Yi Tian really saying? Chaos reigns. The decline of the Wuhuan Temple. The demise of teacher Bibi Dong. How could Huilina endure this? If it weren't for Bibi Dong standing beside her, she would have relished the thought of slapping this little rascal into oblivion. In contrast to Huilina's barely contained fury, Bibi Dong appeared remarkably composed, merely watching Yi Tian with a smile. Unable to suppress her sympathy, Huilina cast a pitying glance towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's audacity knows no bounds. The Pope of the Wuhuan Temple stands right before you, yet you dare to curse him with death. He must truly be tired of living. Having heard about Yi Tian's exceptional medical skills, the discerning Huilina wished to salvage the situation. Her beautiful gaze fixated on Yi Tian, she couldn't help but add, "The Wuhuan Temple is immensely powerful, boasting a multitude of soul masters. It is more formidable than the combined might of the two great empires. How could it possibly fall in just 3 short years? I see you possess considerable medical talent and ambition. Why not pledge your allegiance to the Wuhuan Temple?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian replied earnestly, "In truth, I have considered this." His demeanor was serious as he continued, "To be honest, I quite admire the Wuhuan Temple." This was indeed a candid truth. He was a loyal acolyte of the Wuhuan Temple. However, the stark reality was too harsh at this juncture. Aligning with the Wuhuan Temple seemed tantamount to courting death. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed as she pondered. If you admire the Wuhuan Temple so, why then do you wish to distance yourself? At her inquiry, Yi Tian's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he sighed. Under the leadership of His Holiness Pope Bibi Dong, renowned for her grand aspirations and her willingness to confront the two ancient empires in the name of justice for the common folk, she truly serves as a paragon for all soul masters, a hero worthy of eternal praise. But Yi Tian's tone shifted dramatically, his expression solemn. Though the Wuhuan Temple is deeply rooted and its ambitions lofty, it is ultimately destined to succumb to the machinations of the divine. This continent is on the brink of turmoil. We must leave ourselves a path to retreat. With that, Yi Tian let out a weary sigh. Is it true the Wuhuan Temple is weak? At least in the realm of Douluo, none can surpass it. Even with Tang San's extraordinary prowess, could the Wuhuan Temple not seize the opportunity to unify the continent? The chances remain plentiful. One Tang San cannot withstand the overwhelming might of the Wuhuan Temple. However, once the deities intervene, the so-called might of the Wuhuan Temple would instantly be rendered worthless. The illustrious power would vanish in the blink of an eye. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yi Tian, her expression revealing hints of surprise. She had not anticipated such profound insights from a mere child. With a gentle smile, she said, "Deities have not appeared on Douluo continent for thousands of years. The likelihood of your concerns materializing is exceedingly low. Even if they were to reappear, it matters not. The Wuhuan Temple also has divine support. Both sides have deities. On what basis do you believe the Wuhuan Temple will face defeat?" Hearing her bias toward the Wuhuan temple, Tian felt no surprise. After all, his sister had just returned from the Wuhuan temple after 5 years of service. Such attachment was to be expected. Nonetheless, Tian understood that such attachments were entirely misplaced. Moreover, to be candid with you, there's already one individual on the Douluo continent who has caught the attention of both the Shura god and the Sea god, chosen as the inheritor of 2 divine lineages. And this individual is, in fact, a sworn enemy of the Wuhuan temple. Bibi Dong and Huilina were visibly taken aback by this revelation, especially Bibi Dong, who was the very inheritor of the Rakshasa god. She comprehended the weight of the positions held by the Shura god and the Sea god. The confidence in the young man's voice suggested no hint of fabrication. Chosen by 2 deities to be their inheritor? Such a clandestine matter. How do you come to know? Huilina questioned with furrowed brows. Tian replied nonchalantly. Currently, there are 3 sacred places for divine inheritance on the continent: the City of Slaughter, the Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Temple, and the Sea God Island overseas. Knowing the sites of divine inheritance inherently allows understanding of the inheritors, does it not? The Elder Hall possesses divine inheritance? Huilina was taken aback, glancing at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's expression stiffened. The locations of the 3 divine inheritances were shrouded in secrecy. Even she only became aware of the existence of the City of Slaughter and the Elder Hall's angel god after assuming the role of Pope. As for Sea God Island, Bibi Dong had never even heard of it. This Tian is not to be underestimated. Noticing his sister's unusual demeanor, Tian chuckled lightly. "Oh, why bring this up? Regardless, the fall of the Wuhuan temple has nothing to do with us. Let us hurry inside. I have prepared some delightful treats for you." He grasped Bibi Dong's wrist and led her toward the dining table. Huilina pouted, stepping forward as if to assert herself. "This person is actually—" But Bibi Dong waved her hand, indicating Huilina to refrain from revealing the matter. She had come to the East Sea to unwind, and being mistaken for an elder sister by this little rascal was quite amusing. Moreover, it appeared that this young man was privy to many secrets. It would not be a waste of her journey if she could extract even a fraction of that knowledge. With that thought, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Strolling leisurely with her long snow-white legs, she entered the villa. Upon catching the latter half of Huilina's sentence, Tian turned, his face a mask of curiosity. "What did my sister say?" Huilina's gaze flitted. "Nothing. Besides, I am clearly older than you, so I'm not your sister." "Then why do you refer to me as your elder brother?" Tian inquired. "Teacher, dear teacher, if we consider it this way, I suppose I could be regarded as your uncle. It would be entirely reasonable to address you as my sister." Tian rolled his eyes. He did not perceive any peculiarity regarding the address of teacher. It was likely that the golden-haired maiden before him was a newly appointed maid in the spirit hall, hence her calling his sister teacher to learn etiquette. Upon hearing Tian's absurd reasoning, Huilina puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Tian, unfazed, directly inquired, "Sister, I am yet to learn your name." "I am called Huilina." She initially intended to reveal her true identity, but upon reflection, she realized it would be unwise to do so. As one of Bibi Dong's most esteemed disciples, her reputation was formidable. Thus, she opted for a different alias. "I am Nana," Huilina remarked, rolling her eyes as she fabricated a name, subsequently choosing to disregard Tian and briskly followed in Bibi Dong's footsteps. Tian sighed in resignation. His sister's student was not only well-endowed but also possessed a temperament to match. He followed the 2 into the room and said, "Sister, you both wait here. I shall fetch you some delicacies." Bibi Dong, intrigued, settled onto the lavishly decorated sofa, surveying the opulent villa. She pondered, the family appears quite affluent. Why then does his sister serve as a maid in the spirit hall? The role of a maid is arduous and typically, young ladies from wealthy families are served rather than serving others. Chapter 3. Who can resist the temptation of hot pot? Huilina sat across from Bibi Dong and explained, "Upon my arrival, I overheard the villagers remarking that Tian's rise began 3 years ago. Prior to that, his family was impoverished, struggling even to afford meals." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. She had not anticipated that Tian was a person of remarkable capability. Achieving such success within 3 years was no small feat. Huilina stifled a giggle and whispered, "Tian likely remains unaware that you, esteemed teacher, are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which is why such a misunderstanding has arisen. Surely, you have encountered countless delectable dishes in the Spirit Hall. How could you possibly crave the delicacies he offers? Perhaps we should allow you, Tian, to examine your ailment and see if it can be cured, after which we may take our leave. Bibi Dong raised an elegant eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, there is no rush. Shortly thereafter, Tian approached with a steaming hot pot. Placing it upon the small table in the hall, he chuckled softly. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like this before. Hulaina leaned closer, inhaling the fragrant aroma that tantalized her taste buds. Beneath the pot, a flame flickered, something she had never encountered before. Curiosity piqued, she inquired of Tian. What is this? Hot pot. Tian replied with a mysterious smile. This was a culinary delight he had painstakingly replicated from Earth in the Douluo world. No one could resist the allure of hot pot. He owned a hot pot restaurant in Donghai City, bustling with patrons daily. Arriving even slightly late meant one would be unable to partake. Hulaina gazed at the hot pot and remarked, it appears to be merely a pot of soup. How can one be satiated with just soup? Tian let out a soft exclamation. The spicy hot pot base was not meant for drinking. The hot pot is meant to be enjoyed with various ingredients. This was merely the base. I will fetch the dishes, and you will soon understand. With that, Tian hurriedly retreated into the kitchen. Hulaina turned to Bibi Dong, marveling, hot pot. It seems we have never tasted it before. This Tian is rather intriguing, as he introduces us to things we've never heard of. Bibi Dong smiled warmly and replied, that is precisely why I chose to stay. She advised Hulaina, for now, do not reveal our presence. Let us observe what other fascinating events may unfold. Hulaina nodded solemnly. Before long, an array of dishes, including sashimi, tripe, tender slices of black-boned chicken, and beef, adorned the wooden table in the hall. Tian brought 3 pairs of chopsticks and handed them to the 2 young women. Then casually seated himself next to Bibi Dong. With a smile, he declared, allow me to demonstrate how to enjoy hot pot. Hulaina was taken aback by the sight of Tian sitting beside Bibi Dong, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall. Never had a young man dared to sit shoulder to shoulder with the Pope. How dare you sit beside our teacher? She exclaimed, her expression unfriendly. Tian cast a glance at Hulaina, remarking, if I cannot sit with my sister, how could I possibly sit with you? The golden-haired girl, named Nana, seemed to be meddling excessively. It was only natural for him to sit beside his sister who had been absent for 3 years. Bibi Dong offered a faint glance at Hulaina, her calm demeanor silently conveying that it was of no consequence. Following the teacher's directive, Hulaina, irked, pursed her lips and ceased to acknowledge Tian. Imitating him, she picked up a slice of beef as delicate as gossamer and swirled it briefly in the hot pot before placing it into her crimson lips. Suddenly, Hulaina's eyes widened. The spiciness was complemented by a delightful savor, and the tender texture was slightly moist and sticky. Her pupils gradually dilated. This was simply exquisite. She had not anticipated that such a simple slice of beef, after a few moments in the hot pot, could be so delectable. Indeed, Hulaina exclaimed in admiration. Yet, after tasting, Tian cast a disdainful glance at Hulaina. You forgot to add salt, and yet you still find it delicious? He had become so elated by his sister's return that he even neglected to add salt. Tian walked into the kitchen and picked up a transparent glass jar containing snowflake salt, then returned to the hall. He opened the lid and sprinkled some into the hot pot base. Upon seeing the snow-white salt, Bibi Dong could not help but inquire with curiosity, is this salt? Isn't salt usually green? Of course, it is salt, Tian replied solemnly. It is entirely normal for you to be curious, sister. In the Douluo continent, there is no process for purifying salt. All the salt is directly harvested from salt mines or seawater before entering the market. Not only does it contain many impurities, but it is also rife with harmful heavy metals, which can lead to diarrhea if consumed excessively. Yet, one cannot do without it. Without a supplement of salt, a person would perish swiftly. The salt consumed by the upper-class nobility is slightly better. It is brine salt from deep salt wells. This brine salt has fewer heavy metal substances, but still contains impurities. The crystallized salt obtained from the brine after evaporation presents a light green hue. Thus, in the general perception of the nobility, high-quality salt has always been perceived as green. Naturally, they have never encountered white salt. This is salt that has undergone purification. Tian remarked with a light chuckle. Bibi Dong slightly furrowed her delicate brows. I fear it must be quite expensive, then, as a pope. She had always consumed green salt. The price of green salt is already exorbitant, affordable only to the upper middle-class nobility and soul masters. If green salt were to be refined into snowflake-like white salt, it would likely cost as much as gold. Upon witnessing his sister's reproach, Tian's smile grew more pronounced. He understood that his sister had grown accustomed to hardship and could not abide his extravagant spending. Thus, he explained, "Sister, this is all derived from sea salt." Hearing Tian's evasive reasoning, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in skepticism. "Do you truly think you can deceive me? How can sea salt be consumed? The heavy metals contained within it surpass those found in certain rock salts. Consuming it even once would lead to immediate distress. This is precisely why, despite the ocean's abundance of salt, the price on land remains exorbitant. If sea salt were palatable, there would be no salt shortage on the continent." Seeing her disbelief, Tian promptly rose and made his way to the eastern side of the villa, opening a door. This was Tian's laboratory, where he conducted his experiments. The room was filled with an array of bottles and jars, showcasing a veritable cornucopia of scientific paraphernalia. Extracting refined salt is not a daunting task. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate. Under the watchful gaze of the two women, Tian donned a white lab coat, seized a glass vial, and swiftly assembled a refined salt extraction apparatus. He poured some coarse salt into the container, ignited a spirit lamp, and began his meticulous process. Soon, the pristine salt manifested within the evaporated crucible. Tian gathered a portion of salt, letting it cascade through the air, and remarked with a smile, "Sister, observe how, through the processes of dissolution, filtration, impurity removal, and refinement, we can obtain exquisite flake salt. Do not doubt it. Currently, along the entire coast of the East Sea, the salt consumed is sourced from our workshop. Even some islands across the sea come here to procure our flake salt. Moreover, the price of flake salt is comparable to that of ordinary salt. Consider this grand villa. Half of its value has been earned through the sale of salt." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she was well aware of the significance of the refined salt production process. If the entire continent were to consume affordable flake salt, and Tian was the sole possessor of its production method, how much profit could be generated in a year? It was beyond imagination. Even as the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, she could hardly fathom the potential gains. If such wealth were to be invested in armaments and the recruitment of soul masters, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. What lay before her? These pristine white crystals were not merely salt, but rather mountains of gold and silver. Chapter 4. The Divine Needle of Tai, a needle to cure all ailments. Tian discerned the shock and yearning in his sister's eyes and interrupted her daydreaming, saying, "Sister, it is futile to indulge in fantasies. If the two great empires in the Spirit Hall discover the method of producing snowflake salt, they will undoubtedly seize it for themselves. I am merely here, on the modest shores of the East Sea, selling a little and quietly accumulating strength. To sell salt on a grand scale, we must wait until we have grown powerful, possessing solid capabilities. Without strength, possessing mere technology is akin to holding a precious gem while passing through a den of bandits. It would be nothing short of miraculous to escape unscathed." Tian was unwilling to serve as a mere adornment for others. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Tian beside her, offering a faint smile. "I never expected my younger brother to be quite clever." Tian, brimming with pride, settled back down beside his sister. "Indeed, my inventions extend far beyond mere salt. There are countless profitable creations to be had. Sister, you shall soon enjoy a life of comfort, no longer bound to serve as an ordinary maid in the Spirit Hall." At this point, Hulaina couldn't help but let out a chuckle, only to be met with a sharp glare from Bibi Dong, prompting her to quickly suppress her laughter. Nevertheless, Tian's keen ears caught the sound of her amusement. "What is it that amuses you, dear Nana? I assure you, I will achieve what I claim." Yes, Tian, you undoubtedly will," she replied. "I was merely laughing at my own solitude, unlike our teacher, who has a wonderful younger brother." Upon hearing this, Tian chuckled lightly. "I was wondering what could possibly be the matter. Since you are my sister's student, you are also considered my friend. The villa is quite spacious. Having one more person shall not be a burden." "Thank you, Tian." Hulaina expressed her gratitude, and after speaking, she couldn't help but steal a glance at him, realizing how kind-hearted he truly was. As if a tempest had swept through, the food on the table vanished at an astonishing pace, devoured by the three of them. Having eaten to my fill, Hulaina gently caressed her belly and reclined on the sofa. In contrast, Bibi Dong maintained a more reserved demeanor, merely lying on her side to rest. Tian Chao clapped his hands outside the door, calling, "Uncle Fu, could you please tidy up the table?" "Certainly, young master." came a venerable voice from outside. Before long, the butler, Uncle Fu, dressed impeccably, approached the table and meticulously began to organize its surface. Tian entered the laboratory and sanitized his hands with alcohol, having heard that his sister suffered from frequent headaches. He deemed it the appropriate time to provide her with treatment. Once the disinfection was complete, he returned to the sofa. Tian gazed at his sister's profile, and with a flick of his hand, a golden-hued Tai divine needle martial spirit materialized in his grasp. Hulaina sensed the fluctuation of soul power nearby, her expression suddenly turning severe. Raising her head, she beheld Tian holding the needle, his gaze fixed upon their teacher. Tian, what do you intend to do to the teacher? She inquired. I merely wish to alleviate my sister's headache, he replied. Tian heard Nana's piercing voice and responded with a hint of helplessness. He inwardly sighed, wondering if Nana truly believed he would harm his sister. After all, she was his sister, he cherished her dearly and would never wish her any harm. The Tai divine needle in his hand could serve as an acupuncture tool, capable of curing all ailments. However, each treatment demanded a significant toll on his spirit, often plunging him into profound exhaustion. Thus, he refrained from its use unless absolutely necessary, such as when treating his sister's headache. Nana need not worry. What ill intentions could my brother possibly harbor? Bibi Dong remarked, massaging her temples with a smile. It was rather amusing to find herself unexpectedly cast in the role of another sister. As a super Douluo, she was confident that even if Tians were to ambush her simultaneously, she could effortlessly dispose of them as one would crush an ant. Therefore, she harbored no concern that Tian would dare to threaten her. Indeed, what ill intentions could I have, especially when I care for my sister more than you do? Tian shot a glare at Hulaina, sensing her animosity towards him. Following Bibi Dong's cue, Hulaina fell silent, yet the flow of her soul power continued unabated. Ready to pounce the moment Tian made a move, prepared to strike him down without hesitation. Tian rose to his feet, fixating intently on his sister, the Tai divine needle swirling deftly in his grasp. As he worked, he elucidated, "This is my unique skill, the Tai Xin Gong. The majority of headaches stem from excessive cultivation and fatigue, leading to an obstruction in the flow of spiritual energy. Simply administering a needle at the Yaobai, Higu, and shunting acupoints will facilitate the channeling of spiritual energy through the soul force, thereby alleviating the discomfort." Tian spoke with remarkable clarity, his hands steady and precise. He pinched the needle between his thumb and forefinger, his gaze unwavering as he deftly inserted the needle into his sister's face. 3 seconds later, the Tai divine needle transformed into soul energy, dissipating into the void. From 3 acupoints, droplets of black blood oozed forth. In an instant, Bibi Dong felt her mind suddenly clear significantly. The previous foggy sensation had entirely vanished. Not only that, but her mental strength had also increased considerably. This left Bibi Dong astonished. Tian's martial soul and unique techniques were truly extraordinary. Not only did they cure ailments, but they also enhanced her mental prowess. It is worth noting that mental strength is far more challenging to cultivate than soul power. She harbored a secret unknown to others. She possessed twin martial souls. To augment the soul rings of twin martial souls, the foremost priority was to enhance mental strength. To this end, she had perused numerous tomes from the Spirit Hall, yet found no solution. Little did she expect that with just 3 needles from Tian, her mental prowess would elevate by a small margin. Tian wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, for when administering acupuncture, one must be wholly focused. Correctly targeting the acupoints can alleviate ailments, while misplacing them could prove fatal. This is precisely why Tian refrained from acting impulsively. After all, succumbing to fatigue would equate to negligence towards the patient. He inquired of his sister, "How do you feel now?" A long-awaited smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she replied, "Little Tian, your skills are truly miraculous. I feel completely restored." Upon hearing his sister's praise, Tian felt a twinge of bashfulness. "You are my sister. There's no need for formality." Pausing momentarily, he then turned his gaze towards Hulaina. "Your soul power appears to be somewhat unstable. In the short term, it may not pose significant issues, but over time, an underlying affliction may gradually worsen, hindering your cultivation and even risking the descent into madness." Hulaina was taken aback. "How did Tian know so precisely?" Indeed, her soul power was slightly unsteady, a consequence of her impatience during her last breakthrough to Soul Emperor. This was a secret she had kept to herself, never expecting Tian to see through it so easily. Noticing Hulaina's astonishment, Tian confidently brandished the Tai divine needle, saying, "Sister Nana, it's not mere bravado. If I claim to be the second-best physician in Douluo continent, none would dare to assert they are the best. Having once been a top student in traditional Chinese medicine and now endowed with the Tai Divine Needle, a supreme healing martial spirit, he had indeed reached the pinnacle of the medical field in Douluo continent. He had already discerned the hidden ailment afflicting Nana during a previous encounter. This was the extraordinary ability bestowed by the Tai Divine Needle. No illness could escape his keen perception. Tian chuckled lightly and said, "Sister, if you have any doubts about my abilities and are reluctant to undergo treatment, I shall not insist. Whenever you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out." Who said I am unwilling to be treated? Hulaina beckoned him closer. You are indeed correct. I have a faint sense that my soul power is somewhat unstable. Tian approached Hulaina with a playful smile, arms crossed. Then call me brother. I cannot assist you without some form of compensation. Hulaina pouted. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I am older than you. I did not object when you called me sister. Is that not sufficient? Then I shall not treat you, Tian replied, snapping his fingers, causing the Tai Divine Needle to appear in his hand, which he waved playfully while squinting at Hulaina. This needle is quite precious. Everyone has their little quirks. Though Na is a student of an elder sister, the matter of addressing me as brother must be established. Chapter 5. The Secret Force Tian Su Army with both a sister and a brother. A family can be deemed complete. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Na, you should just agree. Teacher. This way we become sisters. Hulaina murmured her quiet resistance, holding immense respect for Bibi Dong. Thus maintaining the hierarchy was essential. Is that not agreeable? Bibi Dong queried with a smile. Well, fine, Hulaina said, pouting as she glanced at Tian and softly uttered, Brother, speak up. Who can hear such a whisper? Tian retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Hulaina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall, few dared to defy her in such a manner. Yet, in order to alleviate her internal affliction, Hulaina relented. Brother. The gentle sound of Hulaina's voice sent a wave of warmth through Tian. He stepped forward, beaming. I am truly delighted to have found a sister today. Subsequently, he summoned his martial spirit, and with precision, he administered a needle to 3 acupuncture points on Hulaina, the Xianzhong, Nii Guan, and Laogong points. He advised her that the process of guiding the soul power's circulation is simple, it requires time. Sit cross-legged and meditate for half an hour. Only once you have absorbed the soul power from the Tai Divine Needle will the guidance be complete. Hulaina nodded gently, immediately following Tian's instructions as she settled into a cross-legged position on the sofa to commence her cultivation. Tian sat beside Hulaina, guarding her as she meditated for half an hour. After this duration, Hulaina slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. In such a short span of time, I have actually ascended 3 levels. She looked at Tian in confusion. Is this the effect of the Tai Divine Needle? Tian shook his head with a smile, saying, Not entirely. The process of the Tai Divine Needle does indeed enhance a portion of the soul power of the recipient. But this constitutes merely a small fraction. The significant increase is primarily due to the rectification of your hidden ailment, allowing your soul power to follow a proper trajectory. Hulaina, appearing to grasp the concept, exclaimed in awe, Even so, your Tai Divine Needle is still immensely powerful. I wonder, what is your rank, Tian? As a Soul Emperor at level 65, Hulaina found herself unable to discern the extent of Tian's strength. Given Tian's formidable medical skills and martial spirit, his soul power likely surpassed her own, which also elucidated why she could not perceive his cultivation level. Yet Tian shook his head, stating, My innate soul power is exceedingly poor, not even reaching half a level. To this day, I have not acquired a single soul ring. However, this was a falsehood. The self who had traversed through dimensions awakened the supreme martial soul, the Tai Divine Needle. How could his innate soul power possibly be lacking? It was merely a consequence of his arrival in this realm, where he activated the endurance system. The system had informed him that if he refrained from cultivation for 6 years, he would be rewarded with the Super Divine card. Upon its utilization, he would ascend to a state surpassing that of a divine king. Now, 3 years had elapsed, leaving him with a mere 3 years to obtain the Super Divine card. Thereafter, the system remained silent, only emerging during festive occasions to bestow upon him various rewards. Tindo began to feel as though he were a traveler without a system. Yet, he had come to terms with this notion. After all, he had no aspirations for conquering the world. He merely wished to safeguard his sister and lead a tranquil life by the shores of the East Sea. With sufficient intellect, there was no need for a system. Upon hearing that Tiandu's soul power was lacking, Hulaina was taken aback. No wonder she could not discern the level of his soul power. It turned out he was not even a soul master. It was somewhat regrettable. Hulaina slightly shook her head. Similarly, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned by Tiandu's revelation. You are not a soul master? She had previously assumed that Tiandu was employing some special means to hinder external probing. After all, the Tai Divine Needle was considered a top-tier martial soul. How could his innate soul power be so low? Has my sister lost her clarity? Did you not already know whether I am a soul master? Tianxin nervously remarked, do not let my sister discover the truth of my identity as a traveler. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong paused for a moment, as if a realization dawned upon her. Ah, I almost forgot. I am, after all, Tian's sister. With curiosity, she inquired, did you not mention that chaos is about to ensue? You possess no soul power. If we do not rely on others, how shall we safeguard ourselves? Tian, with a radiant smile, settled beside Bibi Dong, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Sister, you are foolish. Just because I am not a soul master does not imply that I lack strength. There was no need for concealment when it came to his dear sister. Tian candidly stated, over the past 3 years, I have secretly trained an elite force known as the Tiansu Army. Even a title Douluo would find it effortless to be vanquished by us. Upon hearing Tian's boastful proclamation, Hulaina could not suppress a chuckle. How could an army possibly slay a title Douluo? She thought that if he claimed they could contend with the Soul Emperor, she might entertain the idea, but asserting that an army could vanquish a title Douluo was utterly preposterous. In the realm of Douluo continent, a consensus had long been established within the Spirit Master community. Only another title Douluo could hope to defeat a title Douluo. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall and the two great empires would not invest vast resources in nurturing title Douluos. Covering her mouth with a laugh, Hulaina remarked, Tian, have you ever encountered a title Douluo? You should call me brother. After all, I just helped you with your hidden ailment, and now you're changing your tune. I might not assist you next time. Tian retorted with irritation, fine, brother. Hulaina, her smile unwavering, looked at Tian again and said, you must understand that with the power of a title Douluo, even a common mountain can be leveled. No elite army on this continent dares to claim it can annihilate a title Douluo. Tian chuckled lightly, this is merely a reflection of your limited knowledge. I have devised a novel weapon for the military. Should a title Douluo dare to provoke us, I assure you they will not return. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression turned serious. To be capable of vanquishing even a title Douluo, how formidable must this weapon be? Bibi Dong, too, regarded Tian with a beaming smile. Her interest piqued. Very well, let the sister and younger sibling witness this marvel. Tian adjusted his attire, casting a mysterious smile at the two women after witnessing it. You must not disclose it to others. This is our means of survival. The more frequently we employ it, the more wary the title Douluo will become. Thus it must remain concealed until the critical moment. His words truly captivated Bibi Dong's attention. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes as she replied with a smile. I am your sister. How could I betray our secrets to the enemy? Of course, revealing them to our allies is a different matter altogether. Tian was filled with immense satisfaction as he pulled up Bibi Dong with one hand and Hulaina with the other, smilingly exclaiming, come, let me show you something. The two young women were momentarily taken aback by the sudden gesture, exchanging a glance filled with surprise. Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly, for it was her first experience being held by a boy. In contrast, Bibi Dong remained remarkably composed. After years of serving as a pope, she had encountered numerous grand occasions. She winked at Hulaina and said, sister, just follow Xiao Tian. Hulaina pouted, please, don't mention the hierarchy, teacher. Tian, accompanied by the two ladies, had just exited the villa when they encountered a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man approached and knelt partially, greeting, young master. There is no need for such formalities, Tian replied, raising his hand. Upon seeing the black-robed man, Hulaina was taken aback. Your subordinate possesses the cultivation of a soul emperor? Chapter 6. The title Douluo is also among my subordinates. She could hardly believe that a soul emperor would serve someone as young as Tian, who had yet to attain the status of a soul master. Even within the royal families of the two great empires, such a phenomenon was rarely witnessed. Some princes without significant strength could only hope to have soul sect-level guardians. But it was inconceivable for a soul emperor to serve as a protector. Yet, this established norm did not apply in Tian's presence. This was, after all, a genuine soul emperor. A soul emperor was more than capable of serving as the lord of a large city, and here he was, serving Tian. It was truly astonishing. Tian let out a light chuckle, for they were all on the same side. And there was nothing to conceal. My subordinates include not only a soul emperor but also a titled Douluo. These individuals have been recruited over the past 3 years. The cultivation of soul masters requires an abundance of rare resources, which many lower-tier soul masters cannot afford due to the immense economic burden. However, over these 3 years, Tian's wealth has surged through the sale of salt, the extraction of metal ores, and the development of maritime trade. What draws soul masters even more is that, as a possessor of a healing martial spirit, he is able to concoct medicinal pills. These pills, which enhance soul power, hold tremendous allure for soul masters. 2 years ago, he managed to recruit a soul Douluo who was on the brink of madness and death through the use of these pills. With his treatment and adjustments, that soul Douluo successfully ascended to the rank of titled Douluo, now known as Scorpion Douluo Zhou Long. Today, Zhou Long has become his most trusted subordinate, overseeing the secret unit known as the Tian Su Army. Titled Douluo, Hulaina's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. Even for the spirit hall, recruiting a titled Douluo is an exceedingly arduous task, and that is under the circumstances of being a renowned entity, the foremost power in the world. She never anticipated that Tian, a seemingly unremarkable individual, could garner the allegiance of a titled Douluo. It seems he is far more complex than he appears. No wonder her teacher has taken an interest in him. Tian gently tapped Hulaina's forehead and said, "Sister, you truly need to broaden your horizons. Intelligence is indeed a facet of strength. My lack of cultivation does not imply a deficiency in capability." Hulaina, playfully rubbing her forehead, chuckled softly. "If only you knew that your sister is an impostor, would you still boast about your intellect?" Tian addressed the middle-aged man in the black robe, 13. "Please bring the horses." "Yes, young master." The man in black promptly complied. Tian introduced to the 2 women, "The army I have trained is solely for self-defense, and thus I have no intention of revealing it. The troops are stationed in the valley to the north, which is somewhat distant. We must ride on horseback to reach them more swiftly." Hulaina tilted her head with a smile. "I am rather looking forward to seeing what an army capable of defeating a titled Douluo looks like." Tian replied nonchalantly, "When the time comes, I shall certainly astonish you." 1 hour later, Tian led the 2 women into the northern mountains. This towering range, known as the Sea Soul Mountain, is a renowned peak along the eastern coastline. Nestled within this majestic mountain is a flat valley, named Sea Soul Valley, where a secretive unit routinely conducts its training. Although this force is primarily for self-defense, it is comprised of an elite cadre of merely 5,000 members. From the surface, the valley appears tranquil and untouched by visitors. However, Hulaina, possessing exceptional counter-surveillance skills, immediately sensed several gazes fixated upon their group upon entering the valley. She turned to Bibi Dong, subtly conveying through gestures that there were watchers present. Bibi Dong responded with a calm smile, clearly having also detected the presence of observers nearby. It was indeed an impressive unit. It was surprising that they were noticed so swiftly upon their arrival. Hulaina curled her lip in disdain. Tian smiled faintly, saying, "That is only natural. Training them has indeed required considerable effort on my part. You are quite remarkable yourself, sister, to have discovered the hidden sentinels I positioned." Hulaina intended to respond, asserting that she had undergone specialized training at the Spirit Hall, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim she was among the elite of the Douluo continent. However, such words were clearly best left unspoken. The trio continued onward and soon encountered a battalion marching on foot. The soldiers moved in unison, their military anthem resonating powerfully. Upon spotting Tian, they called out from a distance, "Greetings, young master." These soldiers hailed from impoverished families, and after being recruited by Tian, their monthly wages rivaled those of the middle class, thus fostering a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Tian established a rigorous training regimen for them, and the soldiers engaged in various drills daily. After more than 2 years of training, the soldiers had become profoundly loyal to Tian, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. The soldiers of the Tian Chao waved in acknowledgement. Hulaina looked up and noticed that the troop was not numerous, comprising merely 100 individuals. However, their strides were impeccably synchronized, and their combat morale was remarkably high. One particular detail captured Hulaina's attention. The soldiers wielded elongated, tubular iron instruments. Curiously, she inquired of Tian, why are they not clad in armor? Moreover, what they bear on their shoulders does not resemble weapons at all. How can they engage the enemy without arms? In response to Hulaina's barrage of questions, Tian pointed to the soldiers and elucidated. They forego armor for the sake of mobility. Furthermore, it offers little practical advantage. Hulaina scoffed. On the battlefield, the distinction between wearing armor and not is profoundly significant. This is fundamental military knowledge. Surely, Tian cannot be unaware of this. On the battlefield, donning armor is tantamount to possessing a second life. In a scenario of equal strength, 100 armored warriors can easily confront 1,000 unarmored soldiers. Tian gazed at Hulaina and sighed softly, "Sister, the times have irrevocably changed. The soldiers wield new weaponry I have developed, known as the 98K rifle, capable of effortlessly vanquishing soul masters below level 50. With such formidable power, do you truly believe that wearing armor is of any significance?" Upon hearing these words, Hulaina's mouth fell agape in astonishment. To effortlessly defeat soul masters below level 50? Does that not rival the prowess of a soul emperor? Despite her own strength, she could only contend with 1 or 2 5-ringed soul kings. Facing more than 5 would render the outcome uncertain. Confronting 10 soul kings would almost guarantee her defeat. And yet, she was hailed as the foremost of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. If it were an ordinary soul emperor, they would scarcely match her strength. According to your assertion, does that mean each of these 100 individuals possesses strength akin to that of a 5-ringed soul king? Hulaina questioned, disbelief evident in her voice. Tian nodded with confidence, affirming, "One might consider it so." Witnessing Tian's assurance, even Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. If what Tian claimed were indeed true, what manner of weapon could this be? Should the Spirit Hall's army be equipped with the formidable 98K rifles, their combat prowess could potentially multiply by 30 or 40 times. In such a scenario, vanquishing the 2 great empires would pose little challenge. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong could not help but exhale deeply. The shock that Tian brought her was indeed overwhelming. She composed herself and said, "Could you perhaps demonstrate it for me?" "Dear sister?" Tian rode his horse closer to Bibi Dong and said with a smile, "Sister, since you wish to see, what difficulty could there be?" He clapped his hands, and immediately a soldier came running before Tian, bowing deeply as he said, "Please, young master, give your orders. Summon the scorpion Douluo." Tian commanded. "Yes." The soldier bowed again and withdrew to notify the scorpion Douluo. Tian cast a glance at the 2 women and said, "Since we have arrived at the valley, let us dismount." "All right," replied Bibi Dong with a gentle smile and a nod. Hulaina discreetly stole a glance at Bibi Dong. Unable to suppress her laughter, she leaped off her horse and gazed at Tian with a playful demeanor, saying, "My dear brother, please take us over to have a look." Tian felt quite pleased as he gently stroked Hulaina's delicate nose. "Given your obedient nature, I shall allow you to broaden your horizons shortly. You shall come to realize that although my cultivation is not profound, I can still protect you both. Before long." An overwhelming aura of power descended upon the trio. The formidable presence of a martial soul rendered Hulaina momentarily breathless. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with white hair, clad in military attire, gracefully descended before them. He knelt partially and declared, "Scorpion Douluo Zhou Long, at your service, young master." Chapter 7. Times have changed. There is no need for such formalities, Uncle Zhou. Tian promptly assisted Zhou Long to his feet. He had saved Zhou Long, but did not regard him as a subordinate. Despite Zhou Long's profound respect for him, to the extent of being willing to sacrifice his life, Tian understood the significance of a title de law, thus respect was warranted. He introduced the 2 ladies, saying, "This is the head of my secret troop, Scorpion Douluo Zhou Long." After a brief pause, he continued, addressing Zhou Long, "This is my elder sister, and this is my newly acknowledged younger sister, Nana." Zhou Long bowed respectfully. Since they are the young master's sister and younger sister, they are the most esteemed individuals in my eyes. Should there be any matters in the future, please do not hesitate to command. Bibi Dong nodded calmly. After all, she was a super Douluo herself. Regularly confronting title Douluos within the Spirit Hall had long since steeled her composure. However, Hulaina felt a jolt of anxiety as a 6-ringed soul emperor. The pressure emanating from a title Douluo still left her apprehensive. Tian did not notice the varying expressions of the 2 women. He turned to Zhou Long and said, "Uncle Zhou, activate the Exercise A plan. I wish to observe the recent outcomes of the military training." Zhou Long, with a resolute countenance, immediately saluted Tian and replied, "Yes, young master." He then retrieved a firework from his storage belt and, with a swift motion, launched a signal flare into the sky. The shrill sound of alarms began to reverberate around the crowd, as the soldiers engaged in their daily drills swiftly assembled in an orderly manner, entering a state of combat readiness. Tian grasped the hands of his sister, and Hulaina, chuckling softly, "Come, let us go and take a look." Following the sound of the alarm, the entire battalion in the valley was mobilized. Tian had already organized the military into a structured formation comprising 10 battalions, each consisting of 500 soldiers. At this moment, the 10 battalions assembled in perfect unison on the expansive training ground in the valley, resembling 10 meticulous squares. The sheer display of order was enough to startle Hulaina. As a saintess nurtured by the Spirit Hall, she had undergone military theoretical training and understood well the challenges of maintaining such cohesion within a 5,000-strong army. Surely, it couldn't be merely for show. An army that is orderly but lacks combat effectiveness is of no use. With a look of skepticism, Hulaina turned her gaze toward Tian. "How about a wager?" Tian chuckled softly, locking eyes with her beautiful gaze. "If the army's combat effectiveness proves satisfactory, you shall kiss me." Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly. "And what if the combat effectiveness falls short? You wouldn't expect me to kiss you, would you? That would be rather unfair to me. If the combat power is inadequate, I shall assist you in advancing to Soul Sage. Would that suffice?" Tian retorted with mild annoyance. "You truly are rather stingy, little sister." Hulaina's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that Tian could assist with advancements. In the Douluo continent, aiding someone in elevating their spirit power was virtually unheard of. If it were possible, it would be an astonishing feat. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but cast a sideways glance, inquiring, "Little Tian, you can help someone level up?" Facing his sister, Tian had little to conceal. "It's quite simple. It merely requires concocting a few medicinal pills and utilizing my Tai divine needle in conjunction with acupuncture. In a short period, it is entirely feasible to elevate someone's level by 7 or 8 ranks." He added, "However, such methods are exceedingly taxing, and I do not employ them lightly." Nearby, Zhou Long affirmed, "Indeed, young master possesses this capability. When I first encountered him, I was gravely injured, my spirit power foundation severely damaged, and on the brink of succumbing to madness, barely a soul Douluo at level 84. Without young master, my demise would have been inevitable. Fortunately, I met young master Tian, and through his treatment and solidification of my foundation, in merely 2 years, I have ascended to the rank of a 94th level title Douluo." Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation. Elevating from Soul Douluo to Title Douluo was undoubtedly the most arduous task, exponentially more challenging than the ascent from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage. To think that Tian could facilitate such an elevation for a Soul Douluo, this capability was nothing short of extraordinary. The Spirit Hall was replete with Soul Douluos. Yet Title Douluos were scarce. Among her subordinates, only Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo held that rank. If Tian were willing to assist the Spirit Hall Soul Douluos in their advancement, she could rapidly strengthen her own power. This way, backed by Title Douluos, she could circumvent the constraints imposed by the Elder Hall and bolster her control over the Spirit Hall. With this thought, Bibi Dong's heart raced with excitement. The shock that Tian imparted upon her was truly overwhelming. Moreover, this was likely just the tip of the iceberg. There could be even more astonishment awaiting her. Upon hearing Zhou Long's confirmation, Hulaina, standing nearby, curled her lip in disbelief, suspecting that the two were merely collaborating to boast. She had painstakingly advanced through each rank, fully aware that the transition from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint represented a formidable barrier in the realm of Soul Masters. Such a breakthrough could not possibly be so simplistic. In her moment of doubt, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke with a cheerful demeanor. "Nana, why not accept Xiao Tian's challenge?" At this, Hulaina's face flushed crimson. If she were to lose, it would mean kissing Tian. Having never kissed a boy throughout her life, the very thought was daunting. Yet, with her teacher's encouragement, Hulaina had no choice but to acquiesce. Pouting, and with her eyes sparkling, she shyly murmured, "All right, I accept." Upon hearing Hulaina's voice, soft as a whisper, Tian chuckled lightly. "Uncle Zhou, prepare the 1st Battalion of the 1st Camp for firing practice at the shooting range." "Understood, young master." Uncle Zhou promptly soared toward the 1st Camp to personally oversee the shooting. Tian grasped the hands of the 2 women and settled into the viewing seats beside the shooting range. The 100 members of the 1st Battalion stood poised at a distance of 800 meters, awaiting Tian's command. Before the shooting commenced, Hulaina could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, how can the soldiers hit their targets from such a distance? Even a master archer of the highest caliber could scarcely strike an enemy 800 meters away, could they?" Tian smiled faintly, remarking, This is precisely where your understanding falters. The maximum range of the 98K is a remarkable 1,200 meters. Within this distance, it can effortlessly penetrate armor. Hence, I assert that times have changed. Donning armor on the battlefield is scarcely different from being unprotected. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression brightened, though she remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the wooden target in the shooting range. That target, forged from the incredibly resilient iron thorn wood, possessed a strength comparable to that of a Soul King specializing in defense. It was indeed a formidable challenge for ordinary weapons to breach the iron thornwood. Could it be that the soldiers wielding the 98K rifles possessed firepower exceeding that of a Soul King? Fire! Tian, observing Hulaina's fair profile, chuckled softly as he released a signal flare, issuing commands to the soldiers. Sister, prepare to accept defeat. The soldiers, upon seeing the signal flare, instantly squeezed the triggers. They swiftly chambered rounds, executing the sequence seamlessly. Within a mere 30 seconds, each soldier had unleashed 8 rounds. The sound echoed relentlessly. As the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, the 100 pieces of iron thornwood in the shooting range lay in utter ruin. Witnessing this scene, Hulaina's pupils dilated. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat as she gasped. How is this possible? The destructive power is astoundingly terrifying, not to mention a 5-ring Soul King. Even a 6-ring Soul Emperor would struggle to withstand such concentrated firepower. And this is merely the onslaught of 100 soldiers. What if there were 5,000? It's unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. How could it be impossible? Tian approached Hulaina with a smile, saying, facts speak louder than words. Now you surely comprehend the might of the 98K. Do you not? You understand that I, Tian, can protect you all, correct? It's time to concede your wager. Chapter 8. Within range. Truth Abounds. Tian blinked his eyes and pointed to his own cheek. Humph, that hardly counts. Hulaina stuck out her tongue. Seizing upon Tian's earlier remark, you previously claimed that even if a title Douluo were to arrive, your troops would still prevail. While the 98K rifle is indeed formidable, it proves nearly ineffective against Soul Saint-level adversaries, let alone against a title Douluo capable of effortlessly overpowering Soul Saints. Tian curled his lips in disdain. I knew you would resort to such cunning arguments. The 98K rifle is merely standard equipment for covert units. To confront the title Douluo, one must undoubtedly employ secret weaponry. Beside him, Bibi Dong observed Tian quietly, her interest piqued. Tian remained oblivious to Bibi Dong's expression as he clapped his hands towards Zhou Long, who was a short distance away. Summon the artillery battalion. Let us commence the second phase of Plan A. Having traversed to the Douluo continent, Tian, equipped with the renunciation system, procured numerous blueprints for modern weaponry. Supported by substantial financial resources, he recruited a cadre of exceptionally skilled blacksmiths to manufacture various arms. The howitzer employed by the artillery was among these creations. Tian led his sister and Hulaina to the artillery position. At that moment, an entire artillery battalion stood at attention, saluting Tian in unison. Good day, young master. Greetings, brothers. Tian waved his hand in acknowledgement. Soon after, a soldier jogged over, presenting 3 telescopes. Tian distributed 2 telescopes to Bibi Dong and Hulaina, explaining that due to the immense power of the artillery shells, it was inadvisable to observe them at close range. However, with these telescopes, one could still see everything with remarkable clarity. The 2 women, intrigued, lifted the telescopes to their eyes and gazed into the distance. They were soon frozen in astonishment, utterly captivated. 5 kilometers away, on a distant hilltop, the details were astonishingly clear. Hulaina even spotted a caterpillar crawling on a tree 5 kilometers away. This is incredibly vivid, she exclaimed in disbelief. Though Bibi Dong was equally astonished, she maintained a composed facade, looking down and inquiring, Little Tian, did you invent this as well? Indeed, Tian replied with a smile. Its structure is quite simple. It merely requires 2 finely polished lenses to create. Bibi Dong remarked, the simpler the object, the more wondrous it becomes. Tian nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to Hulaina, confidently raising his index finger. In a moment, you shall understand what it means to be a title Douluo, where even the mightiest cannot escape the range of truth. Hulaina, skeptical, retorted, I simply cannot believe that these metal tubes can defeat a title Douluo. She stuck out her tongue, observing the dark metal tubes and the sharp, round metal shells. Although she had never studied metallurgy, she felt confident she could replicate them with just a glance. Can these truly defeat a title Douluo? It's utterly absurd. While Hulaina pondered, Tian commanded the artillery unit with strategic precision. Target the hill ahead. Fire at will. The messenger relayed Tian's orders. Target, straight ahead at a 43-degree angle. Wind speed 23, triple volley, fire. Upon receiving the command, the artillerymen swiftly loaded the shells and propellant, pulling the lanyards. In the next instant, a cacophony erupted. The shockwaves reverberated across the battlefield, instilling a profound sense of crisis that made Hulaina's hair stand on end. Through the telescope, the once lush hilltop was now erupting with mushroom clouds. The relentless explosions filled the air, a terrifying presence that caused Hulaina to draw a sharp breath. What on earth is this weapon? It's utterly terrifying. 5 minutes later, the bombardment ceased. As the smoke cleared, the once verdant hilltop bore no trace of vegetation. The very peaks had been flattened by the artillery fire. Through the telescope, the numerous craters left by the exploding shells were starkly visible. After witnessing this devastation, Hulaina was left speechless, completely convinced by Tian's earlier assertions. Even a titled Douluo would find it difficult to survive such overwhelming firepower. As Hulaina remained in a state of shock, she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking up, she discovered it was Tian. Tian's smile was radiant. "Sister Nana, do you finally believe now?" "I believe," Hulaina nodded solemnly, emerging from her state of shock. "But let us not forget our wager," Tian remarked with a playful gesture of his hand. At this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth, unable to meet Tian's gaze. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, standing beside them, gazed thoughtfully at the distant mountain peaks, her expression grave as she turned to Tian. "Xiao Tian, what manner of weapon is this?" Tian smiled as he explained. "This is a grenade launcher, capable of dealing with tidal Douluos below level 95. However, if the opponent possesses a supreme martial spirit or exceeds level 95, the grenade launcher will struggle to inflict damage." "Oh, you're deceiving me," Hulaina retorted playfully. Tian, somewhat exasperated, pinched Hulaina's pouting lips and said, "What have I deceived you about? Even those below level 95 are still referred to as tidal Douluo. Moreover, I possess other secret weapons yet to be revealed. Should I unveil them, regardless of the spirit, be it a super Douluo or not, that would meet their demise?" Upon hearing these words, Hulaina was taken aback, her large eyes blinking in astonishment. "What? You have even more formidable weapons?" In the presence of both sister and younger sibling, there was little left to conceal. Tian nodded lightly in affirmation, "Of course. Hurry and bring it out, so you can demonstrate it for us." Hulaina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Tian's hand, eagerly expressing her anticipation. Tian, with a hint of irritation, flicked Hulaina's forehead, prompting a pained cry from her. He continued, "Not all weapons are suitable for demonstration. If strategic-grade weapons designed to combat Super Douluo were to be exposed, their threat level would be significantly diminished. Moreover, such weapons are prohibitively expensive and cannot be tested lightly." "Come on, it's just a bit pricey. How expensive can it really be?" Hulaina scoffed, having been raised in comfort as Bibi Dong's direct disciple. She had little grasp of the value of money. "How expensive? It must be worth that amount." Tian gazed at Hulaina and extended 5 fingers. 50,000 gold soul coins? That is not too expensive, is it? A look of confusion crossed Hulaina's face. With his salt production technology, Tian surely could afford 50,000 gold soul coins, couldn't he? The last time she commissioned the renowned blacksmith Xian Yun to forge a set of protective armor, it had cost her 100,000 gold soul coins. To her, 50,000 gold soul coins was hardly significant. 50,000? Tian scoffed, bluntly stating, 50 million. Hiss. At these words, Hulaina inhaled sharply. 50 million in value. What does that even mean? The tax revenue of the 2 great empires in a year barely amounts to 50 million. She had never anticipated that a single weapon crafted by Tian could be worth such a sum. The cost is simply exorbitant. It is utterly unaffordable, Tian elucidated. The total expenditure for research and development amounts to 50 million gold soul coins. Consequently, subsequent manufacturing should not incur such exorbitant costs. The crux of the matter lies in the extreme rarity of the materials, which are exceedingly difficult to procure. After dedicating 2 years, I have managed to produce merely 2 units, hence they cannot be utilized frivolously. May I at least know the name? Hulaina inquired with curiosity. Rocket shells? Tian replied with nonchalance. Upon hearing the production cost of the rocket shells, Bibi Dong's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, the price was rather steep. A cost even the formidable Spirit Hall could hardly bear. She directed her attention to the ominous cannon barrel nearby, inquiring with a playful smile, "I wonder, what might the cost of the howitzer be?" Chapter 9, I choose Bibi Dong. Tian turned to his sister, smiling as he explained. The cost of a single grenade launcher is quite reasonable. Merely 20,000 gold soul coins will suffice. However, the ammunition is invaluable. For instance, during our recent drill, we leveled a hill 5 kilometers away, which required an astonishing expenditure of 900,000 gold soul coins for the shells. Hulaina's mouth opened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What you are firing is not simply ammunition. It is akin to scattering gold soul coins across the sky." Tian, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "It was you who requested the visit. I merely wished to reassure both my sister and my younger sibling, to demonstrate my capability to protect you. If I cannot prove my abilities, it would be tormenting for both of you to live in constant anxiety, which would also weigh heavily on me. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity to assess the military's combat readiness." Tian chuckled softly, saying, "Now you understand the reason why the secret forces cannot be easily deployed, do you? In times of scarcity, we resort to tactical maneuvers. In times of abundance, we rely on overwhelming firepower. Our family is currently in a state of poverty, which is why we can only remain by the shores of the East Sea, safeguarding this modest piece of land. Should we venture beyond the East Sea, I cannot guarantee your safety." Hulaina giggled, wrapping her arm around Tian's wrist. "You truly are a wonderful brother." She playfully glanced at Bibi Dong. "Teacher, you have a splendid younger brother." Bibi Dong maintained a composed expression, betraying no emotion. Before encountering Tian, she had never contemplated the existence of weapons capable of countering soul masters in the Douluo continent. Now, witnessing the revelations Tian presented, Bibi Dong felt a profound shock within. If the Spirit Hall's army were to be equipped with formidable artillery, she was confident that she could seize all power from the worship hall and that old fool Tian Douluo. Within 3 years, she would lead the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. However, Tian had previously remarked that the cost of ammunition was exorbitant. The Spirit Hall's annual tax revenue barely reached 70 to 80 million, and at most half of that could be allocated to military spending. At this rate of expenditure, the Spirit Hall's economy would collapse within a month. It seemed imperative to secure Tian's support, with his unparalleled intellect combined with her formidable might. The Spirit Hall could indeed have a promising future. Perhaps binding Tian to herself through a marriage alliance might be a prudent choice. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong smiled at Tian. "Your performance has truly astonished me." "Indeed," Tian replied nonchalantly. "As the saying goes, one should not underestimate a scholar after 3 days. How much more so for you, sister, considering you have been away for 3 years. The person I am today is no longer comparable to my former self." He opened his arms, gazing at the sky with a sense of tranquility. "From now on, we shall diligently develop ourselves by the shores of the East Sea, living a serene life. No matter the tumultuous waves on the Douluo continent, they shall not affect us." Pausing for a moment, Tian then turned his gaze to the golden-haired Hulaina, chuckling softly, "And you too, little Nana." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, "I never said I wanted to stay here." "What?" Tian's expression suddenly changed. "You wish to leave?" Hulaina lifted her chin defiantly and questioned, "What is wrong with that? You know all my secrets. What if you divulge them once you depart?" Tian cast a glance at Zhou Long, who stood beside him. The scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long, immediately stepped forward, his soul power surging forth. Upon seeing the scorpion Douluo, Hulaina appeared somewhat flustered, retreating a step and regarding Tian with a wary expression on her delicate face. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. Yet Tian paid no heed, instead turning his gaze towards his sister. "Sister, is she trustworthy?" Bibi Dong replied with a gentle smile. "Of course she is reliable. Nana has been an unfortunate girl without parents since childhood, and she has always been by my side since arriving at the Spirit Hall, so you can trust her." Upon hearing his sister's words, Tian gestured for Zhou Long to withdraw. He fixed his gaze on Hulaina and raised his fist in a mock threat, saying, "Why didn't you express your desire to leave earlier? For the sake of my sister, I shall overlook it this time. However, should you dare to reveal my secret..." That would be quite reckless. It was truly careless of him to have brought her to the Sea Soul Valley, especially now that he realized Nana wished to depart. Bibi Dong observed the two, stifling a laugh, and said to Tian, "Xiao Tian, I have a solution to ensure that Nana will not divulge any secrets." At this, Tian's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward eagerly, asking, "Sister, what is your solution?" Bibi Dong replied, "You two should marry. That way, Nana will forever belong to you and would naturally keep your secret." "Teacher." Hulaina's face flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot in protest. Tian gazed at Hulaina with a peculiar expression. "I haven't even agreed. yet you're blushing like a teapot. He rested his forehead against his hand, scrutinizing Hulaina, and remarked, your figure is quite commendable, and your face is rather lovely, yet your temper leaves much to be desired. Tian unabashedly turned to his sister and declared, to be honest, my ideal type is that esteemed lady from the spirit hall. Upon uttering these words, Tian's face was adorned with a look of eager anticipation. If he could marry someone like her, his life would be deemed worthwhile. Oh, Bibi Dong chuckled softly, resting her forehead against her hand. She had privately heard that the two most recognized beauties of the younger generation in the spirit hall were none other than Hulaina and Qianrenxue. Now, with Hulaina standing before Tian, it was surprising that he seemed indifferent. Could it be that he was referring to her daughter, Qianrenxue? If that were the case, it would pose a significant dilemma, as her relationship with her daughter was rather strained, making it difficult to intervene in her marital affairs. Upon hearing Tian's words, Hulaina's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Does Tian harbor affections for his sister, Qianrenxue? Yet, the two have never crossed paths. Could it be that she lacks beauty? Or perhaps her figure does not meet Tian's expectations. As a girl, Hulaina possesses a competitive spirit. She raised her gaze, fixating on Tian. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, Tian, between Hulaina of the spirit hall and Qianrenxue, whom do you prefer? Hulaina and Qianrenxue? Tian felt a bit bewildered. Although he had never met her in person, he had read the novel Douluo Continent. Faced with Sister Nana's inquiry, he pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, in terms of appearance, Hulaina is somewhat more attractive. However, when it comes to physique, the long-legged Qianrenxue is undoubtedly superior. In summary, each possesses its own merits. Oh, Hulaina's fair face brimmed with amusement as she remarked, your answer is quite diplomatic, highlighting the strengths of both. She then fixated her gaze on Tian's eyes and continued, however, just as there are rankings in academics, there must be a distinction between the two. If you were to choose a wife, which one from the spirit hall would you prefer? Upon finishing her question, Hulaina's heart began to race, her gaze unwavering upon Tian. Are you so eager to know? Tian responded with a peculiar expression, surprised by Nana's intense curiosity, with a sense of longing. He replied, do I even need to think about it? Hulaina's gaze faltered, her heart leaping to her throat. You already have an answer? Naturally. Tian tilted his head back, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If I had to choose, I would undoubtedly select Pope Bibi Dong. Chapter 10. Butterfly Farm. As soon as these words left his lips, Hulaina was rendered speechless, instinctively glancing at her teacher beside her. Bibi Dong also appeared momentarily taken aback upon hearing this declaration. Yet, Tian disregarded the expressions of the two women and spoke eloquently about his thoughts. Consider this. Bibi Dong possesses such an exquisite physique, with fair skin and striking beauty, complemented by long legs. Most importantly, her face is remarkably attractive, embodying the quintessential qualities of every ideal woman. Tian gazed at the two women, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Of course, appearance is but a secondary consideration. When it comes to marriage, what truly matters is the appreciation of one's talent and capability. Take Bibi Dong, for instance. She holds a prestigious position as the current pope of the spirit hall. Moreover, she is among the rare few who possess twin martial souls and has already attained the status of a formidable super Douluo at such a young age. Allow me to share a secret with you. Bibi Dong is, in fact, the heir of the Rakshasa god. A woman who embodies talent, beauty, and strength is the epitome of my affection. Hulaina and Qianrenxue pale in comparison. Tian was immensely pleased with his own discernment. However, amid his self-satisfaction, he noticed that both his sister and his younger sister Nana were regarding him with rather unfriendly gazes. He was momentarily taken aback and, with a peculiar expression, inquired, Sister Nana, what is with those looks? Have I said something amiss? Could it be that you two are feeling jealous? Tian was taken aback. It appeared that his sister and younger sister Nana could also be regarded as members of the spirit hall. Just moments ago, he had only considered Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Qianrenxue, completely overlooking his sister and Nana. It was undoubtedly his oversight that had led to the unfriendly gazes directed towards him. Truly, the complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as the depths of the ocean, leaving one perpetually on guard. Tian found himself at a loss for words, caught in a blend of amusement and bewilderment. At that moment, Hulaina cast a sidelong glance at Tian before mechanically turning her gaze towards Bibi Dong. This Tian was utterly audacious. Not only did he dare to comment on their teacher's appearance in her presence, but he also unwittingly exposed her secret. To be honest, She was taken aback as well. She never expected that their teacher was the heir to the divine throne. This revelation implied that it would not be long before she ascended to godhood. Goodness, their teacher was exceedingly formidable. It was all over for Tian. In her heart, Hulaina silently prayed that Bibi Dong would be lenient in her forthcoming response. However, Bibi Dong's expression was inscrutable, a blend of intrigue and inscrutability as she gazed at Tian, her voice laced with curiosity. Are you not aware that Qian Rinxue is my daughter? Tian was filled with disdain, letting out a light laugh. Sister, what era are we living in? So what if we have a daughter? Perhaps it would be better to marry two at once. Upon hearing this, Hulaina gasped in shock and quietly took a step back. If there was any chance for Tian to salvage the situation earlier, it now seemed utterly hopeless. Noticing his sister's displeasure, Tian scratched his head in confusion and asked, Sister, why are you suddenly unhappy? I was merely expressing my ideal wife. The spirit hall is on the brink of collapse. I barely have time to hide, let alone marry Bibi Dong. He attempted to remedy his words. In my eyes, comparing Bibi Dong to you is like contrasting a firefly with the bright moon. Therefore, in the future, I wish to marry someone as gentle as you. At the very least, I should find a lovely wife like Sister Nana. He had been so engrossed in discussing the women of the spirit hall that he had momentarily forgotten about his sister and Nana being included in that discussion. He hoped that it wasn't too late to rectify his remarks. This was a rather commendable statement. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly devoid of any resentment. However, Hulaina appeared somewhat displeased. Humph, smooth talking. In the end, Bibi Dong did not pursue the matter further. Tian did not ponder deeply. After showing the two women the performance of the Tiansu army, they exited the valley. It was a rare clear day, and Hulaina gazed up at the sky. Taking a deep breath, her spirits lifted as she suggested, Teacher, why don't we walk back to the villa? We rode too quickly on our way here, and I hardly had the chance to appreciate the beautiful scenery around us. Their initial intention was to vacation by the East Sea. The stunning landscape surrounding them was not to be overlooked. I have no objections, Bibi said. Hulaina turned her gaze to Tian, asking, What about you? Tian shrugged his shoulders, expressing his indifference. If my sister wishes to explore and revel in the beauty of nature, I can certainly recommend a place. This piqued Hulaina's interest. She leaned closer, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Having spent years in the cacophonous environment of Spirit City, she had grown weary of towering buildings and longed for the serene and picturesque landscapes of the countryside. This yearning was also the reason she had suggested to her teacher a retreat to the shores of the East Sea. Tianquan's large hand gestured toward the distant lush mountains, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, The butterfly farm must be a place you yearn for. The butterfly farm? A peculiar name that piqued Hulaina's curiosity, causing her to glance sideways. Even Bibi Dong cast a curious glance, noticing the astonishment on the faces of both women. Tian explained with a smile, The butterfly farm lies on the other side of the Sea Soul Mountain. We passed by it on our way here, though you may have overlooked it. I purchased the butterfly farm 2 years ago to cultivate some experimental plants. The scenery there is exquisite, particularly with the abundance of butterfly-type soul beasts that dance gracefully at dusk, resembling startled swans or flowing dragons. Wow! Hulaina exclaimed, covering her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She hurriedly retrieved an ancient map from her bosom, comparing it intently. I believe I have heard of this place in the guide. After a moment, she held up the map marked with the words Butterfly Farm, beaming as she presented it to Tian. Look, I have made a special note for the butterfly farm. Tian appeared somewhat surprised and inquired, How did you come by a map of the East Seashore? In this era, maps were indeed of strategic importance. The creation of a map required immense human resources and financial investment, and the technical skill involved often perplexed most individuals. Consequently, maps were considered precious, typically possessed only by major sects or the two great empires. A flicker of unease crossed Hulaina's eyes. She had not anticipated that Tian would recognize the value of a map, although it was merely an ordinary topographic map, one she had borrowed from the Wuhuan Temple's library with the intention of using it as a travel guide. Revealing the truth could expose her identity and jeopardize her teacher's hidden plans. Striving to mask her surprise, she pouted and explained, Brother, have you forgotten? Both my teacher and I are maids of the Wuhuan Temple. The East Seashore is hardly a significant place. Its map is kept in the ordinary library of the Wuhuan Temple, so I merely transcribed a copy. Oh, I see. Tian accepted her explanation. Believing that the Wuhuan Temple was indeed an extraordinary organization, even concerning itself with such a minor locale as the East Seashore and possessing the corresponding map. This realization instilled a hint of unease within Tian. Could his plan for self-preservation in these turbulent times proceed smoothly? As they arrived at the butterfly farm, each person was lost in their own thoughts. An elderly man, slightly stooped with white hair, welcomed Tian and his companions. "Greetings, young master," the hunchbacked elder said with utmost respect. "I did not expect you to visit the butterfly farm today. I shall have the staff prepare a meal for you at once. Please spend the night here." The elderly man, Tian Chao, nodded slightly and introduced the two women, saying, "This is Chun Jian, whom you may address as Elder Chun." Despite his advanced age, Elder Chun is a bona fide support-type soul Douluo with a remarkable cultivation level of 87. Chapter 11. Is the strength of an ox truly formidable? An 87-level support-type soul Douluo? Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief. It is well known that achieving success with support-type martial souls on the Douluo continent is exceedingly challenging. Even the formidable Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect has a sect leader, Ning Fengji, who only reaches the rank of 79, falling short of becoming a soul Douluo. This is even more pronounced for other soul masters lacking the resources provided by sections. However, Tian had just informed her that this hunched elder before her was indeed a support-type soul Douluo, and at the astounding level of 87. Such prowess could potentially break the records for support-type ranks on the Douluo continent. In a state of incredulity, she inquired, "Elder Chun, what is your martial soul?" Elder Chun smiled warmly and manifested his martial soul in his hand. "Nothing particularly special, just a sunlight mushroom, capable of aiding in plant growth." "What? Aiding in plant growth?" Hulaina stepped back in shock. This was indeed extraordinary. On the surface, it seemed inconspicuous, but its practical applications revealed how extraordinary this martial soul truly was. Historically, the Spirit Hall recorded a 69-level sunflower support-type soul master whose martial soul also accelerated plant growth by a factor of 1,000. What does that imply? A rare herb with a growth cycle of 1,000 years could mature in just 1 year under the influence of a soul master's aura. The benefits of such rare herbs in enhancing a soul master's spiritual power are self-evident. To possess a soul master of this caliber signifies an opportunity to amass a wealth of rare herbs, thereby augmenting the strength of the entire sect. Such a figure is nothing short of a strategic asset that any force would covet. Observing the indescribable astonishment in Hulaina's eyes, the white-haired Chun Jian chuckled. "My dear girl, there is no need for such surprise. Before I met young Master Tian, I was unaware of my martial soul's potential and once believed it to be useless, with my spiritual power only at 48. However, after encountering young Master Tian, I discovered that my true talent lies in cultivating plants, and my spiritual power has rapidly increased, all thanks to young Master Tian. You, being brought to this butterfly farm by young Master Tian, signifies your close relationship with him. If you remain by his side and devote yourself for a few years, I believe your accomplishments will surpass even mine." Upon hearing this, Hulaina turned mechanically to look at Tian. No wonder her teacher was not angered by Tian's earlier frivolities. His capabilities were indeed remarkable. "What is this look, sister?" Tian felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly diverted the topic. "To think you possess such great abilities," Hulaina murmured. "Just average." Tian waved his hand dismissively. "There are not only beautiful butterfly soul beasts inside, but also plenty of delicious treats. Let us hurry inside." Beside them, Bibi Dong regarded the hunched elder Chun with keen interest, then shifted her gaze to Tian, a hint of jealousy in her expression. "Have you forgotten about me now that you have a sister? How could that be?" Tian rolled his eyes and took his sister's hand. "How could Nana compare to you, sister? After all, we are family." This remark brought a smile to Bibi Dong's face. Meanwhile, Hulaina appeared slightly displeased, pouting and crossing her arms while muttering, "I owe you a kiss for our earlier wager. But now I've decided to breach our agreement and will not play the good person. Fine by me. I have no objections. Who cares?" Tian cast a glance at Nana, firmly grasping his sister's hand as he strode purposefully into the farm. The previous wager had merely been a jest, after all. He was not one to be deterred by a girl's inability to move. Affection held little significance for him. Compared to his sister, this younger sibling was expendable. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, but then noticed the teacher being pulled away by Tian, who turned and made a heart gesture towards her. Frustrated, Hulaina stamped her foot in exasperation. How infuriating. Observing this scene, the elder Chun Jian chuckled and shook his head. Offering words of comfort to Hu Laina, the young master and young lady have been inseparable since childhood. One could say she raised him. If you insist on comparing yourself to her, how could the young master possibly yield? Realization dawned on Hu Laina. Her spirits dampened as she comprehended the disparity in their statuses before Yi Tian. It is entirely natural for Yi Tian to lean towards his teacher. However, Hu Laina soon found herself in a state of confusion. Why was she feeling jealous? Had she truly just competed with her teacher for attention? Unable to fathom such perplexing thoughts, she shook her head to clear her mind and hastily caught up with Yi Tian and his teacher. She seized Yi Tian's other hand and remarked with a hint of annoyance, "At the very least, I am your sister. Holding my hand is not excessive, is it? Now, you must fulfill our previous wager." Yi Tian gazed at Hu Laina's exquisite visage and replied, "What about the wager?" As Hu Laina glanced around, she noticed numerous farmers toiling on either side of the farm road. The prospect of fulfilling their wager in front of so many witnesses made her cheeks flush. "There are too many people," she murmured. "What of it?" "My dear sister, you are far too timid," Yi Tian retorted, shaking his head, yet refraining from releasing the hold Hu Laina had on him. Bibi Dong curiously observed the farmers laboring along the roadside, diligently plowing the earth with their oxen. Initially, she felt no particular significance in this scene. However, suddenly, her expression shifted, and her astonishment grew, causing her to halt in her tracks. Yi Tian, feeling the slack in the grip on his hand, turned to Bibi Dong with a puzzled look, inquiring, "Sister, why have you stopped?" Bibi Dong muttered, "This shouldn't be happening." "What shouldn't?" Yi Tian asked, intrigued, as he approached her side and admired her beautiful countenance. Following her gaze to the farmers cultivating the land. "Sister, what troubles you?" he inquired once more. Hu Laina, equally curious, leaned in to observe the farmers at work, commenting, "The oxen are merely plowing the fields. There is nothing remarkable about that." Yet, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. As a soul master hailing from a rural background, she held a deep interest in agriculture. Agriculture was not only vital to the livelihood of the common folk in the Douluo continent, but also a crucial source of tax revenue for the two great empires. It could be said that the wealth required for the sustenance of soul masters and nobility largely came from the toil of farmers. Bibi Dong aspired to unify the continent, with one of her primary objectives being to halt the exploitation of farmers by the nobility. If it were anyone else, they would not have found the scene before them remarkable. However, Bibi Dong was intimately familiar with agriculture, and the speed at which the farmers were plowing was astonishing, easily twice as fast as elsewhere. This indicated that, within the same time frame, farmers could cultivate more land and reap greater rewards. If such methods could be widely adopted, it would signify a revolutionary change for farmers across the continent. Without a second thought for the muddy ground that might soil her attire, Bibi Dong stepped directly into the field and asked the farmers, "How is it that you plow the land so swiftly? Is it due to the strength of the oxen?" In Chapter 12, titled 5,000 Jin per mu. Seeing his sister's genuine concern for the farmers, Yi Tian reluctantly followed her into the field. Hu Laina hesitated briefly, but ultimately removed her expensive shoes, opting to walk barefoot in pursuit of Yi Tian. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, the farmer paused his work and looked up, asking, "Who are you?" "He is my sister," Yi Tian interjected as he joined them. The farmer, upon recognizing Yi Tian's countenance, was taken aback and exclaimed, "My goodness, young master, what brings you to the fields? This dirty place is no place for you." Yi Tian interrupted the farmer's discourse with a light chuckle, saying, "Do not forget. All the agricultural techniques are those I have personally taught and promoted. The fields have not been foreign to me, and I do not perceive the soil as a source of filth. Rather, it is a delightful aspect of life." The farmer gazed at Yi Tian, a grateful expression gracing his features. Last year, a flood by the seaside claimed numerous lives, yet they remained unscathed by such calamity. The farmers on the estate enjoyed warm clothing and ample food, all thanks to the efforts of Master Yi Tian. The farmer then turned his attention to Bibi Dong, marveling at the fact that this stunning beauty was, in fact, Yi Tian's sister, a true celestial being. Her demeanor was gentle, reflecting the warmth of her family ties, devoid of any arrogance. Since she was Yi Tian's sister, there was no need for secrecy regarding the matter of tilling the land. The farmer candidly explained, "Our speed in cultivation does not stem from the strength of the plow oxen. The secret lies in this plowhead." He smiled as he patted the curved plowhead. Bibi Dong bent down to inspect it and quickly discerned an anomaly. The plowhead was indeed curved. "Yes," spoke Jian, the farm manager, as he elucidated to Bibi Dong, "this is known as a curved plow, invented by Master Tian. Adjusting the curvature of the plowhead allows us to conserve energy to the utmost degree. Using such a plow enhances our tilling speed and allows for deeper cultivation. Upon hearing Qinjian's explanation, Bibi Dong looked at Tian with astonishment, exclaiming, "I had no idea, dear brother, that you possess not only a keen business acumen but also a remarkable talent in agriculture." Tian offered a faint smile, remaining silent. The object before them was merely a replica of the ancient curved plow from Earth's history, devoid of any significant technological merit. Upon observing the curved plow, Hulaina could not help but inquire, is there really any distinction between the straight plow head and the curved one? Why does employing the curved plow result in reduced exertion? The farm manager, Chun Jinku, whose furrowed brow was now illuminated with a smile, elucidated. Some distinctions are not readily apparent at first glance, yet they can be quite profound. For instance, when lifting a bucket of water, does the effort differ when your arm is perpendicular to the ground as opposed to parallel? Clearly, the difference is significant. Hulaina blurted out in realization, "Indeed, it is different." Chun Jinku chuckled softly, stating, "The principle behind the curved plow operates on the same concept, as Master Tian would articulate. The point of force application varies, thus altering the useful work accomplished." Hulaina, taken aback, blinked in surprise. "Useful work? What does that term mean?" "It is referred to as physics," Chun Jinku replied. "In truth, I possess only a rudimentary understanding." "Physics?" At the mention of this term, even Bibi Dong's interest was piqued, her enchanting gaze turning toward Tian. Tian spoke earnestly. "Physics is the principle of all things. It cannot be elucidated in a brief moment. However, a year ago, during a period of leisure, I composed several textbooks on the subject. They are located in the villa. If you find the time, dear sister, you may peruse them." Of course, he refrained from disclosing that the textbooks were not authored by him, but rather were gifts bestowed upon him by the system during a festival. As for the principle of all things, Bibi Dong nodded slightly, committing the term physics to memory, vowing to thoroughly investigate it upon her return. A flicker of curiosity crossed Bibi Dong's mind as she fixed her gaze on Tian and remarked, "Brother, such a valuable tool must be concealed. We cannot allow outsiders to be aware of it." Tian let out a soft sigh. "Sister, your perspective is rather narrow. Such a valuable tool should be disseminated widely, allowing more farmers to utilize it and thereby maximizing its benefits. It appears that you are indeed fearful of poverty. Safeguarding the secret of the curved plow may enhance the profits of your farm. However, this is not the kind of wealth Tian aspires to attain. Moreover, the secret of the curved plow is exceedingly simple, so simple that one merely needs to glance at it to remember and replicate it. Thus, rather than hoarding this secret, it would be far more gracious to unveil it openly and win the trust of the people." This response elicited a flicker of surprise in Bibi Dong's eyes. She had not anticipated that Tian was not only intelligent but also profoundly principled. Having served as the Pope for many years, she had seldom encountered someone as virtuous as Tian. "Have you already begun to promote it?" Bibi Dong inquired, suppressing her astonishment. Tian let out a soft sigh and remarked, "It is neither here nor there. Along the entire eastern coastline, merely 1/3 of the farmers are utilizing my curved plow." Hulaina, taken aback, inquired, "If the curved plow is capable of enhancing efficiency, why is it that only 1/3 of the farmers employ it?" Tian elaborated, stating that everything requires a process. "I am not the sovereign of the East Sea, thus I cannot compel the farmers to adopt the curved plow." "Indeed." Hulaina expressed her regret, remarking that even in a small locale like the East Sea, the promotion is fraught with difficulties. One cannot help but wonder how many years it would take to disseminate such innovations across the entire continent. Indeed, Qinjian resonated with this sentiment, lamenting the fact that such a remarkably useful tool remains unadopted throughout the continent. Bibi Dong, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested, "What if there were a powerful force backing the initiative? Perhaps the two great empires or the spirit hall?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Tian let out a disdainful snicker through his nose, exclaiming, "How is this even possible? Would the two great empires and the spirit hall pay any heed to such a remote locale as the eastern seashore? To pinpoint the invention of the wooden plow and subsequently promote it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." At this remark, Hulaina covered her mouth. Stifling a laugh, Tian gazed at Hulaina's profile and inquired, "Sister Nana, what brings you to smile?" To which Hulaina, with an air of feigned innocence, replied, "Am I smiling? I do not recall." Tian, that fellow, audaciously declared before the Pope that the spirit hall would not take notice of him. It was utterly amusing. Suddenly, her attention was captivated by a cart on the road. The cart was laden with a plethora of round, yellow-skinned objects. These were plants she had never encountered before. She turned to Tian and inquired, "Brother, what are those round plants?" "They are potatoes," Tian replied candidly, with nothing to conceal. Potatoes? Even Bibi Dong was intrigued by this term. She had never heard of such a crop. Observing the confusion on Bibi Dong and Hulaina's faces, Chen Jianku's expression became animated as he explained to Bibi Dong, "Miss, it is perfectly normal that you are unaware of what potatoes are after not returning home for several years. This is a crop discovered by young Master Tian in the remote mountains with a yield that can reach 5,000 jin per mil." Chapter 13, Volcanic Fertilizer, huh? Bibi Dong could hardly contain her astonishment. Had she truly not misheard? 5,000 jin per mil? What kind of crop was this? The primary crops on Douluo continent were wheat, which, under sufficient irrigation, could yield 400 jin per mu, already considered a bountiful harvest. If potatoes could yield 5,000 jin per mu, did that not imply that famine would be eradicated henceforth on Douluo continent? One must remember that countless lives were lost annually due to droughts or floods throughout the continent. Agricultural disasters were a perennial challenge faced by the two empires in the Spirit Hall. Yet, what was Chen Jian saying? 5,000 jin per mu for potatoes. Cultivating 1 mu of potatoes would equate to the productivity of 12 mu of fertile land. Bibi Dong momentarily felt breathless. The figure was simply staggering. In contrast to Bibi Dong's internal shock, Hulaina's reaction was more direct. She scoffed. Could it be that old Shin is trying to deceive me and the teacher? Though I have never farmed, I know that fields yielding 500 jin per mu are exceedingly rare across the continent. If you claimed it was 1,000 jin, I might still believe it. But 5,000 jin is simply too much. Even if they were watered with ambrosia, it couldn't possibly yield 5,000 jin. Shin Jian chuckled, stroking his white beard. It is entirely normal for you to be skeptical. When young Master Tian first told me, I too was incredulous. How could there be crops with such astonishing yields? However, upon witnessing the cultivation of potatoes myself, I was completely convinced. Meanwhile, Tian approached Hulaina, gently patting her shoulder with nonchalance. When have I ever deceived you? Dear sister, it is currently the season for potato harvesting, and the southern part of the farm is dedicated to potato cultivation. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself. This statement not only piqued Hulaina's interest but also caught Bibi Dong's attention. The implications of potatoes were monumental. If Tian's words held truth, the benefits could not merely be quantified. This would not only resolve the issue of the populace's sustenance but also significantly augment the Spirit Hall's tax revenue, allowing for the recruitment of more capable spirit masters. Seeing that his sister was equally intrigued, Tian proposed, "Why don't we personally dig up some potatoes and have the farm kitchen prepare a potato dinner for us?" Good. Hulaina was the first to raise her hand in agreement. There was nothing more delightful than savoring crops harvested by one's own hands. Having spent much of her time cultivating in Spirit City, she rarely experienced such joy. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she was determined to seize it. Upon hearing Hulaina's acquiescence, Tian turned his gaze toward Bibi Dong, who also nodded gently. Ever since becoming the Pope, she had been inundated with numerous affairs of state, and entertainment had become a rare luxury. At times, she even neglected to eat. She truly longed for the days of her childhood spent helping her parents reap the harvest. Those moments were among the few warm memories hidden deep within her heart. Under Tian's guidance, the group made their way to the southern part of the farm. Hulaina did not forget to jog along the path, picking up her shoes before returning to Tian's side, grasping his wrist once more. Soon, they arrived at the southern part of the farm, where they beheld vast fields of lush, ripe potato plants. The tall potato vines stood upright, and several farmers were diligently digging for potatoes. Bibi Dong was the first to step forward, pulling up a potato plant. Due to the sandy soil, the plant came up effortlessly. She then froze in astonishment. At the base of the potato plant were numerous potatoes, weighing collectively around 5 or 6 g. Staring at the potatoes, she murmured, "It is indeed true." Upon witnessing this scene, Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens, there truly exists a crop with such high yields. Tian approached Bibi Dong with a light chuckle, saying, "How could I possibly deceive you, dear sister? Now, do you believe me?" Bibi Dong expressed her concerns, questioning whether such a high yield might compromise the flavor. Everything possesses its strengths and weaknesses. Since potatoes are so abundantly produced, there must be drawbacks in other areas. Not at all. Tian shook his head in denial. Potatoes can serve as a staple food and be used in various dishes. Moreover, When cut into strips and fried to a golden crisp, accompanied by secret spices, they become a delicacy of the highest order. Xinjian interjected, stating, potatoes can also be ground into powder, leading to the creation of potato flour. The potato flour produced on the farm has already gained popularity along the shores of the East Sea, much to everyone's delight. Upon hearing Yu Tian's words, Hulaina nearly drooled, advancing to grasp Yu Tian's garment, her eyes wide with eagerness. Brother, is it truly as delicious as you say? You glutton. You will find out tonight, Yi Tian replied, playfully pressing her forehead, amused by her enthusiasm. Hulaina, undeterred by his gesture, earnestly nodded. This brought to mind the exquisite hot pot she had enjoyed at Yi Tian's home, a culinary delight beyond compare. She found herself contemplating the idea of remaining by Yi Tian's side indefinitely, allowing her to savor such deliciousness perpetually. No, how could I entertain such thoughts? Indulgence leads to weight gain. Moreover, I am destined to be the future saintess of the Spirit Hall. My mentor would never permit me to stay. Perhaps it would be wiser to persuade her mentor to remain as well. As Hulaina grappled with her inner turmoil, Bibi Dong, deep in thought, suddenly noticed the soil adjacent to the potatoes. There, a slender stem plant grew, its long vines distinctly different from the robust roots of the potatoes. She turned to Yi Tian, pointing at the neighboring land, and curiously inquired, is this also a potato? Yu Tian shook his head and pointed, saying, this is sweet potato. But it is not yet fully mature. It requires a layer of fertilizer, and only after waiting for another month can it be harvested. Fertilizer? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Following Yu Tian, she often encountered novel terms. The elder Xinjian stepped forward to explain, fertilizer is the nourishment required for plant growth. Just as we humans grow plump and healthy by consuming meat, land treated with fertilizer yields a bountiful harvest. Xinjian further illustrated, I conducted an experiment on a farm. In a test field of wheat, the plot without fertilizer yielded merely 500 pounds per acre, while the fertilized wheat field produced up to 1,200 pounds per acre. 1,200 pounds of wheat per acre? Bibi Dong, who had always been adept at reading expressions, was utterly astonished. It is well known that increasing wheat yields has been a focal point of research for both empires and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall even possesses a dedicated department that studies related issues, staffed with food type and support type soul masters. After years of research, they had failed to resolve this dilemma. To her surprise, Yi Tian had managed to find a solution. Old Shun, when you conducted your experiments, did you ensure that the wheat variety had not undergone any mutations? If the wheat variety had mutated, it would be understandable. However, Xinjian firmly asserted, I can assure you there were no mutations. This can be easily explained. According to Master Yi Tian's theory, plants require not only sunlight but also elements such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium for growth. Young miss, you may know that if a plot of land is fertilized, its growth will be superior to that of unfertilized fields. Chapter 14. War and Peace. Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. Having come from a rural background herself, she recalled a village proverb, farming without manure is akin to aimless wandering. This illustrates the farmer's deep appreciation for manure. Xinjian elaborated, manure contains a high nitrogen content. Applying it essentially enriches the soil with nitrogen. Fertilizer, on the other hand, is a combination of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and applying it naturally increases yields. Bibi Dong eagerly inquired, is the production of fertilizer complex? Is there potential for widespread adoption? Is it expensive? Her curiosity was insatiable. If fertilizer could be utilized across the continent, the Spirit Hall could undoubtedly win the hearts of the masses. The will of the people would herald victory. In this manner, the resistance faced during the unification of the continent would be significantly diminished. If both potatoes and fertilizer were promoted together, the Douluo continent could ultimately bid farewell to famine. Was this not the dream and belief she had pursued for years? Bibi Dong took a deep breath to suppress her excitement. She had never imagined that the distance between herself and her dreams could be so short. Subconsciously, she glanced at Yu Tian, feeling that fate had brought her to him. Xinjian remarked, as for the production of fertilizer, you must consult Master Yu Tian. I am only aware of its efficacy and know little of its production. The urgency in her gaze exerted a palpable pressure, leaving Yu Tian somewhat taken aback. He scratched his head awkwardly. Why this sudden interest in this matter, sister? Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on Yu Tian, saying, I see the potential for a revolution in agriculture across the continent, enabling all those at the bottom to lead better lives. Who would have thought that you, sister, harbored such ambitions? Yi Tian did not find this unusual. considering that she had emerged from hardship and had spent several years in the spirit hall, making her far-sighted perspective quite natural. He shrugged and explained. The fertilizer used on the farm is essentially processed from volcanic ash, with negligible raw material costs. It's not particularly difficult. The processing does require some technology and investment. But overall, the price remains reasonable and is already being promoted along the shores of Donghai. The Sea Soul Mountain beneath their feet was, in fact, a volcano. The ridge was thick with layers of volcanic ash, rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, with a relatively simple process of purification and impurity removal. It could be transformed into qualified fertilizer. Tian established a butterfly farm here primarily for the convenience of transporting fertilizers. There are several volcanoes along the East Sea coastline, like the Haiyan Mountain, so there is no concern regarding the sufficiency of raw materials. Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Xiao Tian, have you ever considered promoting fertilizers across the entire continent? Tian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. It's best not to dwell on that, as the conflicts across the continent are about to commence. Promoting would be futile. Dear sister, let us remain here by the East Sea and live our lives peacefully. Hulaina, perplexed, inquired, Brother, what leads you to believe that war is imminent on the continent? As the future heir of the Spirit Hall, she was unaware of the impending conflict between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. What grounds does Tian possess to be so resolute? After speaking, Hulaina couldn't help but glance at her teacher. Could it be that the teacher anticipates the onset of war? That shouldn't be the case. Is there really a need for further explanation? With an air of confidence, Tian responded, Have you all forgotten the reasons for war that I previously shared with you? The initiation of conflict does not necessarily stem from the desires of the Spirit Hall and the two great empires, but rather is influenced by the divine forces working behind the scenes. Hulaina curled her lip in skepticism. Isn't that just as uninformative? Brother, did you not also assert that deities cannot descend upon the Douluo continent? If they cannot manifest, how can they sway the occurrence of war? Tian let out a soft sigh. This is the effect of the dark laws taking hold. Now, let us conduct a small test. Suppose both of you are the heirs of the deities in the Douluo continent. Dear sister, you shall represent Bibi Dong, and dear Nana, you shall embody the two great empires. Tian first glanced at his sister and asked, If you were Bibi Dong, what would you most desire for the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, yet she promptly replied without hesitation, I hope the Spirit Hall can unify the continent, but of course, without the occurrence of large-scale warfare. If such a conflict is inevitable, I would prefer to postpone the dream of unifying the continent. Once large-scale war breaks out, it is ultimately the interests of the common people that suffer. Tian refrained from continuing the conversation with his sister and turned his attention to Hulaina. Nana, what are your aspirations? He inquired, considering the perspectives of the two great empires. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina responded earnestly. I hope to curtail the Soul Palace's infiltration into the empire, to enhance governance over the populace, and to diligently maintain the current state of affairs. Should the Soul Palace attempt an invasion, I will mobilize all available forces to resist their encroachment. An invasion by the Soul Palace would undoubtedly jeopardize my position. Subsequently, Hulaina, with a look of confusion, spread her hands and remarked, Just look at us. Neither side wishes to instigate war. Why would you assume that conflict is imminent? Tian sighed softly, saying, This test is far from over. Do not forget that you bear another identity, that of the heirs to the divine. He then turned to Bibi Dong. Should you attain the divine throne, it would bestow an overwhelming power upon the two great empires. However, acquiring the divine throne necessitates the exchange of all faiths from the Douluo continent, which implies waging war to unify the land. Bibi Dong, with unwavering resolve, replied, I have stated before that the cost of full-scale war is too great. It would only harm the common folk. I will not instigate war. Tian inquired, So you refuse to inherit the divine throne? Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded gently. Tian remained silent, instead fixating his gaze upon Hulaina. Sister Nana, do you believe the two great empires can triumph over the Spirit Hall? Not at all. The Spirit Hall is simply too formidable. Once war is initiated, it is highly probable that the Spirit Hall will emerge victorious, albeit at a great cost, while the two empires face inevitable demise. Hulaina shook her head. Tian solemnly stated, Very well. The next step is to consider that the Spirit Hall currently possesses the divine seat. Do you believe you can contend with the Spirit Hall? Hulaina, taken aback, chuckled softly and replied, The Spirit Hall does not possess the divine seat. Neither of the two great empires could overcome it, and now that it holds the divine seat, it is even more invincible. Brother, is your question not rather superfluous? Yi Tian replied with irritation. Do not refute me. Simply respond. You now possess the opportunity to inherit the divine abode. If you inherit it, you might be able to vanquish the spirit hall. Of course, the price is the complete annihilation of the spirit hall and the offering of the faith of Douluo continent to the deities. Will you inherit it? Upon hearing this, Hulaina fell silent and inquired, is it premised on the fact that I already know my master possesses the divine abode, but has not yet inherited it? Indeed, Tian affirmed. Hulaina remained silent. This was an exceedingly difficult choice. The two great empires were in a state of hostility with the spirit hall, and there was no trust to be found between them. Chapter 15, Mortal Bodies. Standing beside the divine, the spirit hall already held a subtle advantage over the two empires, and it potentially possessed the power of the divine abode. For the two empires, this loomed like a sword hanging over their heads, with the risk of being pierced at any moment. No, one could already say defeat was inevitable. No one wished for the initiative to lie in the hands of the enemy. Realizing this, Hulaina understood how she should choose. That was to inherit the divine abode and seek power equal to that of the spirit hall, if fortune favored her. Inheriting the divine abode first could indeed lead to the defeat of the spirit hall. Hulaina slowly lifted her gaze, a flicker of clarity in her eyes, though her expression bore a hint of distress. I understand your meaning, brother. The two great empires cannot ascertain whether Bibi Dong has inherited the divine abode. Yet, even if the chances are slender, it still poses a considerable threat to the two empires. They will undoubtedly spare no effort in preventing Bibi Dong from attaining divinity. Similarly, the spirit hall cannot be certain whether the two empires will opt to inherit the divine abode, but they will certainly do everything in their power to thwart the other from achieving godhood. For once one side ascends to divinity, it would deal a catastrophic blow to the other. War would not only erupt but would also accelerate its onset. Only through war can there be a glimmer of survival. Tian snapped his fingers and gently tapped Hulaina's forehead, letting out a soft sigh. You comprehend correctly. Now you understand why I surmise that war is inevitable. Do you not? Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong fell into a profound silence. She had never anticipated that the divine temple was indeed the principal catalyst for the impending conflict. This was the blatant machination of the gods. To forsake the divine temple would only lead to a passive acceptance of death, while inheriting it would signify a relentless struggle against the opposing force. Bibi Dong's fingers intertwined tightly, her chest heaving violently. She realized, to her dismay, that she had been ensnared by the divine, with no path of retreat. Alas, sister, why do you appear so despondent? It is of no concern to us, as long as we remain by the shores of the Eastern Sea. The war shall pose no threat to us, Tian reassured, taking Bibi Dong's hand and gently patting her shoulder. Hulaina, filled with indignation, retorted, Tian, do you not care in the slightest about the war outside? Many lives will be lost. Tian rolled his eyes, exclaiming with irritation, is the war between deities something we can intervene in? Hulaina was momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could mortals ever compare to the divine? Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation, her expression filled with profound sorrow as she murmured, is there truly no way to halt this war? Tian casually responded, indeed, there is a way, but it is rather troublesome. A glimmer of hope flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She seized Tian's hand and inquired, what method? With a light chuckle, Tian replied, sister, why are you always so concerned about these matters? Nevertheless, it won't hurt to share. Why do the deities incite this war? It is fundamentally a struggle for faith. But why do they covet faith? They seek to grow stronger through it. If one side secures the faith ahead of time, is there still a need for this war? Faith can empower deities and can also forge new ones. The collective faith of the Douluo continent is sufficient to shape a new deity. In their native realm, deities are invincible. Even a supreme deity, when projected onto the Douluo continent, cannot surpass the local deities who command the rules of this world. Can we still contend with the deities over faith? Bibi Dong was taken aback. In her understanding, deities were overwhelmingly powerful, to the extent that not even a realm as significant as the Douluo continent could accommodate the complete descent of a deity. With a mere gesture, a deity could upheave mountains and part the seas. Such monumental control over the elements of existence was beyond the capabilities of even the most formidable limit Douluo. She had never contemplated how one might overcome such a towering force in opposition. As she pondered, Tian's soothing voice broke through her thoughts, sister, do not overcomplicate the concept of faith. You may envision it as the will of the people. Striving for the people's support is much simpler, isn't it? The only difference is that we are not deities and cannot instantly transform faith into power. However, this does not imply that such power lacks significance. For deities, faith serves as both a source of strength and a potential means of their destruction. Did I not mention before that in 3 years, the war on the Douluo continent will erupt? If we take proactive measures during these 3 years, we may have the opportunity to defy fate and expel the deity's interference in the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully. Striving for the people's support? Tian's inventions are undoubtedly the most formidable weapons, are they not? Hulaina curled her lip, remarking, "Your words are as good as meaningless, brother. What precisely should we do? Understanding the theory is one thing, but translating it into practice is no easy feat." Tian shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It's merely a matter of employing the tactics of the Cold War." Cold War? This novel term piqued Bibi Dong's interest. Her gaze fixated on Tian's chiseled visage as she inquired, "What does that entail? Is it a war of coldness?" Hulaina too turned her attention to Tian. Intrigued. Cold War? I have never encountered this concept before. Tian was amused by Hulaina's peculiar understanding. And he couldn't help but explain. The Cold War refers to a state of tension as opposed to a conventional armed conflict. Throughout the 20th century on Blue Star, the Cold War constituted a significant aspect of the international landscape, with the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union leaving a profound impact. Both middle school and high school history classes are replete with discussions on this topic. Tian was thoroughly familiar with this concept. He smiled and said, in essence, it involves engaging in all forms of conflict with an adversary, excluding war, penetrating economically, invading culturally, and employing deceit militarily, ultimately aiming to fundamentally undermine the opponent's capacity for warfare, thereby subtly altering their objectives. Hulaina listened, her understanding clouded, and she couldn't help but scratch her head. Finding Tian's words rather perplexing, she struggled to grasp the meaning. However, Bibi Dong, upon hearing Tian's words, was astounded, her expression grave as she remarked, "Are you suggesting the assimilation and disintegration of the opponent? Isn't this precisely what I aspire to achieve after unifying the continent? To transform Douluo continent into a cohesive entity, wherein all individuals share a common ideal, the construction of a splendid Douluo." She had never imagined that this deeply buried ultimate dream could be realized without resorting to warfare. If Tian's previous demeanor had left her astonished, his current discourse truly left her in awe. Should these theories be translated into reality? The term genius would scarcely suffice to describe Tian. A mortal being, rivaling the divine, perhaps this is what such individuals are like. He was simply too intelligent. Observing the indescribable shock on his sister's face, Tian casually remarked, "Sister, you have grasped the essence of my words." Bibi Dong, suppressing her inner excitement, eagerly inquired, "How can the theories you mentioned be concretely applied in practice?" Tian smiled and remarked, "If we were to implement this concretely, even 3 days and nights would not suffice to complete the plan. Sister, you are not the Pope of the Spirit Hall, so why burden yourself with unnecessary worries?" He then turned his gaze towards Hulaina and continued, "As for the matter of the divine war, let Pope Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall grapple with their own concerns. I shall take you to a wonderful place." Upon hearing this, Hulaina stole a glance at Bibi Dong and stifled a giggle, saying, "Indeed, let Her Holiness worry about that. We are here for leisure and do not wish to ponder such profound matters." Chapter 16. My goodness, the Crystal Palace. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Hulaina, remaining silent. However, the smile on her delicate face, as smooth as cream, exuded a formidable aura. Hulaina fell silent, quickly suppressing her mirth, and bashfully ran to Tian's side, linking her arm with his sleeve. "Brother, you promised to take us to a delightful place, didn't you? Let us hurry along. Our teacher is truly terrifying. It was imperative that they make their escape." Tian turned to grasp Bibi Dong's hand, chuckling softly, "Come, we must bring my sister along." This caught Bibi Dong off guard for a moment, her fair face displaying a flicker of surprise as she paused briefly. However, following Tian's lead, she elegantly stepped forward with her long legs. This left Hulaina fuming, puffing her cheeks in frustration, realizing that she was the one who was superfluous. Tian referred to the good place, which is, in fact, the Butterfly Valley nestled deep within the farm. This enchanting valley stretches from north to south, resembling a cleft carved by the majestic Heian Mountain. The flora is lush and abundant, and as dusk approaches, a myriad of butterflies flit gracefully through the air, performing a mesmerizing dance. Hulaina followed Tian's lead into the valley, where she was immediately captivated by the scenery. However, it was not the fluttering butterflies that ensnared her attention. but rather a grand wooden water wheel, reminiscent of a Ferris wheel. This colossal structure stood proudly beside the stream, harnessing the power of the flowing water to elevate it, channeling it through a network of densely arranged bamboo pipes that directed the water throughout the valley. Adjacent to the water wheel, a towering wooden tower reached for the sky, its large fan blades strikingly prominent at the summit. As a gentle breeze wafted through the valley, the blades turned slowly, generating additional power through a system of iron and wood gears that connected to the water wheel, contributing to its motion. What is this? Hulaina gazed intently at the water wheel, utterly mesmerized. She had never witnessed water flowing upwards in such a manner. While she understood the principle behind it, water and wind propelling the water wheel's operation, its manifestation before her was nothing short of extraordinary. How marvelous! Quietly trailing behind Yu Tian and the others, Qinjian, the farm manager, pointed ahead and remarked, "This is the irrigation system invented by young Master Yu Tian, consisting of a water wheel, windmill, and bamboo pipes for water conveyance." An irrigation system? Is it designed for watering the fields? Hulaina's expression shifted slightly. Qinjian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. How astonishing! Hulaina exclaimed. I never imagined such a simple device could transport water over such distances. It must save an incredible amount of effort. Bibi Dong, showing a look of surprise, remarked, after visiting the farm, "Little Tian, you have truly astonished me time and again." Yu Tian chuckled lightly, remarking that these were merely simple matters, hardly worthy of mention. Sister, after observing, you too could create them. There is truly no difficulty involved. He elaborated. In the Blue Star, the ancient and wise Eastern people have long since invented the water wheel. I merely replicated it according to the memories I possess. Bibi Dong shook her head, stating, Indeed, it is quite simple, yet learning and creation have always existed on two distinct planes. Moreover, the simpler the construct, the greater its value. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong possessed extensive knowledge of the geography of the Douluo continent. Each year, numerous fields across the land succumb to drought, rendering them uncultivable, particularly in the northwestern regions, where fierce winds and scant rainfall prevail. The parched fields there compel farmers to fetch water from distant rivers to irrigate their lands. They toil from dawn until dusk, their shoulders burdened, yet the harvest remains meager. The populace often endures a life of hunger, with starvation a frequent occurrence. However, if the region were to possess a windmill irrigation system, the situation would vastly improve. Such a system could elevate water from lower rivers to higher fields, thus resolving the irrigation dilemma. One can foresee that once windmills and water wheels are disseminated throughout the continent, millions of acres of previously barren land could transform into fertile fields. This would yield significant benefits for both the local populace and the Spirit Hall, enhancing tax revenues considerably. Particularly, the construction of windmills and water wheels is remarkably straightforward, requiring no specialized carpentry skills, just a few hands to accomplish the task. Wherever there is wind, windmills can be erected. Wherever there are rivers, a water wheel irrigation system can be established. At that moment, in her eyes, the water wheel and windmill irrigation system before her transcended mere wooden components, evolving into invaluable treasures. This brought her greater joy than acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet, Yu Tian interrupted Bibi Dong's soaring thoughts, stating, What is so remarkable about the windmill? The true secret lies at the end of the water's journey. Yu Tian spoke mysteriously. Yet his words did not evoke much of a reaction from Bibi Dong. His tone resembled that of someone attempting to coax a child. She felt almost immune to it. Her mind remained occupied with the potential benefits that water wheels could bring to the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall were to wholeheartedly promote water wheels and windmills across the continent, it would undoubtedly enhance public support and trust in the institution, an effect that had eluded them for many years of effort. In contrast to Yu Tian's enticing words, Hulaina, standing nearby, was far less composed. Covering her small face with her hands, she stepped forward with curiosity and inquired, Brother Yu Tian, what lies at the end? Yu Tian smiled mysteriously and gestured, Go take a look, and you'll know. His words ignited Hulaina's curiosity entirely, making her neglect even the dancing butterflies. She cheerfully traversed the bamboo aqueduct, weaving through the grass in search of the enigmatic place that Yu Tian had mentioned. Teacher, hurry up, Hulaina called back, her sweet smile inviting. Unable to refuse, Bibi Dong shook her head in resignation and followed suit. This child, Nina, had never displayed such joy before. It seemed the cutthroat environment of Spirit City was indeed stifling. Bibi Dong realized she had been rather strict with Hulaina. Today was meant for leisure, thus, they should relish in happiness. Everything else could be set aside for later, she thought. As they walked, the babbling stream and windmills gradually receded into the distance. Nearby, the gentle sound of flowing water continued to emanate from the bamboo pipes extending alongside the stream. They pressed onward, and suddenly a transparent structure came into view. Upon witnessing this scene, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were left in awe. Hulaina even exclaimed, "Oh my, is this the Crystal Palace? How extravagant! Not even the main hall of the Spirit Hall boasts such opulence. It's truly magnificent." Bibi Dong shot a reproachful glance at Tian. "How much must this have cost? Please refrain from indulging in such ostentation in the future." Feeling unjustly accused, Tian sensed a pang of grievance. It appeared his sister was genuinely averse to wastefulness and luxury. He pointed towards the distant transparent structure, explaining, "This is a greenhouse made of glass, utilized for growing fruits and vegetables. Glass is derived from sand, which is not expensive." "Are you deceiving me, brother Tian? How can sand possibly be transformed into something so transparent? This is clearly crystal." Hulaina protested, puffing her cheeks in disbelief. Though she typically focused on her training in Spirit City, she was not entirely oblivious to the world outside. She possessed a fundamental understanding of common knowledge. She could distinguish between sand and crystal. Sand consists of tiny, opaque particles, while only high-quality crystal can be polished into such translucent sheets. Tian is indeed a man of considerable wealth. Previously, he expended 50 million gold soul coins to develop a missile capable of contending with the Super Douluo. Now, he has invested a significant fortune to erect a grand and opulent crystal palace in this tranquil valley. Such extravagance is truly astounding. Tian, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Do I truly need to deceive you, sister and sister Nana?" Meanwhile, Jian, who had been lingering at the back, stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor to elucidate Tian's statement. What young Master Tian has conveyed is entirely accurate. The edifices ahead are indeed constructed from a material known as glass. The workshop that fabricates this glass is not far from the farm, should you find the time. I encourage you to visit. To be candid, when I first witnessed the glass-making process, I was as astonished as you are now. It is quite remarkable how ordinary sand, after being washed and combined with various other materials, can be transformed into a transparent substance through the intense heat of fire. Is that truly the case? Hulaina inquired, her expression one of lingering skepticism. It appeared she was swayed by Jian's words, yet not entirely convinced. "If you remain doubtful, sisters Nana and the young lady, you might wish to explore the greenhouse. I assure you, it is not mere boast. Even the clarity of the finest crystal pales in comparison to that of glass. Furthermore, the greenhouse is home to an array of exquisite fruits and vegetables, which you have undoubtedly never encountered or tasted before. You are in for a delightful experience." Chapter 17. I owe you a kiss, and I have decided to return it. Hulaina covered her mouth with a smile, saying, "Then I must venture inside to take a closer look." Tian crossed his arms and spoke confidently, "When we enter, you must not sneak a taste." "Humph. I couldn't care less." Hulaina pouted defiantly. As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, what delectable delicacies had she not encountered? Each year, the various branches of the Spirit Hall bestowed a plethora of exotic fruits upon the main city, fruits so valuable that they were seldom seen even within the grand courts of the two great empires. Yet, she could indulge in them at her leisure, with an abundance that could never be exhausted. Would she be tempted? Preposterous. Her primary motivation for entering was merely curiosity. The glass-constructed edifice truly possessed a remarkable charm. Hulaina stuck her tongue out at Tian, dismissing him, and cheerfully made her way towards the greenhouse. Tian gazed at Hulaina's silhouette, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he shook his head softly. Beside him, Bibi Dong, with her elegant long legs, strolled gracefully to catch up. Before the group could reach the entrance, Hulaina's astonished voice echoed, "Wow, the plants inside are astonishingly vibrant." Following Hulaina's gaze, Bibi Dong curiously peered inside. The greenhouse was a veritable paradise of verdant life. Unlike the greenery of the valley, the hues within the greenhouse were an exquisite, vivid green and embodiment of freshness. Every plant appeared as if it had just unfurled from its bud. Collectively, they created a striking visual impact, further accentuated by the colorful, tantalizing fruits that adorned them. Even Bibi Dong, accustomed to the most exquisite treasures and rare potted plants, found the scene before her uniquely captivating. This was no mere cultivation space. It resembled an immense treasure trove of art. As night gradually descended, the supplemental lights of the greenhouse quietly flickered to life. In this serene valley, the soft white glow enveloped everything in a sense of comfort. Chen Jian's kind gaze turned to Bibi Dong as he explained, Miss, you may not be aware, but all the plants in the greenhouse were procured by the young master from distant islands. They are truly unprecedented on the Douluo continent. Each one remarkably precious. Oh, Bibi Dong remarked, slightly taken aback, casting a curious glance at Tian. Tian smiled and remarked, these are merely fruits and vegetables. Nothing particularly extraordinary. The reason they are cultivated in the greenhouse is solely to yield more seeds for dissemination. In truth, the seeds of these fruits and vegetables were bestowed upon him by the system during various festivals over the past 2 years. They were not procured from distant islands. His assertion is merely a ruse to conceal the system's secrets. Chen Jian's latter statement holds some truth. The seeds of these fruits and vegetables are indeed unprecedented on the mainland. The Douluo continent has historically prioritized the cultivation of soul masters. And aside from farmers tending to their crops, agriculture has seldom received attention. Consequently, the variety of vegetables is lamentably scarce, even in cooking. A mere sprinkle of salt is the extent of seasoning, devoid of any other spices. The fruits, too, are wild and unrefined, often sour and gritty, rendering them largely inedible. Initially, upon arriving at the Douluo continent, Tian found this quite disconcerting. However, as the system rewarded him with numerous seeds of vegetables and fruits, and through his relentless efforts in cultivation, his diet gradually became more varied and enriched. Ahead, Hulaina eagerly pushed open the glass door of the greenhouse. Upon stepping inside, she was immediately enveloped by a warm embrace. This subtle change piqued her curiosity. Turning to Tian, she inquired, Brother Tian, does temperature truly influence the growth of plants? Tian lightly nodded. Of course, I did not expect you, dear Nana, to have discovered this. He chuckled softly. Hulaina revealed her pearly white teeth and replied, being by my brother's side, I naturally become more astute. Soon, her attention was captured by the peculiar, elongated, dark purple grapes hanging from the trellis above the door. How strange these grapes are. Why are they not round and so darkly purple, yet so elongated? Chen Jian, with the familiarity of one recounting treasured memories, explained, these are seedless gem grapes. Seedless gem grapes? Hulaina instinctively repeated, stretching her neck in curiosity. Tian's smile was radiant, and his right middle finger was slightly bent as the golden martial spirit, Tai Divine Needle, materialized. With a flick of his finger, the Tai Divine Needle swiftly shot forth, precisely striking the junction of a cluster of grapes in their vine. A delicate sound echoed as the gem-like grapes fell into Tian's hand. Hulaina licked her rosy lips, her eyes shimmering with excitement, resembling a fox poised to pounce on its prey. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed joyfully, dashing forward to stand before Tian. Tian deftly sidestepped, elevating the gemstone-like grape high above. Oh, what is the little girl up to? Wasn't it meant for me to save her? Hulaina remarked, hands on her hips, with a delicate frown upon her porcelain nose, tilting her head in curiosity. Tian's expression was one of disdain. I have never uttered such words. With an air of condescension, he plucked a single grape from the lofty bunch he held aloft and offered it to the eagerly watching Hulaina. Here, just one. No more than that. Alas. Hulaina donned a mask of anguish, her claws bared as she glared at Tian. Only half, no more. Tian chuckled lightly. Breaking the grape in his hand, someone seemed to proclaim earlier that they were above such things. Caught off guard, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, her hands betrayed her sincerity as she accepted the grape he extended. She stuffed it into her mouth, seeking to vent her dissatisfaction. The moment the grape touched her tongue, she was utterly astonished by its flavor, sweet, tender, with a subtle hint of creaminess and an exquisite sweetness. Hulaina's pupils dilated in delight, rendering her speechless as she hurriedly popped another grape into her mouth. She had never savored such delectable fruit before. The offerings from the spirit hall paled in comparison, akin to the sour and astringent wild jujubes found in the depths of a valley. Before long, Hulaina danced joyfully within the greenhouse, like a bird soaring into the sky or a fish returning to the depths of the sea. One moment, she would pluck a glistening, ruby-red strawberry. The next, her gaze would fixate on the succulent snake fruit. Even the slightly underripe cherry tomatoes and the verdant lettuce demanded her attention for a taste. Tian cast a fleeting glance at Hulaina before diverting his attention, approaching his sister and presenting her with a half-cluster of gemstone grapes. Bibi Dong stood within the greenhouse, equally captivated. However, her fascination did not lie with the delectable fruits and vegetables, but rather with the supplementary lighting system of the greenhouse. She casually accepted the gemstone grapes. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the incandescent bulbs above, Though they were neither luminous pearls nor precious gems, what allowed them to emit light in the darkness? Tian smiled faintly, aware that there existed profound knowledge within this matter. However, he could not simply articulate that it was the energy emitted in the form of light waves during the process of electronic transition. The more specialized the subject, the more challenging it becomes to elucidate. After a moment of contemplation, he crafted a fitting analogy. Sister, you should be aware that during battles, soul masters utilize their soul power, which radiates brilliance. If we judiciously employ the correlation between releasing soul power and radiating light, the soul master's energy need not be harnessed for destructive purposes. Instead, it can be entirely devoted to emanating light. The eventual outcome of this endeavor is an illuminating device. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lowered her head, lost in thought, seemingly striving to comprehend the underlying principles. Tian smiled gently and shook his head. Although the metaphor seemed simple, it lacked a solid theoretical foundation, making it somewhat difficult to comprehend. At that moment, Hulaina approached like a gust of wind, her expression far from pleasant. Noticing her ill temper, Tian was perplexed. Sister Nana, what troubles you? Hulaina's scarlet lips parted, yet she offered no response to his inquiry. Instead, with a huff, she declared, Brother, didn't you say I owed you a kiss? I have decided to repay you now. Huh? Tian was taken aback, tugging at the corners of his mouth. What was wrong with Sister Nana? Was she really going to kiss him? Had she lost her senses? The previous wager had merely been a jest. He had no intention of forcing anything. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Hulaina's soft, rosy lips pressed against his, and a sudden wave of warmth enveloped him. Tian's lips had become numb to all sensations. The soft, tender touch of any girl was no longer worth contemplating. All that remained was a fiery heat, a scorching intensity. Tian's pupils constricted. That rascal Nana. She surely had not just tasted the devil's chili pepper. Chapter 18, The Vicious One. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Tian fanned his tongue with his hand, tears streaming from his eyes. The devil's chili pepper is renowned as the title of the spiciest among all peppers. Its heat is such that even when diluted 1,000-fold, it can still bring one to tears. The tanginess is truly indescribable. After a long while, Tian finally regained his composure, staring wide-eyed at Hulaina while gasping for breath. Sister Nana, you are truly wicked. Who told you to grow such a pepper? Hulaina's lips were reddened and slightly swollen, resembling a generous application of lipstick. She crossed her arms and averted her head, deliberately avoiding Tian's gaze, striving to maintain her ladylike demeanor. However, the chilly spiciness was overwhelming. Unable to uphold her refined facade for even a moment, she began to fan her tongue like Tian, tears involuntarily cascading from her crystalline eyes. Tian, it was you who put it in your mouth. So why blame me? The farm manager, Jian, chuckled as he clarified. The devil pepper is, in fact, a material used for concocting medicinal pills that enhance one's meridian training. It possesses potent pharmacological properties and is exceedingly rare. Although it is rather spicy, consuming it brings no harm. My lips are swollen. Hulaina covered her small mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Of course, this was due to the spiciness. She is not so overly dramatic. It truly is an injustice. Tian mockingly remarked, who prompted your gluttony? Just then, Bibi Dong stepped forward, clapping her hands to quell the escalating dispute between the two. She proposed, the farm is abundant with vegetables. Why not indulge in a barbecue? Upon hearing the word barbecue, Hulaina's woeful expression softened considerably, and she nodded earnestly. All right. At this moment, the prospect of savoring delicious food became her solace, a balm for her wounded spirit. Tindo feigned a light sigh and beckoned to Jian, saying, Old Chen, please fetch a glass of milk with ice for Sister Nana. It will alleviate the burning sensation from the devil's chili. After speaking, he caught sight of Hulaina's swollen lips and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Sister Nana's current appearance was simply too amusing. Jian, although he too felt an urge to laugh, managed to restrain himself due to his age and maturity. He nodded and turned to fulfill Tian's request. Hulaina, who had initially felt a sense of gratitude upon hearing Tian's words, was now exasperated. How could her brother laugh at her? It was infuriating. All right, Tian said, stepping forward to embrace Hulaina's shoulders and softly reassured her. I too have experienced the consequences of your kiss and have felt the sting of the devil's chili. Fear not, a glass of chilled milk will remedy this shortly. Hulaina, with her eyes brimming with indignation, looked up at Tian and asked, Is that truly the case? Not at all, Tian chuckled, retreating behind his sister. After consuming the devil's chili, how could her swollen lips subside so swiftly? If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called devil's chili in the first place. Frustrated, Hulaina tugged at her golden locks and yelled in a fit of hysteria. I'm going to lose my mind. I shall never overindulge again, she vowed to herself. At that moment, a middle-aged man named Shursan, clad in a black linen robe with dark blue hair, hurriedly approached. He exchanged a glance with Tian before looking at Bibi Dong and Hulaina, hesitating to speak. As a sole emperor and Tian's personal bodyguard, Shursan was also the head of the intelligence department that Tian had established. Is there something amiss? Hulaina inquired, sensing Shursan's hesitation. She had seen him briefly before departing from the villa and recognized him as an important subordinate of Tian. Shursan remained silent, directing his gaze toward Tian instead. According to the first rule of intelligence, secrets were only to be divulged to superiors. Tian, who had personally devised the intelligence system, naturally would not breach this principle. He turned to the curious Hulaina and jested, "It is likely a matter of business. You two stay here while I discuss it with Shursan." Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly as she observed Tian's retreating figure, pondering what matter could warrant secrecy from her and Nana. Hulaina leaned closer to Bibi Dong and whispered, "Tian has secrets of his own, doesn't he?" The conversation between Tian and 13 was brief, lasting merely a minute. After their exchange, 13 departed, retreating to a distance to remain concealed, ensuring that the guards, while performing their duties, did not cause any discomfort to their master. Tian returned to the side of the two women. Hulaina eagerly inquired, "Brother, please tell us what has happened." Tian felt a slight ache in his teeth and sighed softly. "We have attracted the attention of the spirit hall. The two individuals tailing us possess considerable strength, both being six-ring soul emperors." He produced a seemingly ordinary maple leaf and displayed it before the two women. This serves as their coded signal. The apparent worm-eaten holes are, in fact, a form of secret communication. Hulaina feigned a serious expression. Has the code been deciphered? Internally, she silently lamented that it was their own people who had exposed them. Not yet, Tian replied, shaking his head. The information obtained is too scant to hold any value. The spirit hall is quite formidable. Surely, all will be well, Hulaina reassured him, patting his shoulder with a calm demeanor. Let us hope so, Tian said, his expression serious as he gestured. The hour grows late. Let us retire to the farmstead for rest. Very well, they replied in unison. Tian moved with remarkable speed, while Bibi Dong and Hulaina deliberately slowed their pace. Bibi Dong, in deep thought, remarked, "The cryptic message on the maple leaf belongs to our Knight Order of the Pope. Were the two vigilant paladins dispatched by you in secret, Nana?" The Knight Order of the Pope stands as the foremost among the three knightly factions of the Spirit Hall, with its members commencing their cultivation at the formidable level of 61. They are renowned for their combat prowess, adept in assassination, surveillance, and covert protection. However, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of frustration as the most elite paladins of the Pope's order had been detected by Tian through his counter-surveillance measures right from the onset. The intelligence organization led by Tian surprisingly possesses strength surpassing even that of the Pope's knights. Her fascination with Tian deepens. No, Hulaina shook her head. I did not arrange for any guards this time. After all, you, dear teacher, are a super Douluo. Having these paladins here would be of little use. She rested her delicate chin on her hand, pondering, could it be that Uncle Yuegwan sent them? He is the only one who knows we are out for a leisurely outing. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. That fellow, Yuegwan, is always particularly sensitive about her safety. Given his nature, he would surely find it impossible to remain in Wuhuan City. And he must have secretly arrived at the shores of the East Sea to protect her from the shadows. Bibi Dong summoned a fallen leaf from the ground using her soul power and flicked it towards Hulaina, silently signaling the hidden sentinels and Yuegwan to keep their distance. Good, Hulaina nodded, using her soul power to quickly mark the leaf with a secret code and soul power imprint before discarding it on the ground and hastening to follow Bibi Dong. The two women trailed Tian's figure and soon arrived at the small courtyard of the farm, just in time to encounter two anxious farmers, tears streaming down their faces, carrying a blood-soaked young girl who was barely conscious. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. What happened? The distressed farmers, too overwhelmed to respond to Bibi Dong, fell to their knees in front of the courtyard. Please, Master Tian, save our little Xian. At that moment, Chen Jian, who had been chatting idly with the farm workers at the entrance, stepped forward. Upon seeing the kneeling couple, confusion crossed his face as he asked, Are you Xian? What has occurred? Xian was an ordinary farmer from a nearby village, who had previously come to the farm looking for temporary work during busy seasons. So Qin Jian recognized him. As he approached, his gaze sharpened, and he caught sight of the bloodied and unconscious girl, Xiao Xian. Just yesterday, she had been at the farm, tending to the fire spirit chickens. How could she have sustained such grievous injuries? He noticed the bruising on her forehead and 3 long, gaping wounds stretching from her abdomen to her chest, evidently inflicted by claws. He quickly knelt down, grasping Xiao Xian's hand to check her pulse. His expression grew increasingly grave as he felt her weak pulse. Realizing the severity of her blood loss, it seemed she might not survive. Xiao Xian's father, the middle-aged man named Xian, seeing Qin Jian, knelt and clutched his leg, weeping, "Master Qin, please save our little Xian." Xiao Xian had gone to the Zizhu forest on Haishan Mountain this morning to gather bamboo shoots. By sheer luck, she had unearthed a millennium-old purple blood shoot. However, she encountered a young master from a prominent family in East Sea City, accompanied by guards, who coveted the treasure and demanded she become his concubine. When she refused, he resorted to such brutal violence. Xiao Xian's mother joined in the lament, grasping at the last thread of hope. "Master Qin, please save our Xiao Xian." Qin Jian's expression remained stoic, though anguish churned within him. The blood loss was critical, and given the extent of the girl's injuries, it seemed she might not be saved. He could not bear to reveal the harsh truth to the couple, so he turned to the 2 farm workers who had gathered and instructed, "Quickly, carry Xiao Xian into the courtyard." Despite the slim hope, he resolved to do whatever he could to remedy the situation, a small consolation for Xian and his wife. Yes, the workers responded, moving to lift the gravely injured Xiao Xian onto a makeshift stretcher and carry her into the small courtyard. Before they could enter, Tian, having heard the commotion, approached swiftly with a cup of chilled milk in hand, confusion etched on his face. "Master Qin, what is happening? Why is there such a commotion?" Hulaina, observing the scene, stepped forward and pointed to the stretcher bearing Xiao Xian. "Brother, please save this girl. She is in dire straits." Upon raising his eyes, Tian suddenly saw Xiao Xian on the stretcher. Though he did not frequent the farm, he recognized the once vibrant girl, who had gifted him half a roasted fire spirit chicken 2 months prior. They were acquaintances of sorts. Who did this? Tian's voice was laced with barely contained anger, his fists clenching tightly. How dare anyone wreak havoc around the farm and harm innocent civilians? With tears in his eyes, Xian hesitated, finally uttering, "Master Tian, it's best if you do not inquire further. The perpetrator is a young master from a prominent family in East Sea City, someone we cannot afford to offend." 13, who had also arrived, glared at Xian and his wife with a look of frustration. "You should tell the young master everything. He will take care of it." Xian stammered, his eyes filled with reluctance. He did not wish for Tian to get entangled in this matter and potentially be harmed. "Let us discuss this later. Saving her is the priority," Tian interjected, halting 13's further questioning as Xiao Xian was carefully lifted onto a stone bench in the courtyard with the aid of the farm workers. Hulaina, displaying kindness, retrieved a soft blanket from within the house and spread it beneath Xiao Xian. Seeing the worried expressions of those around him, Qin Jian leaned closer to Tian and whispered, "Xiao Xian has lost too much blood. I fear she may not survive." Upon hearing this, Tian handed his cup of milk to Hulaina and stepped forward to examine Xiao Xian's injuries closely. He extended his right index and middle fingers to press against her pulse, channeling a pure essence of soul power into her meridians. As the soul power coursed through her veins, it radiated throughout her body. Simultaneously, the intricate pathways of her blood vessels began to materialize in a 3-dimensional representation within Tian's mind. As the 3-dimensional imagery of her meridians sharpened, Tian's brow furrowed deeper. The rupture of capillaries had led to considerable pooling of blood, and several arteries had been severed, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. The impact had even caused her internal organs to shift from their original positions. He could not help but curse, "Xiao Xian is merely an ordinary girl. The assailant intended to take her life." Such cruelty. Once more, Xian and his wife fell to their knees, bowing deeply. "Young master, please save our Xiao Xian. We would toil endlessly to repay your kindness." Qin Jian, possessing considerable knowledge of medicine, gazed sympathetically at Xian and his wife, shaking his head slowly. This gesture was unambiguous. Xiao Xian's injuries were beyond salvation. Seeing Qin Jian's action, Xiao Xian's mother felt as if all strength had drained from her body. Collapsing to the ground in shock, Xian hurriedly embraced his wife, weeping uncontrollably. "If we lose our daughter, you cannot leave me as well." A flicker of sympathy crossed Hulaina's beautiful eyes. Despite being a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, having witnessed numerous life and death scenarios over the years, the sight of a parent parting with their child was always heart-wrenching. Perhaps it was tied to her own experiences as an orphan raised by her teacher. She had longed to reunite with her own parents, despite knowing such a reunion was impossible. She approached Tian, shaking his arm gently, and beseeched, "Brother, is there truly no way to save her?" Tian pressed his hands against his head, striving to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "It is somewhat challenging, yet there remains a glimmer of hope for the other party." Xiao Xian appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. But this was merely a FAD. The underlying cause was a concussion. If the damaged blood vessels in the cerebral cortex were not promptly sealed, it would indeed be a point of no return. Upon hearing this, Hulaina sighed in relief, secretly grateful for Xiao Xian's fortune, had Tian not been present. It was unlikely anyone else on the Douluo continent could have saved her. Xinjian was equally astounded, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that your medical skills, young master, had reached such an extraordinary level." He recalled 2 years prior, when he had first met Tian, who frequently sought his advice on medical knowledge. It could be said that a portion of Tian's medical theories had been established with his assistance. Little did he expect that in just 2 years, Tian had surpassed his own abilities. Had he been the one to manage such a condition alone, he would have likely declared the person deceased without hesitation. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong inquired, "Do you require our assistance?" Her eyes sparkled with a flicker of determination. She had not expected to encounter such brutality and life-threatening incidents in such a picturesque locale by the East Sea. After this matter, she would undoubtedly pursue accountability for the local spirit hall's negligence. "Not at this moment," Tian replied, rolling up his sleeves and taking another deep breath to optimize his mental acuity. He approached Xiao Xian, scrutinizing her head while contrasting it with the meridian diagram he had previously acquired in his spiritual realm. There were 6 ruptured capillaries in her cerebral cortex. The first step in her treatment was to drain the accumulated blood and seal the vessels. However, the human brain is a complex and 3-dimensional organ. Missteps in treatment could lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, each of his needles had to be precise. After pondering for a full 2 minutes, his hand gradually rose, conjuring a Tai divine needle. In an instant, the needle was thrust with remarkable swiftness, unlike the deliberation of its ascent. With a rapid succession, 6 golden divine needles formed from soul power were embedded into Xiao Xian's brain. Before long, the blackened blood began to flow out along the Tai divine needles, accompanied by the violent rise and fall of Xiao Xian's chest. Witnessing this scene, Xian and his wife were overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in their eyes as they exclaimed, "Xiao Xian, you are saved. You are saved." They knelt down, bowing deeply, and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master Tian. We shall repay your kindness with our utmost efforts." Tian remained silent. Beside him, an individual he endeavored to protect had fallen victim to such a heinous event. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, how many commoners, like the Xian couple, suffer similar persecution? Whom does their daughter turn to for healing? To whom can they appeal for justice regarding their grievances? Tian endeavored to steer his thoughts away from the gravity of the situation. The immediate priority was to revive Xiao Xian. Rescuing a life is an endeavor that demands immense concentration and energy. It is imperative not to be distracted. Releasing the congestion in the cerebral cortex was merely the initial step. The subsequent task of sealing the meridians proved to be far more intricate. Among the 6 damaged meridians, 4 were exceedingly delicate capillaries. Such vessels could be effectively sealed with the divine needle, for the human body possesses countless capillaries, and the absence of a few would not hinder its functioning. However, the remaining 2 were pivotal meridians, responsible for supplying essential nutrients to the brain. Should these be sealed, it could result in cognitive sluggishness at best, or worse, lead to a state of dementia. Therefore, these 2 meridians must be bridged, connecting them seamlessly. The bridging itself is not overly complicated. The concern lies in the possibility of Xiao Xian regaining consciousness during the process. If she were to awaken at that moment, the stimulation from the Tai divine needle, combined with the ruptured vessels, would inflict excruciating pain upon her nerves. In moments of agony, the human body instinctively tenses, leading to increased pressure within the vessels, which could exacerbate the existing congestion at the damaged sites. Even the divine needle would be powerless against such extensive blockage. Should it reach that critical juncture, not even a celestial being could offer salvation. Thus, in order to proceed with the bridging of the meridians, it is essential to first administer anesthesia to Xiao Xian. Tian lowered his head in contemplation. Within the villa he resided in, there indeed existed anesthetics, however. At this moment, venturing to procure them and returning would likely exceed Xiao Xian's capacity to endure. Chapter 20. Is the culprit a member of the Martial Soul Hall? Strong liquor? Qin Jian shook his head, a look of discomfort crossing his face. The farm is inhabited solely by farmers, none of whom indulge in alcohol. Hence there are no reserves. This complicates matters. Tian let out a soft sigh as he checked Xiao Xian's pulse, realizing she could not hold on much longer. Amidst his sighing, Hulaina stepped forward to inquire, does the anesthetic induce a state of unconsciousness? If so, I may be able to assist. Tian's eyes brightened as he nodded and said, indeed, that is the case. With her long, pristine legs, Hulaina approached Xiaoxin, bending down to press her delicate hand upon Xiaoxin's head. Silently, she chanted in her heart, second soul skill, bewitch. A wave of pink soul power emanated from the tip of her right index finger, enveloping Xiaoxin completely. As the skill took effect, Xiaoxin's breathing gradually steadied. This was the essence of bewitchment, capable of inducing a brief state of unconsciousness akin to that of an anesthetic. All done, Hulaina stood up with ease, remarking casually. For her, this minor task was effortlessly accomplished. Tian's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Xian. Upon hearing Hulaina confirm the completion of the anesthesia beside him, he swiftly maneuvered the Tai Divine Needle, bridging the damaged meridians within Xiao Xian's cerebral cortex. Under Tian's deft manipulation, the needle's tip manifested several strands of soul energy, each finer than a hair. These soul energy filaments were remarkably resilient, capable of remaining within the human body for up to half a month. After this duration, they would gradually dissipate, transforming into nourishment for the body, serving as the optimal suturing material. In the depths of his mental realm, Tian, after determining the route for suturing the meridians, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He relied entirely on the memory circuits of his spiritual power to mend the damaged meridians. Deep within Xiaoxin's cerebral cortex, golden threads danced like ethereal spirits, weaving back and forth along the meridian vessels. After 5 minutes, the two shattered meridians were finally stitched together flawlessly. However, beads of fine sweat had already formed on Tian's forehead. Although the duration was brief, each thread required immense mental energy to control. Even with his supreme martial soul, the Tai Divine Needle, he would have surely fainted had it not been for the support of his formidable spiritual strength. Hulaina, who had been observing Tian intently, noticed the completion of the suturing. She took out a handkerchief imbued with the scent of honeysuckle and gently wiped the sweat from his brow, looking up to inquire, how is Xiaoxin? Tian Song exhaled. We have temporarily escaped danger, but her blood loss is excessive. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian felt a pang of anxiety. Xiao Xian's significant blood loss likely meant that her life was hanging by a thread. Tian cast a glance at Qin Jian and remarked, therefore, in order to save her, a blood transfusion is necessary. Blood transfusion? Qin Jian replied, astonished. Young master, can we really perform a blood transfusion for Xiao Xian? This is something that has never been mentioned in medical texts. They only state that if a person loses too much blood, their fate is sealed. Never have I encountered a suggestion that blood can be transfused to prolong life. Truly, young master Tian possesses vast knowledge. Hulaina, with a pained expression, extended her arm and said, I am a girl just like her. Take my blood. For the sake of saving this young girl before her, losing a bit of blood is worthwhile. Tian chuckled, not just any blood will suffice. Blood types vary. Only compatible types can be transfused. Generally speaking, there is a hereditary relationship between parents and children, thus the likelihood of compatibility is highest. Hulaina nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. I see. But how is the blood type tested? ISNT all blood red? She was baffled, realizing that her elder brother Tian possessed knowledge beyond her comprehension. Of course, it cannot be discerned by the naked eye. Tian chuckled lightly. However, due to the unique nature of my martial spirit, determining blood types is not a daunting task. Upon hearing Tian's words, the distraught Xian trembled as she stepped forward, extending her hand. Young master Tian, take my blood. I would willingly give as much as necessary to save my daughter. And me, Xiao Xian's mother said softly, casting a determined glance at her daughter. Tian shook his head, saying, Xiao Xian requires at least 2,000 milliliters of blood, but even if your blood types are compatible, you can only provide 200 milliliters. The common folk of this era, due to malnutrition, are exceedingly frail. Drawing 200 milliliters of blood is already the limit. Any more would be detrimental to one's health. Tian Chao said to Qin Jian, Old Qin, please gather the farm workers to come and donate some blood. Qin Jian nodded. All right. Many of the farm workers were familiar with the lively and lovely Xiao Xian. With Tian's encouragement, they eagerly participated in the blood donation. Tian employed the Tai divine needle to methodically test, swiftly gathering the requisite blood. He ensured that the workers did not donate their blood in vain, discreetly instructing the farm manager, Jian, to distribute 2 gold soul coins to each blood donor by the end of the month. These 2 gold soul coins were sufficient to sustain a family of 5 for a month, representing several times the monthly salary of the farm staff. This action served as a modest reward for those compassionate individuals. He set the blood bags aside, refocusing his attention on Xiao Xian. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to stitch the wound on her chest. With a sharp knife, he carefully cut through the fabric that had adhered to the blood and flesh, now encrusted with dried blood. Using a small amount of clean water, he cleansed the wound. On her fair skin, the 3 claw marks stood out starkly, eliciting tears from Mr. and Mrs. Xian, who turned away in anguish. Even Hulaina averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of such suffering inflicted on a child so young. Although the claw marks were prominent and deep, they were ultimately superficial injuries. For Tian, such wounds were the easiest to treat. He first utilized his golden soul power to nourish the flesh and blood. His long, slender hands deftly maneuvered the Tai divine needle over the wound with remarkable speed. In less than 3 minutes, the 3 wounds on Xiao Xian's chest were expertly stitched together, so meticulously done that they would be nearly invisible upon closer inspection. Understanding a girl's inclination towards beauty, Tian ensured the sutures were delicate, leaving no scars behind. Subsequently, he produced a slender bamboo tube, puncturing Xiao Xian's wrist to connect it with the blood bag, facilitating a blood transfusion. The choice of bamboo tube was a necessity, as Douluo continent lacked medical-grade plastic tubing for intravenous use, leaving him no option but to improvise with bamboo. Tian informed the Xian couple. Xiao Xian is now safe and sound. Given her current physical condition, she is unable to move. Since your home is quite far from the farm, it would be best for Xiao Xian to stay at the farm for her recovery. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the Xian couple found themselves momentarily speechless. They knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads, murmuring vows of servitude. Tian gazed upon the 2 individuals, letting out a quiet sigh and shaking his head. They epitomized the plight of the downtrodden commoners in the Douluo continent, a tragic reflection of their existence. The vibrant and colorful world of soul masters and nobility bore no semblance to their lives. At times, they could scarcely afford the most basic steam bun. Their sole purpose seemed to be generating gold soul coins for the noble lords. For him, rescuing Xiao Xian was merely a trivial endeavor. However, who would rescue the unfortunate commoners in other regions of Douluo continent, who were ruthlessly oppressed by the vile noble soul masters? This thought filled Tian with a profound sorrow. To remain by the East Sea, safeguarding his sister, was likely his utmost limit. As for other matters, he could only mourn in silence, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the small farmyard. The farm staff, in a state of disarray, attempted to intervene. "This is Master Tian's residence. You cannot enter. Begone," came a sinister voice. "Do you dare obstruct the path of young Master Zhou, grandson of the Spirit Hall's East Sea Branch Master? Who is this Yi Shao in the eyes of young Master Zhou? Merely refuse." Shortly after this chilling proclamation, a group of ill-tempered soul masters arrived within the confines of the farmyard. Tian lifted his gaze to behold a young man in his 20s, robustly built with a mane of fiery red hair and a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This individual was likely the infamous young Master Zhou. Before Tian could utter a word, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her displeasure evident. The personnel from the Spirit Hall of EC City? A middle-aged, arrogant guard stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Tian and his companions, and addressed young Master Zhou with a flourish. "Indeed, this is Zhou Wu, the grandson of the Spirit Hall's master in EC City. You were the one who harmed Xiao Xian?" Bibi Dong clenched her delicate hand, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes as she turned her gaze towards Zhou Wu. If he were the perpetrator of such a heinous act, it would reflect poorly on her as the Pope. Confronted by Bibi Dong's murderous stare, Zhou Wu felt a chill, yet he did not attribute it to her presence. After all, how could a mere farm pose a challenge to him? He was a soul master, and his close bodyguard, Black Scar, was a soul emperor. Zhou Wu chuckled lightly, glancing at Tian and Bibi Dong, intertwining his fingers and casually moving them before him, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, it was I who did it. When one unearths treasures by the shores of the East Sea, they rightfully belong to me. That wretched girl dared to hoard and defy me, so I merely gave her a claw as a slight reprimand." His words were a reminder of who held the authority along the East Sea shores. He casually approached Tian, taking a seat upon a stone chair, and remarked indifferently. Naturally, as the grandson of the hall master, I understand that compensation is necessary for any harm caused. Since Xiao Xian is under your command, I shall simply pay you. He gestured to Black Scar. Uncle Black Scar, fetch him 10 gold soul coins. The remainder can be considered my goodwill. Yes, replied the robust Black Scar, producing 10 gold soul coins from his pocket and scattering them disdainfully. This is what you deserve. Zhou Wu observed this scene with a mocking chuckle. Uncle Black Scar, we are all friends here. No need to be so overbearing. His face radiated a devilish charm as he turned his gaze towards Yi Tian. I did not come today to provoke you, but rather to discuss business with you. At this, Yi Tian felt a surge of revulsion. Had it not been for his sister's presence, Zhou Wu would already be lying on the ground. His restraint stemmed not from fear, but from a desire to spare his sister and Nana from witnessing a bloody scene. There is nothing to discuss between us, Yi Tian replied, arms crossed and expression devoid of emotion. Do not be so hasty. Zhou Wu clapped his hands and stood, his eyes fixed on Yi Tian with a devilish glint. It would be prudent to consult your subordinates before responding to me. Hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. At that moment, Shursen stepped forward and whispered in his ear. The scouts have reported that they brought 200 soldiers from the Spirit Hall and have surrounded the farm's entrance. However, do not worry, young master. Our hidden forces are more than capable of handling them. Processing Shursen's information, Yi Tian's expression grew somber. The death of Shou Wu would be of little consequence. However, the latter's affiliation with the Spirit Hall posed a troubling dilemma. Upon hearing Shursen's report about their forces, Zhou Wu laughed heartily. Yi Tian, can we sit down and discuss this properly? You must realize that offending the Spirit Hall does not end well. With a cold gaze fixed on Zhou Wu's triumphant demeanor, Hu Laina stepped forward, indignantly declaring, do you presume to represent the Spirit Hall? How dare you? Black Scar interjected, stepping forth with a chilling voice, you dare malign the Spirit Hall? Do you wish to court death? Hu Laina found his words laughable. It appalled her that such scum existed within the Spirit Hall, and she was about to confront him when Bibi Dong, standing nearby, pulled her back. Recognizing her mentor's silent shake of the head, Hu Laina understood she had been overly impulsive. She huffed with disdain, casting a scornful glance at Black Scar, and fell silent. In Zhou Wu's view, Black Scar's words had effectively intimidated Hu Laina. He felt it necessary to clarify his stance. Brushing off the dust from his attire with an air of indifference, your enterprises along the shores of the East Sea are quite lucrative, surely. A person of your stature should understand the perils of possessing wealth without protection. In truth, Zhou Wu had only recently learned from his grandfather about Yi Tian, the hidden tycoon of the East Sea. Moreover, Yi Tian was without power or influence, making him an ideal target. The Zhou family's investigation into Yi Tian's affairs stemmed from their position as the foremost family in East Sea City, controlling the local docks. During the year-end audits, they were astonished to discover that the cargo throughput at the East Sea docks had surged tenfold in the past 2 years. This unexpected boom had led to substantial profits for the Zhou family. As a nondescript coastal town, such rapid growth was, evidently, anomalous. Following the clues, the Zhou family uncovered numerous workshops springing up in the rural areas surrounding East Sea City, all pointing to a single individual named Yi Tian. Most crucially, Yi Tian was an orphan, devoid of any backing. With wealth that could not be defended, the Zhou family saw him as a tempting prize. After all, no one would complain about earning less, and seizing Yi Tian's financial assets could enable the Zhou family to dominate the East Sea shores in no time. They might even ascend to the position of the main hall master of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the family elder prioritized Yi Tian, dispatching Zhou Wu to negotiate with him personally. Upon detecting the underlying thread in Zhou Wu's words, Yi Tian was secretly astonished that his business interests had been uncovered. Indeed, every secret has its day of revelation. Yet, all his wealth was earned through legitimate means, and anyone who attempted to seize it would pay a bloody price. Even if the adversary had ties to the Spirit Hall, it did not intimidate him. He wished to avoid conflict but would not shy away from it. If the Zhou family believed him to be a soft target, they were gravely mistaken. He regarded Zhou Wu with a detached demeanor. I am but an ordinary commoner and have no intention of opposing young Master Zhou. However, please remember this. When a commoner is angered, blood may well flow. His expression turned icy as he waved his hand. Shursen, show our guests out. It seems you still do not comprehend. Black Scar interjected with a sinister laugh. Outside the farm, we have stationed 300 soldiers. Today, unless you hand over 80% of your shares to my young Master Zhou, you shall only meet your demise on your own land. Uncle Black Scar, my grandfather is the master of the Spirit Hall. Would we really resort to extorting others? Zhou Wu replied with a smile. Black Scar immediately bowed. Apologies, young master, it was my oversight. Zhou Wu waved his hand dismissively, casting a playful glance at Tian. Uncle Black Scar, I can hardly recall some of the laws of the Spirit Hall. Being an old hand, you should know them well. Let me ask you this. What is the penalty for attacking personnel of the Spirit Hall? In response, young master, according to the laws of the Spirit Hall, the penalty for assaulting its personnel is death. Black Scar bowed again. Zhou Wu's expression turned serious as he narrowed his eyes, greedily eyeing Bibi Dong's bosom. And what about forcibly taking a commoner? Black Scar responded. In reply, young master, there is no such punishment. Even according to noble laws, given your status, the punishment would be lenient. Feigning surprise at Black Scar's answer, Zhou Wu remarked, is that so? He spread his hands, pointing at Bibi Dong, and mockingly gazed at Tian. If I were to take action against your sister, do you think you would dare to resist and attack me? The scarred man stepped forward to add, Tian, my young master is a reasonable person. I hope you reconsider your stance. Otherwise, he cackled, we shall have to abandon reason. Upon hearing this, Tian's expression turned frigid. To harm his sister was to provoke his deepest wrath. Regardless of whether a strike was made, the mere thought of such an act warranted a blood price. 13. Incapacitate him. Tian's voice was devoid of warmth. Understood. Upon receiving Tian's command, 13 ceased his concealment. The 6 soul rings, purple, black, 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 and red, burst into radiant light. And a swirling blue flame appeared in his hand. This was his martial soul, the void-devouring flame. 13, with a chilling demeanor, surveyed Zhou Wu and his entourage. The young master has already granted you an opportunity. It is your inadequacy that has led to this. Chapter 22. The flaw of the Spirit Hall. Witnessing 13 unveil the void-devouring flame, Zhou Wu's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that after revealing his identity and intentions, Tian would still dare to strike. Nor could he have foreseen the terrifying soul ring configuration of the individual named 13. 6 soul rings, with merely 1 purple and the remaining 4 of a staggering 10,000 years, culminating in a striking red. Even a titled Douluo could not possess such a formidable configuration. Fear surged within Zhou Wu, leaving him to ponder whether Tian was truly the ordinary person he had previously investigated. His steps instinctively retreated behind the scarred guard, his expression betraying panic as he threatened, I am a member of the Spirit Hall. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, consider the consequences. Tian wore a grim expression, barely glancing at Zhou Wu. I have already contemplated the consequences for the harm caused. I shall compensate you with 20 gold soul coins later. This is the price you set. With that, he waved his hand decisively. Attack. Yes. 13. His face devoid of emotion, took a step forward, his left leg crossing over, as the ethereal blue flames in his palm surged to life. Against you insignificant beings, I need not unleash my ultimate move. 3rd soul skill, Rain of Fire Arrows. As the words fell, countless small flames erupted from the azure fire, absorbing the soul energy radiating from 13, intensifying as they transformed into sharp, blue arrows. Go. 13 gently thrust his palm forward, and the arrow sped towards Zhou Wu and his entourage. The guard, Black Scar, felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of soul master is this? The configuration of his soul rings is terrifying. Although they were both soul emperors, they were not even in the same league, leaving him devoid of any will to resist. Yet, if he chose not to fight back now, he would only incur greater harm. Gritting his teeth, Black Scar summoned his martial soul, the Violent Bear. His muscles bulged, and hair sprouted from his arms, shoulders, and face. 6th soul skill, Heavenly Bear Shield. Right from the outset, Black Scar unleashed his most powerful soul skill, hoping to withstand 13's assault. Cold sweat dripped down Zhou Wu's back as he silently prayed. It must hold. If it fails, I shall be the one injured. He regretted not bringing along a couple of stronger guards, which might have spared him from this peril. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. In the next moment, the flame-formed arrows collided with the Heavenly Bear Shield. Crack! Without a moment's pause, the fiery arrows pierced through the shield, striking Black Scar in the abdomen. The sizzling sound of burning flesh filled the air. Black Scar groaned in agony, clutching his stomach as he fell to the ground. Pathetic and fragile. I wonder how you dared to provoke young Master Tian. 13 coldly regarded the fallen Black Scar, approaching him to deliver a dispassionate kick. He was merely the head of the intelligence department, his strength only average under Tian's command. Had the elite members of the North Star team from the Tian Su army been deployed, this man would have perished before even unleashing his soul skills. 13 then shifted his focus to Zhou Wu. The latter instinctively recoiled, pointing a trembling finger at 13, his voice rising in hysteria. What do you think you are doing? My grandfather, Zhou Qianquan, is a soul Douluo, and my father, Zhou Dupo, is a soul sage. Moreover, I have the spirit hall backing me. You should consider the consequences. 13 paid no heed to Zhou Wu's threats, his soul rings glowing once more as he advanced. I'm afraid my orders are to incapacitate you. Beyond that, I am unconcerned. Seeing 13 unmoved, Zhou Wu was gripped by sheer terror. He intended to call upon the other guards for support, but to his astonishment, they knelt down, pleading for mercy. Panic-stricken, Zhou Wu cast a last desperate glance at Tian. The spirit hall holds grudges. Are you not afraid of retribution? Retribution? How laughable. The voice belonged to Hulaina, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing she could smite Zhou Wu on the spot. Do you think everyone in the spirit hall is as foolish as you? Your existence is the greatest disgrace to the spirit hall. Tian fixed his gaze upon Zhou Wu, his expression impassive, refraining from responding to the latter's words. Such petty individuals irked him. What if they belong to the spirit hall? When one commits a transgression, punishment is inevitable. Should the spirit hall choose to exact vengeance indiscriminately, he would not hesitate to eradicate all who dared approach him. After all, the spirit hall would inevitably meet its demise within a few years. He could simply retreat to a secluded island with his sister. Yet, prior to that, he must vent his fury. No. As Shursan advanced step by step, Zhou Wu's psychological defenses crumbled completely, leaving him in tears of fright. However, this did not deter Shursan from taking action. The harrowing sounds echoed throughout the small courtyard as Zhou Wu's soul rings were shattered one by one, rendering his martial spirit utterly incapacitated. He would never again have the opportunity to cultivate as a soul master in this lifetime. Tian stepped forward, gazing at Zhou Wu with a look of profound pity. In light of the spirit hall, I shall spare your life. Return and inform your family that I, Tian, am not to be trifled with. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Wu succumbed to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, it mattered little whether his words had been heeded, with so many guards present. His message would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Zhou family. Tian clapped his hands and cast a glance at the fallen He Ba, saying, Let us go. Do you need me to escort you? We must leave immediately. He Ba, enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds, scrambled to his feet in a state of panic. Wishing to be anywhere but here, the young man before him was simply too terrifying. He turned to the ineffective guards, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, Why are you dawdling? Hurry and carry young Master Zhou away. Yes. The guards, filled with trepidation, promptly lifted Zhou Wu and scurried away in a flurry. As Zhou Wu and his entourage departed, Hulaina could not restrain herself from stepping forward and stating, Brother, not all branches of the spirit hall are as malevolent as they are. Oh, this elicited a smile from Tian as he regarded Laina with keen interest. Sensing her deep affection for the spirit hall, he inquired with genuine curiosity, How do you know that other branches of the spirit hall are not like this? Hulaina pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushed as she retorted, I once had the opportunity to accompany the Pope on an inspection of other branches. We visited many places at random, and their reputations were all quite commendable. Tian smiled calmly and gently tapped the fair forehead of Hulaina, saying, Where there is desire above, there will inevitably be imitation below. What one sees with their own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. It could also be a deliberate display. Deliberate? Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain her thoughts. This was something she had never considered. Even Bibi Dong, standing nearby, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. She had always been preoccupied with opposing the Elder Hall, neglecting the administration of the Spirit Hall's branch. It was only after Tian's remark that she suddenly realized the disrepute surrounding the Spirit Hall among common folk was likely tied to the actions of these branches. Observing that both her sister and Nana were puzzled, Tian clasped his hands behind his back and explained, having spent considerable time in the strictly regulated Spirit City. You may not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the Spirit Hall's branches. In truth, the arrogance exhibited by these branches is not significantly less than that of the nobility. Hulaina widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Isn't the situation of the Spirit Hall in Donghai City an exception? An exception? Tian scoffed lightly, patting his sister's shoulder. Nana, your exposure has been too limited. The Spirit Hall's lineage and history are as extensive as those of the two great empires. The shortcomings possessed by the two empires are all mirrored within the Spirit Hall. Take Donghai City for instance. Who do you believe will be the next branch master of the Spirit Hall? Hulaina ventured. Perhaps it is Zhou Wu's father, Zhou Dupo? Be more confident. Remove the word perhaps, Tian urged, focusing intently on the two women. While the original system of the spirit hall might have been commendable, allowing any exceptional soul master to join, the current reality reveals that the power of each branch has long been monopolized by individual families. What distinguishes these families from the nobility, in your view? I would even venture to say that, given that soul masters possess greater power than the nobles, their arrogance surpasses that of the latter. Upon hearing this, do you still regard the spirit hall in Donghai City as merely an exception? Hulaina was left speechless. She had never contemplated that the spirit hall could be perceived as a villain in the eyes of ordinary people. Then, brother, since you are aware of this, why did you previously lean towards joining the spirit hall? Hulaina's demeanor turned slightly flustered, her small hands fidgeting. Perhaps the ideals of that person within the spirit hall are quite appealing to me. Tian gazed upward, responding. As a descendant of the flower family, he naturally gravitated towards a unified nation. In the Douluo continent, the individual closest to achieving this was none other than Bibi Dong. He then smiled and added, Sister Nana, why do you ask such questions? Am I not allowed to indulge in fantasies? After all, it won't lead to any action, nor will I suffer any loss. He continued candidly, the spirit hall, at its core, is firmly controlled by the angel family. How can one expect the branches below to perform better? Oh. Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, lost in her reflections. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and she stepped forward, saying, Xiao Tian, you are too merciful. You crippled Zhou Wu's martial soul. Do you think the Zhou family would let you off upon learning this? Releasing Zhou Wu would be akin to setting a tiger back into its mountain lair. Taken aback by his sister's insight, Tian regarded her with surprise, exclaiming, I never imagined you would learn something within the spirit hall. He had previously assumed that she was not one to tolerate bloody scenes. To his surprise, it was he who had overthought the matter. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Hulaina displayed concern, asking, Brother, what do you intend to do? Tian let out a light chuckle, stating, I have released Zhou Wu merely to extend an opportunity to the Zhou family. Should they fail to seize it and instead choose to concentrate their efforts against me, it will save me the trouble of searching for their whereabouts. He paused momentarily, fixing his determined gaze upon Bibi Dong. No one can harm you, dear sister. He then turned to his subordinate, Treason, and said, Deploy more personnel to monitor Donghai City. He harbored no grand ambitions, nor did he wish to oppose anyone. However, should those fools remain oblivious and seek to stir up trouble, they would only find themselves buried. Understood, Treason replied, bowing respectfully before withdrawing. Tian's resolute tone warmed Bibi Dong's heart. Never before had anyone shown such genuine concern for her. Even her only daughter, Qian Renxue, shared a strained relationship with her. How wonderful it would be to have a brother like this. Regrettably, her role as an elder sister was merely a fade. As evening descended, the barbecue party proceeded as usual. Yet, Tian and the others appeared preoccupied, their minds heavy with unspoken thoughts. In the stillness of the night, within the cozy confines of their small courtyard bedroom, Bibi Dong and Hulaina, clad in pink pajamas, stood side by side at the window, gazing at the luminous moonlight outside. Nana, Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes fixated on the moon, and she suddenly spoke. Do you believe what Tian said about the spirit hall today? A look of surprise crossed Hulaina's delicate face as she turned to admire her teacher's stunning profile. What? Why is the teacher suddenly asking this? It's nothing. I simply wish to hear your perspective, Bibi Dong replied, extending her fair left hand to rest upon Hulaina's shoulder, gently tousling her golden locks. This gesture caused Hulaina's pupils to constrict slightly. Tian's remarks today are nothing short of a slander against the spirit hall. How dare he draw a comparison between the spirit hall and the two great empires? Is he not insinuating that the spirit hall is colluding with these empires? One must remember that the spirit hall has always upheld the principle of fostering peace across the continent, ensuring that the people can live in harmony and prosperity. The meaning conveyed in Tian's words is unmistakably clear. The present state of the mainland bears a significant portion of blame on the spirit hall. Faced with her teacher's inquiry, Hulaina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She was reluctant to speak ill of Tian in front of her mentor. Yet fabricating a response felt equally disingenuous. She had begun to sense that Tian's assertions might indeed hold truth. The actions of the spirit hall's divisions bore a striking resemblance to those of heartless aristocrats who devour without remorse. As her gaze wrestled with uncertainty, Hulaina suddenly lifted her head, only to find her teacher's violet eyes fixed intently upon her, which rendered her somewhat uncomfortable. Bibi Dong then spoke. You hesitate to speak ill of Tian? You also wish to deny that the spirit hall under my rule is equally a monstrous entity that devours without giving back? No, Hulaina quickly lowered her eyes. Unable to meet her teacher's gaze, her delicate hands nervously gripping the edge of her garment. Observing Hulaina's slight panic as she softly protested, Bibi Dong's countenance broke into a smile, her fair neck arching gracefully. It seemed that Yi Tian's words were indeed accurate. Those in elevated positions often become blind to certain realities. Even you, Laina, in an effort to avoid inciting my ire, must conceal certain truths. One wonders how those beneath us manage their own duplicity. Upon hearing this, Hulaina raised her head once more to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Teacher, do you also find merit in Yi Tian's statements? She then grew perplexed again. If the spirit hall is such a force, what is the purpose of our efforts? They had strived to enhance their cultivation and recruit formidable individuals into the spirit hall. But were they not merely providing the means for those beneath them to act as tyrants, wielding power over the common folk? Even in the modest East Sea city, there were those who brandished the name of the spirit hall as a weapon, casually taking lives and brazenly robbing others of their possessions. How many heinous acts are perpetrated across the continent each day? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her teacher's voice broke through. To change all of this, Laina. Bibi Dong's gaze was resolute, her hand firmly resting on Hulaina's shoulder. This was my original goal in becoming the Pope, as well as my ultimate aim in seizing control of the Elder Hall. Alas, that old fox Douluo is exceedingly cunning. The angel family has deeply entrenched influence within the spirit hall. Despite over a decade of effort, I have yet to fully seize control. Perhaps Yi Tian could assist you. Teacher, Hulaina asserted earnestly, her eyes locking with her minners. With Yi Tian's intelligence combined with her teacher's formidable power, surely they could overthrow that old rascal Douluo and take command of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong gently caressed Hulaina's hair. Letting out a wistful sigh, Yi Tian's closeness to us is merely a misinterpretation. He mistakes me for his sister. But if we were to reveal our true identities, would he genuinely come to our aid? At this, Hulaina fell into a state of confusion. Indeed, they were not related to Yi Tian. Why would he assist them for no reason? Moreover, Yi Tian was a person of minimal desires, seemingly uninterested in holding any significant position of power. High titles and wealth would not entice him. As for riches, one could argue that even the entire spirit hall combined could not match Yi Tian's fortune. His aspirations appeared to be simply to reside quietly along the shores of the East Sea, leading a tranquil life. Such a person is indeed difficult to recruit. For a moment, Hulaina could not conceive a clever plan. Was she to perpetually deceive him? Yet deception would inevitably be uncovered, and once revealed, it would only serve to deepen his aversion. Contemplating this, Hulaina furrowed her brow and remarked, "It seems quite challenging to persuade Yi Tian." Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning shone in Bibi Dong's eyes as she gazed tenderly at Hulaina. "I may possess a method to draw Yi Tian to our side." "What method?" Hulaina's eyes sparkled with interest. Her teacher's brilliance was evident. Instead of articulating her plan directly, Bibi Dong leaned closer, whispering into Hulaina's ear. Upon hearing her teacher's suggestion, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher, are you suggesting that I marry him?" Chapter 24, The Four Great Families of East Sea City. Hulaina's mind was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. She had only known Yi Tian for a day. They were practically strangers. Yet this was her teacher's directive, thrusting her into a challenging dilemma. Observing Hulaina's struggle, Bibi Dong smiled gently, reassuring her, "The suggestion is merely a proposal. You are like a daughter to me. I would never compel you to act against your own desires." Deep down, she genuinely wished to see Hulaina and Yi Tian together. They were well matched, a perfect union. This would undeniably be the best alliance, strengthening ties with Yi Tian while securing a promising future for Laina. As the future pope, endowed with exceptional talent and beauty, Hulaina would not be at a loss should Yi Tian take her hand in marriage. Yet ultimately, it would hinge on Hulaina's own sentiments. As someone who had endured a tumultuous life, having experienced failure as a mother, she was determined not to become a failed mentor. Upon hearing her teacher's gentle words, Hulaina felt a warmth in her heart and replied earnestly, "Teacher, I understand your intentions. Yi Tian is indeed remarkable, but marriage requires mutual understanding. Please grant me some time to know him better." Bibi Dong, stroking Hulaina's hair, nodded with approval. "Very well, we shall set a month as the time frame. During this period, you can engage with Yi Tian more, or perhaps test him further. If you find him suitable, I will take the initiative to betroth you to him. However, if you deem him unfit, it is of no consequence. I shall select another exceptional young woman from the spirit hall to wed Yi Tian." At this, Hulaina's heart raced. After all, marriage was a significant matter. Was a month truly sufficient? Yet she understood that this was a generous concession from her teacher, granting her the opportunity to explore her options. Tian is of great significance to the Spirit Hall and must be courted. Were it another person in the position of Pope, a marriage contract would likely be hastily arranged, leaving her no room for dissent. Hulaina gazed out at the moon and nodded in agreement, saying, "Teacher, I understand." After a long pause, she recalled the events concerning Xiao Xian earlier that day and added, "Teacher, the Spirit Hall branch in Donghai City is utterly despicable. Shall we simply allow this to go unchecked? Perhaps we could have Uncle Yueguan intervene and deal with the Zhou family." As she spoke, her tone was devoid of any emotion, her eyes chillingly cold. Though she appeared cheerful in Tian's presence, she bore the weight of many lives on her hands. Bibi Dong waved her delicate hand dismissively. Eliminating a single family from the Donghai City Spirit Hall will not resolve the issues plaguing the entire continent's spirit halls. If Yueguan acts officially, it may trigger alarm among the families in other cities. There is no need for haste. Zhou's grandson has been crippled by Xiao Tian and will surely seek revenge. I find myself rather eager to see how Xiao Tian will tackle this intricate predicament. Hulaina nodded in understanding and raised her hand, saying, "I see. Teacher, you wish to test Tian's capabilities." Bibi Dong smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "It's getting late. Let us rest." Upon hearing this, Hulaina cheerfully wrapped her arms around Bibi Dong's soft waist and snuggled closer, exclaiming, "Sleeping with you, teacher, is truly delightful. At your age, still clinging to your teacher like this?" Bibi Dong chided lightly, yet her heart swelled with unspoken affection. She had given all her maternal love to Laina. In Donghai City, at the Zhou family's council chamber, screams of agony echoed as several physicians knelt in terror, unable to meet the gaze of the gaunt elder seated at the head. "Incompetent fools, all of you are worthless." The elder's furious eyes blazed with the formidable aura of a soul Douluo. He was Zhou Qianquan, the patriarch of the Zhou family and the master of the Spirit Hall branch in Donghai City. The physician nearest to the whip, his face contorted in pain, cried out, "Lord Zhou, spare me. Young Master Zhou's martial soul has been destroyed. I am utterly powerless to remedy this." Who could have foreseen that Zhou Wu, accompanied by a soul emperor guard, would venture into the countryside only to return with his martial soul annihilated, reduced to a vegetative state? Upon being brought back to the Zhou family, he had lost even the ability to speak. Hearing the physician's defense, Zhou Qianquan's veins bulged in fury, and with a swift motion, he slammed his palm down, shattering the nearby sandalwood table. "You wretched quacks! Bring them forward. If my grandson does not awaken today, let them all face execution." Upon this decree, the physicians collectively knelt in supplication, yet no one dared to plead on their behalf. Moments later, a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor entered, seizing the physicians and dragging them from the council chamber. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with dread. No one dared utter a word. It was common knowledge that Zhou Wu was the most talented youth of his generation, the pride of Zhou Qianquan. When Zhou Wu was brought back in his critical condition, the patriarch had nearly succumbed to rage, spitting blood multiple times. To plead for the physicians now would be akin to courting death. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man adorned with a white crown stepped forward, his rage palpable. He was Zhou Wu's father, Zhou Dupo. "Father, will this be the end of it? Wu is your most cherished grandson." Zhou Dupo's heart ached at the sight of his own son rendered a mere shell. The Zhou family was the foremost among Donghai City's 4 great clans, a lineage deeply entrenched in the legacy of the Spirit Hall branch. How could they allow such an affront to go unpunished? Zhou Qianquan, his nostrils flaring with anger, retorted, "Do you think my Zhou family is to be trifled with? This time, not only will I seize all of Tian's wealth, but he shall also pay with his life for what he has done to my Wu, and his sister shall forever become a slave to Wu." With that, he turned his gaze to a kneeling figure in the corner of the chamber, commanding, "Haibian, step forward and report on Tian's cultivation." Haibian, trembling with fear, approached and said, "Master, I did not witness Tian in battle. However, one of his companions, a soul emperor, possesses a terrifying configuration of soul rings, purple, black, and red. I urge you to consider this, Master. Tian is not to be underestimated." Zhou Dupo scoffed. "Is that your excuse to evade punishment? Even a titled Douluo may not withstand the backlash of a 100,000-year soul ring. To assert that a mere 6-ring soul emperor could wield such power is absurd." Haibian promptly knelt, his forehead touching the ground, insisting, "Master, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." Zhou Qianquan, in a fit of rage, tore at his sleeves and coldly declared, "As the master of the Spirit Hall branch, I have never encountered such a prodigious talent. You, blind guard, Must have fallen prey to some soul technique, ceaselessly diminishing my authority while elevating others. Upon hearing this, Hybian appeared enlightened. Indeed. How could a soul emperor possess such a horrifying configuration of soul rings? This must be a tactic employed by their adversary. Regret washed over Hybian. Had he known, he would have launched an attack directly. Perhaps they could have captured Tian. Fully aware that Zhou Wu's condition rendered him culpable, Hybian hastily declared, Patriarch, I am willing to lead the charge against Tian. Given your loyalty to the Zhou family, I shall permit you to redeem yourself, Zhou Qinkuan replied, dismissing him with a wave. He then surveyed the gathered members of the Zhou family, his voice icy. I command the gathering of all our family's strongest warriors. In 3 days, we shall apprehend Tian. Zhou Dupo expressed concern. Father, relying solely on our family as strength may be unwise. Tian cannot have risen to power in the past 3 years without possessing some formidable ability. Humph. I have already communicated with the other 3 great families in the city. In 3 days, our 4 families shall jointly eradicate Tian and divide his wealth. Chapter 25, Late-Night Contemplation in the Dead of Night. Within the quaint confines of a rustic study, Tian remained awake, engrossed in the chronicles of Douluo. His eyes widened in fascination as he read. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the window. The figure made no move to enter, instead standing respectfully in the darkness outside. Bowing slightly, and announced, Young Master, we have confirmed that the Zhou family in Donghai City is stirring, having allied with the other 3 great families, planning to take action against you in 3 days. This news has reached the Scorpion Douluo, who has instructed me to inform you that the Polaris squad has already infiltrated Donghai City. At your command, the 4 families shall swiftly fall. Understood. I am aware. Upon hearing that voice, Tian regained his composure and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. In truth, he was indifferent to the actions of the Zhou family. To him, their behavior was akin to that of a buffoon, akin to moss drawn to a flame. The other 3 prominent families were equally foolish, thinking they could conspire with the Zhou clan to seize his wealth. Their insatiable greed was akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, oblivious to their own limitations. He bore no objections to eradicating the 4 great families of Donghai City. It would be a mere trifle for him. The only concern that lingered was the potential reaction from the Wuhuan main hall. Should the 4 families be simultaneously annihilated, Donghai City would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil, prompting an investigation by the higher echelons of the Wuhuan temple. Such apprehension was not unwarranted. This afternoon, the intelligence organization led by Shursan discovered that scouts from the Wuhuan temple were operating near the farm. In terms of both cultivation and operational capability, the opposing team was a highly skilled intelligence unit. Had it not been for Shursan and his team employing modern reconnaissance strategies, they might never have detected their presence. The existence of such a proficient intelligence team lurking by the shores of Donghai was a source of considerable concern for him, as it could potentially lead to greater complications. Tian let out a soft sigh, gently patting his forehead. Truly a headache. The repercussions of dealing with the 4 prominent families extend beyond this. The public safety of Donghai City will also be adversely affected. The Tiansu army could certainly intervene, disguising themselves as ordinary soldiers to maintain order. However, this contradicts his deeply held intention of remaining concealed. How vexing. Tian furrowed his brows and with a sharp clap, slammed the book shut. His only desire was to live in seclusion in Donghai City, to protect his sister while leading a life free from worldly strife. Yet, there always seemed to be some ungrateful scoundrels who blindly seek him out. His hand gradually formed a fist, striking heavily upon the desk. Sometimes, only with a mighty blow could the enemy ever comprehend the folly of their foolish decisions. Tian slowly raised his right palm, his piercing gaze fixed upon the darkness beyond the window. He spoke deliberately, convey my command. At midnight tomorrow, annihilate the 4 great clans. As you command. Came a voice from the shadows, followed by an eerie silence. It was as if no one had ever been there, and no one had ever answered. Tian slowly rose to his feet and approached the window, casting a glance at the luminous night sky before gently drawing the curtains. The night had deepened, and it was time for slumber. In a hotel within Donghai City, Jiu Yue Guan clutched the intelligence documents he had recently gathered, his demeanor cold and foreboding. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that his expression had always been frigid, yet at this moment, an additional chill seemed to envelop him. The families of the Wuhuan temple in Donghai City were utterly foolish, brazenly acting out in the presence of the Pope's crown. Beside him, a paladin bowed and said, Your Grace, we have received a message from Lady Hulaina instructing us not to intervene, to act as if we have never been here. This is the will of Pope Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Jiuyue Guan conjured a small flame in his hand, incinerating the intelligence papers to ashes, and snorted coldly. Consider them fortunate. What of you Tian's background? Have you investigated thoroughly? As he spoke, he clenched his fist. This young man had dared to associate with Bibi Dong and had even entangled himself with Hulaina. Truly, he was courting disaster. In response to the commander's inquiry, the paladin bowed once more and replied, "Our team has spent the day investigating and has clarified some connections. Tian appears to have inherited certain medical skills, establishing a reputation for his healing abilities along the Donghai coastline. In recent years, he has opened numerous workshops in the various mountainous regions along the coast, with products being sold far and wide, even reaching some independent islands that occasionally send ships to purchase his goods. He frequently provides aid to the common folk. During last year's floods in Donghai, when the four great families refused to assist, it was Tian who discreetly sent people to distribute food, helping the populace through their hardships. The commoners are deeply grateful to him. This is merely a glimpse. In short, his reputation along the Donghai coast is considerable. Merely a fade for fame. Jiuyue Guan dismissed with a flick of his sleeve, scoffing softly. In his eyes, in this world where strength reigns supreme, all renown is but an illusion. Only exceptional power commands genuine respect. He remarked indifferently, "You have thoroughly investigated his wealth and reputation. What of his strength? Does he have any formidable allies? Are there any other factions with which he associates?" The paladin chuckled lightly. "As the leader of the 3 Knight Orders of the Wuhuan Temple, my intelligence personnel would certainly not overlook such matters." He explained, though Tian is astute and affluent, he possesses a 0-level martial soul, rendering him incapable of cultivation. However, he has managed to concoct potions that assist soul masters in their training, thereby attracting a number of them to his cause. Based on our estimates, he likely commands around 20 soul masters, the most powerful of whom is a soul emperor. As for his associations, it seems Tian has a reclusive nature, preferring to tend to flowers, cultivate crops, and fish, rarely venturing beyond the Donghai coast. Upon hearing this, Jiuyue Guan flexed his wrist, gazing at his martial soul with a mocking smile. This fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself. Yet alas, without ambition, there would be no drive to grow stronger, and ultimately, he would be cast aside by the tides of time. With this revelation, Jiuyue Guan's wariness towards Tian diminished significantly. Both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were individuals of lofty aspirations and would scarcely take notice of a rustic lad like him. Perhaps they found Tian amusing, a whimsical diversion to lighten their spirits. If Tian harbored no ulterior motives, all would be well. However, should he have any pretensions, Jiuyue Guan would not hesitate to show him no mercy. The following day, at the butterfly farm, Tian has never been one to indulge in slumber. Thus he rose early. After attending to his morning ablutions, he traversed the lengthy corridor adorned with climbing ivy, only to discover an increased presence of personnel surrounding the small courtyard. This was likely the contingent of guards dispatched by the 13th. Tian paid no heed, stepping over the grassy knoll and crossing the threshold to enter the room where Shao Xian was settled. The individual was not a soul master, possessing frail resilience and having recently undergone surgery, thus presenting a risk of infection. Therefore, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough examination. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking, a young matron approached, offering a slight bow to Tian and greeting him, "Young master, good morning." Tian nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the individual before him as a healer from the medical facility in Zizhu village. In his efforts to elevate the health standards of the surrounding area, Tian had trained numerous healers, among whom Qin Xian was one. Although these so-called healers possessed only the rudimentary skills of preparing traditional Chinese medicine and tending to minor wounds, it sufficed for their needs. It is crucial to understand that in the absence of healers, villagers in the mountains face dire consequences from severe injuries, often resulting in amputations due to infections. Adults, with their robust constitutions, could endure fevers, but for children, the chances of survival were only about 50% at best. However, with the implementation of the healer system, the likelihood of such tragic outcomes plummeted to zero. The mountain dwellers expressed their profound gratitude, and even Tian himself marveled at the formidable power of modern medical theory. While residing in the Blue Star, he had remained unaware of its potential. It was only upon arriving in this realm that he truly recognized the invaluable benefits of accessible healthcare. Tian inquired, "Has Su Xiaoxin awoken?" Qin Xian replied, "She stirred once last night, but soon fell back asleep." Tian's gaze fell upon Su Xiaoxin, who lay on the bed with her eyes closed. He tread lightly, gradually approaching the bedside. To avoid disturbing her rest, he carefully lifted the covers. It was still autumn, and the blanket was not particularly thick, so the likelihood of her noticing his actions was minimal. Upon unveiling the covers, Tian discovered that Su Xiaoxin's bloodstained garments had been replaced, and the sutured areas were neatly wrapped in bandages, adorned with a delicate bow. This should have been the work of Xian, who had mastered the bandaging technique exceptionally well. He had personally praised her during their training. "Do you need scissors?" Xian quietly turned to him, whispering her inquiry. Tian shook his head, pinching his fingers to reveal the Tai divine needle. His needle was far swifter than scissors. Chapter 26. The role of a healer with a deft motion. The needle descended, unwrapping the bandages entirely. The wound was sutured flawlessly, leaving behind merely a faint, almost imperceptible trace of blood, rendering the injury seemingly inconsequential. Upon observing the absence of any signs of infection, Tian withdrew his gaze and turned to Xian, advising her, ensure the wound is frequently disinfected, change the bandages regularly, and refrain from allowing Xian to move excessively. The wound is quite deep, and I fear that movement may lead to a second tear, increasing the risk of infection. Xian inclined her body slightly, assuring him, "Rest assured, young master. I will be vigilant." Subsequently, she instinctively glanced at Su Xiaoxian beside her, only to discover that the latter had already awakened. Surreptitiously observing both herself and young master Tian, she smiled warmly. "Xiaoxian, you're awake. Just in time, breakfast is about to be served at the farm. I'll bring you some shortly." Feeling exposed and blushing furiously, Su Xiaoxian murmured, She cast a glance at Tian, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, young master Yi, for saving me." Upon awakening last night, she had learned through Xian of Tian's heroic act in rescuing her. Overcome with emotion, she found herself at a loss for words. In her confrontation with Zhou Wu yesterday, when she was gravely injured by the martial spirit, she had even glimpsed the specter of death beckoning her. Little did she expect that it was young Master Yi who had pulled her back from the brink of the abyss. Young Master Tian truly possesses an admirable character. "It's no trouble at all," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Brother, so this is where you are." It was Hulaina, her tone cheerful, but upon seeing Su Xiaoxin on the bed, her laughter faltered, and she quickly composed herself. Rather than approaching Tian directly, she walked over to Xiaoxin, expressing her concern. "Little sister, how are you feeling?" "I'm all right. Much better," Su Xiaoxin replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny of care. "You're shy," Xian remarked with a smile, retrieving a bottle of medical disinfectant from a nearby table. She twisted off the cap and, with her other hand, picked up a fluffy cotton ball, dipping it into the disinfectant before approaching Xiaoxin. "After disinfecting, I'll help you cover up with a blanket," she promised with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt her cheeks flush, suddenly aware as she gazed at Tian. A hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. "You must have seen this often, right?" "What?" Tian responded in surprise, lightly tapping Hulaina's forehead. "What are you thinking?" "Ouch!" Hulaina exclaimed, covering her head and casting a mournful glance at Tian. In an instant, the two were playfully bickering again, prompting Bibi Dong to chuckle as she entered the room. She soon became captivated by Xian's actions and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Disinfecting," Xian replied, glancing at Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the term disinfecting, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "Did Xiaoxin get poisoned yesterday?" Seeing his sister's puzzled expression, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, disinfecting and detoxifying are not synonymous. Here, disinfecting is primarily to prevent bacterial infections." He gestured around. "There are countless invisible bacteria in the air around us." Then he added, as if coming to a realization, "Bacteria can indeed be understood as a kind of parasitic toxin." Bibi Dong pondered Tian's explanation, lightly resting her forehead against her hand. Hulaina opened her mouth, understanding every word Tian spoke, yet found it difficult to piece them together coherently. Noticing their confusion, Tian elaborated, "Perhaps you should know that if a wound is severe, it can become infected and ooze pus. This is typically a result of bacterial infection. If not disinfected in time to eliminate the bacteria, the injured person may face amputation or even death within a few days." Upon hearing Tian's illustrative explanation, Hulaina quickly recalled a street in Wuhuan City named Veterans Alley, home to retired soldiers from the Wuhuan Temple Army. Her teacher would visit that alley every year, and she had accompanied him on such visits. In her memory, Many of those veterans had lost limbs due to infections sustained on the battlefield. Suddenly, Hulaina looked up at Yi Tian. So, by disinfecting and bandaging, one can prevent wound infections? Indeed, Yi Tian nodded, impressed by her quick comprehension. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with realization. So, if soldiers on the battlefield sustain leg injuries, can they avoid amputation through disinfecting and bandaging? If it's merely a cut from a blade, amputation can generally be avoided, Yi Tian responded candidly. At this revelation, Hulaina gazed at her teacher, her eyes gleaming with hope. If this medical technique could be implemented in the Wuhuan Temple army, fewer soldiers would lose their limbs due to injuries sustained in battle. This would be nothing short of a revolutionary breakthrough. Yi Tian is truly remarkable. Bibi Dong returned a smile, approaching Qin Xian with a contemplative demeanor, and inquired, Miss Qin Xian, I presume you are not a soul master? Qin Xian hesitated, wondering why Bibi Dong would ask such a question, but she replied, Indeed. I am merely an ordinary person. How long did it take you to learn these medical skills? Approximately 2 months, I believe. I cannot recall the specifics. At that time, Master Yi Tian was training numerous individuals, so as the trainer, he should be aware. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was astounded. Are you implying that you were trained in mass? And within just 2 months? Mass training, coupled with a brief training period, suggests the possibility of replication. How extraordinary. She had initially thought that Yi Tian possessed exceptional talent solely in military training. To her surprise, he also made significant contributions to the field of medicine. In merely 2 months, he could cultivate a competent healer. Indeed, remarkable individuals are destined to excel in any domain they enter. Hearing this somewhat peculiar statement, Qin Xian chuckled awkwardly. One could say that. In truth, every village along the East Sea has healers like me. While we may not be able to treat severe ailments, we can easily manage injuries and common ailments like fevers and colds. Every village possesses such healers? Bibi Dong's astonishment was palpable. Yes, Qin Xian replied with a smile, pondering why Yi Tian's sister seemed so uninformed. Why does she know nothing at all? Seemingly perceiving Qin Xian's discomfort, Yi Tian chuckled. My sister has not returned home for many years and is always curious about the tremendous changes in our hometown. I see. Qin Xian understood. Indeed, 3 years prior, her village, Zizhu, struggled with hunger. Yet this year, nearly every household had constructed new homes, and there was an abundance of food. Even in ordinary times, they could afford to eat meat. All of this was brought about by the presence of Master Yi Tian. After a long moment, having recovered from her astonishment, Bibi Dong approached Yi Tian and inquired, Are you still training healers? I am continually training, though I no longer participate directly. My villa is situated right behind the Healer S school. If you enjoy this work, elder sister, you are welcome to come and learn. After all, you want to be returning to the spirit hall as a maid, and given your nature, I imagine you would find it difficult to remain idle. The work of a healer suits women well, making it an excellent choice. Very well, I shall go, Bibi Dong replied with a radiant smile. Yi Tian always manages to surprise her unexpectedly. The role of a healer is self-evident, bringing immense benefits not only to the army of the Wuhuan Temple but also to the common folk. This influence is significant in both reputation and utility. Chapter 27. A Special Breakfast? In the quaint farmyard, Yi Tian, Bai, and Bai Dong sat on stone benches around a stone table, enjoying a modest breakfast of fried dough sticks and spicy soup. On the table were 2 plates of pickled vegetables, namely spicy kelp strips and fermented yellow fish. The pickled vegetables served as a sideline for the farm. Situated near the coast of the East China Sea, the region boasted an abundance of kelp and yellow fish. During the slack farming season, the industrious farmers would set out in small boats, banding together to harvest kelp and yellow fish from the nearby waters. Despite their rudimentary fishing techniques, after a month of labor, they managed to secure enough for daily sustenance and sell the surplus to merchants, thus earning a modest profit. For those living along the coast, kelp and yellow fish constituted some of the few vegetables and meats available throughout the year. 2 years ago, with the establishment of Butterfly Farm under Chen Jian's leadership, the surplus funds were utilized to acquire several large boats. Since then, the local fishermen's harvesting and fishing efforts gradually became more professional. Whether employing specialized trawls for catching fish or utilizing encircling tactics to pursue schools of fish, their methods matured significantly. Dedicated personnel now ventured out to sea monthly to harvest yellow fish and kelp. This burgeoning industry now accounts for nearly half of the farm's income. The harvested kelp and yellow fish were initially sun-dried for direct sale. While the kelp retained its flavor after rehydration, the yellow fish, once dried, became tasteless and unpalatable, leaving one to lament its wastefulness. Upon learning of these circumstances, Tian recalled the pickling techniques from Blue Star. Pickled vegetables can, to a certain extent, preserve the freshness of the produce. Previously, he had acquired numerous seeds for crops from the system, including commonly used seasonings such as chili peppers and soybeans. Furthermore, he possessed a large workshop for salt production. What was considered an expensive commodity of salt to the common folk was nothing more than sand to him. Utilizing these resources, he swiftly established a new industrial chain. Thus, the pickling workshop at Butterfly Farm emerged triumphantly. Moreover, the novel seasonings like chili and fermented black soybeans quickly captivated the palates of the populace. People rushed to purchase them, resulting in a shortage of pickled vegetables. Nowadays, even along the shores of the East Sea, where pickles are produced, they have become synonymous with luxury. In distant lands, a single bottle of pickled vegetables can command an exorbitant price of several dozen gold soul coins. Opposite Tian, Hulaina's chopsticks scarcely paused. Mmm. Her mouth was stuffed to the brim, emitting indistinct sounds of delight. Crisp and delectable, could this truly be kelp? It was simply exquisite. With eager eyes fixed upon a small dish of spicy kelp shreds, she reluctantly tore her gaze away to marvel at Tian. And this fish. How have I never tasted it before? This scene elicited a chuckle from the nearby Bibi Dong. Nana, you've only been at the East Sea for 2 days. And I can see you've already gained a bit of weight, she teased. Hulaina quickly lowered her head to inspect herself, patting her abdomen, which remained slim and well-proportioned. She quietly exhaled, reassured there was no cause for concern. Tian leisurely dipped the yotio into the spicy soup, chuckling, Sister Nana. Can you truly not distinguish between kelp strips and yellow fish? The flavors are entirely different, especially the yellow fish, which carries a fresh and salty aroma. Melting in the mouth, this is certainly not a taste that can be produced by yellow fish alone. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she tapped her chopsticks against the plate, asking eagerly, is there more? There isn't, Tian replied with a hint of annoyance. Casting a sideways glance at Hulaina, you shouldn't indulge in too much pickled vegetables. He slowly lifted the bowl of spicy soup, savoring a sip of the steaming broth before continuing. This is the result of different seasonings leading to distinct flavors. The taste of fermented yellow fish is primarily dominated by fermented black beans, while the spicy kelp strips derive their unique flavor from the fermentation of ingredients like pickled peppers, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns. Huh? I've never heard of that, Hulaina said, her expression filled with confusion. In her understanding, it seemed that seasoning only consisted of salt. Tian smiled and said, as long as it is delicious, that is all that matters. Not understanding the underlying principles does not diminish your palate's ability to savor exquisite flavors. It is rather agreeable. Hulaina chuckled softly, her expression revealing a hint of struggle as she picked up a crispy fried dough stick and began to eat, her words slightly muffled. Brother. Such delectable food could earn a fortune if sold. Tian set down his chopsticks and praised, you possess quite the business acumen. Behind him, Jian, with a warm demeanor, elaborated, Miss Nana. In fact, pickled vegetables have already become a sensation in the cities surrounding the East Sea. Almost every batch produced in the workshop is sold out within a day. That must yield a considerable profit, then? Hulaina remarked casually. Jian chuckled and replied, not particularly. The annual income is merely around 1 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing Jian's nonchalant mention of 1 million, Hulaina's eyes widened, and with a flutter of her brows, she exclaimed, 1 million gold soul coins. To put this into perspective, the annual funding for the most elite knights of the Holy See is also just 1 million gold soul coins. Are you implying that Tian can effortlessly support the most formidable knight order on the continent through the sale of pickled vegetables? But isn't this just ordinary yellow fish and kelp? Hulaina felt a tinge of self-doubt. She had never imagined that kelp and yellow fish could be worth 1 million gold soul coins. This was no mere sale of pickled vegetables, it was akin to extortion. Value is determined by scarcity, Jian said earnestly. Across the entire continent, only the Butterfly Farm can produce these pickled vegetables, thus naturally commanding a high price. However, as the workshop expands, the prices are steadily decreasing. I believe it will not be long before they become accessible to the common folk. This is also what young Master Tian hopes to witness. Young Master Tian often advises him that the pursuit of profit is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to reach the homes of ordinary folk. However, the current production scale is too diminutive, and the scalpers are rampant. If prices are not elevated, The profits will merely line the pockets of these unscrupulous individuals. Thus, rather than allow the scalpers to thrive, it is wiser to raise the prices. Once production increases, the prices can gradually be lowered. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong gazed at Tian with admiration in her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Little Tian, your intellect is truly unparalleled. With just 2 plates of delicacies, you have managed to derive a profit worth millions in gold soul coins. It is all rather trivial." Tian chuckled softly, revealing that, to be honest, selling pickled vegetables was merely a spontaneous idea of his, and he had scarcely been involved in the entire process, as it was Chun Jian who handled production and sales. An annual revenue of 1,000,000 gold soul coins was, to him, merely a trifling matter. As they conversed, Hulaina, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, stealthily indulged in a fried dough stick. Pretending to act nonchalantly, she lifted a bowl of spicy soup and began to sip it slowly. The moment it touched her lips, her eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of soup is this? Its subtle spiciness and rich aroma enveloped her senses. As she swallowed, a wave of warmth surged through her. The sensation was utterly divine. She had not anticipated that the breakfast at the farm would be so exquisitely refined. At the Spirit Hall, her breakfast was comparable and standard to that of her teacher, representing the epitome of luxury within the Spirit Hall. Yet, she had never tasted a breakfast as delectable as this. Whether it was the side dishes, the staple foods, or this seemingly casual soup, all had successfully captivated her palate. Hulaina's expression transformed with emotion. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to Tian and inquired, "Brother, did you specially prepare this breakfast for us? How thoughtful of you." Tian exhibited a peculiar expression, leaning back as he gazed at his sister Nana. "Sister, what kind of look is that? This is merely the standard breakfast from the farm, nothing extraordinary." Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, a tinge of disappointment creeping into her heart. It turned out to be just a standard breakfast. Chapter 28. The letter from Jiu Pass, noticing the disheartened look on Nana's face. Tian set down his bowl on the stone table and, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Do not be disheartened. I will personally prepare a delicious meal for you at noon. The fire spirit chicken from the farm is simply delightful." Hulaina's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she leaned forward, puffing out her cheeks, and declared, "But you mustn't go back on your word." Tian rolled his eyes and replied with irritation, "Is it necessary to seal our promise with a handshake? It is not out of the question." Hulaina stifled a laugh behind her hand. Just then, a staff member entered the courtyard and approached Bibi Dong directly. With a respectful bow, he announced, "Miss, there is a young man outside the farm who claims to be your friend and is waiting for you at the gate." Upon hearing the staff member's words, Bibi Dong was taken aback, her expression shifting. Could it be that the person at the farm gate was a friend of Tian? If so, wouldn't that expose her? However, she soon reconsidered. Yi Xinglan had been serving as a maid in the Spirit Hall for 5 years and had not returned. To the extent that even Tian could hardly recall her appearance, it was unlikely that this friend would remember her distinctly either. Bibi Dong quickly composed herself, masking her surprise, and calmly inquired of the staff member, "Did that person provide a name?" Knowing the name was imperative, otherwise, she would indeed reveal a flaw. The staff member replied, "Miss, the individual stated that his name is Guan Yu." Upon hearing this name, Bibi Dong raised her delicate brows. With her long, snow-white legs elegantly parting, she slowly stood up and glanced at Tian beside her. "Little Tian, I shall go meet this friend. Teacher, I shall accompany you." Hulaina quickly rose from her seat, raising her hands with a sense of ease. Having heard the name Guan Yu, she had already begun to surmise the identity of her teacher's friend. Tian waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "Sister, remember to invite your friend to have lunch at the farm. I will go prepare the ingredients for noon." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, and together with Hulaina, they strode out of the small courtyard of the farm, traversing the cement path until they reached the entrance. Upon spotting the silver strand amidst the golden hair of the individual before her, Hulaina's heart comprehended instantly it was undoubtedly Zhu Guan. In front of her stood Zhu Guan, now clad in more commonplace attire, yet his distinctive hair color and dark circles under his eyes made him easily recognizable. "Uncle Yu Guan, what brings you here?" Hulaina cheerfully approached him, playfully nudging him with her shoulder and whispering with a smile, "Did you receive the secret letter I sent you? Although it has been several years since I last wrote a secret missive, I trust the format remains accurate." The cipher utilized for correspondence with the members of the Pope's Knights was something Hulaina had learned during her general studies at the Spirit Hall Academy. Primarily focused on her martial spirit training, she had seldom employed such knowledge, and now it felt somewhat unfamiliar. With a calm smile, Jiu Guan replied, "Your Highness, your talent is exceptional. Your writing is undoubtedly precise." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's gaze remained cold, her voice laced with frost. "What is the matter? If there is nothing of importance, Zhu Yuguan would not have sought me out without due cause." Zhu Yuguan was accustomed to the icy demeanor of her holiness, for she had always presented herself thus. He slightly bowed, exuding utmost respect. "I initially intended to send word to her holiness, but the defenses of this farm are exceedingly strict. Thus, I took the liberty of disguising myself as one of your acquaintances to come in person." He quietly produced a letter from his breast pocket and stated, "This is a confidential missive from the Holy Knights, delivered during their patrol of the Dragon City Spirit Main Hall. The Knights not only served to protect her holiness but also held inspection duties and apprehended wrongdoers." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her slender hand accepting the letter to scrutinize its contents closely. With each passing moment, her chest heaved more rapidly, and she unconsciously gripped the letter with increasing force. Ultimately, she crumpled the secret missive into a ball, her countenance radiating fury. "This is preposterous." Noticing her teacher's expression, Hu Laina hurriedly inquired, "Uncle Yu, what has transpired?" Zhu Yuguan explained, "The master of the Spirit Main Hall in Dragon City, Sun Kai, has been forcibly seizing local women. When the families of these women attempted to negotiate, Sun Kai dispatched individuals to brutally assault them. In utter desperation, the families resolved to report the matter to the Spirit City. Upon learning of this, Sun Kai, in broad daylight, executed the entire family before onlookers. He even declared that in Dragon City, his word is law." "What? That Sun Kai is utterly despicable," Hu Laina exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom such a villain's existence within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's expression hardened as she gazed at Zhu Yuguan. "This egregious behavior, which severely tarnishes the reputation of the Spirit Hall, do I even need to ask? Remove him from his position, drag him to the marketplace, and execute him publicly." Zhu Yuguan spoke softly. "Sun Kai's family wields considerable influence in Dragon City, from the commander of the Spirit Hall soldiers to various positions. They are all part of the Sun family. The enforcement knights patrolling the area are simply no match for them." "Then you must go personally," Bibi Dong commanded, her voice frigid. "There could be no leniency towards such malevolence." Zhu Guan continued, "There is another complication. Sun Kai is a direct disciple of the Elder Hall's fifth enshrined Douluo. In fact, several individuals from Dragon City have pinned numerous letters of complaint to your holiness over the years, all of which were suppressed by the fifth enshrined. It was only after the enforcement knights conducted their investigation that this came to light. Aware that he could not suppress the matter any longer, the fifth enshrined personally wrote to your holiness, requesting that you refrain from intervening in Dragon City affairs, assuring you that he would deal with Sun Kai himself." After speaking, Zhu Guan handed Bibi Dong the fifth enshrine's personal letter. However, Bibi Dong did not even glance at it, her icy gaze fixed on Zhu Guan. "The fifth enshrined personally handling it? This is an obvious attempt to shield Sun Kai. I now command you in the name of the Pope to immediately take the Holy Knights and bring Sun Kai to justice. As for the Elder Hall's response, you need not concern yourself with that. I understand, your holiness," Zhu Guan replied, placing his right hand over his heart, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Bibi Dong's face was etched with frost. Did the Elder Hall truly believe she was merely a puppet pope? She would show the enshrined the extent of her power. Gazing into the distance, Bibi Dong fell into contemplation. If the rampant abuses of power by the various Spirit Hall branches were not addressed, it would, as Tian predicted, lead to their demise within 3 years. These issues must be rectified. Hu Laina approached Bibi Dong, concern evident on her face. "Teacher, will this not lead to a rift between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall?" "Not at all," Bibi Dong replied calmly. "Although that old scoundrel Douluo is detestable, he would not allow the Spirit Hall to appear divided on the surface. As for cooperation between the two halls, it has never existed. I do not expect it either. Come, let us return." Bibi Dong beckoned to Hu Laina. By the time the events in Dragon City reached the ears of the Elder Hall in Spirit City, it would likely be a week later. Worrying in the interim would only serve to burden herself with unnecessary troubles. As the two returned to the small courtyard of the farm, they saw Tian busily using a shovel to construct an earthen stove. Tian raised his head, noticing the troubled expressions on the faces of the two women. Curiously, he inquired, "Sister, Nana, what troubles you?" Hu Laina sighed and replied, "I have received a heart-rending piece of news from a friend of my teacher." "What about your friend? Why didn't they return with you?" Tian asked. Bibi Dong responded nonchalantly, "He is engaged in business and stopped by here on his way back." but he is eager to return home to his family. I see, Tian said, resuming his task of shoveling dirt, casting a playful glance at Hulaina. What tragic event could cause such sorrow? Hulaina sighed again, saying, the master of the Wuhuan Hall in Tianlong City ruthlessly slaughtered an entire family of innocents. Upon hearing this, Tian paused his actions momentarily, the smile fading from his face, and he asked nonchalantly, has the perpetrator faced any repercussions from the Wuhuan city? Hulaina glanced at Bibi Dong before responding. It is said that the Pope has already dispatched someone to Tianlong City. Given her character, the master in question is surely doomed. Let us hope so, Tian thought silently. Hulaina, filled with myriad emotions, gazed with complexity in her eyes, pondering. Is there truly no way to prevent the masters of the Wuhuan Hall from their unchecked tyranny? Tian casually responded, indeed, there is a way. But it depends on the determination of Pope Bibi Dong. Do you have a solution? Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, who had been deep in thought, abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Tian. He has a solution? Chapter 29, Erosion of the Spirit Hall Family. Tian set down the shovel in his hand, brushed off his palms, and stood up, declaring, to resolve the conundrum of the Spirit Hall, one must adopt a resolute stance and eradicate these families entrenched within it. The Spirit Hall's reputation has been tarnished, and its administrative inefficiencies stem from these parasitic families that infest various cities. Unless these malignant entities are thoroughly uprooted, the colossal structure of the Spirit Hall will inevitably succumb to decay and collapse. Without such determination, no effort exerted by the Spirit Hall will yield any fruit. In truth, this predicament is not confined to the Spirit Hall alone. Even the two great empires face a similar fate. If the situation of the nobility's stronghold in localities remains unaddressed, it is only a matter of time before the empire disintegrates. Tian, having read Douluo continent, is aware that shortly after the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, the two great empires descended into chaos. The Tiando Empire itself fractured into the Tianhan and Douling nations. However, the two empires currently face the formidable enemy of the Spirit Hall. External pressures have masked their internal conflicts. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that these families associated with the Spirit Hall are the very pillars of its existence. To eradicate them would effectively negate the Spirit Hall's presence entirely, Hulaina expressed with evident concern. Tian's perspective is rather one-sided. It is not merely a matter of eradicating all the families associated with the Spirit Hall. Even a slight disturbance among a few of these families could prompt them to unite against the Papal Hall. It is essential to recognize that a significant portion of the Spirit Hall's authority still resides with the Elder Hall. The jurisdiction of the Papal Hall is, in reality, quite limited. Should all the Spirit Hall families feel aggrieved and choose to align themselves with the Elder Hall, it would effectively diminish the influence of the Papal Hall, an endeavor fraught with loss. This complexity and difficulty is a notable aspect of the Spirit Hall families. Moreover, not all families within the Spirit Hall harbor individuals as malevolent as the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon City. At most, they may resort to dubious methods for financial gain. But their transgressions do not warrant capital punishment, Hulaina remarked. Tian approached Hulaina with a gentle smile and remarked, Sister, it seems you have misinterpreted my words. When I spoke of eradication, I did not imply the act of taking their lives. Rather, I meant to dismantle their family-centric powers. Only by disassembling these deeply entrenched families can we clear the pathways of the Spirit Hall, allowing the Pope's commands to be executed with unparalleled efficiency, thereby forming a robust administrative apparatus to mobilize the colossal and formidable entity that is the Spirit Hall. What methods shall be employed for this dismantling? A flicker of interest crossed Bibi Dong's expression. Tian's words truly resonated with her. However, dismantling these families with centuries of heritage is no simple feat decades ago. The Spirit Hall engaged in a protracted siege against the world's superfamilies and sections. Yet, even after she ascended to the position of Pope, these prominent families remained steadfast. The only alteration was their transition from the limelight to the shadows, conducting their affairs with less ostentation. The sole method Bibi Dong could conceive to thoroughly dismantle these superfamilies was through the application of force. She envisioned amassing the combat strength of the Spirit Hall's upper echelons to swiftly obliterate these families. To this end, the Pope's Hall had long formulated a plan codenamed Soul Hunt. However, due to the lack of unified objectives among the Spirit Hall's leadership, the Soul Hunt plan remained merely theoretical. The strength of smaller families pales in comparison to that of larger ones. Nevertheless, their numbers are overwhelming. Disturbing one could set off a chain reaction. When it comes to dealing with the larger families, the Spirit Hall can fabricate justifications, claiming these families have engaged in wrongful acts, thus bringing their downfall upon themselves. After all, how could such colossal entities exist without blemishes? A mere insinuation would suffice, and even if the Spirit Hall dispatched troops to eliminate these families, no one would dare to oppose them. Who would empathize with such behemoths? However, small families are a different matter. Just the arbitrary dismantling of one small family would instill fear among the others. This sense of crisis among the smaller families would create formidable resistance, potentially overturning her reign as Pope. If she wished to resolve the issues surrounding the smaller families, this resistance could not be overlooked. In response to her sister's inquiry, Tian smiled calmly. Just as a meal must be consumed bite by bite, families must be dismantled step by step. Should they act rashly, they risk harming themselves in the process. He locked eyes with Bibi Dong and inquired, "Sister, have you ever heard of boiling a frog in warm water?" Hulaina cheerfully interjected, "I understand. Brother means we must take our time and not rush." Tian lightly snapped his fingers, gently ruffling Hulaina's hair, and remarked with a smile, "You are correct. The reason these families within the Spirit Hall possess cohesion and combat prowess is that they not only usurp the authority of the Spirit Hall but also wield influence and wealth within the local community. To put it more simply, they operate in both the shadows and the light, coupled with their identity as soul masters, granting them martial power. When one resides in a place for an extended period, it is only natural for small factions to form." Tian extended his index finger. The first step to dismantling these small factions is to separate them and induce internal strife. How do we achieve separation and internal consumption? Hulaina inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Truly, Tian is astute. It would likely take her half a year of contemplation to arrive at such clarity. Yet, Tian swiftly identifies the crux of the issue and articulates a solution, a remarkable ability that leaves one in awe. "It's quite simple." Tian replied with a mysterious smile, uttering two words, reassignment. In essence, the leaders of the various branches should be rotated every 2 or 3 years, depriving them of the opportunity to establish roots in their locales. When branch leaders are appointed to entirely unfamiliar cities, competition and friction with local soul master families are inevitable. This mutual wariness will significantly reduce conflicts. Moreover, branch leaders are often pivotal figures within their families. Their relocation will not occur in isolation. They will undoubtedly bring along several key family members, thereby fracturing the power of the familial factions. Upon hearing Tian's words, Hulaina's expression suddenly brightened, exclaiming in astonishment, "The reassignment method is brilliant. When local families clash with the incoming leaders, the Spirit Hall will be compelled to send representatives for mediation, thereby enhancing its control over each branch." "Brother Tian, you are truly exceptional," Hulaina praised, giving him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, who had been listening intently, fell into deep contemplation without uttering a word. One cannot deny that Tian's insights profoundly inspired her. Reassignment. What a correct and straightforward policy. How had she not thought of it before? Perhaps this is merely a reflection of their differing intellects, Bibi Dong mused. Tian gently caressed Hulaina's flowing hair. Chuckling softly, the adjustment is merely the initial step in addressing the manipulation of power by the spirit master families. The resolution of these families is, in fact, a long-term issue. The adjustment can swiftly alleviate the internal conflicts currently confronting the Spirit Hall and diminish the public's critique, yet it cannot wholly resolve the underlying problems. After all, even with the adjustment, the families within the Spirit Hall still exist objectively. Hulaina raised her head and inquired, "So what should be the next course of action?" Tian gently patted Hulaina's head and chuckled, "After we separate them, the next step is, of course, to administer a thorough beating." Chapter 30. Who is this girl? Seeing the two girls bewildered by his meaning, Tian clasped his hands behind his back and spoke contemplatively. "To dismantle the small factions of soul master families across various regions, we must inevitably deal with them. Otherwise, we are merely addressing the symptoms without curing the root cause. After the adjustments, we can also relocate some of the young core members of these soul master families to Spirit City under the pretense of special training. I believe that once they hear about the direct training provided by the Spirit Hall, they will eagerly volunteer without any need for extensive promotion. Thus, the strength of each soul master family will be further diminished." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with joy as she interjected, "In this way, during the training period, the Spirit Hall can conduct investigations and address any illicit activities within these families." One cannot help but admire Tian's insightful strategy. The Spirit Hall could completely isolate the trained soul masters from the outside world, ensuring they remain disconnected. The participants of this training, in a sense, could be viewed as hostages. Even if the families wish to incite chaos during the investigation, they would have to tread carefully. Otherwise, the entire family would face repercussions. You are indeed clever, Sister Nana, Tian smiled and remarked. Regular position adjustments will become the norm, allowing us to frequently cleanse the unlawful families. Once these actions are executed, the malignant influences within the spirit hall will be largely eradicated. The families wielding power within the spirit hall will also be weakened. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Bibi Dong was profoundly shaken. She had never imagined that such methods could be employed to dismantle the various families within the spirit hall. If this grand feat could be accomplished, the power of the spirit hall would be further consolidated, and the control of the papal palace over the regional branches would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. This way, she could directly bypass the Elder Hall and issue commands to the various regions, becoming a true sovereign of authority. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. The inability to truly grasp control over the spirit hall had always been a lingering concern for her. Little did she expect to witness a glimmer of hope for resolution. Her chest heaved with excitement. To be frank, she was overwhelmed with joy. If it weren't for Yi Tian standing before her, she would have been itching to implement his visionary plans immediately. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. I never anticipated that both of you would exhibit such concern for the spirit hall. However, accomplishing this will significantly weaken the various families. To thoroughly dismantle these families, it is imperative to establish a system that allows for reasonable fluidity. Without fresh blood entering the spirit hall, and without the elders stepping down from their positions, it will ultimately remain stagnant. Even if the impurities in this stagnant water are cleansed, they will inevitably re-emerge after a time. Thus, a rational fluidity is essential. In this regard, the ancient Eastern dynasty had already devised the imperial examination system to provide opportunities for those from humble backgrounds to ascend. The spirit hall could indeed draw inspiration from this. Ceasing to allow individuals from the Zhou family in the East Sea City to hold positions indefinitely until retirement, only to have their sons succeed them. Reasonable fluidity? Hulaina gazed at him with wide eyes, her expression filled with curiosity as she leaned closer to Yi Tian, playfully asking, Brother, could you elaborate? Yi Tian gently tapped Hulaina's forehead and exclaimed, Silly Nana, your curiosity is truly insatiable. With a playful giggle, Hulaina placed her small hand against her ear. Pouting adorably, Do you really wish to know? Yi Tian inquired. Indeed. Hulaina nodded earnestly, her face brimming with anticipation. I shall not disclose it to you. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He still needed to gather firewood to prepare the roast chicken, with no time to indulge in troublesome theoretical discussions. As for the issues plaguing the spirit hall, let Pope Bibi Dong wrestle with them. They were of no concern to him. Watching Yi Tian's unceremonious departure, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, glancing awkwardly at her teacher. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, raising a hand to calm her. There's no rush. Merely the adjustment of the various branch leaders will keep us occupied for months. We need not dwell on it now. Hulaina sighed. Brother Yi Tian is truly clever. Although he is not part of the spirit hall system, his understanding of it is remarkably profound. Such talent is rare on the continent, perhaps emerging only once in a millennium. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She placed her delicate hand on Hulaina's shoulder. Locking eyes with her, what are your thoughts? Once this opportunity passes, finding a husband as exceptional as Yi Tian will be nearly impossible. Hulaina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her voice became somewhat awkward as she stammered. But we've only known each other for 3 days. Noticing Hulaina's reaction, Bibi Dong smiled serenely, choosing not to counter her words. In her heart, she understood that despite the girl's verbal retorts, her affections had likely already gravitated towards Yi Tian. She walked directly to a lounge chair in the small courtyard and sat down, speaking softly. Nana, please compose a document detailing what Yi Tian discussed today. Find an opportunity to send it to Spirit City, and have Elder Gue Mei gather a team to draft a list for the adjustments within a week. Hulaina looked up abruptly. Are we to execute this now? Isn't it a bit hasty? Implementing such a vast adjustment plan would undoubtedly cause turmoil among the various branches of the Spirit Hall. The dark forces lurking on the continent might seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, the Elder Hall would present its own challenges. The esteemed Qian Douluo might very well oppose this initiative. Bibi Dong's gaze turned serious as she looked into the distance, contemplating the skies. Time waits for no one. Should any issues arise, they shall be resolved. As Pope, she sensed an undercurrent of unrest brewing within both the Spirit Master realm and the two great empires. If the Spirit Hall, this grand vessel, did not promptly mend its vulnerabilities, it might very well sink before colliding with other ships. Very well, Hulaina replied, nodding earnestly. As the two continued their discussion, the distant road lay ahead. Tian approached, accompanied by a girl clad in a cerulean gown, her hair a deep azure. The girl's features were exquisitely delicate, captivating all the farm workers who happened to pass by. Yet, in a curious contrast to her striking beauty, she bore a bundle of bamboo firewood upon her back. This incongruity was striking. A woman working on the farm, noticing the girl's forehead glistening with perspiration, stepped forward to offer her assistance, only to be gently declined by the girl. From a distance, Hulaina observed this interaction, a hint of jealousy flickering across her fair visage. As Tian drew nearer, the note of envy in Hulaina's voice became unmistakable. Brother seems to be in quite a good mood, fetching firewood and returning with a beautiful sister. With that, she pouted and quietly moved to stand beside Bibi Dong, her expression laden with grievance. Bibi Dong regarded the scene with an air of indifference, choosing not to speak. Tian cast a glance at the girl beside him, shrugging helplessly. I do not wish for this either. The girl with deep blue hair placed the bamboo sticks on the ground, wiped the fine sweat from her brow, and approached Hulaina with a smile, saying, Little sister, you have misunderstood. It was I who requested this. Proactive? Hulaina regarded the girl with deep blue hair with suspicion. Was this statement a challenge directed at her? A tremor coursed through her heart. Perhaps Tian had long been acquainted with this young lady? Perhaps she was the third party. At this thought, Hulaina found it difficult to breathe, her mind racing with apprehension. She dared not pursue the thought further, feeling a wave of emotion welling up within her, even to the point of tears. Brother Tian, it is evident that she harbors deep affection. If they had been together previously, must she truly surrender Brother Tian to another? Struggling, hesitating, feeling lost, and consumed by jealousy, a tumult of emotions surged within her, rendering her somewhat at a loss. And she instinctively shrank back. Observing Nana's despondent demeanor, Tian chuckled in surprise, approached her side, placed a hand on her shoulder, and inquired gently, Sister, what occupies your thoughts? We have only just met. Chapter 31. The request of Li Jiuchuan just met? Hulaina expressed a look of confusion. Indeed. Tian gently tugged at Hulaina's golden hair, causing her to wince in pain and involuntarily furrow her delicate brow, casting her gaze upon him. He pointed towards the young girl in the blue gown, explaining, This is Li Jiuchuan, a member of the Li family from Golden Ao Island. The Li family's fleet is quite substantial along the shores of the East China Sea, and we engage in business dealings. Therefore, you have come here as a guest? Upon hearing this, Hulaina cast a brief glance at Li Jiuchuan's fair profile, slightly easing her vigilance. She unconsciously moved closer to Tian, wishing to exhibit their special relationship. The uninvited presence of the other party reeked of intent. She had to remain cautious. Soon after, Hulaina became aware of her own psychological shift. After a moment of daze, she realized her jealousy was somewhat palpable. Li Jiuchuan approached Hulaina with graceful strides, offering a slight bow and a charming smile. That is indeed the case, but my primary intention is to invite Tian to visit Golden Ao Island. Upon finishing her words, her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she cast a sideways glance at Tian. Tian was indifferent to the matter. He held no interest in visiting Jin Ao Island. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Should he agree to go, he would undoubtedly require a contingent of guards to ensure his safety. However, such a decision would expose the hidden forces lurking in the shadows, a prospect he wished to avoid. On the other hand, if the Li family merely sought to strengthen their personal ties, there would be no need for such an engagement. In business dealings, the principle of profit reigns supreme. His goods, transported by the Li family's fleet, could reach distant shores, yielding greater financial returns. This arrangement was entirely mutually beneficial. As long as there were shared interests at stake, there was no cause for discord between the two parties. Conversely, without such a profit-driven relationship, any attempt to foster personal connections would be futile. Tian gestured towards Bibi Dong beside him, delicately declining, My sister has just returned from afar. I do not wish to stray from home. I must beg your pardon. This was but a half-truth. With his sister at home, he would not venture far. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her previously anxious heart now at ease. It seemed that Li Jiuchuan held little significance in Tian's heart after all. She clasped her hands before her, embodying the essence of a genteel lady. As a subtle smile graced her lips, I truly apologize, Miss Li, she declared, her words resonating with the triumph of a victor. Bibi Dong, equally intrigued, rested her delicate hand on her brow, her gaze flitting between Yi Tian and Li Jiuchuan. For a moment, Li Jiuchuan was taken aback by Yi Tian's words. With her beauty, she had never faced rejection throughout her life. However, as she raised her gaze to reassess the two women beside Yi Tian, she began to discern the underlying truths. Behind Yi Tian stood a girl with her demeanor as frigid as that of a snow queen, her beauty rivaling that of anyone. Li Jiuchuan was taken aback. Yi Tian, with his strikingly handsome features, had a sister who was truly a rare beauty. It was no wonder they were family, blessed with such formidable genes. Her gaze then shifted to the golden-haired girl beside Yi Tian, whose enchanting smile was equally captivating. With an alluring charm tinged with a hint of mischief, she radiated an irresistible allure. Li Jiuchuan could not help but feel a pang of inadequacy. Faced with the stunning appearances of the two women, a flicker of self-doubt crossed her mind. Yet she quickly reminded herself that her purpose was not to compete in beauty. Shaking her head discreetly, a trace of pity crossed her brow as she sighed softly. I have summoned you, young Master Yi Tian, to Jinao Island for an urgent matter. What is it? Yi Tian inquired, stepping closer as he removed his hand from Hulaina's hair. His immediate thought was of the possibility that the Li family ships had been attacked by pirates, an unlikely scenario, given that Li Jiuchuan's grandfather, Li Haitian, was an esteemed rank 89 soul Douluo, a powerful sea soul master capable of exhibiting formidable prowess in the oceans. No reckless pirate would dare to oppose the Li family, a fact that had initially prompted Yi Tian to collaborate with them for cargo transport. Li Jiuchuan's expression darkened as she leaned forward, preparing to whisper in Yi Tian's ear. However, before she could do so, Hulaina abruptly pulled Yi Tian behind her, her large eyes filled with vigilance. There are no outsiders, just speak openly, she insisted, her tone tinged with unease. After a moment's pause, she leaned in closer to Yi Tian, murmuring, be wary of hidden intentions. Seeing Hulaina's protective gesture, Yi Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Indeed, his sister possessed remarkable strength, having effortlessly pulled him aside. Perhaps her actions were in his best interest. With a wry smile, he stepped out from behind Hulaina to face the somber Li Jiuchuan. I apologize, my sister is excessively cautious. It is quite all right. My approach was rather abrupt. Li Jiuchuan replied, managing a faint smile as she waved her hand dismissively. She understood the fragility of her relationship with Yi Tian, particularly since this was her first visit to the butterfly farm, a meeting between them that had only been made possible by their family's business ties. Had they not been partners in commerce, she might never have had the opportunity to meet him. With her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, she resolved to be forthright, extending her hand once more in greeting. To be candid, I have come to beseech your assistance in treating my grandfather. He sought to advance to title Douluo by hunting the 30,000-year-old soul beast, the venomous sea lion, in the deep sea, and sustained a grave poisoning during the battle. Initially, the symptoms were imperceptible, but after returning home and absorbing the soul ring, he now endures excruciating pain in his heart and lungs daily. With his condition growing ever more dire, with sincere eyes, she implored Yi Tian, I humbly request that you, young Master Yi Tian, consider the business ties between our families and come to Jinao Island to save my grandfather. The Li family is willing to offer a reward of 1 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Li Haitian has been poisoned? This is indeed a grave matter. Jinao Island is strategically located along crucial shipping routes, a prime target for countless pirates. The Li family's enduring strength amidst such predatory threats is largely due to Li Haitian's prowess as an esteemed rank 89 soul Douluo, capable of wielding the power of a titled Douluo in the ocean. Now, with Li Haitian gravely poisoned, how could the pirates remain passive? They would undoubtedly plot against the Li family on Jinao Island. Yi Tian realized that this journey to Jinao Island would likely entail more than mere medical treatment. Peril was inevitable. Contemplating this, he shook his head internally, reluctant to become embroiled in such turmoil. The offered reward of 1 million gold soul coins was trivial to him, hardly worth his consideration. The risks far outweighed the benefits. It would be wiser to refrain from involvement. Moreover, his greatest aspiration was simply to enjoy a tranquil life by the shores of the East Sea. Yi Tian gazed into Li Jiuchuan's enchanting eyes and feigned a sigh, saying, at such a tender age, my medical skills are indeed rather rudimentary. My reputation in the East Sea is merely a result of my frequent acts of benevolence, offering free treatments to those in need, which has garnered me their gratitude. He spread his hands, acknowledging, in truth, the ailments I tend to are limited to fevers, colds, and minor injuries, lacking any significant technical prowess. He continued with candor, Your grandfather suffers from poisoning due to a sea lion's venom. Yet I have never encountered such a creature, nor do I possess experience in treating such poisonings. Thus, I must regretfully decline to assist." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan paused momentarily before resolutely stating, "The Li family is willing to offer the soul bone of the sea lion." Chapter 32. How fortunate for Li Jiuquan. Soul bone? At Li Jiuquan's generous offer, Hulaina inhaled sharply. Soul bones are even more precious than 10,000-year soul rings. Even within the spirit hall, soul bones are exceedingly rare and not easily acquired. It appears that the head of the Li family has truly reached a desperate juncture. Otherwise, he would not part with such a priceless treasure. Upon hearing this, Tian remained utterly unconcerned. He did not practice cultivation. So what use would a soul bone serve him? If Li Haitian resided by the Eastern Sea, he might have considered doing a favor by assisting him in detoxification. However, the perilous distance to Golden Aol Island rendered such a gesture unwarranted. With a sigh, he remarked, "Alas, Miss Jiuquan, do you not comprehend? It is not a matter of price. Rather, I am simply powerless to assist." Li Jiuquan's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt on the ground. Disregarding the gazes of the surrounding staff, her voice trembling with emotion. "Young Master Tian, I implore you to make the journey. Even the slightest chance would suffice. If you, young Master Tian, are willing to extend your hand in salvation, Jiuquan vows to remain by your side eternally as a maid, willing to do anything." Upon uttering these words, Li Jiuquan lowered her gaze. For one so proud as herself, expressing such sentiments required immense courage. Essentially, it amounted to a form of surrendering herself to Tian. Hearing this, Hulaina stepped forward, her demeanor cautious as she countered, "Miss Jiuquan, vows should not be made lightly." Li Jiuquan's words were clearly intended to exploit Tian's goodwill, and Hulaina found herself questioning the purity of the other party's motives. "Miss Jiuquan, please refrain from such behavior." Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth and extended his hand to pull Li Jiuquan up from the ground. The series of behaviors exhibited by the latter aroused his suspicions. Why was Li Jiuquan so certain that he could cure the poison of the toothy sea lion? It is worth noting that although his previous words contained a modicum of humility, they were largely true. He had never treated a case of poisoning before, logically speaking. No one should be aware of this fact. The persistent insistence of the other party was indeed highly suspect. He voiced his doubts, asking, "Miss Jiuquan, how can you be so confident that I can cure your grandfather's poison?" Li Jiuquan's pale face was adorned with tears, her eyes cast downward. "I dare not conceal the truth from young Master Yi. Before coming here, I had someone inquire about you. Young Master, you have treated ailments in less than 3 minutes. Often, even the patients themselves are unaware of their afflictions, yet you are able to diagnose and treat them with pinpoint accuracy. Such medical prowess is indeed unparalleled on the continent. If even you cannot remedy my grandfather's poison, I believe there is no second person on this land capable of doing so." 2 tears coursed down Li Jiuquan's cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable, regardless of the circumstances. "I implore you to make the journey. Jiuquan is willing to serve you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had indeed been careless. It seemed that treating ailments too swiftly could lead to potential vulnerabilities. One could not deny that Li Jiuquan was astute, drawing a conclusion about his exceptional medical skills from mere hints. It was evident that she was deeply filial, willing to stake her own well-being for her grandfather's chance at survival. Such devotion was truly commendable. Tian's expression was grave as he pondered for a long while. "Very well, I shall promise you. However, you must make 3 vows. No matter how many vows, I am willing." Upon hearing Tian's agreement, Li Jiuquan wiped away her tears, filled with immense joy. Hulaina puffed up her cheeks, stepping between the two, and glared at Tian, fuming. "Brother, you cannot possibly be captivated by her beauty and wish for her to be your wife, can you? It is truly infuriating. She arrived first, and I cannot allow Li Jiuquan to seize the opportunity." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan was momentarily taken aback. Her face soon flushed. "I did not. I have no such intentions. I merely wish to remain by Tian's side." Tian remained oblivious to the crimson hue gracing Li Jiuquan's cheeks, lowering his gaze in exasperation at Hulaina. "Sister, what thoughts occupy your mind? My promise to Jiuquan was merely an attempt to aid her grandfather. I am confident in my ability to provide assistance. However, I had previously mentioned my lack of experience in this particular field. It is imperative that I do not divulge any details." In response to Hulaina's inquiries, Tian cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiuquan. Indeed, her appearance was striking, cascading blue hair, a porcelain oval face, long, graceful legs, and a curvaceous figure, all of which could be deemed flawless. Yet, she was not to his liking. He was not the type to be rendered speechless by mere beauty. The likes of Li Jiuquan barely registered on his radar. Then why did you require her to vow 3 oaths? Hu Laiina questioned, her hands clasped behind her back, head held high, her tone laced with indignation. You clearly desired her beauty earlier. Observing Hu Laiina's increasingly hostile demeanor, Yi Tian helplessly looked towards Bibi Dong, who was not far off. Sister, please swiftly extricate your student. After a brief pause, he gently flicked Hu Laiina's forehead and remarked, I made Jiuquan swear to safeguard my own interests. It has nothing to do with any absurd notions of a spouse. He then turned to Li Jiuquan, offering a patient counsel. Miss Jiuquan, I comprehend your eagerness to save your grandfather, yet there is no necessity to sacrifice yourself in the process. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan lowered her gaze and nodded lightly. Bibi Dong, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and took hold of Hu Laiina's arm, teasingly inquiring, why the sulking? Little Tian is my younger brother. Is it not entirely normal for him to seek a girlfriend? Hu Laiina, deflated, drooped her head and gazed up at Bibi Dong, her delicate face marred by a sense of grievance. Yi Tian was no fool. He could certainly discern the underlying meaning in his sister's words. Observing Hu Laiina's expression and recalling her previous demeanor, he suddenly realized that this sister of his was indeed rather peculiar. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, You don't harbor any nefarious intentions towards me, do you? I do not. I haven't. Stop making baseless accusations. Hu Laiina straightened herself, vehemently denying it. Yet her gaze flitted nervously about, betraying her unease. That as for the best, I shall remain a man you can never possess, Yu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Hands on his hips. Such a dim-witted sister would surely drive him to exasperation if she were to become his wife. He then turned his attention to Li Jiuquan. Gesturing dismissively, to treat your grandfather's ailment, we require medicinal catalysts as an adjunct. Many of the herbs must be procured from distant lands. You should rest at the farm for now. We shall depart tomorrow night. The Tai Divine Needle possesses detoxifying properties, but judging by Li Jiuquan's words, her grandfather's poisoning was likely not a recent development. Li Tian had concealed his illness for the sake of stabilizing the Li family situation. Prolonged neglect would inevitably deplete his health. If they did not seek out some medicinal herbs for replenishment, recovery would be impossible within 1.5 years. Choosing to depart at night was a precautionary measure, allowing them to travel to Jinao Island under the cover of darkness and facilitating the arrangement of guards to accompany them. He would not recklessly place himself in jeopardy. It was previously agreed that the cost for treating your grandfather's illness would be 1 million gold soul coins, plus a soul bone, with the expenses for the herbs calculated separately. In business, one must be pragmatic. He felt moved by Li Jiuquan's filial piety towards her grandfather and thus consented to the treatment. However, the fee for his services could not be trifled with. Li Jiuquan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Rest assured, young Master Yi Tian, the Li family will never go back on our word. Having overheard their conversation, Hu Laiina blinked her large, captivating eyes. 1 million gold soul coins? That is quite an easy sum to acquire. And an additional soul bone. Reflecting on the matter, she soon found solace. With Yi Tian's prowess, he was worth the strength of 5 super Douluos. How fortunate for Li Jiuquan. Chapter 33. The last rampage of the Zhou family. After Yi Tian agreed to Li Jiuquan, he instructed Chun Jian to procure medicinal herbs from several pharmacies under his command. The Li family, a prestigious lineage with a legacy spanning centuries, is regarded as the wealthiest in the coastal region of Donghai. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Tian was determined to profit handsomely. After briefing Chun Jian, he began to prepare the earthen stove. Earlier in the morning, he had promised his sister and Nana that he would prepare roasted fire spirit chicken. A promise made must be kept. Li Jiuquan eagerly stepped forward to assist, displaying none of the airs typical of a noble lady. This prompted Yi Tian to regard her with newfound admiration. It is worth noting that Li Jiuquan had not experienced the hardships of life like him. She had been accustomed to a life of comfort since birth, attended to by servants and maids. In recent years, Yi Tian has encountered numerous young ladies and gentlemen from illustrious families. Their days are often spent indulging in the beauty of blooming flowers or leisurely strolling through the streets, perpetually exuding an air of ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane world. Li Jiuquan, however, remains unperturbed by such trivialities, a quality that is indeed rare. Meanwhile, Hulaina grows increasingly discontented, convinced that Li Jiuquan's intentions in approaching Yi Tian are far from innocent. Miss Jiuquan, allow me to handle this minor task, Hulaina interjects, deftly avoiding the firewood in Li Jiuquan's grasp and skillfully igniting a flame in the earthen stove. The daily curriculum at the Martial Soul Academy not only instructs students on the principles of cultivation, but also imparts essential survival skills for the wilderness. For a soul master, cultivation constitutes merely a fragment of their journey. It is through combat that one truly hones their abilities and accelerates their growth. Thus, starting a fire is a trivial endeavor for Hulaina, who has mastered the art of outdoor survival. Li Jiuquan, momentarily displaced by Hulaina's audacity, finds herself at a loss. She perceives the depth of Hulaina's concern for Yi Tian. Little did she anticipate that her presence would pose a threat to the girl before her. This realization brings forth a mix of disappointment and a subtle sense of relief. The disappointment arises from the understanding that a boy like Yi Tian, surrounded by such captivating beauties, would be a challenge to pursue. Yet the relief stems from the notion that her ability to incite Hulaina's vigilance suggests that there may still be a glimmer of hope. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man with white hair approaches from a distance. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Tian turns to gaze upon the approaching Zhou Long, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. With a resolute expression, Zhou Long bows respectfully and declares, "Greetings, young master." Yi Tian discerned that Zhou Long's personal visit was likely related to matters concerning Donghai City. He clapped his hands, rose from his seat, and smiled at the two women beside him, saying, "There are some business affairs I must attend to. You may continue with your tasks. I shall return shortly." "All right," Hulaina replied obediently, though she cast a wary glance at Li Jiuquan standing nearby. Li Jiuquan smiled sheepishly, acknowledging her status as a guest and refraining from overshadowing the host. After bidding farewell to her sister, Yi Tian led Zhou Long to a secluded spot beneath a trellis of grapevines. Yi Tian casually plucked a vibrant green grape leaf and inquired, "Does the Zhou family harbor any intent to repent?" Adhering to a principle of discretion, he wished to extend another opportunity to the Zhou family. The decision made last night was undeniably fueled by anger. At that moment, Zhou Long bowed and replied, "There is absolutely no intention of remorse." Several healers in East Sea City were executed by the furious patriarch of the Zhou family for their inability to treat Zhou Wu's injuries. The Zhou family is now fully mobilized, having allied with 3 other prominent families to distribute weapons. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression turned icy. Some of the healers in East Sea City had been trained under his own guidance. He had not anticipated that the Zhou family would execute them all due to their failure to provide treatment. Given this situation, there was no longer any reason to seek reconciliation. The gathering of these families would simplify matters, sparing him the need to dispatch personnel to hunt down the remnants. He crumpled the grape leaf in his hand and cast it aside, his voice laced with frost. "The plan remains unchanged. By midnight, let the 4 great families of East Sea City be eradicated." "Understood." Zhou Long bowed deeply. Yi Tian continued, "You need not intervene. Allow the Polaris team to act independently. It is time to assess the fruits of their training." With Zhou Long's formidable rank as a title Douluo, annihilating the 4 great families would be a trivial endeavor. If the decision was made to obliterate them, it would be a pity to squander this opportunity for real combat. The Polaris team is an elite special forces unit within the Tiansu army, with each member being an exceptionally gifted soul master. Yi Tian had invested substantial resources in their training, concocting pills for their consumption. Each member possesses a minimum strength of soul sage, equipped with cutting-edge weaponry and possessing stealthy, lethal techniques. While these Polaris team members might not surpass ordinary soul masters of the same rank in terms of raw strength, when it comes to assassination, even a title Douluo would find it nearly impossible to evade death once targeted by the Polaris team. After all, combat requires transparency and strength as the utmost authority. Yet, the Polaris team, operating from the shadows, seeks merely the demise of their adversary, disregarding the righteousness of their methods. Moreover, I shall need to visit Golden Turtle Island tomorrow night, and you will serve as my bodyguard. "Very well," Zhou Long replied with a slight bow. As a subordinate, he understood implicitly that questions were unnecessary. He was to follow orders without hesitation. Despite being a level 94 title Douluo, he had never allowed pride to cloud his demeanor in Yi Tian's presence. This was partly due to his gratitude for the life-saving favor Yi Tian had extended years ago, as well as the selfless support he had received through potent medicinal pills, which had enabled him to rise to the rank of title Douluo. Furthermore, as a core member of Tian's entourage, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by Tian. It was not merely the prowess of an ordinary titled Douluo that he had to contend with. Even dozens of super Douluos would find themselves obliterated should Tian choose to unleash his might. It was this dual reverence born of strength and gratitude that compelled him to loyally stand by Tian's side. Zhou knew that in the Douluo continent, there were few who could rival Tian's brilliance. Remaining close to Tian promised rewards that far outweighed any sacrifices. After concluding his conversation with Zhou, Tian returned to the small courtyard. Hu Laiina and Li Jiuchuan had already ignited a fire, slowly adding bamboo to the clay stove. The bamboo crackled and popped in the fierce flames. Observing this scene, Tian approached, covering his face in exasperation. "Sisters, we are not merely warming ourselves. If you continue to add one piece at a time, by the time it's all burned, the fire will likely be extinguished. We must fill the stove with all the bamboo, allowing it to turn to charcoal before we can commence the barbecue." Upon hearing this, Hu Laiina looked at Tian with wide, innocent eyes, as if she were a child who had misbehaved. "Brother, I was wrong," she admitted, casting a somewhat smug glance at Li Jiuchuan beside her. It was evident that admitting her mistake was not her true intention. Rather, she sought to emphasize her closeness to Tian. Li Jiuchuan's face flushed with awkwardness, prompting him to stand and take a step back. Haha. This is my first time barbecuing. Perhaps I should take charge." Tian rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and picked up the bamboo to ignite the charcoal. The preparation of the fire spirit chicken hinges critically on the precise temperature of the charcoal. Should the two ladies take charge, he feared he would be left with nothing but air to consume today. Chapter 34. The Economics of Fire Spirit Chicken. Tian's technique was exceedingly deft. He constructed a bamboo rack on either side of the charcoal fire, placing the skewered fire spirit chickens atop for grilling, continuously turning them. Before long, golden droplets of oil cascaded onto the coals, producing a tantalizing sizzle. A fragrant aroma wafted from the fire spirit chickens. Unlike ordinary domesticated fowl, fire spirit chickens are a type of soul beast that can absorb soul power, resulting in exceptionally tender and flavorful meat, which greatly benefits the body. For ordinary individuals, consuming this delicacy can replenish physical deficiencies and strengthen their constitution. Soul masters who partake in fire spirit chickens over extended periods can even enhance their soul power. The farm's fire spirit chickens are a specially cultivated strain by Tian, boasting effectiveness tenfold compared to their wild counterparts. Furthermore, these chickens thrive without the competition found in nature, growing up carefree, which renders their meat even more exquisite. Consequently, a 5-kilogram farm-raised fire spirit chicken commands an astonishing price of 200 gold soul coins in the market. Despite the steep cost, soul masters vie for them with fervor. "Brother, you wouldn't raise fire spirit chickens without reason. This must be your golden opportunity, right?" Hu Laiina inquired curiously, her eyes fixed on the chickens as she licked her lips. Before Tian could respond, Li Jiuchuan, grinning, interjected, "Miss Nana, you are correct. My family, the Li clan, has a business in transporting fire spirit chickens. Whenever our cargo ships approach the port, people surge forth in a frenzy to purchase them, with soul masters comprising the majority." Upon hearing this, Hu Laiina's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the fire spirit chickens, her face a picture of surprise. Tian possesses an extraordinary acumen for business. A mere fire spirit chicken, under his stewardship, transforms into a sought-after commodity. Hu Laiina tugged at Tian's garment, inquiring, "Brother, how many fire spirit chickens are there on the farm?" "You should direct that question to Elder Chun. He oversees the farm," replied Chun Jian, who stood behind them, chuckling as he raised a finger and said, "Not many, just 100,000. Gasping at this revelation, Hu Laiina felt a wave of breathlessness wash over her. Gazing in awe at the butterfly farm nestled halfway up the mountain, she pondered, does this imply that the mountainside is teeming with fire spirit chickens? Such a scale of cultivation is truly formidable. What about the price? Hu Laiina suddenly recalled a crucial question. Beside her, Li Jiuchuan responded, "About 200 gold soul coins, I believe. The fire spirit chicken is a staple diet for the soul masters of my family. I should not be mistaken about the price." Stunned, Hu Laiina began to count on her fingers, momentarily lost in the enormity of the figures involved. After a considerable pause, she finally calculated that the value behind the fire spirit chickens amounted to a staggering 20 million gold soul coins. Heavens, what an immense figure. To put it into perspective, the annual military expenditure of the Spirit Hall is approximately this amount. To allocate such a substantial budget, Even the papal hall must exercise frugality. Yet, here was Tian, effortlessly managing a farm and selling chickens, rivaling the spirit hall's yearly military spending. At that moment, she almost felt compelled to advise her teacher to shift careers and let the spirit hall indulge in poultry farming instead. What need is there for soul masters when raising chickens could be so lucrative? It was utterly enviable. No wonder Tian had spoken so nonchalantly about earning 1,000,000 gold soul coins through pickled vegetables. It turns out that not only 1,000,000, but even tens of millions of gold soul coins were mere trifles in his eyes. Suppressing her astonishment, Hulaina inquired, "What makes the fire spirit chicken so special? Why is it sold at such a high price?" She was genuinely puzzled. If the pickled vegetables could be justified by their rarity, the fire spirit chicken clearly could not be explained through that lens. Anyone could raise chickens. Just a casual farmer might have a few at home. Moreover, the fire spirit chicken is not a rare breed. Many forests are home to wild fire spirit chickens. Upon hearing Hulaina's question, Li Jiuchuan appeared taken aback. "Nana, you can't possibly be unaware that fire spirit chicken meat is beneficial for soul masters in their cultivation, can you?" "What?" Hulaina found herself momentarily at a loss. "The meat of the fire spirit chicken aids in cultivation?" At this statement, even Bibi Dong, who was nearby, looked surprised. It is well known that on the Douluo continent, any treasures that aid in cultivation are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. In stark contrast, the fire spirit chicken is a commonplace existence, akin to ordinary chickens in terms of behavior and growth cycle. She simply could not reconcile the fire spirit chicken with the notion of aiding cultivation. Noticing Nana's astonished expression, Li Jiuchuan was puzzled and explained, "This is common knowledge along the coast. Otherwise, the demand for fire spirit chickens would not be so phenomenal. Why, as Tian's sister, are you unaware of this?" Tian leisurely turned the fire spirit chicken in his hands, ensuring it was evenly heated, while explaining, "My sister and little Nana were once maids in the spirit city, and have only recently returned, thus their knowledge is rather limited." Understanding dawned on Li Jiuchuan, who cast a fleeting envious glance at Hulaina. Nana was indeed fortunate, having fortuitously taken Tian's sister as her mentor, possessing the privilege of remaining by his side. Meanwhile, she herself could only observe from a distance, lacking even the qualification for friendship, at best merely acquaintances. With her gaze lowered, a hint of melancholy crept into Li Jiuchuan's expression, though she swiftly masked it. After all, she was merely an outsider. Prior to this, her only understanding of Tian's abilities came from her grandfather's words. This was her first encounter with him. In a certain light, was it not a form of superficial attraction? Amused by this realization, Li Jiuchuan couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging her own frivolity. Beside her, Tian noted that the fire spirit chicken was nearing completion. He retrieved numerous bottles and jars from his bosom, sprinkling various seasonings over the chicken. The heat, spices, and fats melded together, releasing an enticing aroma distinct from the mere scent of roasted chicken, captivating everyone's attention. Hulaina fell silent, her large eyes fixated on the fire spirit chicken, nearly drooling. She nudged Tian and tentatively suggested, "Why not let me have a taste to see if it's cooked?" Upon hearing this, Tian chuckled, casting a playful glance at Hulaina. "A single taste from you might just lead to the entire chicken disappearing." "Not at all." Hulaina pouted, brushing her hand against her attire, her expression wavering. Tian continued to turn the fire spirit chickens, assuring, "Rest assured, there is enough for you." 15 minutes later, the 2 fire spirit chickens on the grill were finally cooked to perfection, their golden brown exterior emanating a tantalizing aroma that could be detected even from several dozen meters away. What a delightful scent! Hulaina rested her chin on her hand, gazing longingly, torn between her desire to indulge and the need to maintain her ladylike demeanor in front of Li Jiuchuan. As a guest, Li Jiuchuan upheld impeccable etiquette, simply smiling and remaining by Tian's side. The only one unaffected by the delectable feast was Bibi Dong. Her expression remained serene as she gazed into the distance, her thoughts evidently far removed from the fire spirit chickens, preoccupied instead with the resistance faced in the transfer of Wuhu and temple officials to distant locations. Such large-scale relocations inevitably brought chaos. It was likely that persuading the Grand Priest Qian Douluo would prove exceedingly difficult. Bibi Dong displayed a resolute demeanor, her delicate hands gradually clenching, reinforcing her determination to see the plan through, no matter the challenges ahead. Chapter 35, The Reaper. What a delightful scent! Hulaina, having received a chicken leg, inhaled deeply before eagerly taking a bite. The addition of pepper created a delightful tingling sensation on her palate. harmonizing beautifully with the chicken's fragrant essence, leaving her utterly astonished. "This is simply exquisite," she exclaimed, her large eyes wide with wonder. Li Jiuchuan, too, expressed his admiration. "I often enjoy fire spirit chicken at home, but I have never tasted anything so delectable." She looked at Yi Tian, holding the chicken leg, and inquired, "Is this your unique preparation, young master?" Yi Tian chuckled softly, raising a few small bottles of seasoning in his hand. There exists a method known as standardized production technique. When each seasoning is added with precision to the gram and the roasting time is strictly controlled, creating a uniquely flavored roasted fire spirit chicken is hardly an impressive feat. The two women blinked in confusion, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment. Yi Tian smiled gently, offering no lengthy explanation. He stood up and walked to Bibi Dong's side, handing her a chicken leg. "Sister, here you go." Bibi Dong, lost in thought, was momentarily interrupted by Yi Tian's gesture, a faint smile gracing her fair visage as she accepted it with one hand. "Thank you, Xiao Tian." "Oh, there's no need for us to be so polite," Yi Tian replied earnestly. A subtle arc formed at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth as she gazed at Yi Tian, her smile deepening. That night, on the farm road, Bibi Dong strolled leisurely. The sound of galloping hooves approached, drawing nearer. Eventually, a figure dismounted from a horse. It was Hu Lai Na. She spoke, "Teacher, I have delivered the confidential message to the Holy Night Corps." With a calm demeanor, Bibi Dong nodded lightly. "Now, we shall leave the rest to Elder Gue Mei." Hu Lai Na hesitated, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Noticing this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. "What troubles you?" Hu Lai Na's nature was still somewhat naive, even a hint of worry would surface on her face. Bibi Dong understood that the arrival of Li Jiuchuan had likely ignited Hu Lai Na's competitive spirit. In that sense, Li Jiuchuan seeking Yi Tian could be seen as a positive development. She looked at Hu Lai Na with a warm smile. "You must seize the opportunity." Hu Lai Na's cheeks flushed. "What do you mean, teacher?" She puffed her chest, defending herself. "I've known Yi Tian for less than a week. It's too early to discuss such matters. I can't lose my composure." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled knowingly, refraining from further comment. Her disciple was indeed straying further down a path of navet. However, this was not entirely undesirable. At least she had made some progress. It was time to find an opportunity to lay her cards on the table with Yi Tian. Regardless, this marriage must be established. Then, she inquired, "Did the other party convey any news from Donghai City during your exchange with the Holy Night Corps?" "Yes, I almost forgot to mention it to you. The four great families have begun mobilizing. They will make their move on Yi Tian in 2 days." Meanwhile, Yi Tian seems to be taking no action. Hu Lai Na expressed her concern. Could it be that Yi Tian believes the four families would not take action against him, hence his lack of preparation? With his strength, he should easily handle the four families of Donghai City. The absence of movement might indicate that he is being overly complacent. She had not anticipated that someone as meticulous as Yi Tian could overlook such details. Perhaps his kindness had clouded his judgment, leading him to underestimate the Zhou family's capacity for retaliation. Those who had attained the rank of sole master and held power were not to be trifled with. They were battle-hardened and ruthless. To show mercy towards such individuals would be tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Hu Lai Na stepped forward, suggesting, "Why not let the Night Corps intervene and apprehend the Zhou family to preemptively control the situation, safeguarding Yi Tian?" After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong raised her hand. "There is no need to rush. If Yi Tian remains unaware by tomorrow, we shall make arrangements then." Hu Lai Na nodded lightly. The Night Corps had spies monitoring Donghai City, so nothing significant would transpire. It would not be too late to arrange something tomorrow. She linked arms with Bibi Dong and leaned closer. "Teacher, there's one more thing. Tomorrow, Yi Tian is going to the Li family on Jineo Island, and I wish to accompany him." Bibi Dong smiled. "What? Are you afraid Yi Tian might slip away?" "Not at all," Hu Lai Na replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. "I am concerned for his safety. Having me nearby would provide some protection." "Very well," Bibi Dong agreed, choosing not to unveil Hu Lai Na's true intentions. Given Yi Tian's influence, even if he wished to travel unaccompanied, his subordinates would not permit it. It was hardly Hu Lai Na's place to offer protection. Hu Lai Na likely wished to go along due to her feelings for Li Jiuchuan. Nonetheless, it would be a pleasant outing. She could also take this opportunity to attend to some affairs. In Donghai City, within the Zhou family's council hall, Shou Qian-Kuan surveyed the assembled individuals with a dark expression, his voice icy. "How are the preparations proceeding?" Zhou Dopa stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Father, We have discovered that Yi Tian is at the butterfly farm, and we have gathered intelligence on several of his major enterprises. Upon finishing, Zhou Dopa clenched his fists, his heart bleeding. He had only one son, Zhou Wu, whom he cherished dearly. Since childhood, he had been showered with resources, receiving whatever he desired without fail. Zhou Wu was the sole legitimate heir of the Zhou family, destined to carry on their legacy. He had never anticipated that a mere trip to the countryside would leave Zhou Wu in a vegetative state, all because of a simple farmer girl. Beneath the rank of soul master, everyone else was but an ant. Such lowly folk were unworthy even to serve the Zhou family. Who would have thought Yi Tian would act against Zhou Wu for the sake of a farmer girl? This was an outright provocation, a challenge to the Zhou family status. The true intention behind this was certainly not to avenge a mere farmer girl. What were commoners worth? A few gold soul coins could easily buy their lives. Yi Tian must be seeking to challenge the status of the Zhou family and usurp their position. Such behavior necessitates a stern and resolute counterattack. The vendetta against his son must also be avenged. Yi Tian must be torn to shreds. Not only that, but all his relatives and friends must pay a bloody price for their previous actions. This is the code of conduct of the Zhou family. Those who dare to oppose the Zhou family in Donghai City face but one fate, death. In response to Zhou Dupo's words, Shou Qianquan, exuding an imposing aura, slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and rose to his feet. I have already contacted the other 3 families in Donghai City. Among them, there are 2 soul Douluos and 11 soul saints. Even if Yi Tian knows we are about to strike, he cannot escape. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed outside the council hall. Zhou Qianquan, with his keen senses, suddenly turned cold, and his soul power erupted. Who dares to loiter in front of the council hall like an insolent dog? No one responded. Instead, a series of bangs followed, accompanied by shrieks. Zhou Qianquan was taken aback. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Zhou family? Do they seek death? No sooner had he uttered those words than a group of cloaked figures burst through the door, brandishing peculiar weapons. The leader coldly declared, "The one seeking death are you." Farewell. Chapter 36. Disturbance from Donghai City. The first rays of dawn broke over the deep sea, warmly illuminating the earth. Yet, the streets of Donghai City were unusually solemn. Prohibited! Prohibited! All residents, quickly return home. Do not venture out. Squads of soldiers stormed through the streets, their expressions fraught with tension, shouting hoarsely. The soldiers seemed to have just received orders, some even failing to fasten their armor before seizing their weapons and standing guard on the streets. The early risers, bewildered, murmured amongst themselves. What is happening? Why are we being sent back? Can I still buy my vegetables? Some well-informed individuals smugly divulged. You don't know? A major incident occurred in Donghai City last night. The 4 great families, led by the Zhou family, were all annihilated overnight. Does that mean the city lord and the leader of the Wuhuan temple are dead? Indeed. This is splendid news. Those blood-sucking leeches that oppressed us are finally gone. Exactly. My neighbor's daughter was tormented by the Zhou family and could no longer bear it, taking her own life. Now, a true hero has avenged her. Everyone, be cautious. There are soldiers around. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd exchanged glances and hurriedly bowed their heads as they made their way home. At the Zhou family estate, members of the Pope's Holy Night Order, having rushed to the scene, approached the entrance of the Zhou residence, only to be stopped by local guards. The guards frowned, casting a glance at them, and stated, "No entry for bystanders at the crime scene." The knights exchanged knowing smiles, and one of them, intrigued, produced a golden insignia from within his robe. Upon seeing it, the guard's pupils constricted. As a soldier of the Wuhuan temple, he knew well that this insignia represented the highest authority of the temple, reserved solely for the holy knights. The guard promptly stepped aside, opening the door with utmost deference. "Please, gentlemen, the holy knights bore no ill will. Their task was to investigate the situation thoroughly and report back to His Holiness the Pope. Time was of the essence, and they would not waste it on trivial matters regarding a mere guard." Upon entering, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped them. The bodies of Zhou family members lay sprawled in disarray. One knight stepped forward to examine them, noting the absence of panic on their faces. Rising from beside a corpse, the knight's expression grew solemn. These individuals died without awareness. It appears the attackers were indeed formidable. One knight remarked, the head of the Zhou family was a soul Douluo. There should be signs of a struggle before his death. Perhaps we can glean some clues from this. The leading knight nodded and stepped forward. Let us examine the body of the Zhou family head. They arrived at the council hall, discovering that the positions of all the corpses corresponded precisely to where they had stood during their meeting. This indicated that they had not even had the chance to defend themselves before meeting their demise. Gasped. Witnessing this scene, the knights could not help but exclaim. Who could have done this? Their skill is extraordinary. Even a sole Douluo did not have time to react. The assailant's power must have reached the level of a super Douluo. Only a super Douluo could effortlessly crush all of this. At that moment, one knight detected a clue. Hold your breath, everyone. There is poison in the council hall. He approached to examine the bodies closely and found that each bore a small puncture wound. The knight drew a dagger from his waist and extracted a sharp metal pellet from one of the wounds. His expression graved. He turned to the others. Just like the Zhou family members outside, those in the council hall were also wounded by this hidden weapon. The only difference is that the weapons inside the hall were coated with deadly poison. A knowledgeable knight stepped forward, examining the substance, and gravely announced, I recognize this poison. It is mandrake poison. It is extremely potent and takes effect immediately upon exposure. Moreover, mandrake poison is exceedingly rare. Our Wuhuan temple possesses only a single vial as a sample. Upon hearing this, the holy knights fell silent. The enemy's speed of action and the sophistication of their methods far exceeded their imagination. Even they, as holy knights, found themselves at a loss. Let alone the fools in Donghai City. This was destined to be an unsolvable case. After a moment of silence, the leading knight clapped his hands and stepped out of the council hall. There is no need for further investigation. A super Douluo-level powerhouse is beyond our intervention. Burn the bodies to prevent an outbreak of disease, and draft a report detailing the situation to send to His Holiness the Pope. At the butterfly farm, Bibi Dong and Hulaina sat in their respective rooms, both fixated on the reports laid out on the desk. After reading through them, Hulaina took a deep breath. The 4 great families were annihilated overnight? And without a trace, not even the holy knights detected any clues. This is utterly terrifying. After expressing her astonishment, Hulaina suddenly looked up, locking eyes with her teacher. Could this be the work of Tian and the Scorpion Douluo? If anyone along the coast of Donghai possesses such terrifying power, it could only be Tian's subordinates. Bibi Dong, still focused on the report, shook her head silently. It was not the Scorpion Douluo. With his level 94 cultivation, he could not achieve such a silent and swift execution of all. But one thing is certain, this was orchestrated by Tian. When she learned from the report that all the victims bore remarkably similar wounds, having perished from bullet wounds, the answer became clear. It is astonishing how remarkable Tian's subordinates truly are. Bibi Dong's exquisite eyes flickered with intrigue. Last night, Nana had been worried that Tian might face retribution from the Zhou family. To her surprise, early in the morning, she received such delightful news. It appeared that Tian's methods were far more sophisticated than they initially seemed. Hulaina grew increasingly cautious. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her. What if Tian, upon discovering the truth, chose not to align himself with the spirit hall? Given her teacher's temperament, she dared not contemplate further. That was a tragedy she fervently wished to avoid. Across the hall, Tian had just finished his morning routine and stepped out of his room. Zhou Long had been waiting at the door and, upon seeing Tian emerge, handed him a piece of intelligence with a respectful demeanor. Young master, everything has been taken care of. The storages of the 4 great families have been discreetly emptied and relocated to a secret stronghold within the city. Taking the document from Zhou Long's hand, Tian offered a faint smile. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhou. The directive to empty the storages of the 4 great families had originated from him. Since he was determined to eradicate the 4 families, their wealth could not be overlooked. After all, who would reimburse the ammunition expenditures of the Polaris squad? He meticulously examined the intelligence regarding the inventory of the storages. Tian gradually squinted his eyes. The 4 prominent families truly resembled a few plump lambs. Chapter 37, Journey to Golden Ao Island. The 4 illustrious families, with their heritage spanning centuries, indeed possessed a staggering fortune, amassing a total of 17 million gold soul coins in their private reserves. Tian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. These golden soul coins were sufficient to constitute 1/5 of his total savings. It is worth noting that while he earned money rapidly, his expenditures were even more accelerated. Previously, he had spent a staggering 20 million on the construction of a steel smelting furnace for firearm production. Thus, throughout the year, he had scarcely any cash flow to speak of. Upon contemplating this figure, Tian couldn't suppress a chuckle. If only there were a few more short-sighted families. He could leverage these golden soul coins to undertake even greater ventures. However, as he reached the conclusion of the intelligence report, Tian's expression abruptly froze. A 30,000-year-old ice-carving snow lotus? This extraordinary treasure could only be found in the distant Arctic. Each specimen was worth 5 million golden soul coins, and its rarity rendered it invaluable and virtually unattainable. To an average soul master, consuming the ice-carving snow lotus could significantly enhance the cultivation of ice-affiliated soul masters. Tian, however, scoffed at the notion. To administer the ice sculpture snow lotus directly to an ice-type soul master would be an utter waste. The primary purpose of the ice sculpture snow lotus lies in its refinement into the Tai ice essence pill. Throughout the alchemical process, the extreme coldness that the ice sculpture snow lotus exudes can be mitigated, rendering it suitable for consumption even by those who are not ice-type soul masters. The Tai ice essence pill possesses the remarkable ability to enhance a soul master's innate talents, thereby breaking through constraints and opening the possibility of ascension to the highest echelons of power. This is an exceedingly formidable prospect. It is essential to understand that a typical soul master's talents are effectively fixed at the moment of their martial spirit awakening. Should their innate soul power fall short, the path to becoming a title Douluo is virtually impassable. However, the consumption of the Tai ice essence pill significantly ensures advancement to the rank of title Douluo. Should the efficacy of the Tai ice essence pill become known across the continent, it is likely that soul masters from all corners would flock to it, engaging in fierce and bloody competition for its possession. Yet, this precious formula was bestowed upon Tian by the system, known only to him. The soul masters of the continent shall not partake in its benefits. Although it may not be of use to him directly, it will undoubtedly serve his future wife well. Tian handed the paper back to Zhou Long, instructing him, "Please ensure that this ice-carved snow lotus is carefully preserved in the warehouse of the Haiyan Mountain base. It will be of great use to me in the future." "Understood," Zhou Long replied, bowing deeply in utmost respect. It was breakfast time. Tian and his companions were dining at a stone table in the courtyard. The late-arriving Li Jiuchuan wore an expression heavy with concern. She approached Tian's side and took a seat, her beautiful eyes reflecting anxiety. "Have you all heard? A grave incident has transpired in Donghai City." "What incident?" Tian asked, maintaining his composure as he continued to serve himself. Li Jiuchuan, her complexion pale, picked up her chopsticks and let out a soft sigh. "I have just learned from the guards that the 4 great clans of Donghai City have perished overnight." Hulaina, savoring the steaming buns, mumbled through her food. "Do you have relatives among them?" "No," Li Jiuchuan replied, her demeanor grave as she shook her head slightly. "Then why are you so worried?" Hulaina questioned, taking a hearty bite of her bun, perplexed. Li Jiuchuan, distracted, picked up a piece of spicy cabbage, her expression complex. "This may be related to pirates. I cannot help but wonder if my family can escape this calamity." Upon hearing this, Hulaina chuckled lightly, playfully patting Li Jiuchuan's shoulder. "Sister Jiuchuan, you are worrying excessively. How could this possibly involve pirates?" After saying this, she felt an urge to glance at Tian's reaction but restrained herself. Hearing Hulaina's reassurance, Li Jiuchuan nodded solemnly. "Let us hope it is not related to pirates. With my grandfather's grave illness, I have indeed been overly anxious these days. At the slightest disturbance, I feel as though I am a startled bird." Tian set down his chopsticks and nonchalantly remarked, "The events in East Sea City are likely orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. After all, the actions of the 4 great families are utterly despicable. How could it possibly be the Spirit Hall?" Hulaina shot him a glare and immediately countered, "Even if the Spirit Hall were involved, they would never resort to a stealth attack under the cover of night." "Oh, dear Sister Nana, you have withdrawn from the Spirit Hall, haven't you?" Tian squinted slightly and remarked, "Nana seems to harbor deep feelings for the Spirit Hall, as she has never uttered a single word against it in my presence. In any case, it certainly wasn't the Spirit Hall that did this." Hulaina, stretching her neck, responded with a hint of unease, "Everyone, let us not speak of this matter any further." Bibi Dong interjected, "It's early in the morning. Our priority should be breakfast." "All right," came the murmured agreement from the group as they resumed their meal. Before long, Hulaina fixed her gaze on Tian and tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. "Brother, I have a request." "What is it?" Tian inquired, glancing at Hulaina's expectant expression as he sipped his porridge. "I wish to accompany you to Golden Island. I want to protect you, brother." Hulaina raised her arm to demonstrate her strength. This brought a smile to Tian's face as he set his bowl down and replied, "You protect me?" Hulaina puffed out her cheeks in discontent. "Why not? With my Soul Emperor's strength, I could easily take on 100 of you. It's not excessive to say I can protect you." "Very well," he conceded. Tian responded with an air of indifference, reassured by the presence of Zhou Long, knowing that even if Nana were to venture out, she would remain unharmed. Observing Nana's expression of triumphant delight, Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Her emotional maturity seemed rather lacking. And should she embark on a romantic relationship in the future, it was likely she would adopt a rather naive perspective. If she were to encounter ill-intentioned individuals, she might unwittingly find herself deceived, blissfully counting money for her captors. This remark sparked a sense of envy in Li Jiuquan, who nibbled on his meat bun. Too timid to raise his gaze. Truly, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. As evening approached, Tian and his companions rode to the harbor of Donghai City. Gazing at the azure sea, Hulaina felt a sense of serenity wash over her. It was her first glimpse of the ocean after so many days spent by the shores of Donghai. As she beheld the sunset painting the sky, she sighed softly, exclaiming, "It is truly magnificent. If we go to Jinao Island, we might witness an even more breathtaking sunrise." At that moment, Li Jiuquan, draped in a long windbreaker, approached with a gentle smile. "Is that so?" Hulaina turned to Tian beside her, suggesting, "Once we reach Jinao Island, brother, let us watch the sunrise together." "I have no interest," he replied. Tian gazed at the shimmering sea, its surface glistening with golden reflections. The wind swept across the waters, prompting him to don a formal jacket. Hulaina lowered her head, her expression tinged with melancholy, as she gradually approached Tian and silently intertwined her hand with his. Raising her gaze, her large, captivating eyes fixed upon him with longing, she extended her right index finger and gently nudged Tian with her left hand, pleading, "Just this once, dear brother, please agree." Tian gazed at Hulaina in astonishment, instinctively taking a step back. "Sister, from whom did you learn such a gaze? Who could withstand it?" Reluctantly, he waved his hand and said, "All right, I promise you." Hulaina displayed a triumphant expression, tilting her head to the side and flashing a peace sign. "You are truly wonderful, brother. That should suffice." Tian furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from breaking free from Hulaina's grasp, stepping aside for a couple of paces. Hulaina, wishing to display her charm once more, cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiuquan nearby. Her expression promptly returned to normal as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It is time for us to depart," she declared. "Indeed, I have instructed the guards to bring the boat over." Li Jiuquan nodded, stepping forward to signal the guards. Tian raised his hand to halt, saying, "Miss Jiuquan, it is unnecessary. I have prepared a vessel." As he spoke, a colossal, dark ship emerged from the depths of the sea, stirring the surface with a flurry of bubbles. Chapter 38. The Pirate Horde and the Purple Pearl. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the vessel, Li Jiuquan blinked in astonishment. Hesitantly, she turned to Tian and inquired, "Is that a submarine?" Tian replied nonchalantly, "It can be understood as a ship that navigates beneath the water's surface." As they conversed, the submarine's entrance opened. Several soldiers from the Tiansu army, clad in civilian attire, lowered a rubber dinghy from the submarine's deck, rowing towards the shore. Li Jiuquan glanced at Tian before shifting her gaze back to the submarine. Coming from a family that dealt in maritime trade, she was well acquainted with various types of vessels. Yet, this was her first encounter with a ship capable of operating underwater. It was truly astonishing. She had never fathomed that a vessel could traverse the depths of the ocean. An overwhelming sense of admiration for Tian's prowess filled her heart. To possess such a remarkable craft was no small feat beside her. Hulaina was equally taken aback. Gazing at the submarine from a distance, she mused aloud. "It appears to be a hunk of iron. How can iron float on the surface of the water?" The materials of the submarine were indeed beyond Hulaina's imagination. Typically, iron would sink when placed upon the ocean's surface, would it not? Tian chuckled softly, resting his hand upon Hulaina's shoulder, and elucidated, "An object will only sink when its overall density surpasses the buoyant force. At present, the submarine is entirely hollow, with only the exterior composed of metal, which renders its relative density quite low, preventing it from submerging." Hulaina, scratching her head, appeared utterly perplexed. What did Tian say? Although she recognized every character, she couldn't comprehend a single word. Observing Nana's expression, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Given her grasp of physics, she was likely outperformed by even an elementary student. It seemed that the realms of mathematics and science in this world were in dire need of his salvation. Having become so engrossed in cultivation, they were oblivious to the fact that scientific and technological advancement is the foremost productive force. This reminded Tian of a saying, "Cultivation alone cannot save the Douluo continent." Tian smiled faintly as he stepped onto the rubber boat. "Stop thinking and hurry up," he urged. Hulaina scratched her head and followed closely behind. Li Jiuchuan paused and inquired, "Do you need my family's boat to follow behind?" "Not necessary," Yi Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. His intention in boarding the submarine was to conceal his whereabouts, using Li's vessel as a smokescreen. If it were to follow him, then there would be little left to keep secret. Inform the captain to delay their departure and take an alternate route to Jinao Island, Yi Tian instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan quickly grasped Yi Tian's intention and nodded in understanding. Zhou Long was the last to enter the submarine. Once the hatch was sealed, the vessel's pump began to fill the ballast tank with seawater, causing the submarine to slowly descend. This submarine was primarily intended for fishing observation, equipped with a glass observation window. The two women, upon seeing it, could not help but lean against the glass, gazing outside. Night had fallen, and visibility was poor. Yet they could faintly discern schools of fish swimming around the submarine, accompanied by luminous jellyfish emitting a soft glow. "How beautiful!" Hulaina exclaimed in admiration. Beside her, Li Jiuchuan nodded lightly. "Though my family resides on an island, it is also my first time witnessing the wonders of the underwater world." Yi Tian felt indifferent towards this and made his way to the cockpit. Two soldiers were fully engrossed in piloting the vessel. The submarine, crafted in the Douluo continent, was not comparable to a genuine submarine. Its navigation lacked radar, relying almost entirely on visual observation, resulting in a slow journey. However, it had the advantage of remaining undetected by surface vessels, ensuring safety. This was also the reason Yi Tian opted for a submarine excursion. Navigating underwater offered another benefit, the absence of the tumultuous sea, allowing for a smooth passage akin to walking on solid ground. In the darkened environment, it was easy to succumb to sleep. As Yi Tian gazed into the pitch-black waters outside the cabin, his eyelids began to flutter. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companion were restless. Approaching the cockpit, they scrutinized Yi Tian with a curious gaze. "Oh, brother Yi Tian has fallen asleep," Hulaina remarked, feigning surprise as she observed his profile for a while. Yi Tian, roused from his slumber by a sudden voice, cast a sidelong glance at Hulaina beside him and lamented, "With you here, how could I possibly find rest?" Observing Yi Tian awaken, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Brother, both Jiuchuan and I are quite curious. How does a submarine propel itself? I wandered about inside the vessel and saw no one rowing." Upon hearing this inquiry, Yi Tian felt a twinge of exasperation. Truly, she inquired about everything. Such a mystery could hardly be divulged. He regarded Hulaina with a measured gaze and replied, "It cannot be disclosed." "Very well," Hulaina sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly, yet within her heart, she resolutely vowed to unravel this enigma. After 2 days of navigating the depths, they finally approached the realm of Golden Tortoise Island. Yi Tian and his companions were engrossed in a game of do dijou. "With the Wangjia, I am left with but a single card," he declared, as they faced yet another defeat. As the landlord, Yi Tian maintained an impassive expression, placing his final 3 on the table. Hulaina, her forehead adorned with numerous sticky notes, widened her eyes in disbelief. Li Jiuchuan, with his fair complexion similarly decorated, exchanged a glance with Hulaina, both sharing a sigh of dismay. "Alas, there is no sense of gaming experience," Hulaina remarked, her dissatisfaction evident. "Then let us cease," Yi Tian replied, his heart lightened. Ever since he had taught the two women how to play do dijou the previous day, he had scarcely found a moment's rest. He silently lamented his decision to impart this knowledge. "Not so fast," Hulaina asserted, gripping Yi Tian's hand with unwavering resolve. "Next time, I shall certainly prevail." Li Jiuchuan chuckled softly, laying down his cards. "Nana, you have lost 17 rounds in a row. It must be said, do dijou is indeed an exhilarating game. With just a handful of cards, the possibilities are endless. Next time, I will win for sure," Hulaina vowed, shuffling the cards with a fierce determination, refusing to concede defeat. She had never endured such a crushing loss before. This time, she was certain she would turn the tide. "Very well," she concluded. Yi Tian's expression was relaxed as he picked up 2 nearby slips of paper and playfully affixed them to the faces of the 2 women. Hulaina, bold and unyielding, expressed her discontent. Meanwhile, Li Jiuchuan felt Yi Tian's warm hand graze her face, causing her body to stiffen abruptly. Her gaze fell quickly, unable to meet Yi Tian's eyes. At that moment, Zhou Long approached and leaned close to Yi Tian's ear, whispering, "Young master, there is a fleet of warships above us." "Warships?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing that something significant was afoot. "What is happening?" Hulaina inquired with curiosity, lifting her head. "We've encountered a fleet of warships," Yi Tian replied casually. He then rose to his feet and exited the lounge, making his way to the observation room. Upon his arrival, the soldiers stationed there immediately saluted and offered him the periscope. Yi Tianchao's soldier nodded slightly and approached the periscope, gazing upwards. Dozens of ships, each varying in specifications, distinctly appeared within the periscope's view. Between the vessels, there were deck connections, suggesting they were part of the same faction. After observing for a while, Li Jiuchuan, who had followed Yi Tianchao, waved his hand. "Come and take a look, see if you recognize anyone." As a member of the Li family, Li Jiuchuan had sailed frequently, thus increasing the likelihood of recognizing the ships. "All right," Li Jiuchuan replied with a furrowed brow. At this time, the only presence on the outskirts of Jinao Island, aside from pirates, was hard to fathom. As she continued to observe, her expression grew increasingly grave. "Any discoveries?" Yu Tian inquired. Li Jiuchuan nodded lightly, her demeanor not boding well. She spoke, "Most of them are unfamiliar to me, but there are two that I am quite certain about. The largest battleship on the sea is named the Coral, owned by the infamous pirate group Fang Yuan, reputedly captained by a title-holding Douluo. The elongated ship in the center of the fleet is called the Purple Pearl, known for its practice of robbing the rich to aid the poor, with its captain being the most wanted pirate in the Tindo Empire." "Purple Pearl?" Yu Tian silently echoed the name in his mind, feeling a sense of familiarity. Chapter 39. Healing Li Haitian. After hearing Li Jiuchuan's words, Yi Tian smiled faintly. The pirate Purple Pearl was indeed the one who had taken the Shrek 7 monsters to Sea God Island, wasn't she? This continent is truly small. Who would have thought he would encounter characters from the storyline here on the shores of the East Sea? Fortunately, she was merely a minor character. Even if they crossed paths, it held little significance and would not impede his objective of lingering on the East Sea shores. Perhaps these pirates were targeting your Li family. Yi Tian raised his gaze, casting a subtle glance at Li Jiuchuan. For decades, the Li family had been engaged in maritime trade, fostering numerous grievances with pirates. Now that the patriarch of the Li clan lay on the brink of death, these marauders would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit the Li family's misfortunes for their own gain. There was even a possibility that the solid exterior of this delectable fruit, the Li family's wealth, could be breached, revealing the extravagant treasures within. Having operated in the maritime business for decades, the Li family possessed wealth rivaling that of the four prominent families of Donghai City, undoubtedly amounting to several million gold soul coins, sufficient for the pirates to profit handsomely. Faced with such immense temptation, it was difficult for the pirates to resist. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Li Jiuchuan's expression darkened, and he let out a soft sigh. "I hope the Li family can endure this trial." In response, Yi Tian did not express any intention of intervening. He bore no familial ties to Li Jiuchuan and wished to remain uninvolved beyond fulfilling his promise to heal Li Jiuchuan as grandfather. As for the rest, he left the Li family to grapple with their troubles. At this moment, Zhou Long stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Young master, what shall we do now?" He subtly gestured, inquiring whether an attack should be initiated. For defensive measures, the submarine had arrived equipped with 8 torpedoes. While these torpedoes may lack the extraordinary power to shatter mountains or split seas, they would prove more than sufficient against wooden warships. A single strike could utterly devastate a pirate vessel, leaving the assailants oblivious to the source of their attack. Yu Tian raised his hand, chuckling lightly as he gazed at Zhou Long, gesturing dismissively. "What else can we do? We cannot fight them, so let us take a detour." Zhou Long, understanding the unspoken intent of his master to avoid trouble, promptly bowed and replied, "Understood, my lord." Li Jiuchuan then turned to Yi Tian and remarked, "There exists a secret port of my family on the rear mountain of Golden Ao Island, from which we can access the island." "Very well, Jiuchuan. Please lead the way to the control room." Yi Tian responded with a slight nod. After navigating around the pirate fleet, under Li Jiuchuan's guidance, the submarine successfully arrived at the secret port of Golden Ao Island. Subsequently, the submarine surfaced, allowing Yi Tian and the others to disembark onto the shore. Yi Tian turned to the submarine commander and instructed, "Descend at once to avoid detection." "Yes," the commander responded respectfully. After briefing the submarine commander, he followed the others, making his way to the Li family estate. Jinao Island, in truth, is not vast. Half of it is dominated by steep mountains, while the remaining land is occupied by a formidable castle surrounded by towering walls. As one gazes upon it, the castle presents a scene of stringent security, with soldiers stationed every meter. This indicates that the Li family has become acutely aware of the impending crisis. The sentinels guarding the walls clearly recognized Li Jiuquan. As they approached the castle walls, a small gate was swiftly opened. Upon entering, Tian discovered that the Li family's castle featured a multi-tiered structure. Within, there existed another wall, equally fortified, rivaling the outer defenses in its strength. This made Tian nod in silent approval. The Li family, renowned for their century-long maritime enterprise, had indeed fortified themselves. Merely these two walls could withstand multiple assaults. After passing through the second wall, Li Jiuquan, unable to contain his longing for home, quickened his pace towards the ancestral residence. Tian curiously surveyed the architecture within the castle. The streets were narrow and the pathways numerous, making it all too easy to become lost with the slightest lapse in attention. As he observed, Li Jiuquan had already nearly vanished from sight. Tian then regained his focus and swiftly followed suit. Upon entering the ancestral residence, as Tian and his companions journeyed forth, they encountered a gaunt old man. The elder's face bore a look of distress as he approached the group and directed his gaze toward Li Jiuquan. Jiuquan, you have returned. The outside world is fraught with peril, and I was just about to send someone to search for you. Li Jiuquan stepped forward to offer solace, saying, I merely ventured to Donghai City. There is no need for concern, second elder. How is my grandfather faring? Upon hearing Li Jiuquan's inquiry, the elder fell silent, letting out a heavy sigh. He awakened briefly yesterday, but his mind remained somewhat clouded. He managed to consume a bit of porridge. With that, the elder lapsed into another silence. Li Jiuquan was well aware of the chief's condition and felt no need for further elaboration. Observing the second elder's demeanor, she felt as though her mind was overwhelmed, rendering her unable to absorb any more words. With tears welling in her eyes, she hurried toward her grandfather's chamber. Tian followed closely behind and entered an opulently decorated bedroom. On a bed crafted from pear wood lay a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair. Judging by his appearance, he appeared no older than 40. However, his features resembled those of a desiccated corpse, akin to a lamp burnt to its last flicker. Tian found no surprise in this. In the Douluo continent, individuals typically married at a young age, and given that the man was a titled Douluo, his lifespan was nearly double that of an ordinary person. Thus, looking youthful was indeed quite normal. Li Jiuquan cast a glance at his grandfather, his eyes reddening as he turned back to Tian, striving to suppress his trembling emotions, and said, I implore you. Tianjing nodded emphatically, stepping forward to place his hand upon Li Haitian's pulse. The heartbeat was faint, weaker even than that of an ordinary person. Sensing the subtle traces of poison emanating from the pulse, Tian's expression shifted, and he inquired, How many days has your grandfather been poisoned? This question had never been answered by Li Jiuquan until now, as he slowly replied, half a year. Upon hearing this response, Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, the situation had been prolonged. However, upon deeper reflection, the reasoning became clear. The Li family had but one sole warrior, Li Haitian. Should news of his affliction become public, the Li family would surely face ruin. To have concealed this for half a year must have been a considerable strain. Over this period, it was likely that they had consulted numerous renowned physicians, otherwise they would not have sought him out. With this understanding, everything fell into place. Li Jiuquan's eyes were red-rimmed, his small hands trembling as they pressed against his chest. He asked, My grandfather, I am not suggesting you refrain from mourning, Tian remarked lightly, which eased the tension in the other's demeanor. Yet, his next words caused Li Jiuquan's heart to race anew. Your grandfather's condition is quite serious. Fortunately, I am here. Li Jiuquan's heart settled again. Huliena could not suppress her urge to interject. Goodness, it's like you are on a slippery slope, going from one extreme to another. Tian waved dismissively to lighten the atmosphere. He then commenced his treatment, invoking the Taiji divine needle, which he held delicately between his index and middle fingers. His earlier words were not mere bravado. The issues afflicting Li Haitian were indeed grave. Upon his arrival, he had already discerned that the poison coursing through Li Haitian was not merely that of the toothy sea lion. There was another lethal toxin sourced from the river Styx jellyfish. The venom carried by this jellyfish is potent enough that just a tenth of a drop could fell a bull. Typically residing in the deep sea, this jellyfish does not actively seek to attack humans. Tian speculated that it was likely the tooth-poisoned sea lion, which had just feasted upon the Styx jellyfish, that encountered Li Haitian while seeking to capture a soul ring. After being bitten by the tooth-poisoned sea lion, he became infected with its venom. As a soul beast, the tooth-poisoned sea lion possesses the ability to neutralize the toxin of the Styx jellyfish. Unfortunately, Li Haitian was not so fortunate. The jellyfish's venom is notoriously adept at eroding the brain, which explains why Li Haitian remained in a deep coma. Had he not been a title Douluo with formidable resistance, he might have long since succumbed. However, after enduring silently for half a year, the venom had already infiltrated his internal organs, presenting a significant challenge. Today, there was much to be done. Tian gently inserted the tiny divine needle into Li Haitian's brow, guiding the golden soul energy into his body to replicate the intricate network of meridians within. Only by understanding the meridian network could he effectively pursue and eliminate the toxins. At that moment, a group of people abruptly entered the bedroom. At the forefront was a strikingly voluptuous young woman, a mole adorning the corner of her mouth. She crossed her arms defiantly and glared at Tian with an unfriendly expression, exclaiming, "What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on my grandfather?" She then pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jiuquan, her voice laced with indignation. "Li Jiuquan, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you bring an outsider here to plot against my grandfather?" Chapter 40. The poisoned Douluo. You better stop this at once. The fiery young woman's demeanor darkened, her voice sharp. Li Jiuquan instinctively took 2 steps back upon witnessing the scene. "No, sister, his name is Tian. I invited him to treat grandfather." The young woman, named Li Man, was the legitimate granddaughter of the Li family. "Treat him?" Li Man scoffed. Her arms still crossed as she surveyed Tian with disdain. "What does a country bumpkin, plucked from some remote corner, know about treating my grandfather?" The presence of Li Jiuquan irked her greatly. Her father was the eldest son of their grandfather, making her the rightful firstborn daughter of the Li family, while Li Jiuquan was merely the granddaughter of an old friend. She was not even a true member of the Li family. Years ago, when her grandfather's friend fell gravely ill, he entrusted the newborn Li Jiuquan to the Li family. From that day forth, it seemed that all of the family's blessings had been siphoned away by Li Jiuquan. Even their grandfather's affection was directed towards Li Jiuquan more than towards her. The root of all her childhood grievances lay in Li Jiuquan's presence. Over time, Li Man even feared that her grandfather might pass the inheritance of the Li family to Li Jiuquan. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Li Man's expression grew increasingly frigid as she pointed at Li Jiuquan and declared, "Li Jiuquan, you shameless wretch. How dare you conspire with this country doctor to harm my grandfather? I am giving you an opportunity to disappear from the Li family at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for invoking the family as punishment." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan's countenance hardened, and she coldly regarded Li Man. "Li Man, do not mistake my forbearance for your license to act recklessly. I simply wish to treat grandfather." She had never sought to contest for any of the Li family's assets. Yet Li Man never failed to seize every opportunity to humiliate her. Li Jiuquan had long since had enough. If not for Li Haitian still overseeing the family, she would have left long ago. After Li Jiuquan spoke, a burly young man beside Li Man stepped forward, mocking, "You need not concern yourself with grandfather's ailment. I have already paid a handsome sum to invite the renowned poisoned Douluo from the Tindo Empire. Once Douluo makes his move, it will be a mere formality." He then scrutinized Tian with evident disdain. "You, a mere child, dare to impersonate a healer and take on the family head's illness? Truly audacious. Vanish from my sight at once." A guard accompanying Xiaogo stepped forward, surveying Tian's group with contempt, barking, "This is the son of the Black Panther Duke of the Tindo Empire. You lowly knaves should quickly scram. What is all this commotion?" A disgruntled voice echoed from outside the door. Subsequently, a burly elder with a thick beard strode into the bedroom, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaogo hastily stepped aside, bowing and scraping, "My apologies, Elder Douluo, for bothering you with such trivial matters." Douluo raised an eyebrow, surveying Tian's group with dissatisfaction. "My time is quite valuable. I sincerely apologize," Xiaogo replied, bowing low. He gestured towards the bed where Li Haitian lay. "I humbly request that Elder Douluo intervene to provide treatment." Beside him, Li Man shot a fierce glare at Li Jiuquan, muttering, "I'll deal with you later, you little wretch." Li Jiuquan had remained silent since Douluo's arrival, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she finally turned to Tian with genuine regret. "I apologize. I had no idea Li Man would summon Elder Douluo." Tian smiled indifferently and waved his hand lightly towards Li Jiuquan. Upon seeing Douluo enter, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by a slight mockery. He had anticipated that the other party would invite someone else, but it turned out to be Douluo, a character frequently appearing in the original work. The man's martial spirit was the Phosphor Snake Emperor, a master of poison, yet entirely unrelated to healing. Thus, he was curious to see how this poisoned Douluo had become a divine physician capable of treating the toxicity from the abyssal water jellyfish. In a corner, Hulaina seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was focused on treating Li Haitian, quietly attempting to slip away. To be honest, she was shocked upon hearing Douluo's name. As a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, she had personally observed Douluo's title Douluo coronation ceremony and had encountered him numerous times, making them somewhat acquainted. If she were to be recognized now, it would surely spell disaster. Had she known Douluo would be here, she would have certainly avoided coming to Golden Island. However, now that she was present, her only option was to sneak away. She restrained her aura and stealthily moved toward the exit of the bedroom, but just as she took a step, she was noticed by Zhou Long beside her. With a puzzled expression, Zhou Long fixed his gaze on Hulaina. Upon noticing his demeanor, Hulaina blushed and placed a finger to her lips, silently conveying, "I have a stomachache." Hearing this, Zhou Long nodded slightly, harboring no suspicions. This allowed Hulaina to breathe a sigh of relief and continue her escape, ultimately slipping out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, Douluo commenced treatment for Li Haitian. Standing aside, Tian observed Douluo probing Li Haitian, guiding his vital blood to flow into the right arm. He could not help but emit a soft chuckle. Wasn't this the method Tang San had taught Douluo to eliminate the backlash from the Phosphor Snake Emperor? Directing the toxins within to a soul bone. This old fellow had indeed learned quite well. However, this method was undeniably harmful, inflicting considerable damage to oneself while attempting to harm the enemy. Not only would it hinder one's cultivation, but once the soul bone fused with the body, a significant portion of the toxins would integrate into the bones. This could drastically reduce lifespan or, in severe cases, directly affect the neurons, leading to paralysis. More critically, this approach only worked for ordinary toxins. If Li Haitian had been poisoned solely by the toothed sea lion, Douluo might inadvertently cure him. Yet, the abyssal water jellyfish toxin had already penetrated deep into the brain and could not be expelled through blood guidance. This treatment method was nearly as good as useless. Upon hearing a light laugh from behind him, Douluo abruptly turned around, frowning. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" At this, Xiaogo beside him became furious. Pointing at Tian, "Who do you think you are, daring to stay in my Li family? Even with the esteemed Douluo here, you still have the audacity to act recklessly. Guards, throw him out, give him 80 strikes, and feed him to the fish. Who dares to lay a hand on him?" Li Jiuquan stood up with determination. She had already allowed Tian to leave empty-handed. If he were to be harmed again, her culpability would be immense. Seeing this, Li Man crossed her arms, a look of derision on her face. "Ha! The traitorous wretch finally reveals her true nature." Her expression then turned cold. "Guards, seize them both and throw them out." Yes. Two robust soul saints strode in from outside, advancing purposefully. Li Jiuquan looked at Tian in a panic, momentarily at a loss. Yet, as Tian was her invited guest, she could not allow him to suffer humiliation. In an instant, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and yellow glowed, as she warned Li Man, "Do not go too far." "Well, I didn't expect my little sister to fight back," Li Man said with a playful smile. Her expression then turned icy. "You little wretch, don't you see what cultivation you possess? Guards, drag her out." "Yes." The 2 soul saints responded and stepped forward. Observing this scene, Tian remained composed, watching as Li Jiuquan was evidently not well regarded in the Li family. Despite this, she had still ventured to the East Sea to seek his assistance in treating Li Haitian, even using herself as leverage. This further highlighted her commendable character. Faced with the imposing approach of the 2 soul saints, Tian felt no trepidation. Looking at Li Jiuquan, he sighed lightly. "Jiuquan, do not grieve. It seems I shall not earn my due from this." At these words, Li Jiuquan's heart sank. She understood that Tian would not speak without reason. Her grandfather's ailment could likely only be treated by him. If Tian were to depart, it would truly be an irreparable loss. On the other hand, upon hearing Tian's words, Li Man was engulfed in fury. "You dare to curse my grandfather to death." 6 soul rings simultaneously ignited around her, as she prepared to personally confront Tian. At that moment, Zhou Long stepped forward, emanating the formidable aura of a title Douluo. His cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Silence. How dare you show disrespect to young Master Tian? Were it not for young Master Tian's reluctance to engage in discourse with you insignificant beings, you would have long since become lifeless corpses." The overwhelming presence radiating from Zhou Long left everyone present astounded. 2 soul saints were knocked to the ground, and Li Man, in particular, was so shaken that she spat blood. She gazed at Zhou Long in utter disbelief, her hands trembling. The opponent was, in fact, a titled Douluo. Yi Tian's guardian is. Astonishingly, a titled Douluo. Who exactly is Yu Tian to have a titled Douluo as his protector? Young Zhao stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yu Tian in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the identity of the other party would be so formidable. It is worth noting that even the prince of the Tindo Empire does not possess a titled Douluo as a personal guard. Meanwhile, he is merely the son of a minor duke, and his family does not even have a single titled Douluo among them. His engagement to Li Min was merely to fulfill his father's wishes, aiming to forge a connection with Li Haitian, a newly appointed titled Douluo. Little did he know. He had yet to establish that connection and had already offended a noble. Zhao Go was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, too terrified to move. The wrath of a titled Douluo is sufficient to obliterate a ducal family. Moreover, Yu Tian's identity is likely even more terrifying than that of a titled Douluo. He immediately pleaded, "Young Master Yi, I was in the wrong. Please, with your magnanimity, let me go." Li Man glared at Zhao Go, indignantly exclaiming, "What a spineless wretch." Yet Zhao Go shot her a defiant look, replying, "What good is courage if it cannot preserve my life?" Yu Tian paid no heed to the intentions of the two. Such characters were unworthy of his attention. He cast a calm glance at Douluo, offering a light chuckle as he shook his head. "You cannot even resolve your own serpent's venom, yet you wish to assist others in their ailments? How laughable." Upon hearing these words, Douluo furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze upon Yu Tian. When he had sensed the strength of Zhou Long moments ago, he had indeed been taken aback. But it was merely a fleeting surprise. After all, what did it matter that the other was a titled Douluo? He too was a titled Douluo, unafraid of the challenge. However, Yi Tian's statement left him profoundly shaken. How could Yi Tian be aware of the torment inflicted upon him by the poisonous essence of the serpent spirit? Moreover, what does it mean that the issue remains unresolved? Several years prior, in the Sunset Forest, that young lad Tang San had indeed revealed to him a method of resolution, which he found to be remarkably effective. It was precisely this conviction that led him to accept Zhao Go's lucrative offer to come and treat Li Haitian. The assertion of ineffectiveness from the other party is nothing short of ludicrous. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, Douluo sneered, "Humph. Do not presume that a mere smattering of skills can grant you the authority to dictate matters of great significance." No sooner had he spoken than a fit of coughing echoed from behind him. Turning around, Douluo discovered that Li Haitian had awakened. With a triumphant expression, he pointed and declared, "Do you see? This is the mark of a divine healer. When I take action, ailments vanish." Approaching Li Haitian, he smiled and inquired, "Chiefly, how do you feel?" The awakening of the patient served as the most compelling evidence of his remarkable abilities. The audacity of that young rascal was truly astounding. Chiefly exhaled a long breath, the murkiness in his eyes dissipating significantly, revealing a gentle smile as he expressed, "Thank you, poisoned Douluo. I feel much better." Ah. To be so gravely ill yet remain unaware of one's condition. Yu Tian cast a detached glance at Li Haitian, unable to suppress a shake of his head. The actions of the Li family truly left him disheartened. He had resolved not to involve himself any further and was about to depart when Douluo, relentless and unyielding, obstructed his path. "Young man, if you do not clarify your words today, you will unjustly tarnish my reputation." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Long prepared to step forward and reprimand the poisoned Douluo, but Yu Tian raised his hand to halt him. With an expression of calm detachment, he looked at Li Haitian and remarked with a light chuckle, "Let the patriarch of the Li family channel his soul power, and everything shall become clear." Upon hearing this, Li Haitian began to circulate his soul power. However, before he could complete even one rotation, he suddenly felt a surge of oppressive energy in his chest. With a violent retch, he expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Grandfather, Li Jiuchuan, with reddened eyes, rushed forward to support Li Haitian, tears streaming down his face. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" Douluo, witnessing this turn of events, felt a tightening in his chest and glanced anxiously at Yi Tian, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Yi Tian spoke leisurely, forcefully infusing the toxin into the soul bone may indeed provide temporary relief. However, over time, the toxin will seep into the marrow, akin to quenching thirst with poison, rendering it impossible to reverse. Upon hearing this, Douluo was taken aback. "How do you know my method?" He felt a surge of panic. He never fathomed that the solution Tang San had shared was merely a fleeting remedy. No wonder he had sensed his nerves weakening and his bodily control diminishing over the years. It dawned on him that the toxin had infiltrated his very bones. Did this imply that his granddaughter was in the same plight? Douluo stood frozen, too afraid to delve deeper into his thoughts. Noticing Yu Tian's intent to depart, Li Jiuchuan immediately approached and knelt down. With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Young Master Yu Tian, please extend your hand to save my grandfather. I am willing to dedicate my life in gratitude." Hearing this, Li Man, standing nearby, felt a wave of shame wash over her. It turned out she had wronged Li Jiuchuan. Desperate, Li Haitian also cried out in anguish, "I implore you, young Master Yi, save this old man. I would exchange the wealth of the Li family for your assistance. Money is but an illusion. Without life, it holds no value. Moreover, he was the pillar of the entire Li family. Should he perish now, their enemies would undoubtedly descend upon them, transforming the Li family into a living hell." Injured, Li Man too cast aside her pride, kneeling before Yu Tian, "I beseech you, young Master Yi, save my grandfather. I am willing to pay any price for my previous rashness." Chapter 42. The appearance of the sea god. Yu Tian gazed at Li Jiuchuan, who knelt on the ground, and let out a soft sigh. Were it not for the sincerity that had touched him, he would have remained indifferent to the fate of Li Haitian. "Very well. I shall extend my hand once." "Thank you, young Master Yi," Li Jiuchuan said with reddened eyes, bowing his head in gratitude, only to be abruptly pulled to his feet by Yu Tian. "No need to thank me. It is merely a transaction for a price." Yu Tian spoke softly, which deepened Li Jiuchuan's gratitude. She understood that given Yu Tian's status, he was not lacking in wealth. His insistence on handling matters with money was merely a means to alleviate any psychological burden she might feel. Yu Tian approached Li Haitian, gazing at him with an unadorned expression. "During my treatment, refrain from using your soul power. Otherwise, even divine beings cannot save you." Li Haitian weakly nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." With that, Yu Tian summoned his martial soul, the Tai Divine Needle. Before Li Man and the others had arrived, he had already replicated the structure of Li Haitian's meridians within the Sea of Consciousness. Thus, he could commence the treatment immediately. His first needle pierced the Tianqi acupoint, followed by the second needle, which targeted the Jingming acupoint. Both acupoints serve as crucial conduits to the brain's meridians. It is not an exaggeration to deem them as primary pathways to effectively seal off all the meridians of the brain. It is most appropriate to initiate from these points and gradually infiltrate thereafter. After occupying these two vital acupoints, Yu Tian began to channel his techniques. As a non-soul master, he could not seal the meridians of a tidal Douluo solely relying on his own soul power. Thus, he required the assistance of his techniques. The cultivation technique practiced by Yu Tian is known as the Heaven and Earth Qi Induction Method, which harmonizes with his martial spirit. It allows him to harness the forces of nature for his own purposes. This technique is specifically designed for medical treatment and is not intended for cultivation. What Yu Tian must accomplish now is to serve as a crucible, channeling the forces of heaven and earth through the Tai Divine Needle into Li Haitian's body, thereby sealing his meridians. This process must proceed without any errors, otherwise, it would provoke a backlash from the celestial forces, resulting in the patient's catastrophic demise. Consequently, with each circulation of the celestial cycle, Yu Tian exercises utmost caution. An hour swiftly passes. Yu Tian's movements remained unceasing, despite the numerous people present in the bedroom. An unusual stillness enveloped the room, as if everyone feared disturbing Yu Tian. All eyes were fixated upon him, filled with apprehension, particularly that of Li Jiuchuan, who was in tears. Li Haitian was her only kin in the Li family. Any misstep would render her an orphan. Standing silently at the back, Douluo gazed at Yu Tian, his eyes consistently reflecting astonishment. He had not anticipated that the opponent's martial soul was the Tai Divine Needle. Was this not the long-lost martial soul of the esteemed Taishan sect? Few were aware that there existed two enigmatic sects on the continent, namely the Taishan sect and the Body sect, both shrouded in greater mystery than even the Haotian sect. While these two sects may not hold the title of the most powerful on the continent, their lineage is undeniably the most ancient, unparalleled by any other sect. For millennia, these two sects have nearly vanished from the continent's annals. Were it not for Douluo being a descendant of a nominal disciple of the Taishan sect, he too would have almost forgotten this fragment of history. No wonder Yu Tian possessed such exceptional medical skills. The doubts within Douluo gradually dissipated. Possessing the Tai Divine Needle signified that Yu Tian was a direct descendant of the Taishan sect. According to seniority, he might even need to address Yu Tian as his granduncle. Encountering Yu Tian was indeed a stroke of luck for him. Perhaps the drawbacks of the green phosphor snake emperor could be entirely eradicated, enabling him to aspire to the rank of a super Douluo. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Douluo. He understood that seeking Yi Tian's assistance might come at a significant cost, yet every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Gradually, Douluo resolved to cling to Yi Tian's formidable support, no matter the circumstance. As Douluo contemplated these matters, the scene remained fixed before the bed in the bedroom. Yi Tian gradually withdrew his powers. His gaze fell upon Li Haitian's forehead, where the dark energy had dissipated significantly. This was indicative of the disconnection between the brain's meridians and the internal body. Yi Tian Song let out a sigh of relief, having finally completed the first step. Now, it was time to begin the detoxification process. Tai Divine Needle. Yi Tian's expression stiffened as he grasped 4 divine needles in each hand. His movements were swift, and with a series of whooshing sounds, he deftly inserted the needles into various locations within Li Haitian's brain. Yi Tian's movements appeared swift, yet they were profoundly arduous. The brain, the most intricate organ of the human body, demands precision. Even the slightest error or miscalibration of a needle's depth could unleash a catastrophic response. Fortunately, Yi Tian's technique was exceptionally refined, with each needle inserted with impeccable accuracy. After placing 8 Tai divine needles, he summoned another 8, meticulously replicating the process. Ultimately, 49 needles were symmetrically embedded atop Li Haitian's head, forming a Tai reversal formation. To the discerning eye of someone knowledgeable in formations, the sight of such an arrangement within the human body would elicit exclamations of madness. To utilize a formation for healing purposes was indeed astonishing. Yet, this was undeniably the most effective remedy for the venom of the underworld water mother. Once the formation was established, Yi Tian gradually infused it with the forces of heaven and earth, guiding its operation. As the energies began to permeate the formation, a hissing toxic gas began to emanate from the needle points. Witnessing this spectacle, Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was simply incredible. Yi Tian's technique can only be described as celestial. Is this the prowess of the Taishan sect? Douluo's hands trembled with excitement. Today he bore witness to the manifestation of a miracle. The entire process lasted a full half-hour, and it was only when each divine needle ceased to emit the noxious black gas that the transformation was complete. Yi Tiankai slowly withdrew his hands. At this moment, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and the back of his garment was drenched in large patches. Li Jiuchuan, unable to bear the sight, took out his handkerchief and stepped forward to wipe Yi Tian's brow. He inquired, "Young Master Yi, has the treatment come to an end?" Yi Tian shook his head expressionlessly, stating that he had merely purged the toxins from the brain, while other areas remained unaddressed. Having completed the most arduous part of the cleansing, the task ahead appeared considerably simpler. However, the past hour and a half had drained him mentally, necessitating a brief respite to continue the treatment. Maintaining a state of mental vigor was also a matter of responsibility towards Li Haitian. As Yi Tian summoned the powers of heaven and earth to treat Li Haitian, on a distant island, a colossal statue suddenly revealed a golden phantom. The phantom gazed serenely towards the direction of Golden Ao Island, a slight smile gracing its lips. To invoke the might of heaven and earth? Quite intriguing. Not long after the phantom's appearance, a woman adorned with a phoenix-wing golden crown, wielding a purple crystal scepter and possessing flowing white hair, materialized before it. With her right hand resting on her chest, she offered a slight bow, addressing the phantom as Your Excellency, the Sea God. The phantom cast a casual glance at the woman and nonchalantly tossed out a beam of golden light. "This is my legacy mark. You shall personally deliver it to the one who has just invoked the might of heaven and earth." Upon seeing the legacy mark, the woman was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Your Excellency, has not your divine successor already been designated to Tang San?" "Huh, who said the legacy mark can only be bestowed upon one?" The phantom replied, "Choose the worthy and follow them. This individual surpasses Tang San by far. Simply follow my instructions." "I understand," the woman replied respectfully, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 43. Medicinal materials worth 200,000. Prescription worth 480,000. In the Li family castle, within the bedroom, as Yi Tian administered the final needle, countless strands of black mist erupted from Li Haitian's body. The murky depths of Li Haitian's eyes gradually cleared, culminating in a lengthy exhalation of foul air. With joy, Li Haitian exclaimed, "The sensation of toxin erosion has vanished, and I have regained my sense of touch." Yi Tian's expression remained calm as his arm gently swept across Li Haitian's entire being, transforming all of the Tai divine needles upon him into soul energy. Dissipating it into the air, Yi Tian turned his gaze towards Li Haitian and casually remarked, "The 2 toxins within you have been completely eradicated." I have also brought some rare herbs to replenish your body's deficiencies. If taken as prescribed, you shall regain your full vitality within 2 months. Upon finishing his words, Tian gestured towards Zhou Long, with an indifferent demeanor, retrieved a bag of medicinal herbs from his storage belt and handed it to Li Jiuquan. Subsequently, Tian produced a prescription from his robe and similarly placed it in Li Jiuquan's hands. The frail Li Haitian, propped up on the bed, expressed his gratitude with a clasped hand, saying, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Tian lightly waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities. Business requires remuneration. The fee for my services is 1 million, and for the herbal medicine and prescription, it amounts to 4 million, totaling 5 million gold soul coins." Upon hearing this figure, Li Haitian gasped in shock. 5 million gold soul coins represented nearly half of the Li family's wealth. The wealth amassed by Tian seems almost too effortless. Beside him, Li Jiuquan could not resist the temptation to open the pouch of medicinal herbs handed to him by Zhou Long. To his dismay, he discovered that the contents were merely commonplace herbs, lacking any remarkable qualities. Observing Li Jiuquan's reaction, Zhou Long's expression soured, and he raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to offer them?" "Not at all," Li Haitian quickly interjected with a forced smile. "Although the cost is somewhat steep, it is entirely justified. My ascension to the rank of title Douluo signifies a further enhancement of the Li family's influence. With the title Douluo safeguarding our clan, our potential for wealth will only increase. 5 million gold soul coins are but the fruit of over a decade of labor, trivial in comparison to the longevity bestowed upon me by this promotion. Moreover, I gain the companionship of Tian, a figure both mysterious and formidable. In every aspect, the Li family stands to gain immensely." Pausing momentarily, Li Haitian turned his attention to Li Man, gesturing, "Li Man, hasten to prepare the reward for young Master Yi." Li Man cast a discerning glance at Tian before bowing her head in acquiescence. Yes. She comprehended that Tian was not someone the Li family could afford to offend. Given that he had rescued her grandfather, the reward must be nothing short of ample. Meanwhile, Zhou Long scoffed, asserting his dominance, "Do not presume that the Li family has suffered any loss. The myriad herbs within this concoction are not something you could procure elsewhere. Uncle Zhou, please refrain from being discourteous." Tian waved his hand, interrupting. The medicinal herbs were indeed precious, yet not rare, as they were plentiful in the butterfly farm. If assessed at market value, these herbs were worth no more than 200,000 gold soul coins. However, the remaining 3,800,000 gold soul coins could not procure a peerless prescription. This is the value of knowledge. Having no ties to the Li family, he naturally could not make the trip in vain. Thus, the demand of 5 million was entirely justified. At this moment, Li Haitian was already able to rise from his bed. He first cupped his hands towards Zhou Long. His demeanor sincere, "Your words are unnecessary. I harbor no doubts." He then approached Tian, bowing respectfully, "Young Master Yi, your efforts in treating me have been considerable. Today, I shall host a banquet to graciously entertain you, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. It is better to comply than to decline." One does not strike a smiling face, especially since Nana wished to witness the sunrise on the island. There would be no escaping today. Standing by the wall, the poisoned Douluo also approached Tian. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately set aside his pride, bowing to Tian. "Esteemed young master, I humbly request your guidance on how to completely eliminate the snake venom within me. I shall not hesitate to reward you generously." Tian raised his head and cast a glance at Douluo. He recalled from the original text that this old fellow was quite close to Tang San and even held the esteemed position of honorary dean at Shrek Academy. During the Shrek 7's confrontation with the Spirit Hall, Douluo had undoubtedly contributed significantly. However, he bore no animosity towards Tang San. He harbored no malicious intent to sabotage him. Business is business. Since Douluo approached him with a plea for medical assistance, there was no reason for him to decline. Tian extended his index finger and spoke slowly. "A fixed price of 4 million gold soul coins. I will provide the medicinal materials and prescriptions in one go, and the payment must be made in full at once. This price is quite reasonable. Douluo is afflicted by a chronic poison of the martial spirit. Although it penetrates deeply into the marrow, it is not lethal. Thus, it can be easily addressed without the need for the Tai divine needle. A few doses of antidotes that counteract the biphosphorus snake venom will suffice, allowing Douluo to develop his own immunity to the snake's poison. Therefore, there are no consultation fees, only the cost of the medicinal materials. 4 million? Douluo found it hard to believe. Isn't that exorbitant? I am not part of a prestigious family like the Li clan, which has accumulated wealth over centuries. I am merely a lone wanderer. Moreover, cultivating is an exceedingly expensive endeavor. If I had the funds, I would immediately purchase rare treasures that enhance my cultivation. Currently, my total assets barely amount to 1 million gold soul coins. If I had money, I would not have traveled all the way to Golden AOL Island to take on the task of treating Li Haitian. He simply could not produce 4 million gold soul coins. Observing Douluo's hesitation, Tian shrugged. It seemed this business deal was not meant to be. With that, he turned and stepped out of the bedroom. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, Douluo hurried after him, inquiring gently, Yi Xiao, would it be possible to purchase only the prescription? The amount needed should not be too considerable, correct? That would be within my means. Yi Tian instinctively stroked his chin and replied with a smile. The prescription is valued at 380,000 gold soul coins, while the medicinal materials amount to 200,000 gold soul coins. Furthermore, most of the medicinal ingredients can only be obtained through me. Purchasing the prescription alone would be of little use. Douluo was taken aback upon hearing this. 380,000 gold soul coins for the prescription? That is exorbitant. Even if one were to rob, such a sum could not be demanded all at once. It must be said that, given Tian's capabilities, the price was indeed justified. However, as a titled Douluo at level 92, he realized that without a span of at least 20 years, he could not amass such wealth. Douluo completely abandoned the notion of acquiring the remedies with money. He tentatively asked, Yi Xiao, is there any way to obtain them without monetary exchange? At this moment, Zhou Long stepped forward with a cold laugh, casting a glance at Douluo. There is a way by theft. Upon hearing this, Douluo's composure faltered, and he fell silent. He understood that Zhou Long was warning him against employing underhanded tactics. He also recognized that Zhou Long's cultivation level surpassed his own. In a one-on-one confrontation, he stood no chance. Tian regarded Douluo with indifference, offering a faint smile. My medicinal herbs and prescriptions did not come from the wind. If you lack the funds, I am at a loss. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the chamber, leaving Douluo in a contemplative state. Chapter 44. A dilemma for Li Jiao. Chuan Li Haitian observed Douluo lost in thought and approached him courteously. Though the poisoned Douluo has traveled great distances to treat my affliction, one cannot claim any merit, yet there is toil involved. Why not join young Master Yi and remain as guests? That won't be necessary. Douluo waved his hand dismissively, striding out of the bedroom. He fixed his gaze on Tian's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. It appeared that without offering a sacrifice, he would not receive assistance. However, if he could ascend to new heights and become a super Douluo, all would be worthwhile. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward once more, calling out, Young Master Yi, please hold on. Zhou Long, standing behind Tian, displayed a look of displeasure, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, Poison Douluo. What do you mean by this? It has been stated clearly that young Master Yi would not act without cause. Ignoring Zhou Long, Douluo fixed his gaze upon Tian, stating, I am aware of a place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, which is said to contain countless rare treasures, is it not? Tian chuckled softly, shrugging nonchalantly. Doesn't Poison Douluo realize that I am not a soul master? What use would any number of rare treasures hold in my hands? Furthermore, I am not without my own collection of the treasures found within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tian could discern that the old fellow, Douluo, was resolutely determined to acquire the remedy for the Bilan snake venom. He had even revealed the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and it seemed the next step would be to offer his granddaughter. However, Tian felt no inclination towards these matters. The treasures within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were indeed precious, yet when calculated based on their medicinal properties, they amounted to merely 1 or 2 million gold soul coins. Given his alchemical prowess, he could easily compensate for the lack of years with the quantity of herbs. Douluo, unable to contain himself, inquired what price Tian had in mind. He was genuinely astonished that Tian was aware of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and held the treasures therein in such disdain. This revelation stripped Douluo of any bargaining power. He laid bare his bottom line, stating, as long as I can accept it, feel free to speak. His lifelong pursuit had been strength, and with the possibility of ascending to a super Douluo, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing this, Tian was equally taken aback by Douluo's fervent commitment to entirely eliminate the threat of snake venom. A title Douluo, while significant, had the potential for promotion to a super Douluo, making him a strategic figure on the Douluo continent. While one could argue that he was not important, that claim could not be disregarded. Without his assistance, the prospect of advancement would likely remain a distant dream for his counterpart. Tian pondered deeply, recognizing that chaos was imminent in the Douluo continent. With Du Gubo holding considerable influence within the Tindo Empire, it was plausible that he might prove advantageous in the future. With this thought in mind, he gazed serenely at Du Gubo and remarked, "In light of our fortuitous encounter, I shall not impose any obligations upon you. Let us simply be friends. 1,000,000 gold soul coins is the minimum I can accept." 1,000,000? Du Gubo gasped, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Even this sum was beyond his means. "I lack such funds," he admitted, a look of bitterness crossing his face. Tian sighed, exasperation washing over him. Was Du Gubo truly so impoverished that he could not even muster 1,000,000? Du Gubo understood that Tian had already shown him generosity by asking for only 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Rather than request a reduction, he delicately suggested, "Young Master Yi, might it be possible to defer payment? I will repay you as soon as I manage to gather the funds." However, realizing the difficulty of accumulating such a sum, he quickly added, "Alternatively, I could work for you without pay, as a means of settling the debt." Upon hearing this, Tian and Zhou Long exchanged glances, barely stifling their laughter. Truly, it was 1,000,000 that had stumped the title Douluo. Given Du Gubo's esteemed status, it was inappropriate to press him too hard. Zhou Long stepped forward to ease the tension, stating, "Young master, your enterprises may soon expand into the Tindo Empire, and Du Gubo could be of assistance. Why not allow him to work off the debt?" Yes. Work to repay the debt." Du Gubo cast a grateful look at Zhou Long, realizing that in critical moments, one must rely on the camaraderie of fellow soul masters. Since Zhou Long had advocated for him, Tian felt compelled to acquiesce. His enterprises were vast enough to accommodate one more. "Very well. In the coming days, I shall establish a branch in the capital of the Tindo Empire, and you shall oversee it." "Thank you, young Master Yi." Du Gubo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, overseeing operations would be a relatively simple task. He could very well leverage his association with Tian to garner substantial benefits. With this prospect in mind, Du Gubo felt a surge of joy, envisioning a stable future ahead. Tian spoke softly, "I do not possess any surplus medicinal herbs. You may visit the butterfly farm by the Eastern Sea and seek out the individual named Qinjian, who is in charge. Simply convey your symptoms to him, and he shall prepare a prescription for you." After speaking, Tian retrieved paper and pen from his storage soul guide and composed a letter of recommendation for Du Gubo. Qinjian had been by his side for 3 years. It could be said that he was well acquainted with the majority of the medical theories Tian had mastered. The mere poison of the Bihua snake was a trivial matter. Du Gubo accepted the letter with gratitude, bowing once more. "Thank you, young Master Yi. There is no time to lose. I shall procure it immediately." His eagerness for the antidote was palpable, leaving him with no inclination to linger on Jinao Island. Indeed, Tian nodded lightly. Once Du Gubo had departed, he noticed something amiss. He looked up and inquired of Zhou Long, "What has transpired? Where is Nana? She was just here, yet now she has vanished." Zhou Long replied, "Miss Nana mentioned she has an upset stomach and likely went to the restroom." Upon hearing this, Tian could not help but rub his forehead. Given Nana's propensity for gluttony, it was likely she had indulged in something again, resulting in her ailment. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson for her. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiuquan emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing Tian, he approached with a smile and proposed, "How about I accompany young Master Yi for a stroll around Jinao Island?" With the resolution of Li Haitian's poisoning, Li Jiuquan's heart had been unburdened, and his demeanor had brightened considerably. Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No, Nana has seemingly vanished, and I shall remain here to await her return." At the mention of Nana, Li Jiuquan's smile momentarily shifted to one of awkwardness as he nodded slightly. "Very well." A twinge of envy flickered within him. Indeed, Nana was quite fortunate. The three stood in the courtyard, engaging in light conversation. A quarter of an hour later, a stealthy figure emerged quietly into the courtyard. Spotting the golden-haired girl, Tian squinted and called out, "Hey, golden-haired maiden, I've spotted you." Upon hearing this, Hulaina straightened up, her cheeks flushed, and scanned the surroundings. Only after confirming that Du Gubo was absent did she approach Tian, puffing out her chest and giving a playful huff. "Why does it feel as though you are beckoning a little puppy?" Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought, and mused, "Well, it is certainly not out of the question." "You." Hulaina crossed her arms, turning her head away and lightly blowing her bangs. Observing Hulaina's haughty demeanor, Tian remained unfazed. Such childish play, he thought to himself, leisurely casting his gaze towards Li Jiuquan. Sister Jiuchuan. I have heard that there are splendid fishing spots on Jinao Island. Why don't we go fishing together? The address of Sister Jiuchuan left Li Jiuchuan momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed an exquisite shade of red, akin to a ripe apple. Her mind was rendered utterly incapable of formulating a response as she stood there, dazedly gazing at Tian. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to utter a shy, Chapter 45, The Pirate Attack. Upon hearing Li Jiuchuan's affirmative response, a faint smile graced Tian's lips as he took her hand and strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Zhou Long remained silent, silently following in their wake, leaving Hualaina to grapple with her disarray in the wind. Her mournful eyes seemed on the brink of shedding tears. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair in exasperation before hastily running to catch up. Tian is truly despicable. He dares to use Li Jiuchuan to threaten her. It must be said that Li Jiuchuan indeed poses a genuine threat. It seems imperative to leave Jinao Island swiftly, that way Tian will be left with only her by his side. Wait for me. Hualaina approached quickly. Tian turned his gaze back, smiling at Hualaina. I certainly did not invite you, dear sister Nana. Hualaina flicked her hand and tilted her head. I wish to be with Jiuchuan's sister. Is that not permissible? As the air thickened with tension, Li Jiuchuan displayed an awkward expression. She was not oblivious to the jealousy evident on Nana's face. Stepping forward to embrace Hualaina's waist, she looked towards Tian and cheerfully remarked, Haha, everyone who comes to Jinao Island is my guest. Let us all enjoy the gathering together. Tian refrained from rebutting. Hualaina deliberately leaned closer to him, tugging at his sleeve. Let us go, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Tian. The vicinity of Jinao Island lacked fishing grounds. It was essentially a harbor with vessels coming and going. Even if there were fish, they would be frightened away. Yet, this did not dampen the spirits of those eager to fish. Except for Tian, the others had almost no catch. Nearby, Zhou Long, observing the few fish in his basket, could not resist using his mental energy to probe the depths of the sea. 20 meters to the left, he detected a knife fish. Hualaina questioned, intrigued by Zhou Long's indication, but soon grasped the situation. Her bright, sparkling eyes gleamed with excitement as she swiftly reeled in her fishing rod, casting it toward the direction Zhou Long had indicated. As expected, the moment her line hit the water, she felt a strong tug. The unfortunate knife fish stood no chance against Hualaina's formidable strength. With no semblance of ladle-like restraint, she yanked it toward the shore. This knife fish is truly splendid, Hualaina exclaimed triumphantly, using her sole power to stun it before placing it in her basket. Li Jiuchuan applauded, saying, Sister Nana, you are simply remarkable. Watching her delight, Tian could not help but chuckle at Li Jiuchuan's heartfelt flattery. Indeed, leisurely moments like these were the most enjoyable. The burdens of traversing the continent as a sole master seemed to only add unnecessary worries. Fortunately, he had not chosen that path for himself. However, the tranquil fishing time did not last long. The weather at sea is notoriously fickle. Just a moment ago, the sun shone brightly, but soon a fierce wind arose, sending waves crashing onto the shore and splashing the two ladies. Fortunately, the servants from the Li family, who accompanied Li Jiuchuan, seemed well prepared. An elderly woman approached, offering 2 robes to Li Jiuchuan and Hualaina, advising, Young Master Yi, Mrs., judging by the skies, a typhoon is likely approaching. We should leave the shore promptly. Having lived on the island for an extended period, the servants possessed an almost infallible instinct regarding weather patterns. As a person from another world, Tian also understood how to read the clouds. He extended his hand in front of him, gazing at the sky. It was evident that a windy day was upon them. All right, he clapped his hands and stood up, addressing the 2 ladies. Safety is paramount. We shall return swiftly. All right. Hualaina replied, looking somewhat reluctant. Li Jiuchuan stood at the water's edge for a long while, her enthusiasm waning. This typhoon arrived quite unexpectedly. It is likely to be accompanied by heavy rain. Having lived on the island for years, she had a certain understanding of the patterns associated with typhoons. At that moment, Zhou Long, who had been silent, suddenly grew alert. Look over there, he exclaimed, pointing toward the distant sea. Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Tian stepped back a few paces, climbing onto a large rock to peer deeper into the ocean. A dark fleet of ships materialized on the horizon. What is it? Li Jiuchuan, shorter in stature, could not see what lay ahead. She followed Tian's lead, climbing onto the rock. As she caught sight of the skull flag on the foremost ship of the fleet, her expression changed dramatically. The sea, pirates, she murmured. Zhou Long stepped forward, his voice tinged with caution as he speculated. It seems the sudden onset of the typhoon has left nearby waters without a safe harbor. The pirates are preparing to attack Jinao Island in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan jumped down from the rock, disregarding the others as she hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran, exclaiming, "I must inform grandfather at once." Watching Li Jiuchuan's retreating figure, Zhou Long approached Yi Tian and whispered, "Young master, should we leave early, or?" He left the choice unspoken, allowing Yi Tian to decide. The typhoon and heavy rain would not affect submarines. Even if they departed now, their journey back to the shores of the East Sea would remain untroubled by the weather. Yi Tian squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance. "Leave? We have yet to secure our funds. The 5 million for Li Haitian's treatment has not been received. If we simply hand it over to the pirates, it would be a futile journey for me." Understanding his point, Zhou Long bowed respectfully. "I shall head to the port and inform the submarine to prepare for combat." With that, he stepped away, making his way towards the harbor. On the other side, Hulaina approached Yu Tian with a calm smile. "With you by my side, the pirates dare not come. Their audacity is truly remarkable." She had already informed the Holy Knights of the Pope about their presence on Golden Aoj Island. A highly distinguished patrol team from the Spirit Hall had been quietly circling the periphery of the island, discreetly ensuring their safety. Thus, Hulaina was completely unperturbed by the prospect of an impending pirate arrival. Should the pirates dare to approach, the patrol would not hesitate to perform a service for the East Sea. Upon hearing Laina's words, Yi Tian affectionately tousled her golden locks and chuckled softly. "Do not elevate me too high. Who knows? A band of pirates might just swoop in and abduct you to become their lady. Would brother come to rescue me?" Hulaina tilted her head, gazing earnestly at Yu Tian as she inquired sincerely. Yu Tian smiled faintly. This was indeed an easy question. He gently tapped Hulaina's forehead, saying, "Silly sister, how could you possibly be captured?" A warmth enveloped Hulaina's heart as she gazed at Yu Tian, her expression softening considerably. Her brother was truly kind. However, Yu Tian's next words sent Hulaina's blood pressure soaring. "If you were captured, it would undoubtedly be because I had colluded with the pirates. Why would I come to your rescue? That would be inviting trouble." Glaring at Yu Tian's retreating figure, Hulaina shot him a fierce look. Breathing heavily, her cheeks puffed out in indignation, she huffed, "I am your sister whom you can never rid yourself of." Yu Tian smirked, narrowing his eyes. "One cannot speak too definitively. You will eventually marry one day." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, her body stiffened as she felt Yu Tian's arm resting on her shoulder. This caused her cheeks to heat up, and she turned to meet Yu Tian's gaze. Now alarmingly close. What do you want?" Hulaina clutched her chest, her heart racing wildly. "What do I want?" Yi Tian replied with a perfectly timed smile. Locking eyes with Hulaina. "Your feelings are rather transparent, aren't they?" "What feelings?" Hulaina's expression wavered, a hint of panic creeping in as she instinctively took a half-step back. Yu Tian gazed intently into Hulaina's eyes, drawing ever closer. This proximity rendered her somewhat breathless, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, and she instinctively shut her eyes. It would be best to refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. Suddenly, Hulaina opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with disbelief. After all her preparations, was this all he had to say? Just this? It was intolerable. In a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around Yi Tian, her soft and tender lips instinctively pressing against his. After all, it was not their first encounter. As long as she was unafraid, it was Yu Tian who should be wary. As the sensation of her soft and warm lips enveloped him, Yu Tian widened his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Laina was peculiar. But soon, that surprise transformed into initiative. His hand, which had rested on her shoulder, slid down to her waist, holding her tightly. Such audacity. She thought she could challenge him? He was not one to be trifled with. A minute later, nearly breathless, Hulaina pushed Yu Tian away, gasping for air. Her charming face was flushed to the utmost, unable to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Yet Yi Tian appeared unfazed, waving his hand and saying, "Return now, shortly. The pirates shall arrive." He then muttered disdainfully under his breath, "Sister Nana still has much to learn." Hulaina shot him a glare, remaining silent. Yi Tian is truly mischievous, taking advantage of her. Yet, Hulaina soon felt something amiss. It seemed as though she had taken the initiative. No, that cannot be. It was clearly the other party's seduction. Her mind became ensnared in a tumult of thoughts. At that moment, Yi Tian returned with a fish basket from the seaside. He playfully flicked her forehead and asked, still pondering, "Your actions remind me of someone." Hulaina suddenly became alert. Before her, Yi Tian could not possibly have someone he favored, could he? This thought brought to mind Yi Tian's previous movements, which were exceedingly adept. Hulaina, Yi Tian stated earnestly. Huh. Upon hearing that name, Hulaina was momentarily rendered speechless. Her heart raced. Had she been discovered? Surely not. She had not revealed any telltale signs. Could it be that Yi Tian was testing her? She feigned composure and raised her chin, inquiring, "Do you know Hulaina?" "No," Yi Tian replied with a smile. Shaking his head, "I have never even ventured beyond the shores of the East Sea. How could I possibly know the saintess of the Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina's anxious heart finally eased. It seemed Yi Tian truly remained oblivious to her true identity. Outside, rumors circulated that she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Yet in reality, it was merely a form of flattery. Her status as saintess had yet to be officially conferred by the Spirit Hall, at most. It could be considered a mere preliminary designation. How could Yi Tianlian possibly know her if he is unaware of this? If he does not recognize her? How can he assert that I bear a resemblance to her? Hulaina questioned, raising her head in skepticism. Yi Tian spoke slowly, although I have never encountered Hulaina. I am aware that she is a charming creature devoid of intellectual depth. Having read the original text, he was acutely aware of Hulaina's character. When it comes to matters of love, her intelligence seems to dwindle to near insignificance. The same can be said for Sister Nana. In moments of heated emotion, she becomes utterly oblivious. Hulaina hesitated for a moment, her expression vacant, pondering the notion of being without a brain. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her demeanor shifting to one of displeasure as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Tian. "Are you implying that I lack intelligence?" she retorted, slightly offended. While it was true that her intellect may not rival that of Yi Tian, she considered herself quite astute. No, Yi Tian interjected, waving his index finger in a dismissive manner. "I am not suggesting that your intelligence is lacking. Rather, you lack sufficient discernment and are easily swayed by external influences. In other words, what I am trying to convey is..." Yi Tian gazed into Hulaina's eyes and softly confessed, "I like you." I like you too," Hulaina stammered, her cheeks flushed and warmth escaping from her nostrils, her voice barely audible as she lowered her gaze. Yi Tian sighed, a hand brushing against his forehead in exasperation. He merely intended to pose the question, "I like you. How will you respond?" To his surprise, Laina had readily acquiesced. This compelled Yi Tian to ponder whether Laina was perhaps more naive than the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that love indeed casts a dimming aura upon one's intellect? Naturally, one must approach such phenomena from a scientific viewpoint. The notion of an aura is, after all, rather ethereal. Observing Laina's reaction, it seemed she was simply overwhelmed with nervousness. Anxiety can hinder cerebral blood flow, thereby impairing cognitive function. His hypothesis proved accurate. Laina appeared to be afflicted by the whims of infatuation. Yi Tian remarked earnestly, gently pressing his finger to her forehead, "If you ever find yourself in a predicament, you might even assist in counting the coins of those who deceive you." Laina was momentarily taken aback, her mind slowly processing his words. It dawned upon her that Yi Tian was merely imparting wisdom, not genuinely professing his affection. This realization filled Hulaina with a profound sense of embarrassment, prompting her to wish for a fissure in the earth to hide herself. How mortifying! Glancing around to ensure they were alone, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With her captivating large eyes fixed intently upon Yi Tian, she declared, "As long as I remain by your side, I shall never be sold off. Though I may be foolish, I am obedient and would make a fitting girlfriend." She yearned to utter the word wife, yet hesitated to voice it. Yi Tian curled his lips and waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain for the foolish. His ideal, his white moonlight, resembled someone like Bibi Dong. However, dear Nana, unfortunately, pales in comparison. Upon hearing these words, Hulaina felt a wave of disappointment and dejection wash over her. Her head drooped, and she instantly lost her vitality. "Let us return," she suggested. Yi Tian grasped Hulaina's hand effortlessly. The warmth radiating from Yi Tian's fingers invigorated Hulaina, revitalizing her spirit. Beside Yi Tian, there were no females in sight. Proximity to the source often grants one the first opportunity. She certainly had a significant chance. Contemplating this, Hulaina was instantly filled with renewed determination. Yi Tian, she will eventually have him under her control with ease. Off the coast of Jinao Island, aboard the pirate flagship, the Coral, a group of fearsome pirate leaders gathered together, discussing the impending attack on the Leaf family. The order issued by the captain of the Coral to assemble our brother fleets was indeed a momentous occasion. I have heard that the Li family possesses a fortune akin to a small mountain, especially Li Haitian's two granddaughters. TSK. How pathetic. With the demise of the Li family, the entire East Sea will fall under our dominion. Indeed, at that point, how much wealth could we possibly desire? Amidst their discussions, a scruffy and gaunt pirate leader leered at a voluptuous woman nearby, his fingers brazenly exploring her curves. Captain Z Pearl, wouldn't you agree? Z Pearl raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a dagger was pressed against the neck of the filthy-clothed pirate leader. Startled by the sudden chill against his throat, he immediately knelt, pleading, Captain Z Pearl, I was wrong. Z Pearl's voice was frigid as she replied, you would do well to stifle your filthy thoughts. To kill you would sully my dagger. Were it not for the formidable Coral captain's command, she would not have involved her ship in the plunder of the Li family. Witnessing this scene, the other pirate leaders fell silent, well aware of Z Pearl's notorious reputation along the East Sea. To provoke her was tantamount to courting disaster. Enough. Just then, a chilling voice emanated from within the Coral's cabin. A middle-aged man, cloaked in a white naval cape, with a prominent scar across his face, emerged onto the deck, casting a shadowy gaze over the gathered crowd. Instantly, silence enveloped them. Even Z Pearl instinctively lowered her dagger. The assembly bowed in deference, Captain Coral. Before them stood the most notorious pirate along the East Sea, the leader of the Coral fleet, known as Douluo, alias Coral. His true name remained a mystery to all. Chapter 47. I come to protect you, Tian Gidge. On the tumultuous sea, fierce winds howled, rustling the garments of the pirate leaders and sending chills through their bones. The arrival of Coral only intensified the cold dread that gripped their hearts, a frigid sensation stemming from the looming specter of death. Who among them was unaware of Coral's ruthless reputation for slaughtering indiscriminately along the East Sea? Encountering Coral, missing limbs became a mark of fortune. Most of the pirate leaders were witnessing Coral for the first time. Contrary to the fearsome tales, the scarred visage of Coral held a certain rugged handsomeness. Though the aura of death he exuded overshadowed all else, compelling those around him to avert their gaze. Standing amidst the pirates, Z Pearl observed Coral with a simmering discontent. It was evident that Coral had summoned them not with benevolent intentions. They were likely to serve as the vanguard in his assault against the Li family. Her crew had long engaged in the practice of redistributing wealth from the corrupt to the impoverished. And attacking the Li family contradicted the very principles of the Z Pearl pirate crew. Yet, the call of the Coral fleet was one that could not be ignored. Coral was infamous for his merciless nature. To defy him would only lead to a grim fate. While she herself was solitary and unencumbered by familial ties, her subordinates had families to consider. Over the years, she had not only robbed the rich to aid the poor, but also sheltered many refugees who could not survive on the mainland. These refugees and the families of her crew resided on several islands in the East Sea. Should she refuse Coral's demands, the lives of those on the islands could be at stake. After much deliberation, Z Pearl ultimately resolved to comply. Coral, his scarred face slowly parting his lips, spoke. We are nearing the boundaries of the Li family's Jinao Island. I do not wish to see any infighting or petty self-preservation tactics at this critical juncture. His tone remained calm, yet the chill within his words instilled palpable fear. Coral's piercing gaze shifted toward Jinao Island, then slowly lifted to the darkened sky as he continued. A typhoon is imminent. Thus, today, if we do not seize Jinao Island, we shall all meet our demise. At these words, the pirates fell into a stunned silence. Long accustomed to the sea, they understood the signs of an approaching storm. Initially, they believed Coral was merely acting foolishly, unaware of the weather. But it became clear that he was backing them into a corner. The air grew tense. Today's failure to conquer the Li family would surely spell their doom. Among the crowd, Z Pearl was equally taken aback by Coral's ruthless strategy, forcing them into a desperate assault on Jinao Island due to the impending typhoon. It was known that Jinao Island was the only refuge nearby. Should they fail to capture it, the likelihood of perishing in the storm was exceedingly high. Return to your ships and follow my orders, Coral commanded, dismissing the need for further discourse, gesturing for the pirates to return to their vessels. What folly it was to think they could conquer the Li family in a single day. At that moment, a captain clad in red voiced his grievances, expressing dissatisfaction. This is madness. Who fights in the midst of a typhoon? What an imbecile. He turned to the others. Go on and play your games. I have no interest in the Li family's riches. Farewell. With that, he strode away. Observing such audacity, the others were struck silent, whispering amongst themselves. Was he insane to confront the Coral captain so boldly? The murmurs of disbelief echoed. This man was doomed. Many sighed, but there was a sense of schadenfreude among them. One pirate leader, a friend of the red-caped captain, stepped forward and quietly advised, "The strongest patriarch of the Lee family is incapacitated, with so many of us. Taking Jineo Island is not impossible. Apologize to Captain Coral, and perhaps you may find a way to survive." The red-caped captain scoffed, his aura radiating power. "I am an 83rd level soul Douluo. I do not believe that wretched Coral dares to harm me." But before he could finish his sentence, he clutched his throat, rendered mute. His eyes widened in horror as he looked down to see his spear piercing through his neck. The other end of the spear was wielded by Coral himself. Without a hint of concern, Coral retracted his spear, regarding the stunned onlookers indifferently. "Are there any dissenters?" The pirates were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had anticipated that Coral would strike, their eyes keenly observing the situation. Yet, in that very instant, they failed to perceive the motion of Coral's attack. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, the captain of the Crimson Pirates had already been pierced through the neck. Such prowess surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo. The pirates felt a chill of dread wash over them, soon followed by a sense of relief. Grateful that they had not defied Coral, otherwise, they would not have known how they might meet their demise. Zhejian Pearl, who had yet to leave the deck, gazed upon this scene with a heavy heart. She had never anticipated Coral's extraordinary strength, which was far beyond that of a typical title Douluo. Would the unfortunate Lee family manage to survive this joint offensive? While the pirates engaged in their final mobilization, the defenses of the Lee family were being fortified with great urgency. 6 months prior, when Lee Haitian had first been poisoned, they had foreseen the possibility of a pirate attack on the Lee family. Consequently, the Lee family had prepared an extensive array of military crossbows and other long-range weaponry. At the entrance to the port of Golden Turtle Island, barricades made of iron anchors and tattered fishing nets had been established to thwart any sudden pirate incursions. Tian carried a fish basket and returned to the Lee family castle alongside Hulaina. Upon hearing their arrival, Lee Haitian personally came out to greet them. With a solemn expression, Lee Haitian slightly bowed to Tian. Due to the imminent threat of pirate attacks, it seemed necessary to ask young Master Yi to stay in the underground secret chamber for safety. "No worries. I have complete confidence in the Lee family's defensive capabilities." Tian exhibited no trace of concern on his face, gently waving his hand. Lee Haitian revealed a wry smile. Young Master Yi places his trust in him. Yet he cannot summon the same confidence in himself. The approaching force is none other than the most renowned coral pirate crew in the region. Even at the height of its power, the Lee family would not dare to confront the coral pirates head-on. Now, the adversaries have united with surrounding pirate factions to launch a collective assault on Golden Turtle Island, with his own strength not restored to its former glory. The question of whether the Lee family can evade this impending crisis remains uncertain. Li Jiuchuan stepped forward, casting an apologetic glance at Tian. "Young Master Yi, it is already a burden for our Lee family that you find yourself in such dire straits. Should any misfortune befall you, we simply cannot bear the weight of that responsibility. It is of no concern. With my protection, Brother Tian shall face no peril," Hulaina interjected earnestly. On the return journey, she had already signaled the patrolling squad of the Spirit Hall in the distance. Should the pirates dare to advance, they would ensure that the invaders would not return. Chapter 48. Unintentionally winning over the Lee family, Hulaina's declaration elicited barely suppressed laughter from Lee Tian and the others. Youth is indeed a blessing, infused with innocence and naivety. "Miss Nana, I fear you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation outside. The leader of the Coral Pirates is a titled Douluo, and even I cannot guarantee that the Lee family can withstand the assault of nearly 10,000 pirates. Miss Nana, it would be wise to temper your bravado," Lee Tian advised gravely. The two individuals before him were esteemed members of the Lee family, likely backed by formidable forces. If they failed to safeguard Tian and Nana, even if the Lee family managed to repel the pirates, they would still face catastrophic repercussions from the powerful entities supporting them. Such consequences are beyond the Lee family's capacity to endure. Hulaina merely stuck out her tongue, refraining from countering Lee Tian's words. She turned to Tian, saying, "Brother, since the clan leader is concerned for our safety, it would be prudent for us to remain quietly in the courtyard." Yet, Tian let out a light chuckle. Prior to this moment, Zhou Long had already taken measures to deploy the submarine. The impending pirate attack served as the most opportune testing ground for the submarine's combat capabilities. Such a splendid opportunity was not one to be squandered. If detailed records could be kept, it would also contribute significantly to the future enhancement of the submarine. Building a robust database. He raised his hand with an air of composure and assured, "Rest assured, Zhou Long will assist your Li family. The pirates will not breach the Li family fortress." Li Tian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Zhou Long, being a titled Douluo, meant that with his involvement in the defensive battle, there was no need to worry about a shortfall in elite combat power. With this thought in mind, Li Tian refrained from further insisting that Yi Tian remain in the concealed underground chamber. Instead, he instructed the nearby Li Jiuchuan, take additional guards to ensure the safety of young Master Yi. Understood, grandfather, Li Jiuchuan replied with a nod. As Li Tian turned to leave, Yu Tian stepped forward to intercept him. He retrieved a jade vial from his spatial storage at his waist and handed it to Li Tian. Clan Leader Li. This is a reinforcement pill. It will enable you to restore your title Douluo cultivation in a short time. The cost is that you will be unable to utilize soul power for 1 month after consumption. It can serve as an emergency measure in critical moments. Li Tian solemnly accepted the jade vial, filled with gratitude. Such a great favor merits no words of thanks. Henceforth, my entire Li family shall look to young Master Yi for guidance. Yi Tian smiled calmly and waved his hand. He had not anticipated that it would be so effortless to win over Li Haitian. An additional vassal family seemed to be quite advantageous. Shortly thereafter, several elite guards arranged by Li Haitian arrived in the courtyard, all bowing respectfully and greeting young Master Yi, Miss Jiuchuan. Li Jiuchuan stepped forward and inquired, "Young Master Yi, what are your intentions?" The task entrusted to her by her grandfather was to ensure Yu Tian's safety. If Yu Tian wished to personally engage in battle, she could not possibly agree. That would be far too perilous. Observing from the city wall, Yu Tian appeared unfazed. He merely sought to record data on submarine warfare, showing little concern for anything else. Li Jiuchuan hesitated. The city wall was at the forefront of the conflict, posing a danger comparable to direct combat. Noticing the worry reflected in her eyes, Yu Tian waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "Do not fret. I am well aware of my limits." Indeed. No matter how rampant the pirates may be, they are still but pirates, Hulaina interjected, extending her delicate fist. She was quite pleased with the prospect of Yu Tian observing the battle from the city wall, as it would allow him to witness the Soul Hall patrol inadvertently passing by Golden Turtle Island while dealing with the pirates. This undoubtedly would enhance Yu Tian's favorable impression of the Soul Hall. With this thought in mind, Hulaina smiled mischievously. She truly was a clever little sprite. Very well. Li Jiuchuan conceded, her demeanor shifting to one of resolve. "Should the pirates attack you, young master, I shall stand in front of you." Her words instilled a sense of urgency in Hulaina. Goodness, was she attempting to win Yu Tian's favor? Stepping closer, she positioned herself in front of Yu Tian, smiling brightly at Li Jiuchuan while maintaining a vigilant stance. "Sister Jiuchuan, there is no need for such concern. I will ensure my brother's safety." Li Jiuchuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yu Tian cast a fleeting glance at Hulaina. Was she perceiving him as a subconscious boyfriend? Quite perplexing. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering that Nana was still quite young, at least in terms of her psychological age. Under Yu Tian's guidance, the group arrived at a secluded section of the city wall. This particular stretch was situated at a considerable distance from the harbor, effectively minimizing the risk of an attack while providing an unobstructed view for observation. Initially, Yu Tian had intended to watch from the main city wall, but was strongly dissuaded by Li Jiuchuan. Reluctantly, he settled for this less favorable spot. Regrettably, he had not brought a telescope. Had he done so, the distant sights would have been far clearer. Gazing towards the pirate ships on the horizon, Yu Tian let out a soft sigh. A telescope? Li Jiuchuan, having heard this term for the first time, emitted a curious sound, his fingers resting thoughtfully on his lips, embodying a look of perplexity. "It is merely a device that allows one to see far away." Hulaina stifled a laugh, finding Li Jiuchuan's expression reminiscent of her own first encounter with a telescope. "Ah," Li Jiuchuan nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. At that moment, a voice emanated from the pirate ship. The people on Jinao Island heard the proclamation. "This is a matter between us and the patriarch of the Li family. Everyone, lay down your weapons. We do not kill the innocent." The voice, transmitted through soul power, resonated across the entire island. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian scoffed. These pirates are rather skilled, knowing how to divert the conflict. Li Jiuchuan's expression grew grave. "Half of the people on Jinao Island are from our Li family, and the other half are steadfast vassals of the Li clan. They will not be deceived by such petty tricks." Yet Yu Tian remained unconvinced. If Li Haitan had not regained his strength, the pirate's taunts might have held some sway. In the face of danger, human emotions cannot be generalized. It is not only the vassal families that are unreliable, even the direct descendants cannot be counted upon. However, Yi Tian refrained from voicing this sentiment. At such a critical moment, one cannot afford to undermine morale. The pirates should not be so audacious. I stand here. And if you wish to attack, let us see if you can surpass my defenses. The response came from Li Haitan, the patriarch of the Li family. His reply at this juncture served to stabilize the morale of the Li clan effectively, while simultaneously astonishing the pirates. It is important to note that these pirates had gathered precisely because the Li family lacked a leader. Now, with Li Haitan's resounding voice, he delivered a stinging rebuke to the pirates. Indeed, following Li Haitan's declaration, the pirates fell into a silence, ceasing their provocations. They clearly understood that with Li Haitan present, their taunts had lost their efficacy. Consequently, they raised their sails and shifted into battle mode. At that moment, due to the impact of the typhoon, the winds and waves at sea were tumultuous. While this posed a significant disadvantage for vessels accustomed to long periods at sea, it provided an undeniable advantage to the attacking ships. Once the sails were unfurled, the pirate ships surged towards the port of Janeo Island like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 49. The Black Oil Barrel. The pirates, seasoned from years of maritime activity, were well acquainted with the defensive tactics commonly employed at harbors. Before even entering the port, dozens of small boats were dispatched from the pirate fleet. They navigated in groups toward the harbor, swiftly clearing away fishing nets and iron anchors. Observing this scene, the Li family responded promptly. Under Li Haitan's command, 5 assault ships unleashed a barrage of arrows toward the pirate skiffs. In an instant, arrows rained down, resulting in numerous casualties. However, this bloodshed lasted only a single round of attack. The pirates who had come to clear the tangled nets and anchors were primarily soul masters, clad in armor, and thus utterly unperturbed by the arrows. The slain were merely expendable foot soldiers. Upon the city walls, Yi Tian gazed at the unfolding scene from a distance, letting out a soft sigh. The movements of these pirates are indeed quite swift. Beside him, Li Jiuchuan wore a solemn expression. I have once participated in escorting the ships of the Li family, frequently encountering pirates. They are mostly arrogant, lazy, and wicked individuals. They would not risk arrows and their lives to clear fishing nets. I fear these are the elite from the Coral Pirate Group. Hulaina raised an eyebrow and inquired, is the Coral Pirate Group so notorious? Why does your demeanor darken whenever they are mentioned? Li Jiuchuan elucidated. The Coral Pirate Group is no ordinary assembly of brigands. Their organization is highly structured, leaving traces of their activities both along the shores of the East Sea and in the northern sea of the Tindo Empire. A well-organized group cannot be compared to scattered pirates. With the title Douluo stationed, one can surmise they are formidable indeed. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Hulaina nodded in agreement, secretly pleased. This would only serve to highlight the strength of the Spirit Hall patrols, would it not? Before long, a shadow approached Yi Tian and his companions, causing the guards of the Li family behind them to tense up. Upon seeing this, Li Jiuchuan waved his hand lightly, indicating there is no need for concern. This is Lord Zhou Long, the protector of young Master Yi Tian. Zhou Long gently descended onto the city wall, pointing towards the distant harbor, and bowed to Yi Tian, reporting, Young Master, the submarine has successfully entered the main port from the secret harbor at the back mountain. Indeed, Yi Tian nodded slightly. With the submarine now in position, an exciting spectacle was about to ensue. Upon hearing that the submarine under Yi Tian's command was ready to strike, Li Jiuchuan displayed a look of gratitude and bowed to Yi Tian. I truly appreciate your assistance, young Master Yi Tian. It is no trouble at all. Yi Tian smiled gently, waving his hand. After the war, you may simply settle the payment for the weapons. My Li family will surely repay you double. Li Jiuchuan's gaze was resolute as she spoke. To her, while the attacking power of the submarine may not be immense, its symbolic significance was tremendous. Moreover, it would catch the pirates off guard. Paying Yi Tian double could be seen as a gesture of goodwill and compensation. Yi Tian smiled gently as he gazed at Li Jiuchuan, casually inquiring of Zhou Long behind him. Uncle Zhou, how much does a torpedo cost? Zhou Long candidly replied, Young Master, each torpedo is priced at 200,000 gold soul coins, with a total of 8 aboard the submarine. The calculation of 200,000 multiplied by 8 amounted to 1,600,000. Li Jiuchuan's pupils gradually dilated. What kind of weapon was this? It seemed excessively expensive. Moreover, she had just mentioned the double price, which would total 320,000. adding in Tian's previous expenses. The Li family's treasury could be swiftly depleted. Selling her would not even justify that price. Contemplating this, Li Jiuquan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Noticing the prolonged silence from the person beside her, Tian chuckled lightly and patted Li Jiuquan's shoulder. The double price is unnecessary. But 1,600,000 cannot be less. Although it was intended to test the submarine's offensive capabilities, it ultimately served to assist the Li family. It was only natural for the Li family to bear the costs. Very well, Li Jiuquan slowly acquiesced. Her heart racing and her mind whirling at the thought of Tian's somewhat extravagant offer. However, considering Zhou Long beside her, a titled Douluo who would also lend his aid to the Li family, she felt a sense of balance restored within her. If they were to simply hire a titled Douluo for combat, the cost would likely approach 100,000 gold soul coins. Coupled with the price of the torpedoes, the Li family could still remain within the bounds of their financial capacity. While discussions unfolded, the pirates had already cleared the fishing nets at the port. The pirate ships continued their voyage, collectively advancing into the harbor. Hulaina observed this scene and inquired, "Brother Tian, when will you make your move?" As someone aware of Tian's esteemed lineage, Hulaina was even more eager than Li Jiuquan to witness the submarine in action. It was well known that the Tiansong army under Tian's command was formidable enough to contend with super Douluos. A colossal submarine, it was highly likely, would not be lacking in power. Tian slowly raised his hand and said, "There is no need for haste. Once the pirate ship has entered the harbor halfway, it will be the opportune moment for us to launch our attack. At that point, targeting their central fleet will sever the pirates' communication lines." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan's eyes brightened. Severing the pirate fleet would undoubtedly render them much easier to handle. She beckoned to a guard, instructing, "Quickly inform my grandfather and ensure he collaborates with young master Tian's strategy." "Yes," the guard responded respectfully before hastening away. As Hulaina observed the guard's departing figure, contemplation crossed her mind. Once Tian successfully divided the pirates, the Soul Palace Patrol could seize the opportunity to strike, coordinating with the Li family to launch a pincer attack on the pirates. With this thought, a desire to slip away emerged within Hulaina. "The visibility here seems rather poor. I shall take a look over there." She needed to move beyond Tian's line of sight to signal the external Soul Palace Patrol with a flag, conveying her message in code. "All right, but don't stray too far." Tian nodded slightly. Given Nana's temperament, she would not cause any trouble at this moment, so he did not take it to heart. With the strong winds aiding them, the pirates acted swiftly. As nearly half of the ships entered the harbor, Zhou Long stepped forward and said, "Young master, it is my turn to take action." "Yes, go ahead and give the orders directly to the submarine." Tian waved his hand. As he watched Zhou Long depart in response, Li Jiuquan beside him felt a surge of anxiety. She clasped her hands before her chest and fervently prayed, "You must emerge victorious." Tian smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. With two titled Douluo overseeing and the Li family engaged in a home defense, our chances of victory are substantial. We can observe the battle with peace of mind." Li Jiuquan cast a complex glance at Tian, nodding gravely. In the distance, the catapults aboard the pirate ships commenced their assault on the Li family vessels. Flaming barrels of black oil soared through the sky, trailing thick dark smoke as they descended upon the Li ships. Pirates are notoriously frugal, seldom wasting weaponry. The launch of their attack indicated that both sides had entered an effective combat range. Boom! The black oil barrels exploded upon hitting the sea, their scalding contents igniting and spreading rapidly, transforming the ocean into a sea of flames. The Li family's wooden ships were particularly vulnerable. A direct hit from the oil barrels would create an insatiable fire that could severely damage the hull. "Turn the helm! Turn the helm!" Li Tian shouted amidst the tumultuous waves, desperately trying to evade the pirates' fiery assault. However, the black oil barrels fell like rain, overwhelming his efforts. Some ships managed to evade the onslaught, but those that reacted too late were engulfed in flames on their decks. The sight caused Li Tian immense grief. These vessels had been crafted at great expense for the Li family, manned by their own kin. At that moment, Zhou Long skimmed along the surface of the sea and approached the flagship of the Li family. "Do not panic, Chiefly, I am here to assist you." Upon hearing this voice, Li Tian was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Zhou Long, my dear brother, your presence is a tremendous relief." He then gazed into the distance, sighing. "I never anticipated they would resort to such incendiary tactics. Oil is a rare commodity, Even in regions with deposits, extraction is fraught with difficulty. Thus, its price is exceedingly high. The sheer number of oil barrels they have deployed could have constructed several oak warships. The pirates may have their backup strategies. But we do as well, Zhou Long replied with a calm smile. He retrieved a fireworks shell from his attire and raised it slowly. Li Haitian, bewildered, asked, "At such a critical moment, Zhou Long, you still have the leisure to set off fireworks?" Zhou Long chuckled softly, offering no explanation. "Soon, Chiefly will understand." He tugged on the fuse. With a resounding bang, the fireworks shot into the sky, blossoming into a large, colorful display. The Li family combatants, witnessing the fireworks ascending from the flagship, began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Is this a signal? The chief never mentioned anything. Meanwhile, the pirates, upon seeing the fireworks, erupted in laughter. This is too rich. Who sets off fireworks during war? Are the Li family digging their own graves? Charge, brothers. Countless treasures and women await us, along with fireworks. On the ship, the leader of the Purple Pearl, upon observing the display in the sky, wore a grave expression. Her first mate inquired, "Captain, what is the meaning of this?" "It seems the Li family is preparing to reveal their trump card. Our ships have already entered the harbor. Retreat is impossible. We must separate from the main fleet at once." Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate, and since joining the Coral, she had felt a sense of unease. A family as prominent as the Li clan, with title Douluo present, could hardly lack contingency plans. The fireworks in the sky were a conspicuous signal. Yes, the first mate affirmed. The Purple Pearl commanded great respect among the pirates, and thus, the first mate had no reservations. As the Purple Pearl began to distance itself from the fleet, a powerful tremor resonated from beneath the water. The first mate gasped in horror. Could that be a sea spirit beast raised by the Li family? He knew that many prestigious families had a tradition of keeping guardian beasts. The Purple Pearl's captain remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the movements beneath the surface. The creatures appeared to be heading towards the fleet. In the next moment, an explosive roar reverberated beside the fleet. A colossal explosion sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, capsizing several smaller vessels. But that was not the end. Boom. Another explosion erupted, raising the water once more and tossing smaller ships into the air. The hulls of some larger vessels were also ruptured, with torrents of seawater flooding in. Even if the decks of these ships remained intact, the damaged hulls would soon lead to their demise. The rapid turn of events left the pirates in shock. The entrance to the harbor was filled with wails of despair, shadows of people floating upon the water's surface. The destruction of the ships rendered them unable to move, becoming obstacles for others attempting to enter the harbor. On the Purple Pearl, witnessing this scene left the captain in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, she had seen a pirate ship larger than her own, the Tian, struck by an unknown object, splitting in two and sinking into the depths. The sight struck her deeply, leaving her utterly stunned. Her first mate stood beside her, equally astonished, unable to utter a word. What on earth is that? It is terrifying. Pirate ships that had not yet entered the harbor, upon witnessing the chaos, disregarded the Coral's commands and turned to flee. What a fool's errand it would be to attack. There was a slim chance of survival and retreat, while advancing was tantamount to certain death. Almost all the pirate leaders were cursing Coral for being foolish enough to attack without ascertaining the Li family's true strength. On the city walls, Li Jiuchuan gasped, trembling as he spoke. "Young Master Yi, was that an attack from a submarine?" The shock was overwhelming. She had traveled back to Jinao Island aboard a submarine, which was only of medium size and had felt no pressure while on board. Now it seemed its power surpassed that of a 10,000-year sea spirit beast. Her heart raced. Beside her, Tian was truly unfathomable. As she gazed at the distant spectacle, Hulaina was equally astonished, her eyes widening. She had originally believed that Tian's forces would only display their might on land, but now she realized how gravely mistaken she was. Tian's forces wield even greater power at sea. Upon land, the highly skilled tidal Douluos can evade the assault of cannonballs. However, in the vastness of the ocean, such evasion becomes a luxury. With the ships moving at a snail's pace, they are akin to living targets. Thus, the scene before us unfolds in a breathtaking spectacle. 8 torpedoes strike true, and soon after, the pirate fleet scatters like startled birds. This causes Hulaina to feel a pang of anxiety. Slow down. The patrol team of the Spirit Hall has yet to arrive. If they all flee, who will the patrol team pursue? As the architect of this command, Tian can't help but click his tongue in disbelief. He had indeed underestimated the impact of the torpedoes on the pirates. Initially, he had thought that the torpedoes would only affect a maximum of 8 ships. Yet, upon witnessing their might, the pirates were rendered utterly dumbfounded. They lacked the courage to continue their assault. Both the vessels docked in the harbor and those outside turned tail and fled. This display of deterrence surpassing mere offensive capability was an outcome yet Tian had not anticipated. However, the result proved to be exceedingly favorable for the situation, an instance of positive feedback. Indeed, do not retreat. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the pirate vessel. Clear enough for you, Tian, to hear. Whoever retreats shall face my wrath. He was agitated. Hulaina stifled a laugh, while Li Jiuquan's expression grew grave. Shan Hu has significant standing among the pirates. His rage could intimidate many into retreating. Our peril is not yet averted. Hulaina chuckled lightly, not necessarily, looked toward the horizon. The others followed her gaze, peering into the distance. Suddenly, they spotted a fleet of similar size swiftly approaching the harbor. Li Jiuquan exclaimed in panic. Could this be reinforcements for the coral pirates? Haha, Jiuquan, you're mistaken. Can't you see the Spirit Hall flag flying on their ships? Yet Tian responded, astonished. Turning to Hulaina, how can you see that from such a distance? I possess keen eyesight. Hulaina replied, her expression shifting unpredictably. Chapter 51. Coral takes action. The aura of a super Douluo. In the face of Hulaina's dubious claim of remarkable vision, Li Jiuquan remained oblivious, offering her praise, Sister Laina. What excellent eyesight you have. The distance between the city walls and the Spirit Hall fleet was at least 5 kilometers. To discern the flags from such a range was no ordinary feat. Laina's ability to see them surely indicated a unique talent. Gazing far at the ethereal outline of the Spirit Hall ships, Li Jiuquan's eyes flickered. She found it perplexing why the Spirit Hall fleet would appear here. What could their intentions be? In these times, the Spirit Hall's reputation resembles that of street thugs and bullies. Personnel from the Spirit Hall often extorted merchants, and the Li family had faced their greed for decades. Consequently, Li Jiuquan harbored a poor impression of the Spirit Hall. She wondered if they were colluding with the pirates. If they were to take advantage of the chaos, the Li family would find themselves in dire straits. With her gaze lowered, she sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. What could the Li family possibly amount to before such overwhelming power? Merely drifting reeds, lambs awaiting slaughter. What are you saying, little sister Jiuquan? Hulaina puffed her cheeks, frowning slightly in discontent. The Spirit Hall exists to uphold justice. How could they conspire with pirates? Moreover, I specifically summoned the patrol team to assist the Li family. It was unexpected for Li Jiuquan to preemptively label the Spirit Hall as evil. Did the Spirit Hall's reputation truly suffer so greatly? This thought plunged Hulaina into a moment of self-doubt. Previously, through the incident at the Spirit Hall branch in East Sea City, she had witnessed the corruption at the grassroots level of the Spirit Hall. She had initially thought this was a consequence of inadequate control over remote regions by the Spirit Hall. Yet, the Li family, as a long-standing business lineage, had traversed many locales. It was shocking to realize they too perceived the Spirit Hall as a dark force. This suggested that the Spirit Hall's troubling phenomena were widespread. As this realization dawned upon her, Hulaina lightly tapped her forehead, her expression clouded with concern. It seemed that, as Tian had asserted, if the Spirit Hall did not undergo reform, it might indeed face a united front of opposition from other powers on the continent. Laina, who had once served as a maid in Spirit City, could scarcely tolerate any disparagement of the Spirit Hall. Tian smiled gently, stroking Hulaina's flowing hair as a gesture of comfort, before turning to Li Jiuquan to explain. I see, Li Jiuquan replied, his expression shifting as he stole a glance at Hulaina. It was surprising to learn that she had previously worked in the Spirit City. No wonder her demeanor was so composed. She had become accustomed to grand spectacles. Little Sister Nana is unaware that my thoughts stem from the numerous misdeeds committed by the Spirit Hall. Last year, my family visited a port in the Heavendo Empire, where we had already paid our taxes. However, the patrolling personnel from the Spirit Hall, upon witnessing our booming sales, unjustly accused us of violating port regulations and extorted several thousand gold spirit coins from us. This was a first-hand experience. Every year, my family encounters many similar incidents. Fortunately, our family is relatively prominent. The Spirit Hall does not dare to be excessively tyrannical with us. For smaller families, the exploitation by the Spirit Hall is even more severe, often culminating in outright theft, Li Jiuquan lamented. The Spirit Hall, possessing the largest number of spirit masters in the realm, wielded immense power, and lesser factions hardly dared to oppose them. When faced with threats, the only recourse was to pay off the aggressors. Hulaina's expression grew complex. She found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the higher one stood, the more one was shielded from the truths that lay beneath. Each year, she accompanied her teacher to various branches of the spirit hall, where she witnessed harmonious scenes of prosperity. When questioning the common folk, they invariably praised the spirit hall for its just governance. Her teacher had even personally awarded several branch leaders for their adept management. In retrospect, it was likely that most of these commendations were mere facades to deceive her teacher. Hulaina clenched her fists in resolve. This situation must be changed. She then covertly glanced at Tian. If he were willing to assist the spirit hall, she believed these issues could be swiftly resolved. No wonder her teacher was so determined to secure Tian's support. His abilities were truly invaluable. As the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Hulaina decided to aid her teacher in winning Tian's favor. With this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. For the sake of the spirit hall and her teacher, sacrificing her allure, if necessary, was not out of the question. Yes, all of this was for the spirit hall. As she contemplated, beads of sweat began to form in the palm of her hand. This was indeed a difficult dilemma. Fortunately, Tian and Li Jiuchuan's gazes were not fixed upon her. Otherwise, her inner turmoil would have been fully exposed. Nearby, Tian extended his hand, gazing out over the sea beyond the port. The wind was picking up, signaling the approach of a typhoon. Outside the harbor, pirate ships, once scattered, began to regroup. This was not due to Coral's cries having any effect. It was simply the survival instinct of humans, who would heed no one's counsel. However, these seasoned pirates understood that the only safe harbor nearby was Golden Ao Island. The speed of the approaching typhoon was too great at this moment. It was already too late to flee. On another note, the arrival of an unknown fleet hastened the pirates' instinctive gathering. Who commands such a massive fleet? The first pirate to spot the spirit hall's patrol boats exclaimed, quickly drawing the attention of many others. Good heavens! This fleet of 5 ships, each vessel is larger than Coral's flagship. They are equipped with iron rams. If our ships collide with them, we will be obliterated. Wait. Look at the flag flying on that ship. It's the spirit hall's banner. How did we provoke the spirit hall? We're doomed. The pirates lamented their misfortune. But the spirit hall's patrol had no intention of granting them any opportunity. The 5 ships advanced swiftly in a triangular formation, closing in on the pirate vessels. The blockade was not solely the work of the spirit hall's patrols. Within the harbor, led by Li Tian, the Li family's warships were also pursuing the pirates. Particularly, the scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long, exuded the pressure characteristic of a titled Douluo. His martial spirit manifested behind him as he leapt onto a pirate ship, wreaking havoc. The pirates, upon seeing Zhou Long, were paralyzed with fear. One Li family member was already challenging enough. Now, another titled Douluo had appeared. They could not muster any will to resist. Driven by their survival instincts, the pirates dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. A chorus of wails erupted from the ship. The pirate captain, quick to react, dashed forward, kneeling and clasping his hands, repeatedly pleading, "Spare me, Your Excellency. Please, spare me." Boring. Zhou Long scoffed, retracting his spirit power. He was not a bloodthirsty killer. The pressing task at hand was to eliminate the threat posed by the pirates. For now, he chose to spare those who surrendered. After dispatching the pirate ship beneath him, he swiftly leapt to another vessel to continue the fight. At that moment, at the entrance of the harbor, a powerful aura of murderous intent erupted from the coral pirate ship. An imposing presence, belonging to a super Douluo, rose from the coral ship. Li Tian, do you remember me? Coral's voice was cold and tinged with mockery. I never expected that, in just a few decades under your leadership, the Li family would grow so formidable. With that, Coral's tone turned venomous. You probably didn't foresee that I, Coral, am still alive. Moreover, I have ascended to Super Douluo. Today, I shall personally strike and eradicate your Li family. For the sake of my beloved, I will exact revenge. Coral had initially intended to refrain from revealing his full strength, but the ragtag assembly of pirates proved to be utterly incompetent. To merely observe was no longer an option. However, it was fortuitous that he would experience the thrill of slaying his enemies firsthand, allowing him to vent his pent-up rage. With frost radiating from his eyes, Coral stood firmly on the surface of the sea, his spear-like martial spirit materializing in his hand. During the earlier skirmish, he had pinpointed the location of Li Tian's ship. With a clear target in mind, Coral moved swiftly across the water, heading straight for Li Tian. Commanding the battle, Li Tian felt the weight of Coral's voice and his expression turned grave. It was no longer the time for hiding. He promptly produced the enhancement elixir gifted by Tian. As the golden elixir entered his body, warmth spread through his limbs, banishing the weakness brought on by poison. Lehigh Tian felt an infusion of power coursing through him, invigorating his spirit. "This is the power of a titled Douluo?" Lehigh Tian murmured, gazing at his hands. "This feeling is simply overwhelming." When he raised his gaze to behold Coral once more, a profound heaviness enveloped his heart. If even a titled Douluo possesses such formidable strength, how immensely powerful must a super Douluo be? "Fear not, chiefly, for I am here to assist you," a resounding voice echoed forth. Lehigh Tian looked up to see the scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long, swiftly approaching him. This brought him a measure of comfort, for he had keenly observed Zhou Long's recent display of prowess. The combined might of two titled Douluos against a single super Douluo did not seem quite so dire. Yet, this also meant that the Li family would owe a considerable debt of gratitude to Yi Tian. A bitter expression crossed Li Haitan's face. It appeared that the Li family would remain indebted to Yi Tian. Upon the city walls, Yi Tian and the others remained as spectators. The moment Coral emerged with the imposing presence of a titled Douluo, Li Jiuquan felt his heart leap to his throat. His beautiful eyes gazed vacantly into the distance, momentarily at a loss for words. Could my grandfather and the others withstand such a formidable opponent? The previously clear situation was instantly reversed by Coral's display of power. This is the influence of a true powerhouse. A single super strong individual can alter the course of events in an instant. Hulai Na, too, felt a pang of anxiety. The patrols of the spirit hall stood no chance against a super Douluo. This was dire. Cautiously tugging at Yi Tian's collar, she whispered, "While we still have some control over the situation, we should quickly find a place to hide." To Hulai Na, the Li family was nothing more than a fleeting shadow, utterly insignificant. If Yi Tian were to encounter danger, it would indeed constitute the gravest loss of this battle. Such a loss is something Hulaina cannot bear and utterly wishes to avoid. Yet, Yi Tian remains remarkably composed, gesturing with his hands to calm the two women. "Trust me, a super Douluo cannot easily stir great turmoil." Could it be that Zhou Long has already ascended to the rank of super Douluo? Hulaina pondered. If that were the case, Coral would truly struggle to survive against the combined forces of Zhou Long and Li Haitian. "That is not the case," Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. "Super Douluos are not as common as vegetables. Ascension is not a simple matter." "Then why are you so certain that we will emerge victorious?" Hulaina inquired, her fingers resting thoughtfully on her lips. As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, she is among those most familiar with the prowess of titled Douluos. After all, unlike the Spirit Hall, which boasts a multitude of titled Douluos, others do not have the same opportunity to encounter such a wealth of power. It is crucial to understand that the chasm between ordinary titled Douluos and super Douluos is not merely a matter of a single level. Rather, it spans several titled Douluos. This is the terrifying essence of a super Douluo. Is Coral's strength merely an illusion? Hulaina speculated once more. "That is not it," Yi Tian chuckled, continuing to shake his head. His eyes have yet to attain the power to discern another's strength merely by glancing at them. Observing Hulaina's curious and increasingly frantic expression, Yi Tian slowly elucidated. "Zhou Long possesses a secret weapon. As the commander of the Tiansu army, Zhou Long is much more than just a titled Douluo. He is equipped with nearly all the advanced weaponry that I am capable of crafting. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Zhou Long as a humanoid robot. With the capabilities at his disposal, dealing with a super Douluo is not a daunting task at all." "What kind of secret weapon could that be?" Hulaina asked innocently. Yi Tian cast her a vexed glance, remarking that if it could be disclosed, it would not be deemed a secret. Nana, truly, was oblivious to the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan felt an acute sense of superfluity, her countenance tinged with embarrassment. Yet, her heart was at peace, for she understood that, given her status, she was unworthy of knowing the secrets that enveloped young Master Yi Tian. Hulaina also discerned the gravity of the situation and promptly covered her mouth with her hand. Indeed, there were many people nearby, all strangers. Should the secret be revealed, it would indisputably compromise Yi Tian's confidentiality. She leaned closer to Yi Tian and whispered, then, "Dear brother, could you perhaps find a secluded spot to share it with me?" Yi Tian strategically retreated, casting a peculiar glance at Hulaina, as if to inquire, "What do you think?" "Humph, never mind then," was her playful retort. In truth, she harbored no genuine curiosity about Yi Tian's secrets. Rather, she sought to display her affection in front of Li Jiuquan. A fleeting glance at Li Jiuquan's fluctuating expression revealed that her aim had been successfully achieved. Filled with delight, Hulaina entwined her arm with Yi Tian's and tilted her head, exclaiming, "Since there is no danger, I shall accompany you, dear brother, to observe the battle between the titled Douluos." This will also allow us to acquire some combat knowledge. Indeed, Tian replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Observing the fights of masters can indeed impart much wisdom. However, as he was not a soul master, even watching held little practical value for him. In stark contrast to the radiant smiles of Tian and Hulaina, Li Jiuchuan's demeanor appeared rather desolate. As the brisk sea breeze enveloped her, she instinctively wrapped her outer garment tighter around herself. The day is truly cold. In the distance, the battle among the three tidal Douluos had reached a fevered intensity. Each strike sent forth tremendous splashes of water. The previously chaotic skirmish among the pirate minions and the Li family gradually subsided, their gazes converging upon the fierce contest of the three tidal Douluos. Everyone comprehended that the outcome of this clash would largely determine the fate of the ongoing war. Observing Coral's advantageous position, the pirates could not contain their elation. Haha, Coral is indeed formidable, the true leader. The two opposing Douluos are bound to lose. They jeered. Indeed, to challenge Coral is sheer folly. Brothers, once we breach the Li family castle, the spoils shall be ours to enjoy. Haha, let's cheer for our leader. Go, leader. As the pirates reveled in their support for Coral, the Li family members, bound by shared honor and disgrace, were increasingly engulfed in anxiety. Some even contemplated fleeing. Yet, the tempest grew fiercer, and escape now promised only doom. Patriarch, target Coral's lower flank. We must also guard the left side. The Scorpion Douluo should maneuver for a rear assault. Be wary of Coral's spear. The Li family members watched with bloodshot eyes, yearning to transform into tidal Douluos themselves and engage Coral in battle, for this confrontation dictated their very fate. A loss would mean surrendering to the pirates' merciless whims, with their families and loved ones subjected to the pirates' cruelty. On the surface of the sea, after repelling Zhou Long's assault, Coral surged forth, his soul power roiling like a tempest, casting a cold gaze at Li Tian. Humph. Today marks your demise. Li Tian, having sustained considerable injuries amidst the tumult, spat a mouthful of blood yet maintained an unwavering resolve. His martial soul, the mysterious turtle shield, firmly positioned before him as he declared resolutely. Then let us see. Coral unleashed a tremendous force, and the energy coursing through his martial soul spear emanated an intimidating aura. His intention was clear: eliminate the weaker Li Tian before turning his full attention to the Scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long unbeknownst to him. Zhou Long awaited precisely this opportunity to distract Coral, promptly adjusting his stance and dispersing the true form of his Scorpion martial soul. Though he was a 94th level title Douluo, his martial soul was not of particularly high caliber. Moreover, prior to encountering Tian, his soul rings were of the most inferior quality. A lackluster martial soul and equally subpar soul rings meant that, even without sustaining injuries, he had no hope of advancing to title Douluo status. Therefore, the power Zhou Long could summon through his martial soul was merely average. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within his storage space lay a sword. This sword, named the Heavenly Tungsten Sword, was aptly named, as it was crafted by Tian. Tungsten, a superb metal, was virtually non-existent in the Douluo continent. The materials used to forge the Heavenly Tungsten Sword originated from a piece of celestial iron. Young Master Tian expended 3 million gold soul coins to acquire the formidable Tian Tongue Sword. The weight of this sword is several times that of fine iron, and its blade is so keen that it can slice through metal like soft clay. Upon its completion, young Master Tian employed a secret technique, placing the sword within the volcanic heart of Mount Haihun to absorb the immense power of the molten lava vein. This infusion endowed the Tian Tongue Sword with a trace of the Earth's fire attribute, significantly amplifying its might to rival that of a top-tier martial soul. In battle, the Tian Tongue Sword surpasses even his own Scorpion martial soul in potency. However, Zhou Long understood that such a potent weapon should not be underestimated. Quality steel must be put to use at the cutting edge. The Tian Tongue Sword, akin to a supreme martial soul, must be wielded to swiftly resolve conflicts, thereby safeguarding its secrets and sparing young Master Tian from undue trouble. At this moment, Coral's full attention was fixated on the Haitian, presenting an opportune moment. Silently, he extracted the Tian Tongue Sword from his storage soul guide, exerting force against the surface of the sea to leap into the air. Channeling his entire soul power into the sword, he bellowed, "Coral, meet your demise." Coral, perceiving this as a mere ambush, was instantly consumed by rage and coldly retorted, "You are utterly unaware of your limitations, meddling here." With a surge of muscular strength from his waist, he redirected his spear towards Zhou Long, declaring, "Since you desire death, allow me to expedite your farewell." However, in the next moment, Coral's expression shifted dramatically. The clash between the Tian tongue sword and his spear martial soul produced a sharp crack. The spear shattered, and the backlash from his damaged martial soul inflicted severe harm upon Coral, causing him to spew forth copious amounts of blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. Coral's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Zhou Long, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You possess a dual martial soul." The sudden transformation from a beast martial soul to a weapon martial soul left him utterly astounded. "Regardless of what my martial soul is, prepare to perish." Zhou Long did not pause his assault, swinging his sword to sever Coral's head. In his final moments, Coral remained oblivious to the fact that his slayer was merely a crafted great sword. Witnessing this harrowing scene up close, Li Haitian was rendered speechless. "Zhou, brother, you truly possess a dual martial soul." Li Haitian no longer dared to refer to him as Brother Zhou, for the might of Zhou Long was overwhelming, capable of contending with even a 95th level Super Douluo. He was left utterly astonished. Zhou Long offered no explanation. Being mistaken for a dual martial soul mattered little. For the creation of a weapon rivaling a top-tier martial soul was the most extraordinary feat should this secret be revealed. It would undoubtedly bring numerous troubles to young Master Yi Tian. With a grave expression, he fixed his gaze upon Li Haitian, saying, "Elderly, please keep my secret confidential." Li Haitian promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, my lips are sealed." He understood that if the secret were to leak, it would not only jeopardize the relationship between the Li family and Yi Tian, but could also spell disaster for the Li family. This realization deeply impressed upon Li Haitian the terrifying nature of Yi Tian's identity. The guards surrounding him were all dual martial souls, their combat prowess comparable to that of a Super Douluo. How formidable must Yi Tian's backing be? It was likely not inferior to the world's foremost sect, the Haotian sect. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Haitian gasped in horror, his body swaying slightly. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Observing Li Haitian's unsteady demeanor, Zhou Long remarked coolly, "Though Coral has perished, the pirate menace has not been eradicated. We must strive further." "Indeed, Brother Zhou speaks the truth," Li Haitian replied, bowing deeply. He did not dare to treat Zhou Long as an equal, for the man before him had just slain a Super Douluo with a single stroke. An hour later, with the combined efforts of the Spirit Hall Patrol and the Li family, the pirate uprising was ultimately quelled. All pirate vessels were anchored along the coastline. Aside from the over 2,000 pirates who had perished in battle, the remaining 6,000 surrendered and were taken to the Li family fortress for confinement. At this moment, a dreary rain began to fall from the sky, with the wind picking up in intensity. On the city wall, as they gazed at the disheveled pirates lined up for imprisonment, Li Jiuchuan finally felt her anxious heart ease. Unable to hold back her tears, she leaned into Yi Tian's embrace and wept. "The Li family has finally been preserved. Thank you, young Master Yi Tian. Without your assistance, it is certain that the Li family would have met its demise today. Yi Tian is truly a benefactor to the Li family." For a moment, Li Jiuchuan found himself at a loss for words of gratitude. "Oh, there's no need to be overly courteous," Hulaina interjected, swiftly stepping between them and gently pushing the two apart. It was evident that Li Jiuchuan was merely attempting to take advantage of Yi Tian. What was there to be grateful for? The patrolling team of the Wuhuan Temple had also contributed. Why did he not extend his thanks to them? She felt compelled to halt this behavior, which sought to exploit excuses for ulterior motives of contact. After all, she and Yi Tian had hardly shared any intimate moments. She could not allow Li Jiuchuan to seize the opportunity. Chapter 54. Dealing with pirates. Hulaina grasped Yi Tian's hand, her starry eyes gazing tenderly at him. "Brother, let us return." "All right." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. With the pirates captured and the submarine's capabilities duly recorded, there was no further necessity to remain drenched on the city walls. He took the lead, walking along the ramparts, with Hulaina following closely behind, still holding his hand. As they departed, her mischievous gaze flicked back at Li Jiuchuan, her smile sweet, yet laced with a hint of provocation. Li Jiuchuan felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head in avoidance of Hulaina's gaze, a touch of melancholy evident in his expression. He understood that Yi Tian was beyond his reach. Thus, he trudged along with heavy, despondent steps, trailing behind them. When Yi Tian and the others returned to the Li family courtyard, Li Haitian and Zhou Long had already arrived. Despite having sustained considerable injuries during the battle, Li Haitian remained spirited and exuberant. The thrill of having vanquished a Super Douluo was unparalleled. Should word of this spread, the Li family's standing would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Such renown far surpassed the mere spectacle of having a titled Douluo in their midst. In a moment of unguarded joy, Li Haitian overexerted himself and broke into a violent cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sight pained Li Jiuquan, who rushed forward, only to be preempted by Li Man, who was already at Li Haitian's side. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Li Man inquired with concern, gently patting Li Haitian's shoulder. Upon seeing Li Man, Li Jiuquan's expression dimmed slightly, and his approach slowed. Nevertheless, his words of concern remained unyielding. "Grandfather, are you all right?" "I am perfectly fine," Li Haitian replied, still smiling, waving his hand to indicate that Li Man need not assist him. "I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I never anticipated that our Li family could triumph against the formidable pirate alliance." After speaking, he cast a grateful glance at Yi Tian and bowed deeply, saying, "Encountering Master Yi Tian is indeed the greatest fortune for our Li family." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian smiled lightly and gestured, "You flatter me, elderly. I am merely a merchant with some medical skills. My status is not illustrious. To call it fortune truly diminishes my worth." Li Haitian understood that this was Yi Tian's modesty, yet he refrained from further flattery. He recognized that someone as young, talented, and remarkably humble as Yi Tian did not appreciate sycophancy. Li Haitian bowed once more, declaring, "Such great kindness deserves no thanks. Henceforth, our Li family shall undoubtedly follow Master Ye's lead." He then turned to Li Man, gesturing, "Xiao Man, please copy the inventory of our family's assets and the business ledgers, and deliver them to Master Yi." "Of course, Grandfather," Li Man replied, stealing a glance at Yi Tian before nodding in agreement. These documents represented the lifeblood of the family. Handing them to Yi Tian would mean entrusting him with the economic lifeline of the Li family, bestowing upon him the power of life and death in an instant. It seemed that Grandfather was indeed resolutely aligning with Yi Tian, leaving no room for retreat. This thought filled Li Man with shame, as she had previously insulted Master Yi Tian. Fortunately, he was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, with her meager existence, she would have had no hope of contending with Yi Tian. There is no need for that. As Li Man turned to depart, Yi Tian's voice halted her. Yi Tian waved his hand with an air of indifference, stating that it was more suitable for the management of the Li family's assets to remain in their own hands. The commercial landscape of the Li family, primarily rooted in maritime transport, held little significance for him. He would not assist others without reason, nor would he acquire wealth that did not rightfully belong to him. Such ill-gotten gains would only bring him unease. Upon hearing this, Li Haitian was momentarily taken aback, visibly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yi Tian would so readily disregard the wealth of the Li family. This revelation surpassed his previous judgments of Yi Tian. It is worth noting that while the Li family may not be the foremost clan on the continent, they are indeed a prominent family, with annual revenues exceeding 1 million and pure profits reaching substantial figures in the hundreds of thousands. Such wealth could easily attract the attention of countless pirates. Yet, presented before Yi Tian, he remained unmoved. This compelled Li Haitian to regard Yi Tian with an even greater respect. Young Master Yi Tian is indeed a person worthy of deep friendship, and he undoubtedly brings immense benefits to the Li family. I report to the Patriarch. All the pirates have been imprisoned within the confines of Wang City. What shall we do next? At this moment, the lean second elder of the Li family approached and inquired about Li Haitian's thoughts on the handling of the pirates. Li Haitian, not daring to act presumptuously, turned to Yi Tian and Zhou Long, respectfully asking, "What does young Master Yi believe should be done with these pirates? How shall we deal with the pirates?" Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and spoke in a calm demeanor. "It can be left to the authorities of the Tindo Empire or the Spirit Hall to handle. Is there any need to consult me on such matters? I have no desire to intervene." However, Li Haitian found himself in a quandary. Rubbing his hands together as he remarked, "This indeed presents a thorny issue." Hu Laina leaned closer to Yi Tian, deliberately brushing against him, and inquired with confusion, leaderly, "What makes this so difficult?" Li Haitian cast a glance at Hu Laina and shook his head. "Miss Nana, you are unaware of the situation. Recently, a significant number of officials from the Spirit Hall in EC City were slaughtered by a mysterious force, leaving the system in disarray. But if we were to hand the pirates over to the officials of the Tindo Empire, their notorious habits might lead them to indiscriminately arrest and execute not only the pirates but their families as well." Li Jiuquan stepped forward, taking over the explanation from his grandfather. Among these pirates, many were coerced and oppressed by the Tindo Empire and the Spirit Hall, prompting their descent into piracy. Most of them do not deserve the death penalty. If they are indiscriminately executed, it would result in the anguish of nearly 10,000 families. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt disheartened. Why is it that the spirit hall always seems to be involved in such misdeeds? After listening to the accounts of those present, Tian began to grasp the general outline of the situation. Indeed, if the pirates were handed over to the officials of the Tindo Empire, their inherent pursuit of profit and prestige would lead them to categorize the pirates as irredeemably wicked. Executing these pirates without discrimination would not only enhance their political achievements but would also temporarily bolster local security. Such a prospect holds great allure for officials aiming to advance their careers. Little do they realize that oppression breeds rebellion, which is the primary source of piracy. The nobility and the spirit hall's exploitation of the common people will not cease, even if all the pirates were executed. It would not be long before new piracy forces emerge. Reflecting on this, Tian sighed softly and gestured, "For now, let us detain the pirates in Wang City. Once the storm has passed, we shall transport them to the East Sea, allowing the local populace to identify them. Those who are truly heinous shall be executed, while the others will be managed by your family, providing them with some form of employment to give them hope for survival." Such an approach will strive to maintain fairness and justice, and for the pirates, it may be considered a form of grace. Understood, Li Haitian responded with utmost respect. Chapter 55. Summoning the Purple Pearl. After establishing a definitive course of action for the pirates, Li Haitian hesitated for a moment before addressing Yi Tian. "Young Master Yi, I am reminded of someone." "Who?" Yi Tian inquired. "Purple Pearl," Li Haitian replied. "She is a well-known pirate along the shores of the East Sea. Leading her crew, she has gained a reputation for punishing evil and aiding the poor. Therefore, I wish to engage with Purple Pearl first to categorize the pirates for subsequent handling. Naturally, all of this must be executed with your approval, young Master Yi." Upon hearing the name Purple Pearl, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. He was familiar with her. He recalled that when he arrived at Jinao Island, Purple Pearl's ship was among the pirate fleet. "Has Purple Pearl also been captured?" he asked. This piqued Hulaina's curiosity. "What, do you know this pirate, Brother Yi Tian?" "Not exactly acquainted, but having resided by the East Sea for an extended period, I have heard of her reputation," Yi Tian explained, and Hulaina, upon understanding, immediately lost interest. At that moment, Li Haitian articulated his thoughts. The Purple Pearl holds considerable renown among pirates and is known for her sense of justice. I believe we can gauge the degree of wrongdoing among various pirate factions through her, which would also facilitate subsequent judgments against them. On another note, a torrential rain accompanied by a typhoon is imminent. It would be unseemly to allow such a heroic figure to be drenched in the rain, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Yi Tian lightly nodded and gestured to the second elder beside Li Haitian, requesting, "Could you kindly summon the Purple Pearl?" The second elder acknowledged with a nod, clearly recognizing the profound respect the clan leader held for Yi Tian. The words of Yi Tian have reached a point of imperative execution within the Li family. Therefore, without awaiting further instructions from Li Haitian, the second elder set forth, thereby demonstrating his respect for Yi Tian. While they waited, Li Haitian gestured for Li Jiuchuan to brew some tea. The arrival of the typhoon had notably chilled the air, making a warm cup of tea quite appealing to stave off the cold. Before long, a woman adorned with a pirate hat, clad in a purple jumpsuit and possessing a striking figure, entered the room under the guidance of the second elder. Yi Tian lifted his gaze, and before him stood a woman with an expressionless demeanor, likely the renowned Purple Pearl. Captured, Purple Pearl bore a hint of elusive melancholy in her expression, yet predominantly displayed an air of disdain and remarkable pride. Beside Yi Tian, Hulaina leaned forward, resting her forehead on her hand, and gazed at Purple Pearl with keen interest. Upon noticing Purple Pearl's alluring figure, her ample curves almost spilling forth, Hulaina's eyes widened and she discreetly swallowed hard. Subsequently, she cast a glance at herself for comparison. Ultimately, she concluded that Purple Pearl's physique was indeed extraordinary, truly impressive, nearly rivaling that of their teacher. This realization prompted Hulaina to cast a vexed glance at Yi Tian beside her. Indeed, the words of men are often deceitful. Just moments ago, he claimed to be unfamiliar with Purple Pearl. It now appeared that this was merely a fabrication. This scoundrel, having lingered by the Eastern Sea for so long, must have long heard of Purple Pearl's beauty and figure, harboring illicit thoughts. No wonder Yi Tian had previously mentioned a preference for figures akin to their teachers. It became evident that he was enamored with voluptuous forms. With her head bowed, Hulaina glanced down once more at her own bosom, gnashing her teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Yi Tian, that fellow, must harbor a prejudice against physique. He even claims to dislike his own clumsy appearance. It is all merely an excuse. The purple pearl before him seems hardly any brighter. Furthermore, a glance at Tian's countenance reveals a look akin to one whose soul has been ensnared. The more Hulaina pondered, the more her ire swelled, ultimately manifesting in a haughty, dismissive huff. Upon hearing the soft huff from Nana, Tian turned his gaze and affectionately ruffled her hair, inquiring, "What troubles you? Why the long face?" Hulaina expressed her discontent, puffing her cheeks as she retorted, "I fear that a certain wicked brother has his thoughts elsewhere, far from his little sister." With a hint of malice, she shot a fierce glare at the purple pearl. Following Hulaina's line of sight, Tian looked once more at the purple pearl and could not help but break into a grin. He began to fathom the reason for Nana's vexation. Such a haughty demeanor could not conceal the jealousy beneath. Indeed, upon first encountering the purple pearl, he had momentarily lost himself, but such distraction was merely a fleeting sentiment. Aside from Douluo, this was the second familiar face he had come across. Tian still recalls that the other party once held the esteemed title of the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. As for the alluring curves of the purple pearl, they occupied merely a fifth of his contemplative moments. After all, he is a young man, and it is only natural to exhibit a reaction upon encountering a beautiful woman. Allowing himself a few extra glances, Tian cast a sidelong glance at Hulaina, who appeared both proud and aggrieved. Gently stroking her silky hair, he consoled her, "All right. What is there to be angry about? Look, I am right here beside you." Faced with Laina, Tian felt somewhat helpless. Her inherent charm was already captivating, and her display of grievance was indeed difficult to resist. Such a sister could only be comforted with affection. "I will trust you this time." Hulaina's mood improved significantly. Returning to her usual demeanor, she understood that one must know the limits of being coy. Otherwise, if her attempts at charm backfired, it would lead to alienation, which would be truly unfortunate. Having finally garnered her brother Tian's favor, she could not afford to give up halfway. Noticing Laina's improved expression, Tian composed himself and turned to the fair-skinned Pearl of Purple, extending his hand. "Miss Pearl of Purple, please take a seat. I assure you, we harbor no ill intentions. If you are amenable, I believe we could sit down and converse." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Pearl's face. Years of piracy had honed her keen judgment. It was evident that in this room, the young man before her was the linchpin. Beside him was a beautiful golden-haired maiden, engaged in playful banter, leading Pearl to initially perceive him as a frivolous young scion. However, once the young man spoke, she recognized his composure and serenity. His tone was devoid of arrogance, lacking any semblance of a victor. Such demeanor was not something one typically encounters. In the presence of this fortunate victor, Pearl understood the importance of maintaining decorum. She slightly bowed in respect. "I am Pearl of Purple, the pirate. It is an honor to meet you all." With a hint of self-deprecation, she added, "As a pirate, I shall refrain from soiling your sofa." Tian chuckled softly at her words and reiterated the invitation. "Not at all." He then glanced at Li Haitian, adding, "After all, it is not my family's furniture." "Young Master Tian, you truly humble me." Li Haitian laughed heartily. Turning to Pearl, Miss Pearl of Purple is indeed a paragon among pirates. She is more than worthy to grace the sofa. "Tian? You are Tian?" Pearl of Purple suddenly ignored Li Haitian, her pupils contracting as she stared incredulously at Tian. She had not anticipated encountering Tian in the Li family castle. A wave of emotion washed over her, leaving her uncertain whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Chapter 56. Hail has fallen. Why has it become an issue? "Oh." Tian chuckled dryly, intrigued. He had never met Pearl of Purple before. How could she recognize him? Just as he was about to inquire, Hulaina, who had been lounging on the sofa, clung to Tian's arm and exclaimed, "How do you know my brother Tian?" Pearl of Purple found herself at a loss for words, explaining, 2 years ago, a typhoon devastated much of the farmland in the East Sea. It was young Master Tian who discreetly purchased a substantial amount of grain, aiding the common folk through their plight. I have several islands at sea, and the inhabitants there also benefited from young Master Tian's generosity. Although he concealed his identity during the relief efforts, I, as a pirate, managed to uncover the truth through subtle clues. After speaking, she cast a deep glance at Tian and bowed, saying, "On behalf of the inhabitants of the Pirate Islands, I thank you, young Master Tian, but this gratitude comes rather belatedly." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's spirit soared as she clung to Tian's arm, playfully resting her cheek against it. "It seems my brother has done quite a few good deeds." This realization greatly pleased Hulaina. prompting her to reflect on how astute her teacher's judgment truly was. Tian's character is truly admirable. Should he become my husband, I would undoubtedly be the happiest person on earth. With this thought, Hulaina encouraged herself. Hulaina, the opportunity is right before you. You must seize it. Standing in the corner of the sofa, Li Jiuquan listened and revealed a hint of surprise. She had long heard of Yi Tian's benevolence and his commendable reputation along the shores of the East Sea. She had assumed that was all there was to it. But little did she know that he had done even more good deeds behind the scenes. Li Jiuquan couldn't help but steal a glance at Yi Tian, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. To do good without seeking recognition, what a truly humble person. When Zizhenju bent down to express her gratitude, Yi Tian simply shook his head with a calm demeanor, stating that it was merely a small effort on his part. Indeed, it was a trivial matter. Nothing of great significance. In light of Yi Tian's modesty, Zizhenju held him in even higher regard. At such a young age, he was bound to achieve great things in the future. Subsequently, Zizhenju ceased her pretense and settled down comfortably opposite Yi Tian. After learning of Yi Tian's and Li Haiten's intentions, Zizhenju solemnly nodded, saying, "On behalf of the pirates of the East Sea, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to young Master Yi Tian for providing them with an opportunity. I will meticulously document all the information I possess as a reference for you." With a deep sense of emotion, Zizhenju remarked, "If you were the governing officer here in the East Sea, how could there be so many people willing to engage in such perilous enterprises?" Yi Tian smiled, neither denying nor expressing any longing. The pursuit of an official position was truly not his ambition. As evening fell and dinner was concluded, the typhoon arrived as anticipated. The violent hurricane swept forcefully past the Li family's castle, producing a cacophony of sounds akin to beans spilling on the ground. After the meal, Yi Tian was assigned to a luxurious bedroom for rest. Although it was termed luxurious, it was merely relative. The soundproofing of the room was inadequate, and the howling wind outside resonated as if it were right beside him, creating an incessant irritation. At that moment, Hulaina stealthily pushed the door open and entered. Yi Tian immediately caught sight of her and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why did you not knock?" "I did knock," Hulaina replied, tilting her head and widening her eyes, her expression one of complete nonchalance. "It is merely that you did not hear it." Yi Tian let out a soft chuckle through his nasal tone, flexing his wrist slightly as he remarked, "My hearing is quite keen. How could I not be aware of your knocking?" Nana's audacity seems to have grown bolder. Fortunately, at this moment, he is still clad in his pajamas. Had she entered while he was asleep, it would have been a rather unfortunate predicament. In any case, "I did knock," Hulaina pouted, her expression one of playful disbelief. Yi Tian had grown accustomed to Hulaina's little antics. Shaking his head, he poured himself a cup of hot tea and offered it to her. Hulaina joyfully accepted the tea poured by Yi Tian, eagerly taking a sip, only to immediately stick out her tongue, exclaiming, "It's so hot." Yi Tian could not help but chuckle. "Silly girl, can't you feel it? Is this not warm tea? I yearn to immediately experience the warmth that my brother offers." Hulaina pouted, expressing her grievance. "That's enough. This is becoming increasingly absurd." Though she chided him, Yi Tian's smile remained radiant. Who wouldn't adore such a sister? Of course, if it were to be a wife, it would fall slightly short. Cradling the warm cup in her hands, Hulaina approached the bedside and sat down. "It is hailing outside. Just moments ago, when I entered your room, I glanced into the courtyard, and the hailstones were quite large. The scene was truly magnificent," Hulaina remarked, having rarely witnessed hail throughout her life. Seeing it today on Jinao Island was indeed a breathtaking sight. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, using her thumb and forefinger to gesture the size of the hailstones, showcasing it to Yi Tian. "They are this big. No wonder the sound is so thunderous." Yi Tian gazed thoughtfully at the tightly shut window. The typhoon, accompanied by hail, is an uncommon yet natural occurrence. Hail often descends alongside frigid weather disturbances, which bodes ill. The typhoon has already wreaked havoc on the crops. Should it be compounded by the chilling effects of hail, it is feared that this year's harvest may be utterly ruined. Yi Tian's expression gradually grew serious. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to step outside. "Where are you going, brother?" Hulaina inquired, clutching her steaming cup of tea as Yi Tian made his way to the door. "I'm just going to take a look outside," Yi Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Hulaina promptly set down her cup and hurried after him. "Wait for me. It's only right to witness the magnificent hail together." However, as she reached the door and caught up with Yi Tian, she realized that his demeanor was far from cheerful. Yi Tian did not seem to be there to admire the hail. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the hail and Yi Tian, prompting her to inquire, "Is there something wrong with this hail?" Indeed, there was a significant concern. As she observed the hail descending like scattered beans, accumulating to a thickness of at least 10 centimeters on the ground, Tian's expression grew exceedingly grave. It was evident that this year, along the shores of the East China Sea, a bountiful harvest was unlikely. Contemplating this, Tian's mood inevitably darkened. This calamity would likely result in countless civilians facing bankruptcy and starvation. This was unacceptable. Such a situation could not transpire under his watch. It seemed that the time had come to make some preparations in advance. Tian had no inclination to continue reading and turned back to his bedroom. This left Hulaina utterly astonished, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation as her beautiful eyes gazed at Tian's departing figure. "Brother Tian, it is merely hail. Why does it pose such a grave concern?" Chapter 57. The Economy of Silver Snow Eel following Tian into the bedroom. Hulaina's delicate face bore an expression of confusion, coupled with an inkling of suspicion. "Brother, could the hail lead to disaster? The hailstones outside are indeed quite sizable. If they were to strike one's head, it would surely be painful." "Indeed," Tian replied irritably. This bout of severe hail was extraordinarily extreme. He anticipated that his enterprises would undoubtedly face repercussions. Not to mention, the 100,000 fire spirit chickens on the Sea Soul Mountain would be in peril. Should the hail strike their heads, they would either perish or suffer grave injuries. Just this alone represented a potential loss of nearly 10 million gold soul coins. The crops on his farms were another matter entirely. He did not possess merely the butterfly farm as a cultivation base. Any agricultural endeavor would likely incur damages. This year, conducting business was proving to be quite arduous. Tian could not help but express his feelings. The sudden arrival of a typhoon accompanied by hail had indeed taken him by surprise. He looked at Hulaina with a furrowed brow and gently waved his hand, suggesting, "It is getting late. Sister Nana should return to rest." It was evident that Tian was not in high spirits. Unable to bear disturbing him any longer, Hulaina lowered her head and departed quietly. The hail and typhoon persisted for an entire week, and only gradually did the weather begin to clear. Once the storm abated, Li Haitian promptly dispatched individuals to assess the damages on Golden Ao Island. The results were dire. Many small vessels at the port had been destroyed, and the island's independent outposts, primarily wooden structures, were nearly all in ruins. The hail on the ground had accumulated into a solid mass, resembling a crystalline expanse. Fortunately, the Li family employed numerous servants, and it wasn't long before the pathways connecting various courtyards were cleared. Tian stepped from his bedroom into the courtyard. Raising his gaze to the lackluster sun overhead, he stretched lazily, realizing that this was his first venture into the courtyard in a week. As he surveyed the sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, he understood that it was time for him to return to the shores of Donghai. "Young master, Miss Nana is waiting for you outside the other courtyard," came the respectful announcement from Zhou Long, who approached with a bow. "All right, I understand." Tian replied with a smile, retracting his hand that had been raised in the air. He then strode towards the exit of the courtyard. A few days prior, during the pirate attack, a fleet from the Martial Soul Hall had come to assist. Due to the typhoon, the personnel from the Martial Soul Hall had taken refuge on Jinao Island. It seemed that the leader was acquainted with Nana. Tian had only learned this yesterday, which explained why Nana had not sought him out to play these past few days. She had encountered an old friend. As he exited the courtyard, he had yet to spot Nana when he unexpectedly came across Li Jiuchuan, who was carrying something, dressed in a long dress embroidered with cherry blossoms. Li Jiuchuan beamed at Tian, raising the exquisite food container in her hand. "Young Master Tian, I have personally prepared deep-fried silver snow eel for you to taste," she announced, opening the box to reveal neatly arranged, golden pieces of eel, still steaming, indicating they had just been cooked. "Thank you, Jiuchuan," he replied graciously. Since she had gone to the trouble of bringing it, refusing would be a breach of etiquette. Rubbing his hands together, he delicately picked up a piece from the box and placed it in his mouth. The exterior was crisp and delectable, while the fish was extraordinarily tender, melting upon contact. Even for someone like him, typically resistant to culinary temptations, he found this dish to be an exceptional delicacy. Tian savored the moment when a voice emerged from behind him. "What is this?" Hulaina, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached Tian's side. With her large, captivating eyes, she glanced at Li Jiuchuan. Li Jiuchuan, with a charming smile, pointed to the delicately crafted food container in his hand. "Silver snow eel." Upon hearing this name, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight. "How remarkable! This is indeed a rare species, exceedingly difficult to come by. I have only encountered it once in the Spirit City. She nearly let slip a secret. She recalled a year when the Tindo royal family had once presented such fish as tribute to the Spirit City. However, this fish, dwelling in the depths of the ocean, is extraordinarily challenging to catch. Thus, the tribute was limited to that singular occasion. It must be said that the flesh of the silver snow eel is truly a culinary delight, leaving an indelible taste in one's memory. Sister Nana, you must have a taste as well, Li Jiuchuan chuckled, extending the food container forward. Initially eager to indulge, Hulaina remembered Li Jiuchuan's presence and gracefully moderated her movements. Aha, I shall not be polite then. She delicately took a small bite, nodding in approval as she remarked, this is indeed delicious. It would be wonderful if I could enjoy it more often. The silver snow eel, residing in the deep sea, is quite a rarity. Li Jiuchuan also took a small piece, savoring it as he enlightened the two. Recently, due to a typhoon, a school of silver snow eels was disturbed by the ocean currents, causing them to wander into shallower waters. The fisherman, taking advantage of the situation, managed to catch several. He raised the exquisite food container with a smile and added, therefore, it won't be easy to enjoy this again anytime soon. Tian gazed thoughtfully at the remaining half of the silver snow eel in his hand and inquired, Jiuchuan, do you have any left? Li Jiuchuan replied, the fishermen are reluctant to consume them. They have sold them all to the Li family and are being kept in the kitchen. Young Master Yi, if you wish, I can give you all of them. Hulina, believing that Tian was assisting her in requesting, brightened at the prospect and nudged him, exclaiming, you are the best. Brother. Upon seeing Hulina's sparkling eyes, Tian sighed, this is not meant for immediate consumption. The silver snow eel thrives not only in the depths of the ocean, but also in shallower waters. Therefore, I intend to take them for breeding purposes. Breeding? Hulina felt disheartened at Tian's notion. The prospect of not being able to eat them immediately diminished her interest significantly. Yet, she could not help but admire Tian's intellect. If silver snow eels could be cultivated on a large scale and sold to nobles, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Li Jiuchuan, astonished, asked, young Master Yi, do you possess knowledge about fish farming? Somewhat, Tian chuckled modestly. It is not particularly remarkable. Ever since the system rewarded him with books on aquaculture, he had been diligently exploring various breeding techniques. His aim was to cultivate a group of skilled individuals, ensuring that he could utilize their expertise whenever necessary. The fire spirit chickens bred on his butterfly farm serve as an exemplary case. Before the hailstorm arrived, raising fire spirit chickens had consistently brought him annual profits exceeding 1 million gold soul coins. In truth, he managed not only soul beast breeding, but also several fish farms. However, these enterprises merely balanced their income and expenditure, occasionally incurring losses. The reason was straightforward. The marine development in Douluo continent was still in its infancy. The abundance of fish in the sea made fishing far more profitable than farming. Yet, species like the silver snow eel differed. They were challenging to catch. Hence their high market price, making them ideal for aquaculture. With access to fry, large-scale reproduction could occur in a short period. A new lucrative industrial chain was gradually taking shape. Upon hearing Tian's confident assertions, Li Jiuchuan was taken aback. Indeed, exceptional individuals excel in every aspect. She understood the silver snow eel's considerable value, fetching over 1,000 gold coins each, yet she had never contemplated the breeding aspect. Perhaps this was where her disparity with Tian lay. One could not deny Tian's remarkable abilities to swiftly recognize the value of the silver snow eel and devise corresponding methods to convert it into gold soul coins. Chapter 58. I am no Saint Nana. What are you discussing? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a golden earring in his left ear approached, hands clasped behind his back. Hulina turned and smiled. Uncle Shilong, we are discussing the profitability of breeding silver snow eels. She then introduced Tian and Li Jiuchuan. This is Elder Shilong from the Spirit Hall. He was recently assigned to investigate the assassination case in East Sea City. Elder Shilong continued, his demeanor calm. When we arrived in East Sea City to commence our investigation, we unexpectedly encountered a pirate attack on the Li family. After resolving the pirate issue, we faced a typhoon. Thus we are temporarily residing on Golden Turtle Island. This was the script Hulina had prepared in advance. Elder Shilong recounted it flawlessly, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The performance was nothing short of impeccable. Surely, this would suffice to mislead anyone, Hulina thought with a chuckle, linking her arm with Tian's and adding. During my time as a maid in the Spirit Hall, I received considerable guidance from Elder Shilong in my training, so we can be considered good friends. The latter part was indeed true. As a candidate for the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, her training regimen was of the highest caliber, with each instructor being a titled Douluo, Elder Shilong included. Hearing this, Li Jiuchuan felt a pang of envy. Nana had a mentor-mentee relationship with an elder from the Spirit Hall. Her background was truly formidable. The elders of the Spirit Hall held significant authority, far beyond what their modestly family could compare. Facing Elder Shilong, Tian offered a slight smile and bowed slightly. Greetings, Elder Shilong. I apologize for not visiting you in the past few days. It was indeed a lapse in etiquette. Elder Shilong came to investigate the case in East Sea City? That was indeed fortuitous. However, with the Spirit Hall's current investigative methods, it was unlikely they would uncover any information regarding him. Thus, there was no need for concern. Observing Tian's expression, which remained placid and respectful, Elder Shilong was secretly astonished. No wonder he could gain Hulina's favor despite being an ordinary individual. His composure was not something the average person could emulate. Yet, the fact remained that he was not a soul master, a rather awkward status. After all, Hulina was destined to become the future saintess, poised to inherit the Pope's position. Such a prestigious identity could not possibly marry an ordinary person who was not even a soul master. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to subtly remind Hulina of this. Though the young man was courteous, he must not appear haughty. Hence, he responded with a light laugh. Indeed, young man, at such a young age, you already possess a keen business acumen. You are destined to become a wealthy individual. Upon hearing this, Tian merely smiled. A wealthy individual? Was he not already one? However, he refrained from contradicting him. It was wise to say little in the presence of a seasoned titled Douluo like Elder Shilong. Subsequently, Tian expressed his profound condolences for the victims of the East Sea City incident, condemning the brutality of the perpetrators, and voiced his support for Elder Shilong's work. At this, Zhou Long, who had been quietly standing behind Tian, could not help but chuckle softly to himself. Young Master Yi reproaches himself. Is that acceptable? Upon learning of young Master Yi's impending departure from Golden Ao Island, Li Haitian reluctantly approached him. Young Master Yi, not long ago we faced a typhoon, and I have yet to properly host you. Why not stay a couple more days, allowing me to fulfill my duties as a gracious host? Tian waved his hand lightly, saying, I have understood the intentions of Chief Li. There is no need for further discussion. However, the sudden typhoon and hail have caused significant devastation in the East Sea. It is likely that several of my workshops have suffered considerable losses. Therefore, please allow me to return and address the matters concerning my workshops. If time permits, I will certainly visit Jinao Island. He crafted a reason that Li Haitian could not refuse, gently declining the invitation. In truth, Tian held a deep aversion to such superfluous formalities. Yet, he found himself unable to dismiss the warm overtures of others. In that case, I shall not impose further, Li Haitian sighed softly, placing his right hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. Take care, young Master Yi. Chief Li, please also take care of your health and remember to take your medication on schedule. Tian offered a serene smile in response. Beside Li Haitian, the frowning Li Jiuchuan covertly observed Tian, hesitating to approach him for a farewell. Nevertheless, Tian noticed her presence and waved, saying, Sister Jiuchuan, farewell. Do come and visit the shores of the East Sea when you have the chance. Why yes, goodbye, Li Jiuchuan stammered, her small hand lifting to respond. Her voice was barely audible, her gaze cast downward, and beneath her forced smile lay a hint of melancholy. When she finally lifted her head to look at Tian again, he had already turned and boarded the ship. In Tian's right hand, he held Hulina's hand, rendering her momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that she has developed feelings for young Master Tian? Li Haitian suddenly interjected, interrupting Li Jiuchuan's reverie. Confronted by his grandfather, Li Jiuchuan did not conceal her feelings. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Alas, let it go. Young Master Tian is simply beyond the reach of our humble Li family. Gazing at Tian's retreating figure, Li Haitian sighed deeply. The disparity in their statuses was insurmountably vast. The distance between the Li family and Tian was akin to the heavens above and the earth below, utterly unattainable. However, upon witnessing the profound disappointment etched on his granddaughter's face, he felt a twinge of compassion. Gently patting Li Jiuchuan's shoulder, he remarked, with your extraordinary cultivation talent, if you are willing to exert yourself, perhaps you could become young Master Tian's concubine. Yet, that would be somewhat of a compromise for you. Upon hearing these words, Li Jiuchuan's eyes suddenly sparkled. With unwavering determination, she fixed her gaze upon Tian's silhouette, silently vowing to strive diligently. Even if there exists but a glimmer of possibility, she would pursue it relentlessly. Tian did not return by submarine. Accompanied by Long and his group, he opted to travel by a ship instead, specifically a sailing vessel from the Spirit Hall. Although the typhoon had subsided, the winds at sea remained somewhat fierce. Consequently, the sailing ship made swift progress, reaching the East Seaport in just a day and a half. Long needed to establish himself in East Sea City to temporarily attend to local affairs, not for the purpose of solving a case. From Tian's observations over the past 2 days, Long had already concluded that the incident in East Sea City was the work of the pirate Coral. This was inherently a headless case. Finding a scapegoat merely served to quell the panic among the citizens of East Sea City. Long would remain there until the new Home Master assumed office. However, this no longer concerned Tian. Upon disembarking, he bid farewell to Long and prepared to ride home. On his journey, Tian witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by hail and the typhoon upon the East Sea. The fields flanking the road were nearly devoid of farmers at work. The wheat seedlings, now bent low, scarcely rose half a meter. He dismounted his horse to inspect a few, and as expected, the seedlings had perished. Not a single wheat field had escaped unscathed. Moreover, many of the villagers still resided in thatched cottages. The combination of the typhoon and hail had left little hope for the roofs of these humble abodes. During his half-day journey from the port to his villa, Tian made a point to pass through several villages, all echoing with despair. Countless livestock had perished, and many people bore injuries. Fortunately, due to the presence of village doctors, the wounded received timely treatment, significantly reducing fatalities. Hyena, who accompanied Tian, was deeply distressed by the scene. Is no one taking care of them? East Sea City is not solely under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Geographically, it is part of the Silvis province of the Tindo Empire. Who would care? A passing farmer scoffed, observing Hyena's concern. Even the nobles have suffered losses. Who has the heart to look after us? What will you do next? Do you have food? Hyena continued her inquiry. The farmers, disdainful of the well-groomed noble girl before them, felt that such a person could not possibly understand their plight. Yet, fearing retaliation, they self-deprecatingly replied, "What can we do? Our houses have collapsed. We must repair them ourselves. As for food, there is a little left, but we must reserve some to replant. We certainly won't last until the new harvest comes in. When the next year arrives, many will likely starve." With a weary sigh, the farmer turned away, leaving Hyena in contemplative silence. Having spent years in Spirit City, her existence revolved around elevating her cultivation and combat skills. Rarely did she consider such matters. She was only aware of soul masters who perished in the pursuit of strength and soldiers who fought valiantly in war, never contemplating that ordinary people could suffer mortal consequences over mere sustenance. For a moment, she felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. "Don't just stand there. Let us go," Tian gently prompted. Hyena snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on Tian as she asked with a hint of hope, "Brother, you want to just stand by? Will you?" Given Tian's capabilities, if he chose to financially assist these disaster-stricken individuals, he could undoubtedly help them through their hardships. Yet, Tian responded with calm composure. "I am no saint and cannot provide for all. Moreover, the scale of destruction caused by this typhoon is far too vast. The number of affected individuals is likely beyond imagination. If I were to engage in large-scale relief efforts, my identity would inevitably be revealed, inviting unwanted scrutiny and placing me in danger. It is unwise to jeopardize oneself in the name of assistance. I can help where I can, but I will not disregard my own safety." Upon hearing this, Hyena's eyes reflected confusion. Yet, after some contemplation, she found solace in his reasoning. Indeed, she should not expect others to selflessly dedicate themselves. This matter should be swiftly discussed with her mentor. As the largest force on the continent, the Spirit Hall cannot afford to ignore the plight of the disaster victims. Tian, upon returning to the farm on horseback, learned that Bibi Dong was engrossed in her reading within the study. He approached the door and knocked. "Knock, knock. Sister, I have returned." Inside the study, Bibi Dong, deeply immersed in her administrative duties, heard Tian's voice and glanced outside with her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, her hands moved with remarkable speed, as she swiftly stowed away important documents into her storage ring. Nonchalantly, she grabbed a book and placed it on the table, feigning an appearance of reading. After a brief moment, Tian pushed the door open and entered. Bibi Dong set down her book and smiled, inquiring, "How have matters at Golden Ao Island been resolved?" "It went well," he replied. "We encountered a few pirates along the way, but fortunately, a patrolling team from the Spirit Hall happened to pass by, and took care of them effortlessly. Tian casually shrugged. He had no desire to divulge the perils encountered during their visit to the Li family. After all, it was all in the past. Revealing it would only serve to unnecessarily worry his sister. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and recounted the recent tribulations faced by the farm. The typhoon had wreaked havoc on the butterfly farm, leaving scarcely a tenth of the fire spirit chickens alive, and many crops had succumbed to the frost. Tian had foreseen this predicament. He inquired, what became of the deceased fire spirit chickens? Chun Jian had proposed to offer them for free, which the surrounding farmers swiftly collected. Bibi Dong closed her book, her beautiful eyes flickering, and explained, this is for the best. Tian sighed softly, offering it to the farmer, deeming it preferable to waste. Upon hearing that Tian had returned to the butterfly farm, it was not long before Chun Jian and Shursan arrived together. Upon encountering Tian, Chun Jian presented a written report. His expression was rather grim as he whispered, this outlines the losses across your various farms, young master. The conservative estimate indicates losses exceeding 20 million golden soul coins. Upon hearing this figure, Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. However, natural disasters are unavoidable. He merely cast a cursory glance at the report before returning it to Chun Jian. The extent of the losses was no longer a concern. Chun Lao, please proceed to organize the reserves of my major farms. We are soon to undertake significant actions. Behind every calamity often lies soaring prices and widespread suffering among the populace. Inevitably, there will be speculators who exploit the situation, inflating prices and profiting from the misfortunes of others. Tian was poised to impart a lesson to those unscrupulous opportunists, all the while recovering the losses incurred during the calamity. Upon hearing this, Chun Jian's eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded, I comprehend. Subsequently, Tian raised his gaze towards Shursan and gestured, let us converse elsewhere. Shursan, grasping the implication, followed in Tian's footsteps to a secluded patch of grassland. Once assured that they were alone, Tian spoke calmly. You are to dispatch an elite squad to investigate the recent activities of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. Investigate the Spirit Hall? Shursan queried, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. This marked the first instance of his intelligence agency executing a remote mission, with the target being the preeminent force in the realm, the Spirit Hall. The prospect stirred a tumult within Shursan. Could it be that young Master Tian was beginning to scheme for supremacy in Douluo? Yet, as a subordinate, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Despite his myriad of questions, he promptly bowed and replied, understood. Tian observed Shursan's hesitation keenly, his expression grave as he elaborated. I have an unsettling premonition that the Spirit Hall may be planning something in East Sea City. This is not mere conjecture. It is a conclusion drawn through careful reasoning. The master of the East Sea branch was assassinated, and under normal circumstances, one would expect the Spirit Hall from the Silvis province to send personnel for an investigation. At the very least, it would be someone dispatched from the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. However, in an unusual turn of events, the Spirit City immediately sent a titled Douluo of elder rank to probe the matter. This is exceedingly irregular. This is only one aspect of the situation. Prior to this incident, elite scouts from the Spirit Hall were already active along the shores of East Sea. Judging by their displayed prowess and reconnaissance abilities, they likely belong to one of the 3 premier Knight Orders of the Spirit Hall. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the East Sea shoreline is a rather inconspicuous locale, utterly unremarkable. The rapid deployment of such high-level forces by the Spirit Hall to this unassuming place raises suspicions that are hard to dismiss. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, Shursan still harbored some doubt. Young master, upon our intelligence team's arrival in Spirit City, what specific information should we seek? Tian lightly waved his hand, stating that there was no need for deliberate infiltration. It sufficed to ascertain the recent overt movements of the Spirit Hall. Should the Spirit Hall engage in external actions, it would undoubtedly necessitate the large-scale mobilization of military forces and high-ranking soul masters. The comings and goings of these individuals within the Spirit City could not remain concealed. With a modest inquiry, one could easily acquire the information. Good, 13 replied, nodding thoughtfully, his mind already comprehending the implications. Since there was no need for intentional probing, the peril associated with this operation was significantly diminished. It could indeed serve as a valuable exercise in remote intelligence gathering. Subsequently, Tian inquired, in recent days, have there been any developments along the East Sea? 13 responded. In the aftermath of the typhoon, various regions along the East Sea have been engaged in rescue efforts, with nothing particularly noteworthy to report. However, Our intelligence operatives in the Silvis province relayed information a few days ago regarding the disappearance of Admiral Wu Fushuan, the Xuanqiang Douluo of the Tindo Empire's navy. The Snow Knight Emperor has dispatched Prince Xueqinghe to investigate this matter. Xuanqiang Douluo? Prince Xueqinghe? Tian squinted his eyes, pondering whether this incident could be orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. He was well aware that the true Crown Prince, Xueqinghe, had long since perished. The individual currently in power was none other than Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Renxue. With Qian Renxue infiltrating the Tindo Empire, it seemed entirely plausible that the titled Douluo on the opposing side had mysteriously vanished. 13 presented a piece of paper from within his robes, elucidating. This is the bounty notice from the Silvis province. Tian took the paper and examined it closely. It was a notice resembling a missing person announcement, offering a reward of 50,000 gold soul coins for anyone who could locate the Xuanqiang Douluo, Wu Fushuan, or provide any leads. 50,000 gold soul coins were hardly enough for a soul master, barely sufficient to fill the gaps in their pockets. Tian couldn't help but click his tongue, finding the Tindo Empire quite miserly. He continued to read, and there was an image of the Xuanqiang Douluo. He appeared middle-aged with a scar across his face, and his martial spirit was a spear. Wait, why did he seem somewhat familiar? Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he paused for a moment. After a meticulous observation, an epiphany struck him. This was none other than the pirate Coral. At that time, Zhou Long had severed Coral's head and presented it to him. However, due to the severe bloodstains obscuring the features, he had failed to discern the details. Nevertheless, the scar on the face was unmistakably distinctive. It was evident that the scar depicted in the image was identical to the one on Coral's visage. Quite intriguing. Noticing Tian's contemplative expression, 13 inquired, "Young master, have you encountered the Xuanqiang Douluo?" Tian smiled lightly, shrugging her shoulders as she spoke. "Not only have I seen it, but it was also Zhou Long who personally severed the head." Zhou Long? 13's eyes widened in disbelief. The renowned Xuanqiang Douluo was actually slain by Zhou Long. If the Tindo Empire were to discover this, the entire eastern coastline would surely be besieged by their armies. The Tiansu army, with merely 5,000 troops, would never stand a chance against the vast and ancient Tindo Empire. Immediately, he grew vigilant and whispered, "Young master, does anyone else know about this matter?" Tian's expression was grave as he shook his head, saying, "It is difficult to ascertain." During the fierce battle, the enraged Xuanqiang Douluo took matters into his own hands. Those who beheld Xuanqiang Douluo's visage numbered not less than 800, if not 1,000. Chapter 60. The Li family is not to be trusted. Particularly among the pirate leaders, it seemed that all were familiar with the appearance of Xuanqiang Douluo. The crux of the matter is that he had instructed Li Haitian to transport the captured pirates to the shores of the East Sea for public identification. Should any pirate slip up, his desire for a low-profile existence would be utterly jeopardized. It was not so much a fear of inciting the wrath of the Tindo Empire. With his concealed trump cards, even if the Emperor of Tindo mobilized the full might of the nation against him, he could easily depart from the East Sea shores. Yet, he truly wished to remain uninvolved in this tumultuous conflict. Fortunately, due to the damage sustained by the Li family's vessels in the typhoon, the pirates had not yet been dispatched to the East Sea shores. Moreover, news of Xuanqiang Douluo's disappearance had not yet spread. Thus there was no immediate concern regarding potential leaks. Tianqing gently tapped his forehead, expressing his helplessness. "Later, take my token and dispatch a swift vessel immediately to the Li family. Inform Li Haitian of the pertinent circumstances, instructing him to relocate all pirates to the 5 islands designated by the Purple Pearl, where they shall settle and be prohibited from entering the mainland. The 5 pirate islands under the jurisdiction of the Purple Pearl are isolated from the world, serving as an excellent sanctuary." Tian harbored plans of his own. Should the situation on the mainland deteriorate, leading to an all-out war among the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, extending its reach to the shores of the East Sea, he would take his sister and retreat to the island where the Purple Pearl resided, seeking a life of seclusion. "I understand," he replied respectfully after confirming that Tian had no further instructions, then turned and left to attend to his duties. Left alone, Tian gazed thoughtfully at the lush grass before him, pondering deeply. He found himself perplexed. Why, in the esteemed position of the naval general known as the Xuanqiang Douluo, would one ally with the pirate king, Coral? While one could force an explanation that it was a matter of nurturing the enemy to bolster one's own strength, it still seemed incongruous. The Xuanqiang Douluo, a figure of high standing, would not arbitrarily attack a mere family, such as the Li clan. As this thought crossed his mind, Tian began to sense an unsettling realization. Damn it, Li Haitao is not a good person. Tian flicked his sleeves, sensing that there must be an underlying reason he was unaware of. He vaguely recalled that at that time, Coral had personally taken action and uttered some words. However, the wind had been too fierce, rendering her voice nearly inaudible by the time it reached him atop the city wall. After pondering for a moment, Tian decided to inquire with Zhou Long. Since returning to the farm, Zhou Long had yet to return to the Haiyan Valley base. Upon seeing Tian approach, Zhou Long offered a slight bow. Tian chuckled softly as he handed the bounty notice to his counterpart. Are you familiar with this? Zhou Long paused momentarily, taking the notice into his hands for a closer inspection. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, Coral? Indeed, it is he. A hint of surprise crossed his features. I never anticipated that he would be a vice admiral of the Tindo Empire's navy. I recall that during your confrontation with Coral alongside Li Haitian, he uttered certain words. Do you still remember them? Tian inquired, raising his gaze. This prompted Zhou Long to lower his head in contemplation, murmuring. Coral once said to Li Haitian, didn't he expect it, did you? I am still alive. It seems he harbors a desire for vengeance for his beloved. I had assumed you were aware of this matter, young master. You didn't speak much during your time at the Li family's residence. Damn it. The Li family truly has things concealed from us. Upon hearing this, Tian erupted in anger. Well, it appears they truly took him for a fool. Zhou Long's expression turned icy as he asked, should we dispatch the Tian Kai army? He made a horizontal movement with his hand, indicating the desire to obliterate the Li family. How dare they deceive Master Tian? They are clearly courting death. Given the remote terrain of Jinao Island, it is most suitable for the Tian Kai army to execute a large-scale operation. In just one night, the entirety of Jinao Island could be transformed into a tranquil expanse, ensuring not a single creature remains alive. The adversary's transgressions extend far beyond this. Tian chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Zhou Long, accustomed to the ruthless nature of the continent, often acted without forethought when confronted with challenges. This tendency, however, cannot be solely attributed to Zhou Long. For the entire Douluo continent fosters such an environment. The prevailing conditions inevitably shape one's character, leading to a reliance on violence as a means of resolution. By eliminating problematic individuals, all issues seemingly dissolve. This propensity for conflict explains the frequent turbulence and bloodshed that permeates the realm of soul masters, where grievances and rivalries are perpetually reignited. Realizing his abruptness upon observing Tian's gesture, Zhou Long bowed slightly and inquired earnestly, how should we address this matter? The incident involving the Xian Gun Douluo had already drawn the attention of the higher echelons of the Tindo Empire, with even Prince Xueqinghe intervening. Any misstep could lead to grave consequences. Tian narrowed his eyes and remarked, the demise of the Xian Gun Douluo is a misfortune for some, yet a boon for others. For Qian Renxue, she would eagerly welcome the demise of more skilled individuals from the Tindo Empire. This would significantly enhance her chances of usurping the throne. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the implications. Tian offered no further explanation, smiling as he waved his hand. In the coming days, we must act discreetly and refrain from any small maneuvers. However, it is essential to always have a contingency plan. Upon your return to Haiyan Mountain, the Tiansu army must be on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Long nodded in agreement. The Tiansu army indeed needed to be prepared for war at all times. By securing an escape route, they could adapt to any situation. Meanwhile, in the study, Hulaina was reporting to Bibi Dong about her observations during the journey. The recent typhoon had caused significant disruption. Although there would be no famine within the next 3 months, the crops that were replanted would yield little harvest in that time frame. It was anticipated that after 3 months, the entire Silvis province would face a famine. Hulaina expressed her concerns. Teacher, can we assist them at the spirit hall? Bibi Dong's fair complexion revealed a pensive expression. The Silvis province was not a traditional stronghold of the spirit hall, and their influence was limited. Even in disaster relief, it often amounted to merely aiding the Tindo Empire. To be frank, it seemed somewhat unwise. However, providing relief to these victims could enhance the spirit hall's reputation to a certain extent. From this perspective, it could indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Since a famine was not imminent, there was no immediate cause for concern. I will assign someone to handle it later. The most pressing matter at hand was to complete the reassignment of officials within the spirit hall. Gue Mei had already prepared the necessary documents and was ready to notify the Elder Hall. Will the Grand Offer agree? Hulaina displayed a worried expression. She understood that the Grand Offer was a traditional conservative, The reassignment of officials would likely cause chaos within the Spirit Hall in the short term. Such actions that could destabilize the foundation of the Spirit Hall would be difficult to gain the Grand Offer's approval. Bibi Dong lightly rested her forehead against her hand, her delicate brows knitting together as she sighed softly. This was indeed the crux of the policy challenge. She could initially issue orders to implement a pilot program within her jurisdiction. However, it seemed that time was not on the Spirit Hall's side. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the comprehensive promotion of centralization within the Spirit Hall. Only then could they respond with composure to the future situations that would arise on the continent. Chapter 61. I hold no interest in the Crown Prince. 3 days had passed since Tian returned to the farm. Young master, Tian approached Tian briskly, holding an ancient scroll in his hands. With a slight motion of his aged eyes, he remarked, "This is a disaster relief document sent from the governor's office of Silvis Province. It has been 5 days since the typhoon passed. Has the governor's office finally taken action?" Tian squinted, a smile that was both faint and enigmatic gracing his lips as he received the official document. Upon reading its contents, the smile became more pronounced. Asking each city to raise funds for disaster relief and distribute food to the refugees. What kind of disaster relief document is this? The governor's office truly exhibits a lackadaisical attitude. Indeed, when it comes to serving the populace, the governor's office has always adhered to a principle of stinginess. Jin chuckled. The governor's office has always been about profit. There has never been a time they incurred losses. It is a well-known fact that they contribute nothing. However, this time seems a bit different. It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince from Zwiking has already arrived in the province of Silvis. With the Crown Prince observing, the ancient Southern Wind Governor cannot remain idle. He has dispatched numerous envoys to personally oversee the fundraising efforts in each city. Jin bent slightly, whispering, "The Merchants Association in East Sea City suggests that everyone should contribute some amount. We cannot let the envoys lose face. Disaster relief cannot be resolved merely by monetary contributions." Tian lifted his gaze, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Do you know, Qin, what the grain prices have risen to in the past 3 days?" Hearing this, Jin smiled. As the agricultural head under Tian's command, he was certainly aware of the grain prices. Without hesitation, he replied, "The price of wheat was 25 copper soul coins per pound the day before yesterday, 33 yesterday, and 45 today." The price fluctuations were not due to a shortage of grain. Although the recent typhoon had caused damage to many farmers' homes, they still had some reserves at home and could manage for a short while. The rise in grain prices was actually driven by merchants hoarding supplies. These merchants, aware that the wheat seedlings had been destroyed and anticipating a severe shortage in a few months, were aggressively purchasing grain to stockpile, intending to sell at inflated prices later. At this point, Jin expressed concern. "Young master, you have always been inclined to aid disaster victims, but our stockpile of grain is quite limited. In comparison to the number of victims, it is virtually insignificant. If we were to buy grain with money, those merchants would surely take the opportunity to raise prices, resulting in a futile endeavor." "Not at all." Tian waved his hand dismissively, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Let these merchants continue to purchase for a few more days. We should not only refrain from hindering them, but also stoke the flames further. You should send some reliable individuals to spread the word that this year's disaster is particularly severe, and the imperial royal family is preparing to impose restrictions on large-scale grain purchases." Jin was taken aback, puzzled. "But if we do that, won't the merchants' enthusiasm for acquiring grain only increase? This wouldn't be conducive to alleviating the disaster." For a moment, Jin found it difficult to comprehend Tian's intentions. Tian, with a smile that was almost enigmatic, remarked, "Has Elder Chen forgotten what is stored in the warehouse of the butterfly farm?" "Potatoes," Jin instinctively replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, a look of realization washed over him, as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, the farm has an entire warehouse filled with potatoes. If these potatoes were to be consumed, it would be merely a drop in the bucket. However, if utilized for cultivation, they would undoubtedly suffice for several fields the size of Donghai City. One must consider that the yield of potatoes per acre exceeds 4,000 pounds. With irrigation and the application of fertilizers, it can easily reach 5,000 pounds. What is most crucial is the brevity of the potato cultivation cycle. They can mature in just 3 months. In this season, it is too late to replant wheat, but planting potatoes poses no obstacle whatsoever. Furthermore, by promoting potatoes and fertilizers in light of this calamity, the benefits would extend beyond the farmers. It could also yield additional income for young Master Yi. Once farmers realize that the application of fertilizers increases their yields, will they not return to purchase more? Certainly, and in the entire Silvis province. Only young Master Yi produces fertilizers. An exclusive venture is the most lucrative. Having come to this realization, Chun Jian gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Young Master. It seems those merchants hoarding grain are destined to suffer great losses. Yi Tian maintained a composed demeanor as he clapped his hands, rising from the stone chair. Old Chun, in the coming days, construct several large grain warehouses near the butterfly farm. Soon, we shall take over the grain from these merchants. Understood, Chun Jian replied, bowing slightly to take note. This plan would not only leave the merchants at a loss, but also yield substantial profits. One cannot help but commend young Master Yi Tian for his brilliance. Xiao Tian, what have you been discussing? Bibi Dong approached with graceful strides, a smile adorning her face. Noticing his sister's arrival, Yi Tian stepped forward to explain, we have been deliberating on the disaster situation in our province. It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince has already arrived to address the matter. Yi Tian did not articulate his thoughts with clarity. It is perhaps better for my sister to remain oblivious to such matters. The Crown Prince? Bibi Dong momentarily faltered. Does this imply that Qian Rinshui intends to visit the Silvis province? In recent days, her focus had been entirely on the policy regarding the transfer of officials, leaving her unaware of Qian Rinshui's impending arrival. The mere thought of Qian Rinshui elicited a soft sigh from Bibi Dong. The relationship with her daughter had become quite strained, resulting in their encounters often ending in discord. She could only hope that Qian Rinshui would confine her visit to the capital and refrain from coming to Donghai City. Observing her sister's evident surprise upon hearing about the Crown Prince, Yi Tian playfully teased, I have heard that Prince Xueqinghe is among the most handsome men in the Tindo Empire. Surely, my sister did not find herself enamored, did she? Huh? The teacher is smitten? Hulaina, who had just approached, seemed intrigued by this revelation and curiously leaned in. She moved closer to Yi Tian, tugging at his garment, and inquired, what do you mean by smitten? Yi Tian cast a casual glance at Hulaina and chuckled softly. Prince Xueqinghe has arrived in our Silvis province. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately understood. She let out a light laugh. Are you suggesting that the teacher has developed feelings for the prince? Then, with her large eyes shimmering, she glanced at Bibi Dong, a playful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, there is a hint of truth in that. It is entirely natural for the teacher to feel affection for Qian Rinshui, but that affection is of a familial nature. Yi Tian gazed at Hulaina and gently nodded. Becoming the crown princess is indeed a dream cherished by many young girls. Do you share this aspiration, Sister Nana? I certainly do not. Hulaina replied with a dismissive pout. She was well aware that the crown prince was, in fact, Qian Rinshui. Even if she were oblivious, she still would not harbor any fondness for the idea. The heir to the empire? She herself was destined to be the successor of the Spirit Hall. In comparison, the distinction of their statuses was abundantly clear. In the face of Yi Tian and Hulaina's playful banter, Bibi Dong maintained an air of composure, unruffled and serene. I have no interest in the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. Chapter 62. A difficult choice. Yi Tian smiled gently and remarked, Sister, you have indeed reached the age for marriage. It is time for you to seek a suitable husband. His mention of her fondness for Xueqinghe was, of course, a teasing jest, for he was well aware that Xueqinghe was merely a guise adopted by Qian Rinshui. Yet, it was true that he had arrived at the age to consider taking a wife, and it was high time for his sister to find a worthy companion as well. Having withdrawn from the Spirit Hall, it was only natural for her to embrace a fulfilling life. Seek a husband? Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. This dear brother of mine is indeed attentive to my needs. She placed her delicate hand upon Yi Tian's shoulder and continued, Little Tian, you have yet to find a girlfriend. How can I rest easy about marrying off when you are still unaccompanied? Finding a girlfriend is not a matter to be rushed. Yi Tian retracted his head, regretting having brought up the matter. Ultimately, the scrutinizing gaze remained fixated upon him. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation and remarked, The shores of the East Sea are rather limited. I have yet to encounter my beloved. Bibi Dong, with a knowing expression, commented, From your demeanor, it appears you have no intention of venturing beyond the shores of the East Sea. At this rate, when do you expect to find a girlfriend? Yi Tian scratched his head, contemplating the matter at hand. He then chuckled softly, In a few years, when the Pope of the Spirit Hall faces defeat against the two great empires and retreats to the shores of the East Sea, I shall descend from the heavens to rescue the fair maiden. Perhaps I shall win the heart of her holiness, and together we shall embark on a life devoid of shame. At that moment, Hulaina, who had been listening intently to their conversation, widened her eyes in astonishment. Yi Tian's relentless ambitions are truly astonishing. He still harbors thoughts of his teacher and even dares to express them openly in her presence. The phrase audacious beyond measure scarcely encapsulates Yi Tian's audacity at this moment. Hulaina covered her face, wishing for Yi Tian to find peace. Observing Hulaina's astonishment, Yi Tian looked upon her with disdain. Sister Nana, what kind of gaze is that? He straightened himself and declared earnestly, today, I shall reveal my preference. I only admire someone like Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's countenance instantly fell. In terms of physique and cultivation, she could not compare to her teacher in any regard. It must be said that Yi Tian's standards are rather lofty. Noticing his sister's evident shock, Yi Tian's voice remained unabated. Sister, do not think my expectations are excessive. After all, once one has traversed the vast ocean, it is difficult to settle for mere water. Thus, when it comes to finding a girlfriend, it is best to take one's time. Knowing that someone as stunning as Bibi Dong exists, he simply cannot lower his standards. Hulaina blinked her eyes, rendered speechless. Yi Tian seems to be inviting his own demise, deliberately placing heavier stakes upon himself. The astonishment on Bibi Dong's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by an air of nonchalance. In the face of Yi Tian's bold proclamations, she exhibited no intention of pursuing the matter further. She understood that Yi Tian's affections did not truly lie with her, but rather with the Bibi Dong he had woven from poetry and fantasy within his mind. At such a tender age, it is entirely natural for him to be filled with dreams and ideals. Little Tian, your excellence warrants higher standards in seeking a partner, and this is not a fault. However, one must not be overly idealistic. As you envision, should you happen upon the chance to marry Bibi Dong, it would indeed be a beautiful outcome. Yet, what is the likelihood of such a scenario? Based on your previous assessments, a more realistic conclusion suggests that Bibi Dong will undoubtedly not escape the clutches of the two great empires. The probability of her, along with the Spirit Hall, fading into the annals of history is quite significant. If that were to be the case, do you intend to live a life of solitude? Bibi Dong's violet eyes, calm and unwavering, gazed steadily at Yi Tian, exuding an extraordinary composure. Yi Tian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Sister, you make a compelling point. Bibi Dong gently patted Yi Tian's shoulder, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, do not place all your hopes on a single tree, given your capabilities. It would not be excessive to take several wives. Yi Tian instinctively retreated strategically, regarding Bibi Dong with suspicion. Sister, something seems amiss, he remarked. Are you not coercing him into playing the villain? Bibi Dong responded with a serene smile, turning to grasp Hulaina's small hand and presenting her before Yi Tian. Nana has been by my side for quite some time. I wish for her to become your bride. Upon hearing these words, Hulaina's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. She had not anticipated her teacher's suggestion to arrive so abruptly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet Tian stared in astonishment at Bibi Dong and Hulaina, lost in deep contemplation. Beside him, Qin Jian, with a beaming smile, observed this scene with great satisfaction and tactfully withdrew. Bibi Dong sighed softly, expressing, I merely wish for you, Xiao Dian, to have another person by your side who can care for you. Surely, you can see that Nana holds a fondness for you. I hope, dear brother, that you can provide Nana with a warm home. Of course, I can assure you that should you encounter a girl you admire in the future, Nana will not stand in your way. With a chuckle, she added, oh, sister, such jesting is unnecessary. Just look at Nana. Her face is nearly crimson. Yi Tian cast a glance at Hulaina and responded with a light laugh. He truly did not anticipate that his sister genuinely wished to unite him with Nana. Possessing a high emotional intelligence, he could certainly perceive that Nana harbored deep affections for him. Earlier, when encountering Li Jiuquan, she even displayed jealousy, vying for his attention. Yi Tian deliberately avoids this matter because Nana is indeed infatuated with love. Romance casts a filter over her perception, rendering everything she sees in a beautiful light. Consequently, her judgment of his character may be flawed. In recent days, Yi Tian has exhibited a gentle demeanor. However, should Nana discover the darker side of him, akin to the obliteration of the Zhou family, would she still harbor affection for him? This is a matter that warrants careful consideration. After all, a spouse is meant to be a lifelong companion. While he may conceal his true self for a time, he cannot sustain such a fade indefinitely. Sister seemed to jest, yet Bibi Dong's expressive eyes conveyed earnestness as she spoke. With a delicate hand, she caressed Hulaina's flowing locks and sighed softly. Nana is also a pitiable soul. You wouldn't wish for her to encounter a nefarious individual who could ruin her life, would you? Her words were a clear message to Tian. He knew well that Nana was not particularly astute, and should she fall into the clutches of a villain, her later years would be fraught with sorrow. Teacher Hulaina's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nestled into Bibi Dong's warm embrace. In light of his sister's admonition, Tian found himself deep in contemplation. Indeed, given Nana's disposition, remaining by his side would undoubtedly be her safest refuge. Setting aside other concerns, should she encounter a scoundrel like Tang San, her entire future would be irrevocably marred. Ah, what a perplexing dilemma. Tian rubbed his forehead in frustration. In his heart, he believed that Nana was more suited to the role of a sister rather than a romantic partner, a sentiment he had long held. Yet, in this tumultuous world, with Nana's striking beauty, it was inevitable that she would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The prospect of leading a mundane life seemed almost impossible. Noticing Tian lost in thought, Bibi Dong added, "In truth, all I desire is for Nana to remain by your side. She does not yearn for any lofty titles." Chapter 63. Qianrenxue is coming. Tian gazed intently at his sister, then cast a glance at Hulaina nestled in her embrace. Was Nana's request truly so modest? If he were to seek companionship with another girl in the future, would she remain indifferent? This left Tian utterly perplexed, observing Nana's complete lack of reaction. It appeared that she was quite obedient to his sister's wishes. Tian hesitated as he gazed at Bibi Dong and inquired, "What about Nana's parents? In matters of marriage, shouldn't they at least be informed?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes remained unperturbed as she replied that Nana's parents had passed away when she was very young. Tian sighed softly, noting a certain resemblance to his own background. However, in the perilous world of Douluo continent, being orphaned was tragically commonplace and hardly surprising. It appeared that Bibi Dong harbored profound feelings for Nana, wishing for her to remain by her side forever. The reasoning was simple, at the very least. Nana's safety could be assured. Given the gravity of the conversation, it would be rather unreasonable for him to oppose any further. Nana may have been somewhat infatuated, yet her beauty and physique could easily be described as stunning. Even in a past life where beauty was abundant and innocence was rampant, Nana's allure would have captivated many. He quietly took hold of Nana's wrist, feeling her warmth, and after a lengthy pause, he asked, "Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina, who had been nestled in Bibi Dong's embrace, suddenly turned around, her captivating eyes fixed upon Tian. As their gazes locked, the distance between them diminished, leading to an embrace that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Observing the pair, Bibi Dong wore a tranquil smile. Youth was indeed a beautiful thing. With her arms crossed over her chest, she gracefully stepped away, leaving the space around them to the young couple. In the distance, several staff members were hidden in the bushes, all of whom were now gazing towards Tian. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" A bewildered little child approached, pointing at Tian and Hulaina, exclaiming, "Isn't that the young master? And there's a big sister with him. Why are they kissing? Children shouldn't be peeping." One of the staff members, referred to as uncle, hurriedly covered the child's eyes. The rest of the staff quickly averted their gazes, fearing the consequences if the young master caught them spying. Yet, amidst their embarrassment, there was a sense of relief. It was well known that in the countryside, most children of Tian's age had already settled down, though they were merely farm workers. They cared about Tian's single status more than their own children as futures. After all, Tian had provided them with respectable jobs that allowed them to support their families. Now that the young master had finally found happiness, it was a source of great joy for all. As the staff bowed their heads, Hulaina hurriedly wriggled away from Tian, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As a soul master, her hearing was considerably sharper than that of an average person. She had caught the child's words the instant they were spoken. The realization that someone had been watching was too much to bear. Noting Hulaina's reaction, Tian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What's wrong?" Hulaina instinctively extended her right index finger toward the bushes on the left. Tian strode forward, approaching the thicket, where he found himself confronted by a multitude of curious eyes. A staff member hurriedly rose to his feet, brushing off the remnants of grass from his clothing, offering a forced chuckle as he said, "Ah, young Master Yi, we were merely passing by." "No, they have been lying here for quite some time," interjected a nearby child, exposing the truth. At this revelation, the surrounding staff members exchanged awkward glances, their laughter tinged with embarrassment. Tian cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, his words drifting lightly, "In a few days, we shall enjoy some wedding candies." Young Master Yi, we eagerly await your declaration. The crowd erupted into joyous laughter, their mirth resonating in the air. This cheerful cacophony reached Hulaina's ears, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Covering her face with her hands, she approached Yi Tian and whispered, "Shall we depart?" Despite her belief that she had faced numerous grand occasions and possessed a resilient spirit, she found herself inexplicably shy in such moments. Miss Nana is truly exquisite. The onlookers praised Hulaina, their thumbs raised in admiration. To be with the young master is indeed a match made in heaven. Yi Tian embraced Nana, lowering his head to say, "Did you hear that? They are praising you. Are you not going to greet everyone?" Hulaina raised her head, her expression calming significantly, and extended her delicate hand to say, "Hello, everyone. Good day, Miss Nana." The crowd responded in unison. No, she should now be addressed as Mrs. Nana. One person corrected. Indeed, indeed. Good day, Mrs. Nana. The crowd echoed once more. This caused Nana's previously tranquil face to flush anew, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was now Yi Tian's girlfriend. The happiness came so suddenly that she was utterly unprepared for it. Little did she expect that she, standing close to the water, would indeed be the first to receive the moonlight. At that moment, excitement was the only emotion occupying Hulaina's heart. It wasn't until the staff had dispersed far away that she emerged from her fervent emotions. Her starry eyes gazed up at Yi Tian's profile. It must be said, he was truly captivating, always exuding an aura of wisdom. From any angle, he radiated a confident composure, as if fully in command of the situation. Sensing Hulaina's gaze, Yi Tian turned, gently resting his forehead against hers, wrapping his arm around her waist. Their eyelashes nearly brushed together. "What are you thinking about?" "I was contemplating how to spend the first day of our relationship with my brother," Hulaina replied, smiling softly, leaning into Yi Tian's embrace, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "I have a splendid idea," Yi Tian said with a light chuckle. Hulaina's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What is it?" "Accompany me to find another girlfriend, to experience double the joy," Hulaina responded. Yi Tian, with a playful smirk, watched as Hulaina let out a haughty snort, turning her head defiantly to the side. Yi Tian gently adjusted the golden-haired girl's head, caressing her flowing locks while gazing intently at her haughty expression, his demeanor growing increasingly unfriendly. "What are you doing?" Hulaina instinctively took a step back. However, she was forcefully pulled back by the wrist of the hand encircling her waist. "Hiki, what do you think I'm doing?" "Naturally, I intend to devour you." "Young master, there is an urgent matter." Just as the two were poised to take further action, Chen Jian hurriedly approached with a look of urgency. This caused Hulaina to glance skyward, adopting an expression of innocence, as if nothing had transpired. Yi Tian's expression became considerably more composed as he withdrew his hand from Nana's chest and placed it behind his back. Turning to Chen Jian, he asked with utmost seriousness, "What has transpired?" As his assistant, Chen Jian possessed considerable autonomy in handling matters. If it were trivial issues, the other party would not seek him out. "The special envoy from the provincial governor's office has arrived at the farm," Chen Jian replied, moving closer to Yi Tian and lowering his voice. "Moreover, the envoy is none other than the governor's nephew, Qiangu Shizhen. His purpose for coming to the farm is to requisition it in advance as a palace for the crown prince of Tindo." "Is the crown prince Xueqinghe coming to Donghai City?" Yi Tian inquired. Chapter 64. Flowers on the path to the underworld. Yi Tian suddenly became vigilant. Could it be that Qin Rinxue had caught wind of something regarding the quarrel? He had already warned the Li family that no personnel were to leave Janeo Island recently. Furthermore, the pirates had been diverted by the Purple Pearl, so there should not have been any leaks of information. After careful consideration, Yi Tian sighed. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. It was possible that Qin Rinxue's arrival in Donghai City was linked to a clandestine operation by the Spirit Hall. He was aware that the Spirit Hall's interest in Donghai City had significantly escalated in recent days. With this in mind, Yi Tian understood the necessity of meeting the envoy known as the Ancient Time Pointer. At present, with the disappearance of Coral and the whispers of secret activities by the Spirit Hall, it was imperative that the farm did not exhibit any abnormalities. Otherwise, he would truly have to flee overseas prematurely. "It seems to be the case," Chen Jian explained. "As the heir to the empire, the whereabouts of the crown prince are always classified, never explicitly stated. The Ancient Time Pointer has only hinted at the possibility of our farm being one of the crown prince's bases in the East Sea, without divulging much detail." "Very well. Elder Chen, please lead the way," Yi Tian gestured. Upon hearing the discussion about Xueqinghe, Hulaina suddenly appeared startled. She had overheard Chen Jian's words. If Qian Rinxue were to come to the farm, would she not encounter both herself and her teacher? Qian Rinxue's current identity was that of the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. The crown princess travels would undoubtedly be accompanied by numerous esteemed officials from the empire. While others might not recognize His Holiness the Pope, these officials certainly would. The thought sent Hulaina into a state of panic. If they were to recognize each other, it could lead to significant trouble. Should Nana accompany us? Tian inquired, beckoning her. Having established Nana as his girlfriend, it was time for her to experience certain realities. He could not always shield her under his protective umbrella, as that would hinder her growth. Receiving the governor's envoy was evidently an excellent opportunity for learning. A chance to observe the intricacies of human interactions. All right, Hulaina hesitated for a moment but ultimately consented. Although many were aware of her teacher's identity and appearance as the Pope, she was different, having spent years studying at the Spirit Hall Academy. While the continent knew of Hulaina from the Golden Generation, very few had actually seen her visage. There was little cause for concern about being exposed in front of the governor's envoy. Moreover, this was an invitation from Tian. She could not refuse. Tian grasped Nana's hand and followed Chunjian to the small farm courtyard, where the eternal timepiece awaited him. Upon recognizing the identity of the eternal timepiece, Chunjian did not hesitate. He ordered the preparation of a pot of Dahong Pao and sent it forthwith. At that moment, within the courtyard, the eternal timepiece was leisurely savoring the Dahong Pao, engaging in casual conversation with the 2 or 3 officials who had accompanied him. Tian approached with an air of calm, offering a slight bow. I was unaware of the envoy's arrival, and I beg your pardon for my lack of a proper welcome. Upon hearing Tian speak, Qiangu Shizhen, seated upon a stone bench, cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his eyes brimming with disdain. This contempt, of course, was not directed at Tian himself, but rather towards all the common folk. In Qiangu Shizhen's view, those who were neither soul masters nor nobility were but mere insects. Were it not for his current mission, he would have preferred to avoid this realm of peasants altogether. He raised his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us dispense with the formalities. I trust your subordinates have informed you of the impending visit from the Crown Prince. It is indeed a great fortune to be able to receive His Highness." With that, he waved his hand in irritation, signaling to an official who approached and carelessly tossed a half-bag of gold soul coins into Tian's hands. Qiangu Shizhen, with an indifferent demeanor, continued, "According to imperial regulations, any requisition of private property for the purposes of a temporary palace must be compensated. This bag contains 1,000 gold soul coins, of which 200 are for the requisition, and 800 are for the hospitality extended to the Crown Prince." Weighing the bag in his hands, Tian could not suppress a derisive chuckle. If there were truly 200 gold soul coins within, it would be an overestimation of Qiangu Shizhen's character. Unfazed by Tian's thoughts, Qiangu Shizhen lowered his head, counting on his fingers, and remarked, "I also serve as the chief coordinator for disaster relief in East Sea City. You, as one of the foremost landowners in East Sea City, bear a shared responsibility for the calamity that has befallen us. It is not unreasonable to request that you contribute 50,000 gold soul coins." After making his demands, Qiangu Shizhen waved again, summoning the same official who had delivered the gold coins to Tian. The official seized the coins from Tian's grasp and coldly declared, "This contains 200. You still owe 48,000 gold soul coins. Young man, it would be prudent to gather the disaster relief funds within a day, lest you be charged with treason." Upon hearing this, Tian could not help but burst into laughter, failing to pay his treason now. The absurdity of their threats was child's play. Moreover, it appeared they were intent on exploiting him, barely bothering to disguise their intentions. They had chosen the wrong person to bully. Qiangu Shizhen's expression suddenly narrowed. This young man remained unfazed before him. One must remember that he himself was a level 70 soul sage, exuding an aura that could easily intimidate even soul masters, let alone commoners. This realization prompted him to subtly scan Tian's entourage. Suddenly, he noticed Chunjian beside Tian, emanating a faint aura of soul power. Upon further reflection, Qiangu Shizhen's wariness heightened. It seemed the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his own. No wonder this young man remained composed. He had a powerful backing. According to the rules of the realm, one with such support could not be treated as just another commoner. Yet, having come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. Qiangu Shizhen squinted, smiled, and said, "We are all part of the same family. There is no need for formalities. I shall accept this bag of 1,000 gold coins. You need only provide an additional 2,000 gold soul coins, and I shall overlook this matter entirely." And what if I refuse to pay even a single coin? Tian retorted, locking eyes with Qian Gushizhen, his tone serious. Qian Gushizhen smiled faintly, leisurely lifting a nearby cup of tea and taking a sip. In that case, I may have to resort to some rather unconventional methods. Tian laughed heartily. Ha ha, since it is for the relief of disaster victims, how could I possibly refuse to contribute? Old Chun, please retrieve 3,000 gold soul coins from the storeroom and send them over. The extra 1,000 shall be considered as a token of appreciation for the efforts of the esteemed envoy. As you command, Old Chun replied, turning to dispatch a farm worker to carry out the task. Beside the eternal timepiece, an official let out a cold chuckle. What an astute individual. Before long, the 3,000 gold soul coins were presented meticulously before the eternal timepiece. Upon seeing the gleaming coins, the eternal timepiece felt a refreshing breeze. Casting a nonchalant glance at Tian, with a grand gesture, he signaled the officials to depart, watching the retreating figure of the eternal timepiece. The ever-observant Hulaina could not help but whisper, Tian, why add an extra 1,000 gold soul coins? Add? That is merely to ensure the eternal timepiece can indulge along the path of the underworld. Tian's expression remained utterly unperturbed as he spoke. In Chapter 65, the evil soul master, although the ancient time needle had just refrained from making a move, how could I, as a seasoned healer, fail to perceive the malevolent soul energy coursing through his veins? Tian's gaze fell, coldly surveying the world beyond the door. Hulaina was suddenly taken aback. Blood-fiend soul power? Could it not belong exclusively to the sinister soul masters? As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, she had studied the history of the continent. Historically, the realm of soul masters encompassed not only soul masters, but also a faction known as sinister soul masters. These individuals had their minds corroded by their own martial spirits, consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, willingly descending into depravity. Instead of diligently honing their skills, they resorted to devouring the soul power of others to augment their own blood-fiend energy, seeking ascension through nefarious means. Wherever they roamed, the ground was often strewn with corpses, and rivers ran red with blood, sparing even the most innocent of lives. Such unscrupulous soul masters, willing to employ any means necessary to enhance their strength, had long been the sworn adversaries of the Spirit Hall. In the past century, due to a concerted effort by various factions across the continent to eradicate them, their activities had dwindled into the shadows, becoming nearly invisible. It was rumored that a substantial number of sinister soul masters still dwelled in a place called the City of Slaughter. Had it not been for the delays encountered during her travels along the East Sea, she would have already planned an expedition to the City of Slaughter to undergo her own trials. Unexpectedly, instead of reaching her intended destination, she encountered a sinister soul master here in the East Sea. Suppressing her astonishment, Hulaina stepped forward and inquired, Brother, how could you discern that the other party is a sinister soul master? Moments ago, while in close proximity to Tian, her spiritual power had also subtly radiated, enveloping the individuals around the ancient hourglass. Yet, she had sensed no anomaly. It was astonishing that even Tian, who was not a soul master, could perceive such a thing. Tian chuckled lightly, stating that even if the opponent did not deliberately display it, the mere absorption of the blood evil aura would cause his body to continuously emit blood evil particles, minuscule particles that naturally elude the naked eye. The art of medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. I have honed these 4 skills to perfection, making the detection of blood evil particles a trivial task. Now I see, Hulaina replied, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes as she nodded slightly. So, brother, do you intend to take action against him? Action is inevitable, but not at this moment, Tian replied, shaking his head. I possess a certain understanding of our province's governor, Qian Gu Nanfeng. His family has inherited the evil dragon staff as their martial spirit, and for decades, the most distinguished member of the family has been Governor Qian Gu Nanfeng himself. Once an unremarkable soul master, he underwent an epiphany 30 years ago, subsequently experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, attaining the title of Douluo. The tale of Qian Gu Nanfeng's struggle to become a titled Douluo has become legendary throughout the entire Silvis province. Previously, I regarded the history of Qian Gu Nanfeng's endeavors with indifference. However, in light of recent revelations, Hulaina pondered thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that Qian Gu Nanfeng's strength was, in fact, acquired through allegiance to the evil soul masters? Judging from the circumstances surrounding Qian Gu Jichin, it certainly appears that way, Tian replied, his expression growing grave. While he had once believed that there was nothing amiss with Qian Gu Nanfeng's accomplishments, The sight of Qian Gujichen had compelled him to expand his reasoning toward this unsettling conclusion. After all, the evil dragon staff is not a top-tier martial spirit. Yet the current Qian Gu family not only boasts the title Douluo but also possesses a young Qian Gujichen, whose cultivation is formidable. Moreover, the dense presence of blood evil power raises significant concerns. Tian continued, when I mentioned the additional 1,000 gold soul coins, it was, in fact, a coded message. Those extra coins bear a distinctive mark. By utilizing purple light, we can trace these coins. Hulaina raised her head and remarked, evil soul masters never act alone. In the Silvis province, they likely have a hideout. Are you suggesting that we track the circulation of these coins to locate their den and capture them all at once? Hulaina's expression revealed a concealed astonishment. One must admit that Tian's foresight was truly meticulous. You are only partly correct, Tian chuckled lightly. This matter is not something I should handle directly. We merely need to gather intelligence discreetly and relay it to the Spirit Hall. I trust they will be more than willing to take action. Goodness, so in the end, it falls to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina pouted. Xiao Tian. Why do I see a group of aggressive individuals departing from the farm? At that moment, Bibi Dong, returning from her circuit, entered the courtyard with her graceful long legs and inquired of Tian before her. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Hulaina joyfully rushed forward and recounted the news of Qian Rinxue's impending visit to the farm, as well as Tian's intention to investigate the evil soul masters. Hearing Hulaina's words, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly as she regarded Tian, letting out a soft sigh. Tian, you are indeed a composed individual. To investigate the evil soul masters and secretly relay the information to the Spirit Hall allows for their punishment without exposing oneself. A person like Tian, if born in peaceful times, might have lived a life of quiet wealth. Alas, these are turbulent times on the Douluo continent. Under her guidance, Tian is destined to showcase his talents and leave a significant mark on this world. Facing her sister's beaming gaze, Tian stepped forward and suggested, in a few days, the farm may serve as a temporary residence for His Highness the Crown Prince. With so many eyes around, sister, you and Nana should move to the villa. Very well, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. This is not the right time to meet Qian Rinxue. After all, she is unaware of my presence here by the East Sea. It is better to keep a low profile. Subsequently, Bibi Dong lightly patted Tian's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Tian, you must expedite the preparations for your wedding with Nana. I can hardly wait. The relationship between a man and a woman is always fraught with uncertainties. But only marriage can firmly bind Tian to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong understood that this might not sit well with Tian. Yet for the future of the Spirit Hall, she felt compelled to act thus. As for what she owed Tian, she would repay it gradually in due time, as long as the demands were reasonable. Upon hearing this, Tian smiled. His sister's behavior was perhaps just an excellent familial tradition of urging marriage that one could not escape, no matter where they were. With a resigned gesture, he replied, all right. I will make the arrangements. Is marrying me such a disadvantage? Seeing Tian's displeased expression, Hulaina puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms, declaring, it's an enormous loss. Tian could not help but pinch Hulaina's fair face, then gently knead it, as if he were toying with a piece of dough. In his heart, the radiant moonlight belonged to Bibi Dong. Compared to Bibi Dong, Nana was lacking in many ways. Yet, how many young individuals on the continent could ascend to the rank of title Douluo purely through their own merits, as Bibi Dong had? Of course, the Shrek 7 monsters and their female protagonists were not included in this calculation. Only women like Bibi Dong, who possessed unwavering beliefs, graceful figures, unparalleled beauty, and exceptional strength, captured Tian's deepest affections. Alas, he was a man disinterested in the turmoil of the continent. Otherwise, he would have easily allied himself with the Spirit Hall and embraced beauty. How delightful it would be to have such a noble woman as a sister-in-law, in that regard. He felt fortunate. Hulaina remained unfazed by Tian's playful gestures on her face, tilting her head with bliss. Chapter 66. Donghai Academy. Not long after the ancient hour hand departed from the farm, another individual arrived. This person conveyed a message to Tian, announcing that the crown prince of the Tindo Empire would be lodging at the butterfly farm in 3 days' time. He was to prepare for a warm welcome. Upon receiving this news, the entire farm was engulfed in a flurry of activity. It was not Tian who stirred the commotion, but rather the arrival of a royal steward. The steward, named Odd, spoke softly yet authoritatively to the farm staff, admonishing them. Do you know who is soon to arrive? That is none other than the heir of the Tindo Empire, His Highness Shui Qinghe. I have come today not for any other reason but to educate you unrefined ruffians on the proper etiquette. He surveyed the crowd with distaste. holding a handkerchief to his nose, declaring, "If anyone offends His Highness with their ugliness, I shall not spare you." The training was not limited to the farm staff. Tian, as the farm owner, was also involved. None of the farm's personnel were well versed in the intricate and multifaceted court etiquette. During a break, they lamented, "Is this truly what one must learn? Court etiquette is far too complicated. If this is the requirement for being a noble, it seems I shall never have the chance." Odd, that insufferable eunuch was indeed a master of torment. Tian was equally exasperated by the formality of the ceremony. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he realized that Od, without pausing, insisted on continuing the practice. Jian, with his aged bones, discreetly murmured beside Tian, "If only this Od were not a eunuch from the palace, I would truly relish the opportunity to slap him into silence." The sentiment was rather agreeable. Tian smiled and shook his head. He remarked that it was not worth engaging in a confrontation with the Tindo Empire over such trivial matters. By evening, Od had indeed given up on the farm workers. With a look of disdain, he addressed everyone. "Very well. Even if we were to teach you for another 3 years, you would still fail to grasp this elegant ceremony. Remember this. In the presence of the Crown Prince, you must never gaze directly at him. Moreover, if the Crown Prince does not speak, you are absolutely forbidden from engaging in any other activities." In truth, Od was merely fulfilling his duties. He was not sent by the Crown Prince himself, but rather delegated by the Crown Prince's tutor to prepare the common folk of the farm in advance. This was primarily at the behest of the Crown Prince, who insisted that the farm personnel not be cleared out, allowing her to experience the local customs and culture. This prompted Od to silently reflect on the rarity of a prince who shows such compassion for the common people, truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. It was indeed a fortune for the Tindo Empire and a blessing for its citizens. Rest assured, Governor Od, your words are deeply etched in our hearts. Tian perfunctorily offered a compliment and executed a clumsy courtly gesture to bid farewell to Chief Od. Witnessing the ineptitude of Tian's etiquette, Od nearly spat blood in exasperation. What a waste of teaching. He then cursed under his breath while riding away, as they observed Od's retreating figure. The farm staff erupted in discontent. The wretched eunuch has finally departed. Our backs ache. If we were to practice for another day, we would surely be rendered useless. It seems this prince is not a virtuous man after all. Indeed, he could have simply arrived without causing us commoners such turmoil. Yet, Master Tian is commendable. We have labored on this farm for 2.5 years, and every household has constructed a new home. If only Master Tian were the emperor of the Tindo Empire, the common folk across the continent could lead prosperous lives. Undoubtedly, in my opinion, Master Tian is the most deserving candidate for the throne. Hearing the discourse, Tian could not help but chuckle with irritation. Such words should not be uttered carelessly. According to the laws of the Tindo Empire, speaking ill of the throne is a grave offense. It endangers not only you but also me. The farmers, with their unrestrained expressions, required a gentle reminder. Jian stepped forward and admonished, "It is acceptable to voice such nonsense in private. But should anyone dare to discuss it publicly, do not expect my leniency." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. "Old Chun, we merely vent our frustrations. We would never speak of such matters in public. Indeed, we are somewhat aware of the empire's laws, understanding that discussing the emperor could lead to the exile of one's entire family. Such talk is absolutely forbidden outside." "That is for the best," Jian replied calmly. Gesturing, "It is getting late. Everyone should finish their dinner and retire for the night." The staff bid farewell to Tian and Jian. Making their way to the dining hall, Tian walked towards the small courtyard of the farm, with Jian trailing behind him. Upon reaching the entrance, Tian paused, gazing into the darkness, and beckoned with his hand, inviting someone forth. In the next moment, a resolute soldier emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Tian and stating, "Please command me, young master." This soldier was one of the covert sentinels assigned to safeguard him. Even skilled intelligence operatives would find it exceedingly difficult to detect their presence near the farm. Inform Shursan to withdraw the secret sentries surrounding the farm. Qian Rinxue is about to arrive, and her current status is that of the imperial prince. With the prince's entourage, there will undoubtedly be a military escort for protection. An excess of hidden sentinels would prove cumbersome. Understood, the soldier replied, bowing once more before retreating slowly, becoming one with the darkness. After completing these tasks, Tian finally entered the small courtyard. A girl with long black hair approached him, clad in a maid's outfit, her hands clasped nervously. In a voice as melodious as a nightingale, she said, "Young master, the meal is ready." Yi Tian cast a surprised glance at the girl with long black hair and exclaimed, Su Xiaoxing, has your injury healed? Under Aunt Qin Xian's care, I am nearly recovered. Su Xiaoxing replied softly, unable to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Qin Jian chuckled and explained, once Xiaoxing's injury was on the mend. She implored me to come to the small courtyard to attend to your needs. I initially intended for her to rest for 2 months. But this little girl is simply too persistent. Yi Tian gently tousled Xiao Xian's hair and remarked, what a clever little girl. Su Xiao Xian immediately looked up, pleading earnestly. Young master, my injury is healed. Please allow me to stay here to serve you. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. She merely wished to do her utmost to express her gratitude for Yi Tian's life-saving intervention. If denied this opportunity, she truly would not know how to repay Yi Tian for his benevolence. I save lives, but I never seek recompense. Yi Tian rested his chin thoughtfully, observing, by the looks of you, even if I were to restrain you, you would likely find it hard to remain idle. He turned to Qin Jian and waved his hand, saying, Old Chun, allow Xiao Xian to undertake some lighter tasks in the courtyard for now. In a couple of months, once her injuries have healed sufficiently, we shall send her to Donghai School. Donghai School, established by Yi Tian, serves as an ordinary institution that teaches children basic literacy and vocational skills. School? Is it the kind where teachers impart knowledge? Su Xiao Xian's face was alight with excitement. Throughout her life, she had never had the opportunity to attend school. Qin Jian smiled kindly. Indeed, once you graduate from Donghai School, you may very well become Master Yi Tian's right hand. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled, and she promptly bowed to Yi Tian, her tone resolute. I will certainly strive to learn. Chapter 67. The secrets of Donghai School are no longer concealable. While patiently awaiting the arrival of Qian Rinxue at the farm, Yi Tian received a troubling piece of news. Young master, Chief Steward Ode has informed us that His Highness the Crown Prince has changed his mind at the last moment and is heading to Donghai School. What? Yi Tian, who had been leisurely seated, sprang to his feet. Qian Rinxue is going to Donghai School? This poses a significant problem. It is essential to note that the knowledge imparted at Donghai School is notably advanced compared to that on the continent. Should Qian Rinxue catch wind of even the slightest hint of this, it could lead to yet another formidable dilemma. When did the news arrive? How long has the Crown Prince been en route? Yi Tian lightly tapped his forehead and sighed softly, hoping there was still time for a remedy. If Qian Rinxue had not yet arrived at Donghai School, he could take the initiative to go there and halt the ongoing lessons to avoid exposure. One of his subordinates replied, the Crown Prince is traveling incognito this time and did not dispatch a large escort. His departure was quite sudden, so we are unaware of when he set off. Meanwhile, Qin Jian analyzed, to ensure the safety of the students, we have stationed numerous watchmen at Donghai School. If Prince Xueqinghe arrives, they will certainly inform us at the earliest opportunity. As of now, we have not received any news, which leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either the watchmen are still en route, or Prince Xueqinghe has yet to arrive. Let us hope it is the latter. Yi Tian let out a soft sigh and strode purposefully towards the exit. To the attendant servant beside him, he instructed, hurry and fetch my horse. I am bound for the Donghai Academy. Qin Jian stepped forward and suggested, young master, perhaps it would be prudent to have some guards accompany you. The Donghai region has been rather tumultuous of late, with reports of malevolent soul masters in the vicinity. It is imperative to ensure your safety. That won't be necessary. Yi Tian replied, waving his hand dismissively. Although he was not a soul master, his mastery of the Tai Divine Needle had reached an extraordinary level, rendering him impervious to the threats posed by ordinary miscreants. Furthermore, the Donghai Academy had implemented stringent security measures, with vigilant sentinels stationed throughout to safeguard the students. Even a titled Douluo would find it impossible to inflict harm upon them. The journey from the farm to the academy would take merely half an hour. And should any peril arise along the way, assistance would be readily available, alleviating any concerns regarding safety. Soon, the servant returned, leading a group of sleek black steeds. Yi Tian mounted his horse and galloped out of the farm, racing along the road towards Donghai School. He had covered a considerable distance. Yi Tian was suddenly halted by a throng of individuals on the road. Before his eyes stood 3 horse-drawn carriages and a contingent of 7 or 8 riders. Young man. Slow down. Why the haste? Are you up to no good? Boomed a burly man with a fierce countenance, astride a towering brown steed, a long sword sheathed at his waist. He appeared to be a law enforcer. Faced with this official, Yi Tian, who had pressing matters to attend to, did not wish to elaborate excessively. I am a resident of the nearby area, merely hurrying due to urgent business, he replied. intentionally moving closer to the imposing figure to demonstrate that he was not a soul master. In this era, if one was not even a soul master, they were generally regarded as belonging to the lower class, devoid of social standing and unworthy of the label dangerous. Noticing that Tian was indeed not a soul master, the burly man's demeanor softened slightly, losing interest in him. He waved his hand dismissively. No speeding on the road. If I catch you rushing like a monkey again, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Shunzi, hurry up and catch up with the group. Who are you lagging behind and chattering with? Suddenly, a head emerged from the carriage ahead, calling out to the burly man. The latter immediately donned a smiling face, flattering, "Ha ha, Master Steward. I shall catch up right away." The head peering from the carriage did not respond to the burly man's words. Instead, it hesitated and cast a glance at Tian beside him. Tian, the owner of the butterfly farm? Upon hearing his name called, Tian instinctively turned his gaze towards the carriage. It was indeed a case of fate's irony, as he unexpectedly encountered the eunuch steward, Auda, on the road. Observing the number of carriages, Tian understood this must be the entourage of Qian Ruxue. He had not anticipated that he would cross paths with her on this journey. In the presence of Steward Auda, Tian, a commoner, naturally could not afford to be remiss. He stood atop his horse and offered a slight bow. "Master Steward Auda, it is a pleasure to see you. What brings you here?" Auda hesitated in response. Tian maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. "I was en route to the East Sea Academy, but my swift ride was interrupted by your subordinates. Since our paths have crossed, there is no need for further concealment. My presence at the East Sea Academy is imperative. Without my authority, I fear that the entire institution would be laid bare by Qian Ruxue, leaving no secrets intact. Such a scenario must be averted." Suddenly, Chief Steward Auda's expression shifted, his vigilance directed towards Tian. Tian chuckled softly, expressing, "I believe there might be a slight misunderstanding. I was unaware of your intention to proceed to Donghai School." In truth, he could only assert his ignorance. Although Auda dispatched someone to inform him, it was likely that, adhering to the normal timeline, the messenger would take at least another half an hour to reach the butterfly farm. Tian became aware of the situation at the earliest moment, owing to the vigilance of his discreet informants. He intended to exploit the element of time to reach Donghai School and prevent the revelation of its pedagogical secrets. However, he did not anticipate being delayed, and encountered the convoy of Qian Ringshu en route. Tian explained, "The Donghai School was established with the charitable funds I raised, and I am still the principal there. I visit the school almost every few days." This was indeed the truth, and he had no fear of being investigated. The only reason he had not been there recently was because his sister had returned. "You are the principal?" Upon hearing this revelation, Ode was left speechless. Considering Tian's age, he could believe that he was a senior student at the school, but to assert that he was the principal of Donghai School was utterly laughable. A mere boy, barely out of his adolescence, holding such a position, only served to highlight the school's dismal quality. Prior to this, he had heard that the students at Donghai School were all commoners. With this in mind, Ode had formed a rough judgment. It was nothing more than a substandard institution. Only a kind-hearted prince would find novelty in a school devoid of noble students. This thought ignited a flicker of admiration in Ode's heart. The crown prince truly deserved his reputation as the most outstanding prince of the Tindo Empire in a century. What immense willpower it must take to grace such a lackluster school with his presence. Despite Tian's declaration of his identity, Ode's interest in him had waned. Impatiently, he waved his hand. "The crown prince is here to inspect your school. You may follow behind." "Very well, Chief Ode," Tian replied with a nod. Though a dark cloud loomed over his thoughts, it seemed that the secrets of Donghai School would inevitably be exposed to some extent. The ensuing journey of over 10 minutes felt interminable to Tian. However, every road eventually reaches its end. In front of the school, several militia members disguised as sentinels halted the crown prince's carriage. Ensuring the school's security was essential. Indeed, the entire Douluo continent faced significant lawlessness, with murder and robbery being commonplace. Even in Donghai City, controlled by 4 prominent families, acts of abduction were frequent. It was even more dire in the unguarded countryside. "Stop! No entry for outsiders," the militia commanded as they stepped forward. "Have you lost your senses to dare obstruct us?" shouted a young eunuch, his voice sharper than Ode's. The militia sneered, "It is our duty to protect the safety of the students. If you believe you can enter, then try." How audacious. The young eunuch manifested 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, preparing to teach the unwise soldiers a lesson. Yet, unbeknownst to him, several dark sniper rifles had silently aimed at him from the shadows. Should he make a move, the entire carriage procession would be reduced to corpses. At that moment, a voice from within the central carriage, distinctly masculine yet somewhat feminine, resounded. "We are here incognito, not to flaunt our power." The voice, devoid of emotion, carried an undeniable authority. The young eunuch fell silent, retreating without a word. From the central carriage emerged two beautiful maidens. One drew back the curtain while the other sat down a wooden stool draped in golden silk. Subsequently, a tall young man with golden hair stepped out of the carriage, moving gracefully as he descended onto the ground. This display drew a slight glance from Tian, who had been quietly following behind. Although he had never seen Qian Renxue, he could ascertain, from her aura, that she was undoubtedly Qian Renxue. Of course, she now bore the identity of Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. A brief glance at Qian Renxue's chest left Tian inwardly astonished. How fiercely must she have constricted herself to achieve such flatness? It was fortunate that Tindo City, located in the north, experienced many cold days throughout the year, and the nobility favored long robes. Otherwise, no matter how tightly she bound herself, the exaggerated contours of her physique would surely betray her disguise among the nobility of the Tindo Empire. Now that Qian Renxue had disembarked from the carriage, Tian could no longer remain concealed in the shadows. He dismounted and approached the militia guarding the school, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. "This esteemed individual hails from the illustrious Tindo City. We must not act impudently." Upon seeing Tian's visage, the militia relaxed their tense expressions. Initially, they were prepared to offer a courteous salute, but upon hearing Tian's declaration, they halted their intentions. An esteemed individual from Tindo City? That certainly does not bode well. Young Master Tian once imparted wisdom, advising that one should remain humble and unassuming in the presence of significant figures, perhaps even refraining from overt displays of oneself. The two militia members exchanged glances and withdrew. "Who are you?" Confronted by the sudden appearance of Tian, Qian Renxue cast a detached gaze, inquiring. Before Tian could respond, Ode approached with a bow, whispering, "Your Highness, this is Tian, the proprietor of Butterfly Farm and the principal of Donghai School." Upon hearing Tian's name, Qian Renxue recalled her recent visit to Donghai City, during which she had considered staying at Butterfly Farm. She had heard Tian's name mentioned a few times by her subordinates. However, upon her arrival in Donghai City, she altered her plans to inspect the school composed entirely of commoners. To her surprise, Tian had transformed into the principal of Donghai School. Qian Renxue was skeptical of such coincidences. She surmised the true circumstances, suspecting that Tian was eager to enhance his own reputation by welcoming her, the royal heir. It was likely that the ancient clock had accepted Tian's ill-gotten gains, thereby facilitating his reception of her. Her last-minute decision to forego a visit to the farm had not deterred Tian's ambitions, prompting him to assume the role of principal. This caused Qian Renxue to frown slightly, as she had little patience for those who sought to curry favor and elevate their status. However, her primary purpose today was to assess the public sentiment, and thus she decided to overlook such opportunism for the time being. Casting a nonchalant glance at Tian, she remarked, "Since you are the principal of the school, lead me inside for a tour." "Certainly, Your Highness," Tian replied with a slight bow, though his heart was somewhat reluctant as he pondered where to take her. Donghai School was expansive, offering everything from primary education for 6-year-olds to vocational training for 18-year-olds. Except for the highly confidential subject of firearms manufacturing, all other subjects, ranging from basic farming techniques to complex metallurgy, shipbuilding, and medical care, were represented within the school. As they walked, Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Donghai City region had been bustling over the past month. First visited by the elite spies of the Martial Soul Hall, and now with Qian Renxue's arrival. If there were no underlying conspiracies, even he would find it hard to believe. Thorough investigation was imperative, otherwise he would find no peace and sleep. While deep in thought, Tian decided to first take Qian Renxue to the primary department. To avoid revealing the advanced educational techniques of Donghai School, he would have to let a group of young children take center stage. At Qian Renxue's age, she would likely be most fond of young children. The primary department was situated at the far west of Donghai School, forming an independent courtyard. It also housed the largest number of students among all departments. It was best for Qian Renxue to perceive Donghai School as merely a place for elementary education, thereby concealing its true capabilities. Tian quietly pondered. However, before he could step into the courtyard of the primary department, he was already greeted by a cacophony of clinking sounds emanating from within. Tian was somewhat taken aback as he approached a female teacher who was cradling a book and preparing to deliver a lesson. What is happening? Why is it so noisy in the elementary department? Upon recognizing the inquirer as Tian, the teacher's face instantly brightened with a smile. In Donghai School, everyone regarded Tian as an idol, and the teacher was no exception. She promptly responded with the utmost respect, "Young Master Tian, according to the teaching plan. This week marks the internship period for the elementary department. Each student has been assigned a portion of iron ore, which they will smelt into a piece of refined iron as their assignment for the internship week." Behind Tian, the steward Ode let out a disdainful chuckle upon hearing the female teacher's words. He turned to Qian Ruxue beside him and remarked, "This school truly engages in haphazard teaching. Refined iron is exceedingly rare, and even a master blacksmith cannot guarantee its successful production on the first attempt. How could a group of elementary school students possibly achieve this? Indeed, this so-called school is nothing but a sham. These children are devoid of common knowledge. Does the teacher not realize this? It appears that the educators at Donghai School are merely unrefined peasants, lacking any substantial education. This is not teaching. It is sheer nonsense." Qian Ruxue remained composed, casting a fleeting glance at Tian ahead. "I am quite curious to see how this refined iron is produced." Upon hearing this, Tian hurriedly approached Qian Ruxue and gestured with his hands. "Your Highness, what you just said was merely a jest. How could a group of elementary students possibly forge refined iron?" He had almost forgotten that this week was the practical training period for the students. The notion of elementary students refining iron was indeed astonishing. If Qian Ruxue were unwilling to believe it, that would be best for him, as he could temporarily cancel the students' iron refinement practice to prevent any exposure of the technique. A jest? To dare deceive His Highness the Crown Prince is a grave offense. Stepping forward was the burly Shunzi, who cast a mocking gaze at Tian. "If we do not witness the refined iron today, you shall face dire consequences." Chapter 69. Internship Manual Ode. The palace steward observed Tian's troubled expression with a hint of cruel amusement and reassured him, "Do not worry, Tian. His Highness is merely here to visit the students of Donghai School, not to trouble you. Even if you cannot produce refined iron, it is understandable. Shunzi's words are merely in jest. With His Highness present, how could he trouble a mere commoner like you?" In Ode's eyes, Tian's distress was clearly a manifestation of fear of embarrassing himself before the Crown Prince and facing punishment as a result. Little did Tian know that the Crown Prince was cultured and amiable and would never unjustly punish those beneath him. A commoner like Tian was hardly even worthy of such consideration. As he pondered this, Ode couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. His Highness is truly the most remarkable Crown Prince in a century, possessing a heart of gold. If he were to ascend to the throne of the Tindo Empire, it would be a blessing for the entire nation. "Thank you for your reminder, Steward Ode," Tian replied absently, his mind elsewhere. In truth, his concerns lay not with the Crown Prince's displeasure, but rather with the potential leakage of the secret to refining iron. However, at this juncture, he felt as though he had already crossed the point of no return. It matters not. Even if the technique for producing refined iron were to be revealed, it would not lead to a rapid enhancement of strength. What harm could it possibly cause? Tian consoled himself. Even if Qian Ruxue acquired the technology for refining fine iron, she would merely use it to produce cold weapons, which would not significantly impact the overall situation of the Douluo continent. Having come to this realization, Tian ceased to worry. He took the lead and stepped into the primary school department, accompanied by Qian Ruxue and others, to observe the students' practical training. Upon entering the gates of the primary school department, a vast square came into view. At this moment, several high furnaces stood tall in the square. A few of the furnaces emitted thick black smoke from their chimneys, while many others had yet to be ignited. Groups of 7 or 8 students were diligently loading coal into the furnaces. Witnessing this scene, the overseer, Od, stroked his chin and nodded in approval, remarking that it indeed resembled a proper operation. As the court overseer, Od was well versed in such matters. Nearly every blacksmith shop possessed a furnace akin to this one. However, one notable distinction was that the furnaces in blacksmith shops were generally much lower. Beside Od, a young assistant named Shunzi scoffed upon observing the furnaces and the students' actions. Having been born into a blacksmith family before entering the palace, he found the current furnaces to be indistinguishable from those in blacksmith shops. Did they truly expect to refine fine iron with such furnaces? It was a fanciful notion. Tian, is this furnace made of gold? Or is the fuel crafted from silver? With this dilapidated furnace, you expect to refine fine iron? Surely, the price of fine iron on the continent would plummet to the depths. Upon hearing these words, the attendants behind Tian Rinxue joined in the ridicule. This furnace appears no different from other iron smelting furnaces. Not only does it look similar, can't you see that this one is taller? Haha. If a taller furnace could refine fine iron, wouldn't the smelting furnaces across the continent reach the heavens? Setting aside everything else, the fact that the smelting operators are a group of elementary students alone makes it impossible to produce fine iron. If they could, I would dare to eat something unpleasant. Hey, brother, you speak with conviction. I never speak in vain. In the face of the crowd's relentless mockery, Tian responded with an easy smile. Addressing them, one of you has indeed hit the nail on the head. The secret to refining fine iron lies in the height of the furnace. What you see before you is actually a new type of iron smelting furnace, known as a blast furnace. Care to eat something unpleasant? Tian let out a silent scoff, resolved to fulfill his aspirations. His words were not mere deception aimed at Tian Rinxue and the others. The secret to smelting fine iron lay in the height of the furnace. Only with a sufficiently elevated furnace could a stable chain of chemical reactions occur during the smelting process. The iron furnaces that preceded this on the continent failed precisely because they lacked adequate height, resulting in an insufficient generation of carbon monoxide to reduce iron oxide to elemental iron, which in turn led to a product riddled with impurities. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, even the usually decorous Ode could not suppress a laugh. It was utterly absurd. To simply increase the height of the furnace to resolve the issue of fine iron production? Such folly was laughable. Were it not for his vast knowledge as the palace steward, he might have almost believed the earnest nonsense of this commoner before him. Tian, refrain from showcasing your wrinkled talents before His Highness, Ode sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him. Those who follow His Highness are all elite talents of the Empire. You, with your nonsensical prattle, are fit only to be a petty merchant. Spare us your clumsy displays of skill in the presence of royalty. At that moment, Tian Rinxue, who had remained silent until now, regarded Tian with a tranquil gaze. Her voice devoid of inflection. Whether fine iron can be produced or not will soon be revealed through practical application. Tian's eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet he refrained from uttering a word. He found no inclination to elucidate the principles of iron smelting to Tian Rinxue. It would be prudent for her not to harbor the belief that such an endeavor could yield refined iron. Nevertheless, Tian Rinxue appeared undeterred, gracefully striding towards a blazing furnace. She knelt beside a young girl diligently loading coal and inquired, "Is it heavy?" "Not too bad," the girl replied, shoving coal into the furnace while wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, inadvertently smudging coal dust across her face. Oblivious to her appearance, the girl excitedly exclaimed, "Big sister, smelting iron ore is such a fascinating process. Why don't we do it together?" Ode interjected sharply, "Where did this wild child come from?" "This is His Highness the Crown Prince, a male." Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent, instinctively shrinking back. Her large eyes filled with alarm as she gazed at Ode. "Fear not," Tian Rinxue said, a smile gracing her lips as she waved her hand dismissively. The innocence of childhood could be disarming. Evidently, her disguise was overly androgynous. Her skills in masquerade still required refinement. Tian Rinxue crouched down and gently picked up a piece of coal, offering assistance to the young girl. "Let me help you." "Thank you, big brother," the girl replied timidly. Witnessing this scene, Ode dabbed at the corners of his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. The Crown Prince truly embodied the finest qualities of the Tindo Empire's heirs over the past century, even embracing the grimy coal without hesitation. Such greatness! With Tian Rinxue's aid, the girls swiftly completed the coal-loading task. They then proceeded to toss the crushed iron ore into the furnace, forcefully closing the lid. "Is that all?" the girl inquired. "Not quite." She shook her head and dashed to her backpack. From it, she retrieved an internship manual, flipping through its pages before presenting it to Tian Rinxue. "Big brother, look here. After the furnace is sealed, we need to blow air into it to expedite the smelting process." Chapter 70. The Tian Rinxue gazed at the vivid illustrations in the manual, astonished by the visual representation of the furnace's operation. She had not anticipated that the method could be so elegantly depicted through imagery, which was far superior to dreary text, offering clarity even to those unable to read. This school was indeed intriguing, sparking a keen interest in her. At that moment, the girl led Tian Rinxue to the opposite side of the furnace. A circular pipe extended from the furnace wall, connecting to a small blower. The blower, resembling a bicycle wheel, required students to pedal with their feet to generate airflow. In fact, the foundry's smelting furnaces utilized mechanical blowers, while these were specially crafted for student practice, designed to connect like sugar-coated hawthorns, channeling air into the furnace. Ode, Observing the clover-like blower beside Tian Rinxue could not help but chuckle. Is this truly a blower? It seems rather trivial. Modern blowers were crafted from sheepskin and cowhide, functioning like human respiration, drawing in and expelling air for the furnace. This peculiar contraption, devoid of any leather, could hardly be expected to produce effective airflow. Noticing Ode's laughter, Tian Rinxue furrowed her brow and inquired, "Chief Ode, what is so amusing?" Ode continued to chuckle, pointing at the blower as he explained, "This blower is indeed a curiosity. I have never seen anything like it. How embarrassing to have never encountered a proper blower. Allow me to demonstrate." A mischievous young boy approached, innocently interjecting, and then made a face at Ode. He climbed onto the blower's support, pedaling the drive shaft with vigor. The blower began to accelerate slowly, and the smoke from the furnace's chimney thickened. Humph! In response to the boy's mockery, Ode angrily shook his sleeve. With the crown prince present, he could not stoop to the level of a mere child. Observing the boy's actions, other children eagerly joined in, mounting the bicycle-like blower and straining against the drive shaft. The combined efforts of 7 or 8 children generated a considerable gust of wind, which surged into the furnace, causing it to sputter and emit black smoke and sparks. At that moment, the young girl produced a crucible from an unknown source and presented it to Tian Rinxue. "This is the pot for holding molten iron," she explained, gesturing towards a small opening on the other side of the furnace. "Soon, the molten iron will flow out from here. We merely need to wait patiently." "Indeed," Tian Rinxue replied with a subtle nod. Nearby, a boy named Shunzi scoffed at the girl's words. Having already discerned the situation due to his background in a family of blacksmiths, the process of smelting iron in Yi Tian's forge bears no distinction from that of other blacksmiths. At most, he possesses a slightly more advanced blower. Is it truly possible to produce refined iron under such circumstances? Absolutely not. He cast a cold glance at Yi Tian, declaring, "You are wasting His Highness's time." Faced with the incessant mockery from Xiao Shunzi, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. What if he could indeed produce it? Would you, like that guard, be left to eat the scraps? He chuckled softly, "And what if I cannot?" Xiao Shunzi narrowed his eyes, suggesting, "How about we place a wager? As a merchant from Donghai City, you must possess considerable wealth. It would be a splendid opportunity to take down this arrogant traitor." As long as he kept a watchful eye on the furnace, denying Yi Tian any chance for deception, this bet was undoubtedly in his favor. A wager that promised victory should never be passed up. To forego, it would be a tremendous loss. Upon hearing Xiao Shunzi's provocative challenge, Yi Tian let out a quiet laugh. Truly, he is a braggart. Those who place unwavering faith in their own experience ultimately bow before the truth. "Very well. Let us wager," Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Xiao Shunzi, elated by the hook, eagerly proclaimed, "Should you lose, you must present His Highness with a treasure worth 100,000 gold coins." This tactic, which he referred to as borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha, was meant to ensure that the extravagant sum would be enough to bring this arrogant merchant to his knees. Taking Yi Tian's wealth to gift to the crown prince would be utterly fitting. If the crown prince were pleased, this act of tribute could pave the way for Xiao Shunzi's own fortune. "Very well," Yi Tian conceded, "but since this is a wager, you must also provide an appropriate stake. My demands are modest. Should you lose, you shall perform 100 frog leaps around the school." Yi Tian accepted the wager proposed by Xiao Shunzi, simultaneously articulating his own stipulations. The reason he refrained from subjecting his opponent to humiliation was due to Xiao Shunzi's affiliation with Tian Rinxue. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Should Xiao Shunzi truly be made to endure such indignity, it would indeed be a grave misstep. "I concur." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shunzi acquiesced, entirely oblivious to the magnitude of the East Sea Academy. Given his physique, should he attempt to leap 100 rounds, his life would undoubtedly be at risk. Yet, Xiao Shunzi remained steadfast in his belief of victory. After all, hailing from a lineage of blacksmiths, he was acutely aware that the forge produced merely ordinary iron. The impurities within this metal were abundant, rendering it exceedingly brittle. A mere strike would shatter it. While it might suffice for crafting agricultural tools, it was utterly inadequate for the creation of standard weaponry, let alone high-grade refined iron. Meanwhile, Tian Rinxue listened intently to the wager between Yi Tian and Xiao Shunzi, a serene smile gracing her lips. "As you both are genuinely eager to wager, I shall assume the role of arbiter." With that, Tian Rinxue produced a jade pendant from her waist, allowing it to sway gently in the air. This jade pendant is a precious soul-guiding artifact, possessing the ability to calm the mind. Why not incorporate it into your wager? The victor shall claim it as their own. "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shunzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, the jade pendant seemed as good as his own, and its calming properties rendered it an invaluable treasure. Tian cast a dispassionate glance at the jade pendant, feeling no interest whatsoever. Utilizing external objects to calm one's spirit was an antiquated method that ought to have been discarded long ago. The jade pendant held no value for him. However, given Qian Rinxue's current status as the crown prince, it was imperative to avoid displaying excessive indifference, lest suspicions arise. He feigned delight, repeatedly glancing at the pendant, attempting to convey a sense of longing. This did not escape Qian Rinxue's notice, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. She had produced the pendant with the intention of bestowing it upon Xiao Shunzi, the eunuch assigned by the Tindo emperor to attend to her needs. While ostensibly there to care for her, his true responsibility was to monitor her actions and report back to the emperor regularly. Thus, she aimed to seize this opportunity to win Xiao Shunzi over, transforming him into an ally which would undoubtedly facilitate her ambitions for usurpation. Yet, the expression of the merchant Yi Tian was exceedingly displeasing to her. That scoundrel who accepted bribes truly deserved his fate for entrusting such a money-hungry, arrogant individual with her reception. After enduring half an hour of disinterest, the molten iron finally poured forth from the furnace. Chapter 71. Is this real? The emergence of the molten iron captivated the attention of the crowd. Eager to win the wager, Xiao Shunzi had prepared a basin of cold water well in advance. Observing that the crucible was nearly full, he promptly approached and plunged the crucible into the water for cooling. With a sizzling sound, the scalding iron swiftly solidified into a silvery ingot, falling from the crucible into the basin. The quality of the iron would be revealed with a single strike of the hammer. Xiao Shunzi mockingly regarded Yi Tian, grasping the silvery ingot in his hand. Should the iron's quality be subpar, the ingot would shatter like ice under the hammer's impact. In Xiao Shunzi's eyes, victory in this wager was assured. After all, Yi Tian was merely a commoner, likely never having ventured beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea. To challenge him to a bet was a clear demonstration of ignorance regarding the vastness of the world. Yi Tian cast a cold glance at Xiao Shunzi, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Then let Master Shun give it a try. Hee, do not weep later." In response, Xiao Shunzi, clutching an iron block, scoffed derisively. He then made his way to a public forging platform in the square, placing the iron block upon it and picking up a hefty hammer nearby. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Shunzi's colleagues began to murmur among themselves. Xiao Shunzi is sure to win. How foolish Yi Tian is. Who does not know that fine iron requires countless forges? How could one merely increase the height of the smelting furnace to refine fine iron? Haha, Yi Tian is bound to suffer a terrible defeat. The wager amounts to 100,000 gold coins. Surely that is his entire fortune. Standing in the front, Qian Rinxue observed Xiao Shunzi's actions with keen interest, simultaneously gauging Yi Tian's expression. Though the outcome of the wager appeared utterly devoid of suspense in her eyes, Yi Tian remained remarkably composed. This tranquility sparked a hint of surprise in Qian Rinxue. Such a calm demeanor is not commonly possessed by many. If such an individual were a soul master, one could assert that their achievements would be significant. However, for someone as young as Yi Tian, who could not possibly be over 20 years of age, as evident from his appearance and physical development, this level of composure was indeed peculiar. Most nobles of his age were still engrossed in their studies, engaging in clever banter with their teachers, indulging in mischief, teasing female classmates, and experiencing the pangs of first love. Yet here was Yi Tian, at such a tender age, already a successful businessman in possession of considerable wealth. At this moment, Qian Rinxue recalled a detail she had previously overlooked. Yi Tian's identity is not that of a noble but rather that of a commoner. As the heir to the angel family, coupled with her years of concealment within the Tiando Empire, Qian Rinxue comprehends a fundamental truth. In the Douluo continent, commoners devoid of soul master talents possess virtually no avenues for advancement. Throughout their lives, they remain mere vassals to the noble lords, mere playthings of the powerful, devoid of any semblance of human rights. Even more alarmingly, should such commoners fall victim to noble violence, no one would dare to intervene or punish the transgressors, and they would not even face imprisonment. It is fair to say that in the Douluo continent, commoners are the lowest of the low, with no hope of elevating their societal status. However, the Yi Tian before her shatters Qian Rinxue's preconceived notions of commoners. Not only has he managed to establish a modest family business amidst these trying times, but he has also founded a school dedicated to nurturing commoner students. From this perspective, Yi Tian embodies the archetype of a successful individual who does not forget the source of his sustenance. He possesses a modicum of talent as well. Tian Rinshue's beautiful eyes flicker, her delicate hand resting thoughtfully on her chin. It seems that bribing the ancient clock to welcome me was likely a ploy to ascend to the noble class and alter his humble identity. With some talent, ambition, and an admirable mindset, Tian Rinshue secretly harbors intentions of recruiting him. Naturally, Tian is not a soul master, which diminishes his utility to her. Her interest in recruiting him is more of a strategic move, an investment in the hope that others of talent will witness that even someone of Tian's common origins can secure a respectable position by her side. Surely, they would not be neglected. Contemplating this, Tian Rinshue formulates a rough strategy. Even if Tian loses this wager, she would not covet his wealth, merely 100,000 gold coins, which is inconsequential in her eyes. If 100,000 gold coins could procure Tian's loyalty, it would be an exceptionally wise expenditure. Moreover, with his lack of background and humble beginnings, such individuals are often the most easily swayed and utilized. As she prepares to take action against the Snow Knight Emperor, she finds herself in dire need of a loyal cadre by her side. Lost in thought, she observes the small Shunzi in front of her, who brings down his hammer with a heavy thud. The sound reverberates through the air as the iron hammer ricochets away. Having exerted too much force, Shunzi's hand goes numb, and his head buzzes. As a three-ring mixed respected individual, his strength rivals that of an ordinary person multiplied by 3. After striking, Shunzi does not even glance at the results, instead fixating mockingly on Tian. Are you ready to concede? His confidence stems from his lineage as a blacksmith. He is intimately familiar with the art of forging, rendering the outcome a foregone conclusion. Yet, Tian gazes at him with disdain, akin to an observer of folly, and responds, "You might want to turn around and check the results before addressing me." Hearing this, Shunzi is taken aback. He turns to scrutinize the iron block on the forging platform, only to be rendered speechless. The iron block has not shattered as he had anticipated. Instead, it bears only a dent from the hammer's strike. This dent indicates a remarkably high purity of iron, characterized by its softness and malleability, precisely the hallmark of fine iron. How could this be? Shunzi's pupils widen, murmuring to himself. Could Tian have swapped it? Yet, such a notion is impossible. He had personally cooled the iron from the moment it flowed from the furnace and placed it onto the anvil. Tian had not participated in the entire process, which negates any possibility of substitution. Shunzi swallows hard and speaks with difficulty. So, increasing the furnace height truly can yield fine iron? The onlookers observe Shunzi's discomposed expression, then glance at the iron block, which remains intact. A murmur of disbelief spreads through the crowd. Could it be that this small piece is indeed fine iron? It's highly likely. Just look at the luster of that iron. Only true fine iron radiates such a pure silvery hue. Could it be that elevating the furnace height genuinely enhances the quality of the iron? That is astonishing. If it were that simple, why has no one discovered it before? The crowd is enveloped in astonishment, their gazes drawn to Tian, realizing that his earlier assertions were indeed accurate. In the midst of this, a bold little girl steps forward, exclaiming, "Humph! You adults dare to question Brother Yi? In our school, who doesn't know that Brother Yi is the smartest?" She sticks out her tongue at the group led by Chief Oda, inciting their ire. Yet, they can do little, for she is merely a child, and engaging in a dispute with her would bring undue embarrassment. Observing this scene, Tian Rinshue is equally astonished. Blinking in disbelief, she looks at Tian, realizing that he has indeed triumphed in this wager. It appears he is not an arrogant individual, but rather that she and her subordinates have been woefully ignorant. This revelation causes her chest to rise and fall with a mix of emotions. The proud Tian Rinshue struggles to accept this truth. Just then, Shunzi's voice pierces the air. "No, you must have tampered with the process. Otherwise, how could this shabby furnace possibly produce fine iron?" He glares at Tian, brandishing his hammer and stepping forward menacingly, demanding, "Speak. Did you cheat?" Inwardly, Shunzi regrets entering into a wager with Tian. Had he instead leaped around the Eastern Sea City 100 times, he would be utterly humiliated. Thus, he must cling to the notion that Tian has cheated. After all, the judge is none other than the crown prince, who is close to him. Tian, a mere outsider, would naturally be at a disadvantage in the judgment. From the moment the iron was poured to the testing, you handled everything. I had no part in it. Are you now reluctant to fulfill your wager? Tian exhibited not a trace of fear, his demeanor unfazed, as he subtly beckoned with his right index finger. This was, in fact, a clandestine signal to the sniper stationed at a distance. From the moment they entered the Donghai Academy, the concealed marksman had been meticulously observing the movements of Tian Rinshue and her companions. Should any action pose a threat to Tian, the sniper would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, Tian was not inclined to provoke any conflict with Tian Rinshue. given her dual identity. Any unforeseen incident could spell significant trouble not only for him, but for the entirety of Donghai City. Just as the lackey was about to step forward and once again intimidate Tian, Qian Ringshu interjected with a voice that was chillingly indifferent. Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? The audacity of this lackey was truly insufferable. Such a character was hardly worthy of being courted. Upon hearing her words, the lackey fell silent, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qian Ringshu would address an outsider. Momentarily at a loss, he was interrupted by an elementary school student who stepped forward and proclaimed, "No need to be like that, brother. Be an honest and good child." Other students chimed in. "Hasn't your teacher taught you to be honest?" The lackey, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, casting a desperate glance at Qian Ringshu, silently pleading for her intervention to spare him from further humiliation. Running 100 laps around Donghai Academy would surely cost him dearly. Yet, Qian Ringshu paid him no mind. Her gaze fixed intently on Tian. She produced a lifelike jade pendant and presented it to him, stating, "This prince is willing to wager and accept defeat. This pendant is now yours." "Thank you, Your Highness," Tian replied with an insincere display of surprise as he received the pendant, casually lifting it in the direction of the lackey. Upon seeing the pendant, the lackey was overcome with shame, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide in. Today, he had truly embarrassed himself beyond measure. Tian, with a calm and gentle demeanor, remarked, "Shun Gonggong, if you wish to engage in this wager, you must be prepared to accept defeat." With such young ones observing, it is imperative that they do not learn the ways of dishonesty. Little Shunzi trembled all over, pleading, "Tian, could we perhaps reduce the stakes by half? If I lose, will you allow me to forfeit only 50,000 gold coins?" Tian squinted his eyes and asked nonchalantly. After speaking, he casually cast a glance at Qian Ringshu, eagerly anticipating her next move. In response, Qian Ringshu fell into a moment of contemplation. On one hand was the commitment to uphold the wager, and on the other, the desire to win over the young subordinate. Although the young subordinate's character was not particularly commendable, he was nonetheless an important figure affiliated with the Snow Knight Emperor. If the young subordinate were to suffer humiliation here, any hopes of winning him over would likely be dashed. Conversely, if she were to violate the terms of the wager in an attempt to court Tian, that too would be futile, for no one would follow a leader who did not honor their promises. Just then, Ode stepped forward to mediate. Approaching Tian, he patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "The wager is merely a means to enliven the atmosphere. The East Sea City School is vast. Having the young subordinate leap 100 times would be quite excessive. Heed my counsel, spare the young one where possible, and do not create unnecessary strife." How could Tian fail to discern the underlying message in Ode's words? This was, in essence, a warning, albeit from a mere commoner. In contrast, the esteemed Shunzi held the title of a palace eunuch. While it is indeed gratifying to bask in transient glory, one must inevitably brace for the repercussions that follow. Shunzi, having garnered the favor of the emperor on the snowy night and being appointed to the side of the crown prince, was not one to act foolishly. After witnessing Ode's successful persuasion of Tian, he approached once more, intending to bow and express his apologies. "I must admit, Tian, you are a remarkably talented individual. My perspective was indeed limited, and I am willing to accept the consequences of our wager." Having said this, Shunzi truly prepared to depart, ready to leap 100 circles. Yet, his movements were notably sluggish, clearly indicating that he awaited Tian's response. Tian cast a casual glance at Qian Ringshu, who appeared to be deep in thought. With a light chuckle, he approached Xiao Shunzi, gently grasping his shoulder. "My earlier words were merely impulsive. How could I possibly expect you, Master Shan, to undertake such 100 leaps of the frog?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shunzi felt a surge of gratitude and, with a renewed sense of humility, bowed his head and said, "Thank you." At that moment, Qian Ringshu finally emerged from her contemplation and approached Tian. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. "Tian, I find you to be remarkably talented. Would you be interested in serving under my banner?" Taken aback by Qian Ringshu's unexpected proposition, Tian was momentarily at a loss. He had never anticipated such an offer from her. However, without much hesitation, he bowed respectfully and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness. But I have grown accustomed to life by the East Sea and harbor no grand ambitions. I fear I may not be able to bear the weight of your grace." Qian Ringshu, somewhat regretful, shook her head and remarked, "With your talents, it would indeed be a pity not to hold an official position." Meanwhile, her heart revealed a hint of astonishment. Yi Tian's indifference to her overtures left Qian Rinxue in a state of bewilderment. Had her prior assumptions about Yi Tian's ambition for fame and fortune been misguided? This thought plunged her mind into disarray. At that moment, a knight clad in armor arrived at the primary division. Report. The knight dismounted swiftly and knelt beside Qian Rinxue, stating, Your Highness. The esteemed Lord Qian Gushizhen has discovered the whereabouts of Admiral Xianchang Douluo. Chapter 73. Have we been discovered? The whereabouts of the missing Xianchang Douluo have been found? A flicker of astonishment crossed Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes. Her primary mission in Silvis was to investigate the disappearance of Xianchang Douluo. She had not anticipated that Lord Qian Gushizhen would possess such remarkable prowess. Having uncovered the Admiral's whereabouts in merely a few days, where is Lord Qian Gushizhen currently? Qian Rinxue inquired. The soldier respectfully replied, At the port. According to Lord Qian Gushizhen, Xianchang Douluo is on a small island. Beside them, Yi Tian was inwardly astonished. Could it be that Qian Gushizhen had truly uncovered the truth? If the adversary were to learn that he was responsible for Xianchang Douluo's demise, it would spell great trouble. Yet, Yi Tian shook his head, dismissing the notion. Not even those in the vicinity of Donghai City were aware of Xianchang Douluo's whereabouts. Qian Gushizhen had only arrived at the East Sea shores a few days prior. How could he possibly know? The likelihood of mere guesswork was substantial. He likely aimed to impress Qian Rinxue in hopes of reaping some rewards. Regardless of the veracity of this information, Yi Tian resolved to be prepared. It was prudent to be cautious, for should Qian Gushizhen happen to be correct while he remained unprepared, he would surely face dire consequences. With this in mind, Yi Tian cast a glance at Qian Rinxue. She was evidently intrigued by the news regarding Xianchang Douluo and was already eager to depart. This offered Yi Tian a slight sense of relief. Once Qian Rinxue left, he would have the opportunity to mobilize his resources and take preventive measures to avert the worst possible outcome. As he had anticipated, Qian Rinxue spoke to her companions, declaring, Since we have information on Xianchang Douluo's whereabouts, we cannot let this opportunity slip by. Let us halt our inspection of the Donghai Academy and hasten to the Donghai City port. Yes, her guards responded in unison. As Yi Tian was preparing to bid farewell to Qian Rinxue, she turned to him, her red lips parting slightly. Yi Tian, being a local, you must be well acquainted with the roads. Please guide this prince. Ode stepped forward, haughtily asserting, Yi Tian. To serve the prince is indeed a fortune bestowed upon you across 3 lifetimes. Should you not express your gratitude to His Highness? Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Tian replied with a professional smile, though internally he felt a sense of helplessness. Qian Rinxue certainly knew how to command others, which left Yi Tian somewhat anxious. The East Seaport had some of his men, but their numbers were insufficient to establish a deterrent force. As the saying goes, one should not engage in an unprepared battle. Placing himself in jeopardy was not something Yi Tian wished to contemplate. His eyes gleamed as he inquired, Your Highness, may I request to change horses? The previous one has grown weary, and I fear that continuing on it to the East Sea City port might cause delays. Of course. Qian Rinxue replied casually. Ode, impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Hurry back. The prince's time is exceedingly precious. Understood. Yi Tian feigned a demeanor of trepidation and hurriedly exited the primary school courtyard. In truth, his temporary departure was not for the purpose of changing horses, but rather to relay a message to his guards. Upon finding a secluded spot, Yi Tian employed a special signal. Immediately, a staff member clad in traditional attire approached with a resolute expression. Young master, what are your orders? Yi Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, instructing, Immediately notify the Polaris team to head to the port. The staff understood the directive and promptly departed, as if they had never engaged in conversation with Yi Tian. After issuing his orders, Yi Tian made his way to the school stables, casually selecting another horse. He returned to the side of Qian Rinxue, who, along with her companions, had already mounted their steeds, awaiting Yi Tian's arrival. Hurry up, Aoda urged, casting an impatient glance at Yi Tian. For the time of His Highness was indeed of utmost importance. Yi Tian remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Qian Rinxue before spurring his horse forward. Making his way along the narrow path towards the port of East Sea City, the group rode with remarkable speed, arriving at the port in less than 2 hours. Qian Gushizhen, accompanied by several soldiers, had long awaited them outside the harbor. Upon spotting Qian Rinxue, he immediately bowed respectfully, proclaiming, I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Qian Rinxue, mounted upon a white steed, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for such formalities. As I am currently traveling incognito, please share the intelligence you have gathered," she continued. Qian Gushizhen raised his gaze, briefly surveying the entourage accompanying Qian Renxue. Upon noticing Yi Tian amongst them, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. He had not anticipated that the other party would so swiftly align themselves with Qian Renxue. However, he dismissed the concern, recognizing that their resources were merely financial. In terms of strength, they could not even rival a soul master. Such individuals posed no threat to him. Regaining his composure, he respectfully elaborated to Qian Renxue, "Your Highness, I acquired the news regarding the Xuanxiang Douluo from a fisherman." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a humble, middle-aged fisherman who approached with trepidation, kneeling before Qian Renxue. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Upon seeing the middle-aged fisherman, Yi Tian's heart sank, and his expression shifted, though he quickly suppressed any signs of alarm. Could he truly have been discovered? If such were the case, he would inevitably sever ties with the Tindo Empire. Not to mention, he would surely be branded as the top fugitive by the Tindo Empire, relentlessly pursued. For at least several years, he would find it impossible to remain on the continent. Yi Tian instinctively took a step back, preparing to leave at the first opportunity. Should the fisherman utter anything detrimental to him, he would be ready to flee. At that moment, Aoda stepped forward, impatiently exclaiming, "I told you." No need for excessive courtesy. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged fisherman nodded repeatedly, hastily rising to his feet, and said, replying to Your Highness, "I encountered the Xuanxiang Douluo on an island called Sualua. Just half a month ago, a typhoon struck the East Sea. The storm arrived unexpectedly while I was fishing at sea, and in a panic, I had to seek refuge on a nearby island, which is indeed Saw. At that time, hail had already begun to fall, and I was pelted so fiercely that I had to shield my head, nearly succumbing to the cold. Fortunately, a formidable figure with a scarred face came to my rescue, allowing me to escape." Hearing the fisherman's earnest account, Yi Tian nearly burst into laughter. At this moment, he felt no concern whatsoever. The fisherman was clearly speaking nonsense. During the typhoon, Xuanxiang Douluo was commanding a pirate fleet to attack the Li family. How could he possibly be on Sualua Island? Clearly, the fisherman was a mere pawn in a grand scheme, meant to deceive Qian Renxue. However, knowing the fisherman was lying, Yi Tian had no intention of exposing him. He was curious to see what the fisherman would reveal next. As for whether Qian Renxue would be fooled, that was beyond his concern. It was simply not his affair. Chapter 74. Reluctance to leave. Qian Renxue displayed immense interest in the fisherman's words, inquiring, "Could you elaborate on the appearance of that scarred savior?" The fisherman replied earnestly, "I sheltered on the island for 5 to 6 days, so I am quite clear about my benefactor's appearance. He stands approximately 1.8 meters tall, is quite handsome, yet bears a frightening scar on his face. Moreover, he is a soul master. During the typhoon, any ordinary person would be swept away, but my benefactor faced the tempest head-on, catching fish in the sea. Without him, even if I had managed to reach Sualua Island, I would likely have perished from hunger in the storm." Qian Gushizhen stepped forward to confirm with Qian Renxue. Every detail described by the fisherman aligns perfectly with the appearance of Xuanxiang Douluo. It must be him. He then turned to the fisherman and asked, "Do you know why your benefactor was on Sualua Island?" Upon hearing this, the fisherman scratched his head and replied, "I was curious too. Why he lived alone on that small island. Yet he always maintained an air of mystery, smiling without speaking." Hesitantly, the fisherman shared his speculation. "From my observations during those days, it seems he is troubled by matters of the heart." After hearing the fisherman's words, Qian Renxue nodded slightly. Following the directive to investigate the disappearance of Xuanxiang Douluo, she had perused his dossier, revealing a tragic love story prior to his enlistment in the Tindo army. It appeared that the sentiments harbored in Xuanxiang Douluo's heart remained unresolved. A quiet sigh escaped Qian Renxue. This situation was indeed complicated. Being so young, she struggled to grasp the elusive nature of love and found herself ill-equipped to counsel Xuanxiang Douluo. Conversely, Xuanxiang Douluo represented one of the few elite forces within the Tindo Empire. If she could help him untangle his emotional turmoil and return to the empire, her standing in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor would undoubtedly increase, paving her path to inherit the throne. Thus, resolving Xuanxiang Douluo's predicament became imperative for her. She lifted her gaze to the unassuming fisherman and asked, "Do you still remember the way back to Sualua Island?" The fisherman pounded his chest, declaring, "Of course, I am quite familiar with the route. Sualua Island is not a remote place. any seasoned fisherman would know of its existence. Hearing this, Tian felt a sense of relief. It seemed Xuanxiang Douluo did not wish to vanish completely. Otherwise, he would have chosen an island that was truly untraceable. From this perspective, she still had a chance to unravel his emotional entanglement, provided she could meet him. Before Tian could speak, Qian Gushizhen respectfully stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, I have already arranged for a large ship. Shall we proceed to Sualua Island to meet Xuanxiang Douluo?" "Quite perceptive," Aoda remarked as he patted Qian Gushizhen on the shoulder. Qian Gushizhen smiled warmly, responding, "All thanks to the guidance of our esteemed steward." This compliment seemed to please Aoda, who then turned to Qian proposing, "Your Highness, if you wish to invite Xuanxiang Douluo back, you must demonstrate sincere intent. It would be best for you to personally extend the invitation." The prince himself harbored this very intention. Qian gaze flickered. The Snow Knight Emperor had sent her to address the matter of Xuanxiang Douluo. This was indeed a test. Only by passing this trial could she advance closer to the epicenter of power within the Tindo Empire and emerge victorious in this game of authority. On the other hand, Tian, having discerned the fisherman's deceit, feigned disinterest. He approached Qian and bowed, stating, "Since I have accompanied His Highness to the port, I have fulfilled my task. I still have numerous teaching responsibilities at the East Sea Academy. Please excuse my departure." Upon hearing this, Qian Gushizhen narrowed his eyes, reflecting on Tian's good fortune. "If you chose to remain." "What do you mean by this, Tian?" Aoda interjected, displaying his displeasure. "Is it a burden to stay by His Highness's side? Do you realize how many wish to be near the prince but cannot? Truly unappreciative." Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Aoda had a remarkable knack for flattering Qian at every turn. Tian found it somewhat amusing. If the other party were to discover that the esteemed prince he revered in his heart was, in fact, Qian, what would they think? Upon hearing Tian express his intention to depart, Qian turned slightly, her expression one of mild surprise. "Are you not joining us on our journey to Solo Island? Do you not realize that if we manage to summon the Xuanxiang Douluo, everyone who accompanies us will share in the glory? For someone of your common standing, this achievement would be sufficient to elevate you beyond the rank of a lord and grant you the title of baron. However, the prerequisite for this accolade is the presence of the Xuanxiang Douluo on Solo Island." Tian remained indifferent. It is important to note that the head of the Xuanxiang Douluo had long been severed by Zhou Long. How could one possibly summon the Xuanxiang Douluo back now? It is nothing short of absurd. "Your Highness, you overestimate my humble self. My aspiration is merely to reside by the shores of the Eastern Sea. Living as a prosperous individual, titles and nobility hold no allure for me. The inability to serve the Empire and His Majesty has already filled me with a sense of inadequacy. Should I receive rewards without merit? I fear I would bear the weight of self-reproach for a lifetime." "Humph, you certainly possess a lofty disposition," Odell remarked coldly. To him, Tian's actions appeared to be nothing more than a quest for fame before Qian. In this world, how could there exist such an individual who was not driven by ambition for fame and fortune? Upon hearing this, the ancient timekeeper regarded Tian with newfound respect. Tianxin, with such lofty character and considerable background, is destined to become a pivotal figure in the Silvis province. Contemplating this, the ancient timepiece chuckled softly to itself. The scheme he devised was originally aimed at Xue Qinghe. By luring Xue Qinghe to Salo Island and eliminating him, the blame would inevitably fall upon the Spirit Hall, igniting a war between the Tindo Empire and the Spirit Hall. In the ensuing chaos, they, the evil soul masters, would seize the opportunity to establish their foothold on the continent. However, since Tian has already arrived at the port, deceiving him into a fatal trap would not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, this would also eliminate a potential adversary. The eyes of the ancient timepiece gleamed with anticipation as it turned to Tian, smilingly remarking, "His Highness the Prince has taken a keen interest in you. You must seize this opportunity and avoid incurring His Highness's displeasure. Otherwise, even if His Highness were to overlook your transgressions, I shall not be so forgiving." This statement carried a clear undertone of menace. Tian found it quite amusing. A malevolent soul master on the brink of demise dared to boast before him. Had it not been for his desire to unravel the connections of the ancient soul masters behind the eternal clock, the Celestial Strategy Army would have long since mobilized to eliminate it. He acknowledged the goodwill in the reminder from the esteemed master of the eternal clock. Yet he truly had no inclination to journey to Soloro Island. Chapter 75. Tian's Diminished Presence. Tian cast a fleeting glance at Qian and remarked, "I believe His Highness the Crown Prince would not trouble a mere insignificant individual such as myself." This was, in essence, a subtle reminder to the other party of Qian Rinxue's esteemed status, for she was, after all, the Crown Prince of Tindo. Meanwhile, he was but a humble commoner. It would hardly be a graceful act to coerce a commoner, as such an action would not reflect well on one who values their reputation, like Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Qian Rinxue responded with a serene smile. "An insignificant individual? I beg to differ. With your talents and abilities, even in Tindo City, you would not be overshadowed." Her captivating eyes suddenly locked onto Yi Tian's, and she spoke earnestly. "Are you perhaps reluctant to go because you harbor some ulterior motive?" A sudden jolt pierced Yi Tian's heart. His conjecture was astoundingly accurate. The ancient timepiece was undoubtedly linked to the malevolent soul master. It was inconceivable that this journey to the island was devoid of ulterior motives. This was the true reason for his reluctance to embark on the trip. "Then why do you refuse so vehemently?" Qian Rinxue arched an eyebrow. Yi Tian's dignified yet tactful refusal truly left her somewhat dissatisfied. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never encountered rejection before. Whether in the Spirit Hall or in Heaven-Do City, every individual she encountered lavished her with compliments, let alone dared to refuse her. "How dare you decline the prince's invitation?" The voice of Chief Steward Odd pierced the air, commanding and authoritative. The eternal timekeeper added with a light chuckle, "The Crown Prince has already spoken for the second time. Yi Tian, if you refuse again, it may be deemed disrespectful. If you do not wish to miss out on the accolades this endeavor could bring, it would merely take a word from the prince." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian found herself without a counterargument. The eternal timekeeper was resolute in encouraging him to comply. Yi Tian, therefore, became increasingly suspicious that there was a conspiracy involving the ancient timepiece behind this journey. His gaze drifted over the sea, and at the fringes of his mental perception, a vague black silhouette emerged from the depths of the ocean. Yi Tianqin understood that the Polaris Team's submarine was now in position. Since her escort had already been arranged, it would pose no significant issue to proceed alongside them. Yi Tian sighed, bowing to Qian Rinxue. "Your Highness's gracious invitation is one I cannot dare to refuse." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue offered a serene smile. She had indeed overestimated Yi Tian's character. It was surprising how easily he capitulated to a mere suggestion. This revelation diminished her interest in Yi Tian significantly. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Let us board the ship." Qian Gushizhen promptly responded, ushering Qian Rinxue onto the vessel, then cast a cheerful glance at Yi Tian. "Do not fret. His Highness is unlikely to target you. With his temperament, you hardly warrant his attention." Though he spoke lightly, Qian Gushizhen secretly harbored disdain for Yi Tian, thinking, "Once we reach our destination, you shall be fed to the fishes." In the face of the smiling yet cunning Qian Gushizhen, Yi Tian maintained a facade of joviality. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Qian Gu." Provided that Qian Gushizhen had no ulterior motives, Yi Tian could continue to gather intelligence and eventually consolidate his findings to report to the Spirit Hall. In that case, Qian Gushizhen would be granted a few more days of life. However, should Qian Gushizhen reveal any treachery, Yi Tian would not hesitate to respond in kind. His specially trained unit, Polaris, had not been cultivated at great expense to be trifled with. With each individual harboring their own thoughts, they boarded the grand ship. The robust sailors raised the sails, and propelled by the sea breeze, they swiftly set sail towards the distant Solar Island. The distance from the port to Solar Island was not great. Aided by the wind, they arrived in merely 3 hours. Ahead lay a desolate isle, barren save for some visible mossy vegetation. Observing the rocky expanse of Solar Island, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow and inquired of a nearby fisherman, "Are you certain that the Xuanqiang Douluo resides upon such an island?" The fisherman appeared genuinely apprehensive, exclaiming, "Even if I were given the courage of a bear, I would not dare deceive your highness." Best to ensure that, Odell interjected unexpectedly. Approaching the fisherman, he whispered menacingly, "If there is no one on the island, you may find yourself stranded there." The fisherman recoiled in fright, instinctively glancing towards Qian Gushizhen. A shadow flickered in Qian Gushizhen's eyes. He thought, "Foolish fisherman, what are you looking at? If you draw attention, it risks exposure." He then burst into laughter, reassuring the fisherman, "The steward is merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." Meanwhile, Yi Tian stood quietly in a corner of the grand vessel, striving to diminish his presence. The Xuanqiang Douluo had long since passed from this world, and he was curious to see how those before him would uncover the whereabouts of the Xuanqiang Douluo on Solar Island. Yi Tian's gaze lingered, almost imperceptibly, upon the eternal clock. The hands of the clock seemed to communicate in an enigmatic code, suggesting that some clandestine plan was indeed afoot. Not far away, Tian Shui furrowed her brow upon hearing the fisherman's explanations. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Let us ascend and investigate." "Indeed," replied the eternal clock, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect as it followed closely behind. Upon reaching Solaro Island, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the surroundings. The attention of Tian Shui and her companions was firmly fixed on the mysterious Douluo within the island, while the thoughts of the eternal clock revolved persistently around Tian Shui. Meanwhile, Tian, who silently distanced himself from the throng, remained aboard the vessel, overlooked and unacknowledged. Tian, with a languid demeanor, leaned against the railing of the ship, leisurely casting glances at Tian Shui and her entourage. Not all aboard had disembarked. Several sailors remained below deck, engaged in idle chatter. It did not take long for the sailors to notice that Tian had not left the vessel. One of them stepped forward, exclaiming, "Hey, why haven't you come down?" This elicited a chuckle from Tian, who replied, "My decision to remain aboard is of no concern to you." The sailor echoed, "Of no concern to you?" and turned to his companions, who erupted into laughter. The sailor then mockingly retorted, "Your absence is certainly our concern." Another chimed in, "What a nuisance. It seems our deck will soon bear some blood." The foremost sailor continued, "Gentlemen, this lad is merely an ordinary person. There is no need for all of you to trouble yourselves. I shall take care of him myself." Tian wore a contented expression, his hands resting casually on the deck, showing no inclination to flee. With a hint of amusement, he gazed at the sailors, sensing their intent to strike. Yet, he pondered, "Is it truly fitting for me to perish in such an ambiguous manner?" The foremost sailor, his four spirit rings glowing in hues of yellow and purple, revealed the traits of a leopard spirit, casting a disdainful glance at Tian. "Very well," he declared, "we are but the subordinates of a great ancient power. Our primary objective today is to eliminate the crown prince of Tindo and pin the blame on the spirit hall. So, do not grieve excessively. You shall not be the only one to die. To share your demise with the crown prince is, in fact, a stroke of fortune in your 3 lifetimes." Upon hearing these words, Tian leaned against the railing behind him and closed his eyes. The sailor smirked wickedly. "Ah, you are indeed a clever one. Aware of your inevitable fate, you have relinquished your struggle. Fear not, for I am a man of swift action. With a single stroke, your head shall fall, and you will feel no pain." He added, "Do not hold it against me for being ruthless. It is merely business." As the sailor advanced step by step, preparing to end Tian's life, he was 2 meters away when he began to gather his spirit energy, his claws slowly rising to launch an attack. However, just as he reached the zenith of his motion, a soft sound echoed. The sailor suddenly felt a warmth spreading across his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that blood was seeping from his wound, the warmth emanating from his own life essence. He felt his bodily functions fading at an alarming rate. Chapter 76. Blood Slaughter Array. As his bodily functions waned, the sailor's spirit transformation could no longer be maintained. The spirit energy enveloping him dissipated like starlight into the air, and even his movements grew sluggish. He looked at Tian in disbelief, who remained with his eyes closed, showing no sign of having attacked. Yet, the reality of his injuries was unmistakably imprinted on his chest. With a soft thud, the sailor's body collapsed onto the deck, never to awaken again, until his last breath. He remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. The other sailors were left paralyzed by the scene before them. The transformation had been too swift for them to comprehend. They were all at least 4-ring spirit masters, yet none had perceived how Tian had executed his attack. In an instant, their legs felt weak, overwhelmed by uncertainty on how to confront the now enigmatic Tian. However, time offered no reprieve to the sailors. A sound, identical to the previous one, rang out once more on the ship. Following it, the echoes of similar occurrences reverberated, each accompanied by the sight of another sailor lying in a pool of blood. There were no exceptions or cries for help, as everything transpired far too rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. When Tian finally opened his eyes again, the deck was awash in blood, devoid of life. He sighed softly, reflecting, "For wealth, men meet their demise. For sustenance, birds perish." Perhaps these sailors were not truly evil soul masters. Yet, from the moment they chose to toil for riches, they sealed their fate on the opposite side of survival. Tian sighed, not for the lives of these individuals, but for the essence of their existence. After toiling for half a lifetime, meeting their end in the desolate sea, this was the ultimate fate that awaited them. What significance did becoming a soul master hold, when what they acquired was not power or glory, but rather a path of peril from which there was no return? After decades of arduous labor, they were not even worthy of sewing the garments for others. With a fleeting moment of reflection, Tian withdrew his thoughts and gazed distantly at Soloro Island. As Soloro Island lacked a port, Qian Rinxue and her companions had traversed the waters in a small boat. Now, standing aboard the large vessel, faint silhouettes became discernible, though their identities were lost to him. At that moment, several grappling hooks latched onto the ship's railing, followed by 7 or 8 soldiers clad in diving suits, armed with sniper rifles, who ascended the ropes and approached the deck to pay their respects to Tian. Tian gently raised his hand and calmly instructed, "Check if there are any living beings aboard the ship, and throw all the corpses into the sea. The ocean serves as the finest cleanser. These bodies, cast into its depths, will soon be devoured by the fish, leaving no trace behind." He then fixed his gaze on the commanding officer and said, "Hand me your telescope." "Yes." The officer replied respectfully, unfastening the telescope from his waist and presenting it to Tian. Receiving the telescope, Tian quietly directed his gaze towards Soul Island. In his field of vision, Qian Rinxue and her entourage had already landed on the island. A broad smile illuminated Qian Gushizhen's face, and he walked with an air of confidence. The fisherman, leading the way, pointed to a damp cave entrance and said, "This is the dwelling of the Xuanqiang Douluo." Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes glanced indifferently at the entrance, her delicate brows knitting together. Although the prince seldom visited the seaside, he knew that such an entrance would inevitably be inundated by the sea during high tide. How could anyone reside in such an environment? Hearing this, the fisherman grew anxious. Now that they had reached Soul Island, no matter how many lies he spun, the truth of his deceit could no longer be concealed. The fisherman blankly glanced at Qian Gushizhen beside him. Haha. Qian Gushizhen, however, wore a nonchalant expression, casually strolling to the fisherman's side and patting his shoulder with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Your acting skills are lacking. The prince has yet to enter the cave, and you've already been exposed." With that, he tightened his grip. The fisherman's pupils dilated, blood gushing from his eyes, nose, and ears. He collapsed to the ground without even a struggle. "What are you doing, Qian Gushizhen?" Iode suddenly became alert. "Do you realize that deceiving the prince and unlawfully killing innocent civilians are crimes severe enough to strip you of your noble title and confine you to prison for 10 years? "Oh dear, I am so frightened," Qian Gushizhen replied, eyes wide with mock terror, his teeth clenched. He then burst into laughter. "All of this is the doing of the spirit hall. What does it have to do with me, Qian Gushizhen?" Upon hearing this, Aode's face turned pale as he retreated, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Gushizhen, filled with indignation. "You intend to assassinate the prince and frame it on the spirit hall. Huh. Only now do you realize, but it is too late," Qian Gushizhen sneered. He then surveyed the crowd before him. "Since everyone is gathered, why does it seem someone is missing?" Suddenly, Qian Gushizhen recalled that Tian was not among them. Presumably, he remained on the ship. "What a fortunate fool," he spat. "However, now that you are here, none shall escape." What audacity! Aode's fury ignited. "Qian Gu family. Everything you have, your food, clothing, status, and glory, was bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Yet, in the end, you raise a treacherous wolf. Today, I shall see how you intend to harm the prince. Earth Dragon Spirit, activate." As his words fell, 6 soul rings illuminated Aode's body. As the chief steward of the prince's palace, his cultivation had already reached level 63. Moreover, his spirit bore a trace of dragon lineage. If he were to unleash his life force, he could contend even against a soul sage. With eyes blazing with fury, Aode declared, "Even if it cost me my life, I will leave you here on Soul Island." Noise. Qian Gushizhen grinned wickedly. "Am I unaware of your Earth Dragon bloodline, which allows you to temporarily resist a soul sage?" However, as he spoke, Qian Gushizhen's demeanor suddenly turned icy. "I am an evil soul master." With a thunderous sound, a colossal wave of bloodlust erupted from Qian Gushizhen, darkening his voice. He surveyed his subordinates. "What are you still doing? Move." "Yes." At Qian Gushizhen's command, more than a dozen guards he brought forth unleashed their cultivation. Boom. Waves of overwhelming blood energy mixed with soul power were released, transforming the surroundings into a mist of crimson. This was Qian Gushizhen's ultimate technique. The blood mist, when combined, could unleash a power akin to a domain. Within such a realm, his strength would be immensely amplified, rivaling that of a soul Douluo. "I will kill you." Aode seethed, his earth dragon armor bristling as he lunged at Qian Gushizhen's vital points. "Die." Without retreating, Qian Gushizhen swept his right leg, revealing his evil dragon staff spirit, and struck down with a resounding blow. With a sickening thud, it connected with Aode's head. Aode barely managed to cry out, his power failing to manifest even a fraction before he fell lifeless. After dispatching Aode, Qiangu Shizhen turned his gaze to Qian Rinxue, advancing menacingly. Your Highness, I apologize, but now I shall send you to hell. Chapter 77. Qian Rinxue versus Qiangu Shizhen, witnessing her companions fall one after another. Qian Rinxue's fair face was etched with solemnity. Yet, she refrained from acting rashly, even withholding her spirit, as Qiangu Shizhen approached her with the evil dragon staff. Qian Rinxue clenched her teeth. I must admit, you have indeed deceived my eyes. Qiangu Shizhen smiled nonchalantly. It is not I who deceived you, but rather my family that has deceived the Tindo Empire. You would never suspect that a family loyal to the royal line for nearly a century would one day suddenly rebel. He advanced with an air of pride. This is not a loss of your vigilance, but a testament to my family's enduring patience for decades. Qiangu Shizhen spread his arms, unhurried in dealing with the looming threat of Shueqinghe. Soul Island was an isolated isle. Once here, escape would be nearly impossible. Did you not expect it? I am an evil soul master, haha. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression remained impassive, yet her delicate hands were tightly clenched into fists. You violate the tenets of a soul master. Tenets? Qiangu Shizhen feigned surprise, then brazenly mocked her. Since my uncle's generation, our family is fully aligned with evil soul masters. This continent will undoubtedly belong to evil soul masters in the future. You speak of tenets? Let me tell you. The tenet of this continent is that the strong prevail while the weak perish. Throughout history, the spirit hall has been so, and the two great empires have followed suit. We evil soul masters merely embody this tenet to its fullest. What righteousness do you pretend to uphold? As the Tindo Empire's prince, you have feasted on blood no less than I. Qiangu Shizhen's patience began to wane, and the bloodlust radiating from him grew increasingly volatile. I will kill you. Frame it on the spirit hall, and the ensuing war will reign upon this continent like a tempest. Fear not, when we evil soul masters unite the continent, this battle will be etched in history, and you shall have died for a worthy cause. Qian Rinxue's expression gradually turned cold. Then let me see if you possess the capability to do so. Swan spirit, activate. Suddenly, a pair of swan wings emerged behind Qian Rinxue, who soared into the air. Her martial soul was, in fact, that of a six-winged angel. Yet, Qian Rinxue harbored uncertainties regarding the battle, and thus, her true identity must remain concealed. The reason she had waited for her accompanying attendants to perish before taking action was rooted in this concern. It is important to note that before Shueqinghe's demise, he was already a five-ring soul king, meaning the first 5 soul rings were well known to those around him. While masquerading as the crown prince, she refrained from wielding power, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. However, now that combat was imminent, she was compelled to utilize her soul rings. If her attendants were still alive, her identity would be compromised. She did not wish for nearly a decade of covert existence to be unraveled. Thus, the attendants had to perish. Now, with only herself remaining, she could unleash her power without restraint. The angel assault commenced. The first soul ring of Qian Rinxue illuminated, and she silently invoked her skills. A sharp holy sword materialized from her golden soul power, its radiance gradually intensifying before her. Observing Qian Rinxue's offensive, Qiangu Shizhen narrowed his eyes and remarked with a smile, "How intriguing. I never anticipated you to be a soul emperor." According to the intelligence he had received, Shueqinghe was merely at the soul king level. Yet, it was evident now that the opponent had deliberately concealed her true cultivation. However, his tone swiftly turned frigid. Even a soul emperor must die. 5th soul skill, strike at the yellow dragon. This battle was not solely captivating for Qiangu Shizhen. On board the large ship, Tian, who had been observing the conflict on the island through a telescope, also allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Fascinating. One could not deny the remarkable talent of Qiangu Shizhen. To eliminate Shueqinghe and frame the spirit hall, he had indeed chosen the right target. After all, Shueqinghe was truly slain by the spirit hall. However, with Shueqinghe's demise, Qian Rinxue would bear the blame. Should Qian Rinxue fall in this battle, it could very well ignite a war between the spirit hall and the Heavendo Empire. Once both factions engaged in conflict, the Douluo Empire would undoubtedly not remain idle. The entire Douluo continent would descend into chaos. Tian furrowed his brow, pondering a particularly vexing dilemma. Should Qian Wanque perish on Solar Island, regardless of whether war would swiftly ensue, the various factions would undoubtedly turn the eastern sea shores upside down. This was a scenario Yi Tian wished to avoid. "Young master, shall we intervene?" The commander of the Polaris squad inquired respectfully, standing silently behind him, noting his troubled expression. "Be patient. Let them engage a while longer. Additionally, the one with golden hair must be captured alive." If he did not specify this clearly, it was likely that a single charge from the Polaris squad would result in the demise of all living beings on Solar Island. Yu Tian harbored no feelings of pity for Qian Wanque. As long as she remained alive, he felt no need to concern himself with anything else. On Solar Island, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Despite the overwhelming numbers on the side of the ancient clock, they were utterly incapable of subduing Qian Wanque. Instead, she rampaged through their ranks, dispatching several lower-ranked Soul Kings with ease. The ancient clock's eyes blazed with fury. Those who accompanied him to the island were all trusted confidants, cultivated at great expense and effort. With each loss, countless gold soul coins were extinguished. "Your swan martial spirit has proven unexpectedly formidable, Your Highness," ancient clock seethed with anger. Unleashing his most potent seventh soul skill, the bloodthirsty energy surged within him. "Dragon Soul, I refuse to believe you can evade my strike." A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Qian Wanque's mouth as she coldly fixed her gaze on ancient clock. It must be noted that his martial spirit, after absorbing the bloodthirsty energy, rivaled even the most elite angelic spirits. Coupled with the enhancement of the bloodthirsty formation, his strength surpassed hers by a level. If the battle continued, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Yet her name was Qian Wanque, and within her lexicon, the concept of resignation did not exist. Faced with ancient clock's overwhelming seventh soul skill, Qian Wanque summoned her resolve, gazing skyward. The setting sun cast its final rays of light. Witnessing this scene, she made a firm decision. In the next instant, a torrent of golden soul energy surged through her, forming a complex hexagram array. This was the unique mark of the angelic martial spirit. Once activated, it could harness the true flame of the sun. However, at this moment, Qian Wanque had yet to awaken her angelic domain. Forcibly borrowing the true flame from outside her domain would result in backlash upon herself. Yet, she could not afford to hesitate any longer. In an instant of communion with the sun, a layer of golden flames enveloped her. However, due to the forced connection and her insufficient strength, her dantian felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing her to cough up blood. Suppressing the tearing pain within her, Qian Wanque renewed her focus on ancient clock. Sixth soul skill, angelic roar. Fifth soul skill, holy sword. Drawing upon the fleeting power of the true flame, she unleashed two soul skills in quick succession to counterattack ancient clock. Chapter 78, Dragging Away. A mere trivial technique. Upon witnessing Qian Wanque's actions, ancient clock was filled with disdain. He did not relent in his assault. The evil dragon staff struck directly towards her chest. A mere third of a second later, a thunderous crash echoed as their soul skills collided, producing a deafening roar. Qian Wanque's sixth soul skill, angelic roar, struck home, momentarily stalling ancient clock's advance. Yet, he quickly resumed his assault against her. Seizing the brief pause, Qian Wanque slightly shifted her body as the holy sword formed from her fifth soul skill lunged towards ancient clock's abdomen. In the next moment, Qian Wanque suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Without a doubt, she had been struck. The force from the evil dragon staff crashed down upon her, instantly staining her shoulder with crimson blood. She could feel not only her shoulder but also the bones within sustained grievous injury from the blow. However, ancient clock was not faring well either. Before launching his attack, he had stealthily fortified himself with a defensive soul skill. He had not anticipated that the holy sword would possess such destructive power. The defensive skill proved utterly inadequate. After breaching his defenses, the holy sword penetrated into his lower abdomen. Fortunately, he had managed to dodge in time, and the destructive force of the true flame did not damage his internal organs. Moreover, with other evil soul masters continuously supplying him with bloodthirsty energy, his strength remained largely unaffected. Conversely, Qian Wanque's combat ability had diminished drastically. Losing an arm would certainly reduce her fighting capacity by a significant margin. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, ancient clock raised his evil dragon staff once more, sneering, "What a pity. A misstep in strategy." Qian Wanque coldly glared at ancient clock, remaining silent. Summoning her resolve once again, she wielded her left hand to cast her fifth soul skill, holy sword. However, this time, The color of the holy sword was evidently paler than before, a consequence of her dwindling soul energy. Ancient Clock noticed this change as well. He understood that if he launched another offensive, even if he could not slay Qian Ruanxue, he could exhaust her remaining soul energy. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Ancient Clock thrust the dragon staff forward with unyielding intent. Tian continued to observe the battle through his telescope. When he noticed the bloodstains spreading across Qian Ruanxue's shoulder, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, she was considered one of the pinnacle warriors of the future in the Douluo continent. How could she be so easily overwhelmed? Initially, he believed that Qian Ruanxue would be able to handle the fight on her own. However, it now seemed that such an outcome was unattainable. Tian waved his hand, instructing the commander of the Polaris team beside him, deploy the troops. Understood. The commander, receiving the order, took out a flare from his waist and shot it into the sky. In fact, prior to the confrontation between Qian Ruanxue and Qian Gushi, soldiers had already infiltrated from the waters to the island's coastline, remaining concealed until now. As the flare ascended, the members of the Polaris team immediately transitioned into combat mode. They emerged from the water, launching an assault on the island. In the first instance, they targeted the minions within Qian Gushi's ranks. Each member of the Polaris team possessed at least the strength of a soul sage, although only 5 had landed on Solaro Island. It was evident that even in a mere contest of soul master prowess, Qian Gushi would undoubtedly be defeated. Moreover, under Tian's rigorous training, the Polaris team members had become seasoned warriors, seeking the swift demise of their foes, entirely devoid of any notions of martial ethics. Thus, as soon as they reached the shore, they swiftly opened fire. The minions behind Qian Gushi fell like wheat before the scythe. Sensing the bloodthirsty formation rapidly dissipating, Qian Gushi immediately became alert. Then, he was struck with astonishment. His subordinates had perished in an instant, all meeting their end through some irreversible trauma. This triggered memories of a heinous incident that had transpired in Donghai City a month and a half prior, where the 4 prominent families had been annihilated overnight, all succumbing to the same kind of injuries. Who was responsible for this? Like a startled bird, Qian Gushi surveyed his surroundings, momentarily disregarding his intent to kill Qian Ruanxue. When his gaze fell upon the coastline, he instantly spotted 5 individuals clad in black uniforms, each carrying a standardized container. These 5 figures wielded a peculiar type of iron weaponry, although he had never seen such weapons before. An innate sense of danger alerted Qian Gushi that these instruments were undoubtedly top-notch hidden armaments capable of killing silently and invisibly. Who on earth were they? Qian Gushi's heart raced. Unable to find answers, he was engulfed in confusion. How had they arrived? Were they perhaps the guards accompanying Xueqinghe? The thought sent a chill through him. He realized one crucial point. As the heir of the Tindo Empire, Xueqinghe would surely be surrounded by formidable protectors. I underestimated you. Qian Gushi's gaze turned frantically towards Qian Ruanxue. She too was taken aback upon witnessing the fall of Qian Gushi's subordinates. However, the backlash from her forced utilization of the sun's true flame, coupled with her severe injuries, had left her vision somewhat blurred, allowing her to perceive only a few indistinct figures approaching the coastline, rendering her unable to grasp anything beyond that. At this moment, Qian Gushi had become somewhat deranged. Entirely ignoring Qian Ruanxue's expression, he boasted arrogantly, "Yet you have also underestimated me. For the glorious cause of my family, what does my death matter?" With that, Qian Gushi swung the evil dragon staff one last time. He bit his tongue, drawing forth a mouthful of his own blood and swallowing it. The blood surged within him, transforming into a tremendous wave of bloodthirsty energy, propelling his strength to its zenith. At this moment, even without the aid of the bloodthirsty formation, he could unleash the power of a soul Douluo. His intent was clear, to perish alongside Xueqinghe. As long as Xueqinghe was dead, the war on the continent would erupt uncontrollably. Though he would not live to witness the ensuing glory, his family would rise to a revered status because of his sacrifice. Xueqinghe. He believed that with his proximity to her, he could eliminate her before her hidden weapons could reach him. However, just as Qian Gushi was about to strike Xueqinghe, his chest was perforated. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the reflex of his neurons, Qian Gushi's hand trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with shock. He muttered to himself, "In the end, I was still a moment too late." With that, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing Qian Gushi's demise, the members of the Polaris team breathed a sigh of relief. They had nearly failed their mission. What about the other target? One team member inquired. Another responded, "The target is potentially aggressive. Administer tranquilizers and drag him away." Understood. Tian carried a girl with golden short hair back to the villa. The door was opened by Uncle Fu. Upon seeing the girl, whose front was stained with large patches of fresh blood, Uncle Fu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Young master, what has happened?" Yi Tian maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting no signs of pity or panic. He casually remarked, "If someone has broken a bone in a fight, you should prepare some surgical supplies. I shall set the bone for her." Understood, Fu Bo nodded in agreement, departing at a deliberate pace. As an exceptional steward, he discerned that the young lady before him held little significance to the young master. The young master's act of rescue stemmed solely from humanitarian considerations, devoid of any emotional entanglement. Yi Tian carried the unconscious Qian Renxue into the villa, casually tossing her onto the sofa. Despite her severe injuries, he had managed to staunch her bleeding before she was sedated, thus averting any immediate peril to her life. At this moment, Qian Renxue's mask had been removed, revealing her true visage. Perhaps due to her long-term concealment, her delicate face appeared exceptionally pale, smooth, and youthful. Although stained with blood, her exquisite beauty remained undiminished. It was evident that she was a stunning young woman. However, Yi Tian merely felt a fleeting stir of admiration, devoid of any desire for further contemplation. After all, Qian Renxue's identity was undeniably intricate, and possessing her would undoubtedly present a significant complication. Yi Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead and beckoned a young maid. "Please fetch something to eat from the kitchen. It's rather late, and I have yet to dine." "As you wish," the maid replied, casting a discreet glance at Yi Tian and nodding slightly. After giving the maid her instructions, Yi Tian entered the bathroom adjacent to his bedroom. Having toiled throughout the day and into the night, he felt the pressing need for a warm bath. The cascading water washed away his fatigue, gradually soothing his frayed nerves. Today's events had been exceedingly thrilling. He had anticipated that the ancient timekeeper might engage in some underhanded antics, yet he had not foreseen such grand schemes aimed at igniting war across the continent. It was fortunate that he had intervened at a critical juncture. Otherwise, the conflict in Douluo continent might have erupted prematurely. After vanquishing the ancient timekeeper, the Polaris squad unearthed numerous letters from his storage belt. These correspondences detailed the routine exchanges between the ancient timekeeper and his subordinates. By delving into the contents of these letters, one could dismantle the entire network of evil soul masters in the Silvis province. To Yi Tian's astonishment, one of the letters originated from the City of Slaughter. It is well known that the soul masters residing in the City of Slaughter are not merely guilty. They are deserving of their fate. If his suspicions were correct, the headquarters of the evil soul masters was likely concealed within the City of Slaughter, and it bore an intimate connection with the King of Slaughter. Otherwise, such correspondence would never be able to traverse freely in and out of that city. This struck Yi Tian as somewhat absurd. If memory served him right, the ruler of the City of Slaughter was named Tangshan, the grandfather of Tang Hao and the great-grandfather of Tang San. The Tang family was indeed a force to be reckoned with, straddling both sides of the moral spectrum. Tang San, after all, was known as the overlord of the continent, not only for his extraordinary prowess but also for his formidable lineage. After enjoying a refreshing shower for a while, he felt a sense of comfort envelop him. Yi Tian, feeling refreshed, donned a new outfit. Upon entering the living room, he found the maid, who was already holding a tray, awaiting his arrival. As it was now late at night, the chef had long since returned home. Only the maid remained on night duty, thus the supper was rather simple: 2 poached eggs, a slice of bread, and a few pieces of dried soul beast meat. The chef had prepared congee the previous night, intended for breakfast the following day. "I tasted it. It seems to be well cooked. Would you like some, young master?" she inquired. Starved, Yi Tian, too lazy to use chopsticks, directly took the meat and poached eggs, placing them within the bread, indulging heartily. The maid nodded gently and stepped back. At that moment, Butler Fu had changed into a white coat and approached, holding a roll of bandages in his hand. 3 years ago, when Yi Tian was still on the rise and surrounded by few companions, Fu Bo had served as a surgical assistant for a period of time. Now, having returned to his former profession, he finds himself quite adept at it. Observing Yi Tian indulging in a piece of bread, Fu Bo appeared somewhat puzzled and inquired with concern, "Isn't this girl anxious about the surgery? A soul emperor of over 60 levels is in good health. She won't perish any time soon." Yi Tian casually responded, considering that the other party was not in any mortal danger. After all, undergoing surgery could hardly compare to the necessity of a hearty meal. One must first satiate their hunger to muster the strength for surgery. What was that scent? Who was releasing toxins into the night? Drawn by the aroma, Hulaina, still in a state of drowsiness, appeared on the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looked down. In her hazy vision, she caught sight of a youthful figure, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. Tian? Elated. She descended the stairs and collided directly into his embrace. It has been too long. I have missed you. Feeling the overwhelming softness before him, Tian smirked and replied. It has only been 4 days, after all. 4 days is not a brief span, Hulaina countered. Abruptly, as their gazes met, she noticed another figure on the sofa. This silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Instinctively, Hulaina turned her attention towards Qian Rinxue's face. Upon recognizing her, astonishment washed over her. Is that not Qian Rinxue? She appeared gravely injured, the severity of her wounds evident. Suppressing the shock and concern swelling within her, Hulaina detached herself from Tian's embrace and inquired. Who is the person on the sofa? How did they sustain such serious injuries? Tian glanced at Qian Rinxue and chuckled softly. Her? She possesses quite an impressive background. She is the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. The injuries she bears were inflicted by a surprise attack from the Eternal Clock. He recounted the situation succinctly. Suppressing her curiosity about the nature of the injuries, Hulaina feigned surprise. Isn't the crown prince male? Tian leaned close to Hulaina's ear and whispered. The true Shui Qinghe has long perished. The individual before you is Qian Rinxue. What? Hulaina's pupils contracted sharply, her expression betraying an unmistakable astonishment. How does Tian seem to know everything? Upon witnessing Nana's astonished expression, Tian initially assumed she was overwhelmed by Qian Rinxue's identity. He smiled and reassured her. Do not be alarmed. With me here, no matter how formidable Qian Rinxue may be, she cannot harm you. Hulaina hesitated. That makes sense. But is Qian Rinxue's injury severe? This was her greatest concern. After all, Qian Rinxue was akin to a sister to her. Given the gravity of the situation, it was only natural for her to express her concern. Rest assured, Tian calmly replied, Qian Rinxue possesses profound cultivation and robust physical capabilities. Her injuries are merely a result of severe fractures. There is no cause for alarm. In truth, Qian Rinxue remained unconscious, primarily due to the effects of anesthetics. Fractures? Hulaina's heart raced. Can she be healed? Absolutely, Tian affirmed confidently. He had encountered such injuries numerous times and was well versed in their treatment. It is rather late. You should rest now. He waved his hand dismissively. What about Qian Rinxue? Hulaina couldn't help but ask, but immediately regretted her inquiry. Was she being overly concerned? Such a display could expose her intentions. Yet, Tian remained oblivious to her unease, responding with a smile. What else can we do? We will mend her arm and send her to the Spirit Hall in Donghai City. Chapter 80. Erasing the ancient clan. I trust they will handle Qian Rinxue's situation. Conveniently. There is an elder stationed at the Spirit Hall in Donghai City at this moment, with Elder Shilong's rank. The news of Qian Rinxue's injury would swiftly reach the Spirit City, eliminating any concerns about subsequent arrangements. All right. Hearing Tian's assurance, Hulaina nodded slightly. Feeling somewhat dazed as she departed. She had not anticipated her sister Qian Rinxue would appear so suddenly, and injured, no less. It was truly a distressing event. Upon returning to her bedroom on the 2nd floor and opening the door, Hulaina looked up to find her teacher had awakened. Nana, where have you been? Bibi Dong, dressed in her nightgown, gently pressed her forehead. I had a nightmare, and Tian has not returned. Hulaina began to speak, but quickly realized she could not conceal the truth from her teacher, especially considering that Bibi Dong was Qian Rinxue's mother. Indeed, Bibi Dong remarked with a calm demeanor, her gaze warming as she looked at Hulaina. Your ears are remarkably keen. I did not hear Tian return. Yet you were the first to know. Summoning her courage, Hulaina whispered, Sister Qian Rinxue returned with Tian, and she is injured. At this revelation, the previously composed Bibi Dong suddenly stood, her expression shifting dramatically before quickly regaining her composure. She moved to the door, donning a coat with an impassive expression, stating, You should rest. I will go check on Xiao Shui. I will accompany you, teacher. Hulaina could no longer find solace in sleep and hurriedly followed Bibi Dong. As they descended the stairs together once more, Tian had donned his work attire, diligently using alcohol-soaked cotton balls to cleanse the bloodstains from Qian Rinxue's body. Gazing upon Qian Rinxue, whose eyes were shut and breathing steady, Bibi Dong's footsteps suddenly halted. The girl on the sofa was none other than her daughter, Qian Rinxue. As a mother, the bond of blood was unmistakably evident. It had been several years since Qian Rinxue had ventured to Tindo City, and Bibi Dong had not seen her in all that time. To her astonishment, their long-awaited reunion unfolded under such dire circumstances. As the Pope, Bibi Dong was adept at managing her emotions. The complex feelings that briefly flickered across her face quickly vanished. With graceful strides, she approached Yu Tian, silently observing Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Yu Tian turned to see Bibi Dong and chuckled softly, realizing that his sister had yet to fall asleep. Bibi Dong smiled gently, saying, "I heard from Nana that you have returned, so I came to see." Was the reception of Xue Qinghe fraught with numerous risks? Yi Tian gently nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, I never anticipated that the ancient timepiece would resort to the assassination of Xue Qinghe to instigate a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. Furthermore, I was astonished to discover that Xue Qinghe was merely a guise of Qian Rinxue. The latter part of his statement was, in truth, a fabrication. He had long known that the real Xue Qinghe had perished. However, to provide a semblance of rational explanation, he felt compelled to deceive his sister. Fortunately, little Tian, you intervened just in time. Otherwise, the continent would have been shrouded in the ominous clouds of war. Bibi Dong sighed softly. Yi Tian turned around and continued to cleanse the bloodstains from Qian Rinxue's body. Without raising his head, he stated, "My purpose in rescuing Qian Rinxue is to prevent the continent's gaze from excessively converging on the shores of the East Sea. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plans can have oversights. An abundance of scrutiny will force us out of the shadows and into the limelight." As he spoke, Yi Tian summoned his martial soul, the Tai E Divine Needle, to seal the meridians in Qian Rinxue's shoulder. He then made a gentle incision with the needle's tip, revealing the delicate skin of Qian Rinxue, which was now cut open. Her veins and broken bones were clearly visible, prompting Hulaina to instinctively cover her eyes in horror. While Bibi Dong merely furrowed her brow, yet her heart was ablaze with anger. How dare that vile evil soul master harm her daughter? None of those who had hurt Qian Rinxue could be spared. Throughout the entire process of setting the bones, Bibi Dong remained silent, fearing that any interruption might hinder Yi Tian's treatment. However, in truth, Yi Tian did not exhibit a remarkable level of skill. To him, Qian Rinxue was merely an inconsequential figure. A simple treatment would suffice before handing her over to the Spirit Hall. Thus, the entire procedure was executed with a focus on speed. After half an hour, the shattered bones of Qian Rinxue's right shoulder were reconnected, and Yu Tian proceeded to suture the wound. After rinsing the blood from his hands in a nearby basin, Yu Tian gestured to Fu Bo, saying, "Send a few people to take Qian Rinxue to the entrance of the Spirit Hall in East Sea City." Upon hearing the word throw, Hulaina was momentarily stunned. Yi Tian, isn't it a bit too harsh to just throw Qian Rinxue there after she has just sustained such severe injuries? Moreover, she is a young lady. It would be inappropriate to do so at night. Yi Tian smiled nonchalantly. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate, Nana. Since you brought it up, let us have Qian Rinxue stay overnight at the villa." He merely wished to send Qian Rinxue away quickly, concerned that Nana might feel jealous. After all, having such a stunning beauty in the house, especially one he had saved, could lead to misunderstandings among those who had traveled to Solar Island. Only he and Qian Rinxue had returned. Regardless of whether he delivered her to the Spirit Hall, the first thing Qian Rinxue would do upon waking would be to inquire about the situation from him. Keeping her in the villa had its advantages. At least it would help her recognize that he had brought her back from Solar Island. As for how the ancient time needle had been eliminated, Yi Tian had already concocted a plausible explanation. It was all thanks to the Xian Gun Douluo. After all, the Xian Gun Douluo had long since perished, leaving no witnesses to refute his tale. Contemplating this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Xian Gun Douluo had indeed received a windfall, having been dead for half a month, yet still managing to secure a reputation. "Let Qian Rinxue stay with us for the night. She is injured, and should any after effects arise, we can inform you immediately," he suggested. Bibi Dong, with her violet eyes fixed on Yi Tian, did not wait for his consent before cradling Qian Rinxue in her arms and ascending the stairs. "All right," Yi Tian shrugged, feigning helplessness. His sister, having worked in the Spirit Hall for many years, likely harbored some inexplicable feelings for this young master of the Spirit Hall. Since she had taken the initiative to look after Qian Rinxue, he could not object. Upon returning to the bedroom, Bibi Dong's icy demeanor lowered the room's temperature. Hulaina's chest heaved with fury as she exclaimed, "That despicable ancient time needle actually harmed Sister Qian Rinxue. Nana, write a letter and secretly send it to Elder Shilong. Urge him to mobilize all available Spirit Hall resources to investigate the ancient family. No matter what, those who dare to harm Xiaoshui must be eradicated from the continent." Bibi Dong's eyes were as cold as ice. Chapter 81. A big fish arrives. As night gradually brightened, Yi Tian, after resting for half the night and freshening up, stepped outside the villa to gaze at the azure sky, stretching his languid body. Being a creature of habit, even without sleep during the earlier hours, his biological clock compelled him to rise on time. Glancing around, Tian noticed that the number of sentinels around the villa had significantly increased. He inquired curiously what happened. The butler Fu Bo approached, bowing respectfully. These have been added at the behest of Zhou Long, sir, with the heir of the angel family taken back home by you. Your safety is now in jeopardy. That's a misnomer. Tian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. What do you mean by taken back home? Uncle Zhou and the others are unaware, but Fu Bo, surely you must know? After all, Fu Bo had personally opened the door for him last night and was thoroughly informed about the incident involving Qianren Shui. To his surprise, Fu Bo whispered, if you seize this opportunity, you could ascend to great heights. Haha. Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing that this was what they were referring to. Tian understood that although Zhou Long, Fu Bo, and the others had been under his command for several years, they inherently retained the mindset of Douluo. They believed that with his exceptional talents, even if he did not establish a nation or unify the world, he should at least create a sect as grand as the Haotian sect. It must be said that the pursuit of power and the fierce struggle amidst bloodshed to claim a throne is undeniably passionate and captivating, setting aside other considerations. If Tian were to express this ambition, the entire eastern shoreline would undoubtedly rally in response, eager to provide support. Subsequently, it would be a trivial matter to garner a reputation across the continent and attract a cohort of formidable warriors. However, what lies beyond that? Would he contend for territory against the two great empires? Engage in battles with the Spirit Hall? Strive for dominance? If that were the case, he might as well set up a roasting pit on the farm and prepare a few roasted chickens to replenish himself. If he were to spend his days embroiled in schemes and treachery, it would be astonishing if Tian did not lose his sanity. Unfortunately, having grown accustomed to a life of ease, he could hardly adapt to the intrigues of power struggles. Tian raised his hand and said, Fu Bo, there is no need for further elaboration on such matters. Let me first clarify that I harbor no such intentions. If these words were to spread, it would only serve to deepen Qianren Shui's misunderstandings. In the original narrative, Qianren Shui is portrayed as an exceptionally tenacious girl. If she perceives any threat to her reputation, it would not be long before I find myself facing assassination attempts. These heartfelt words are merely for the young master's ears. I would never utter a single syllable of them in the presence of others. Fu Bo immediately expressed his understanding, stating that his remarks were merely intended to provide Tian with an additional perspective for contemplation, without any ulterior motives. Once Tian makes a decision, he adheres to it with unwavering commitment, refraining from any doubts or minor adjustments. As the two conversed, a distant sound of clip-clop echoed, the rhythmic hoofbeats of a galloping horse. Good morning, young master, Chun Jian greeted, dismounting gracefully and striding towards Tian. Tian greeted with a smile. What brings you to the villa? Chun Jian, beaming with enthusiasm, leaned closer to Tian and replied, a significant opportunity has arrived in Donghai City. A significant opportunity? Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of opportunity? Chun Jian candidly stated, have you ever heard of the Lightning Commerce Association? It is likely an organization from the Xinglua Empire, Tian pondered. Although he had never visited the Xinglua Empire, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about the region. This Lightning Commerce Association was affiliated with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Due to their support for the royal family of Xinglua, they held a position of considerable influence. Thus, the Lightning Commerce Association enjoyed vast privileges within the Xinglua Empire and operated on a grand scale, with a presence in nearly every major city. Is the Lightning Commerce Association here in Donghai City to conduct business with us? Tian inquired. Not exactly with us, Chun Jian clarified. They have set their sights on Donghai City due to the recent calamity, intending to exploit the price of grain and make a substantial profit. Oh? It seems local businesses have already attempted to capitalize on the misfortunes of the victims. I did not expect even the Lightning Commerce Association to be drawn in. Tian's interest was piqued. Isn't this akin to inviting trouble? If they seek to plunge into the fray, we would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Chun Jian continued. According to our investigations, the Lightning Commerce Association possesses a formidable background. Therefore, I wish to consult you, young master, on whether we should endeavor to catch this big fish. Tian smiled indifferently and instructed Chun Jian. Since the Lightning Chamber of Commerce is so intent on making a profit, how can we not accompany them to the end and extend our hospitality? Understanding the implication behind Tian's words, Jian nodded solemnly. How many people have they brought? What resources have they prepared? Tian inquired. Approximately around 7 million golden soul coins, Jian pondered, aware that this estimate was derived from intelligence personnel and could not be entirely accurate. However, it was evident that the Lightning Chamber of Commerce aimed to manipulate grain prices. Jian then provided an example, chuckling, young master. You once dispatched individuals to spread rumors about severe disasters, and as soon as the forces of the Lightning Chamber of Commerce arrived, they promptly hired our people to continue disseminating those rumors. Consequently, in recent days, grain prices have surged even further. Upon hearing this, Tian remarked with a wry smile. 7 million golden soul coins is quite a sum. This is not merely an attempt to disrupt the grain prices in the entire Silvis province. I fear neighboring provinces will also suffer. As one of the instigators, Tian understood deeply the peril of rumors. Once news of a grain shortage spreads, a multitude of small merchants and farmers will inevitably flock to the scene. It is akin to the stock market in later years, where naive investors, believing they have insider information, hastily rush in with their money, only to leap into a pitfall. Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. I believe the small amount of provisions we have stored will likely prove insufficient. The Lightning Chamber of Commerce, aiming to manipulate grain prices, will undoubtedly engage in extensive acquisitions and stockpiling of supplies. The grain reserves held by Tian had long been sold to the local merchant guilds several days prior. At this moment, the storeroom was entirely devoid of supplies. He spoke to Jian, suggesting, you may reach out to the Leaf family. After their victory over the pirates, they acquired a substantial number of vessels, significantly augmenting their maritime transport capabilities. They could devise a means to procure some grain from other ports. Given that Qian Rinxue had sustained injuries, it was certain that the focus of the Tindo Empire would now shift to the Qian family. As for the case of the Xuanqi Douluo, it sufficed to inform Qian Rinxue that she had been rescued by the Xuanqi Douluo. All would be resolved effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Jian smiled and proposed, young master. The Lightning Merchant Guild is likely to be fervently renting grain storages near East Sea City. Should we consider leasing our vacant storages to them? That is indeed a possibility. Tian responded with a light chuckle. Once the Lightning Merchant Guild exhausts their funds purchasing grain to store in the warehouses, they will soon realize the impossibility of selling it. In their desperation to recuperate their losses, they will inevitably resort to a massive sell-off. At that juncture, we can have Jian seize the opportunity to take over, thereby saving the effort of transportation altogether. Chapter 82. 2 letters. As Tian and Jian engaged in a discussion regarding the Lightning Merchant Association, the entourage of the association had just arrived in Donghai City. Leading the group was a dashing young man, elegantly mounted on a brown steed. Beside him, an elderly servant named Gao Yao respectfully inquired, young master Tianheng, where shall we reside? Naturally, we shall stay at the finest hotel, replied Tianheng as he scrutinized the architectural marvels of Donghai City and observed the bustling crowds, exclaiming, the public order here is commendable. Gao Yao chuckled and explained, recently, the 4 great families of Donghai City were obliterated by an unknown force. The city has since been taken under the guardianship of Elder Shi Longmian of the Spirit Hall, hence the commendable order. This is precisely why we chose Donghai City as our base. With the title Douluo in command, no one would dare to cause trouble. Upon hearing Gao Yao's elucidation, Tianheng grew somewhat impatient. The affairs of the Merchant Association are best left to you, he remarked, harboring a sense of grievance. I cannot fathom why my father insisted on sending me here to oversee matters personally. As a rank 53 Soul King, his primary focus should be on cultivation. Engaging in such mundane pursuits as profit-making was beneath his dignity. Gao Yao, however, respectfully responded, young master Tianheng, the head of the family has your best interests at heart. Prolonged cultivation alone will not lead to rapid progress. The path of cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and discipline for long-term development. Your words are quite systematic. Tianheng scoffed, dismissing his sleeves with a flick. He fixed a serious gaze upon Gao Yao, adding, however, I must caution you, even if my father has sent me, I shall not partake in trade. I have heard that the sea spirit masters here are formidable. Quickly find me some sparring partners. I wish to practice in real combat. Hearing this, Gao Yao felt a sense of resignation. Young Master Tianheng was admirable in many respects, but his obsession with cultivation was rather excessive. Nonetheless, Gao Yao understood. For Tianheng was the heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, bearing an extraordinary burden. I comprehend. Gao Yao finally acquiesced to Tianheng's request. In the absence of the family head, Yu Tianheng's words were tantamount to commands that could not be disregarded. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall of Donghai City, Elder Shilong found himself staring at two sealed documents resting on his desk. Hesitant to proceed, he recognized that the origins of these documents were quite pointed. One was from the Elder Hall, while the other was from Pope Bibi Dong. As a relatively neutral elder within the spirit hall, Shilong neither pledged unwavering loyalty to Douluo nor paid much heed to Bibi Dong, preferring to conduct his own affairs diligently. Although he had never entered the core power circle of the spirit hall, he was still considered an outstanding high-ranking member, devoted to his duties. It is often said that an outsider sees clearly, and as an observer, Shilong was acutely aware of the ongoing power struggle between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall. I hope I am not drawn into this conflict, he silently prayed. With resolve, he decided to first open the letter from Pope Bibi Dong. After all, she was in Donghai, and though he was unaware of her clandestine activities, he understood that she placed great importance on time. If there were no exceptionally significant matters, she would not linger by the shores of Donghai for nearly 2 months. Upon opening the letter and inspecting the handwriting, he felt a slight sense of relief. The letter was not penned by Bibi Dong herself, indicating it was not an official document. In times of necessity, Shilong could opt not to comply, which would not contravene the regulations of the spirit hall. However, as he continued to read, his expression grew increasingly grave. Tian has sustained serious injuries? Shilong's heart sank. It was imperative to note that Tian currently held the title of the Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, and any exposure could pose significant risks. Given the already strained relations between the Tindo Empire and the Spirit Hall, if Tian incident were to become public knowledge, the entire continent's situation would be precariously destabilized. Upon reaching the end of the letter, where Bibi Dong commanded him to thoroughly investigate the Qiangu family, Shilong felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that failing to avenge Tian would leave him in a precarious position with both Bibi Dong and Douluo. Yet, a conundrum arose. Tian was the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. Despite the Qiangu family's connection to evil soul masters, logically speaking, the Spirit Hall would revel in the Tindo Empire's misfortunes rather than assist them in dealing with their adversaries. Thus, hasty actions were ill-advised. The involved parties are often the most confused, Shilong sighed. As a mother, Bibi Dong's current emotions were likely tumultuous. However, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he could not neglect his responsibilities to the institution. It would be prudent to postpone any actions against the Qiangu family and observe how the Tindo Empire proceeds. Shilong contemplated. Subsequently, he set aside the first letter and opened the second, which was a correspondence from the Spirit City. After unsealing it, he first scrutinized the handwriting. The strokes flowed with an elegance reminiscent of a dancing dragon, leaving no doubt that this was a letter penned by Douluo himself. Realizing the weight of the message, Shilong took a deep breath before beginning to read, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. The contents of this letter were far more serious than those sent by the Pope, and they pertained to her directly. Personnel adjustments? Comprehensive implementation? Upon encountering these phrases, Shilong sharply dropped the letter. Undeniably, Bibi Dong's ambitions were grand, yet such widespread changes could very well uproot the Spirit Hall. Families dependent on the Spirit Hall had entrenched themselves locally for centuries, becoming an integral part of the community. To disturb this equilibrium would not be an easy feat. In his letter, Douluo had also mentioned this concern, hence his vehement opposition. He even criticized Bibi Dong sternly. Do not presume that your position as Pope grants you absolute authority. I am still alive. At this juncture, Shilong could vividly envision the imposing demeanor of the Grand Offerer. An overwhelming sense of frustration washed over him as he once again grasped the letter. He understood that Douluo's correspondence was not merely a venting of frustrations, but rather a summons to address significant matters. Despite all precautions, he found himself ensnared in the conflict between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall. Alas, Shilong lamented, continuing to read. Indeed, towards the conclusion of the letter, Douluo instructed him to personally convey to Bibi Dong that she should refrain from reckless actions, or else her tenure as Pope would come to an end. Upon reading this, Shilong fell into a stunned silence. He dared not act with impudence before Bibi Dong, for she had maintained her position as Pope for over a decade with unwavering composure. Her strength was not to be underestimated, and he, as a mere elder, had no authority to reprimand her. Was he not pushing himself into a perilous situation? Yet, the Grand Offerer's command was not one to be disregarded. Shilong's expression grew increasingly bitter. It seemed that a meeting with the Pope was now unavoidable. Chapter 83. Tian awakens. My shoulders feel so heavy. In the bedroom, Tian Rinxue lay in a state of drowsiness, her right hand feeling as though it were weighed down with lead, resistant to her commands, and beset by waves of burning sensation. Gradually, she opened her eyes, the blinding light flooding her vision. As her pupils dilated, the brightly decorated, low-luxury bedroom came into sharper focus. Where am I? A sense of confusion enveloped her. Instinctively tilting her head, she noticed a girl with a head of pink hair standing by the bed, dozing off. The way she kept bobbing her head was utterly endearing. Nana? Tian Rinxue exclaimed in surprise. Although her relationship with Hulaina was not that of intimate friends, they were certainly allies. If Hulaina was beside her, did that mean she was in the spirit hall? This thought cast a complex shadow over her mood. She would be seeing that woman again. Her mind wandered back to her journey to Sororo Island and the treachery of the ancient clock. Before losing consciousness, she recalled a mysterious squad of soldiers who had vanquished the ancient clock. This left Tian Rinxue uncertain about whether those soldiers hailed from the spirit hall. Little Snow? You're awake? Hulaina, who had been dozing, startled awake at the sound of Tian Rinxue's voice. She quickly added, your shoulder is severely fractured. You need to rest for a month. Tian Rinxue attempted to sit up, but the injuries she sustained extended beyond her shoulder. Even a slight movement sent waves of pain through her heart and lungs. The intense agony surged, overwhelming her mind. Ultimately, she gave up the struggle and asked, am I in the spirit hall? Her hesitation was palpable. In her memory, the decor of the spirit hall was not quite like this. Hulaina shook her head. You were still by the East Sea. It was Tian who brought you back. Upon hearing that name, a vague figure materialized in her mind. This individual, though socially awkward, always bore an air of self-assuredness. She had considered numerous ways she might be rescued, yet Tian had never crossed her mind. After all, this youth, who was not even a soul master, was all too easy to overlook. Suddenly, Tian Rinxue instinctively touched her face. The skin suit was gone. This revelation rendered her somewhat wary. Did they know my identity? Yes, Hulaina replied, pursing her lips. This admission stirred unease within Tian Rinxue as she silently contemplated. My covert mission is not yet complete. I cannot allow Tian to escape. He poses too great a risk to me. Realizing her tone had grown too severe, she added, at least until I finish my infiltration task. Tian must remain under surveillance. You need not worry about that. Little Snow, Hulaina chuckled, waving her hand, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. As it stands, Tian is now practically a member of the spirit hall. Tian Rinxue keenly observed Hulaina's expression and, in astonishment, queried. You don't mean a radiant smile spread across Hulaina's face, but she quickly shook her head and waved her hands. It's not what you think. We haven't married yet, but it should happen soon. Does sister know? Tian Rinxue inquired calmly, referring to Bibi Dong. That woman had never cared for her, and thus had no right to be called mother. The implications of Hulaina's earlier statement were staggering. Marrying Tian? Hulaina was the future saintess of the spirit hall. Tian's worthiness to be paired with Hulaina is questionable. Moreover, given Hulaina's esteemed status, her marriage is not solely within her purview to decide. The interests of the spirit hall must take precedence. This has been the price she has paid for years of significant support from the spirit hall. Hulaina smiled softly. Her joy unmistakable. This union has received the personal approval of her mentor. Tian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. Bibi Dong personally approved? It is well known that in that woman's heart, the spirit hall holds greater importance than her own daughter. Prior to this, Bibi Dong had already expressed her intentions. As the heir to the papacy, Hulaina's future husband must possess at least the extraordinary talent of a super Douluo. It was utterly unexpected that Bibi Dong would change her mind and betroth Hulaina to Tian, who was not even a soul master. This filled Tian Rinxue with profound perplexity. No wonder Tian had previously declined her invitation. He had evidently allied himself with the spirit hall. For a moment, she found herself bewildered. How exactly was I saved? I do not know. Hulaina shook her head. When you were brought back last night, it was already late. Both my mentor and I were extremely anxious, preoccupied solely with tending to your injuries, leaving no room for other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tian Rinxue's expression revealed a hint of complexity. She had not anticipated that the woman would worry for her. As they conversed, Bibi Dong entered the bedroom, carrying a bowl of rice porridge. Upon seeing that Tian Rinxue had awakened, her weariness softened into a smile. You're awake? First, eat. Tian Rinxue hesitated, glancing at Bibi Dong. Is this truly the woman she has known? She is actually urging me to eat. This is the first time in her life. For a moment, Tian Rinxue felt a pang in her nose. Yet, she held back, resolute not to weep in front of Bibi Dong. Thank you, she uttered stiffly, the words feeling unnatural. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze, fixed her eyes on Tian Rinxue, yet offered no reply. Meanwhile, in the fields of Zizhu village, Tian, donned with a felt hat, stood upon the ridge, surveying the landscape. Farmers were diligently tilling the fields, employing the methods taught by Chen Jian. The cultivation of potatoes differs significantly from that of wheat. Wheat requires only flat land for planting, while potatoes thrive better when grown in ridges. As Tian observed, Chen Jian approached him, donning a felt hat identical to Tian's. With a gentle smile, he remarked, a significant spacing is indeed required for potato cultivation, which certainly reduces the overall planting time. Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled nonchalantly. The nearby expanse of 10,000 acres must be swiftly cultivated. As for other regions, we shall take our time, allowing the Lightning Chamber of Commerce some time for procurement. Although this may slightly postpone the potato harvest season, the delay will not be significant. With a modicum of relief, the common folk shall soon bask in the bountiful harvest of potatoes, ensuring a life replete with sustenance. In doing so, the Lightning Chamber of Commerce will truly plunge into the substantial pit of grain procurement, Chen Jian remarked with a composed smile. Tian spoke with deep significance. If one dares to exploit even the meager savings of the common folk, who else could they possibly deceive? Young master, urgent news. Unbeknownst to him, Shursan had already approached. A rare look of anxiety graced his face. Observing Shursan's expression, Tian inquired, "Oh, could it be that there is news from the Martial Soul City?" He recalled having dispatched intelligence personnel to Martial Soul City a few days prior. Not yet. It will likely take another week or two, Shursan replied, shaking his head, and then handed Tian a small slip of paper. It was inscribed with Morse code, and before he could translate it, it was presented to him by Shursan. Tian caught a whiff of danger and inquired, "What is happening? Please elaborate." Chapter 84, Hand in Hand with Bibi Dong? 13, slightly anxious, began. The military forces of the Silvis province have commenced a large-scale mobilization since yesterday. Their target is quite clear, our Donghai city, with an estimated strength of around 50,000 troops. Hearing this, Tian's expression grew grave. The Tindo Empire maintains a strict military protocol. Any troop movements exceeding 1,000 must receive the emperor's personal approval. Such a mobilization of 50,000 troops cannot be without purpose. Do we know the reason for the mobilization? Tian raised his gaze and asked. No, 13 sighed. Our intelligence personnel attempted to discreetly inquire with mid-level officers, but they too were unaware of the reasons. They only know it was a decree issued by the Snowy Night Emperor himself, utilizing the Tiger Talisman to mobilize the troops. Chen Jian remarked. It seems something significant is about to unfold in Donghai City. No, Tian suddenly raised his head with alertness. This troop movement is likely fabricated by Governor Qian Gunanfeng. How could the timing be so coincidental, with Tian Rinxue arriving in Donghai City just before the army's mobilization? According to protocol, even if the Snowy Night Emperor wished to mobilize the troops, he should have entrusted the matter to Tian Rinxue, who was a prince, to oversee the operation. 13 was also taken aback by this revelation. Could Qian Gunanfeng be preparing to betray the Tindo Empire? It is worth noting that Qian Gunanfeng's family is a thoroughly soul-master family. Their betrayal would be expected. Very likely, Tian pondered thoughtfully. Qian Gu had targeted Xue Qinghe, and it was impossible he had not informed Qian Gunanfeng. Moreover, this could indeed be a scheme orchestrated by Qian Gunanfeng, merely carried out by Qian Gu Zhizhen. After the assassination mission, Qian Gu Zhizhen had not reported back to Qian Gunanfeng for a long time. Qian Gunanfeng must be aware of Qian Gu Zhizhen's failure. The consequences are dire. Attempting to assassinate the imperial prince is sufficient grounds for extermination of the entire clan. Qian Gunanfeng is undoubtedly on the brink of exposure. Thus, the possibility of him fabricating the imperial edict and Tiger Talisman to mobilize troops becomes significantly more plausible. What should we do now? Chen Jian expressed his concern. Should we mobilize the Tianso army? No need, Tian declined with a wave of his hand. Then contemplated before stating, this matter can be entrusted to the Spirit Hall. Tian Rinxue is a crucial figure in the Spirit Hall. Such a serious issue will not be overlooked. It appears I must personally make a trip to inform Xiaolong Douluo. With that, Tian removed his hat and instructed Chen Jian, I'll leave the potato planting to you. 13. Accompany me to Donghai City to meet Xiaolong. Understood. 13 nodded resolutely. They prepared to ride together to Donghai City. However, shortly after departing, they encountered Sha Long and his entourage. Tian was somewhat surprised and inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you here, Your Excellency Sha Long?" Sha Long, with an inscrutable demeanor, chuckled, "I merely came for a visit, seeking your hospitality and to see Nana." In truth, he was here to meet Bibi Dong, but due to her current circumstances, he could not reveal this, hence the pretext. Upon hearing Sha Long's words, Tian pondered deeply. Suspecting the true purpose of his visit was related to Qian Rinxue, he couldn't help but marvel at the spirit hall's efficiency within a day. They were already aware of Qian Rinxue's presence with him. However, such tacit understanding made it inappropriate for him to openly disclose the information. He offered a slight bow to Sha Long and courteously remarked, "It is an honor to host Your Excellency Sha Long at my humble abode." Tian waved to the nearby 13, urging him to promptly notify Uncle Fu to prepare a splendid feast with fine wine and delicacies, as he wished to graciously host His Excellency Shilong. With a gesture of invitation toward Shilong, Tian remarked, "Your Excellency, my villa is just a short distance ahead, and Nana and the others are there as well. Shall we continue our conversation there? That aligns perfectly with my desires." Shilong replied with a hearty laugh, riding closely behind Tian. The group swiftly traversed the smooth concrete path, crossing a small stream before arriving at the villa. At that moment, Bibi Dong and Hulaina were outside, basking in the sun while tending to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue's angelic martial soul was rather unique. Under the sunlight, it not only accelerated her training but also hastened the healing of wounds. Shilong's gaze flickered upon spotting Bibi Dong and the others, with Tian present. He felt it inappropriate to engage in conversation with the Pope. It seemed he would need to devise a strategy to discreetly send Tian away. Upon arriving at the villa, Tian also noticed Hulaina and the others. Dismounting with a smile, he approached them and, with a beaming expression, turned to Qian Rinxue, saying, "I did not expect that Your Highness is of the feminine gender." In front of Qian Rinxue, it was crucial he did not reveal his knowledge of her secret, lest it invite unnecessary complications. Qian Rinxue, already informed about Tian through Hulaina, remained composed in response to his feigned surprise. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. I trust you will keep mine well guarded. Furthermore, I am grateful for your assistance in saving me." Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he wove a meticulously crafted lie. "It was not I who rescued you, but rather the esteemed Xuanqiang Douluo. He appeared on Sorrow Island at that moment, saving both you and me." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue pressed her lips together, suppressing a laugh. However, she skillfully concealed her amusement, her expression betraying only a semblance of surprise. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, it is as you say." Tian continued earnestly. "Xuanqiang Douluo also mentioned that he wishes to withdraw from the tumult of the continent and hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince will refrain from seeking him further." "I understand perfectly," the Crown Prince replied, stifling her inner mirth. After concluding the explanation with Qian Rinxue, Tian took the hands of Bibi Dong and Hulaina, smiling. "Today, with both His Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency Shilongnian as our distinguished guests, let us procure some ingredients and personally host them." Tian's words merely sought to provide a conversational space for Shilong and Qian Rinxue. Of course, he remained unaware that Shilong was actually here to seek Bibi Dong. Upon witnessing Tian's actions, Shilong's pupils constricted. Grasping Wuliana's hand was one thing, but daring to hold Bibi Dong's hand? Wasn't that courting death? However, Bibi Dong showed no sign of anger, lightly nodding before departing alongside Tian. This left Shilong standing in place, silently astonished. What was the situation? The Pope being led by the hand without any reaction? It was rather absurd. Naturally, he would never dare to confront Tian, especially as the Pope herself had said nothing. To intervene would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. If Bibi Dong were to become enraged, a mere slap could obliterate him. Chapter 85. Testing Tian, seeing Bibi Dong being taken away by Tian. Qian Rinxue's eyes were filled with astonishment. Despite Bibi Dong having never cared for her throughout her life, she understood her mother well. She was a woman of unparalleled aloofness, both in appearance and essence. Over the years, numerous Super Douluo-level powerhouses had pursued Bibi Dong in secret, only to be rejected without a second thought, with no opportunity for even a softening of stance, let alone holding hands. Although Bibi Dong's current public identity was not that of the Pope, but rather Tian's sister, allowing Tian to hold her hand still seemed quite irregular. However, Qian Rinxue did not entertain any other thoughts. Instead, she comprehended that Tian held an extraordinary position in Bibi Dong's heart, perhaps even surpassing that of Hualiana and herself. This notion stirred a slight discomfort within her. Deep down, had she not yearned for Bibi Dong's affection? A love she had never experienced throughout her life. As she grew older, she had never understood what offense she had committed against Bibi Dong. Why was it that each time Bibi Dong saw her, her expression was so cold? Why did Bibi Dong prefer to nurture Huoliana instead of bestowing even a modicum of love upon her? This was the reason behind her resentment towards Bibi Dong, who refused to acknowledge her as a mother for over a decade. As she matured and gained more experience, she began to harbor suspicions that perhaps there was an unusual story behind it all. But who could possibly fill the void of familial affection that she had long lacked? With this mindset, upon witnessing Tian holding Bibi Dong's hand, her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, tinged with envy and jealousy. Bibi Dong and Tian had only known each other for less than 2 months, yet their relationship had grown so intimate. Meanwhile, as Bibi Dong's daughter, she had known her for over a decade, yet they could hardly be considered even friends, let alone mother and daughter. The Pope had actually left. Xilong gazed at Tian's receding figure with a sigh. He could not comprehend the reasons behind Bibi Dong's concealed identity, lacking the courage to expose it. He approached Qian Rinxue and whispered, "I believe it may lead to considerable trouble if I were to report directly to the Pope. I think it would be wise to inform you, young master, as well." "What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, looking at Xilong. He smiled and produced a letter written to him by Qian Douluo. From the letter's content, it was clear that Qian Douluo intended to deliver it directly to Bibi Dong. However, due to her lack of a contact address, he had no choice but to pass it on to Xilong. With a puzzled expression, Qian Rinxue took the envelope, opened it, and was surprised. "My grandfather wrote this." She recognized her grandfather's handwriting immediately. After reading the letter from beginning to end, her expression mirrored that of Xilong when he first read it, her brow arching in surprise. Sister's proposed reforms are indeed quite ambitious. Although the content seemed brief, the implications and repercussions were immense. Xilong nodded in understanding. "I believe the Grand Enshrine's concerns are not unfounded. With 2 great empires and the 3 upper sects looming on the fringes, the reforms of the Spirit Hall will not be easy to implement. You must present the pros and cons clearly when you deliver the letter to the Pope," he said earnestly. "The ideal state of reform may greatly benefit the Spirit Hall, but the steps are simply too large. A single step of change may be termed a revolution, but 2 steps could lead to a collapse of the entire situation." Qian Rinxue's gaze fell slightly, her delicate, snow-white hand resting on her chin as she mused. "I hold a different perspective from you. You, Xilong, have spent most of your time within the Spirit Hall, seldom interacting with the upper echelons of the 2 great empires. However, I have been undercover in the Tindo Empire for over a decade and have a clear understanding of its policy inclinations. In the last decade, the Tindo Empire has consistently prepared materials for war annually, and militia training has been progressively strengthened. Furthermore, the nobility has grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall's expansion. The sentiment against the Spirit Hall has been steadily rising." She fixed her determined gaze on Xilong. "I estimate that within 10 years, a war will undoubtedly erupt on the continent. With our Spirit Hall's strength, we are more than capable of dealing with Tindo, Xinglua, or the 3 upper sects. But, Xilong, have you considered what might happen when a powerful lion appears in a den of fighting wolves?" Xilong instinctively replied. The wolves would temporarily abandon their internal strife to unite against the lion. However, despite the lion's strength, it would likely struggle against the wolves' collective ambush. Qian Rinxue's expression remained unyielding. "Our Spirit Hall is in a similar predicament. Though we appear to be the continent's foremost power, we are ensnared in an invisible web, hindered at every turn. You may be unaware, but at the request of the Snow Knight Emperor, I have already taken Ning Fingji as my master." The implication of the Tindo Empire's crown prince taking the master of one of the 3 upper sects, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, as his teacher is self-evident. Xilong's expression grew grave. An alliance between the empire and sects did not bode well for the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue continued. "The situation with the Xinglua Empire is likely similar. The Xinglua royal family has maintained a close relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Thus, while we may appear immensely powerful and have ample time, the urgency to strengthen our capabilities is pressing. I support my sister's approach, but I fear your words may not carry weight." Xilong sighed softly. The order for personnel adjustments, even if it were to be issued, would undoubtedly stir immense waves among the various subordinate families of the Spirit Hall if it were to leak. He paused, lowering his voice. "Moreover, you are well aware of the Grand Enshrine's temperament." Qian Douluo was notoriously stubborn and unwavering. The policy of personnel adjustments already threatened the very foundation of the spirit hall. Convincing the traditionally cautious and steadfast leader, Douluo, seemed an arduous task. Having grown up beside her grandfather, Rinxue couldn't possibly be unaware of his temperament. From her grandfather's handwritten letter, it was evident that he held a myriad of opposing views regarding her sister's policies. She lightly tapped her forehead, realizing this was a tricky issue. Moreover, she could not return to the spirit city personally to explain the situation to her grandfather. This matter was indeed challenging. Amidst the chaos, Rinxue unexpectedly recalled Tian. A sudden realization struck her. The policy of adjustment had been conceived by her sister during these days by the Eastern Sea. This led her to ponder whether this initiative might indeed originate from Tian. Such a thought could elucidate her sister's profound concern for him. To conceive a policy of such groundbreaking significance is indicative of an exceptionally strategic talent, one that is rare in any era. As this notion lingered in her mind, an idea abruptly emerged. If Tian could devise such an epoch-making policy, could he also possess solutions to the challenges posed by it? Her heart stirred slightly. As she considered leveraging this dilemma to assess Tian's capabilities, to ascertain if he truly possessed genuine expertise and talent. Chapter 86, Ostentation. Outside the villa, Shilong and Rinxue engaged in discussion. Meanwhile, inside the villa's kitchen, a flurry of activity ensued. A peculiar burnt smell permeated the air. Tian, busily shredding carrots, caught a whiff and turned his head to survey the surroundings. He noticed Hulaina anxiously adding water to a pot. With a sizzle, the excessive hot oil in the pot reacted violently to the water, causing it to boil over, splattering hot oil in all directions. Furthermore, the hot oil ignited the coal fire beneath the pot, resulting in an explosive flare. In an instant, Hulaina, who stood less than 50 centimeters away from the pot, was rendered motionless, caught in a daze, uncertain whether to retreat or to attempt extinguishing the flames. Quick, cover the pot. Tian stepped forward swiftly, seizing the lid from Hulaina's hands and placing it atop the pot, thereby extinguishing the flames. I trust you were not splashed? Tian let out a sigh of relief as he took Hulaina's small hand, examining it with great care. No, Hulaina replied, her face pale and her words slow. Beside them, Bibi Dong stepped forward, lifting the entire pot from the coal stove with a heavy sigh, remarking, I have long advised against such recklessness. Hulaina puffed out her cheeks, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I merely wish to prepare some dishes myself. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a pang of helplessness. Today marked the first time he learned that Hulaina was incapable of cooking. He gently pressed down on her little head, saying, You, who cannot cook, still wish to take the initiative. I want to make something for you, Hulaina responded, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head. Resembling a schoolchild who had erred, the feeling of being unable to assist was disheartening. How about you help me with the vegetables? Tian comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. If you truly wish to learn how to cook, I can teach you in a few days. To pour water into hot oil, how could you even think of that? Next time, remember this lesson. Hulaina gazed into Tian's eyes, nodding solemnly. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Though she was being scolded by Tian, her heart remained warm. Just then, Shursan approached the kitchen door, observing the three within with a bitter expression. Young master, it seems your lunch cannot be prepared. The vanguard of the Sylvis Legion has already arrived near the villa. Their intentions are quite clear. They wish to surround us. Earlier, you ordered the Tiankai army to maintain a state of silence, which is why we did not intercept them. Tian furrowed his brow and approached the faucet, rinsing his hands. Come and take a look with me. It must be said that Xian Gu Nanfeng's actions were remarkably swift. It is likely that these troops had not rested at all during the night, making their way here without pause. Otherwise, they would not have been detected by the intelligence personnel of the 13 until they were so close. The villa where Tian resides boasts 4.5 stories. Atop the structure lies a half-level observation deck. In this secluded village, where the majority of the buildings are but a single story, the height of the 4.5-story villa allows for a comprehensive view of the surrounding landscape. Ascending the staircase, Tian made his way to the observation deck. Upon his arrival, 2 pairs of sharpshooters were already stationed there, standing guard. Upon noticing Tian, they saluted with gestures, greeting him with respect. Good day, young master. Tian nodded gently. Behind him, Shursan extended a hand, offering a telescope. Upon receiving the instrument, Tian gazed into the distance. As expected, 3,000 meters to the north of the observation tower, dozens of cavalrymen were meandering forward in small groups. Subsequently, Tian turned his attention to other directions, and the scene was no different. San spoke up. These soldiers together amount to approximately 1,500 cavalrymen, while the remaining troops are still en route. He then speculated, perhaps, young master, your recent involvement in receiving the message concerning the Crown Prince of Tindo was too conspicuous, thus prompting the ancient southern wind to particularly target you. Tian set down his telescope and smiled faintly. The fortune of Qian Gu Nanfeng is indeed remarkable. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse and found the right person. 13 bowed and reported, the Heavenly Strategy Army, led by Zhou Long, is poised and ready at the Sea Soul Valley, awaiting your command, young master. No, Tian waved his hand dismissively. I wish to remain by the Eastern Sea, enjoying a tranquil life. The Heavenly Strategy Army must not be mobilized. Should their strength be revealed, it would precipitate a grave crisis. He addressed 13. Since this is a political affair, it calls for political measures. Do not forget, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire is still amongst us. These soldiers are merely being utilized by Qian Gu Nanfeng. The likelihood of their betrayal against the Tiando Empire is minimal. If Xue Qinghe makes a slight appearance, all issues shall be effortlessly resolved. Upon hearing this, 13 felt somewhat reassured. Nonetheless, it remained crucial that the Heavenly Strategy Army refrained from action. But please, young master, do take care of your safety. If anything were to happen to you, we would lose our cornerstone. Rest assured, Tian replied with a calm smile. No one is more vigilant about their safety than I. He was not a youth driven by reckless adventurism. He would not engage in endeavors where success was uncertain. The Tiando Empire had governed the Silvis province for many years. It could not be swayed by mere promises and falsehoods from Qian Gu Nanfeng. Amongst the 50,000 troops, perhaps a few hundred were confidants of Qian Gu Nanfeng, but the majority would not revolt alongside him. With a clear understanding of the situation, Tian descended the lookout tower. It was imperative for Xue Qinghe to maintain order, and it was time to further secure Qian Rinxue's faade. He made his way down the stairs and exited the villa, where he observed Xi Long and Qian Rinxue still engaged in conversation. This elicited a faint smile from him. The two were utterly unreserved. Given the strained relations between the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Temple, how could the Empire's crown prince conspire with a high-ranking elder of the Wuhuan Temple? Should any keen observer notice this, the role that Qian Rinxue was playing as the crown prince would undoubtedly lead to complications. Tian was well aware of the situation, yet he feigned ignorance. With purposeful strides, he approached the two, deliberately making loud footsteps, intending to announce his presence. This behavior was not without reason. Overhearing any confidential matters could undoubtedly lead to complications. Tian's heavy footsteps were impossible to overlook. Qian Rinxue and Xi Long simultaneously turned their heads. Xi Long smiled and inquired, Young Master Yi, could it be that lunch is ready? Tiangu sighed lightly. It seems that a proper meal cannot be enjoyed. He then recounted the matter of mobilizing the ancient Southern Wind's troops. With a wry smile, he remarked, Now, just a few miles from the villa, the forces of the ancient Southern Wind are gathered. He cast a meaningful glance at Qian Rinxue, saying, I suspect His Highness is seeking you. Qian Rinxue, initially displaying a hint of a smile, gradually assumed a more serious demeanor. This situation could prove to be troublesome, given her current appearance. She was unable to resolve the predicament. With a somewhat strained expression, she turned to Yi Tiangu. I am unsure if my... Before she could finish, Yi Tiangu, beaming, produced a leather case from his storage space and handed it to her. Is this what you were looking for, Your Highness? Indeed. Upon seeing the case, Qian Rinxue exhaled in relief. She could continue to masquerade as Xue Qinghe, and that made everything manageable. She extended her uninjured left hand to accept the leather case, only to find it difficult to fit her hand into it. I shall assist you. Yi Tiangu stepped forward. Over the past few days, he had gained some understanding of the Soul Guide leather case. The singular case alone did not yield great results, but combined with the shape-shifting soul bone on Qian Rinxue, the effect would be markedly different. The two combined could effectively create a convincing disguise. After helping Qian Rinxue don the case, Yi Tiangu tilted his head, scrutinizing her carefully. He felt something was amiss. Suddenly, his gaze lowered, and he pointed out, Your Highness, your pectoral muscles appear somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 87. Disguising as the Crown Prince at first. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by Yi Tiangu's words. Exaggerated? She instinctively glanced down, only to be obstructed by the prominent peaks before her. Realization dawned upon her, and her brow twitched in silence. Subsequently, she raised her left hand to press against her right chest. There is no need to press any further. given your current injury. You cannot possibly compress your chest, Yi Tiangu remarked. What should I do? Qianren arched her dark brows, recognizing the severity of the issue. The leather case was in place, but she could not reduce her chest size. At this moment, Shilong spoke up. When I arrived, I brought several soul master guards. Perhaps they could escort you away for the time being? In his view, temporarily vacating the area was a prudent strategy to mitigate the crisis. Hearing this, Yi Tiangu chuckled lightly. The villa is already surrounded by troops. At this point, relocating would inevitably lead to a conflict with the soldiers. Wouldn't that be akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell? Even if there were no issues, such an action would provide the ancient southern wind with leverage, giving him greater opportunity to sway public opinion. As they spoke, Qianren appraised Yi Tiangu from head to toe, stating, "Our heights are quite comparable." Indeed. Yu Tian cast a fleeting glance at Qianren's alluring long legs, nodding in agreement. However, he soon sensed an unusual undercurrent. At this critical juncture, it was implausible for Qianren to be preoccupied with height comparisons. Are you suggesting that I temporarily assume the role of Shuqinghe? Is there any issue with that? Qianren nodded with approval. In her eyes, Yi Tian exhibited a composed demeanor, a fact evident from their initial encounter. Therefore, having Yi Tian masquerade as the noble Shui Qinghe posed no complications. Both the cavalry and the legendary Nanfeng were merely acquaintances to me. As long as you don the hood and utilize my mimicry skills, there shall be no risk of exposure. Qianren raised her enchanting gaze slightly, awaiting Yi Tian's elaboration. What is the extent of your mimicry skills? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Approximately 2 meters. After all, the skill is derived from the soul bone, so the range is rather limited, Qianren replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian offered a bittersweet smile. That is of little use, he remarked, gesturing towards Qianren. I reckon that even standing up may pose a challenge for you at present. As the crown prince, I cannot very well assist you in navigating a wheelchair, can I? Such an act would undoubtedly raise suspicions among onlookers. Indeed, Qianren fell into a moment of contemplation. Alas, in such times, why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Shilong interjected boisterously. What do those brutes know? As long as they see Shui Qinghe in person, they will lay down their arms. Do you truly believe they would question the crown prince escorting a beautiful lady? This statement held a kernel of truth. Yi Tian seemed to have a sudden realization and nodded slightly. He almost forgot that Qianren was a striking beauty. It was entirely reasonable for Shui Qinghe, as a male, to be accompanied by a lovely girl. He chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that he had been somewhat narrow-minded. As he spoke, Yi Tian pressed the switch located at the nape of Qianren's neck and infused a delicate strand of soul power into it. This action left Qianren secretly astonished. The switch was the very core of the soul guide. It was challenging for someone unfamiliar with the structure of soul guides to locate it. To his surprise, Yi Tian, who was not even a soul master, had effortlessly pinpointed the core of the soul guide. It seemed that he was far more knowledgeable about soul masters than he appeared. Yi Tian remained oblivious to the expression of Qianren as he donned the leather suit. It must be said, this is an exceptional soul-guiding device. After it adhered to his face, there was little discomfort. Upon touching it, he found its texture remarkably similar. Let us conduct a test, Qianren, seated in her wheelchair, suggested. Indeed, Yi Tian replied with a nod. As Qianren activated the mimicry, the edges of the leather suit gradually blurred, ultimately merging seamlessly with his skin. From Yi Tian's perspective, there was not a hint of incongruity. However, the attire was rather plain. Yet, this was hardly an issue, as Shui Qinghe had just endured an assassination attempt, and it was entirely reasonable for his garments to be damaged. I must say, you resemble the crown prince even more than the crown prince himself, Qianren remarked in astonishment. Your highness truly diminishes me, Yi Tian chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. I dare not compare myself to your highness. Qianren smiled, finding Yi Tian's humility excessive. Indeed, there is an air of authority about you, commented Shilong, who burst into laughter. If you are masquerading as the crown prince, then I shall temporarily assume the role of your bodyguard. He needed to remain close to Qianren for her protection. After the roles were assigned, it wasn't long before a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, drawing nearer. A troop of cavalry from the Tindo Empire, armed with lances, approached with an imposing presence. In a cold tone, they inquired, "Who is Yi Tian?" Yi Tian silently cursed. That ancient figure of the south wind has truly come to haunt me. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" The captain of the cavalry lifted his chin, declaring, in the name of the governor. Tian is accused of plotting to assassinate His Highness the Crown Prince. We are here to apprehend you. He coldly surveyed the crowd, adding, therefore, you had best consider carefully where Tian may be. Shilong scoffed. Open your eyes wide and see who stands before you. At this remark, the cavalry captain seethed with rage, yet instinctively cast a glance at those around him. Suddenly, he felt a strange familiarity with the golden-haired youth before him. As realization dawned, the captain's pupils widened in terror, causing him to tumble off his horse and kneel on the ground. Tian remained calm and composed, explaining with an air of tranquility, the ancient southern wind has deliberately rebelled. This attack on the crown prince was orchestrated by the ancient family. Quickly summon the cavalry commander. I have matters of great importance to announce. Upon hearing this, the cavalry captain was utterly astonished. What? The ancient lord has betrayed the nation. He struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Such news was indeed shocking. Treason carried the penalty of exterminating 9 generations. If that were the case, would he not become an accomplice of the ancient family? Noticing the captain's shock, the elder and more composed Shilong reassured him. His Highness the Crown Prince has stated that this rebellion concerns only the ancient family. Others are unaware and shall be granted amnesty. After hearing Shilong's clarification, the cavalry captain felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that the Crown Prince was indeed as compassionate as the rumors suggested. He nodded earnestly at Tian. Yes, Your Highness. Shortly after the cavalry captain departed, a burly man clad in silver armor rushed in. Upon arriving before Tian, he was equally taken aback. It truly is His Highness the Crown Prince. I thought you had perished. The man hastily knelt, exclaiming, I, General Lu Fei, am late to arrive and foolishly placed my faith in the ancient southern wind's words. I deserve 1,000 deaths. What crime has General Lu Fei committed? Tian maintained a demeanor of serenity. Am I not standing before you in good health? Hearing this, Lu Fei's expression softened considerably. Chapter 88. Forbidden love. Inwardly, Lu Fei lamented the predicament. The seemingly deceased crown prince was alive, which could complicate matters with the ancient lord. However, he was merely a soul king, while by Schwetching his side, there clearly stood a titled Douluo guardian. In a confrontation, he would be no match. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei resolutely stepped forward. Your Highness, we have 3,000 cavalry surrounding us, ensuring your safety. The infantry led by the ancient southern wind is unlikely to arrive in Donghai City until tomorrow. I implore you to seek refuge in Donghai City. Its fortified walls, coupled with the cavalry, will provide a stronghold until reinforcements from the surrounding provinces arrive. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Tian found them rather amusing. Cavalry typically represented the elite within an army. If he were in the shoes of the ancient southern wind, he would undoubtedly place his own men among such elite troops to maintain control following the uprising. Therefore, he harbored no trust in Lu Fei. Moreover, Lu Fei's previous statement had raised his suspicions. The status of a crown prince was exceedingly precious. If Lu Fei were a true loyalist, he would have taken Tian directly to another province rather than leaving him in Donghai City, a veritable fish in a barrel. With a gentle sigh, Tian replied, General Lu Fei may be unaware that I have sustained grave internal injuries and cannot endure further jolting. Remaining in the villa is the safest course. Even if Qian Dalu were present, he might not be able to slay me. Thus, Tian had no intention of going anywhere. Upon hearing that Tian was gravely injured, Lu Fei felt an overwhelming joy. Although he had failed to deceive the crown prince into going to Donghai City, keeping him in the villa would make for easier surveillance. He immediately bowed and stated, In that case, my cavalry shall guard your highness closely, never leaving your side. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, General Lu Fei, Tian acknowledged with a slight nod, his expression betraying no emotion. Lu Fei's eyes darted as he spoke again. Your Highness, the ancient southern wind must have many deceived individuals at his side. If we can win them over, he will soon find himself isolated. Seeking to send word? Tian almost couldn't contain his laughter. What a loyal fellow he was. He feigned difficulty. Most of my main attendants have perished. Who shall undertake such a heavy task? Lu Fei, with righteous fervor, thumped his chest. Such a matter is my duty without question. Excellent. General Lu Fei is indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness. Tian clapped his hands in approval, expressing considerable agreement with Luffy's actions. However, he secretly mocked the situation, believing that as long as the ancient southern wind dared to come forth, the rebellion would essentially be quelled. Time is of the essence. General Luffy, please set forth without delay, he urged. Upon hearing this, Luffy found it somewhat amusing. This Xue Qinghe seems blissfully unaware, does he? Urging me to depart. I shall heed your request one last time and expedite your journey to the afterlife, he replied with a hearty laugh, not forgetting to extend a gesture of courtesy to Yu Tian. Take care, your highness. Afterward, he mounted his steed and rode away with a flourish. Meanwhile, Tian Renshue, who had been silently observing their exchange, expressed her confusion. Yi Tian. It seems rather unwise to have General Luffy infiltrate the ancient Southern Wind's inner circle to incite rebellion among the other officials. Yu Tian looked at Tian Renshue with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of amusement, and explained, this Lu Fei is, in fact, the person known as Nan Feng from ancient times. Upon hearing this, Tian Renshue's expression was one of profound astonishment. With just this brief exchange, Yi Tian is able to ascertain that Luffy is the legendary figure of the Southern Wind? If the other party is not merely speculating, then that is truly remarkable. Isn't it? As soon as Yu Tian spoke, even Shilong was slightly taken aback. How did you discern that Luffy is the legendary Nan Feng? He had actually harbored a hint of suspicion himself. Luffy's expression was exceedingly contrived, evoking an impression of deceit. Yu Tian elucidated that the cavalry's prowess was sufficient to extricate them from the perilous expanse of the East Sea. Yet, it was evident that Luffy harbored no intention of such an endeavor. Upon hearing this, Shilong wholeheartedly concurred. It appeared that Luffy merely sought to stall them, allowing the ancient Southern Wind to arrive. Contemplating this, a tide of apprehension surged within him. According to the intelligence you previously provided, this ancient Southern Wind was most likely an evil soul master. It is noteworthy that an evil soul master of the title Douluo rank possesses the capability to rival a super Douluo. Given our current strength, facing such an adversary would indeed be a formidable challenge. Shilong sighed, wearing a countenance of difficulty. However, the worry in his heart was not as profound as it appeared on his face. He was well aware that His Holiness the Pope resided within the villa. Bibi Dong had ascended to the rank of Super Douluo over a decade ago, and was the only individual in the world with twin martial souls, her strength unfathomable. A mere evil soul master was hardly a concern. Where there is a will, there is a way. Rest assured, I shall not place anyone in jeopardy. Yu Tian maintained a calm demeanor. Since the ancient South Wind had come knocking, it presented an opportune moment to test his secret weapon. Ever since the development of his rocket artillery, he had yet to confront a being of the Super Douluo caliber. After all, a Super Douluo was not only powerful but also an enemy. Such stringent conditions made it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable opponent. Now that a test subject had presented itself, he could hardly decline the opportunity. This would also bestow upon the ancient South Wind the dubious honor of being the first titled Douluo to fall to rocket artillery. Hearing Yi Tian's confident proclamation, Shilong chuckled in disbelief. Was this lad truly so arrogant? Wasn't he even a soul master, and yet dared to boast about being able to take on a super Douluo? Such ignorance breeds fearlessness. As a titled Douluo himself, he understood all too well the terror that a super Douluo could invoke. Meanwhile, Tian Renshue, seated in her wheelchair, also regarded Yi Tian's words with a hint of skepticism. A super Douluo? Even within the spirit hall, they were rare and formidable entities. How could one expect to deal with them so easily? At that moment, Hulaina, donning an apron, emerged from the villa. Approaching Yi Tian, she embraced his shoulder and inquired, "Have the soldiers departed?" Yi Tian nodded in affirmation. "Just in time, my teacher and I have prepared the meal. Everyone should hurry over to eat," Hulaina suggested. Shilong, half-jokingly, warned, "Laina, don't just think about food. There may be a super doll lurking about." "With brother Yi Tian here, I am not afraid," Hulaina replied with poise. After all, during their time on Golden Island, even the formidable Xianchang Douluo had been easily dispatched after threatening Yi Tian. What could the ancient South Wind possibly pose as a threat? This statement elicited a wave of envy from Shilong and Tian Renshue. Tian Renshue internally scoffed, realizing that when women fall in love, reason often eludes them. They had only been together for a few days, and already such absurd notions regarding power dynamics were being expressed in favor of Yi Tian. She resolved silently that she would never indulge in romance. Chapter 89. The date of the wedding. The gathering within the villa remained unaffected by the stringent surveillance of the Silvis cavalry. While dining, Hulaina, seated beside Yi Tian, enthusiastically broached the topic. "Yi Tian, when shall we hold our wedding?" The most pronounced reaction to this inquiry came from Tian Renshue. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Hulaina, astonished. Had things progressed so swiftly? As far as she knew, Hulaina and Yi Tian had only known each other for less than 2 months. How could they possibly be discussing marriage in such a short span? Perplexed, Tian Renshue could only marvel at the surreal nature of reality. As the subject of inquiry, Tian displayed little reaction. A wedding? Wasn't that merely a formality? The true essence of their bond lay in their mutual affection, which served as the genuine foundation of their relationship. Since Hulaina had brought it up, he felt compelled to ponder the matter, though he found little to deliberate upon. His sister had previously mentioned that Hulaina had no family behind her, while he had only a sister. The combined familial presence for both parties amounted to a mere 3 individuals. There was no need for elaborate preparations or invitations. Fidgeting with his chopsticks, he suggested, "Let us keep the wedding simple. As for the date, in a month, it will be New Year's. How about 2 days before the New Year?" Hulaina's eyes sparkled, and she promptly nodded in agreement. In just a month, she would truly become Tian's wife. By then, it would be too late for any regrets. If Tian were privy to Hulaina's thoughts, he would surely feel deceived. The trap concealed beneath her beauty was exceedingly subtle, leaving no trace of its existence. "Congratulations, Laina, for finding a good husband," Bibi Dong said with a smile, offering Hulaina a piece of delectable bear paw meat. "Laina, you are about to get married?" Shilong, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears. The future saintess of the spirit hall was to marry, and her chosen partner was none other than the ordinary Tian. Even more astonishing was the apparent support from the Pope herself. This revelation shattered Shilong's preconceived notions. In his eyes, the spirit hall had many talented young individuals, such as the grandson of the golden crocodile Douluo and the prodigy Yin from the golden generation. With their talents, ascending to the rank of titled Douluo was a foregone conclusion. Both had expressed their affection for Hulaina. It was clear that had she simply nodded in agreement, she could have easily secured a genius husband. It was unfathomable that Hulaina would choose Tian, who was not even a soul master. This made Shilong ponder the experiences of Bibi Dong in her youth. It was said that she too had once harbored feelings for someone deemed a failure. But due to their respective statuses, she ultimately had to relinquish her affection. Now, as the powerful Pope, she likely wished to prevent her cherished disciple from repeating her past mistakes, hence encouraging her to be with Tian. This left Shilong feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Love, after all, was a trivial matter. Bibi Dong's actions could very well jeopardize Hulaina's future. One must consider that the lifespan of an ordinary person, under peaceful circumstances, rarely exceeds 100 years. In contrast, with Hulaina's innate talent, reaching Super Douluo status was well within reach, granting her a lifespan of up to 300 years. Should she then be destined to live a life of widowhood? If he were a relative or elder of Hulaina, he would vehemently oppose this union. It could be forgiven for a child to be blinded by love. But how could an adult like Bibi Dong fail to grasp that marriage is not merely about love? Though Shilong was not Hulaina's teacher, he was certainly a mentor of sorts, and he cherished their relationship. He could not stand idly by while Hulaina leaped into a pit of fire. His eyes glimmered with determination. He must find an opportunity to warn Tian. It was one thing to cause trouble for other girls, but to endanger the future saintess of the spirit hall was utterly unacceptable. This marriage would prove detrimental, both to the spirit hall and to Hulaina herself. Tian and his companions were oblivious to Shilong's emotional state, engrossed instead in discussions regarding the specifics of the wedding arrangements. In this regard, Hulaina contributed a plethora of suggestions. After all, a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. With her arms outstretched and her sparkling eyes filled with beautiful fantasies, she exclaimed, "Our wedding should take place in the butterfly valley of the butterfly farm." Her charming face radiated joy as she continued, "Just imagine, butterflies dancing gracefully while I, adorned in a flowing white gown, delicately land in Tian's embrace atop their wings. How exquisite it would be. I can't possibly lift you," Tian teased, shoveling rice into his mouth. "Humph, how could you manage to carry Qianrenxue then?" Hulaina retorted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Qianrenxue, who had been quietly nibbling at her food, raised an eyebrow at this remark. She found herself involuntarily subjected to a wave of romantic banter. "Is Laina subtly suggesting that I should find a husband soon?" Qianrenxue shook her head, at least until the spirit hall unified the continent. She had no intentions of marrying. As night fell, a mile away from the villa, torches flickered brightly. The cavalry's overt command was to safeguard the prince's safety. Yet in reality, it allowed for the unrestricted movement of individuals. Bibi Dong, Shilong, and others had already retired for the evening. Tian and Hulaina stood by the window on the second floor, admiring the resplendent moonlight outside. Hulaina nestled against Tian's chest, her thoughts in disarray. Although they had definitively set the date for their wedding today, the more certain the date became, the more intense the inexplicable anxiety within her grew. This sense of unease stemmed from the deception she harbored towards Tian. It was essential to understand that Tian had been unaware of her true identity while engaging in their courtship. In truth, their relationship scarcely qualified as romance. It was merely the result of a teacher's matchmaking. Tian's decision to marry her was solely due to his teacher's request. If Tian were to uncover the truth, would he feel remorse? This thought plagued Hu Laina's heart, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. The feeling of anxiety over gains and losses clung to her persistently. Despite her outward demeanor of gentleness and charm, she wrestled intensely within. Brother, if one day I, Hu Laina, were to nestle in Tian's embrace, she whispered softly. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tian interrupted her. His hand rested upon her supple form, his wise gaze locking onto Hu Laina's. There are not so many ifs. What I mean is, I am not as you perceive or imagine. In that moment, Hu Laina felt a tumult of emotions. The more Tian trusted her, the more her guilt intensified. Was it truly right to deceive him? Upon hearing her thoughts, Tian chuckled mischievously and pinched Hu Laina's fair cheek. Do not worry, my interest in your appearance outweighs any connection to your soul. Hu Laina responded with a feigned ferocity. How infuriating. In Chapter 90, Facing the Eternal Southern Wind, Hu Laina began to grasp Tian's sentiments. She realized that she was still far from being compared to Tian's ideal type. The only advantage she possessed was her attractive exterior, which dealt a significant blow to her self-esteem. Determined to enhance her skills, she resolved to secretly astonish Tian, proving that she, Hu Laina, was also a prodigy. You have a rather fierce expression, and it suits you well, Tian remarked, wrapping his arm around Hu Laina's waist, his gaze unwavering. What are you planning? As Tian drew closer, Hu Laina instinctively took a step back. Tian smiled nonchalantly. Guess. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. As she felt the warmth of his moist lips, Hu Laina's pupils widened abruptly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Instead of pushing Tian away, she rose to her tiptoes, striving to reciprocate his affection. Just then, a voice imbued with soul energy echoed from outside the window. I am the governor of the Silvis province, the eternal southern wind. Those present in the villa, be wise and come out at once. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina hastily extricated herself from Tian's embrace, her face as red as an apple. The thought of being seen by Bibi Dong and the others was utterly mortifying. Indeed. As soon as the southern wind's words rang out, Shilong immediately stepped out of the guest room, cautiously approaching Tian and glancing towards the window. Surprised by the swiftness of the arrival, Tian donned his leather suit with an impassive expression and remarked calmly, You should arrive soon so we can swiftly resolve this matter. As the two conversed, Bibi Dong emerged from the room, pushing Qian Rinxue along. Upon raising his gaze to the two women, Tian approached and said, Sister, you and Nana should remain in the room and not venture outside. This issue can be settled by myself, Lord Shilong, and His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing these words, Hu Laina felt a warm glow in her heart. Indeed, Tian had thought of her first. All right, Bibi Dong responded with a gentle nod. Having heard of Tian's prowess from Hu Laina, she harbored no concerns. However, Lord Shilong, who was unaware of Tian's capabilities, exhibited a slight unease upon witnessing Bibi Dong's decision not to partake. In the face of such a significant event, did the Pope not wish to reveal his identity? It seemed rather outlandish to allow his daughter, Qian Rinxue, to accompany Tian on this venture. Yet, the Pope was, after all, the Pope. A mere elder like him dared not voice his doubts. He could only silently pray that the Pope's words were merely for show and that he would act discreetly when the time came. Tian, with a calm demeanor, gently took hold of the wheelchair and guided Qian Rinxue down the stairs. Qian Rinxue cast a reluctant glance at Tian. Being pushed by Nana's boyfriend felt rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to her, the dangers that she long had forewarned did not register, and she felt an unexpected sense of security. It must be noted that although Tian was not a spirit master, his inexplicable air of confidence invariably instilled a sense of safety in others. With Shilong's assistance, Tian steadily maneuvered the wheelchair, escorting Qian Rinxue outside the villa. The audacious and skilled Qian Gunafeng rode in with a contingent of young warriors. Arriving directly at the entrance, upon seeing Xueqinghe pushing a beautiful woman, they all burst into derisive laughter, none more so than Luffy. This incited Shilong's fury. As an elder of the spirit hall, he had never before been subjected to such mockery. He pointed an accusatory finger at Luffy, vociferously rebuking him. You wretched ingrate. During the day you boldly vowed to sway the generals around Qian Gunanfeng. Where is your assurance now? Fed to the dogs? You miserable scum. Being near me diminishes my own stature. Luffy chuckled nonchalantly. Hold your tongue before hurling insults at us. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. He scoffed. This is merely a tactic of war. Do you think I am a loyal commander? Let me inform you. I, Luffy, am a disciple of His Excellency Gu. As a disciple, how could I ever betray my master? He then fixed a sharp gaze upon Tian, sneering coldly. His Excellency Gu has long since ascertained that the Crown Prince has been assassinated by the Spirit Hall, perishing on Sorrow Island. You lot are merely pretenders of the Spirit Hall. Once His Excellency eliminates you, there shall be no witnesses left. Ha ha. Luffy laughed triumphantly. For his words were but a strategy conceived by His Excellency Gu. This maneuver not only served to conceal the identity of the malevolent spirit master Gu Nanfeng, but also ensured that the infamy of the assassination would be pinned upon the Spirit Hall. Tian gazed lightly, observing the ancient southern wind, which was surrounded by numerous generals like stars encircling the moon. To the casual observer, the opposing figure appeared merely as a slender old man, akin to Jian. It was utterly inconceivable that he was a malevolent soul master. After employing the ancient medical techniques of observation, inquiry, listening, and palpation, Tian discerned with clarity that the figure of Nanfeng was enveloped in an overwhelming and dense aura of black mist, signifying that the individual had become deeply ensnared by a malevolent martial spirit, rendering them utterly unable to extricate themselves. Tian's lips curled into his subtle smile as he extended his hand to applaud. I must commend you, Sir Gu Nanfeng, for your composure in such a tense situation, arriving before me with such calmness. The lean figure of Gu Nanfeng grinned ominously. Your Highness, you flatter me. It is you who has demonstrated remarkable prowess by surviving the ambush of my nephew. Noticing Gu Nanfeng's smile, Tian inquired with curiosity. Do you not wish to avenge your nephew? Huh. A skill inferior to others is indeed deserving of death, Gu Nanfeng replied nonchalantly. His nephew had perished for the noble cause of the evil soul master, which he deemed not a loss. However, he was displeased at the necessity of cleaning up the aftermath. Gu Nanfeng cast a casual glance at Shilong and remarked, The Snow Knight Emperor truly cares for you, Your Highness, to send a titled Douluo as your protector. Under the oppressive gaze of Gu Nanfeng, Shilong felt a shiver run down his spine. The individual before him was formidable, truly formidable. Despite only being a rank 91, his aura surpassed that of a rank 93. Aware of his inferiority, Shilong was nonetheless resolute in his stance. He stepped forward, snorting defiantly, If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Without any more needless words. Oh, Gu Nanfeng's interest was piqued, a playful glint in his eye. It has been 20 years since I last sparred with a titled Douluo. Very well, I shall indulge you. Suddenly, Shilong's aura erupted, and his formidable spear appeared in his grasp, soul rings swirling around him, emanating an overwhelming presence. His eyes fixed on Gu Nanfeng, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. In the next instant, he lunged forward, shouting, Die! In response to such an assault, Gu Nanfeng made no attempt to evade, standing still as his subordinates erupted in mocking laughter. Could it be? He dares to challenge Lord Gu? Remember, he is comparable to a super Douluo. The nefarious powers of the evil dragon staff, awakened, rivaled the might of top-tier martial souls. How could this mere spear match up? Huh. Utterly foolish. Faced with the derision of Gu Nanfeng's subordinates, Shilong's fury ignited. Fourth soul skill, Imperial Serpent's Pride. Though merely his fourth soul skill, bolstered by other auxiliary skills, it was undoubtedly his mightiest strike. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Even if he could not slay Gu Nanfeng today, he would inflict severe damage. As the attack approached, Gu Nanfeng remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips. A trivial technique. He then summoned his martial soul. The evil dragon staff, a dark, malevolent staff, approximately 1.2 meters in length, materialized in his hand, radiating a sinister energy. He regarded Shilong with disdain, declaring, Against you, I need not employ soul skills. With a swift step, he advanced like lightning, too fast for the naked eye to perceive, closing in on Shilong. Observing this, Qian Rinxue, seated in her wheelchair, was taken aback. Shilong's speed was akin to that of a sensitive attack titled Douluo. How terrifying. It was essential to note that the opponent merely possessed a weapon martial soul. Under normal circumstances, he could not possibly compete in speed with a sensitive attack type. Shilong, facing Gu Nanfeng, was equally astonished. His velocity was so extraordinary that even he could not track it. The opponent's ghostly movements left only an afterimage. What manner of bizarre technique was this? Shilong's eyes widened in panic, yet his instinctive combat awareness compelled him to thrust the spear directly at Qian Gu Nanfeng. In the next moment, a spurt of blood erupted from Shilong. Qian Gu Nanfeng, with a cunning angle, sidestepped Shilong's assault and countered in an instant. Strength is only acquired through rigorous training. My journey to becoming an evil soul master was far more arduous than yours, thus you stand no chance against me. Qian Gu Nanfeng, maintaining an impassive demeanor, shook his head at Shilong. Shilong, however, scoffed, wiping the blood from his mouth. How laughable it is to flaunt the means by which one acquires strength. I truly feel embarrassed for you. It seems you still fail to comprehend. Qian Gu Nanfeng, feigning regret, stepped closer, his malevolent aura surging forth, the evil dragon staff raised before him as he fixed his gaze on Shilong. In this land, only strength commands respect. Do you think I, as an evil soul master, pursue power for its own sake? Qian Gu Nanfeng chuckled, if that were the case. The Xian Gun Douluo would not have succumbed to my persuasion and fallen into the ranks of evil soul masters. I embraced the path of the evil soul master to crush others' skulls in this unjust world, to crown myself with power and glory, and to drag those undeserving down from their lofty perches. At this juncture, Qian Gu Nanfeng chuckled at his own folly. You mere ants cannot fathom the ambitions of the soaring phoenix. Thus, I implore you, proceed to your demise. With that, Qian Gu Nanfeng unleashed his full aura, the sheer pressure instilling a deep sense of dread. Shilong felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that Qian Gu Nanfeng was prepared to fight seriously. Your Highness, flee. I will hold them off. Shilong shouted fervently. Yet, his words were not directed at Yi Tian, but were rather intended to urge Yi Tian to hastily escort Qian Rinxue away. Given Yi Tian's humble status, dying here would be fortuitous, averting trouble for Hulaina. Yet, Qian Rinxue's noble life must not be sacrificed here. It was crucial to recognize that Qian Douluo placed immense importance on Qian Rinxue's training, and her future achievements would surely reach the level of ultimate Douluo, an indispensable pillar of the spirit hall. Thus, it was imperative that she not encounter any misfortune. His loud declaration also served another purpose, to capture Bibi Dong's attention. Although Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue's mother, exhibited a cold demeanor towards her. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. He silently prayed that Bibi Dong would not remain indifferent while Qian Gu Nanfeng sought to kill Qian Rinxue. Leaving won't be so easy. Qian Gu Nanfeng's cold gaze met Shilong's defiance as he moved swiftly to intercept. First, I shall deal with Xue Qinghe and the maiden in the wheelchair. You must first pass through me. Shilong stepped forward, positioning himself between the wheelchair and Qian Gu Nanfeng. Despite his intense reluctance to battle Qian Gu Nanfeng, he understood that failing to act would result in his expulsion from the spirit hall. Very well, then I shall send you to hell. Qian Gu Nanfeng gripped the evil dragon staff with both hands, this time sparing no effort. Behind Shilong, Yi Tian quietly retreated, his pace unhurried. Even Qian Rinxue in her wheelchair felt a twinge of urgency, softly urging, Title Douluo, Shilong is buying us time. We must hasten our retreat. Remain calm. Yi Tian smiled faintly, raising his hand and beckoning with his index finger. Ah, not in a hurry? Qian Rinxue, momentarily flustered, realized that this was the precious time earned through sheer determination by Shilong Douluo. If there had been no opportunity to escape, that would have been one thing. However, now that a chance presented itself, to be unable to seize, it was simply absurd. Just relax and observe, Yi Tian said with ease. His calm demeanor was a result of the rocket launch pads that had already been installed atop the villa. He would not take risks without preparation. Meanwhile, the operator on the roof, equipped with a telescope, awaited his command. Just as he completed his order with a gesture, a brilliant flame ignited at the villa's pinnacle. The speed was so swift that the human eye could scarcely perceive it. The flame's velocity surpassed that of sound. It then accelerated to twice, thrice, and even quadruple the speed of sound. It is remarkable to note that the distance to Qian Gu Nanfeng from the villa's summit was less than half a mile. At such a range, the time from launch to impact would be less than half a second. Moreover, even a super Douluo would be unable to detect a threat from 500 meters away. By the time Qian Gu Nanfeng could react, the rocket had already arrived at his doorstep. Even if he wished to evade it, escape would be impossible. Not to mention, the rocket was equipped with an energy tracking system designed to home in on the nearest formidable target. It was precisely due to these assurances that Yi Tian remained so unconcerned. The rocket itself would not explode, yet its core was crafted from high-density tungsten alloy. The kinetic energy produced by its quadruple speed was sufficient to rival the full-force strike of a limit Douluo, unless the defender was also a 99th level limit Douluo. Death was inevitable. Alas, with a swift motion, millions of gold soul coins vanished. Tian silently cursed under his breath. To speak truthfully, there was indeed a tinge of pain. However, without conducting an experiment, theoretical data remains merely theoretical. Whether it can withstand a super Douluo is entirely uncertain. To rely on such an unknown weapon for the sake of one's safety is rather precarious. Tian could only spend sleepless nights. Chapter 92, The Double-Edged Sword of Power. As the rocket was launched, Qian Gu Nanfeng was poised to advance and attack Shilong. Yet, before he could execute his move, he felt an inexplicable chill before him. Instinctively, Qian Gu Nanfeng glanced forward, only to be astounded by the sight of an indescribable object, trailing a long stream of flames, hurtling toward him. Before he could utter another word, or even prepare to defend himself, a thunderous explosion erupted. The searing projectile of the rocket pierced through his skull, leaving no time for struggle. In the final moment of his life, Qian Gu Nanfeng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He had never envisioned meeting his end in such a manner. It was an unbearable fate, one he could not accept. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Following this harrowing scene, silence enveloped the surroundings. In the depths of the night, not a sound was heard. After a prolonged silence, the subordinates who had accompanied Qian Gu Nanfeng finally broke the stillness with panicked cries. Run! This is terrifying. What is this thing? Lord Qian Gu has fallen in an instant. They abandoned thoughts of retrieving Qian Gu Nanfeng's body, consumed by a singular desire to flee this perilous place with utmost haste. However, once the Tiansu army commenced their assault, the enemy would not relent until every last one of them lay lifeless. The sounds of gunfire rang out, one after another, as all the traitors fell into pools of blood. Witnessing the entire sequence, Shilong stood speechless, his mind in a haze. What had just transpired? Qian Gu Nanfeng had perished, and his subordinates followed suit. After scanning the vicinity and confirming that Bibi Dong was nowhere to be found, Shilong began to question whether this was a common aftermath of every evil spirit master. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in denial. It could not be. An evil spirit master would not be so fragile. Moreover, Qian Gu Nanfeng had been struck by something so swift it was invisible to the naked eye. In utter confusion, Shilong instinctively turned his gaze toward Tian, wondering if he could be responsible. The mere thought startled him. Could it truly be Tian? Otherwise, how could someone who was not even a soul master remain so composed in the face of a super Douluo? Could it be that Tian's seemingly harmless exterior was merely a fade, concealing the prowess of a seasoned super Douluo? It seemed plausible. A veteran super Douluo could easily mask their cultivation. Yet, a mere youth of barely a decade, maintaining such an unflappable demeanor in any situation, was hard to believe. Sharing in the astonishment was Qian Rinxue, who never anticipated that Tian possessed such formidable trump cards. She had witnessed Tian's gesture to initiate the attack, and her eyes sparkled with recognition of his immense strength. No wonder Na had fallen for Tian, and her sister wholeheartedly supported their union. Considering his intelligence, Tian was undoubtedly a prodigy of unparalleled caliber in the entire Douluo continent over the past millennium. This realization left Qian Rinxue in awe, affirming her sister's keen judgment. Na marrying Tian was indeed a fortunate match. With Qian Gu Nanfeng and his cohorts dealt with, it was time to return and rest. The remaining matters could wait until tomorrow. Tian smiled as he made the suggestion. Very well. Shilong nodded solemnly, devoid of any trace of arrogance, resembling a subordinate responding affirmatively to a superior. It must be said that the recent battle had indeed left him profoundly astonished. Tian is undoubtedly a person of profound depth. Setting aside other matters, when it comes to strength, he undoubtedly surpasses many. Such an individual is deserving of respect. Indeed. Qian Rinxue also gently nodded, a smile gracing her countenance. The credit for vanquishing the ancient southern wind must rightfully be attributed to her. Her status as His Royal Highness in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor will surely ascend another level. This brings her one step closer to her grand ambition of usurpation. Upon contemplating this, Qian Rinxue felt a stirring within her heart. What if she were to request her sister to assign Tian to her side? The thought flickered through her mind, refusing to dissipate. Such a rare talent must not be overlooked. Even if her sister were to refuse, she would employ special means to vie for him. Of course, at this moment, Tian was oblivious to Qian Rinxue's inner thoughts. He busied himself with escorting her to Nana's room, and subsequently returned to his own quarters. Assisting Qian Rinxue in resolving the matter of the ancient southern wind served as an explanation for both the Tindo Empire and the Wuhuan Hall. he successfully averted the premature outbreak of war across the continent. Yet, Tian understood that the friction between the Tindo Empire and the Wuhuan Hall did not stem from any particular individual, but rather from the clash of interests and ideologies. Such collisions are irreconcilable and cannot be mediated. Only the demise of one side, with the triumph of the other, can bring an end to such strife. After the ordeal with the ancient southern wind, Tian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, as long as he remained on the continent, even in a secluded place like the Eastern Sea, trouble would inevitably find him. With a clear understanding of the situation, Tian realized that no place on the continent was suitable for him to linger. It was time to contemplate immigration to an island. He sighed softly. Only the offshore islands, those areas beyond the reach of governance, were appropriate for one like him. At that time, he could quietly live on an island with his sister and Nana, tending to the land and fishing, indifferent to the floods that ravaged the continent. With this thought, Tian wearily reclined on his bed, closing his eyes. It was time to rest. The following day, under Tian's guidance, Qian Rinxue affixed the royal seal of the crown prince to several urgent orders. These commands were swiftly dispatched to the various divisions of the Silvus Legion. They communicated the facts of the ancient southern wind's treachery and subsequent punishment, ordering the soldiers to return immediately to their original posts to prevent further turmoil. Beside them, Hulaina observed the scene of several temporary envoys receiving orders and departing. She leaned close to Tian, playfully remarking, "Such a small seal is remarkably effective. With just a few impressions on paper, it can mobilize tens of thousands of troops." Tian chuckled softly, remarking, "This is the essence of power. The emperors of two great empires can summon armies with a mere wave of their hands. They have the capacity to raise a city from the ground overnight or to plunge a realm into devastation with ease." Upon hearing this, Hulaina pursed her lips, acknowledging that the strength Tian spoke of was also within the grasp of the Spirit Hall. Sitting opposite Hulaina, Qian Rinxue appeared lost in thought. She grasped the underlying meaning of Tian's words. Undoubtedly, power is a double-edged sword. It can foster prosperity across the continent or lead it into darkness with alarming swiftness. Currently, the two dominant forces, represented by the imperial aristocracy and the families of the Spirit Hall, are gradually steering the continent towards a chasm of despair in their struggle for power. It was this looming threat that compelled her to accept the covert mission, dedicating herself to seizing control of the Tindo Empire through relatively peaceful means, thereby averting the outbreak of a full-scale war. Chapter 93, The Solution to the Transfer Policy. However, the pursuit of control over the Tindo Empire is no simple endeavor. Qian Rinxue has been preparing for nearly a decade and may require another 10 years to achieve this monumental task. Nevertheless, she felt little turbulence within her heart. For the sake of the Spirit Hall, what is a decade of youth sacrificed? Her grandfather had devoted over a century to the Spirit Hall, and her father had perished for its cause. As the heir of the Angel family, she deemed it profoundly worthwhile to invest her youth into the unification of the continent under the Spirit Hall's banner. Qian Rinxue's gaze subtly flickered towards Tian. If she could secure the assistance of an exceptionally astute individual, her future endeavors would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, prior to that, one crucial task remained: to ascertain Tian's capabilities. For all that Tian had accomplished, she had only speculated from a distance, never having witnessed his feats firsthand. However, determining his competence could be accomplished with relative ease by addressing her sister's persistent concerns regarding the transfer policy. Undoubtedly, her grandfather staunchly opposed this strategy, as it undermined the foundational support of the Spirit Hall. A misstep could easily sway numerous spirit master families towards the two empires. The complexities surrounding the transfer issue were significant, and even Qian Rinxue found it challenging to untangle. Her sister had only considered the bright prospects of the policy without acknowledging the pressing realities of the present. If Tian could resolve this dilemma, he would undoubtedly etch a significant mark in the annals of the Spirit Hall's history, simultaneously proving himself to be a rare talent. After mulling over her thoughts, Qian Rinxue turned her beautiful eyes towards Bibi Dong. The message brought by Douluo had been conveyed to her sister the previous night. Upon reading it, her sister had uncharacteristically lapsed into silence. It is well known that the Papal Hall and the Hall of Offerings have historically been at odds, with confrontations between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo occurring frequently. Qian Rinxue understood that even her sister recognized the formidable challenges of implementing the transfer policy at this juncture. Bibi Dong felt astonished by the intent behind Qian Rinxue's gaze, raising an eyebrow in curiosity about her sister's true motives. For Qian Rinxue, Confronting this issue represented a painful chapter in her life that she preferred to avoid. Additionally, guilt lingered within her, for Tian Rinxue remained an exceedingly innocent child. As she matured and her experiences deepened, this sense of guilt only intensified. Yet, Tian Rinxue continued to grow and had now blossomed into a poised young adult. Bibi Dong realized that the rift between mother and daughter might never fully heal. Tian Rinxue directed her gaze towards Bibi Dong as a subtle reminder that she intended to probe Tian. It was time to address the matter at hand. Fixating on Tian, who was tidying his papers, Tian Rinxue feigned nonchalance as she remarked, "The currents of the continent's situation are truly tumultuous, aren't they? Tian, are you aware that the Spirit Hall is preparing to implement a new policy that involves transferring all its officials?" Transferring officials? Tian laughed heartily at this revelation. Haha. He chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "What do you mean by that, brother?" Hulaina asked, scratching her head in confusion. Wasn't the transfer policy something Tian had proposed not long ago? Was he mocking himself? For a moment, Hulaina found herself perplexed. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with a hint of bewilderment. She understood that Tian Rinxue's words were a test of Tian's thoughts. Yet, Tian's demeanor left much to ponder. Was he ridiculing the Spirit Hall? Tian had initially refrained from providing an explanation, for he was well aware that the golden-haired maiden before him was none other than the renowned Tian Rinxue. However, upon hearing Hulaina's inquiry, Tian altered his decision. Should he neglect to offer guidance to Tian Rinxue, the balance of power on the continent would likely be disrupted in no time. He lifted his gaze and elucidated. The actions of the Spirit Hall are akin to courting their own demise. Upon hearing these words, Tian Rinxue displayed a look of astonishment, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She had anticipated that Tian would articulate some unconventional insights, yet was taken aback to find his words mirrored those from the worship hall. Hulaina exclaimed, a note of confusion resonating in her voice. Tian's words stand in stark contrast to his previous statements. Upon their initial encounter, Hulaina had distinctly heard Tian assert that for the Spirit Hall to attain greatness, it must implement a policy of adjustment. Yet, barely 2 months have passed, and Tian has completely altered his stance. Moreover, he now claims that the Spirit Hall, which pursues such a policy, is destined for self-destruction. Her eyes brimmed with confusion as she gazed at Tian. Could it be that Tian is deceiving Tian Rinxue, harboring intentions against the Spirit Hall's ascendants? What could be the reason for this? Tian Rinxue voiced the question that lingered in the hearts of the 3 women. Tian chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked to Tian Rinxue, "It is rather simple. The policy adjustment will inevitably incite turmoil within the Spirit Hall in a short span of time. With 2 formidable empires lurking outside, such chaos would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The 2 empires will not let this prime opportunity slip away. When the moment arrives, they will seize the chance to exploit the confusion, leading to significant losses for the affiliated Soul Master families of the Spirit Hall, thus severely weakening its vitality. The outcome, under these circumstances, is all too predictable." In concluding his statement, Tian shrugged. He harbored a certain fondness for the Spirit Hall and thus considered his words as a form of persuasion towards Tian Rinxue. Whether the Spirit Hall would promptly rectify the policy adjustment was beyond the realm of his contemplation. Upon hearing this, Tian Rinxue was taken aback. She had never considered that the policies of the Spirit Hall were not merely internal affairs but also implicated the 2 empires. At this revelation, Bibi Dong appeared to awaken from a dream. In the perilous landscape of the Douluo continent, any fissure within the Spirit Hall could be instantly torn asunder by the surrounding wolves. Is there truly no solution? Hulaina gazed expectantly at Tian, her eyes sparkling with hope. Surely, with your wisdom, you must have a resolution, right? Tian chuckled softly, turning to Nana and giving her a sharp glare. For she truly was a foolish girl. If he were to speak out, it would surely reveal his talents before outsiders. Perhaps there is, but I am unaware. Tian replied with remarkable composure. He had resolved to no longer concern himself with matters of the Douluo continent, planning to relocate to an island in the coming days, wishing to sever any ties with various factions during this period. Observing Tian's expression, Hulaina quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. Yet, a sense of delight filled her heart. Surely, Tian possessed a solution. Chapter 94. Healing Elixir. Seeing that Tian had not divulged a strategy, Tian Rinxue could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment in her eyes. It seemed that Tian's intellect had not yet reached that pinnacle. After all, if one could resolve such a formidable dilemma, their strategic significance would rival that of a limit Douluo. It is worth noting that, despite the vastness of the Douluo continent, the number of limit Douluos could easily be counted on one hand. Given their rarity, it was indeed normal for centuries to pass without one emerging. With this thought, Tian lost the desire to inquire further. She glanced at the sky outside the study, revealing a radiant smile that showcased her pearly whites. The sun is quite pleasant today. I wish to bask in its warmth, she declared, for sun exposure would aid in her recovery. Bibi Dong stepped forward, her expression inscrutable. I shall accompany you. Without allowing Tian the opportunity to decline, she gently urged her out of the study. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Tian heart skipped a beat. It was her sister who was guiding her away. Once Bibi Dong had led Tian out, only Tian and Hulaina remained in the study. With her hands clasped behind her back, Hulaina smiled slyly and inquired, Brother, you certainly have a solution to the conundrum we faced, do you not? Tian, with a hint of irritation, gently tapped Hulaina's forehead. You are well aware that the other party is Tian, yet you pose such pointed questions. Aren't you just putting me in an awkward position? Hulaina winced in pain, covering her fair forehead, and pouted. It's not that I doubt such a challenging problem could confound you, brother. She leaned closer to Tian, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, urging him, do tell. What a curious little sister she is. Tian chuckled softly and pinched Hulaina's cheek. She did not shy away, beaming as she remarked, what you just said is entirely contrary to your previous statements. Of course, I am curious. In truth, solving this problem is not overly complicated, and I wouldn't mind explaining it to you. Tian waved his hand lightly, proceeding to elucidate. The Spirit Hall is currently implementing a policy of mutual adjustment, and the issues arising stem from the excessively peaceful environment of the continent. Is there a fault in peace? Hulaina scratched her head, genuinely perplexed. Indeed, Tian affirmed gravely. Consider what the two great empires are engaged in during such tranquil times. Before Hulaina could respond, Tian provided the answer, undoubtedly. They are amassing strength, recruiting allies, and keeping a vigilant eye on their greatest adversary, the Spirit Hall. In this context, every action taken by the Spirit Hall will reverberate throughout the continent, escalating to ultimately incite a storm. Hulaina opened her mouth, deeply resonating with his words. To her knowledge, the 3 knight regiments of the Spirit Hall capture hundreds of spies from the two great empires each year. Thus, unless the Spirit Hall's operations are of a highly confidential nature, they are almost always exposed to the scrutiny of the two empires. Indeed, under such exposure, the Spirit Hall taking action against its own internally would be akin to handing a knife to the two empires, a self-defeating endeavor. After listening to Tian's insights, Hulaina fell into contemplation and tentatively inquired, for the Spirit Hall to successfully implement the mutual adjustment policy, a significantly important event must transpire on the continent to divert attention, preventing the two empires from intervening in the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall? Precisely, Tian said, ruffling Hulaina's soft hair. You are quite clever, Nana. Of course. Hulaina's face radiated pride, her heart brimming with excitement. Gaining insight into the solution from Tian meant that the Spirit Hall's mutual adjustment policy could finally be executed smoothly. The teacher would no longer need to worry about obstacles from the Hall of Offerings. Brother, you are simply amazing. Hulaina's excitement was undeniable as she enveloped Tian in a warm embrace. Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, stating, This matter is quite straightforward, isn't it? What is so remarkable about it? Furthermore, I must inform you of something. The situation on the continent is deteriorating rapidly, and I fear that one day war may encroach upon us. I intend for us to relocate to an island after our marriage. Would you be amenable to that? His inquiry served merely as a gentle reminder for Nana, allowing her time to prepare. As for her willingness, there was no room for negotiation. What? Leaving the continent? Upon hearing this, Hulaina found herself at a loss for words. What has stirred Tian? Upon reflection, it seems he has recently endured considerable upheaval. Well, do prepare yourself, Tian remarked nonchalantly, not allowing Hulaina the chance to respond. Outside the villa, Tian basked in the sun while Bibi Dong stood nearby. Despite their proximity, the two harbored no intention of conversing, both gazing into the distance, their eyes filled with contemplation. Ultimately, Bibi Dong broke the silence, her gaze complex as she focused on Hulaina's retreating figure. I have already commanded Shi Long to be your protector when you return to Heaven Do City after your recovery. Your heart is truly vast. You dare to undertake such perilous endeavors without the company of two formidable allies. Tian eyes appeared vacant as she remained silent for an extended period. not due to Bibi Dong's admonition, but rather from her uncertainty in confronting her sister. Could it be that she genuinely cares for me? The thought sent a flurry of emotions through her, a warmth enveloping her heart, as if it were melting in impenetrable ice. In that moment, she yearned to softly express her gratitude to Bibi Dong, saying, "Thank you for your concern, sister." Yet, the words remained lodged in her throat, and the only sound that escaped her lips was a faint mm. Upon hearing this exceedingly indifferent response, Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, as if she were unfazed. Perhaps having grown accustomed to such interactions, she uttered no further words, simply standing silently behind the wheelchair, accompanying Tian as they soaked in the sun. The tranquility between them was disrupted by Yu Tian's arrival. Yu Tian took Hulaina's delicate hand and approached the two women. He produced a jade vial from his bosom and presented it to Tian Rushue, explaining, "This is a millennium-old Qinglian seed, fortuitously acquired by my dear friend Chen Jian, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. Upon learning of your highness's injury, he entrusted me with this precious seed for your recovery." In truth, however, his words were mere fabrications. The vial contained not the legendary Qinglian seed, but rather a healing elixir he had personally concocted days prior. His intention was to expedite Tian Rushue's recovery and facilitate her departure, as it seemed she harbored plans to linger in the villa indefinitely, an outcome he had not envisioned. Tian Rushue accepted the jade vial from Yi Tian, warmth blossoming in her heart as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. No need for such formality. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards Xinjian," he replied. Yi Tian waved his hand, completely deflecting the praise to avoid being remembered by Tian Rushue. With a single hand, Tian Rushue opened the jade bottle, tilting it downward. A fragrant green lotus seed emerged from within. Chapter 95. The shipyard. Gazing at the lotus seed in her hand, Tian Rushue disregarded any concerns regarding its potential toxicity. She opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Perhaps a sip of water would be prudent. Hulaina extended a glass of warm water toward her. "Thank you, Nana," Tian Rushue replied, accepting it with a gentle smile. "Young master, someone is seeking you." At that moment, Xinjian approached on horseback along the main road. "Who is it?" Yu Tian has few friends, and hardly anyone visits him uninvited. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Haitian, the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Tianheng. And Xinjian explained. Where are they?" Yu Tian replied with a gentle nod. "It seems that they are seeking him out, likely regarding matters of business." Yu Tian was eager to inquire directly with Li Haitian about the past of the Xuanqiang Douluo. He had a lingering suspicion that a significant secret lay beneath the surface. As for the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yi Tian had heard some whispers. In the original narrative, he appeared to be the grandson-in-law of the poisoned Douluo. At this juncture, he likely had yet to encounter De Guyen. At the butterfly farm, Qin Jiandao confirmed the location. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian turned to Bibi Dong and said, "Sister, please rest here for a while. I have some business to attend to." "Go ahead." Hulaina chimed in cheerfully, waving her hand before Bibi Dong could respond. In the courtyard of the farm, Li Haitian was engaged in pleasantries with Yu Tianheng. Upon sighting Yi Tian, he hastily rose to his feet. "Young Master Yi, it has been quite some time," he greeted. "You are too polite, clan leaderly." Yi Tian replied with a light smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "As the host in my own domain, it is my duty to welcome you. I apologize for not greeting you properly." Their exchange left Yu Tianheng somewhat astonished, for Li Haitian was a titled Douluo, which was precisely why he had been willing to engage in small talk with him moments ago. Yi Tian appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary youth, not even worthy of being called a soul master. It was unexpected that Li Haitian would treat Yu Tian with such courtesy. What immense power lay behind him? Clearly, Yu Tian was not an individual to be underestimated. Suppressing his inner curiosity, Yu Tianheng adopted a graceful demeanor, standing up politely to address Yi Tian. "I am Yu Tianheng of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and I apologize for my uninvited presence. Young Master Yu is indeed courteous." The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is one of the foremost sects on the continent. "I feel greatly honored by your visit to my humble abode and would never take offense." Yu Tian stepped forward, warmly gesturing for Yu Tianheng to take a seat. Observing Yi Tian's profound humility, Li Haitian felt a surge of respect for him. He had encountered numerous young nobles, yet most were characterized by their youthful arrogance and haughty demeanor. Even the present Yu Tianheng exhibited such traits, as evidenced by the disdain evident in his eyes during their initial meeting. However, upon learning of Yi Tian's title as a Douluo, the contempt in Yu Tianheng's gaze vanished instantly. In essence, Yu Tianheng embodied a subtle disdain that he refrained from displaying openly. In stark contrast, Tian radiated an air of genuine modesty, exhibiting an extraordinary level of low-key demeanor, never resorting to arrogance or intimidation. Tian pulled Tianheng and Li Haitian to sit at the stone table, smiling as he said, "Now that we are here, let us not regard ourselves as outsiders." He gestured to Su Xiaoxin, who was attending nearby, and asked, "Xiaoxin, please brew a pot of pu'er tea." "Certainly, young master," Su Xiaoxin replied, her face radiating joy. This was the first time Tian had actively asked her to perform a task, and she felt truly fortunate to serve him. At the stone table, Tian exchanged pleasantries with Tianheng, lavishing praise upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Eventually, he transitioned to the main topic, his expression composed as he inquired, "May I ask, young master, what brings you here?" Hearing Tian's accolades for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Tianheng felt a subtle swell of pride. He did not dispute Tian's words, for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect indeed ranked among the top 3 sects, its strength undeniable. He had come to seek young Master Yi for business matters, maintaining an air of poise and a calm smile. "Oh," Tian raised his eyebrows. He recalled that some days ago, Chun Jian had informed him that the Lightning Chamber of Commerce, affiliated with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, was engaging in the trade of grain within the territory of the Silvis province, profiting from the calamities. Could it be that he had come for this matter? Tian cast a perplexed glance at Li Haitian. Following the pirate attack, the Li family had declared their allegiance to Tian. Naturally, Li Haitian held nothing back. He chuckled, resting his hand on the stone table and leaning in slightly, saying, "Young master, you wishes to embark on a significant venture. Hence I have taken the liberty to introduce you to him. However, my understanding of this business is rather limited. So it would be best for young master you to elucidate the details." Tianheng sat upright, offering Tian a calm smile as he spoke. "In truth, it is not a substantial enterprise. I merely seek your assistance in constructing several ships for my family, which would require a few million gold coins." After speaking, Tianheng discreetly observed Tian's reaction. "A few million?" Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his tongue momentarily tied. Witnessing Tian's expression, Li Haitian inwardly marveled at his composure. When Tian had treated him previously, he had nonchalantly demanded 5 million gold soul coins without so much as blinking. Tian is certainly not short on funds. It is evident to him that all of this is merely for the sake of impressing Tianheng. Indeed, it is quite a challenge for the young master Tian. Upon witnessing Tian's astonishment, Tianheng's curiosity towards him has completely vanished, revealing that the other party's ambitions are limited to merely a few million gold soul coins. Initially, he had intended to cultivate a friendship with Tian, but it now appears to be hardly worthwhile. One wonders if the young master Tian will accept this order, Tianheng mused while tapping on the table. In response to Tianheng's shipbuilding request, Tian was, in fact, somewhat taken aback. The primary focus of the Tyrannosaurus family does not lie at sea, making the need for vessels rather suspect. After careful consideration, Tian surmised that this was likely the Tyrannosaurus family's initiative to procure ships on behalf of the Douluo Empire. The navy of the Douluo Empire has consistently been a weak point. Given the escalating tensions on the continent, both empires are actively preparing for war, necessitating the rectification of military deficiencies. Having pondered these matters, another question arose in Tian's mind. Does he possess a shipyard under his name? Why would Tianheng seek him out for shipbuilding? Tian recalled that he had only constructed a single submarine powered by soul energy hydraulic propulsion. This submarine was merely utilized by the fishing team for the purpose of locating schools of fish, with no intention of military advancement. Furthermore, there had been no leakage of core technology. How could Tianheng possibly know that he was capable of shipbuilding? Observing Tian's bewilderment, Chun Jian leaned in and whispered, "Young master, you indeed own a shipyard, the one located in the Black Shipyard Workshop to the south of Donghai City. 2 years ago, after the fishing team complained about the slow repairs of damaged vessels, the captain of the fishing team and I conferred and decided to acquire the shipyard for 200,000 gold coins. The funds for this acquisition were sourced from the fishing team." Chapter 96. Could it possibly be inferior to Tian? It became clear to Tian. For the past 2 years, Chun Jian had been responsible for the financial auditing of the farm. It was entirely normal that he had no recollection of this matter. He had indeed heard of the Black Shipyard Workshop, recognized as the largest shipbuilding workshop in Donghai City. However, in such a small place as Donghai City, the actual capabilities of the largest shipyard were certainly open to question. Tian furrowed his brows, not shying away from the presence of Tianheng. But his voice was barely above a whisper. "Is our shipyard truly formidable?" Chun Jianwun T dare to unilaterally implement the Soul Force hydraulic propulsion technology into the vessels. Would he? If that is the case, it could pose a significant dilemma. After all, he has no intention of revealing such technology. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian let out a light chuckle. Only someone like young Master Yi Tian, who possesses numerous workshops, could truly grasp the capabilities of his own establishment. He elaborated. Young Master, the large vessels produced by our workshop are constructed from northern oak and utilize the most advanced three-masted sailing technology. Their speed surpasses that of ordinary ships by a considerable margin. Ah, so it is the three-masted technology. Yu Tian nodded slightly. This sailing technology had already begun to take form on the Douluo continent. However, the vessel's streamlined design was still not perfected. It was likely that graduates from the East Sea Academy had been assigned to the shipbuilding workshop, thereby enhancing this sailing technology. He recalled that in the physics book he obtained through sign-in, there was a mechanics problem that served as an example of a three-masted ship. Yu Tianning, unaware of Yu Tian's true intentions, merely assumed that Yu Tian was indulging in self-praise. He found it hard to believe that Yu Tian was oblivious to his own business. It seemed that the other party's vision was limited to this extent. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Our Yu family values your shipbuilding capabilities and technology, which is why we agreed to engage in business with you. I have already drafted the shipbuilding contract." Yu Tianhing then retrieved 2 delicate sheets of pale yellow paper from his storage space, placing them on the stone table and sliding them across to Yu Tian. Yu Tian picked up one of the contracts, smiling as he perused its contents. Young Master Yu is truly meticulous. Upon observing the specifications of the vessel detailed in the contract, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Measuring 120 meters in length and 48 meters in width. With a demand for reinforced thickness, it was evident that such dimensions were not typical of an ordinary cargo ship. This was undoubtedly intended for the conversion into a warship. Noticing the slight surprise on Yu Tian's face, Yu Tianheng maintained his composure, lifting the teacup beside him and casually responding, "In my Tyrannosaurus family, when we build ships, we naturally aspire to create them on a grand scale." Yu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to expose Yu Tianheng, and lightly nodded in agreement, stating, "This indeed aligns with the esteemed status of the Tyrannosaurus family." Yu Tianheng took a sip of his tea, his eyes suddenly turning serious. 300,000 gold coins for each warship, totaling 20 vessels. You will earn at least a 40% profit. Yu Tian, feeling helpless, remarked, "The price is dictated by your contract, established without any consultation with me. While I would indeed wish to provide you, young Master Yu, with some concessions, it is evident that the original intent of the contract you drafted does not allow for such flexibility." "Indeed," responded Yu Tianheng, setting down his teacup and extending his index finger, gazing intently at Yu Tian. "Since my Boanglong family has completed the contract, there is no rationale for any alterations. Furthermore, I am willing to deviate from the customary down payment and provide you with 60% of the deposit up front. However, I have one stipulation, regardless of the means employed. The 20 large vessels must be delivered within a year." This further confirmed Yu Tian's suspicion that Yu Tianheng sought to transform these ships into warships. Nevertheless, whether the vessels would be converted into warships was a matter solely for the buyer to decide. Yi Tian responded with a bright smile, "A year's time is ample. I gladly accept." The numerous workshops he established in East Sea City had already formed a relatively complete industrial chain. Procuring materials for shipbuilding was exceedingly simple. Furthermore, there were numerous processes in ship construction that could be mechanized. Upon careful calculation, the speed of production was at least 3 times faster than conventional shipbuilding methods. Therefore, completing 20 large vessels within a year was not a daunting task. "I truly appreciate your straightforward agreement, young Master Yi Tian," Yu Tianheng remarked, resting his hand lightly on the stone table with a cheerful laugh. Yi Tian possessed remarkable manufacturing capabilities, a fact he had thoroughly investigated beforehand. Otherwise, the order amounting to 6 million golden soul coins would not have been entrusted to him. It is important to note that this substantial sum had been meticulously allocated by the Star Luo royal family for the navy. The future strength of the Star Luo Empire's navy hinged upon this very order. He gestured towards the contract and said, "If there are no objections, let us proceed to sign the order contract." "Very well." Yu Tian swiftly accepted the pen handed to him by Qin Jian and promptly inscribed his name upon the contract. Subsequently, Yu Tianheng also signed on behalf of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. "Congratulations to both of you for sealing such a significant deal," Li Haitian remarked with a chuckle, inwardly marveling that both individuals truly exemplified the cream of the crop. A business transaction worth 6 million was merely a matter of a few exchanged words for them. While for the Li family, such a sum would require a decade of hard work and dedication. Tian smiled radiantly, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for you. Chiefly, connecting the dots, I would never have succeeded in this business venture. Please do not depart too early. I must present you with a generous red envelope. Haha. It would truly overwhelm me. Li Haitan quickly waved his hand, for with Tian's support, the shipping business of the Li family had ascended to new heights. Li Haitan felt content with this progress. As for the red envelope, it was something he simply could not accept. Amidst their polite exchanges, a young girl clad in a flowing azure gown entered the farmyard, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands. Tian looked up and discovered it was Li Jiuquan. Her long blue hair was tied into a ponytail, and she appeared quite refreshed. At first glance, Tian almost failed to recognize her. Where had Li Jiuquan just disappeared to? Upon encountering Li Jiuquan, Tianheng displayed an amiable demeanor. He approached her and introduced. This is Li Jiuquan, granddaughter of the sea sky Douluo. I am acquainted with Tian. Li Jiuquan's starry eyes sparkled as she cautiously cast a glance at Tian, simultaneously stepping aside to create some distance from Tianheng. She craned her neck, surveying the surroundings, and inquired, "Why isn't Sister Nana here?" "Nana is not at the farm." Tian replied with a smile, noticing the exquisite flower in Li Jiuquan's hand. "That flower you hold is truly beautiful." "Really?" Li Jiuquan beamed at Tian's compliment, her heart blossoming with joy. She looked up, her radiant eyes filled with hope, and extended the flower towards him. "This is for you." "Thank you, Sister Jiuquan." Accepting the delicate gift, Tian did not hesitate. He took the flower and gently placed one of its blossoms in Li Jiuquan's hair. "It looks even more lovely on you, Sister Jiuquan." Her cheeks flushed at the compliment, while Tianheng, observing from the side, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why did Li Jiuquan show such warmth towards Tian, yet remain indifferent towards him, the esteemed young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Chapter 97. The past of the mysterious spear. Douluo suppressing his inner turmoil, Tianheng forced a smile as he approached Li Haitan. "Respected clan leader Li, I have a humble request." He cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiuquan, considering her elegance. In his mind, she was undoubtedly a graceful young lady, possessing considerable strength, having already reached the Soul King level at such a tender age. Moreover, with the title Douluo in the Li family, she was certainly a worthy ally to cultivate a relationship with. "Please feel free to speak, young master Yu," Li Haitan responded with a warm demeanor, unpretentious despite the illustrious reputation of the Tyrannosaurus family. "Is your esteemed granddaughter open to marriage?" Tianheng's expression shifted slightly. Was he attempting to capture Jiuquan's attention? Li Haitan became more cautious. Deep down, he indeed wished to facilitate a union, for exceptional individuals like Tianheng were rare. However, he was acutely aware that his granddaughter's heart already belonged to someone, Tian. The look of admiration Li Jiuquan had cast upon Tian had not escaped Li Haitan's notice. Her affection was practically evident. With a sigh, he addressed Tianheng. "Jiuquan is the treasured granddaughter of the Li family, and I shall not interfere in her feelings. However, I can assure you that she is yet to take a husband." In his heart, Li Haitan harbored a hope that Li Jiuquan might come to cherish Tianheng. Tian is truly exceptional, far beyond what the Li family can aspire to. Upon hearing this, Tianheng maintained a facade of smiles. "Thank you, His Excellency Haitian, for the information." However, he felt a twinge of displeasure within. As the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the line of suitors at his doorstep could wear out the welcome mat. Among them were even members of the royal family from the Star Luo Empire, all of whom he had rejected. The Li family, a relatively obscure clan by the Eastern Sea, had fortuitously produced a titled Douluo in recent years. Yet they had the audacity to refuse his proposal for a betrothal. As a proud young lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, how could he endure such humiliation? Glancing again at Li Jiuquan, he thought that had she not been so remarkable, he would have stormed off long ago. After calming his temper and reflecting, Tianheng begrudgingly acknowledged that Li Haitian's words held merit. His affection for Li Jiuquan ought to be expressed, but who could fathom the turmoil within him? He adjusted his hairstyle and approached Li Jiuquan from behind, saying, "Jiuquan, come here, I have something to discuss." Upon hearing the abrupt voice from behind, Li Jiuquan instinctively turned her head. "Is it inappropriate to speak here?" she inquired with a professional smile. The other party was merely a business associate of the Li family, not even a friend. Tianheng's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this. Yet, he could not afford to lose his composure. In a booming voice, he declared, "I believe you should be aware of my identity, the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." Li Haitian responded with another professional smile. Yes, that is understood. Yu Tianheng nodded earnestly and asked, would you consider being my girlfriend? Your talent is commendable, and becoming my girlfriend would undoubtedly elevate your achievements. Leveraging the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Li Jiuchuan was taken aback by this statement. After all, she had only met Yu Tianheng a few times. Moreover, she already had someone she admired. Without a moment's hesitation, she waved her hand to politely decline. Young Master Yu, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot agree. Am I unworthy of you? Yu Tianheng's face showed signs of embarrassment. No, young Master Yu is indeed a rare gem across the continent. It's just that our personalities may not align, Li Jiuchuan replied, shaking her head. Being the young patriarch of the Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng knew better than to be too blunt. He had to maintain decorum. Nevertheless, the visible discomfort on his face remained. Taking a deep breath, he bowed slightly and said, I understand. His gaze then swept over Yu Tian and Li Haitian. Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Hold on. Yu Tian stepped forward and inquired, is young Master Yu involved in the grain business in Silvis? Perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw. Since he was already in a cooperative relationship with Yu Tianheng, he could not unethically take advantage of the lightning commerce in the grain trade. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes. How could Yu Tian be aware that they were preparing to make a substantial profit in the realm of grain? However, the astonishment in his heart swiftly transformed into a flicker of anger. He could not fail to perceive that a significant part of Li Jiuchuan's refusal to be his girlfriend stemmed from Yi Tian himself. In response to Yi Tian's words, Yu Tianheng's voice carried a tone of indifference and ire. The grain business has always been managed by the Lightning Merchants Association. It is beyond my purview. The Lightning Merchants Association will not withdraw. The servant Gao Yao had long informed him that hoarding grain in disaster-stricken areas was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Such a business. How could he simply abandon it? Moreover, he had already resolved within himself that since Yu Tian wanted him to relinquish this pursuit, he would persist. Even if it meant incurring minor losses. He intended to deliver a resounding slap to Yi Tian's face, demonstrating to Li Jiuchuan where true power resided. After uttering these words, Yu Tianheng departed without a backward glance. Watching his receding figure, Yu Tian gently shook his head. He had fulfilled his duty to warn. As for whether Yu Tianheng would remain steadfast, that was no longer his concern. Yu Tian summoned Chen Jian and whispered, in these days, discreetly deal with those grain profiteers. Do not make it public. Rest assured, young master, Chen Jian assured, thumping his chest. Thanks to the assistance of the 13th, his commercial team's confidentiality measures are unparalleled, if not the best on the continent. After instructing Chen Jian, Yi Tian turned to Li Haitian with a beaming smile. As it is your first visit, I must extend a proper welcome. Why not stay for lunch? Li Haitian laughed heartily, exchanging a glance with Li Jiuchuan, and replied, then it would be my honor to comply. To him, this was the finest means to foster camaraderie with Yu Tian. However, Yu Tian's intentions clearly extended beyond mere hospitality. After Li Haitian agreed to stay for lunch, he seated himself on a stone bench, cheerfully saying, let us not have you standing. Come. Sit and engage in a thorough discussion about the matter of the Xuanqi Douluo. With a smile, Yu Tian fixed his gaze on Li Haitian's eyes and added, or rather, about Coral. A chill ran through Li Haitian's heart, and the smile faded from his face as he sat down opposite Yu Tian, visibly flustered. Yu Tian remained unhurried, gesturing towards Su Xiaoxin beside him. Xiaoxin, the tea is cooled. Please brew another pot. All right, Su Xiaoxin responded cheerfully, stepping forward, only to be intercepted by Li Jiuchuan. Allow me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxin pouted and obediently retreated to the edge of the courtyard. Chapter 98. Framing the Star Luo Empire. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Li Haitian sighed softly and began to speak. The Xuanxiang Douluo Wu Fushuan has been my sister's childhood companion. As he spoke, a sense of profound weariness filled his eyes. Wu Fushuan's talent was lackluster, and my father vehemently opposed their union. In a fit of rebellion, they eloped. My father, however, commanded me to bring my sister back. Alas, in my youthful folly, I obeyed my father's stubborn orders, returning my sister and confining her, thus forcibly tearing them apart. Later, my sister learned through hearsay that Wu Fushuan had gone to the City of Slaughter to enhance his strength, hoping to prove his worth to my father as a capable soul master. Not long after, she secretly escaped from her confinement to seek him out in the City of Slaughter. At this point, tears welled in Li Haitian's eyes. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the City of Slaughter. Those who ventured there rarely returned. Since then, His sister had vanished without a trace. He continued, however, Wu Fushuan never set foot in the city of slaughter. Instead, he allied himself with the evil soul masters. His hatred for the Li family has grown to an unfathomable extent. 50 years ago, while my father was still alive, he challenged my father. At that time, his strength was merely that of a soul emperor. After a stalemate, he slipped away unnoticed. I had thought he had vanished for good, only to discover he had infiltrated the army of the Tindo Empire. Surely, young master, you are aware of the events that transpired after he attacked the Li family a month and a half ago. After listening to Li Haitian's account, Tian nodded gently, reflecting, what a tragic tale wrought by love. It was no wonder Li Haitian was indifferent to Li Jiuquan's romantic endeavors. A tragedy of such magnitude loomed in the background. Young master, grandfather, the tea is ready, Li Jiuquan announced as he approached with the pot. Tian cast his gaze towards Li Jiuquan, who had now blossomed into a vibrant and graceful young lady. This evoked a torrent of emotions within Tian as he reflected on the age of Li Haitian. Realizing that the tragic romance between his sister and the Xuanqiang Douluo had likely unfolded 70 to 80 years ago, a saga of sorrow that had birthed enmity, enduring for nearly a century. It must be said that certain archaic notions desperately require re-evaluation. What troubles you both? You seem rather discontented, Li Jiuquan observed, her eyes filled with confusion. Li Haitian quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. Matters of adults should not concern children. He wished to shield Li Jiuquan from the shadows of the past. With a light chuckle, Li Jiuquan displayed her pearly white teeth. Grandfather, I am of similar age to young Master Tian. Is this not a double standard? By no means can you compare yourself to young Master Tian. Li Haitian retorted, unrelenting in his critique of Li Jiuquan. This left her somewhat disheartened, her spirit deflated, as she resignedly grasped the teapot, shrugged, and remarked, very well. I shall quietly play the role of a little tea attendant. Meanwhile, within the villa, Bibi Dong and her 3 daughters were partaking in lunch. Hulaina picked up a pristine white bun, her face alight with pride. Today, I have received significant news. Elegantly savoring her meal, Bibi Dong responded with an indifferent smile. What news could be so momentous? Leaning forward with a playful smile, Hulaina whispered, it pertains to the policy adjustment. Bibi Dong, astute as ever, quickly deduced from Laina's earlier demeanor that she had gleaned a solution from Tian. As expected of a teacher, Hulaina beamed, praising Bibi Dong as perceptiveness. Oh, do share, came the intrigued voice of Qian Renxue, who had set down her chopsticks. Hulaina nodded eagerly and recounted the method Tian had divulged to her in its entirety. As her words hung in the air, both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue were enveloped in contemplation. Why is there such silence? Hulaina queried hesitantly. Earlier, she had been astonished by Tian's proposed solution. Yet this silence felt profound. However, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue remained unresponsive. After a lengthy pause, it was Qian Renxue who finally broke the silence, inhaling deeply before declaring, Tian is indeed a prodigious talent. Prior to this, she had ceased to harbor admiration for Tian, but after hearing Hulaina's account, her astonishment reached new heights. It appeared that Tian had merely been biding his time, choosing not to showcase his brilliance before her, rather than lacking in talent. This realization left Qian Renxue in awe, marveling at Tian's formidable and transcendent mindset. Tianming was acutely aware that he was Qian Renxue. With just a slight display of talent, he could secure a brilliant future. However, the other party showed no signs of being moved. If there were any soul masters possessing such a mindset, even with mediocre gifts, they would still have the potential to advance to the rank of title de law. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Having recognized Tian's abilities, she was determined to recruit him. With this method in hand, the plight of the spirit hall would be half resolved. Bibi Dong emerged from her contemplation, her gaze shifting as she spoke. Is it truly so formidable? Hulaina expressed her disbelief. Can a few words genuinely transform the entire spirit hall? Qian Renxue smiled faintly. Not merely formidable, it is a strategy for the ages. She felt a twinge of envy towards Hulaina, who, despite her simplicity, was destined to become Tian's wife. Bibi Dong nodded gently at Hulaina, affirming, Xiao Xue is correct. If Tian's strategy can be executed, the spirit hall could stand for at least another millennium. Hulaina, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Haha. I truly admire brother Tian. Tian is formidable. Does it not imply that she is equally impressive? She pondered, resting her chin in thought. Yet how might one ensnare the 2 great empires in a crisis from which they cannot extricate themselves? Bibi Dong replied with a serene demeanor. As long as one identifies the crux of the issue and executes it meticulously, it is not overly complex. There exist numerous methods to plunge the two empires into turmoil, such as the chaos wrought by evil soul masters, beast tides, or the assassination of the crown prince. Suddenly, Tian met Bibi Dong's gaze and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong swiftly comprehended Tian's intent. She aimed to place the blame for the assassination squarely on the Douluo Empire. I previously overheard Shi Long mention that the subsidiary business association of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan operates near the East Sea. Seated in her wheelchair, Tian raised her neck gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her features. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan secretly incites turmoil, leading to the assassination of His Highness the Crown Prince of the Heavendo Empire. I wonder, will such an accusation cause an uproar throughout the Heavendo Empire? The light in Bibi Dong's eyes intensified gradually as she chuckled softly. This is indeed splendid. Even if we cannot instigate a war between the two empires, we can certainly keep them on edge for several months. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall can seize this opportunity to implement its strategic adjustments. Chapter 99. Refining some elixirs as betrothal gifts. Before the butterfly farm, Tian waved farewell to Li Haiyan. Patriarchally, should your family's shipping business encounter difficulties, please feel free to contact Tian. We shall certainly offer our assistance where possible. Li Haiyan's face brimmed with gratitude as he grasped Tian's hand, expressing, rest assured. Young Master Yi, I am not one to beat around the bush. If I find myself in trouble, I will not hesitate to seek your help. As a token of appreciation, from now on, all your goods will be expedited through our Li family's vessels. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Haiyan reluctantly took his leave. In truth, he did not have much to say to Tian. Rather, he was somewhat apprehensive about appearing neglectful out of politeness, which could foster a rift between the Li family and Tian. Had Tian been aware of Li Haiyan's thoughts, he would have merely chuckled at the notion. He was not so petty. Jiu Chuan, let us depart. Li Haiyan beckoned to his granddaughter. However, Li Jiu Chuan did not comply, instead dashing to stand before Tian. Her handsome face, tinged with a hint of crimson, displayed a trace of reluctance. In her small hand, she clutched a bracelet woven from golden threads, embellished with numerous star-shaped colorful shells. This bracelet is crafted by me using the whiskers of a millennium-old golden dragonfish. It possesses a slight invigorating effect, and I wish to gift it to you. Li Jiu Chuan bit her lip, unable to meet Tian's gaze directly, as she timidly extended the bracelet towards him. Upon hearing her words, Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept or politely decline. Yet, when he observed the hope in Li Jiu Chuan's eyes gradually shifting to disappointment, clarity dawned upon him. With a warm smile, he reached out to accept the golden-hued bracelet. Sister Jiu Chuan, you are truly talented. I adore it. Thank you. After all, it was Li Jiu Chuan's heartfelt gesture, and he could not allow her to return with a heavy heart. Oh, no need for thanks, Li Jiu Chuan exclaimed, quickly lifting her head and waving her hands enthusiastically, her words tumbling out in excitement. Witnessing this scene, Li Haiyan shook his head inwardly. His granddaughter seemed utterly smitten. Yet, he pondered whether, given the Li family's status, they could truly aspire to such heights as to be connected with Tian. He resolved that the Li family must strive to present themselves favorably in the time to come. At the very least, he wished to grant Li Jiu Chuan the courage to confess her feelings, regardless of Tian's response, to offer her a sense of resolution. Goodbye, Brother Yi. Li Jiu Chuan called out as she followed her grandfather, turning back to wave at Tian. A pure smile adorned her face, and her heart raced with excitement. She had finally mustered the courage to call him brother. Farewell. Tian smiled gently and waved in response. After Li Haiyan and his grandson departed, Tian approached with a smile. Young master, do you still have any medicine? What kind of medicine? Tian hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Surely, with Tian's capabilities, he wouldn't forget the name of the medicine. Ahem. Tian cleared his throat softly. Tian immediately understood. What could render Tian so reticent must be the aphrodisiac pill. After all, Tian was a native of the Douluo continent, making it quite challenging for him to broach such a subject. Tian wore a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt as he pointed at Tian, exclaiming, Old Tian, you truly are aging like fine wine. Tian hastily defended himself, saying, Young master, please don't misunderstand. I merely intend to utilize them for the fire spirit chickens. A month and a half ago, the fire spirit chickens we raised suffered greatly from a hailstorm, leading to a catastrophic loss, with hardly any surviving. Now, as winter approaches, it is not the season for breeding fire spirit chickens. To restore the population, we must resort to some unconventional methods. With a light-hearted tone, Tian replied, "As it happens, I do not possess such creatures by my side. However, the materials for their concoction are not difficult to procure. Please retrieve 100 doses each of celestial spirit pea, 9-leaf grass, and cowhorn flower from the warehouse, and bring them to the alchemy room. I shall await your arrival." Understood, Qin Jian sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. He nearly fell victim to young Master Tian's misunderstanding had he not clarified in time. His old face would have been quite embarrassed. "Wait a moment," he added, "since we are going to fire up the alchemy furnace. Let us prepare a greater quantity of potions." Tian beckoned Qin Jian to stop, resting his chin in contemplation. "As for the Tian Yuan Dan and Guhun Dan, procure 30 doses of each. I intend to operate several cauldrons simultaneously. The Tian Yuan Dan and Guhun Dan are premier elixirs designed to enhance soul power. When used in conjunction, they not only mend the hidden injuries within a soul master's body, but also elevate their soul power directly, devoid of any adverse side effects. However, the success rate for concocting such esteemed elixirs is notably low. Even with Tian's mastery over alchemy, the likelihood of success remains merely 1 in 3. Moreover, the materials required for crafting these potions are exceedingly rare. The cultivation process demands daily infusion of various essences. The mere cost of cultivation for each dose accumulates to several 100,000 gold soul coins. Despite Tian's considerable wealth, large-scale production remains implausible. Should he attempt to refine such quantities, his storage would likely be depleted by half in an instant. Qin Jian offered a dry chuckle, recalling that over the past 3 years, Tian had only produced such top-tier elixirs for 3 individuals, himself, Zhou Long, and Shi San. He was taken aback that Tian would suddenly present such an abundance. Tian shrugged, considering it a dowry for Nana. In a month, he would wed her. Although she had made no demands, it was unthinkable for him to be completely unyielding. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian's face displayed surprise. "Young master, you are marrying Nana?" "Indeed." Tian nodded lightly. "This is indeed a momentous occasion. You should have informed us." Qin Jian expressed his astonishment, his heart swelling with joy at the thought that the young master was finally establishing a family. "When is the date? I, along with Zhou Long and the others, can assist you in the preparations." 2 days before the new year, in a little over 20 days, Tian explained. "That is rather soon," Qin Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening. "It seems we must hasten our preparations. One must understand that for a family of considerable means, organizing a wedding requires at least 2 months in advance to procure the dowry, renovate the residence, and arrange the venue. And as young Master Yi hails from a wealthy lineage, such a momentous occasion cannot be treated lightly. It demands meticulous planning. Alas, my sister is quite insistent." Tian sighed. "Have you chosen a venue for the ceremony?" Qin Jian inquired, looking up. "I have a suggestion. Butterfly Valley would be splendid." "You seem to have thought this through for Nana," Tian chuckled softly. Butterfly Valley is indeed a picturesque locale, nestled deep within the farm, ensuring that even the grandest wedding would remain a private affair. Understanding the significance of the location, Qin Jian replied earnestly, "Rest assured, young master. I will orchestrate a most satisfactory wedding for you." Tian waved his hand nonchalantly, suggesting a preference for simplicity and discretion. Qin Jian set off to retrieve the elixir, while Tian proceeded along the cement path of the farm, making his way towards the alchemical chamber nestled deep within the estate. This chamber was located within a natural crevice on the mountainside of Haihun Mountain, serving as a semi-open venue. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Tian observed numerous golden stone alchemical furnaces scattered about, remnants of his previous endeavors in alchemy. Further ahead lay the geothermal fire connected to the volcanic vein. Chapter 100. Ning Rongrong. The geothermal fire erupted, producing brilliant sparks that danced in the air. Beside the fire, a shadowy figure clad in black could be faintly discerned. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure promptly opened his eyes and approached Tian, bowing respectfully. "Young master." Tian smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, 13. I apologize for interrupting your rest." 13 possessed a unique martial spirit known as capable of absorbing the energy of other flames. Prior to encountering Tian, 13 was unaware of his potential, mistakenly believing his martial spirit to be merely an ordinary flame. Consequently, before aligning himself with Tian, his cultivation was rather inadequate, only reaching level 40, with his soul ring configuration consisting of white, yellow, yellow, and yellow. However, after meeting Tian, He obtained a cultivation method called Burning Decision. By merely absorbing flames, he could enhance his strength. Since acquiring the Burning Decision, 13's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, swiftly elevating him to the rank of Soul Emperor, and he was now on the verge of reaching the threshold of Soul Sage. More importantly, the Burning Decision allowed for the enhancement of the Soul Ring's longevity. Currently, aside from his first Soul Ring, which remained purple, the others had surpassed 10,000 years in age. His sixth Soul Ring was a magnificent red, boasting a remarkable 100,000 years. Even against a level 79 Soul Sage, he could challenge them with confidence. Even if the young master does not come, my cultivation continues intermittently and is not a disturbance. 13 expressed with deep respect, understanding that Tian would not visit the alchemy room without purpose. He must have come to concoct pills. Thus, he added, young master, I shall attend to some matters concerning intelligence and will not remain here to accompany you. All right, Tian nodded lightly. Before long, Jian arrived, retrieving medicinal herbs from his storage space and arranging them meticulously in the alchemy room. Swiftly, Tian had already placed 7 or 8 alchemical furnaces over the ground fire. This process was essential for heating the furnaces gradually, preventing them from experiencing sudden temperature changes that could lead to explosive failures during the alchemical process. After arranging the herbs, Jian approached Tian from behind, smiling as he remarked, young master, your alchemical techniques are becoming increasingly adept. If I were to operate the furnace, even one successful concoction would be a great achievement. Tian's expression was tranquil as he gestured towards the alchemical furnace, articulating with poise. This exemplifies the power of standardized processes. One need only meticulously document the successful experience of a single attempt. Subsequently, through gradual refinement, success will multiply with each iteration. Upon hearing this, Jian nodded, seemingly grasping the essence yet still shrouded in ambiguity. He had encountered the term standardized processes on numerous occasions from the young master, yet each time, his comprehension remained partial. Noticing the lingering confusion in Jian's eyes, he remained perplexed. Tian smiled faintly and remarked, the art of alchemy transcends the mere concoction of elixirs. If Elder Chen aspires to further his proficiency in this domain, I suggest he spend a few days at the smelting workshop. There, I am confident that you will gain a more profound understanding of my words. The primary objective of the smelting workshop is the refinement of various metallic alloys. Throughout the entire smelting process, every aspect, be it temperature, duration, or proportions, is meticulously regulated according to a well-established protocol. It can be said that the smelting workshop epitomizes the most comprehensive manifestation of standardized practices. Jian quietly took note and nodded, saying, once the master's wedding is concluded, I shall make my way there. The alchemical furnace was nearly heated to the desired temperature. Tian cast a glance at the vibrant crimson furnace, flexing his fingers for a moment. It was time to showcase his skills. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the strikingly beautiful Ning Rongrong sat on the windowsill, gazing dreamily at the scenery outside. Lately, an inexplicable restlessness had taken hold of her heart, and she found herself missing a certain boy who often wore glasses and whose martial spirit transformed into sausages and mushrooms. With only a few months remaining until their 5-year appointment, she pondered the whereabouts of Xiao San and the others. A melancholic expression crossed her face as she thought of that insufferable Oscar. Memories of him brought tears to her eyes. It had been years without a word from him, and she couldn't fathom how he could bear it. Yet, the thought of their impending reunion lightened her spirits. Surely, Oscar would attend the gathering of the 7 monsters. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how Oscar had graduated from Shrek Academy alongside her, and upon returning to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, he had been motivated by her declaration of the sect's ironclad rule. The leader's partner must possess formidable strength. Little did she know that her encouragement had backfired. Upon learning this, Oscar had left only a brief letter, disappearing overnight. The letter conveyed a single sentiment. He would return only after becoming stronger. Foolish boy, she never intended to inherit the position of sect leader. Ning Rongrong leaned against the window, tossing a maple leaf far into the distance. As she raised her hand, she suddenly spotted her father, Ning Fengji, alongside grandfather Jian, riding splendid steeds towards the exit of the sect. Father, where are you going? She shouted out the window. The affable Ning Fengji turned around with a smile. Rongrong, stay at home and behave. Your father and grandfather Jian are heading to the East Sea for some matters. The East Sea? Ning Rongrong mused, her fingers entwined in her long, dark hair, tilting her head in confusion. despite her travels over the years. She had never ventured to the seaside. "What are you going there for?" she queried, perplexed. Without a moment's hesitation, she gracefully leaped over the windowsill, preparing to jump from the three-story loft. "Use the stairs, don't jump." Ning Fengji frowned slightly, but Ning Rongrong seemed not to hear him, continuing with her impulsive plan. In the next instant, she stumbled and fell headfirst. Seeing this, both Ning Fengji and Jian Chunshan leaped from their horses in alarm, rushing to catch her. Yet, Ning Rongrong executed a stunning mid-air spin, landing gracefully, as if teasing them. "Just kidding. Haha." She cheerfully clapped her hands, her laughter light and carefree. "You little rascal. The older you get, the more mischievous you become," Ning Fengji exclaimed, shaking his sleeves in exasperation. Ning Rongrong clung to her father's arm, tilting her head with a grin. "No matter how mischievous I am, I'm still your daughter. By the way, what is really happening? Why are you going to the East Sea?" Ning Fengji sighed. "The Crown Prince is investigating the matter of the Xian Gun Douluo in the East Sea, but unexpectedly he was ambushed and gravely injured. Thus, I have been entrusted by His Majesty the Snowy Knight to bring the Crown Prince back," Jian Qinshan added as the master of Shui Qinghe. "It is only right that we make this trip to the East Sea." Understanding dawned on Ning Rongrong. She then brightened. "I want to go too. I've been cooped up at home for so long. This is a perfect chance to clear my mind." "Absolutely not. The situation in the East Sea is precarious. If you go, we shall be distracted," Ning Fengji reprimanded. Ning Rongrong fluttered her eyelashes, leaning against her father's shoulder. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Besides, with you and Grandfather Jian, even that wretched Pope won't pose a threat to me in the East Sea. Please let me go." As she spoke, she cast a pleading glance towards Jian Douluo, her eyes brimming with innocence. Jian Qinshan maintained a stoic expression. "Such matters are not for me to decide. It ultimately rests with your father. However," he added, "Rongrong finds it rather dull training at home. Perhaps it would be beneficial for her to join us in the East Sea for a change of scenery." Ning Fengji sighed in resignation. "You are clearly biased towards Rongrong." "Jian, very well, I concede." Chapter 101. The request of Qianren Shui. Time flew swiftly. It had been 2 weeks since Tian commenced alchemy. "Congratulations, young master. The divine elixir is complete." The fragrant aroma wafting through the air invigorated Chen Jian, who felt an exhilarating rush within him. Indeed, it was a rare and exquisite elixir. Merely inhaling its scent could significantly enhance his soul power. Yi Tian's weary face broke into a smile. In these recent days, he was profoundly grateful for Elder Chen's assistance in taking care of him. Donning cotton gloves, he squatted before the hearth, cradling the steaming alchemical furnace. Thus, the very first batch of Tianyuan pills was destined to be bestowed upon Elder Chen. "No, it cannot be accepted," Chen Jian replied hastily, though his heart was stirred. "The Tianyuan pills are exceedingly precious, and I am but a support-type spirit master, incapable of wielding any combat prowess. Moreover, I have already attained the rank of Sol Douluo, reaching the pinnacle of support-type spirit masters. Consuming the Tianyuan pills would not grant me further advancement. Historically, the highest recorded rank for support-type spirit masters has been Sol Douluo. Henceforth, I can only remain at this juncture in my life." "I comprehend your sentiments, Elder Chen," Yi Tian remarked with a faint smile. "However, the absence of support-type spirit masters ascending to the rank of titled Douluo throughout history is not a limitation imposed by fate. Rather, it stems from the inherent difficulty for support-type spirit masters to grasp the threshold of titled Douluo. Now that you have reached the zenith of support-type spirit mastery, with a little more effort, you might very well become the foremost in a millennium among support-type spirit masters." Upon hearing this, Chen Jian's heart raced. The title of the foremost was a legacy that would endure through the ages. In the grand tapestry of history, both ordinary individuals and spirit masters lead fleeting existences. Yet, to be immortalized in the annals of history is to achieve eternal significance. Chen Jian understood well that while exceptional talents abound in every era, few manage to leave a profound mark in history. Now lay before him a remarkable opportunity. Should he ascend to title Douluo as a support-type spirit master, he would undoubtedly be the first in 10,000 years. His reputation would echo throughout the Douluo continent, inspiring generations of support-type spirit masters to scale their own peaks. The enhancement of your strength translates to gaining another capable ally in my ranks. Viewed from any perspective, bestowing the Tianyuan pills upon Elder Chen is indeed a worthy investment. Without waiting for Chen Jian's agreement, Yi Tian opened the furnace, preparing to present the Tianyuan pills to him. The moment the furnace was unveiled, A resounding pop echoed, releasing a warm, golden aura infused with the unique fragrance of the Tian Yuan pills, enticing one to take a deep breath. As the golden mist dissipated, for resplendent Tian Yuan pills emerged. What a splendid omen! Tian marveled at the sight. A single furnace could typically refine 5 Tian Yuan pills. Yet, given his prowess, producing even 2 would be a commendable achievement. To his astonishment, he had successfully refined 4 golden Tian Yuan pills. Qin Jian praised, "It seems your alchemical skills are increasingly refined." Young master. His eyes glowed with fervor as he gazed at the Tian Yuan pills. From his storage space, he retrieved a small jade vial and carefully placed one of the pills inside, saying, "I shall only take one." This was indeed a heartfelt statement. He would be content with just a single pill. Before aligning himself with Tian, he was merely a wandering spirit master, shunned due to the inferiority of his martial spirit, akin to the blue-silver grass. The notion of a supreme elixir like the Tian Yuan pills was beyond his wildest dreams. He had never even heard of such a treasure. Even if he were aware of their existence, his purchasing power was so meager that a lifetime of saving would not suffice to acquire one. Qin Jian felt an immense gratitude towards Tian, for he had not only provided him with direction for the latter half of his life, but also bestowed upon him considerable power and influence. He was no longer merely a figure among the masses. He had the means to command respect and authority. Let us not linger any longer. Consider the remaining pills as a token of gratitude for officiating your wedding, Tian stated. Thank you, young master, Qin Jian sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could not refuse the offer, and accepted it with a grateful expression. Tian smiled and said, "This elixir is not to be given lightly. It carries an intention of encouragement." Zhou Long is now approaching the realm of the Super Douluo, and with a talent level of 13. His ascension to the title Douluo is merely a matter of time. Among my 3 chariots, only your strength remains at the threshold. It is only natural for you to be surpassed by Zhou Long. However, if you were to be overtaken by the young talent of 13, that would be quite unacceptable. Wouldn't it? Upon hearing these words, Qin Jian felt all apprehensions dissipate, and with a hearty laugh, he declared, "The achievements of the 2 of us, decades hence, cannot be compared. However, rest assured, young master, within 10 years, I will undoubtedly take the lead and step into the title Douluo realm before 13. Tian smiled warmly and nodded. "With your words, Chen Lao, I am no longer fearful of my 3-horse carriage going astray." In the villa, after 2 weeks of rest, although Qian Rinchue's shoulder fracture had yet to heal completely, the other hidden injuries in her body had improved significantly under the treatment provided by Tian. Coupled with the dedicated care from Bibi Dong, at the very least, she could bid farewell to the wheelchair and engage in limited physical activities. Seated alone on the sofa in the living room, Qian Rinchue sipped her tea, her gaze fixated on the leather case on the table, lost in thought. According to confidential reports, her mentor, Ning Fengxi, had received a commission from the Snow Knight Emperor to oversee affairs in the Eastern Sea and bring her back to the imperial capital. The mere thought of donning the leather case again and returning to that perilous place filled her with a profound sense of melancholy. She did not fear hardship. She merely wished to savor the tranquility of villa life a little longer. No need for scheming, no obligation to wake before dawn, and no cumbersome formalities, allowing her the freedom to move as she pleased. This was a rare experience for her in over a decade. Moreover, she was fortunate to have Bibi Dong by her side, a truly gentle entrapment. Qian Rinchue rested her chin on her hand and murmured to herself, "Shall I bask in the sun today?" Just then, a melodious voice drifted down from the staircase. Bibi Dong, adorned in a purple-fitted gown, cast her gaze upon her. Qian Rinchue nodded lightly. Having spent considerable time together, her tone with Bibi Dong had softened from its previous coldness. Qian Rinchue looked at Bibi Dong and inquired, "Are you and Nana moving to the farm tonight?" "Yes. Ning Fengji will arrive at the Eastern Sea within 2 days. We are quite familiar with each other." Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. She could not meet Ning Fengji. After all, it would be absurd for the Pope to casually converse with Shui Qinghe. Should such news leak, it would obliterate Qian Rinchue's decade-long concealment. Rising from the sofa, Qian Rinchue fixed her gaze on Bibi Dong and said, "Sister, you know I rarely make requests of you. But today I have one." "What is it?" Bibi Dong asked, somewhat surprised and both astonished and delighted that Xiao Xue had a request for her. This was a first. "I wish for Tian to assist me," Qian Rinchue stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "Xiao Xue, do you not realize that Tian is unaware of my true identity? While he does harbor a certain fondness for the spirit hall, that does not imply he will aid it in its endeavors. Individuals like Yi Tian require a gradual approach. Your assumptions are rather naive. It was unnecessary to mention that Yi Tian was not someone to be easily manipulated, even if he were to align with the Spirit Hall. It would be implausible to send him undercover in such a treacherous place as the Heavendo Empire. Talents like him could thrive within Spirit City without taking such risks. After all, should anything go awry, the repercussions would be significant. Qian Rinxue smiled faintly, her lips pressed together. Everyone has their weaknesses. How can you be certain that Yi Tian cannot be of use to me? There is nothing insurmountable in this world. It merely depends on whether the benefits are substantial enough. You must not act recklessly, Bibi Dong warned with a furrowed brow. She understood that Xiao Xue had become somewhat presumptuous. Yi Tian was not a person driven by power or desire. Ordinary incentives held no value for him. If you attempt to negotiate with him, it will only backfire. So, are you suggesting I use Nana as a bargaining chip to secure his loyalty? In response to Bibi Dong's counsel, Qian Rinxue retorted without averting her gaze. Indeed, Bibi Dong remained unchanged. She insisted on dictating every situation, leaving no room for others to intervene. At that moment, Qian Rinxue realized that her interactions over the past 2 weeks had merely been a figment of her imagination and poetic fantasies. Bibi Dong would never comprehend that usurping the Heavendo Empire's authority was far more expedient than the Spirit Hall's grand and overt warfare to unify the continent. The struggle of ideologies knows no absolute right or wrong. However, Qian Rinxue required time to seize control of the Heavendo Empire before irreconcilable conflicts erupted between the two great empires in the Spirit Hall. Clearly, the stakes were high. Yi Tian is undoubtedly an excellent time accelerator, provided he is willing to assist her. Within a year, the Snow Knight Emperor shall surely perish. Qian Rinxue's voice resumed its former indifference. You may use Nana as leverage to entice Yi Tian, but why must I remain a mere spectator? A wise bird chooses its perch, and a person of Yi Tian's caliber should not be limited to a single option. Let us both present our stakes. Allowing Yi Tian to make his choice. Bibi Dong halted her steps, her fingers tightly interlocked, with flames of fury igniting in her eyes. Yet this wrath was not directed at Qian Rinxue, but rather at Qian Douluo, or perhaps the Angel clan itself. It is that nefarious family that has cast a thick veil of dust over her life. She had believed time would eventually smooth all edges. But it now appears that evil never truly dissipates and taints those who draw near to it. Despite Qian Rinxue being her daughter, she felt an unfamiliarity with her. What? Do you intend to unleash your anger upon me? Qian Rinxue straightened her chest, her gaze sharp, looking down at Bibi Dong with haughty defiance. Bibi Dong, with her fingers still clenched, gradually relaxed her grip, her face betraying no hint of anger. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Since you believe you possess leverage, I shall grant you a fair opportunity. Do try. However, do not expose my identity. This chance is one I shall seize, not something you bestow upon me. Qian Rinxue walked away with an indifferent expression, her deeply buried resolve growing ever more steadfast. One day, she would prove to her sister who truly excels. The Donghai region may be small, yet at this moment, Qian Rinxue is not the only one in a foul mood. In Donghai City, Yi Tianheng gazed at his servant, Gao Yao, with an increasingly grim countenance. Despite our collaboration with the Silvish Trading Association, hoarding nearly 10 million pounds of grain, there has been no scene of civilians scrambling to purchase. I dispatched our intelligence personnel to investigate and discovered that most fields are planted with a crop known as potato. It is said that this crop yields at least 1,000 pounds per mu. According to this reasoning, even if each family cultivates merely 1 mu, they should be able to withstand the calamity. Yao Yao's face was etched with bitterness as he reported to Yi Tianheng, who, indeed, is responsible for these potatoes. Upon hearing Gao Yao's words, Yi Tianheng's focus on cultivation evaporated. The funds allocated for purchasing grain amounted to a staggering 7 million gold soul coins, representing the entire cash flow of the Lightning Association. Initially, they had anticipated that the disaster would erupt within 2 to 3 months, providing an opportunity for significant profit. Yet unexpectedly, their cash flow had become ensnared. Among the several farms in Donghai, the most renowned was the butterfly farm. Gao Yao spoke weakly. At this moment, he was engulfed in despair as the person responsible for this trade. If the grain were to become stagnant, the Tyrannosaurus family would undoubtedly not spare him. Prominent families have always adhered to the rules. The responsibility of this trade cannot fall upon Yi Tianheng, the young clan leader, but rather upon Gao Yao himself. He feared that his best recourse might be to take his own life in atonement. To make matters worse, his family could also be implicated. Upon hearing the words butterfly farm, Yi Tianheng's eyes suddenly sharpened. He recalled that this farm was managed by Tian. No wonder 2 weeks prior, Tian had advised him to abandon the grain business. However, at that time, the Lightning Association had already expended over 2 million gold soul coins. There was no turning back. If this predicament were to arise with Tian, it would be much easier to resolve. In the face of a panic-stricken Gao Yao, Tianheng waved his hand with composure. Do not fret. Prepare some lavish gifts and accompany me to the butterfly farm. I shall persuade Tian to reclaim all the potatoes. Our grain will also find buyers. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao's spirits lifted immensely. You truly possess great capability, young clan leader. He swiftly exited Tianheng's chamber, instructing his subordinates to prepare valuable gifts worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins and to ready the carriage at Tianheng's residence. At the butterfly farm, when Tian learned of Tianheng's impending visit, he was personally observing the construction of the wedding stage in Butterfly Valley. It must be said that assigning Qin Jian to oversee the wedding scene was indeed a miscalculation. It was not that he lacked aesthetic sense, but rather that the stage was excessively grand. The steps alone towered over 100 levels, visible from hundreds of meters away. Those who knew understood he was getting married, while those who did not might mistakenly believe he was holding a coronation ceremony. Could he not be a tad more discreet? Tian furrowed his brow and remarked to the accompanying Qin Jian. Qin Jian, looking somewhat disheartened, scratched his head. This is your wedding, young master. Let us indulge in opulence just this once. Besides, the framework is already erected. It's too late to redo it. Oh, Qin, what can I even say to you? Tian pointed at Qin Jian and sighed softly. With only 8 days remaining, there was simply no time to dismantle anything further. So be it. He clasped his hands behind his back, shook his head, and walked away, preparing to meet Tianheng. Chapter 103. The Threat from Tianheng. Young Master Yu. It has been a fortnight since our last encounter. I trust you have been well. Tian arrived at the potato plantation and encountered Tianheng, who was attentively observing the growth of the potato seedlings. A farm staff member approached and quietly informed him, this esteemed young Master Yu has brought numerous gifts. Initially intending to invite him to the courtyard for a brief respite, young Master Yu requested a tour of the potato plantation, hence he was brought here. No worries. You may continue with your tasks, Tian replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively. At the sound of his voice, Tianheng turned to face Tian. Holding a tender potato leaf in his hand, his demeanor serene. Young Master Yi, you possess an extraordinary talent in discovering new crops that yield over 1,000 pounds per mil. You flatter me, young Master Yu, Tian responded, feeling a warm breeze of humility wash over him. Individuals of Tianheng's noble lineage rarely visit without a significant purpose. His presence at the butterfly farm was clearly not for mere pleasantries. Upon arrival, he had made a beeline for the potato plantation, likely in connection with the Lightning Merchant Association, which operated a grain business in the area under his family's auspices. In Tian's heart, a rough conjecture has already formed. It is highly likely that Tianheng has come to thwart his efforts to aid the common folk in cultivating potatoes. Faced with such a situation, Tian had anticipated this 2 weeks prior when Tianheng refused to cease his grain acquisitions. As a partner, he had long fulfilled his duty of warning. If the Lightning Chamber of Commerce could not restrain their greedy hands, they must bear the consequences. Engaging in the unscrupulous practice of manipulating grain prices for exorbitant profits during years of famine certainly warrants the price of failure. Tian's smile remained undiminished as he pointed to the sprawling potato plantation beside him, which spanned thousands of acres. I merely wish to contribute to alleviating the calamity in the province of Silvis. When the season of scarcity arrives next year, this vast plantation will likely prevent famine. Upon hearing this, Tianheng's expression shifted to a tumultuous mix of hues, revealing his evident discomfort. It was clear that Tian was mocking him. Even the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family would find it challenging to bear the burden of a cash flow amounting to 7 million gold soul coins. This negotiation must succeed. Tianheng endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Since we are all friends, there is no need for pretense. I understand, young Master Yi, that you possess a kind heart and genuinely wish to promote potatoes, sparing the common folk from hunger. However, your promotion cannot commence for at least another 3 months. Tian feigned ignorance and raised his head, saying, Young Master Yu, your words seem rather misplaced. The common folk toil in the fields not to hold a ceremony, which can be postponed at will. Agriculture is dictated by the seasons. One must plant suitable crops at the right time to reap a bountiful harvest. Otherwise, it all amounts to naught. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao, standing beside Tianheng, could no longer restrain himself. If the grain from the Lightning Merchant Association went unsold, the repercussions for him would be dire. Gao Yao stepped forward and coldly retorted, Tian, my young master speaks this out of respect for you. Do not mistake courtesy for weakness. What is your station? Should you provoke my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, I could easily obliterate you. Who is this mad dog barking so wildly? Qin Jian, who had been lingering behind Tian, furrowed his brow and approached with an unfriendly expression. Casting a fleeting glance at Tianheng, he fixed his gaze on Gao Yao and inquired, Do you bear the surname Yu? You. Gao Yao's face flushed crimson as he angrily pointed at Qin Jian. Do not presume that I would hesitate to act simply because you are an old man. Huh? A person who cannot even ascertain his own identity dares to claim association with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? How amusing. Qin Jian replied indifferently. These ruffians dare to act recklessly on the farm, utterly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. It is worth noting that within Tian's domain, there are at least several dozen shadow guards on standby. Should the adversaries dare to make a move, they likely would not comprehend their demise until it was too late. Gao Yao, on the brink of rage, was halted by Tianheng. The latter smiled slowly and said, Old Shin is jesting. Gao Yao has fought for my Tyrannosaurus family for decades. In my eyes, he has long been one of us. I believe Gao Yao himself feels the same. With Tianheng's acknowledgement, Gao Yao felt a swell of pride and gratitude, his anger dissipating significantly. He declared boldly, Indeed, I, Gao Yao, am a man of the Tyrannosaurus family in life and a ghost of the Tyrannosaurus family in death. So does young master you affirm Gao Yao's earlier threats? Tian casually brushed off the dust from his sleeves, casting a knowing glance at Tianheng, a smirk playing on his lips. I never explicitly admitted to it. Tianheng's words floated lightly, yet their underlying implications were unmistakable, laced with a veiled threat. He continued, Rest assured, young master ye, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, as one of the three great sects of the continent, adheres to its principles and seldom resorts to aggression against lesser factions. At this, Tian let out a derisive laugh. Was he not, in essence, acknowledging that when necessary, the Tyrannosaurus Rex family would not hesitate to obliterate any obstacles in their path? This thought ignited Tian's temper. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family prided itself on having principles. Did he, Tian, lack his own guiding tenets? He had always refrained from initiating conflict, yet he would not cower in the face of threats. The predicament had arisen solely from Tianheng's avaricious ambitions. Out of goodwill, Tian had even offered a warning, but the other party, blinded by greed, had dismissed his counsel. Now, faced with the realization that profit was unattainable, they resorted to intimidation against those who obstructed their path. Truly, it was a display of shamelessness. Tiangu feigned ignorance, lightly patting his chest as he exclaimed, Haha. With your words, young master you, I am completely at ease. To be honest, your subordinate's threatening tone truly frightened me just now. Beside him, Qin Jian nearly burst into laughter. The young master was simply too adept at masquerading. Such a reverse rejection could surely infuriate Tianheng. As expected, upon hearing this, Tianheng's chest heaved with indignation. He considered himself a person of integrity. Hadn't he made himself abundantly clear just moments ago? Yet Tian was shamelessly pretending to be oblivious. This was a blatant disregard for the esteemed blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although their primary sphere of influence lay within the Douluo Empire, who on the continent was unaware of the formidable reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire would show some deference upon meeting his father. What is Tian? Showing him courtesy is merely a reflection of one's own character. Does he truly believe that his forbearance is a license for indulgence? Pretending to be oblivious. His expression was devoid of emotion, and his voice carried a hint of coldness as he gestured towards the several carriages behind him. The goods within those vehicles are valued at 150,000 gold soul coins. This sum is unattainable for your farm even over decades of labor. Furthermore, I am prepared to offer you an additional 100,000 gold soul coins in cash. The only condition is that you immediately cease the promotion of potato cultivation. Chapter 104. Absolutely not. Prepare to suffer the consequences. Gao Yao, upon hearing this, stepped forward to advise, Young master, there is no need to offer him so much. For someone like Tian, even a lifetime of struggle would not yield such a sum. After speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Tian. There are certain things the young master cannot say. So I shall tell you today, do not be greedy and overreach, or you will only end up harming yourself. Qin Jian let out a derisive laugh. Only a watchdog like you would think that this sum amounts to anything. Gao Yao could no longer contain himself. 7 soul rings flared to life. The arrogance of the butterfly farm was intolerable. If I do not teach this old fool a lesson today, I will not bear the surname Gao. Gao Yao, do not act rashly. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened to an extreme as he roared. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao fell silent, immediately retracting his soul rings and quietly returning to Yu Tianheng's side. Yu Tianheng warned Gao Yao, Yi Tian is merely an ordinary person. As a soul saint, even a mere flick of your fingers could lead to his demise. Can you bear such responsibility? Of course, I can bear it. Yao Yao chuckled inwardly, well aware that the young master was using his reprimand as a means to threaten Yu Tian and his companions. He promptly bowed in apology. It was my rashness. Hearing the undertones of life and death in Yu Tianheng's words, Yi Tian smiled with remarkable composure. The opponents at his side did not even have a title Douluo, yet they dared to challenge him, revealing their utter arrogance. Moreover, in just 10 days after the wedding, he would be departing to live on an island, completely unconcerned about any potential repercussions. There was no room for compromise regarding the promotion of potato cultivation. Yu Tian felt no inclination to continue the feudal argument with Yu Tianheng. Old Shin, I have a slight headache. Please see our guests out. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Chen Jian, with narrowed eyes, smiled at Yu Tianheng and Gao Yao, extending his hand. Gentlemen, please. Faced with the dismissal, Yu Tianheng's chest heaved with agitation. Yu Tian, do not forget that I can cancel the shipbuilding order at any moment. Should that occur, you stand to lose at least 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this new threat, Yu Tian turned back with a light chuckle, shrugging nonchalantly. As far as I know, there is but one entity capable of fulfilling the shipbuilding requirements of the Star Luo Empire. Of course, a contract is merely a contract. The choice to breach it lies in your hands. Young master Yu, until we meet again. Yu Tian waved his hand dismissively, turning away without a backward glance. Although the shipbuilding orders promised substantial profits, they merely rested at the threshold of mere potential. He was utterly indifferent. This infuriated Yu Tianheng to the point of bursting. Yet he felt helpless. He could not proactively cancel the orders. As Yu Tian had pointed out, the shipbuilding contracts were not commissioned by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. The true clients were the royal family of the Xinghua Empire, with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family merely serving as a cover. Moreover, fulfilling an order for 20 colossal warships within a year was a feat only Yi Tian could accomplish. Thus, this manufacturing contract was destined to be executed by him. With this thought, Yu Tianheng took deep breaths, striving to regain his composure, and turned to his subordinates behind him, stating, "Let us depart. No need for farewells." Qin Jian chuckled heartily, standing with his hands behind his back, watching Yu Tianheng leave. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's command to leave, Gao Yao stood in disbelief, momentarily frozen. He glanced at Qin Jian, then back at Yu Tianheng, before ultimately hastening to catch up with Yu Tianheng. With a reluctant tone, he murmured, "Young master, shall we simply let this go? Yu Tian is but a minor character. Even if he were to perish, no one would care. Why not take decisive action against him?" "Fool!" Yu Tianheng snapped in a shadowy tone. "Do you truly believe you are one of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? While Qin Jian's words may hold some truth, you are merely a dog of the Yu family. You have tarnished the reputation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family." Upon hearing this, Gao Yao's heart sank, and his hand trembled involuntarily as he lowered his head in agreement. "Your reprimand is indeed justified, young master." Yu Tianheng's eyes, filled with fury, gazed distantly, his fingers interlocked. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Having incurred a loss of 7,000,000 gold soul coins, Yu Tian must pay a bloody price. However, as one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family should not act overly. Immediately gather the skilled individuals from the Tyrannosaurus family in the vicinity. Next time, not only must Yi Tian acquiesce to our demands, but he must also compensate us handsomely. As Yu Tianheng departed, Bibi Dong and Hulaina arrived at the farm. The farm appeared somewhat different from how it had been a month prior. Observing the changes, Hulaina displayed a look of surprise. Though she initially failed to discern the specifics, Bibi Dong smiled faintly, pointing out, "The staff at the farm are busy, but not with agricultural tasks." Hulaina seemed to grasp the situation. The cement pathways are cleaner than before. It was noteworthy that these pathways were laid for agricultural vehicles, which typically left muddy tracks. However, they now appeared as if freshly washed. But why? Bibi Dong watched Hulaina with a gentle smile. Hulaina's cheeks flushed as she covered her face, exclaiming, "I am to marry brother Yi Tian. They are all preparing for our wedding." Her face radiated happiness as she linked arms with Bibi Dong. "I must thank my teacher. For without her, I would not have found such an excellent husband. Miss Nana has arrived." After seeing off Yu Tianheng, Jian encountered Hulaina at the crossroads and approached her with a greeting. Coincidentally, the wedding stage was nearly completed, and they had yet to invite Miss Nana for guidance. I wonder if Miss Nana has time? Of course. Hulaina's large eyes sparkled with eagerness. A few days prior, Jian had sent her several schematics regarding the wedding arrangements, but her limited knowledge of architecture rendered her unable to comprehend them. Now that she had the opportunity to visit the site, she could not let it slip by. Where is brother Tian? She recalled that Jian was usually never far from Tian. Jian chuckled softly. A few uninvited guests just arrived, much to the young master's annoyance. He is likely resting in the courtyard now. Then let us find Tian first, and then we can head to Butterfly Valley for a visit, Hulaina said, linking arms with Bibi Dong as they made their way toward the small courtyard of the farm. In the small courtyard of the farm, Tian was at a stone table, meticulously crafting fishhooks when he heard someone call his name. Lifting his head, he gazed toward the entrance of the courtyard, where two beautiful women stood side by side, Bibi Dong and Hulaina. Tian, radiant with a bright smile, set down the half-finished fishhook, rose from his seat, and approached. He had anticipated tidying up the farm to surprise Nana, reflecting his longing for her. Hulaina tilted her head and chuckled softly. Soon after, she noticed the fishhook resting on the stone table and inquired, "Are you crafting a fishhook with the intention of going fishing?" Tian nodded gently. Indeed. According to the customs of the East Sea, during weddings, the groom personally catches a large fish to present to the bride as a betrothal gift. The East Sea city is not a prosperous place, and ordinary families often cannot afford substantial wealth even for marriage. However, due to its proximity to the sea, fish are easily obtainable. Over time, this tradition has become widespread. Given Tian's status and capabilities, there would be no need for him to fish personally. Yet, he believes that such a commendable tradition should be upheld. After all, offering Nana some precious treasures may not bring her joy. But a fish caught by hand carries a different significance. Upon hearing this explanation, Hulaina's face flushed, and her eyes glimmered with emotion. Thank you, brother Tian. She then added, actually, I have something to give you as well. Hulaina raised her head and fixed her gaze on Tian. What is it? Tian inquired with a gentle smile. I cannot tell you now. You will only receive it on the day of our wedding, Hulaina explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tian's curiosity deepened. He chuckled softly and teased, it wouldn't be yourself, would it? Absolutely not. Hulaina's face turned as red as an apple as she waved her hand dismissively. You'll find out then. How tantalizing. Tian could not resist the urge to gently stroke Hulaina's delicate pink tresses. Glancing behind Bibi Dong, he suddenly realized that there appeared to be no sign of Qian Renxue. Had Qian Renxue departed from Donghai City? Tian wore an expression of astonishment. Her injury had only been tended to for a few days, and yet she was already able to depart? Truly, the heir of the angel family possessed remarkable recuperative powers. No, Bibi Dong shook her head. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, I thought that calamity was about to leave. The presence of Qian Renxue in East Sea City meant that it would attract a multitude of gazes. Tian, who despised being exposed to such scrutiny, particularly loathed the sensation of being encircled by countless eyes. Hulaina giggled and said, she hasn't left yet, but it won't be long. When we arrived, we heard Qian Renxue mention that Ning Fengji has already been entrusted by the Snow Emperor of Tindo to escort her back to Tindo City. How utterly fantastical. Tian broke into a smile. In their quest to safeguard their esteemed prince, the Empire of Tindo had entrusted Ning Fengji, the leader of one of the three great sects, to escort the prince to Tindo City. Little did they know that what they were to bring back was the young master of the angel family from the Spirit Hall. Truly, it was a fantastical turn of events. Hulaina timidly echoed this sentiment, hesitant to join Tian in jest, for what he was experiencing was far more surreal. Bibi Dong, evidently aware of this, shifted the conversation. Tian, I am quite curious about the preparations for your wedding. It should be nearing completion, Tian mused, pressing a finger to his forehead. In truth, his only engagement with the wedding preparations had been a visit to the Butterfly Valley to oversee the construction of the wedding stage. Beyond that, he was oblivious to the details. Understanding this, Jian quickly interjected, the young master has been working diligently these days. Miss Nana, you may wish to visit the Butterfly Valley. The seamstresses have even prepared the wedding dress, which is currently in the dressing room on the stage. Your gown is also there, young lady. Jian looked up at Bibi Dong. I have one too, Bibi Dong asked, pointing to herself in surprise. Of course. You are the only family of young Master Tian and Miss Nana, and your status is significant. Thus, your attire must be rather grand. Teacher, why don't we try them on together? Hulaina's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and headed toward the Butterfly Valley. Bibi Dong, unable to resist, followed behind with a calm smile. Nana, you seem a bit eager. How can I not be? Hulaina whispered conspiratorially, ensuring Tian could not hear her. She sighed softly. Every time I think about how we are concealing the truth from Tian, I feel an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression turned solemn. Let us hold on for a few more days. Once you are wed, I will find an opportunity to reveal everything. Yes, all right. Hulaina nodded earnestly. To be able to speak candidly with Tian would indeed be the best outcome. Two long-legged beauties. No need to hurry as if racing to market, Tian remarked as he exited the campus, noticing that his sister and Nana had already ventured quite far ahead. Brother, hurry up. Hulaina playfully turned around and shouted at Tian, before dashing off toward the Butterfly Valley like the wind. Tian quickened his pace to catch up with his sister, gazing at Nana's retreating figure with a hint of helplessness. Sister, is this truly the good wife you sought for me? She resembles a little girl. He thought to himself, I shall not bear the blame for this. You did not hinder your pursuit of your own ideal. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes as she stifled a laugh. My, how swiftly you passed the buck. Tian chuckled lightly. In truth, he merely jested and bore no significant grudge. After all, Nana had studied at the Spirit Hall, and her broad perspective and capabilities were indeed commendable. Even within the entirety of the East Sea, she stood out as exceptional. Marrying her could hardly be deemed a disadvantage. As they walked, Tian expressed some thoughts he intended to execute in the coming days. He sighed softly. The continent has been growing increasingly tumultuous lately. Bibi Dong could not deny this fact, responding, indeed. Thus, Tian continued, I wish to relocate our residence to an island after marrying Nana. To live on an island? Bibi Dong questioned, a trace of surprise evident in her voice. Are you contemplating a solitary existence? This revelation caught her off guard. She was aware of Tian's aversion to conflict, yet she had not anticipated his inclination towards such a tranquil life. The mere silence of living alone on an island could drive one to madness. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, dear sister, Tian clarified. I do indeed appreciate a low profile, but I am not reclusive. The island I refer to is a large one overseas. You may not know, but there are residents living there as well. He explained, the island we plan to visit is called Pearl Island, where approximately 30,000 residents reside, comparable in size to East Sea City. How intriguing. I had no idea that there were inhabitants overseas, Bibi Dong remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Prior to this, she had only heard tales of the ocean being more perilous than the vastest of forests, where the sea spirits were notably formidable. The previous holy maiden of the Spirit Hall had met her demise in those treacherous waters. Tian chuckled softly and said, it is not merely that people reside here. Life on the island is far simpler and more joyful than on the mainland. There are no aristocrats acting recklessly, nor is there taxation, as one can thrive solely on their own abilities. Bibi hesitated and inquired, if pirates enjoy such freedom, why haven't numerous commoners fled to the islands to live? As I mentioned earlier, he replied, a life dependent solely on one's skills, living on the edge of danger, may not be the aspiration of everyone. Tian chuckled softly. Do you yearn for adventure? Bibi Dong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Did Tian truly revel in a life of peril? I certainly do not relish placing myself in jeopardy, especially with you as my sister, Tian replied with a light-hearted smile. However, dear sister, do not forget that I command the Heavenly Strategy Army. A mere Pearl Island? I could easily manage even 10 of them. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding potential dangers after relocating. Bibi Dong began to grasp Tian's perspective. If she were indeed his sister, and not the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she might have readily acquiesced. Yet, the world is seldom so accommodating. Let my sister ponder this, she thought. Bibi Dong neither accepted nor rejected. She simply opted for a non-committal response. She had no intention of accompanying Tian to reside on the island. Instead, she contemplated how to confront Tian after Nana's marriage. Very well. Tian nodded lightly, refraining from further persuasion. After all, relocating was indeed a rather sudden decision. Naturally, suggesting that his sister ponder the matter was merely a soothing gesture. Undoubtedly, remaining on the mainland posed greater and uncontrollable dangers. Regardless of his sister's sentiments, he resolved to relocate the entire family to the island. Should she find it unmanageable, they could return in 4 to 5 years, by which time the mainland would have concluded its wars and restored peace. The two arrived at Butterfly Valley, each lost in their own thoughts, only to find Hulaina gazing blankly at the wedding stage, rooted to the spot. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Hulaina turned, her face reflecting astonishment. "It's at least several dozen meters high. How magnificent!" she exclaimed. When she received the blueprints days prior, she had not anticipated the true scale of the construction. After her moment of awe, a pang of sympathy struck her. Tian, there was really no need for such grand efforts. We are merely hosting a wedding, and once it's over, these structures will likely serve no purpose, which seems rather wasteful. This is all due to Chun Jian. Tian shrugged, revealing a sense of helplessness. It must be noted that the older generation's mindset can indeed be somewhat rigid, persistently pursuing grandeur. Reflecting on this, Tian recalled something of great significance. He retrieved 2 ancient jade vials from his storage space. These are Tian Yuan pills and soul solidification pills, capable of refining one's essence and enlightening the mind. I present them to you. Thank you, brother. Hulaina exclaimed joyfully, accepting the pills without hesitation. As a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, her yearning for the enhancement of her soul power was insatiable. She uncapped one of the vials, and a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted forth. Merely inhaling it brought her immense relief. Soon, a look of deep emotion crossed her face. She understood that the pills crafted by Tian were extraordinarily precious. Even a formidable entity like the Spirit Hall could not provide such top-tier elixirs. "I am so thrilled," Hulaina cried out, nearly jumping with joy. "Look at how happy you've made me." Tian gently pressed Hulaina's delicate nose. "By the way, what is your martial spirit? It has been several days, and I have yet to see you engage in any cultivation. To enhance one's abilities, relying solely on medicinal pills is insufficient." Tiandu's teachings resonated deeply. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt a sudden jolt within her heart. Tian, possessing extensive knowledge and experience, would undoubtedly discern if she revealed that her martial spirit was the celestial fox. Suppressing her inner astonishment, Hulaina hurriedly declared, "My martial spirit is my eyes." The innate martial spirit, even when displayed, bears little difference from remaining concealed. Although Tian found Laina's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it, merely advising her, "If you aspire to achieve greatness in your martial spirit, you must not be complacent." Tian held no concern regarding Laina's potential to become a titled Douluo. He did not harbor expectations for her to augment his combat prowess. A tranquil existence was sufficient for him. "Understood, brother," Hulaina replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. She was indeed diligent in her training, however, in Tian's presence, she had to refrain from her practice to avoid revealing her true self. Fortunately, such a state of affairs would not persist for long. "Teacher, I heard from Elder Chen that my wedding dress is in the changing room behind the stage. Let us take a look." Hulaina directed her gaze toward Bibi Dong. "Very well," Tian responded with a light-hearted chuckle, conceding to his elder sister first. "But, brother, you mustn't go," Hulaina earnestly cautioned. Tian immediately composed himself and fixed his gaze upon Hulaina, inquiring, could this be considered gender discrimination? "Perhaps," Hulaina replied with a playful smile, lightly entwining her arm with Bibi Dong's as they strolled towards the nearby changing room. Ultimately, Tian remained in his original position. At that moment, the tardy Chun Jian approached him. "Young master, just now, Shursan arrived and mentioned that the team sent to gather information from the Spirit Hall has returned. Where are they?" Tian slightly raised his head. Although he held little interest in the movements of the Spirit Hall, he saw no harm in listening. "I surmised that you would likely summon them, so I brought them to await you at the entrance of Butterfly Valley." Upon hearing that the informants were just outside the valley, Tian nodded faintly. Considering that the young ladies would require some time to change, it seemed more prudent to gather intelligence rather than merely wait. "Come, let us see what news they bring." "Yes," Chun Jian replied, falling in step behind Tian as they made their way toward the valley's exterior. Outside the valley, 2 informants clad in merchant attire were engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing Tian and Chun Jian emerging from the valley, they immediately straightened and greeted Tian with respect. "Good day, young master." Tian lightly waved his hand and chuckled, saying, "You two have worked hard. You didn't even have time to change your clothes. Indeed, you came to convey the information at the earliest opportunity." He has always been known for his clear distinction between reward and punishment. Turning to Chun Jian, he instructed, "Inform 13 that those who participated in this operation will receive double their bonuses at the end of the month." "As you command," Chun Jian replied, taking out a small notebook to jot it down. Tian gazed at the two intelligence officers before him and smiled. Do share your observations. Certainly, young master, replied one of the older officers respectfully. We have spent over half a month in Soul Master City, following the orders of Captain 13. Our primary focus was on training rather than an in-depth investigation. However, we did seize opportunities to infiltrate several subordinate administrative bodies of the Spirit Hall. We discovered that His Holiness, the Pope, has been secretly missing for several days. Chapter 107. Inscription by Chun Jian. Eternal as time Bibi Dong is missing? Upon hearing this news, Tian fell into profound contemplation. In his recollection, Bibi Dong was undoubtedly a diligent pope, having served with unwavering dedication for decades. Her disappearance could not be without cause. Could she have retreated to a hidden chamber to inherit a divine position? He shook his head, dismissing this possibility. It seems unlikely. At this juncture, Bibi Dong should not yet have entertained the notion of inheriting the title of the Rakshasa god. After all, the Rakshasa god is not a benevolent deity, and the cost of such an inheritance is exorbitant. Although the current situation on the continent is tense, it has not yet escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Bibi Dong would not possess the overwhelming resolve to preemptively claim the title of the Rakshasa god. Do you have any further discoveries? The intelligence officer responded. It is not only Pope Bibi Dong who has vanished, her disciple, Hulaina, is also missing. Moreover, the friction between the Elder Hall and the Papal Hall seems to have intensified. The second enshrined, Golden Crocodile Douluo, has dispatched numerous personnel to oversee the subordinate administrative bodies of the Papal Hall. Upon hearing this, Tian chuckled softly and waved his hand, stating, "This can be regarded as a traditional craft of the Spirit Hall. Who is unaware that the Elder Council of the Spirit Hall holds a monopoly on power? Were it not for Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rinxue, it is likely that even the position of Pope would remain out of reach." Faced with the disappearance of Bibi Dong and Hulaina, although Tian felt a sense of uncertainty, he suspected it was not a favorable development. There is no need to dwell on matters that are beyond comprehension. After all, they do not pertain to him. I have come to understand. Tian waved his hand, signaling the two individuals to withdraw. His subordinates took their leave. The two intelligence officers bowed respectfully before turning to depart from Butterfly Valley. Tian pondered for a moment before raising his gaze to Chen Jian. By the way, old Chen, how are preparations for the relocation of the island progressing? This matter had occupied Tian's thoughts for over a month, and related affairs had been steadily advancing. Chen Jian, thumping his chest, assured him with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, young master. The Heavenly Strategy Army has dispatched 500 personnel aboard warships to Pearl Island. We have also made arrangements with Zizenzu, who has graciously agreed to designate a vast estate on the southern flatlands of Pearl Island as a gift for you, young master. Excellent. After my wedding, I shall relocate there. Tian gently nodded. Ah, young master, are you truly planning to leave the continent? Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback, filled with surprise. Prior to this, he had assumed that Tian's mention of relocating was merely a casual remark. After all, given Tian's capabilities, he could not only contend with the martial Soul Hall and the two formidable empires, but could also rival the three great sects. Even if he wished to remain uninvolved in the continent's conflicts, he could easily ensure his own safety. There was truly no need to retreat to an island to escape the chaos. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Tian smiled gently and advised. Rather than remaining in the East Sea and enduring the repercussions of war, it would be far better to find tranquility on the island. Chen Jian nodded in agreement, fully understanding his young master's perspective. Since this was the young master's decision, as a subordinate, he would dutifully comply. One must admit, Tian's composure and prudence were indeed remarkable. He never placed himself in perilous situations. While such a temperament is commendable, it does lack a certain boldness and ambition. Considering the time, it seemed that Nana and the others had likely finished trying on their garments. Tian strode into Butterfly Valley, approaching the fitting room once more. To his surprise, he found his sister and Nana peering about outside. Nana held a pristine, flowing wedding gown, her bosom accentuated and full. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong donned an exquisite purple gown, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy descending from the heavens. The attire of the two women captivated the attention of all surrounding staff, who marveled and whispered in awe, pondering that even celestial beings could not surpass their beauty. It was only upon Tian's arrival that the staff gradually returned to their tasks, discreetly averting their gazes. At that moment, Hulaina's delicate face was marked by confusion. Where have you been, Tian? Teacher, and I have been waiting for quite some time. I was attending to some business matters. I have now returned, have I not? With a smile, Tian approached Hulaina and began to scrutinize her closely. This made Hulaina's cheeks flush with a rosy hue as she softly inquired, Is it beautiful? Truly exquisite. Tian embraced Hulaina's waist, whispering tenderly in her ear. As the warmth emanated from Tian, Hulaina's cheeks flushed to the tips of her ears. There are quite a few people around, she stammered, feeling slightly embarrassed. It seems my presence here has interrupted you both. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, unable to deny that Tian and Hulaina were truly a match made in heaven. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her heart. This sweet and intoxicating love was a journey she had never embarked upon. Yet, her envy was fleeting. Now, as the esteemed Pope, she had long since grown indifferent to such matters. Love, after all, was merely an illusion of youth. Sister, you jest, she replied with a smile. Tian calmly withdrew his hand from Nana's shoulder, exhibiting no hint of embarrassment. He then playfully advised, Sister, you are even older than I am. As your younger brother, I am on the verge of marriage, so you must hasten to find yourself a suitor. Hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight as she blinked and chuckled. Indeed. Teacher must put in some effort. Bibi Dong shot a nonchalant glare at Hulaina, remarking, I am not in a hurry. At that moment, a staff member hurried over to Qin Jian, inquiring, Old Qin, the wedding banner has arrived. Where would you like it placed? Wedding banner? What is that? Hulaina curiously rested her chin on her hand. Qin Jian, smiling warmly, explained, the wedding banner is a large piece of red paper. According to the customs of Donghai City, during the wedding, esteemed elders and guests from the local community will inscribe their blessings on it. It is believed to gather the essence of heaven and earth, bringing fortune to the newlyweds. How fascinating. What a delightful custom. Hulaina exclaimed joyfully. She realized that if the wedding were held in Wuhuan City, she would miss out on such unique traditions. Turning to Tian, she teased. Do not forget about my fish. Rest assured, Tian replied, raising his hand lightly. This matter will not slip my mind. I shall go fishing for you tonight. Just be careful not to fall into the water. That would be dreadful, Hulaina cautioned. Could you not say something more positive? Tian retorted, slightly annoyed. Hulaina huffed softly, is it wrong to express concern for you? Qin Jian retrieved a brush from his storage space and glanced at the nearby wedding banner. With a gentle smile, he turned to Tian and said, I shall dare to be the first to inscribe on the young master's wedding banner. Old Qin, you flatter me with such words. As a senior, it is only fitting that you take on this honor, Tian replied graciously. Tian spoke gently, acknowledging that apart from his sister, he had no close relatives. It was entirely appropriate for the elder Qin Jian to take the lead in this moment. The group followed Qin Jian to the front of the screen. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jian thoughtfully remarked, Young master, you and Miss Nana are truly a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. A pair like you should be together for eternity. Thus, I shall inscribe eternal union. In chapter 108, Tian's conjecture arose. Could his sister be Bibi Dong? Upon finishing, Qin Jian's brush danced gracefully, effortlessly revealing the 4 powerful characters on the screen. The calligraphy was exquisite. Hulaina praised, recognizing the beauty of its rhythm even without understanding the characters. Thank you, Elder Qin, for your inscription, Tian said. Bowing slightly in respect, Qin Jian quickly waved it off. Young master, you are too kind. I cannot accept such courtesy. He then approached Bibi Dong, offering her the brush. Miss, please write something as well. You are not only their kin, but also their matchmaker. Indeed, Hulaina nodded earnestly. Teacher, both Tian and I eagerly await your blessing. Hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. She took the brush from Qin Jian and approached the screen, stating, For the marriage of Xiao Tian and Nana, my blessing is a must. With that, Bibi Dong's delicate hand glided the brush across the screen. Ultimately, the 4 elegant characters' eternal union appeared gracefully to the left of eternal togetherness. Upon seeing this, Hulaina clapped joyfully. This is magnificent. However, Tian stood frozen, suddenly struck by a realization. This did not seem to align with his sister's handwriting. She had learned to read during her time as a maid in the spirit hall. Her skills only rudimentary from just a few years of practice. The letters in their correspondence over the past 2 years had been quite uneven. How could her calligraphy suddenly be so refined? This seemed illogical. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Tian found himself studying his sister more closely. A sense of alarm creeping in. Could she be a false sister? Once this notion took root, it refused to be dismissed. Memories of their recent interactions flitted through his mind like a fleeting panorama. Upon reflection, he quickly uncovered numerous discrepancies. His sister had returned on leave, yet logically, a prolonged absence would have drawn scrutiny from the spirit hall. After all, maids were still considered part of the spirit hall, albeit of a lower status. Nonetheless, this identity was unique. If his sister had not returned, it could be deemed as missing. The spirit hall would undoubtedly investigate cases of missing persons. Yet, it was evident that no inquiries had been made regarding this matter. Compounding Tian's confusion was the fact that before his sister's return, Donghai City had been a remarkably tranquil little place. However, following her arrival, the entire city had become the focus of the continent. Although linking this change to his sister might seem far-fetched and lacked substantiating evidence, the implications of a conspiracy were significant. Tian pondered the moment he revealed Qian Rinxue's identity to his sister. Although she appeared astonished at that moment, her subsequent demeanor was strikingly composed. Who exactly is Qian Rinxue? In secret, she is the heir of the angel family, while publicly, she is the successor of the Heavendo Empire. Each of these identities, when considered alone, possesses immense power to intimidate, enough to leave one breathless. Yet, his sister treated Qian Rinxue as if nothing were amiss, tending to her needs with the familiarity of a friend. One cannot help but marvel at his sister's extraordinary psychological resilience. Such fortitude is not merely cultivated through a few years of servitude. The more he contemplated, the more absurd it seemed, leaving Tian feeling a growing sense of bewilderment. He murmured the names of those he had recently encountered: sister, Nana, teacher, Qian Rinxue. Suddenly, an unexpected name flashed in his mind: Bibi Dong. The thought of this name sent a tumultuous wave crashing through his mind. Nana, Hulaina, teacher Bibi Dong. The connections were too striking to ignore. Moreover, recalling the intelligence report he received regarding Spirit City, it appeared that the disappearance of Bibi Dong and Hulaina coincided precisely with the time of his sister's return. Boom. Tian's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Although this was merely a hypothesis, what if it were indeed true? He found himself unable to resist the urge to return to the villa, to once again peruse the letters his sister had written to him over the past 2 years in his study. Tian needed to meticulously compare the handwriting. Merely comparing the characters was insufficient. He needed to uncover his sister's past at the spirit hall. Tian, does the teacher's handwriting look beautiful? At that moment, Hulaina approached and inquired. Tian promptly concealed the astonishment in her eyes, masking it with a light chuckle. How could anything written by my sister be anything less than beautiful? After speaking, she could not help but scrutinize Nana. Indeed, Nana's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Hulaina's. What are you staring at? Hulaina remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze. Tian smiled indifferently. You are my wife. Is it inappropriate for me to take a glance? Upon hearing this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast him a lingering, reproachful glance. Amidst their conversation, the sound of approaching hooves echoed in the distance. A staff member dismounted and approached Tian with great reverence, stating, Young master, several masters have arrived at your villa. His Highness Shui Qinghe wishes to invite you. Hulaina remarked, they seem rather eager. News only reached us the day before. And now they have already arrived. Tian, with a desire to return to the villa, intended to retrieve his sister's previous correspondence from the study for a comparison. He cast a glance at the screen, imprinting the 4 characters firmly in his mind. Turning with a smile, he remarked, since it is His Highness the Crown Prince's request, I must attend. Sister, Nana, you may remain here. I shall return shortly. Bibi Dong surmised that Qian Rinxue likely sought to win over Tian. However, Qian Rinxue's determination in this pursuit was beyond her control. Thus, she lifted her gaze towards Tian and, with concern, urged, be cautious not to instigate any conflict. Tian reassured her, rest assured, sister, I shall exercise discernment. Tian nodded slightly. It must be said that his sister has shown considerable concern for him in recent days. This has rendered Tian's emotions rather complicated. Should circumstances indeed evolve towards the worst possible outcome, his choices would undoubtedly become quite arduous. Tian shook his head, casting aside the clutter of thoughts, and walked towards the valley's exit. As he prepared to leave, a staff member approached with a magnificent steed, respectfully handing him the reins. Young master, your horse. Tian nodded slightly. Mounting the horse, he galloped towards the villa. Inside the villa, Qian Rinxue had reverted to her former masculine appearance and was receiving Ning Fengji in the hall. Her voice was gentle as she offered a slight bow. It has been a while since I last saw you, teacher. I hope you are well. Ning Fengji hastily interjected, Your Highness, given your recent injuries, It would be wise to refrain from exertion. Qian Shui smiled gracefully, her gaze fixed on the young lady beside Ning Fengji, clad in a flowing azure gown. This must be your beloved daughter, Rongrong? After several years, she has blossomed into a fine young lady. Ning Rongrong beamed sweetly, offering a slight bow. I am surprised your highness still remembers me. I am truly flattered. As Ning Fengji shifted to more serious matters, he leaned slightly forward, his expression grave. Your highness, if your health permits, it would be prudent to leave Donghai City as soon as possible. Both your majesty and I harbor concerns. The Spirit Hall, upon learning of your presence here, may take action that could jeopardize your safety. Thus, His Majesty wishes for you to return to the imperial capital, while I remain to investigate the assassination attempt against you. A smile tugged at Qian Shui's heart. How would Ning Fengji react if he knew that the Pope of the Spirit Hall was not far from here? Maintaining her composure, she nodded gently. What you say is indeed true, teacher. I shall not linger in Donghai City. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Tian arrived. Chapter 109. Unintentionally becoming a minor official, Ning Rongrong's disdain. As Tian entered the living room, he was met with the sight of several unfamiliar faces occupying the sofa, an awkward expression crossing his features. Despite it being his own home, he felt as though he were the guest, beset by an unsettling sensation. Without allowing himself to dwell on this discomfort, Tian discreetly approached the sofa and offered a slight bow to Qian Shui. Your Highness, he acknowledged. Qian Shui's beautiful eyes glanced at him with a calm demeanor before she turned to Ning Fengji, saying, This is Tian, an exceptional physician. It is thanks to him that I was able to recover from my injuries. Upon hearing the introduction from the princess, Ning Fengji expressed his surprise. It was evident that Qian Shui held Tian in high regard, a rarity indeed. As the crown prince of the empire, Shui Qinghe's perspective was notably discerning. Though generally courteous, he seldom offered praise to others lightly. Yet, in Tian's case, he made an exception. Ning Fengji, intrigued, eloquently remarked. He seems to be quite an impressive young man. How old is he, and what is his cultivation level? Qian Shui beamed with delight as she gestured toward Ning Fengji, introducing him to Tian. This esteemed individual is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and my mentor, Ning Fengji. Tian feigned surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. So, you are indeed the esteemed leader of one of the renowned three great sects. My apologies for my earlier ignorance. As for the esteemed leader of the Ning sect, I must clarify that I am not a spirit master, but merely a humble physician. Though a look of astonishment graced his features, Tian remained remarkably calm within. His gaze subtly drifted to the dark-haired maiden standing beside Ning Fengji. The young lady exuded an air of composure, displaying no hint of intimidation in such a setting. It was evident that standing alongside Ning Fengji and possessing such poise, she must be Ning Rongrong, one of the illustrious members of the Shrek Seven Monsters. A faint smile involuntarily graced Tian's face. Having arrived in Douluo for several years, this marked his first encounter with a member of the Shrek Seven Monsters. It became apparent that the world of Douluo was not as vast as he had imagined. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, recognizing that those who were not soul masters were destined to struggle at the bottom of society. Without the means to join sects or ascend to nobility, they were at the mercy of the brutal law of the jungle that governed the continent. He had initially considered recommending Tian to the Tindo Royal Academy as a gesture of gratitude for saving Shui Qinghe. However, it was evident that such an opportunity had slipped away. Ning Fengji's interest in Tian had entirely waned. Nonetheless, Tian remained the savior of the crown prince of Qinghe, and a semblance of civility must be maintained. A slight smile appeared on his face as he spoke with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, even without being a soul master. One can lead a vibrant life. Given the turmoil in East Sea City, numerous positions will soon be vacant. Allow me to take the liberty of recommending you to the administrative officials of East Sea City. You may secure a modest position there and ensure your livelihood for the rest of your days. Thank you for your kind offer, Sectmaster Ning. But I have no desire for political affairs. Being a healer who aids others is quite sufficient for me. Tian, with a demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, responded. Ning Fengji exhibited a look of astonishment, pondering if it was truly possible in this day and age to refuse an official position. He let out a light, nasal laugh, finding the youth before him exceedingly naive. Did being an official conflict with the noble pursuit of helping the world? It was, in fact, entirely harmonious. Furthermore, holding an official title offered numerous advantages. At the very least, one was shielded by the authority of their position, deterring the common ruffians from causing trouble. It was 100 times better than living as an ordinary citizen. Such youthful ignorance, Ning Fengji mused. Yet, considering that Yu Tian was the savior of the crown prince of Qinghe and that fate had brought them together again, this could indeed be seen as a twist of destiny. As one who had traversed this path before, Ning Fengji continued, I must caution you. The crown prince is about to depart from Donghai city. I too will not linger here for long. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Yu Tian nodded lightly and said, I understand the words of Master Ning. The crown prince has expressed similar sentiments to me before, however. I truly have no aspirations for an official position. Qian Rinxue sighed softly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. In this regard, you need not persuade him further. For the price she initially offered was far greater. Yet, Yi Tian remained unfazed, resolutely declining. Presently, Ning Fengji merely wished for Yi Tian to assume a minor role in the Donghai region, a proposition Yi Tian would never entertain. Indeed, everyone harbors their own ambitions, and such pursuits are not necessarily devoid of beauty. Ning Fengji's demeanor was gentle as he nodded slightly, though inwardly he scoffed, believing that one day the other party would come to regret their decision. His earlier suggestions had been merely symbolic, as Yi Tian, a figure of little consequence, hardly captured his attention. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. The crown prince and I have important matters to discuss. Ning Fengji gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression turned to one of confusion. Was it not the crown prince who summoned me? He pondered. Were it not for Qian Rinxue's intervention, he would not have come at all. Ning Fengji glanced at Qian Rinxue in bewilderment. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly. Master, it is indeed I who called for Yi Tian. I apologize, but there are matters between us that require a private discussion. Ning Fengji was taken aback. Surely the crown prince valued Yu Tian far too highly. Yu Tian possesses some remarkable qualities, does he not? Otherwise, the crown prince of Qinghe would not be so unreservedly close to an individual. However, Ning Fengji failed to perceive any extraordinary talents in Yu Tian. Facing the crown prince's apologetic expression, Ning Fengji gently waved his hand, assuring, there is no rush. I have ample time. As he observed Qian Rinxue engaging in conversation with Yu Tian upstairs, he turned to Jian Qinshin and inquired, Uncle Jian, have you discerned any traits in Yi Tian? Why do you ask? Jian Qinshin responded, puzzled. At this moment, Ning Rongrong interjected, I cannot discern any particular traits, but I am certain his character leaves much to be desired. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Ning Fengji said with a narrowed gaze and a smile. I did not expect my precious daughter to possess such insight into others. Ning Rongrong raised her alabaster neck and coldly replied, I am not yet that formidable. But I did notice Yu Tian's gaze linger on me, which speaks volumes about his character. He observed me quite attentively upon entering. It is only due to my increased tolerance in recent years that I refrained from confronting him about it. Had it been in the past, I would have retorted immediately. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Jian Qinshin exchanged knowing glances, both smiling. What are you two laughing at? Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and furrowed her brow. Am I incorrect in my assessment? Ning Fengji elegantly clarified. Given your striking beauty, it would indeed be strange if Yi Tian did not take notice of you. Precisely. Jian Qinshin added. A youth like Yi Tian, hailing from a remote area and having never ventured beyond a small town, would be quite taken by someone of your allure. His ability to remain unperturbed suggests commendable character. He then regarded Ning Rongrong, stating, in today's world of soul masters, many are preoccupied with cultivation and violence, quick to draw swords at the slightest disagreement. This mentality is quite unhealthy. If Yu Tian were a soul master, his character alone would ensure he achieves considerable success. At this point, Jian Qinshin's eyes glimmered with a hint of regret. Alas, he lacks the innate talent for soul mastery. After all, Yi Tian lacks even the entrance ticket to the realm of soul masters. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. What are you and Grandpa Jian lamenting for? There are scarcely any who attain the status of noble soul masters like us on this continent. In my view, merely possessing a talent for cultivation places one leagues above a commoner like Yi Tian, even after decades of effort. There is simply no comparison between soul masters and Yi Tian. There is no need for your regrets, she continued. Hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly. Rongrong. Remember that talent does not equate to everything. It is wise to remain humble. Have you not suffered due to your pride in the past? It is better to speak less of such matters. Ning Rongrong pouted. I understand. I would only share these opinions in front of you and Grandpa Jian. And they won't be disclosed to others. There's nothing to worry about. That is good to know. Ning Fengji sighed lightly. recognizing that his daughter still needed further refinement in her character. "Father, what do you think the Crown Prince and Yi Tian are discussing upstairs?" Ning Rongrong asked. Resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed on her father, Ning Fingji reclined slightly on the sofa and chuckled. "Perhaps he is attempting to persuade Yi Tian further? Have you not noticed how invested the Crown Prince is in Yi Tian?" Ning Rongrong shrugged, her lips pursed in resignation. "I have never spent time alongside the Crown Prince. How could I possibly fathom his thoughts?" "True," Ning Fengji smiled, pondering. "I have had my share of interactions with the Crown Prince. Though he appears gentle on the surface, he is, in reality, a very pragmatic heir apparent. He invests time and resources in those he deems useful, while those he views as lacking value scarcely warrant a glance." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong contemplated. Her expression tinged with uncertainty. So, Yi Tian must possess some genuine talent after all. But his physique is so frail, he is not a soul master. Nor does he possess any innate strength, having never ventured beyond the East Sea. What knowledge could he possibly have? With a smirk, she added, "Could it be due to his medical skills?" In Douluo continent, it is well known that exceptional healers are invariably powerful soul masters. Only healing-type soul masters, through continuous study and their martial soul advantages, can become outstanding healers. Ordinary healers who are not even soul masters can only treat minor injuries, lacking any real potential for advancement. "Perhaps not," Jian Qinshin remarked thoughtfully. "Do not jest, Uncle Jian," Ning Rongrong dismissed, her skepticism evident. "This is precisely my point of contemplation." Ning Fengji admitted, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I pride myself on my ability to discern talent, yet I cannot perceive anything remarkable about Yi Tian." Ning Rongrong stifled a mischievous laugh. Perhaps the Crown Prince harbors an inclination for young scholars and has taken a liking to Yi Tian, this delicate lad. Such remarks are ill-advised. Ning Fengji shot her a glare. "Come now, I have heard tales of the romantic escapades in Tindo City. Such occurrences abound within the noble circles." Ning Rongrong retorted, sticking out her tongue at her father. On the second floor, by the windowsill, the newly planted crops were sprouting remarkably quickly. Yi Tian gazed into the distance at a gentle expanse of green, a serene smile gracing his features. Nearby, the potatoes had been planted early, and tender shoots had already emerged. Beside him, Qian Rinxue followed his gaze, admiring the vibrant fields, yet her heart was far from at ease. The reason was simple. She could not ascertain whether she could truly win Yi Tian over. After all, his disposition resembled an endless ocean, impervious to the crashing waves that sought to disturb its depths. He was acutely aware that he was Qian Rinxue, as well as the prince of the Tindo Empire. Yet he feigned ignorance as if it were of no concern to him. This only intensified Qian Rinxue's desire to recruit him. If Yi Tian could be swayed to her side, it would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. As she observed the profile of Yi Tian, her beautiful eyes furrowed and then relaxed. For a moment, she was at a loss as to what terms she might present to entice him. Sensing her unwavering gaze upon him, Yi Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. He forced a smile. Turning to meet Qian Rinxue's eyes, he spoke softly, "Your Highness, if you have something to say, please do. The sect master Ning and the others are still waiting for you downstairs. Could Yi Tian dare to meet her gaze?" The competitive spirit within Qian Rinxue immediately surged. She paid no heed to Yi Tian's words. Instead, her pupils sharpened slightly as she continued to glare at him. Yi Tian rubbed his palms together, gazing at Qian Rinxue with astonishment. What was she doing? Was she attempting to captivate him with her angelic eyes? It seemed rather trivial. Yi Tian let out a light chuckle, his gaze subtly lifted. "If your Highness merely wishes to engage in eye contact with me, I see no necessity for it." Only then did Qian Rinxue retract her gaze, realizing that her previous behavior had indeed been somewhat abrupt. At that moment, she became aware that she was leaning slightly forward. The distance between her and Yi Tian scarcely 10 centimeters. Qian Rinxue leisurely leaned back, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she stood with her hands clasped behind her, her beautiful eyes calmly gazing out the window. "The reason for summoning you today is, of course, to discuss a matter of great importance. I shall be succinct. Listen carefully." Suddenly, Qian Rinxue turned her head back, her eyes filled with determination. "I wish for you to assist me by my side." Yi Tian composed himself, initially thinking there was a matter of great importance at hand. Hadn't the situation regarding recruitment been made abundantly clear? Qian Rinxue truly seemed to have a forgetful nature. It appeared that he would have to reiterate his stance once more. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Qian Rinxue swiftly placed her hand over Yi Tian's mouth. "Do not be hasty in your refusal." After extending her hand, she reconsidered and retracted it, maintaining her calm demeanor. "This is not a matter of recruitment, but rather one of collaboration." Her tone grew more resolute. In her perspective, no issue was insurmountable. If any existed, it merely indicated that the stakes were insufficient. Tian Rinxue spoke slowly. I understand that you dislike being manipulated or serving as a pawn for others. If you agree to assist me, I assure you that I will not interfere with any of your decisions. Furthermore, I will provide you with all necessary support. Observing that Tian remained smiling, seemingly unmoved, Tian Rinxue reciprocated with a smile that radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Since this is a collaboration, let me first demonstrate my sincerity. To be candid, my true identity is not that of the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, but rather that of Tian Rinxue, the heir of the angel family from the Spirit Hall. In her view, this revelation was not a secret in Tian's eyes, yet its disclosure would undeniably have a different impact. Her identity inherently conveyed considerable sincerity and a strong sense of pressure. Once this truth was laid bare, Tian's choices could no longer be solely dictated by his own thoughts. Chapter 111. In any case, the refusal, Tian Rinxue's thoughts. As soon as Tian Rinxue spoke, the atmosphere shifted. Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tian Rinxue would candidly disclose her identity. It is worth noting that the most confidential operation of the Spirit Hall was Tian Rinxue's infiltration in the Heavendo Empire. The determination she exhibited in recruiting him was indeed rather audacious. To reveal such a secret without reservation was perplexing to Tian. How could Tian Rinxue trust him so profoundly? Did she not fear that he might swiftly sell this information to the Heavendo Empire? You would not. She seemed to assert with her tranquil azure eyes, as calm as a still pond, seemingly having gauged Tian's character accurately. A faint smile crept across Tian's face as he remained silent. Indeed, he would not, as that would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. However, her identity held no allure for him. Tian shook his head and replied earnestly, thus, speaking of it is futile. Not necessarily, Tian Rinxue said, squinting her eyes and gazing at Tian's flawless visage. I am not using this secret to entice you. Rather, I wish to draw you into my camp. Or to phrase it differently, to threaten you. Do you believe that if I were to be exposed, the one who once saved me, would you not be implicated and scrutinized? And if I were to fabricate some evidence of our exchanges, what kind of investigation would you face from the Heavendo Empire? Allow me to whisper to you. The tortures employed by the Heavendo Empire are exceedingly brutal, devoid of human rights. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot stand against an empire. Moreover, I have the support of the Spirit Hall behind me. You must comprehend that should you withdraw, you would be opposing two superpowers. Well, Tian maintained his smile. Your words do instill a sense of fear in me. This young woman before him was undeniably astute. The combination of coercion and temptation could easily sway an ordinary individual. But Tian would never be governed by threats. Observing Tian's unyielding demeanor, Tian Rinxue's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. To be candid, her previous statement had indeed tarnished her image in Tian's eyes. Even if Tian succumbed and chose to cooperate, Tian Rinxue understood that a rift would inevitably form between them. Nonetheless, much of her discourse was exploratory in nature. Tian indeed embodies a remarkable consistency, impervious to both threats and temptations. Tian Rinxue lightly rubbed her palm, her gaze reflecting a complex admiration as she remarked, I must admit, you are truly an exceptional young man. Moreover, your excellence is of such a caliber that it could potentially disrupt the power balance of the continent. The various forces across the continent have long existed in a state of dynamic equilibrium. When the Tindo Empire is strong, the Spirit Hall would ally with the Luo Empire for mutual protection. Conversely, when the Luo Empire is in a position of strength, the Tindo Empire draws closer to the Spirit Hall. The current situation, however, is quite the opposite. In recent decades, the Spirit Hall has produced an abundance of formidable individuals, even compelling the renowned Haotian sect, the strongest sect in the world, to retreat into obscurity. There exists a palpable momentum towards unifying the Spirit Master community. The two empires find themselves under immense pressure, and their recent demeanor has been notably ambiguous, hinting at a potential alliance to counter the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, the continent remains in a state of balance, with no single force capable of confidently unifying it. Yet, the emergence of Tian threatens to disrupt this equilibrium. His abilities are astonishingly formidable. Should Tian choose to align himself with the Spirit Hall, it would not be long before they sweep across the continent, achieving unparalleled dominance. Conversely, if Tian were to align himself with one of the two great empires, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the other two factions. Tian Rinxue inhaled deeply, her crimson lips gradually drawing closer, to Yi Tian's ear. Their heights were nearly the same, allowing her to remain grounded without the need to rise on her toes. Her lips parted slightly. You are akin to an extraordinary artifact, harboring immense power within. Should you choose to cooperate, you may dictate any terms I can acquiesce to, including the imperial throne, even if I cannot possess you. I must ensure that you remain within the martial soul hall, untouched by the grasp of other powers. Yu Tian smiled faintly and remarked, Your Highness, or rather, Qian Rinxue, the conditions you have proposed are indeed quite generous. So, have you made your decision? Qian Rinxue stepped back 2 paces, fixing her gaze upon Yi Tian's eyes, and reiterated, As long as you express your willingness to join me, the Spirit Hall will fulfill any request of yours. Does that include you? Yu Tian inquired, stretching his neck and allowing his smile to grow even more radiant. Qian Rinxue paused for a moment, her expression inscrutable. She bit her jade-like teeth and replied, As long as you agree, I am open to discussion. However, for your sake, I must choose to decline. Yu Tian maintained a composed demeanor, smiling with ease. If it were Qian Rinxue's mother present, her agreement to such a statement might warrant discussion. However, considering the speaker is Qian Rinxue herself, it is best to refrain. The throne indeed holds a considerable allure. In Yu Tian's heart, there was a fleeting moment of excitement. Yet, upon contemplating the immense responsibilities of governing a vast empire and the daily deluge of administrative duties, he felt a shiver run down his spine, shaking his head in disbelief. With his inherently languid disposition, he might manage to endure such a role for 10 days or half a month. But the prospect of serving as the emperor of the empire indefinitely was utterly unbearable. Qian Rinxue stood frozen, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion. Yu Tian declined the throne, and she could comprehend his decision. After all, Yi Tian had always been a youth uninterested in power. Yet, the young man before her was not unfamiliar with her countenance. She possessed an unwavering confidence in her beauty, which, if not the most exquisite in the continent, certainly ranked among the top 10. To her astonishment, Yu Tian outright refused her proposition. This left her perplexed. Could it be that he felt not a shred of attraction? She vividly recalled how he had gazed at Ning Rongrong for an extended period upon entering the living room, indicating he was not indifferent to beauty. If neither power nor charm could entice Yu Tian, then his self-discipline was indeed formidable. However, Qian Rinxue had perhaps overestimated Yu Tian. In truth, he did not entirely dismiss power and beauty. He merely believed that acquiescing to Qian Rinxue would lead to numerous complications. His guiding principle had always been to maintain a low profile, and Qian Rinxue was, in essence, a personification of immense trouble. How could he possibly agree? Noticing the confusion in Qian Rinxue's eyes, Yi Tian spoke gently. Do not perceive my refusal as brusque. Your invitation fundamentally contradicts my ideals. I simply wish to remain in my familiar surroundings, living a quiet life, without yearning for grandeur or riches. A quiet life? Qian Rinxue let out a light laugh through her nose, as if she had heard something remarkable. Her gaze drifted beyond the window, looking into the distance. Did I not share similar thoughts in my youth? Chapter 112, The Genuine Emotions of Qian Rinxue. Yu Tian's stirring heart. Qian Rinxue's words seemed directed at Yu Tian, yet also resembled a soliloquy. I once wished to run across the meadow hand in hand with my parents. But my father was slain by Hao Yin Douluo before I was even born. I was never favored by my mother. Perhaps she viewed my birth as a mistake. The only remaining family member, my grandfather, would tell me to diligently cultivate. For the future of the Spirit Hall rested in my hands. In my innocence, I was taught by those around me that only through cultivation could I become a valuable person, earn my family's expectations, and ultimately put an end to the chaos plaguing the continent. Thus, I devoted myself to relentless training, with a singular purpose, to grow strong. Such was my childhood. Did I never voice my grievances? Did I never yearn for an ideal life? Yet, as I matured, I increasingly understood that countless individuals across this continent go hungry, perishing from starvation. Numerous enslaved servants face dire consequences from a mere word or gesture that displeases their masters, leading to fatal repercussions. Therefore, my efforts must not cease. I must cast aside my personal aspirations to wholeheartedly execute the will of the Spirit Hall, to personally dismantle the dominion of the 2 great empires and eradicate all dark shackles. Having spoken these words, Qian Rinxue released a long sigh. These sentiments had been pent up within her heart for far too long. Now, finding someone to confide in, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. Is my endeavor driven by personal ideals? No, I act to fulfill the will of the Spirit Hall, to provide countless individuals with the opportunity to live the lives they desire. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's expression softened considerably. Although he was aware of Qian Rinxue's life journey, he had never listened to the depths of her heart. It must be acknowledged that the efforts Qian Rinxue presently undertook were indeed for the betterment of the countless souls on the continent. Yi Tian was uncertain whether Qian Rinxue's words harbored any semblance of deceit. However, it is a well-known truth that in this world, actions speak louder than intentions. Regardless of whether Qian Rinxue would eventually transform into a malevolent dragon, her current demeanor embodied that of a dragon slayer, a remarkable and ambitious one at that. At this moment, her eyes brimmed with sincerity as she extended her hand and said, Yi Tian, your talents are unparalleled. Do you truly wish to live a life of mediocrity? Join me, and together we can forge a new destiny for the entire continent. This endeavor will not only fulfill your potential but also serve the greater good of both myself and the Spirit Hall. I'm not merely appealing on my own behalf, but on behalf of countless suffering civilians across this land. It is evident that a part of you still harbors the passion to assist them. Without this fervor, there would be no healers in the myriad villages of East Sea City, nor would the fields be lush with verdant potato vines. The East Sea Academy would not be filled with the children of common folk striving for education. Yet, Qian Rinxue's heartfelt expression lingered as her delicate hand rested on Yi Tian's shoulder. What impact could such strategies, confined to the humble East Sea City, have on the fates of the populace? How many more individuals languished in dire straits beyond the borders of East Sea City? It is the entire continent that requires your brilliance. I am acutely aware that this path will be fraught with challenges, even peril to life, and met with fierce opposition. But I can assure you, you will have the freedom to showcase your talents, and I shall forever stand by your side, supporting and protecting you. Should you find yourself in mortal danger, I vow that I will face death before you do. Her words rang true, yet Yi Tian felt an unsettling discomfort, particularly with the latter sentiments. Were these not words a love-struck partner would utter? Of course, he recognized Qian Rinxue's intention was to unite as allies in purpose rather than romance. Gazing at her outstretched hand, Yi Tian hesitated, acutely aware that accepting it would signify allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue's reasoning was sound, yet she seemed oblivious to the formidable deities manipulating events from the shadows. Should a large-scale conflict arise, it would not merely be a storm of bloodshed but a calamity affecting millions. In that moment, Yi Tian found himself ensnared in a web of profound internal conflict. It was indeed a convoluted dilemma. To be frank, I have laid all my cards on the table, Qian Rinxue remarked with a calm smile. Now, I only await your answer. Yi Tian offered no reply. Instead, he lifted his gaze and posed a question. Having learned so many of your secrets, what if I refuse? Qian Rinxue pondered her response, wishing to assert, I would place my trust in you. After all, Yi Tian was the consort of Hulaina, already straddling the threshold of the Spirit Hall. Even if he were to disagree, he could not escape the expansive web woven by the Spirit Hall. What troubled her was the prospect of Yi Tian falling into the hands of Bibi Dong. In such a scenario, she would be unable to leverage his remarkable talents. Yet, this thought remained unvoiced. Qian Rinxue believed that since Yi Tian had inquired, her honesty would convey a degree of sincerity. Your abilities are exceedingly formidable. I suspect that any faction, upon discovering this, would remain uneasy. I too share this sentiment. You will be under perpetual scrutiny. At this, Yi Tian smiled. I had assumed that if one could not possess it, they would seek to obliterate it. Qian Rinxue maintained a composed demeanor. That interpretation is certainly valid. Yi Tian, in the face of the elusive threat posed by Qian Rinxue, remained unfazed. Unless the Spirit Hall summoned its entire might to confront him, he felt assured of his safety. However, due to the constraints imposed by various factions across the continent, it was evident that the Spirit Hall could not mobilize all its forces against him. In rounding off the situation, even if he were to refuse, no peril would befall him. As for the Spirit Hall's surveillance, Yi Tian was even less concerned. Should he choose to take action, the inspectors would only embark on their journey without a return. I must say, your thoughts resonate profoundly with me, Yi Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Just as you witnessed in Donghai City, I indeed aspire to contribute positively to the continent. So, does this mean you are in agreement? Qian Rinxue appeared somewhat elated, flustered by an outcome she had not anticipated. No, Yi Tian replied earnestly. Qian Rinxue's words had indeed been compelling, stirring something within him. Yet, the allure of ideals does not alter the starkness of reality. Furthermore, this was merely her vision. Should there be a necessity, I can offer limited assistance in addressing certain challenges. However, I do not wish to wholeheartedly join your ranks. Yi Tian candidly expressed. Chapter 113, bestowing the title of Count, the betrayal of Master Ning. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Qian Rinxue offered a bittersweet smile. Could it be said that she had swayed Yi Tian? With a soft sigh, she acknowledged that although she had not accomplished her ultimate goal, her endeavors were not entirely in vain. Although Yi Tian did not explicitly agree to assist her, the fact that he articulated such sentiments signifies his unwillingness to align himself with other factions. This, undoubtedly, is a favorable development for the Spirit Hall. As for Yi Tian, one should not impose excessive demands. Qian Rinxue, having mentally prepared herself, nodded gently and extended her delicate hand, smiling as she said, "Then allow me to express my gratitude here." Yi Tian smiled gently, extending his broad palm to lightly touch Qian Rinxue's wrist. No need for such formalities. He thought that would be the end of their exchange, but he noticed a subtle smile appearing at the corner of Qian Rinxue's mouth. "I am a person who believes in gratitude and repaying kindness without delay. Once I return to Tindo City, I will inform the Snow Knight Emperor and bestow upon you the title of Earl of the East Sea. This way, you will be able to contact me through official channels. In the future, your suggestions will reach the Tindo court without concern for violating etiquette or legal protocols." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. It turned out Qian Rinxue had been waiting for him here. One must understand that being a noble is no simple feat, especially at the Earl level. Achieving this rank would provide opportunities to govern a province, requiring annual visits to Tindo City to report to the Tindo Emperor. For him, acquiring noble status meant an increase in constraints. Every action would be scrutinized by countless eyes, effectively dragging him from the shadows into the glaring light of scrutiny. Can I refuse? Yi Tian gazed into Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes. You have declined many times. Finally, I can make a decision. Thus, refusal is not an option. Qian Rinxue smiled softly, turning gracefully and descending the staircase without waiting for Yi Tian's response. Standing still, Yi Tian watched her retreating figure and sighed. Truly, Qian Rinxue was remarkable. He had underestimated her. Her thoughts were as profound and unfathomable as her exquisite beauty. Have you come to an agreement? Ning Fengxi, who was leisurely chatting on the sofa, noticed Qian Rinxue descending the stairs and inquired. Indeed, Qian Rinxue nodded. I intend to promote Yi Tian to Earl and involve him in the administration of the Silvis province. What? Yi Tian's elevation seems rather excessive, Your Highness. You must consider this carefully. Ning Fengxi's eyes widened and his brow furrowed. In his opinion, promoting Yi Tian to Earl was a bit absurd. The title of Earl is not common currency. There are only a little over 100 Earls in the entire Tindo Empire. Each Earl family has historically contributed significantly to the empire, giving Yi Tian's merit in saving the Crown Prince. Even being granted the title of Baron would be an extraordinary favor. It is worth noting that even he, Ning Fengxi, as the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and concurrently serving as the Crown Prince's tutor, had not been officially conferred the title of Earl. This illustrates the importance of titles within an empire. Without merit, one cannot arbitrarily bestow honors. Doing so would deplete the empire's credibility. To leap over the ranks of Viscount, Baron, and Count directly to Earl would likely be difficult to justify to the other nobles of the empire. Ning Fengxi pointed out the potential consequences. Nobles are a precious asset to an empire, serving as its pillars. No noble would tolerate receiving rewards without merit, and this might even affect Your Highness's prestige. As a teacher, Ning Fengxi dutifully laid out the stakes before Qian Rinxue. However, Qian Rinxue remained unconcerned. With Yi Tian's capabilities, he is more than worthy of the Earl title. Moreover, he has saved my life. Consider this a form of compensation. Ning Fengxi could not possibly grasp Yi Tian's significance. She would not clarify this point, as doing so would only place Yi Tian in greater danger. Her intention in granting Yi Tian the title of Earl was not merely to express gratitude, but rather to bind him to her faction. Though she had been lurking within the Tindo Empire for decades, those who were truly loyal to her in the Spirit Hall were few and far between. Currently, Yi Tian undoubtedly represented a breakthrough. Once Yi Tian accepted this noble position, coupled with his intelligence, what was there to fear regarding his achievements? Furthermore, with her subtle maneuvering from above, success was all but assured. Yi Tian was capable of wielding numerous powers within the empire. Position shapes consciousness. Even if Yi Tian wished to refrain from pursuing power, would his subordinates acquiesce? Everything would inevitably propel Yi Tian into her camp. Indeed, this is the essence of a blatant strategy. At times, in order to achieve one's aims, one must resort to less than honorable means. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's explanation, Ning Fengxi tightened his lips, his furrowed brow remaining unrelaxed. clearly in disagreement with this perspective. At this moment, Tian descended the staircase. Upon seeing him, Ning Fengji cast a deep glance, prompting Tian to feel perplexed. However, sensing the atmosphere in the living room, he quickly comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly related to the matter of the title. Coincidentally, he had no desire to assume the title of Count, and perhaps Ning Fengji was the leverage for his refusal. Before he could speak, Ning Fengji remarked, Tian, while it is true that you saved His Highness the Crown Prince, you must understand that your merits do not suffice to warrant the title of Count. Furthermore, you are not even a soul master. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to match such a noble rank? With Qian Rinxue unable to persuade him, she had no choice but to approach Tian directly, hoping this young man possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Ning Fengji's words were indeed enlightening, and Tian was nearly moved to tears. What merit do I possess to occupy such a lofty position? I must refuse this title. If you all insist on rewarding me for saving the Crown Prince, then a modest financial gift would suffice, providing me with some security for my future. Tian's display of emotion was clearly not genuine. However, it was more than sufficient to deceive those before him. The title of Count held no allure for him. Upon hearing Tian's words, Ning Fengji nodded in approval, recognizing his awareness of the insurmountable chasm between commoners and nobles. Being a noble was no easy feat, especially for someone like Tian, who lacked both power and heritage. Should he ascend to nobility, he would only invite jealousy from others. And whether he could withstand the daily attempts on his life remained uncertain. One must concede that Tian displayed remarkable acumen in this regard, earning Ning Fengji's admiration. It was conceivable to consider granting Tian an opportunity to lead the Qi treasure glass sex family at the East Sea City node. However, upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression darkened. She had painstakingly persuaded Tian, only to have Ning Fengji's remark undermine her efforts, bringing them back to square one. Yet, how could she let the fish that was so close slip away? In her heart, no one was more significant than Tian. Chapter 114. 2 Discoveries. Sufficient to earn nobility. Qian Rinxue approached the sofa and gazed at Ning Fengji, letting out a soft sigh. Teacher, do not be deceived by Tian's facade. He is, in fact, an extraordinarily talented individual, albeit excessively modest. At this juncture, she felt compelled to reveal some insights about Tian's gifts. Otherwise, if she could not convince Ning Fengji, the matter of Tian's nobility in Tindo City would only provoke greater controversy. Unknown to you, teacher, Tian has performed numerous commendable deeds in East Sea City. He ensured that every village has a healer. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. Indeed, that was a noble act, yet it was merely a good deed, lacking any substantial merit. It was, after all, a rather commonplace initiative, merely improving the medical conditions for commoners. And in the Tindo Empire, commoners were abundant. Qian Rinxue continued, he also enabled many common children to receive an education. This is where I hold Tian in the highest regard. One must admit that Tian had pioneered a new path in this respect. Previously, only soul masters were deemed worthy of cultivation, while ordinary individuals were neglected. Yet, Qian Rinxue believed these individuals could indeed create value. They simply had not been placed in suitable roles. After all, they constituted the most populous class in the Douluo continent, with the greatest potential for value creation. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji remained unconvinced of Tian's talents. Even Ning Rongrong, seated beside him, nearly burst into laughter. The fellow named Tian was perpetually engaged in futile efforts. What purpose did nurturing those commoners serve? Even if one were to teach 10,000 commoners, their collective worth would still pale in comparison to a titled Douluo. In her view, those devoid of talent were unworthy of cultivation. It was an undeniable waste of resources. Indeed, these were merely trivial matters, hardly worthy of mention. Tian shrugged lightly, casting a playful smile at Qian Rinxue. I am aware, Your Highness, that you wish to reward me for my kindness. But I truly lack the means to accept such a gesture. Therefore, I kindly ask for your mercy. Qian Rinxue shot him a fierce glare, composed herself, and spoke with resounding clarity to Ning Fengji, even disregarding the fact that Tian saved my life. His discovery of the potato as a crop and the method of steelmaking in a blast furnace alone warrant him the title of Earl. Pray tell, Your Highness, what is this potato? Ning Rongrong rested her chin in curiosity. I have never heard of it. The previously silent Sword Douluo also became intrigued. To earn a noble title simply by discovering a potato? Could it be that this so-called potato is a divine-grade plant? It is not a divine-grade plant. It is merely an ordinary crop, nothing particularly remarkable. Tian hurriedly expressed his thoughts. This Qian Rinxue truly needs to be taught a lesson. She reveals everything. Hearing Tian's words, Qian Rinxue softly added, it's really nothing significant, just a yield of 5,000 jin per mil. 5,000 jin? That doesn't seem excessive. Ning Rongrong remarked, a hint of confusion in her voice. However, Ning Fingji beside her widened his eyes in shock, inhaling sharply. Did I hear that correctly? 5,000 jin. Is 5,000 jin a lot? Ning Rongrong hesitated. Hearing this, the sword Douluo chuckled softly and shook his head. This young girl has devoted so much time to her cultivation that she has lost track of common sense. To put it in perspective, if wheat is akin to a great soul master among crops, then potatoes represent the pinnacle of agricultural prowess. Do you understand now? So remarkable? Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted in surprise. The difference between a great soul master and a pinnacle Douluo is more than just one order of magnitude. Qian Rinxue calmly stated. Once this crop is promoted nationwide, there will be no more hunger in the Heavendo Empire. Not only that, Ning Fingji took a deep breath. This is practically a divine instrument for strengthening the nation. If the common people can secure enough food, it means the nobility will collect even more taxes. The empire's finances will experience exponential growth, which can then be allocated to military funding, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Heavendo Empire. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji expressed his admiration, turning to Tian. You truly deserve credit for this. At this moment, he was intensely intrigued. Just earlier, the Crown Prince of Qinghe mentioned that Tian had another invention, namely the technology for blast furnace iron smelting. Thus, he inquired, Tian, could you elaborate on what blast furnace iron smelting entails? Before Tian could respond, Qian Rinxue interjected by simply increasing the height of the iron smelting furnace. The quality of the iron produced will multiply several times. Ning Rongrong chuckled. Your Highness, you're not seriously suggesting that Tian has deceived you, are you? If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that the taller the furnace, the better the quality? That's the biggest joke. Qian Rinxue replied indifferently. This is what I have personally witnessed. There is no exaggeration. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's affirmation, Ning Rongrong was astonished. She had not anticipated this to be true. Meanwhile, Ning Fingji clicked his tongue in wonder, now completely convinced that Tian was an extraordinary talent. If Tian had merely discovered potatoes, it could have been explained away as coincidence. However, his formulation of the blast furnace iron smelting method could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Tian was indeed a miracle worker. The significance of steel for a nation is self-evident. Both soul masters and armies require fine iron to forge weapons and armor. Should a revolutionary iron smelting method be discovered, its impact on the nation's strength would be immediately apparent. This would represent a qualitative leap. As the Crown Prince of Qinghe stated, either of these two groundbreaking discoveries alone would suffice to elevate Tian to the rank of Count. If Tian were also a soul master, he could even attain the status of a marquis. Regrettably, he was unable to cultivate. Your Highness, I now concur with your intention to bestow the title of Count upon Tian. Discovering such talent is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Heavendo Empire. Qian Rinxue maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. Whether it was fortunate or not, she was uncertain. Regardless, with Tian's assistance, the demise of the Heavendo Empire was drawing near. With this thought, Qian Rinxue's smile grew even brighter. In the room, only Tian wore a bitter expression. In the end, even Ning Fengji supported Qian Rinxue's perspective. Did he not realize that he was inviting a wolf into the fold? Truly, as a guest of the Heavendo Empire, he was inadvertently delivering a formidable predator. Acknowledging that the situation could not be altered, Tian sighed helplessly, Your Highness, your generosity truly astonishes me. There's no need for such formality. Qian Rinxue replied with a radiant smile, lightly waving her jade-like hand. Ning Rongrong cast a curious glance at Tian, her expression revealing her astonishment. She had not expected Tian to possess such significant achievements in other areas. This reminded her of Tang San. Perhaps only Tang San's accomplishments outside of being a soul master could surpass Tian's. Of course, concerning Tian, Ning Rongrong merely felt amazement. In her heart, she still regarded the continent as a place where strength reigns supreme. All else pales in comparison. Only soul masters hold the highest status. Individuals like Tian could merely indulge in their ambitions, with no opportunity to stand atop the continent. Chapter 115, The Sudden Assassination. Surely the work of the Spirit Hall. On the official road outside Donghai City, a merchant convoy was making its way forward. This operation could only succeed. Failure was not an option. The captain at the helm admonished sternly. If Yi Tian were present, he would surely be astonished. The reason was simple. The leader was none other than Gao Yao, a subordinate of Yu Tianheng. Previously, when Yu Tian rejected Yu Tianheng at the butterfly farm, delaying the promotion of potato cultivation, it infuriated Yu Tianheng, who vowed to eliminate Yu Tian in secret. After returning, Gao Yao volunteered to lead this assassination mission, fully aware that this was his only chance for redemption. After all, 7 million gold soul coins is no small sum. If he failed to retrieve this money, it would not only be his doom but his family's as well. Thus, Gao Yao felt immense pressure regarding this task. He mobilized 5 skilled experts from the tyrannical dragon family and spent a fortune to hire an assassination expert named Nightingale, whose martial spirit was shadows, enabling her to kill unseen. She was a powerhouse at the soul Douluo level. Gao Yao cautiously approached Nightingale, dressed in a black silk outfit, and whispered, "Lady Nightingale, during the assassination, it's permissible to kill those around Yi Tian, but do not kill him." When Gao Yao volunteered, Yu Tianheng had instructed him that a living Yu Tian was far more valuable. Since they had decided to assassinate Yu Tian, it was no longer a matter of merely obstructing his potato cultivation. They also aimed to plunder all his wealth to compensate for Yi Tian's affront to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The woman named Nightingale, clad in a black veil, flashed a bewitching smile at Gao Yao, then licked her lips as she gazed at her fair and delicate hands. "When you hired me, you didn't mention anything about leaving survivors." Hearing this, Gao Yao broke into a cold sweat. "Is it not acceptable for me to advise you now?" "Of course it is, but it comes at an extra cost." Nightingale lowered her alabaster hands, squinting her eyes through the veil, fixing her gaze on Gao Yao. Feeling the chill from Nightingale's stare, Gao Yao sensed the danger she posed. "I agree," he quickly affirmed. This feared woman was rumored to have traversed the city of slaughter. Despite her fair and beautiful appearance, she was known for dismembering people without flinching. She was extraordinarily ruthless. "Your request will be fulfilled for the right price." The Nightingale, with a charming expression, spoke alluringly. Gao nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well, let us set forth towards Yi Tian's villa." At this moment, outside the villa, Yi Tian and his companions were bidding farewell to Qian Renxue. According to her plans, she was to depart from the shores of the East Sea yesterday. However, due to Yu Tian's promise to his sister, she lingered for an additional day filled with excitement. Yet, Ning Fengji had been urging her quite insistently, leaving Qian Renxue with no choice but to depart. "Farewell, Yu Tian. It is truly regrettable that I cannot attend your wedding," Qian Renxue murmured softly. "I shall certainly make it next time." Yi Tian chuckled lightly, secretly wishing that Qian Renxue would depart, as her presence only served to complicate matters for him. "What do you mean by next time for sure?" Qian Renxue inquired with a faint tilt of her head. "It simply refers to the next occasion of celebration." Yu Tian internally mused, but maintained a beaming facade. Qian Renxue nodded in understanding, a hint of envy lacing her words. "By the time the next joyous event occurs, it is likely that you will have become a father." "Perhaps," Yi Tian replied ambiguously, not wishing to clarify further. "My lord, the hour grows late," Ning Fengji interjected. "By the time you reach the next relay station, it will likely be deep into the night. It would be prudent to set off at once." Observing the interaction, Ning Fengji noted Yu Tian's apparent favor with the prince, remarking that even he, as a mentor, had been momentarily forgotten during their farewell. "I am aware, master," Qian Renxue acknowledged, but not without tossing a smokescreen in Ning Fengji's direction. "Master, do pay close attention to the Star Luo Empire during your investigation. I have a strong suspicion that this assassination attempt is linked to them." Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall take note of that." However, internally, he scoffed at Qian Renxue's insinuation. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire was no fool. With a common enemy like the Spirit Hall, it was improbable that they would engage in subversive activities against the Tindo Empire. It was evident that the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the prince was the Spirit Hall, as only such a formidable force would possess both the motive and means to orchestrate such a plot, employing deceitful tactics to frame others. Seeing Ning Fengji acquiesce to her words, Qian Renxue wore a faint smile. Once the seed of doubt was sown, it would flourish in the right environment. And she was in no rush. "Farewell, Master, Rong, and the sword Douluo," she called as she boarded the carriage, turning for one last wave. "Goodbye." The others responded in unison. As the carriage began to depart, the sword Douluo suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Fengji, exclaiming, "Be careful, sect master." Barely had he uttered the warning when a piercing, shrill sound sliced through the air. Countless steel arrows rained down like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows flew with astonishing speed and destructive power. One struck a nearby boulder, shattering it into fragments that scattered in every direction. Whoosh! Another arrow found its mark, embedding itself in the steed pulling Tian Rinchue's carriage. The horse, struck by the projectile, emitted a heart-wrenching scream and bolted uncontrollably, throwing off its driver and galloping wildly down the main road. The assault had come so unexpectedly that even Tian found himself momentarily stunned. Earlier, in light of Ning Fengji's arrival, he had withdrawn most of the scouts surrounding them to avoid detection. Little did he anticipate that such a vacuum would allow an unknown enemy to take advantage of the situation. Tian silently scoffed, pondering which brave soul had come knocking at his door. As he cursed inwardly, a sudden flash of light momentarily blinded him. Without needing to look up, Tian understood. It was a sniper positioned atop the villa, having spotted an enemy and inquiring whether he wished to take action. Tian discreetly signaled his companions to remain still, reassured by the presence of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, believing that no significant harm would befall them. As he steadied his mind, he heard Ning Fengji declare, "Sword uncle, do not concern yourself with me. The protection of His Highness is paramount. They are here to assassinate him." The audacity of these assailants, who had previously failed in their attempt, was remarkable. Such boldness was rare, further cementing Ning Fengji's conviction that the Spirit Hall was orchestrating this nefarious scheme. With the Snow Knight Emperor reduced to but 2 sons, and the second son, Xuepeng, being a fool, the assassination of Prince Qinghe would spell doom for the entire Tindo Empire. Therefore, he must thwart the Spirit Hall's plans at all costs. Chapter 116. A Deadly Crisis. The 7 Treasures defense shield torn asunder. Can you, as a support-type soul master, truly manage this? Sword Douluo hesitated, aware that his primary duty was to protect Ning Fengji, with the fate of Xue Qinghe being a secondary concern. Ning Fengji firmly asserted, "The primary objective of these assailants is to eliminate His Highness. They will focus solely on him. Rest assured, I may be a support-type soul master, but I can endure for a while." Hearing this, Sword Douluo felt reassured, nodding solemnly before leaping towards the direction of the out-of-control carriage. As arrows were discharged, several masked figures stealthily approached, their coordination remarkably synchronized. The sight of these black-clad figures drew Ning Fengji's nerves taut. "Father, do not fear." Ning Rongrong positioned herself before him. "This is madness. Quickly take Tian and retreat. I will devise a plan to distract them." However, Ning Rongrong disregarded her father's command, retrieving 2 sets of Zhuge crossbows from her storage space. Handing one to Ning Fengji, she remarked, "This was gifted to me by my dear friend Tang San for self-defense. It is fortuitous that it is of use now." She then cast a glance at Tian in the distance, teasing her father. "He is depicted as a god by you. Why doesn't he step forward and eliminate these assassins?" Ning Fengji, exasperated, replied, "Each has their specialty. No matter how formidable Tian is, he is not adept at combat. At such a critical moment," he urged, "please refrain from making light of the situation." "Hey, Tian, the enemy approaches swiftly. Should you not take cover behind us?" Ning Rongrong called out lightly, raising her Zhuge crossbow. The arrows do not discriminate. Unperturbed by Ning Rongrong's sarcastic remarks, Tian chose to remain silent. Since they wished to showcase the power of the Zhuge crossbow, he would grant them that opportunity. Avoiding the exposure of his own prowess, he quietly positioned himself behind Ning Fengji, observing the rapidly advancing foes while signaling the snipers on the villa's rooftop to refrain from firing without his command. In the meantime, Ning Rongrong began to chant an incantation. 7 treasures, spirit, power, speed, soul. She swiftly enhanced the Zhuge crossbow with supplementary skills, amplifying its might. Ning Fengji was not idle either. He summoned his martial soul, solemnly declaring, 7 treasures glazed pagoda, ascend. This bestowed an additional layer of protection upon himself, Ning Rongrong, and Tian. Having completed these preparations, the black-clad figures charged forward, testing the defenses of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Their attacks failed to cause even the slightest ripple. The leader cursed, "Damn it, we've encountered an ironclad defense." Quickly informed the captain. One of the assailants promptly turned and hurried away. Ning Fengji glared at the assassins, demanding, "Who are you? And why do you seek to assassinate us?" The black-clad figures erupted in laughter, as if they had heard something absurd. "Do you truly think I would divulge such secrets?" Ning Rongrong, her face icy, interrupted, "Father, do not waste words with him." With her Zhuge crossbow already loaded, she coldly regarded the leading assassin and suddenly pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the arrow silently pierced through the assailant's chest. The black-clad figure felt a sudden warmth in his torso and instinctively looked down, his pupils dilating as he emitted a pained groan before collapsing lifelessly. Tian, witnessing this scene, silently marveled at the ruthlessness of the girl. Surprised by his daughter's decisive action, Ning Fengji had not anticipated that his spirited daughter had matured into a capable soul master. With his daughter taking the initiative, he could not lag behind. Ning Fengji swiftly retaliated with the Zhuge crossbow, neutralizing several bewildered assassins nearby. In the distance, the captain of the assassins, enraged by the demise of his first batch, summoned his martial spirit and bellowed, "Everyone, listen up. Leave no one alive except Yi Tian." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Tian's eyes widened in confusion. "You are Gao Yao? Were you sent by Yi Tianheng?" The masked figure, Gao Yao, let out a chilling laugh. "Since you figured it out, I shall not conceal it any longer." He ripped off his mask, mockingly gazing at Yi Tian. "You have offended my young master. Your fates are sealed. Yi Tianheng, you are members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." Ning Fengji gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the head of one of the upper three sects, he was acutely aware that Yi Tianheng was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had never anticipated that the assassination of Xue Qinghe was orchestrated by one of the upper three sections. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had a close relationship with the Star Luo Empire, implying that this operation was indeed, as Prince Qinghe had suggested, a scheme devised by the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, I am unwavering in my identity. I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending a great sect. Death is the only outcome. Gao Yao's dragon-like martial spirit surged, unleashing a tumultuous assault upon the protective barrier. Several soul masters from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan quickly coordinated their attacks on the shield from various angles. Despite the onslaught of dozens, the defense conjured by the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda quivered but remained largely intact, a testament to its status as a top-tier support martial soul, particularly under the control of Ning Fengji, a rank 79 soul sage. Common attackers posed little threat to such formidable defenses, while Ning Fengji maintained a shield. Ning Rongrong was not idle. She aimed her Zhuge crossbow at the heart of one of the assassins, launching a surprise attack. The assassin, preoccupied with assaulting the barrier, was caught off guard and fell victim to her lethal strike. This loss deeply pained Gao Yao, as the fallen were elite guards closely associated with young Master Yu. At this rate, even if he captured Yi Tian, he would likely be unable to redeem himself. He roared in fury, "Inger, I did not hire you merely to spectate." Upon the utterance of these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from all directions, an unwelcome disruption to the appreciation of this sanguine spectacle. In the next moment, Ning Fengji suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulder. With a tearing sound, the protective barrier was violently breached. A hand, as pale as snow, unexpectedly clasped around Ning Rongrong's neck. Subsequently, a woman clad in black silk materialized out of thin air, her laughter ringing out. "The young lady's form is truly delightful. I can only imagine the exquisite flavor it possesses, perfect for a Bloody Mary." Ning Rongrong, caught in the grip around her neck, emitted pained whimpers and moans, yet was unable to articulate a word. Chapter 117. The Plunder of the Black Veil Messenger, Nightingale. After assessing Ning Rongrong, Nightingale's captivating gaze shifted towards Yi Tian. Her crimson lips curled slightly as she licked them. What a handsome youth. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian maintained his composure, unfazed, for everything was under his control. He regarded the woman in black with a faint smile. "You exude a scent that is quite familiar, the aura of bloodshed." Nightingale's expression shifted upon hearing this. The aura of bloodshed was the hallmark of an evil soul master, an essence that could not be expelled. However, with her soul Douluo strength, she could conceal it unless faced with a similarly powerful psychic opponent. Otherwise, it would remain undetectable. Yet, this youth before her displayed no trace of soul power. How could he possibly discern her true nature? "Do you know my identity?" Nightingale inquired warily. "I do not," Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. "But I am aware that you are an evil soul master." This revelation astonished Nightingale. Could it be that this youth possessed an extraordinary sense? His perceptive nature piqued her interest. She had long sought to rid herself of her insatiable thirst for blood, yet found herself lacking a viable avenue. Perhaps this knowledgeable youth could serve as a breakthrough. Her smile was imbued with wicked charm as she fixed her gaze on Yi Tian's face. How intriguing. At that moment, the sword Douluo returned with unparalleled speed. "Assassin, do not flee." Feeling the overwhelming presence of a super Douluo, Nightingale's expression hardened. She had never anticipated that among her foes lay a super Douluo. Stealthily channeling her soul power, ripples began to emanate around her, rendering her form increasingly elusive within the air. Simultaneously, her exquisitely pale hands reached out towards Ning Rongrong and Yi Tian. A cold, sinister voice echoed, Gao Yao. You failed to inform me that among our enemies there would be a super Douluo. Therefore, our pact is null and void. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao's composure faltered. Nightingale. No. Nightingale, my lady. I hired you. You cannot abandon me. Yet, Nightingale offered no reply. At that moment, the sword Douluo had reached Gao Yao's side, brandishing the 7-killing sword. Without affording Gao Yao a moment to react, he struck down, severing his head from his shoulders. Gao Yao's eyes widened, forever capturing his last expression. Are you unharmed, Sectmaster? The sword Douluo inquired as he approached Ning Fengji with concern. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. Do not concern yourself with me. One of the soul Douluos among them has taken Rongrong. Hurry and save her. She is my only cherished daughter. Nothing must happen to her. The sword Douluo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Who dares to abduct Rongrong shall find no return. As the protector of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sword Douluo regarded Ning Rongrong as his granddaughter, lavishing her with affection. The audacity of anyone to target her was akin to striking at his very heart. With those words, the sword Douluo leaped into the air, his voice infused with soul power, resonating across the expanse. If you possess any skill, come forth. Hiding is no true art. The purpose of his soul power-laden call was not to invoke a sense of conscience within the enemy, but rather a means of reconnaissance. At the level of the sword Douluo, his mental acuity was extraordinarily sharp. Even the slightest disturbance could not escape his perception. As his voice reverberated in all directions, a wave of soul power echoed back from 300 meters to the east of the sword Douluo. In the next instant, Nightingale's invisibility dissipated, leaving her in a state of shock. The sword Douluo, standing at a distance, smiled nonchalantly. Such trivial skills, daring to display them before me. Return my granddaughter at once. Upon hearing this, Nightingale cast a regretful glance at Yi Tian, who was in her grasp, and smiled alluringly. It seems you are not highly regarded. Why not join me? And you shall live a life of luxury. She added with a teasing tone. I am quite fragrant, you know. Yi Tian, is it really this blatant? He can't bear it. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Though suspended in midair, Yi Tian displayed not a trace of panic. He spread his hands in a gesture of graceful refusal. He. Nightingale smiled alluringly. The object of her affections would never escape her grasp. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, her eyes rimmed with red, struggled desperately. Yet, as a support-type soul master, she could inflict no substantial harm upon Nightingale, a soul Douluo. Casting a fleeting glance at the sword Douluo, Nightingale wore an expression of regret as she regarded Ning Rongrong. Such a delectable morsel, yet alas, I cannot savor it. She understood that if she did not relinquish Ning Rongrong, she would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the sword Douluo. Thus, the moment the sword Douluo began his chase, she made a resolute decision. Nightingale called out sharply, Hey, you old fossil. Catch this. 6th soul skill, winged flight. Don't say I didn't warn you. My skill comes with an explosive surprise, and if you fail to act swiftly, your precious granddaughter may meet her untimely end. As these words left her lips, a pair of transparent, eagle-like wings sprouted from behind Ning Rongrong. With a whoosh, the wings propelled Ning Rongrong skyward. Seizing this opportunity, Nightingale immediately unleashed her utmost speed, fleeing in the opposite direction. Rongrong. The sword Douluo gasped in shock. He could no longer afford to pursue Nightingale and hastened towards the direction Ning Rongrong had ascended. As Nightingale diverted the sword Douluo's attention, she did not forget to engage Yi Tian in conversation, her voice laced with temptation. Young master, it appears we are left with only the 2 of us now. Is that so? Yi Tian let out a faint chuckle. Although there was no sense of danger emanating from him, the smile on his face still stirred a sense of unease within Nightingale. Beneath the black veil, her crimson pupils narrowed slightly as she gazed at Yi Tian. Do you have a backup plan? Yi Tian spread his hands and gently smiled at the woman in black veil, saying, Look at what you're saying. One cannot wander through the rivers and lakes without possessing a few hidden cards. Yi Tian lightly snapped his fingers. In the nearby thicket, 4 or 5 shadowy figures emerged instantaneously. Each of them wielded a uniquely standardized and peculiar weapon. Observing this scene, Nightingale revealed a faint smile upon her crimson lips. With such minions, do you truly believe you can bring about my demise? Are you certain you are not ensnared in a dream? Yi Tian spoke with utmost sincerity. They certainly cannot kill you. but it is sufficient for them to keep you here. Suddenly, the expression on Nightingale's face shifted, her grip tightening with newfound strength. Do you still harbor the hope that the sword-wielding Douluo will come to your rescue? I possess the ability to end your life at any moment. Indeed, you do. Tian did not deny it. Instead, he fixed his gaze with remarkable calmness upon the pupils concealed beneath the black veil. Yet, you shall not proceed in this manner. O veiled envoy, or rather, Miss Nightingale, with a martial soul of shadows, and as an 80-level evil soul master, there are but few like you on the Douluo continent. Moreover, judging by your recent demeanor, it is evident that you possess an unusually intense thirst for blood. Tian was acutely aware that, aside from the malevolent soul masters emerging from the city of slaughter who possessed a penchant for bloodshed, other malevolent soul masters did not share such insatiable cravings. Thus, he was resolutely confident that the woman before him, adorned in stockings and a veil of black lace, was indeed one of the companions of the Slaughter King, the enigmatic Nightingale. The Messenger of the Veil. Chapter 118. A Favor for the Sword Douluo, the Emergence of the Tai Divine Needle. With the last vestiges of his strength, Tian raised a hand in a warning gesture. A resounding bang echoed as a bullet landed at the feet of Nightingale. She glanced down and scoffed. The aim leaves much to be desired. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Deadly nightshade poison. It seemed she was not entirely oblivious to the finer details. Tian cast her an approving glance, recognizing her experience. After all, she had spent decades as an envoy beside the King of Carnage, able to discern the poison merely by scent. Upon detecting the deadly nightshade, every hair on Nightingale's body stood on end. This was the most lethal poison in existence. Its effects would not ensnare one gradually like the infamous Bloody Mary of the City of Carnage. Rather, it struck with ferocious swiftness. Even she, as a soul warrior, could not guarantee her survival against it. Gazing upon Tian's youthful visage, she felt an icy chill coursing through her. Typically, others would fear her, while she reveled in mocking them without restraint. Yet today, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her, an unfathomable terror. This boy before her was acutely aware of her true identity and possessed a terrifying depth of power. He was anything but the harmless figure he appeared to be. He was a formidable force to be reckoned with. She could no longer linger in his presence. With a mixture of reverence and trepidation, she cast a final glance at Tian and declared, "I shall return." With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving Tian alone on the ground. A soldier from the Polaris squad emerged from the nearby bushes and assisted Tian to his feet. "Young master, there is still a chance to pursue her," the soldier urged. "There's no need," Tian replied, shaking his head as he regarded the direction in which Nightingale had disappeared. With Ning Fengji and his companions present, it was prudent not to reveal too much of his true prowess. The soldier of Tian said, "You should have the brothers around retreat first. Someone will arrive shortly." "Yes," the soldier respectfully replied, gradually stepping back. As expected, shortly after the soldier departed, Douluo appeared, cradling Ning Rongrong in his arms, and approached Tian. "Where is the female assassin?" Douluo inquired. "Perhaps she found me too much of an obstruction and abandoned me," Tian shrugged in response. Upon glancing at Ning Rongrong and Douluo's embrace, Tian noticed that she had already fallen unconscious, with blood oozing from her ankle. "What happened?" Tian asked, somewhat astonished. "Did you, Douluo, fail to catch Ning Rongrong?" Douluo did not question Tian's words, for he was unaware that the assassination was aimed at Tian himself. To him, Tian seemed merely an ordinary person. Being abandoned was entirely plausible. With a grave expression, he explained, "This was the female assassin's doing. She had attached her soul skill to Rongrong. And when I tried to dispel it with my soul power, an explosion occurred. The female assassin's soul power was laced with blood evil energy, making it difficult to staunch the bleeding. Tian, are you not the finest healer by the East Sea? Quickly, take a look at Rongrong." Despite the urgency in his tone, Douluo's words still bore a hint of plea, refraining from exerting pressure on Tian. "Very well." Although Tian was not intimately acquainted with Ning Rongrong, he did not decline. It was not out of a healer's compassion, rather. He simply wished to do a favor for Douluo and Ning Fengji. Both were prominent figures on the continent, and such a favor held considerable value. He extended his hand and summoned his martial soul, the Tai Divine Needle. As the golden needle appeared, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are a descendant of the Tai Xian sect?" he asked. As the inheritor of the 7 Kills Sword martial soul, Douluo's family boasted a rich historical legacy. Do you know poison Douluo, Douluo? Douluo continued. He vaguely recalled that Douluo's ancestors were recognized disciples of the Taishian sect. It must be said, the Taishian sect was indeed ancient, even he had but a fleeting impression of it. Had he not seen Tian's martial soul, the Tai divine needle, he would never have associated it with the once glorious top sect. I am unfamiliar with what you mentioned, Tian replied candidly, shaking his head. He had not heard of the Taishian sect, but he did have some acquaintance with Douluo. Upon reflection, Douluo could be considered half of his subordinate. However, acknowledging such a convoluted relationship would only draw unnecessary attention from Douluo, which was not what Tian desired. Tian earnestly stated, I am only aware that my martial soul possesses the ability to heal. Beyond that, I am entirely ignorant. Upon finishing his words, he meticulously inserted a dozen golden needles into Ning Rongrong's ankle. Once the needles were in place, the dark blood ceased to flow. Observing this scene, Douluo checked Ning Rongrong's pulse and could not help but frown, remarking, it seems that the blood evil energy within her has not been entirely expelled. This elicited a soft chuckle from Tian. Although Douluo was a formidable super Douluo of the 97th rank, he remained somewhat inexperienced in matters of healing. At that moment, the blood evil energy within Ning Rongrong had already mingled with her soul power. To forcefully separate them would only result in the loss of both her soul power and the blood evil energy. Consequently, even if Ning Rongrong survived, her Dantian would be irreparably damaged. Douluo's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that the elimination of blood evil energy could be so intricate. Tian continued to elucidate. The entire process of purification must be gradual, employing the innate soul power circulating within her to systematically peel away the blood fiendish energy. Did Sword Douluo not discern that I had not extracted the Tai divine needle? In truth, my needle is composed of soul power. A total of 23 needles form a blood fiendish extraction array. Only when the Tai divine needle dissipates will her healing be considered complete. Thank you for your intervention. Sword Douluo nodded gently, gazing at Tian as he said, I shall remember this kindness. Tian chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, There is no need for the Sword Douluo to be so courteous. It was merely a trifling effort. Had it not been for your formidable presence, I fear I would have long been captured and drained by that female assassin. In any case, your assistance to Rongrong constitutes an aid to me as well. The Sword Douluo replied in a calm manner, for he has always been one who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grievance, believing that every kindness ought to be repaid. Tian's affection is truly worthy of remembrance. As he sensed that Ning Rongrong was gradually recovering, Douluo recalled another pressing matter. With Rongrong now in stable condition, it would be prudent for him to attend to Prince Qinghe. The carriage had overturned in fright, and the unhealed bones seemed to have fractured anew. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a chill run down his spine. A second fracture would only exacerbate the injury. He must hasten to check on the situation. Furthermore, should someone, in the course of rescue, remove Qianrenchue's garments and discover that the esteemed prince is, in fact, a maiden, it would spell considerable trouble. Tian solemnly nodded to the Sword Douluo, expressing, the safety of His Highness the Crown Prince is paramount to the stability of our empire. I must not be negligent and shall take my leave first. Chapter 119. A virtuous gentleman does not act for his own desires before the Sword Douluo could respond. Tian hastened back. Along the way, he encountered Ning Fengji, who was following in the footsteps of the Sword Douluo. Clearly, compared to the injuries sustained by the Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, Ning Fengji was far more concerned about the safety of his daughter. Indeed, upon catching sight of Tian, Ning Fengji inquired, how is Rongrong? Earlier, he had witnessed the Sword Douluo catching Ning Rongrong in midair, but at that moment, an explosion had occurred in the sky, leaving Ning Fengji somewhat apprehensive. She is unharmed, Tian replied with a nod. Brushing past Ning Fengji as he continued down the path, Tian finally beheld Qianrenchue. She was half leaning against a nearly disassembled wheel, her face covered in dust, and her left hand pressed against her chest, gasping for breath. Upon feeling Tian's gaze upon her, Qianrenchue looked straight at him and weakly implored, Please help me with my injury. I fear my bones have fractured once more. Is this how you request assistance from others? Tian mused with a gentle smile, seemingly mocking her plight. The young woman before him was indeed unfortunate. Just as her injuries began to show signs of healing, she found herself wounded anew. Tian's words momentarily stunned Qianrenchue. The ever-selfless individual suddenly adopted a stance of superiority. A flicker of wariness lit up her eyes, yet she soon relaxed. This was indeed a positive development. Compared to the desireless Yi Tian, she found herself far more apprehensive of an impeccable Yi Tian. After all, a person devoid of weaknesses is truly terrifying. What are your demands? Qian Renshue's beautiful eyes shifted slightly. Despite the mask she wore, her aloof demeanor remained unmistakable. I have no demands of you. Yi Tian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and stepped forward, brandishing the Tai divine needle. He gazed at Qian Renshue, whose left sleeve was already stained with blood, and commanded, "Loosen your garment." "Very well," Qian Renshue replied with a nod, using her somewhat clumsy left hand to unfasten the buttons of her outer coat. However, after only 2 buttons were undone, a sense of unease washed over her. Ning Fengji and the others were in the vicinity. Should they discover her true identity as a woman, her cover would be irrevocably compromised. "Let me tend to your wounds first." Yi Tian, feeling helpless, resorted to using the Tai divine needle to seal the blood circulation nodes on Qian Renshue's shoulder. He swiftly plunged a golden needle through her clothing, penetrating into her shoulder. In that instant, Qian Renshue felt an overwhelming numbness engulf her right arm and shoulder, as if they no longer belonged to her. The pain vanished, leaving her in a state of disconnection. Simultaneously, the blood ceased to flow, providing a flicker of warmth to her pallid skin, which had grown ashen from excessive blood loss. "I will carry you back." Yi Tian crouched down slightly and patted his shoulder. "Do you think I still possess the strength to ascend?" Qian Renshue raised an eyebrow. "If someone else were to feign pity, I might just believe them. But you are Qian Renshue." Yi Tian turned his gaze to meet Qian Renshue's eyes and continued. "Even in such a state of injury, I dare say you could dispatch several elite soul masters with a single hand. Moreover, you have merely injured your shoulder. You are not incapacitated." Upon hearing this, the faint flush that had returned to Qian Renshue's face vanished, leaving her even paler. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was gathering her thoughts to retort, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. Looking up, she discovered Yi Tian, with a look of disdain, had lifted her into his arms. Qian Renshue turned her head to the side, striving to avoid making eye contact with him. It must be said, this gesture was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Yi Tian cradled Qian Renshue in his arms as he traversed the cement path back to the villa. Upon seeing them, the butler, Fu Bo, hurriedly summoned 2 maids to assist. "No need." Yi Tian gently waved his hand, declining their help. He then instructed them, "Please fetch some gauze and disinfectants from the storage room and bring them to me." "Yes," the maids replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Having frequently consumed precious herbs, he possessed sufficient strength to carry Qian Renshue. He ascended to the second-floor bedroom and delicately laid her down on the bed. Fixing his gaze upon her, he said, "You may now remove your clothing." Qian Renshue remained silent, biting her delicate lip, as she used her left hand to peel away the fabric from the right side of her attire. Her alabaster shoulders and the exquisite curvature beneath were unmistakably revealed. Sensing Yi Tian's unwavering gaze, Qian Renshue raised her head and inquired, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes wandered downward. His expression composed as he replied, "The binding cloth alone has at least 7 layers. What is unseen is illusory. I cannot evaluate your query." Qian Renshue's clenched left hand crackled ominously as she shot a cold glare at the youth before her. Yi Tian took a step back and warned, "If I were to sustain an injury, your entire right shoulder would be rendered useless. Moreover, you are the one who inquired. If I do not respond, would it not be contrary to etiquette? You truly are a person of refined manners." Qian Renshue tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Thank you for the compliment," Yi Tian replied. Qian Renshue. Yi Tian grasped the Tai divine needle in his right hand, while his left hand held Qian Renshue's right wrist. He looked up and advised, "It would be wise for you to close your eyes." Qian Renshue's shoulder bones, which had already been fractured into several pieces, had only recently been painstakingly reassembled. Now, the situation had deteriorated further, nearly reducing them to fragments. Next, he would need to incise Qian Renshue's arm, meticulously piece together the bones, suture them, and restore them to their rightful position. Throughout this entire procedure, she would not experience pain. However, it would undoubtedly evoke a chilling sensation in any observer witnessing the sight of exposed bones. "I can endure this," Qian Renshue declared with unwavering resolve. She felt a profound curiosity about how Yi Tian would proceed with her treatment. "Very well," she conceded. Yi Tian, feeling helpless, withdrew a pill from his storage space. With a deft motion of his thumb and middle finger, he pulverized the pill into fine powder, discarding the majority and retaining only a small pinch in his hand. "Now, open your mouth," Yi Tian instructed. "What is this?" Qian Renshue inquired instinctively, her brows furrowing. The dark pill, of which he had discarded most, clearly suggested it was not something beneficial. Fragments of a stimulation pill, Tian replied calmly. Hurry and consume it. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruanshue's expression turned icy. Do not presume that just because I am lying here, you can act as you please. Now it was Tian's turn to be speechless. He explained with exasperation. This small dosage is merely to activate your bodily functions, ensuring the surgery proceeds smoothly. It carries no other side effects. Do not overthink it. I am not interested in you. Upon hearing his words, Qian Ruanshue's demeanor softened. Realizing her misunderstanding of Tian, she fell silent, merely parting her lips to ingest the powdered pill. As expected, after consumption, the medicine transformed into a warm sensation that spread throughout her limbs, gradually alleviating her previous chill. Chapter 120. Has the city of carnage been destroyed? Young master, the alcohol and cotton cloth have arrived, the maid announced, knocking on the bedroom door as a reminder. Tian approached, opened the door, and instructed the maid, just place it by the bedside. Yes, the maid replied, setting the items on the nightstand before bowing and retreating. Subsequently, he used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to disinfect Qian Ringshu's shoulder. Upon grasping her wrist, he had already discerned the locations of her fractured bones. Thus, after the disinfection, he skillfully made an incision into her delicate shoulder. Despite Qian Ringshu's self-asserted resilience, she could not help but close her eyes at this sight. The swift motion of the golden needle slicing through skin to reveal the bone was indeed a terrifying spectacle, one that transcended the capabilities of an average person. When Qian Ringshu finally reopened her eyes, an hour had passed. Perhaps due to the medication, her consciousness was rather hazy, rendering her almost oblivious to Tian's actions. This realization made her feel deceived. What he called a revitalizing elixir was, in fact, a sedative. Gazing up at Tian, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, Qian Ringshu, with a hint of indignation, pointed at him and exclaimed, "You lied to me." To her astonishment, she noticed that her severed hand had been reattached. She was pointing with her right hand, the very one that had just been restored. "Please, do not move that hand. It has just been reattached." Tian quickly supported her right wrist, gently signaling her to relax. The past hour had nearly exhausted him. If her anger caused her bones to fracture again, it would surely lead to his demise. It must be said that Qian Ringshu's injuries were exceedingly severe. He had employed a total of 31 Tai divine needles embedded in her bones to restore them. These divine needles would gradually transform into nourishment for the bones over time, eventually vanishing. Although her bones were rejoined, they remained fragile, and there was a risk that a firm grip could cause them to shatter once more. Tian gently picked up a roll of pristine white gauze and meticulously wrapped it around Qian Ringshu's right hand. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for recovery. Given your second injury, it seems unlikely that you will fully heal in less than 100 days. For now, rest in the bedroom. When you are able to rise and walk, I shall assist you in applying a cast to your arm. You have yet to respond to the matter of how you rendered me unconscious, Qian Ringshu remarked, her voice laced with caution. Tian smiled lightly, saying, I recall you promised me that if I were to assist you, even you yourself could be utilized as a bargaining chip. Upon hearing these words, Qian Ringshu's expression froze. Indeed, she had uttered such a statement, but the condition was that one must fully join my ranks. In essence, the ultimate authority for interpretation would belong to you. Tian remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He then clarified, I do not possess the habit of taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. The substance I administered to you earlier was indeed a sedative, which would render you unconscious. However, my intention was merely to alleviate some of your suffering. I understand that. Given your temperament, you would never allow yourself to be at the mercy of others. Thus, I misled you. Tian smiled faintly, devoid of any semblance of remorse. Instead, there lingered an implication that if one failed to perceive this, it was merely a reflection of their own inadequacy, not a fault of his. Qian Ringshu lifted her gaze to Tian. Deep down, she genuinely wished to believe in this young man before her. It is worth mentioning that Tian was the most outstanding individual among all the boys she had encountered, without exception, despite not being a soul master. The charisma he exuded at all times instilled in her a profound sense of security and trust. It rendered her comfortable, free from the anxiety of deceit and treachery. Please help me put on my clothes, Qian Ringshu said, looking at Tian. This was not an attempt to trouble him. Rather, it was the lingering effect of the medication she had just taken. Her shoulders lacked the strength to bear the weight. If someone were to enter at that moment, her true identity would likely be revealed. Tian was well aware of this. Thus he did not decline Qian Rinxue's request. However, he reassured her, saying, "Rest assured. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo are currently preoccupied with Ning Rongrong's injuries and will not have the time to attend to you for the moment." "Ning Rongrong is also injured?" Qian Rinxue inquired, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. What manner of force could possess such formidable power to brazenly assault them in the presence of the Sword Douluo? After all, Ning Rongrong is but human. Why should she be exempt from injury? Yi Tian assisted Qian Rinxue in donning her garments while elucidating. "Are you aware of the origins of this adversary?" Qian Rinxue inquired. Lifting her gaze, Yi Tian made an effort to recall and remarked, "This group is likely centered around the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which is also connected to the forces of the City of Slaughter." Upon hearing the name of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it was as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure after an arduous search. Just when she was troubled by the lack of a reason to frame the Douluo Empire, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family became embroiled in the matter. It seemed her injuries were not in vain. They held a certain significance and potential for exploitation. Furthermore, Ning Fengji's beloved daughter, Ning Rongrong, had also sustained injuries. She need not utter a word to implicate the Douluo Empire. Ning Fengji would undoubtedly relay the entire sequence of events to the imperial court of the Tindo Empire. Consequently, the Tindo Empire and the Douluo Empire were destined to be ensnared in a considerable diplomatic crisis. In such a scenario, the Spirit Hall would have the opportunity to enact policy reforms. Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly. This plan was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, her doubts remained unresolved. Why would the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family initiate an assassination attempt against me? Moreover, I am aware that the City of Slaughter has always been a place where entry is permitted, yet exit is forbidden. How could experts from there have ventured forth? In response to Qian Rinxue's puzzlement, Yi Tian calmly replied, "I, too, do not know the answer to your first question." In truth, he was acutely aware that the assassination orchestrated by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was not aimed at Qian Rinxue, but rather at him. After all, he had caused the Lightning Merchant Association a staggering loss of nearly 7 million in cash flow. 7 million gold spirit coins could indeed inflict significant damage to the upper three sections. However, since Qian Rinxue had willingly taken the blame, he was disinclined to elaborate. As for why experts had emerged from the City of Slaughter, the answer was straightforward. The City of Slaughter no longer existed. The appearance of the Black Veil envoy on the continent confirmed a singular truth. Tang San had employed cunning to obliterate the City of Slaughter. How could this be? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her face betraying astonishment. My grandfather stated that even with his strength, he found it challenging to defeat the King of Slaughter. How could such a place as the City of Slaughter possibly be destroyed? Yi Tian's words seem rather alarmist. Chapter 121. When the Clam and the Snipe Contend. The Fisherman Benefits. Yi Tian, your statements are rather excessive. Qian Rinxue gazed at Yi Tian and remarked, the forces behind the City of Slaughter are unfathomable. I cannot comprehend. Aside from the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, are there any other powers that could rival it? Yi Tian sighed softly, remarking, even the mightiest elephant can be brought down by an ant. While the City of Slaughter possesses formidable strength, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Its destruction is, indeed, quite plausible. In the original tale, Tang San merely employed a rare treasure to annihilate the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of the validity of Yi Tian's assertion, it held little significance for her. However, she felt compelled to monitor the movements of the malevolent individuals within. For the City of Slaughter housed many of the most nefarious characters. Once a stronghold, it was akin to a fortified prison, tightly binding these wicked souls. Now that the City of Slaughter had ceased to exist, these villains were likely to disperse across the continent, committing heinous acts. Should an opportunity arise to contact the Spirit Hall, she must inform her grandfather, urging him to dispatch operatives to investigate the affairs of the City of Slaughter thoroughly. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Yi Tian lifted his gaze to find Ning Fengji entering. Approaching Qian Rinxue, he expressed concern, inquiring, Your Highness, are you in any distress? Qian Rinxue offered a faint smile, shaking her head. It's similar to my last injury, though I require a few more days of recuperation. She refrained from disclosing the severity of her wounds to Ning Fengji, knowing that such revelations would only incite undue concern, complicating her forthcoming plans. After discussing her condition, Qian Rinxue turned her attention to Ning Fengji. How is Rongrong faring? At this, Ning Fengji's eyes momentarily darkened with a hint of chill. Bowing slightly, he responded, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Rongrong is fine and has regained consciousness. It was only due to Rongrong's recovery that Ning Fengji felt inclined to visit the Crown Prince of Qinghe. Mentioning Rongrong's injuries, a cloud of frustration crossed Ning Fengji's countenance. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has acted with such audacity, even daring to attempt an assassination on Your Highness. He angrily flicked his sleeve, postulating. It is likely this deed is not solely the work of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Douluo royal family may be involved as well. While the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect ranks among the top 3 sects, they would never confront the Heaven Do Empire alone, given the empire's far greater power. The Yu family must be aware of this. Yet, knowing the potential consequences, they still proceeded with the assassination. The implications are clear. There must be a more formidable force backing them, likely the Douluo Empire, which holds equal stature to the Heaven Do Empire. Noticing Ning Fengji's evident anger, Qian Rinxue refrained from further disparaging the Douluo Empire. Instead, she suggested, perhaps someone is masquerading under the banner of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That is utterly implausible, Ning Fengji dismissed vehemently. Looking at Qian Rinxue, his expression graved. He stated, I was present during the assassination attempt, and the majority of the assailants wielded Tyrant Dragon martial souls. While identities can be faked, martial souls cannot be altered. Therefore, we can ascertain that these individuals are indeed members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Following this, Ning Fengji mentioned another matter. Shortly after the battle concluded, I summoned nearby imperial spies and obtained precise intelligence. The young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng, is currently in Donghai City. Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with restrained fury. It is likely that this assassination attempt was orchestrated under the leadership of that young master. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes brightened. This individual is a pivotal figure. We must apprehend him at once. Capturing the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would create a diplomatic crisis. Even if the conflict between the Empire's factions is merely a misunderstanding. Consequently, whether the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire ultimately reconcile or not, the Spirit Hall would gain a period of security. Thus, the Spirit Hall's policy adjustments could be executed smoothly. I have already dispatched the Sword Douluo to handle this matter. Ning Fengji affirmed with a nod. Yu Tian feigned admiration, exclaiming, truly worthy of Sect Master Ning, your movements are remarkably swift. Yet, inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle at Ning Fengji's actions, which seemed rather counterproductive. To prevent Qian Rinxue from revealing too many flaws, Yu Tian suggested to Ning Fengji, Sect Master Ning, let us take our leave for now. His Highness has just undergone surgery and requires rest. Indeed, rest is essential, Ning Fengji replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qian Rinxue and nodding in agreement. This was precisely what he had hoped for. In comparison to Xue Qinghe, he yearned to be by his daughter's side. As they exited the bedroom, Yu Tian gently closed the door and descended the stairs alongside Ning Fengji. At that moment, Ning Rongrong reclined on the sofa, her brow furrowed in distress. The sensation of the blood-fiendish energy rampaging within her body was truly unbearable. The only source of solace was the acupuncture array functioning around her ankle, which diminished the blood-fiendish energy each time it passed through. Upon seeing her father and Yi Tian descend the staircase, Ning Rongrong made an effort to sit up partially. She did not wish for outsiders to witness her somewhat disheveled state. Having awakened 20 minutes earlier, she had learned from her father that it was Yu Tian who had intervened to treat her. Despite this knowledge, she felt no particular gratitude. After all, Yu Tian's assistance was solely due to her status as the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Would he have intervened if she were merely an ordinary person? It was evident that he would not, though such thoughts crossed her mind. She still recognized the necessity of basic etiquette. With a somewhat hoarse voice, she turned her gaze toward Yi Tian and said, Thank you for your timely rescue. There's no need for such formality, he replied. Yi Tian waved his hand, speaking with a casual grace. How could he fail to perceive the disdain flickering in Ning Rongrong's eyes? In response, Yu Tian chose to say little, not even casting a lingering glance in her direction. As evening descended, while strolling along the path outside the villa, Yu Tian caught sight of the Sword Douluo returning on horseback. Did you manage to capture the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in Donghai City? He inquired. The Sword Douluo shook his head, a hint of regret evident in his voice. That rascal Yu Tianheng is remarkably swift. By the time I arrived at his residence, it was already deserted. This revelation eased Yu Tian's anxious heart somewhat. Should Yu Tianheng have been captured, he might have divulged information that could bring unwanted complications. His escape, however, served as a testament to Yu Tianheng's guilty conscience. After exchanging pleasantries, the sword Douluo entered the villa to report to Ning Fingji. Yi Tian continued his solitary stroll along the path, his hand resting thoughtfully against his chin, lost in contemplation. Upon reviewing the entire assassination incident, the underlying motives became rather apparent. It was merely a consequence of his refusal to acquiesce to Yu Tianheng's demands to promote potatoes, leading to financial losses for the Lightning Commerce Association. Infuriated and humiliated, Yu Tianheng dispatched assassins to eliminate him, who were subsequently misled by Ning Fengji and his companions, believing they were sent to assassinate the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. The entire sequence of events was not overly complex, nor was it something worthy of extensive investigation, as it was a reality he had personally endured. In the past, Yi Tian would have never pondered such established occurrences. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. It is worth noting that just yesterday, he had returned to his study to compare his sister's earlier correspondence with her previous words of encouragement, only to discover that the handwriting bore no resemblance to that of the same person. This revelation led Yi Tian to harbor serious doubts about the identity of his sister within the butterfly farm. Could she indeed be Bibi Dong? It was precisely this suspicion that prompted Yi Tian to reevaluate the entire assassination affair. When considering the ramifications of the incident, it became clear that the greatest beneficiaries were neither the Tindo Empire nor himself, but rather the Spirit Hall. As the saying goes, while the clam and the snipe quarrel, the fisherman profits. The friendship between the two empires had crumbled, and it was likely a scenario the Spirit Hall had long desired. Chapter 122, Three-Leaf Earth Dragon. The previous chapter has been corrected. Dear readers, please refresh your pages. This chapter contains content from last night. P.S. My sincerest apologies. This truly is a tangled mess. Yi Tian lightly slapped his forehead in exasperation. A seemingly trivial assassination attempt had inadvertently embroiled both the Spirit Hall and the two great empires, and the entire affair had been instigated by him. This self-reflection elicited a wry smile from Yi Tian. It seemed he had garnered considerable attention. One cannot help but acknowledge that the events of the past few months have been remarkably coincidental. If one were to assert that no one had orchestrated these occurrences intentionally, he would find that hard to believe. With this thought, Yi Tian's expression grew solemn. It was imperative to clarify the true circumstances surrounding his sister. This was of utmost urgency. Yi Tian gazed at the verdant fields beside the road, his tone resolute. Although the notion of his sister being Bibi Dong seemed utterly absurd, recent events appeared intricately connected to it. If one were to reluctantly regard these occurrences as evidence, his suspicions could be deemed justified. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it takes firm root in the heart and flourishes. Should he remain oblivious to the truth of the matter, he feared he would dwell in uncertainty perpetually. Having contemplated this, a sudden notion sprang to Yi Tian's mind, a tantalizing idea. What if he were to tell his sister that the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile sect, intended to attend his wedding? Surely, if she were indeed his biological sister, the news of such a prominent figure as Ning Fengji gracing his nuptials would bring her immense joy. Conversely, if she were to masquerade as Bibi Dong, she would undoubtedly devise ways to decline the invitation, for Ning Fengji was well acquainted with Bibi Dong. As this thought crystallized in his mind, he contemplated the implications. Yi Tian found the situation somewhat amusing. Bibi Dong was a figure of considerable stature and was unlikely to have idled away her time lurking beside him for months merely for amusement. He silently hoped that this was indeed the case. Burdened with myriad thoughts, Yi Tian returned to the villa to bid farewell to Ning Fengji and the others. I sincerely apologize, Sect Master Ning. I have some business matters to attend to and cannot accompany you today. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Go ahead and take care of your affairs. After saying his goodbyes, Yi Tian instructed Fu Bo to bring forth a fine steed. He deftly mounted the horse and rode off towards the farm. Upon arriving at the farm, Yi Tian immediately noticed the prominent character for joy affixed to the entrance. The roads were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, radiating a festive atmosphere. With only 5 days remaining until his wedding, the entire farm was bustling with activity. As he walked along the path, he encountered Chen Jian, who had just returned from a hunting expedition. Upon spotting Yi Tian, Chen Jian beamed and showcased today's catch, a dragon-type soul beast, distinguished by its 3 sharp horns. Young master, take a look. I assure you that even at the royal banquet of the Tindo Empire, such a delicacy would be a rare sight, Chen Jian proclaimed proudly, gesturing towards the dragon-type soul beast. Observing the creature, which weighed nearly 1,000 pounds and would require 8 carts for transport, Yi Tian expressed curiosity. However, His knowledge of soul beasts was rather limited, and he struggled to recall its name. Noticing Tian's puzzled expression, Jian explained. This magnificent creature is called the three-leaf earth dragon. It is quite rare even across the continent. Thanks to your good fortune, young master, we managed to capture it. On the day of your wedding, this splendid beast will grace our banquet table. As he spoke, Jian smacked his lips in anticipation. Historical records state that the three-leaf earth dragon is a top-tier delicacy, reserved only for the nobility of the imperial court. However, due to the excessive hunting by human soul masters, dragon-type soul beasts have become nearly extinct across the continent. Taking Donghai City as an example, no dragon-type soul beasts have been sighted in nearly 3 centuries. Jian expressed his sentiments. Noting how fortunate young Master Tian was to capture such a dragon delicacy just before his wedding. The three-leaf earth dragon, seemingly sentient, despite having its mouth bound by ropes, gazed longingly at Tian, emitting soft whines upon hearing the conversation. This prompted Jian to step closer and elaborate. We invested considerable effort to capture it. However, the reward of securing such a fresh and premium ingredient makes the toil worthwhile. Upon hearing this, the three-leaf earth dragon whimpered even more, struggling against the restraints of the strong iron chains, yet to no avail. It could not be said that it was futile, for it had certainly captured Tian's attention. Although initially unaware of the creature's name, Tian, utilizing the innate talents bestowed by his martial soul, easily discerned the cultivation level of the soul beast before him. This earth dragon's cultivation was just over 1,000 years. Considering that dragon-type soul beasts cultivate several times faster than others, Tian estimated that this particular dragon was likely around 200 to 300 years old. Dismounting his horse, he approached the three-leaf earth dragon and gently stroked its forehead, inquiring, "Do you wish for me to rescue you?" The dragon nodded eagerly, emitting a muffled sound in response. Tian was taken aback. A soul beast of 200 to 300 years exhibiting such intelligence was indeed remarkable. Tian chuckled softly, gazing into the eyes of the three-leafed earth dragon. "However, to rescue you, a reward is necessary." The earth dragon appeared momentarily taken aback, drooping its head in despair as it lay against the cart. This only heightened Tian's intrigue. He clapped his hands and turned to Jian, saying, "This earth dragon possesses some interesting qualities. Our farm's rear mountain is in need of a guardian spirit beast, and I find it quite suitable. A spirit beast with such intelligence is worth saving." Upon hearing these words, the earth dragon's eyes sparkled with hope, straining against its iron chains, which clanked noisily. Jian hesitated, replying, "Young master, if we release it, your wedding banquet will lack a significant dish, diminishing your status. Moreover, how could a spirit beast possess such intelligence? If we place it in the rear mountain, it may very well flee by the next day." The earth dragon made desperate sounds, seemingly arguing that it would never escape. This creature certainly had a strong will to survive. Tian approvingly patted the large head of the three-leafed earth dragon, and then looked up at Jian, saying, "When have you ever seen me make a show of grandeur? Creatures of the earth dragon species are quite rare, so let us consider this a charitable act." Tian waved his hand. With the conversation reaching this point, Jian found it inappropriate to counter any further. He bowed slightly and said, "Young master, I understand." He then turned and called out to the hunting team, "Take this fellow to the back mountain." The three-leafed earth dragon, having survived the ordeal, became even more jubilant, its eyes shimmering with gratitude as it let out a joyful roar towards Tian. Tian chuckled lightly and waved his hand towards the three-leafed earth dragon, saying, "Strive diligently in your cultivation and endeavor to transform into human form to repay me. Young master, this is a male earth dragon." A member of the hunting team stepped forward to elucidate. "Tian, consider my words unspoken." He mounted his horse once more, making his way towards the small courtyard of the farm. In the evening, the courtyard was illuminated by the soft glow of crystal lights. Tian sauntered in leisurely, discovering Hulaina seated at the stone table, engaged in sewing. Due to the dim evening light, he could not discern what she was crafting. Before he could voice his curiosity, the keen-eared Hulaina noticed his presence. With a delighted exclamation, she swiftly concealed her needlework within her storage space. Rising from the stone bench, she placed her hands behind her back, beaming at Tian as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 123, Qian Rinxue made me a promise hello. "Brother," Hulaina greeted playfully, clad in a short skirt. Upon observing the length of her skirt, Tian displayed a look of surprise. Although Donghai City is located by the sea, the winter temperatures can be quite chilly. It must be said, however, that young ladies seem impervious to the cold. "What are you sewing?" The moment I entered, you hastily put it away. Are you afraid I might see it? Yi Tian inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Hulaina, however, appeared quite composed. Waving her hand, she replied cheerfully, "This is a gift for you, but it can only be revealed on our wedding day." "All right, I shall remember that." Yi Tian gently tapped Nana's head and chuckled. Since Nana was unwilling to reveal it, he found no reason to press her. They could unveil it on their wedding day instead. "By the way, what brings you back to the farm? Has Qian Rinxue already departed from Donghai City?" "She has left. Yet she hasn't truly gone." Yi Tian smiled and recounted the events of the day in full to Hulaina. Upon hearing about Qian Rinxue's injuries, Hulaina's expression grew solemn. "It truly is somewhat taxing for Sister Shui." Yi Tian shrugged and remarked, "Within half a month, Qian Rinxue is unlikely to depart from Donghai City." Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight. Did that not imply that Qian Rinxue could attend her wedding? Amidst the myriad sorrows, this was indeed a source of joy. Furthermore, she could take the opportunity to subtly flaunt her impending marital status before Qian Rinxue. She, Hulaina, was soon to become a wife, a woman with a husband. Although their outward relationship appeared harmonious, both were distinguished figures of the younger generation within the spirit hall. Deep within her heart, she could not deny the existence of a competitive spirit. Yet, this sentiment was well concealed. It was undeniable that Qian Rinxue's talents surpassed her own. And as the heir of the Angel clan, her status was undeniably more exalted. Nevertheless, Hulaina had the fortune of discovering her happiness before Qian Rinxue, a happiness that was truly unparalleled across the continent. To marry Yi Tian was, in itself, a feat that could grant her a lifetime of pride. After all, a youth as exceptionally intelligent and gracious as Yi Tian was a rarity throughout the entire Douluo continent. Hulaina, with a mischievous smile, leaned forward with her hands clasped behind her back and suggested, "Since Qian Rinxue cannot leave, we might as well invite her to our wedding. It would serve as a witness to our union." "I had the same intention," Yi Tian replied with a gentle smile, surveying their surroundings. "What of my sister?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina assumed that Yi Tian sought their teacher to discuss this matter. She gestured towards the study in the courtyard and said, "The teacher is currently engrossed in her reading." Yi Tian approached the study and gently knocked on the door. The small courtyard of the farm was not expansive, and the soundproofing of the room was rather rudimentary. Therefore, the conversation between Yi Tian and Hulaina was audible even to Bibi Dong. Seated at her desk, she quietly closed the mathematics book borrowed from Donghai Academy and raised her delicate face slightly, saying, "Come in." As Yi Tian stepped through the door, his gaze fixated on Bibi Dong's exquisite features. Until this moment, he had never taken the time to scrutinize his sister's breathtaking beauty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that their appearances were indeed somewhat distinct, yet he could not precisely identify the nature of this divergence. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. Since ascending to the position of Pope, no one had dared to meet her gaze in such a manner. "Xiao Tian, what troubles you today? Is there something on my face?" she inquired, gently brushing her hand across her cheek. "My sister, your face is far more beautiful than any flower," he replied. Yi Tian smiled faintly. He seemed to have begun to grasp the essence of their differences, which lay in his sister's state of mind. It was remarkably tranquil, an attitude not typically befitting a young woman in her early 20s. He found a nearby stool and took a seat beside her. Before he could probe with a question regarding Ming Fengxi, his sister took the initiative to inquire, "Has Qian Rinxue sent someone to summon you back to the villa? She must be attempting to win you over." This was the matter of greatest concern to Bibi Dong. Although she was confident that Qian Rinxue lacked the ability to persuade Yi Tian, there was still a chance, should Yi Tian acquiesce to Qian Rinxue's overtures. Her situation could become quite complicated. Bibi Dong was indeed astute. Qian Rinxue was indeed involved in this affair. Yi Tian responded with an air of calm, "Yes. She is indeed pursuing this matter." Bibi Dong smiled subtly, her gaze seemingly casual yet constantly scanning Yi Tian's eyes. "Have you agreed?" "Of course not," Yi Tian intended to say. After all, he had merely promised to offer Qian Rinxue some assistance when necessary, which did not equate to accepting her invitation. However, to test his sister, Yi Tian opted for a different approach. "I initially had no intention of agreeing, but Qian Rinxue's offer is simply too generous." This revelation left Bibi Dong momentarily stunned, her heart filled with astonishment. Yi Tian has surprisingly accepted Qian Rinxue's offer. Could it be that her daughter has matured to such an extent? This is indeed rather astonishing, to the point that Bibi Dong, despite having heard Yi Tian utter the words herself, remained somewhat incredulous. After nearly 3 months of interaction, she has come to understand Tian quite comprehensively. He is certainly not someone who would casually accept propositions. With an unfaltering expression, Bibi Dong nonchalantly picked up a book and inquired with casual curiosity, "What conditions did Tian Rinxue present to you?" A radiant smile graced Tian's face. The conditions were substantial. She promised to appoint me as the emperor of the Tindo Empire. Indeed, the allure of being the sovereign of a nation is quite captivating. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. If this were the sole condition, she would never believe that Tian would acquiesce. One must understand that the power Tian wielded was no less formidable than the foundation of an entire empire. To entice Tian with the mere position of emperor was, frankly, an underestimation of his capabilities. Maintaining her composure, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile, "Surely, a mere ephemeral title of emperor cannot possibly entice you, dear brother. It seems that sister is indeed the more astute." Tian drummed his fingers on the table. Speaking with an air of contemplation, "The crux of the matter lies in the promise made by Tian Rinxue." "What promise?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong set aside her pretense of reading, placing the book back on the desk, and slightly turned her head to inquire of Tian. "Tian Rinxue assured me that if I accepted her invitation, she would arrange for her sister's marriage to me." A soft chuckle escaped Bibi Dong's lips as she mused internally. Little Tian is still quite naive. After all, where could Tian Rinxue possibly have a sister? She surmised that Tian Rinxue had painted a picture of an enchanting young maiden to him, stirring the heart of Tian, who was in the throes of adolescence. "Are you not concerned that Tian Rinxue might be deceiving you? She may not have a sister at all," Bibi Dong cautioned Tian. This was not an attempt to expose her own daughter, but rather a warning against the folly of such empty promises. While it might fool Tian temporarily, such deception would ultimately be unsustainable. When the ruse was unveiled, it would only serve to incite Tian's wrath, leading to a rift with the Spirit Hall. After all, despite the Spirit Hall's immense power, there were indeed no girls more beautiful than Xiaoxue and Nana. Chapter 124, The Revelation, The Sister is Bibi Dong. How could someone of Tian Rinxue's stature possibly deceive me? Tian wore a sincere expression, which elicited a soft chuckle from Bibi Dong. "Oh, little Tian, do not be deceived by the noble status of others, for it does not guarantee their honesty." After uttering these words, Bibi Dong suddenly tugged at the corner of her mouth, as if she too found herself encompassed within her own statement. Tian waved his hand dismissively. "If I had not exercised discernment, how could I have so readily agreed to Tian Rinxue's request? The sister that Tian Rinxue speaks of is, in fact, her mother, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Thus, if such a person exists, Tian Rinxue is certainly not deceiving me." Tian chuckled softly. "Sister, you never imagined that I could actually marry the Pope. This has been my long-held dream, so when Tian Rinxue proposed this condition, I immediately agreed." After speaking, he stole a glance at his sister's expression, which seemed rather unperturbed. This brought a modicum of comfort to Tian. However, Bibi Dong maintained an outward calm, while internally, she was tumultuous, even feeling a pang of anger. Tian Rinxue was utterly outrageous, never expecting her to be used as a bargaining chip. Bibi Dong had no doubts about Tian's words. After all, the fact that Tian Rinxue called her sister was known only to a select few within the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. Thus, Tian had no opportunity to learn of this matter. Yet now, he had revealed Tian Rinxue's title for her, indicating that Tian Rinxue had indeed confided in him. From the moment she comprehended the arrangement her daughter had concocted, Bibi Dong resolutely rejected it within her heart. She was acutely aware that the Bibi Dong in Tian's mind was merely an enchanting figure woven from poetry and fantasy, far removed from her true self. Moreover, she had long since grown indifferent to the ephemeral nature of love. Her singular ambition now was to eradicate the Angel Clan's dominion over the Spirit Hall. With her eyes narrowed slightly, Bibi Dong concluded that it was necessary to carve out some time to have a conversation with her daughter. It was acceptable to court Tian, but he must not be treated as a mere bargaining chip. Observing her sister lost in thought, she pondered her next steps. Tian casually remarked, "Due to her injuries, Tian Rinxue will likely be unable to leave Donghai City for at least half a month." Just now, Nana mentioned that Tian Rinxue, being a distinguished guest, was invited to attend our wedding. Since the previous attempt was unsuccessful, let us make another. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong did not perceive any particular significance in the matter. She nodded in agreement and said, "After all, it is your wedding. Such trivial matters can be decided by you without needing to consult your sister." Tian gently tapped on the table, gazing at his sister's face with a smile. Not only is Qian Renshua coming, but also Ning Fengji, the Lord of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We cannot afford to offend such prominent figures. So I have agreed. This was his true intention. If his sister displayed any unusual behavior, her identity would become questionable. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise swiftly crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. It was crucial to note that Ning Fengji was acquainted with her as the Pope. If he were to attend Yi Tian's wedding, an inevitable encounter would occur, thereby risking the exposure of her identity. However, it was difficult to find a plausible reason to decline. For a moment, Bibi Dong found herself in a quandary. Yet, she understood the necessity of responding to Yi Tian. Thus, she candidly replied, "Since they are willing to honor us with their presence, we certainly cannot refuse. We shall host them well." For now, the best course of action was to agree and adapt as circumstances unfolded. Noticing her sister's lack of hesitation, she promptly instructed to invite Ning Fengji over. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. He truly feared that the figure before him was Bibi Dong. If that were indeed the case, the emotions he had invested over the past few months would have been in vain. Yet, this moment of uncertainty merely provided a fleeting sense of comfort to his heart. Gazing out of the study window at the pitch-black night, Yi Tian knew it was time to retire for the evening. He glanced at his sister's profile, his heart stirred, and he rose to speak. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong replied with a faint nod. Immediately, her body became as still as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Yi Tian was also taken aback. The statement he had just made was indeed his final attempt to probe. The outcome, however, was utterly unexpected. The very concern he had dreaded most had come to pass. For a moment, within the study, two pairs of eyes locked in an intense gaze, lingering in silence. Yi Tian felt a lump in his throat. His voice weighed down with gravity. "Sister, or perhaps Your Holiness." Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar title, Bibi Dong gazed at Yi Tian for a prolonged moment before finally responding. "When did you discover this?" Although she had no intention of concealing her identity for long, planning to reveal it after Nana's wedding, the fact that Yi Tian had uncovered it in such a manner left her astonished and somewhat at a loss. It must be said that Yi Tian was indeed remarkably astute, having discerned her identity proactively. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong began to worry. Would Yi Tian face this revelation with composure? Observing Bibi Dong's calm acknowledgement, she felt a mixture of emotions. Yi Tian let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had gradually lifted from his heart. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would be so leisurely, taking on the role of his sister for an entire 3 months. The precise moment of my realization is, in truth, of no significance. Yi Tian once again sat across from Bibi Dong, a radiant smile adorning his face. "You were testing me just now, weren't you?" Bibi Dong suddenly recalled their earlier conversation, her expression focused. Indeed, Yi Tian nodded, revealing that there was little to conceal. He was eager to inquire about one matter. "Where is my sister, Yixinglan?" "In the martial Soul City," Bibi Dong replied. Sensing that Yi Tian might misconstrue her words, she continued, 3 months ago, your sister intended to come back to visit you. However, due to her exceptional talent and diligent efforts, she was selected for the Martial Soul Hall Special Training Program. If you wish, you can see her at any time without any conditions. Although she could utilize Yixinglan as leverage against Yi Tian, doing so would undoubtedly sever their relationship entirely. The small measure of goodwill accumulated over the past 3 months through Yixinglan's identity would be obliterated, rendering it not worth the risk. Gazing into Yi Tian's eyes, Bibi Dong softly remarked, "Initially, when you mistakenly took me for your sister, I found it somewhat amusing. Yet, I must admit, the surprises you have brought me are truly extraordinary, deeply ensnaring me in this identity." Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian turned his head away, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. He had entirely forgotten the profound shock he had imparted upon Bibi Dong. However, the bold declarations he had made about wanting her as his wife echoed in his ears, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Setting aside our identities, "My feelings for you are genuine," Bibi Dong clarified. "I have regarded you as a brother throughout these past 3 months. Yi Tian emerged from the recent embarrassment and raised his gaze to Bibi Dong, asserting, "I believe your words." Chapter 125, Teacher, we have truly become like sisters. Due to the revelation of their identities, an exceedingly delicate atmosphere enveloped the study. A profound silence ensued once more. Yi Tian's expression was exceedingly intricate, mirroring the turmoil within his heart, which had long since become a chaotic tangle. He found himself at a loss, uncertain how to confront the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of the Pope before him. In front of him, Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, equally bewildered. experiencing for the first time in over a decade such profound inner conflict. She parted her lips to speak, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. It was Hulaina who shattered this delicate atmosphere. The door creaked open, and she entered with the buoyancy of a playful little fox, clutching her nightgown. "Teacher, shall we go take a shower?" she announced cheerfully. However, as soon as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Tian seated beside the teacher. Realizing her demeanor was somewhat inappropriate, she offered an embarrassed smile. "Brother, I thought you had left the study." Upon hearing her words, her eyes in the room turned to her. Both the teacher and Tian remained silent. Suddenly, Hulaina sensed the subtle tension in the study, her heart leaping in her chest as her small hand tightened around the soft silk of her nightgown. She feigned a smile, asking, "What's going on?" Despite her awareness of the underlying atmosphere, she was unwilling to delve deeper, for that path led to icy chasms and nightmares. The thought of a future without Tian was one she dared not contemplate. Maintaining her charming smile, Hulaina approached the desk, her large Castellan eyes gazing at Bibi Dong. "Is it that you, teacher, do not wish for Qian Renxue to attend our wedding?" After all, the relationship between the teacher and Qian Renxue had always been strained, which contributed to the somber ambience in the study. Yes, it must be so, Hulaina endeavored to convince herself. Yet, her words did not elicit an immediate response from Bibi Dong. Instead, the gazes exchanged between the two individuals before her made her acutely uncomfortable. Tian's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions as he gazed intently at Na, or rather, Hulaina. Was her affection for him merely a facade? This thought stirred an unsettling turmoil within him. Although he and Hulaina had become a couple largely due to the matchmaking efforts of Bibi Dong, he had gradually invested his genuine feelings into nurturing this relationship. Now, the harsh reality struck him, revealing that their bond was built upon a foundation of deceit. Despite his typically calm demeanor, Tian felt the strain of his emotions overwhelming him. An indescribable sense of oppression weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him yearning for an outlet to release his pent-up feelings. At times, he felt an urge to scream in despair. Yet his seasoned resilience from 2 lifetimes kept him from succumbing to such impulses. Ultimately, all the complex emotions coalesced into a singular name, Hulaina. As the tumult subsided, Tian's gaze became remarkably clear. He fixed his eyes upon Hulaina, his expression tranquil. Upon hearing him utter her true name, Hulaina trembled slightly. Her delicate white hands quivered, and even the silk nightgown she held slipped from her grasp, cascading to the floor. Hulaina stared at the calmness in Tian's eyes, and then glanced at her teacher's weary face. Realizing that he was fully aware of everything, having discovered the truth on his own, this revelation sent her heart racing, as if it might leap from her throat. She shook her head in desperation, her eyes welling with tears. "Brother, it is not as you think. I love you. I truly love you." Tears streamed down her fair complexion as she sobbed, attempting to explain herself. After uttering those words, she could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Tian's embrace. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if fearing he might turn away. Her head pressed firmly against his chest. "Brother, please don't abandon me." The fear of being forsaken by Tian gripped her heart, for without him, her life would lose all its brilliance. Her future would be shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. In the face of Hulaina's heartfelt confession, Tian only felt a pang of discomfort in his waist. He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his own thoughts. She was far too remarkable to be capable of deceit. "Please, don't hold on so tightly. My waist is about to break." Tian, with an expression of disdain, gently pushed Hulaina's head away, forcibly separating her from himself. Yet, his tone was imbued with affection. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina ceased her weeping, lifted her gaze to meet Tian's. Her grip did not loosen. Instead, she inquired, "Then, brother, will you still marry me?" "It depends on my mood." Tian gently caressed the soft pink hair of his companion, finally pinching her ear, daringly bold to have deceived him for so many days. "I shall not dare again." Hulaina immediately pleaded with a pitiful expression, only to break into a joyful smile moments later. With her arms raised, she embraced Tian's shoulders and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. "I saw nothing." Bibi Dong turned her head away, deliberately interjecting. At the sound of her teacher's words, Hulaina blushed and reluctantly rose from Tian's side. However, she was unwilling to stray too far. Merely shifting to stand behind him, her hand still resting on his shoulder, exuding an air of intimacy. Tian chuckled softly, gazing at Bibi Dong. "I must say, Your Holiness, you truly comprehend the essence of marriage." It is a union of mutual benefit, and it seems you have much to gain from this. Am I to consider myself drawn into your fold? He mused. Perhaps that is the case. Noticing Tian's demeanor returning to its usual ease, Bibi Dong felt a secret sense of relief. Little Tian, you may continue to call me sister. The title of Pope feels too distant. Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. What, do you find my age unappealing? Bibi Dong raised her elegantly embroidered brows. Not at all. Tian's will to survive remains remarkably strong. He waved his hand and declared with unwavering conviction, with your beauty, dear sister. If you were to claim you were 20 years old, countless individuals would undoubtedly believe you. You are, after all, the luminous moonlight in my heart. How could I possibly harbor any disdain for you? Bibi Dong revealed a faint, serene smile. The first part of your statement holds some credibility, but as for the latter, you might want to refrain from such utterances in the future. Do you imply that I am not exceptional enough? Tian squinted his eyes. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Hulaina, with a gentle yet firm grip, pinched Tian's shoulder. Oh, so you dare to catch the teacher's attention? Tian wore a calm expression. This idea of mine has not emerged in just a day or two. You are not new to this. Why the excitement? With a playful smile directed at Bibi Dong, Hulaina added, well, I must admit I was somewhat careless. Now, we truly are like sisters, aren't we? Bibi Dong remarked, this child certainly does not make things easy. Perhaps entrusting Tian with this responsibility was her wisest decision yet. Chapter 126, Secrets of the Chamber in the Serene Hot Springs Behind the Farm. A refreshed Tian emerged from the changing room. Hulaina, clad in shorts that accentuated her long legs, hurried towards him, holding a robe woven with golden threads. Her eyes gleamed like crescent moons as she approached Tian. Presenting the robe. Brother, don this sacred garment. It is the exclusive attire for the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, personally crafted by me. Initially, I intended to gift it to you on our wedding day, but since everything is now clear, I thought it best to present it to you early. The Holy Son? You have truly arranged everything for me with such clarity. Tian's face revealed a sense of helplessness. He subsequently shrugged and remarked, I have never claimed to aspire to be any kind of saint. Hulaina, with an expression of embarrassment, shook Tian's arm and said, the teacher has already informed me that after our marriage, we shall be bestowed the titles of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. This cannot be allowed. Tian shook his head. This title would only bring me numerous prying eyes and troubles, offering no assistance whatsoever. Thus, it is entirely futile. Even a negative designation. It seems necessary to consult with my sister. What shall we discuss? Bibi Dong approached with an elegant stride. Upon hearing her voice, Tian lifted his gaze and discovered Bibi Dong had just emerged from the bath. Her long purple hair, damp, cascaded down her back and shoulders. She was modestly draped in a towel, her proud figure evoking a plethora of thoughts, and her fair, elongated legs were even more striking than Huiyuna's. You are not behaving appropriately, Huiyuna remarked, covering Tian's eyes. Tian gently grasped Hulaina's delicate hand, expressing with a hint of resignation. Is it wrong to admire such beauty a little longer, dear sister? Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile, her charming countenance remaining as composed as ever, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. You see, sister hasn't objected, Tian pointed out earnestly, gesturing towards Bibi Dong in defense. Humph, Hulaina pouted, crossing her arms and choosing to disregard Tian any further. This fellow is utterly shameless. Tian smiled gently as he gazed at Bibi Dong. I was just discussing with Nana about your intention to designate me as the Holy Son. I would prefer to forego this matter, as I am not fond of being in the spotlight. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Tian and nodded in agreement. Previously, I merely entertained the idea. If you are unwilling, it can be revoked at any time. For Tian, Bibi Dong could only strive to accommodate him, attempting to mend the rift caused by her earlier concealment of her identity. Having said this, Bibi Dong approached Hulaina and lightly patted her shoulder. Nana, please return to your room and rest. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Tian. What is it that you must hide from me? Hulaina pouted in indignation. Yet she obediently followed Bibi Dong's instructions and moved away. Once Hulaina had distanced herself, Bibi Dong seated herself on a wooden chair beside the hot spring. She gestured to the empty seat beside her, indicating for Tian to sit down. Please wait a moment. Tian entered a nearby cottage, and when he emerged, he held a teapot and 2 cups in his hands. He swiftly sat down beside Bibi Dong and cheerfully remarked, given the warmth by the hot springs, how about we enjoy tea while we converse? Bibi Dong chuckled softly, her voice gentle as she inquired, I presume that when Xiao Shui sought you out, she revealed the primary objectives of the Spirit Hall's current endeavors? Indeed, Tian nodded. Even without Qian Rinchue's words, he understood that it was simply about unifying the continent. As he spoke, he filled the cups with tea and offered one to Bibi Dong. She accepted the cup, took a delicate sip, and gazed at Tian's face as she said, I recall you once mentioned that the conflicts on this continent are, in fact, orchestrated by deities behind the scenes. Indeed. I have expressed such sentiments, Tian affirmed with a nod. But are you content with that? Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to her cup, taking another sip. Yet her focus remained entirely on Tian. What does it matter if I am not content? Tian chuckled lightly. The power of the deities is formidable, beyond the reach of mere mortals to influence or resist. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, but you did not express such resignation before. You claimed that faith could indeed be contested and that even deities are not invincible. It is possible to achieve unification across the entirety of Douluo continent without resorting to force. Upon hearing this, Tian exhibited a hint of embarrassment. Raising his hand with a smile, did I truly say that? Bibi Dong, her expression earnest, responded, certainly, my memory is quite sharp. I know that you, Tian, simply cherish a life of comfort and wish to remain aloof from the tumult of the continent. Yet, with your capabilities, your life ought to be far more extraordinary. Why do these words seem so familiar? He recalled that Qian Rinchue had expressed a similar sentiment. Indeed, it was evident that mother and daughter shared a common way of speaking. Tian waved his hand and remarked, I too yearn for a more vibrant life. Yet this path, alas, fails to bring me joy. Life is fleeting and may vanish in the blink of an eye. Why should one torment oneself? If you are a simpleton, what of those around you? Bibi Dong gazed intently into Tian's eyes as she spoke. Hearing Tian's words, she comprehended the truth within. Although Tian had discerned her identity, his demeanor remained largely unchanged, a development she had not anticipated. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. It evoked memories of Qian Rinchue's promise. Perhaps, for someone like Tian, whose desires are modest, only a grand promise could stir his emotions. Her deep-set eyes fixated on the exquisite teacup in her hands. She sighed softly, Little Tian, perhaps your journey has already been sufficiently remarkable. You have not sought to escape this existence. Yet, how many share a life of such quality on the continent? Many commoners continue to struggle in despair. As she uttered these words, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, unwilling to recall or confront her past. The conviction that sustained her was profoundly simple. She wished for the events that transpired in her life to never be repeated upon the lives of other commoners on the continent. At this juncture, her voice diminished significantly, revealing her profound despondency. Though Bibi Dong spoke in veiled terms, Tian could still surmise that she referred to the secret room incident, a haunting pain she could never escape. Tian was at a loss for how to offer consolation. He had never encountered such a situation before. He wished fervently that he had been born a few years earlier, so that he could swiftly resolve the troublesome matter concerning the enigmatic Douluo. I can fulfill Qian Rinchue's promise to you, Bibi Dong declared, her resolve suddenly firm. Her fingers clasped tightly together, her voice resonating with strength. Chapter 127. This alliance is unexpectedly abrupt. As Bibi Dong spoke, Tian was sipping tea from his cup. Upon hearing her unwavering declaration, he nearly spat out the tea he had in his mouth. Qian Rinchue's promise? This was entirely a fabrication he had conjured to test Bibi Dong, a figment of his imagination. To his astonishment, Bibi Dong appeared to take it seriously. Suppressing his inner shock, Tian feigned composure, swallowing the tea with an audible gulp. Yet, the sensation of dryness overwhelmed him, prompting him to pour himself another cup of steaming tea, which he gulped down in one go. Are you listening? Bibi Dong inquired, a look of confusion on her face as she observed Tian's repetitive pouring and drinking. It's winter. It's not even warm. Why is little Tian so thirsty? I am listening. I am listening. Tian repeated the words, nodding vigorously as if pounding garlic. One cannot help but remark that Bibi Dong is indeed determined to have him, to the extent of accepting such stringent conditions. Tian had never contemplated the extent of his own significance. How well have you considered my words? Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with earnestness. Tian feigned calmness as he sipped his tea, pondering the gravity of the situation. Is it unreasonable for me to request a few days to contemplate this? Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh. What difference would further consideration make? This is the utmost concession I can offer. Her gaze, profound and unwavering, met Tian's. In truth, if given a choice, I would prefer to avoid this arduous path. Yet, amidst such a heavy burden, How many are truly capable of shouldering it? As she concluded, Bibi Dong sighed deeply. Being the Pope is indeed exhausting. So you wish to pass this burden on to me? Tian chuckled lightly, swirling the tea in his cup. If you desire. It is certainly not out of the question to experience it. Bibi Dong smiled faintly. If Tian were willing to assume the role of Pope, it would be an opportunity she could only dream of. Tian hurriedly shook his head and slowly replied, I have no intention of that. In truth, I am only intrigued by another condition. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's delicate frame trembled slightly. The other condition, was it not a proposal for her to marry him? How audacious of Tian to voice such a notion in her presence. One must admit, he possessed remarkable courage. Observing Bibi Dong's instinctive reaction, Tian unconsciously took a step back. He had merely mentioned it in passing. Would Bibi Dong truly be offended? It seemed he had underestimated her composure. The machinations of the papacy over the years had honed her ability to remain unflustered. Her initial astonishment vanished in an instant, replaced by an inscrutable calmness devoid of any discernible emotion. She extended her alabaster hand, beckoning him with her index finger. Was there truly a need for him to retreat? Perhaps not. Tian settled back down, silently reminding himself to remain unperturbed. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes. This was merely a particular circumstance. He must not lose his composure. Steady, steady. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Tian and spoke. Sister has long since surpassed the age of romantic idealism. Such feelings are nothing more than fleeting. She had merely broached the subject moments ago, not expecting Tian to take it seriously. Was this a rejection? Tian felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Had he not been aware of Bibi Dong's character, he might have thought her a mere tea artist at this moment. Nevertheless, since Bibi Dong had already initiated the conversation, despite her current dismissal, how could a young man with lofty ambitions abandon his pursuit? After all, Bibi Dong was the radiant moonlight in his heart. With a deep breath, he sought to ease the tension in the air. Tian gazed contemplatively at Bibi Dong and remarked, Sister, you have only tasted the bitterness of love, yet not its sweetness. Life is fleeting. Just as Tian was about to invoke the verses of ancient sages, eloquently articulating his thoughts, Bibi Dong stifled a laugh. My dear brother, how could I not comprehend your sentiments? I am acutely aware that in matters of knowledge, I cannot compare to you. Therefore, let us not engage in a debate about the intricate and fleeting nature of love, even if I still hold a belief in love. Do you think that, given my current identity and status, I have the luxury to experience it? A flicker of sincerity shone through Bibi Dong's elegantly arched brows. This was indeed her true sentiment. Ever since that fateful night 2 decades ago, she had ceased to believe in love. This realization filled her with a multitude of emotions, coupled with a tinge of envy for Tian, who still embodied the vigor of youth. Like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, he radiated vitality, with the blood of passion coursing through his veins, ready to pursue his own dreams. As for her, she felt as though she was merely a vessel executing a certain will, albeit one she wholeheartedly endorsed. Yet, it ultimately did not represent her genuine aspirations. If we shall not discuss love, then that simplifies matters considerably. Tian wore a faint smile as he set down his teacup and sat up straight. Even among brothers, clear accounts must be made, let alone between individuals like us who are not related. This statement compelled Bibi Dong to confront the matter seriously. A hint of skepticism adorning her face. Could it be that Tian was genuinely beginning to assert conditions? With this thought, Bibi Dong felt a sense of relief. In truth, she feared more the prospect of Tian being impervious to persuasion. Tian revealed a mischievous smile and leisurely remarked, in truth, the predicament you currently face is quite easily resolvable. If you lend your assistance, it would indeed be effortlessly addressed. Bibi Dong responded with a faint smile. No, no, no. Tian raised his index finger and shook it, stating earnestly, I have no obligation to assist you. Could there possibly be alternative means? Bibi Dong inquired, unable to suppress her smile. Is Tian preparing to introduce her to other talents? If so, he truly underestimates his own significance. The merit of an individual's abilities is merely one facet of their worth. More crucially, their character must be upright and possess a sense of justice. Only those who embody both qualities can be deemed extraordinary. Throughout her tenure as Pope, she has encountered no one but Tian who embodies such virtues. This is precisely why she holds him in such high regard. If individuals like Tian were commonplace, the continent would not have descended into its current state of chaos. Indeed, Tian replied with a serene smile, that is, through a union. A union? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a dry chuckle. You cannot be suggesting that you wish to marry the princesses of the two great empires to the Spirit Hall, can you? This notion, albeit simplistic, had crossed her mind. Marriages among the three superpowers on the continent could indeed bring about a fleeting peace, but such tranquility would hardly endure beyond a decade. And if one were to be audacious, it might not even last 5 years. There are no everlasting friendships, only everlasting interests. Within royal families, even brothers can turn against one another. What hope is there for mere unions? I mean a union between you and me, sister. At this point, Tian's smile was bright and even a tad self-satisfied. Bibi Dong's expression was one of utter astonishment, nearly prompting her to exclaim in disbelief. Little Tian, you must be jesting. Did you not just say that I do not believe in love? Yet, Tian's gaze was notably earnest. I did not speak of love, but rather of the exchange of interests. Does my sister truly believe I jest? This is not a matter for laughter. Bibi Dong nodded, her delicate face imbued with solemnity. You wish for me to become the puppeteer of this vast entity known as the Spirit Hall, a precursor to the king. Yet I must ensure my own interests are safeguarded, mustn't I? To speak frankly, if one day my worth is entirely depleted, and the Spirit Hall decides to discard me like a worn-out tool, would I not be doomed? Where would I seek redress then? The Spirit Hall would not act in such a manner. Trust in your sister. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Yet, Tian let out a disdainful scoff, shaking his head as he remarked, the most unreliable thing in this world is a person's guarantee. Sister, as the Pope, you should have a profound understanding of this, wouldn't you? Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong fell into a deep contemplation. Indeed, having served as Pope for so many years, she had witnessed far too many soul masters who, with fervent vows today, found themselves apprehended for crimes the very next day. It is said that human words are the least trustworthy of all. Though Bibi Dong was aware that Tian's reasoning was largely flawed, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal in that moment. Tian rubbed his hands together, avoiding the gaze of Bibi Dong, and remarked, thus, marriage occasionally possesses its advantages. At the very least, it allows for a foundation of mutual trust. With this trust as a cornerstone, everything else may be negotiated over time. Upon reaching this point, a benevolent expression adorned Tian's face as he sighed gently, Dear sister, marriage is fundamentally about mutual benefit. Our union would undoubtedly yield great returns for you. Indeed, the moment this notion crossed his mind, Bibi Dong vehemently shook her head. She nearly succumbed to Tian's twisted reasoning. The age difference between her and Tian was significantly greater than that between him and Qian Rinxue. How could she possibly entertain a relationship with him? Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Tian, your argument holds merit. To swiftly establish trust between us, perhaps a marriage could indeed serve as a solution. However, you are already wed to Nana. Does that not signify our sincerity? If you deem that insufficient, I could even arrange for Xiaoxue to marry you. Xiaoxue is my own flesh and blood. Surely that is a gesture of goodwill? As she spoke, Bibi Dong bit her lip. Her relationship with Qian Rinxue was not particularly harmonious, making the prospect of persuading her daughter to wed Tian rather challenging. What merits does Qian Rinxue possess? Tian internally scoffed. His intention in uttering these words was not to secure his own interests, but rather to genuinely wish to marry Bibi Dong. Having come this far, with success nearly within reach, he could not afford to relent. Tiangu feigned a light laugh and inquired, What is your relationship with Qian Rinxue like? I am well aware that in your heart, she does not even compare to Nana. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's delicate frame trembled. Her daughter remained an eternal ache within her heart, although she claimed to care more for Nana. Was it not merely an attempt to compensate for the profound regret of maternal love? Ultimately, her affection for her own daughter was unparalleled. Yet, with the accursed Qian Douluo present, and bound by that damned oath, her relationship with Xiaoxue could never resemble that of a typical mother and daughter. Just moments ago, when she suggested that Qian Rinxue marry Tiangu, was it not an attempt to make amends for her daughter? It is crucial to acknowledge that a young man like Tiangu is irreplaceable across the entire continent. If Xiaoxue could wed such a fine gentleman, setting aside the notion of happiness, at the very least, her future would not be one of despair. However, to outsiders, her demeanor indeed suggested that she had no daughter named Qian Rinxue. Perhaps this was the very reason Tiangu found it difficult to believe her. For this, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, no matter how she might argue, it would be challenging to instill conviction in others. Tian was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's profound affection for Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, in the original story's conclusion, She would not have resorted to self-detonation of her divine position or tarnished her own reputation in exchange for Tian Rinchue's survival. Noticing the displeasure etched on Bibi Dong's face, he realized that his previous words had struck a sensitive chord. "I apologize, sister. It was not my intention to bring it up," Tian said sincerely. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, regaining her former composure. "It is of no consequence," she replied, lifting her gaze to meet Tian's. "Since you do not wish to marry Tian Rinchue, you may choose another. Regardless of whether I can assist you in this endeavor, I shall do my utmost." Having already beheld the beauty of her daughter, Tian felt that if he remained unmoved, there was little that could be done. It could only be said that fate did not conspire for him and Tian Rinchue to be companions. Upon hearing this, Tian began to shamelessly persist, gazing skyward and proclaiming, "I have but one modest request, and that is to form a union with you, dear sister. Otherwise, I would rather perish than emerge from the mountains." As he spoke, determination radiated from his countenance, to the point that he almost convinced himself of his own resolve. While Bibi Dong was indeed admirable, the notion of ending his life over this was absurd. Her silence was a rare occurrence. She had not anticipated such unwavering conviction from Tian, nor his almost obsessive pursuit of her, a sentiment she found difficult to comprehend. It was well known that she presented a facade of cold nobility and authority to the outside world, a demeanor that should, by all accounts, repel affection. Yet, from the very beginning, Tian had exhibited an extraordinary admiration, accurately discerning the thoughts she kept hidden from others. The sensation of encountering a kindred spirit was unprecedented for Bibi Dong. Each time she reflected on this, a profound sorrow nestled within her heart, lamenting the misfortune of being born in an ill-fated time. However, amidst the myriad of emotions, Bibi Dong found an unparalleled tranquility. Presently, she had countless matters to attend to and more regrets to mend. She understood Tian's subtle affections and playful banter, yet she felt neither the need for love nor deemed herself worthy of it. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Tian with an impassive expression. "If you believe that the bonds of marriage can engender trust, I am willing to acquiesce. However, one stipulation must be made clear. You are not to disclose this to anyone, including Nana." Tian was taken aback. He had not expected Bibi Dong to agree so readily, nor to impose a condition that was not quite a condition. Was she implying that she would be a clandestine wife? Bibi Dong remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating. "As the Pope, I bear a burden of public image. My reputation extends beyond myself. It represents the entirety of the Spirit Hall. Should I openly marry you, I fear it would invite scorn and jeopardize the Spirit Hall's standing." Chapter 129. Over 50,000 serve you, young master. At this juncture, the Spirit Hall stood at a critical juncture, poised against the two great empires. Therefore, I regret to inform you, dear Tian, that I cannot reveal our identities to others. The sincerity in Bibi Dong's eyes suggested she hoped Tian would comprehend her predicament. Yet, Tian remained in a state of bewilderment, finding it astonishing that such an opportunity had presented itself so effortlessly, leaving him in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he contemplated the implications of her words. Tian Kai reflected for a moment and solemnly nodded. "The conditions proposed by my sister are indeed understandable. So, shall we agree on this?" He raised his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong smiled slightly. "If we do not agree, do you have any additional conditions?" "No." Tian shook his head. "Then it is settled." Bibi Dong stood up from the bench, smiling as she said, "It is getting late. You should rest early." "Is that how you remind me, my dear husband?" Tian stretched his neck, his expression impassive, placing his hands on his hips. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong stifled a laugh, her demeanor remaining composed. "Very well, my husband, do rest early. Farewell, my husband." A hint of a smile graced Bibi Dong's crimson lips as she waved at Tian and walked away. "That is more like it." Tian rested his chin on his hand, gazing thoughtfully at the retreating figure of Bibi Dong. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Shouldn't a newlywed couple begin their intimate life together? How could he have let Bibi Dong leave just like that? Such carelessness. Tian gently tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that although Bibi Dong had merely put forth a single condition, the presence of this condition implied that their true relationship might only be revealed to the public upon the unification of the continent. Engaging in a clandestine romance was contrary to his original intentions. Nonetheless, Tian found himself able to accept this reality, for life seldom presents itself in absolute fullness. In a sense, he had successfully taken the first step in his pursuit of Bibi Dong. As the saying goes, The one closest to the water gains the moon first. Tian has now ascended to the moon, no longer fearing the unattainable. Gazing at the gradually receding beautiful silhouette of Bibi Dong, Tian smiled faintly. The opportunity has presented itself. It is time to take action. The wedding of Tian and Hulaina was not halted due to the revelation of their identities. Tomorrow marks the day of Tian's grand nuptials. The bustling activity at the butterfly farm has suddenly quieted down, a fortunate result of Qin Jian's meticulous organization, as all preparations had been completed in advance. The staff were granted a day off, with only a select few remaining to ensure the farm's routine operations continued smoothly. Qin Jian, too, found a rare moment of leisure, lingering beside Tian and presenting him with a paper scroll nearly a meter long. "This is the guest list for tomorrow. Please review it, young master," Qin Jian explained. As Tian accepted the list and observed the densely packed names, over 100 in total, he furrowed his brow. Was it not stated that we would keep things simple? Why are there so many guests? Haha, young master, this list cannot be further simplified. Qin Jian leaned closer, pointing to the names as he elucidated. These individuals are all exceptional members of your team. Among them are mid-ranking officers from the Tiansu army, leaders of various workshops, and heads of trade management. They have served you diligently for many years. It would be rather inappropriate not to invite them to your wedding. Tian pondered this, nodding in contemplation. He had not anticipated that his team had grown so substantial. Glancing at the invitation list in his hand, he recalled that he had not personally engaged in the intricacies of business dealings for over a year. The only task he had undertaken was to review the financial expenditures of each workshop at the end of the year to prevent any occurrence of corruption. Thus, in his mind, his team still comprised only a handful of workshops. Tian raised his head and inquired, "Old Chun, how many workers are currently employed in my workshops?" Qin Jian, with a concentrated gaze, contemplated for a moment. "I cannot provide an exact figure, as such data is only compiled quarterly. However, I do recall the last count. Excluding the Tiansu army, there are over 50,000 individuals working for you, young master." 50,000? Tian arched an eyebrow in surprise. That number is already equivalent to half of Donghai City. Observing the young master's astonishment, Qin Jian chuckled. "Is that truly considered many? Were it not for the innovative techniques employed in your workshops, the workforce would have to be multiplied by at least 10. It is indeed ostentatious, excessively so." Tian's expression grew solemn. His previous foray into commerce was merely a means to enhance his quality of life, while simultaneously assembling a formidable army for self-preservation. The remaining funds were dedicated to advancing technological innovations, creating useful items. This encapsulated his ambitions entirely. He had never aspired to amass wealth rivaling nations or to seize control of the continent's riches. Yet now, he commanded an impressive workforce of 50,000, diligently laboring across various sectors to generate substantial wealth for him. Should this information come to light, it would not merely incite jealousy from a few individuals. Rather, it would likely instigate widespread panic among all who learned of it, directing their ire towards him. Although Tian harbored no fear, vigilance was essential. After all, deities observed this land, scrutinizing his every move, which must adhere to reason. Only then could he cultivate his strength and peace. Otherwise, all endeavors would be in vain. Tian spread his palms and said, "Old Chun, after my wedding, you are to immediately begin compiling the identities of all the workers and cease further expansion of the business. Young master, are you worried that the workers might be exploited by those with ulterior motives?" Qin Jian inquired with a smile. "In truth, you need not concern yourself with such matters. The workers we recruit come from respectable backgrounds, with the minimum requirement being that their ancestors have not committed any crimes for 3 generations. Nor have they ever shown signs of becoming soul masters. Moreover, the craftsmanship in our workshops follows a standardized production process, with each individual assigned to a specific task. Even their supervisors may not fully comprehend the purpose of their work. There is no need to fear that our core technology will be compromised." Upon hearing Qin Jian's explanation, Tian sighed lightly. "Old Qin, you have performed admirably. However, the issue is not merely about technology leakage, but rather the risk of being discovered. To illustrate, imagine you are a hunter frequently venturing into the forest for game, yet you harbor a deep fear of adult tigers, for they could claim your life. One day, you encounter a small tiger, frail and vulnerable, and you are more than capable of vanquishing it." Before Tian could continue, Qin Jian's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "Young master, I understand now. We must remain discreet in order to grow gradually. Otherwise, we risk falling prey to hunters. Prior to this, my sole focus was to ensure that our core technology remained undisclosed, never anticipating that mere exposure could lead to grave troubles. Chapter 130. Led astray by fish. If it were not for your timely warning, I might have made a grave mistake. Please, young master, punish me, Tian exclaimed, bowing deeply. However, as he bent down, Tian swiftly pulled him back up. Old Shin, do not speak so heavily. I am only taking precautions, which is the duty of one in my position. Everything you have done was merely in accordance with my directives, managing the enterprises under my banner. If there is any oversight, it lies with me. You are not at fault. Upon hearing this, gratitude filled Chun Jian's aged eyes. He realized that his greatest fortune in life was encountering young Master Tian. It must be said, the young master's magnanimity is unparalleled. To serve under such a master is indeed a blessing beyond measure. I am grateful for your care of this old fellow, but a mistake is a mistake. Though you do not punish me, I cannot absolve myself. I hereby request to self-penalize a year's wages to serve as a warning to others. Is that truly necessary? Tian shook his head. Young master, please do not dissuade me. If I do not impose this self-penalty, it will remain an insurmountable burden on my conscience, Jian insisted resolutely. With that, Tian nodded, choosing to remain silent. With a furrowed brow, Jian spoke again. Young master, if we proceed with layoffs, how shall we manage the placement of these workers? While I can assure you that all secrets will remain secure as long as they work in the workshop, once laid off, the uncertainty multiplies. Even I cannot guarantee that they will not inadvertently mention the secrets of their previous work during casual conversations. Hearing this, Tian chuckled softly. That is easily remedied. We can establish several large farms in Donghai City and designate these workers as farm staff. Simultaneously, we can offer free training programs at the farms to cultivate skilled personnel. Jian, as if struck by enlightenment, clapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. Young master, you truly are remarkable. How did I not think of this? This plan is indeed the best option. Operating farms is one of the most commonplace enterprises in Douluo continent. Even if we were to purchase 100 farms simultaneously, it would raise no eyebrows. Once these workers become part of the farms, their livelihoods will be secured, with proper management and generous compensation. We need not worry about them being exploited by those with ill intentions. Jian nodded earnestly. Once your wedding is concluded, I shall lead the establishment of a special task force to address this matter. Very well, Tian replied, reflecting on another important task. According to custom, he was to present Nana with a large fish the following day. The fishing hook had been crafted days prior, but the assassination attempt on Tianheng had clearly disrupted his fishing plans. Tian lightly tapped his forehead and hurriedly exclaimed, Old Shin, I have yet to catch the fish for tomorrow's wedding. Upon hearing this, Jian's expression turned even graver than Tian's. His tone carried a hint of reproach. Young master, how could you allow this matter to slip your mind? This is one of the most significant aspects of the wedding customs here in the East Sea, symbolizing the happiness and harmony of married life. Fortunately, you are to be wed tomorrow. A single day is ample time to catch the fish. The temperature by the sea is quite chilly. You should fetch a coat. I will immediately arrange for a boat, and we shall set off together. Perhaps not, Tian replied, waving his hand in resignation. I am not attempting to catch a legendary sea soul beast. There is no need for such elaborate measures. He merely found these rituals intriguing, as they could enhance the sense of ceremony surrounding the wedding. If these traditions were to become a constraint, he would prefer to abandon them altogether. Thus, Tian did not feel compelled to catch a large fish. He believed that whatever he managed to catch, Hulaina would surely appreciate. In light of Tian's refusal, Jian had no choice but to withdraw quietly, saying, I understand. 2 hours later, at the harbor of the East Sea, Tian sat upon a flat-bottomed boat, wielding his handcrafted fishing gear, embarking on a leisurely angling experience. The waves of the sea today were relatively tranquil. However, the vessel was rather small, causing it to sway gently from side to side, reminiscent of a swing. Fortunately, this was not his inaugural fishing endeavor. With a wealth of experience, he adeptly adjusted his body to the boat's movements, ensuring he would not be disoriented by the gentle rocking. No sooner had 5 minutes elapsed in his fishing pursuit than a large fishing vessel appeared in the distance, making its approach. Tian looked up, and there, prominently displayed on the flag, was the image of a butterfly. Was this the fishing vessel from the butterfly farm? A look of confusion crossed Tian's face. He recalled that he had personally approved the design of this flag. What a coincidence, young master, came the voice of a humble fisherman from the deck of the grand ship. With a genuine smile, he extended his hand in greeting to Tian. Yi Tian, what nonsense. To celebrate his marriage, the farm is on holiday. How could there still be fishing boats out at sea? He looked up and said, You were sent by Chen Jian, weren't you? Caught in the act by the young master, the fisherman offered an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment, unsure of how to respond, merely gazing toward the cabin. Young master, let us fish on the big ship. Inside the cabin, Chen Jian, who had been hiding, abandoned his pretense upon being discovered by Yi Tian. He walked straight to the deck and called out to Yi Tian. Chen Jian, a native of the East China Sea, believed that the larger the fish the groom presents to the bride, the better. After all, a bigger fish signifies greater happiness. It must be said that the young master is still quite naive. Such auspicious beginnings should be abundant rather than scarce. As a loyal subordinate of Yi Tian, it is his duty to subtly persuade. After all, it is for the young master's post-marital happiness. I won't go. Yi Tian kept his head down, letting out a soft sigh within his heart. Chen Jian likely had not contemplated the realities of the following day. As the groom, it was only natural for him to personally deliver the fish into Hu Lai's hands. If he were to truly catch a fish weighing several hundred pounds, it would be effortless for Hu Laina, a sole emperor, to receive it. However, when he extended it to her, that might not be the case. Of course, it would not be so heavy that he could not manage it. Yet, if he were to struggle with a fish to the point of becoming flushed and breathless, it would surely be too embarrassing. Thus, it suffices to catch a fish of a more reasonable size. There is no need to pursue a large one. Young master, your modest fishing gear cannot possibly catch a big fish. Chen Jian on the large fishing boat called out, stretching his neck and advising loudly. Not necessarily. Yi Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in further debate with Chen Jian on this matter. No sooner had his words left his lips than his fishing line tightened abruptly. A colossal shadow emerged beneath the surface of the sea. In the next instant, both he and his boat were propelled upwards with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of a speedboat. On board the vessel, Yi Tian's complexion turned ashen. What the hell? Have I struck gold? He exclaimed, momentarily forsaking his usual decorum and language. Just as he finished speaking, he found himself entangled with a massive fish. The rapidity of this occurrence was beyond anything he had ever experienced. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Yi Tian could no longer concern himself with fishing. Instinctively, he released the fishing rod from his grasp. In a desperate bid to avoid being dragged away by the enormous fish, he had no choice but to let go of his rod. However, to his astonishment, the rod seemed to cling to his hand, defying all efforts to be freed from its grip. Something felt amiss. A chill ran down Yi Tian's spine. I have landed in trouble. Unable to extricate himself from the fishing rod, he could only surrender to the unknown giant fish that was drawing him into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 131. On the island of Poseidon, don't let yourself be scared to tears. Where am I? Yi Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He patted his head and stifled the turmoil in his stomach, only then recalling that while he was fishing, an unknown deep-sea creature had pulled him into the depths. It is best not to move. Otherwise, if you fall, no one will be able to rescue you. A cold and indifferent female voice suddenly resonated beneath him, prompting Yi Tian to instinctively look down, only to discover that he was, astonishingly, atop the back of a great white shark. This great white shark could even speak human language. It must be the legendary soul magic great white shark clan. Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Tian cautiously inquired, Little Bai, how do you know my name? The great white shark spoke again, this time with a tone that was noticeably less cold and more filled with curiosity. Seeing the great white shark acknowledge him, Yi Tian realized that this creature was likely the king of the soul magic great white sharks, Little Bai. Faced with Little Bai's inquiry, he could hardly confess that he had traversed dimensions. I guessed based on the color of your skin. Yi Tian smirked and spoke. This is quite an appropriate reason. Xiaobai appeared to be exceptionally taciturn, abruptly concluding their conversation with a mere word. Upon hearing her emotionless response, Yi Tian had little inclination to continue their dialogue. However, he had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation at hand. After all, it pertained to his own safety. Thus, he mustered the courage to inquire. In a gentle tone, why did you drag me away? I don't know, Xiaobai replied, her tone laden with impatience. It was evident that she was aware but reluctant to divulge the information. Nevertheless, Yi Tian's mind began to form suspicions. The Demon Soul Great White Shark clan served as the guardians of Sea God Island, and Xiaobai was the queen of this lineage. It was clear that her involvement was warranted only in matters of utmost significance. The current circumstances unmistakably indicated that he had become entangled in a matter of great importance. Yi Tian pondered deeply, reflecting on the intricate entanglements he had experienced with the sea soul beast over the years. Yet, despite his ruminations, he could not arrive at a resolution. In recent times, his sole intervention with the ocean had been the establishment of a fishing team. However, the meager catch they obtained was but a drop in the vast ocean. The formidable demon soul great white shark would not deign to personally come and drag him away for such a trivial matter. If there were any intentions to do so, it would surely be through a soul technique to eliminate him instead. There was no necessity to compromise its dignity by allowing him to ride upon its back and be taken into the depths of the sea. If you don't speak, I might just leap in, Tian threatened. He had begun to suspect that his identity instilled a sense of caution in the creature. Yet, the creature, Xiaobai, showed no concern for him whatsoever. If you wish to jump, then jump. It's not worth it, if I get wet. I will be the one to suffer the cold, Tian replied, reluctantly conceding. Fortunately, his doubts did not linger for long. In the distance, a towering square stone pillar shot up to the heavens, its apex radiating a blue luminescence that symbolized the ocean. Upon witnessing this sight, Tian felt an unmistakable familiarity. Was this not the iconic structure of Sea God Island? It seemed Xiaobai had received instructions from the entity of Sea God Island to bring him here. Yet, Tian could not fathom how he had entered the purview of Sea God Island. A chill ran down his spine. Indeed, divine beings were truly extraordinary. Their powers vast beyond comprehension. As they approached the shore of Sea God Island, Xiaobai rarely uttered a word. Then she transformed into a humanoid form. Her hair distinctly gray and white, cascading over her delicate shoulders. With golden eyes devoid of emotion, she fixed her gaze upon him. I shall escort you to the shore. With that, Tian was lifted as if he were a mere chick, brought to the land's edge. Hey, is this how you treat your guests? Tian weakly struggled a couple of times, expressing his discontent. You are their guest, not mine. Xiaobai, barefoot, gracefully descended upon the shore adorned with fine white sand, pointing ahead at several vigorous men. Having said this, she released her grip on Tian. Tian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Indeed, without strength, there are no human rights. Next time, he must not be so careless. At the very least, he should carry some means of self-preservation. Following the direction indicated by Xiaobai's finger, he observed a few individuals standing ahead. They were not all burly men. Among them was a girl wearing glasses. Likely the Sea Witch. To appear on Sea God Island with such an entourage, there were indeed 7 of them right from the outset. It is hardly surprising that Tian can make such deductions. You, young man, are you Tian? Questioned a burly man with golden hair, his tone aggressive. Hi Miao. Do not intimidate such a handsome lad, interjected the Sea Witch, her lips curling into a faint smile as she gracefully approached Tian and Xiaobai. Turning to Xiaobai, she remarked, you have worked hard. Serving under His Majesty the Sea God is my duty, Xiaobai replied, bowing humbly. Subsequently, the Sea Witch adjusted her glasses with her right index finger, a smile gracing her lips as she turned her gaze towards Tian and said, I fear you remain unaware of the occurrences that have transpired, do you not? Indeed, as my sister has stated, Tian acknowledged with sincerity. Upon hearing the term sister, the Sea Witch erupted into laughter. No wonder you have captured the attention of His Majesty the Sea God. Your words are quite charming. She beckoned Tian with her delicate hand and added, young man, you have truly encountered great fortune. It is fortunate that the Sea God Douluo has taken an interest in you and intends to select you for the Sea God trial. Should you succeed, you may very well ascend to divinity. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily leaving him speechless. Was this an act of coercion? He recalled from the original text that Tang San had endured countless trials to reach Sea God Island and undertake the challenges there. Yet here he was, simply captured and brought against his will. How utterly absurd. Observing Tian's expression, the Sea Witch mistakenly believed he was enraptured with joy. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Do not rejoice too soon. The trials are exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a modicum of relief. He had no desire to inherit the title of Sea God, for with the resilience system at his side, he was destined to transcend even the God Kings. The Sea Goddess position was nothing short of a hindrance, perhaps even a poison. The tasks mandated by the resilience system forbade him from cultivating. Should he become a soul master, he would attract the attention of the divine beings of this realm. The consequences could range from being captured for research to a fate far worse, death. However, to inherit the Sea Goddess title, one must first become a soul master. At the very least a soul Douluo, capable of bearing the immense power that came with divinity. This was fundamentally at odds with his aspirations. Resolute, Tian silently vowed that he would not participate in the sea god trials, no matter the circumstances. Enough chatter by the sea. We must hasten to meet His Excellency Poseidon, declared the sea dragon Douluo with an air of authority. With those words, the sea witch smiled gently at Tian, saying, "Little one, I will take you to meet the strongest being in this world. Do not be frightened and burst into tears." Chapter 132. A singular opportunity. Without allowing Tian to refuse, he was effortlessly lifted and carried toward an imposing palace. Fortunately, it was merely an ethereal lifting. Had he been physically seized, he would have vowed never to return to Sea God Island. As they approached the palace, Tian beheld the grand inscription, Sea God Hall. Upon entering, he saw a woman adorned in royal attire, her hair as white as snow, holding a scepter and wearing a platinum crown. Seated majestically in the center of the hall. Upon the arrival of the sea witch and her entourage, the woman, with crystalline beauty and captivating eyes, raised her gaze and locked eyes with Tian. The sea god Douluo bowed and announced, "High Priestess, Tian has arrived." "Indeed," Poseidon responded with a slight nod. Then turned her attention to Tian. "I presume the priests have briefed you on the situation prior to your arrival at the palace." Tian surveyed Poseidon with a silent admiration. If he were not aware of her true identity, one would hardly discern that she was nearing 2 centuries in age. Her skin was remarkably smooth and youthful, akin to that of a maiden. Her figure was equally impressive. Though her visage might slightly pale in comparison to that of Bibi Dong, she undoubtedly ranked among the most exquisite beauties on the continent. It was no wonder that Tang Chun and Qian Daolu, both paragons of the extreme Douluo, remained infatuated with her. Her enchanting form seemed to captivate the hearts of young men effortlessly. Naturally, it was only human for a young man to feel a stir of affection for a beautiful girl, as he was not a eunuch. Yet, he knew he must not exhibit even a hint of frivolity in his demeanor. Should a powerhouse of Poseidon's caliber perceive any offense, he would be utterly at a loss regarding his fate. Poseidon, however, remained unperturbed by Tian's gaze, assuming he was still grappling with the awe of entering Sea God Island. With a graceful gesture, a crystal interwoven with golden and azure hues materialized slowly in the air. She spoke softly, "This is the legacy mark bestowed upon you by our Lord, the illustrious Sea God. Place it upon your forehead, and you shall possess the ticket to inherit the Sea God's divinity. You are indeed fortunate." The sea spear Douluo, harboring a hint of jealousy, interjected. As one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, he had once harbored dreams of inheriting the Sea God's position in his youth. Yet, reality proved starkly different. After dedicating most of his life to this pursuit, he had barely managed to become a sacred pillar, with the Sea God's title remaining a distant aspiration. The Sea Witch, too, bore a look of admiration. Tian was the first heir in decades to qualify for a visit to the island, and he had been invited so willingly. Being one of the 7 sacred pillars, she understood that even the High Priestess Poseidon could not casually extend invitations to Sea God Island. Such an honor must have received the Sea God's personal approval. The Sea God's favor was not easily bestowed, indicating that Tian's talents were indeed remarkable. "Youth is a blessing," the sea witch remarked playfully, pouting slightly. Faced with the envy emanating from those around him, Tian felt a sense of helplessness. They assumed he aspired to inherit such a title. Thus, he gazed at Poseidon, perplexed, and inquired, "High Priestess, is there a misunderstanding? I am not even a soul master. How could I inherit the Sea God's position? As an honest youth, I feel it is imperative to clarify this point." "What? You are not even a soul master?" The sea witch was taken aback, her mind racing with disbelief. Could it be that little Bai truly erred? How could a boy who was not even a soul master possibly possess the qualifications to inherit the Sea God's divinity? If such an individual could inherit the Sea God's title, then surely all of them, the 7 sacred pillars, after years of effort, would also be deemed worthy.